Chapter 1, Deck 8th, Denver, Co. 7:02 p.m. Journal entry. 1. This wasn't supposed to be how it began. Damn it! I had just turned the shower on and was preparing to scrub the dirt and grime away that I had amassed during the day on the job. I worked for the highway department, fixing potholes. At one time in my life, I was what you would consider a white-collar worker. I was a human resources generalist for a Fortune 500 company. To put it delicately, I made bank. And then President Bush saw fit to end my salad days. Was it really his fault? I don't know, but he was an easy scapegoat. After the unemployment benefits petered out, and still with no hot prospects, I took a city job. It was dirty, backbreaking work, and I made less than when I was collecting unemployment. Go figure. I made more sitting on my ass playing the Wii. But at least it was honest work. Never once in the 3 months that I had been working there did I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat and stress out about having not filled in a hole on Havana Avenue. There were benefits to blue-collar work, lack of stress being one of them. But I digress. So there I was, sticking my hand into the shower to see if it was the right temperature. I'd even begun to spread some body wash on myself in preparation for the invigorating feeling of being clean. Yeah. Body wash? You got a problem with that? I have 2 pet peeves in life. Well, shit. If I'm being honest, I probably have about 17, but who's counting? In particular, 2 come to mind, and I'll explain. The first is being dirty. I just hate feeling dirt and grime around my neck. I hate the way my shirt collar will stick just a little bit. It irritates the living crap out of me. The second pet peeve is feeling dried soap on my body. I don't know if any of you have ever been to New Orleans. The water is soft or hard. I don't know which. I always get the 2 mixed up anyway. The water just won't wash the soap off of you, so you walk around all day with this invisible film on you. Everything's sticky. Your clothes stick to your body. Shit. Your own body sticks to you. Just bend your arm. You can barely straighten it back up. So you walk around all day like a scarecrow with a stick up its ass? Yeah, I know. My wife tells me all the time I have problems. Shit, where was I? Yeah, so there I'm about to hop in the shower when I hear my wife scream this blood-curdling shriek. Now you've gotten to know my wife. She wouldn't scream if I fell down the stairs and broke my arm. Hell, she'd probably call me a klutz and get me into the car for the ride to the emergency room, all the while calling the kids to tell them Dad hurt himself again. She's just not that into histrionics. So when I heard the scream, I knew something bad was up. I stared longingly at the shower I was foregoing as I grabbed a towel and headed downstairs. What the fuck? I yelled, but the rest of my expletive sentence died on my lips as I saw the terror in my 15-year-old son's face. Nothing scares Travis, not even me, and I'm a former Marine. Hell, just last week I watched him tear a phone book in half, and not of some little town in Nebraska either. The kid was starting middle linebacker on his freshman team, and he was scaring the hell out of the starter on the JV team. The boy didn't care who was coming after him, or who he was going after. Well, I guess that's a lie. They have to be living. He never looked up when I came down the stairs. Mom, lock the door, he yelled. Lock it, he screamed again. I can't figure out the lock, my wife yelled back. I didn't know whether I should laugh or be worried. To be honest, it was a funny scene. My wife frantically trying to lock the security door with no luck while my linebacker son, who normally towers over his mother, was cowering behind her. I couldn't see out the door from my vantage point. When the front door is open, it blocks off the landing, so I rushed to push it closed, forcing my wife and son away from the security door. I had no sooner shut the heavy-gauge steel front door when I heard the glass pane in the security door shatter. We had to move to a townhome in a less than desirable neighborhood after I lost my job, and security was a big issue. We even had bars across all the lower windows, thank God. I was a millisecond away from opening the door and severely chewing the ass off some neighborhood punk who was going to cost me $100 to repair the glass. No! My wife and son yelled in unison. My wife slammed up against the door to reiterate her point. What the hell is going on? My adrenaline was pumping. My pet peeves were throbbing, all 17 of them. Look out the peephole, my wife whispered. I put my eye to the hole, expecting to see some little shit gangbangers out there tearing things up. What I saw was a tongue. I see a tongue. Some asshole is licking my peephole, I said. Then I laughed a little bit. That sounded a little gross even to me. My wife didn't see the humor. Her face still hadn't regained her color, and my son looked like he was starting to hyperventilate. My wife told me to look out the window, but she made no move to look with me. I'm not the brightest bulb on the string, but even I knew at this point something was really messed up. I put on my best male bravado and stepped over to the window. I rolled up the shade, and to this day I don't know how it happened, but I simultaneously felt my stomach lurch into my throat and my balls fill in the abandoned spot my belly left behind. There had to have been at least a couple of dozen dead people milling about our communal lawn. Okay, so they weren't dead in the traditional way. They were still moving, but they were dead all the same. My quasi-nightmare dream had come true. Zombies were afoot. Now, I know this is a sick fantasy, so bear with me. I had always wished for this. I had watched nearly every zombie movie from the early Dawn of the Dead with the slow-shuffling brain-eaters to the newer 28 Days Later flicks with the fast, semi-intelligent brain-eaters. Hell, I even liked the films that made fun of the style, like Shaun of the Dead and Boy Eats Girl. If it involved a zombie, I was game now, back to the slightly insane part of my fantasy. I guess if you get right down to the guts of it, no pun intended, it would be a way to escape the responsibilities and boredom of everyday life. Forget the 9-to-5 grind, the mortgage and clothes shopping. It would just become all about survival of the fittest. I had been planning for this day for almost 25 years of my life. I know, pathetic, right? I had a gun safe full of multiple caliber rifles and pistols. I told my wife it was for hunting. I've never even been hunting. Either she was really gullible or she was just turning the other cheek. We all have our own crosses to bear. I'll be honest, though, my fantasy involved more the slower, shuffling zombies than the ultra-fast Resident Evil kind. Like it or not, it appeared that it had finally happened. I closed the blinds as fast as I could, hoping that I didn't attract any undue attention. My brain was in overdrive. "Tracy!" I yelled, a little louder than I meant to. I wrestled with my emotions and tried to calm my flittering heart. "Turn on the TV, please." She was still in a little bit of shock. "Talbot," our family name. "This is no time for ESPN," she responded waspishly. "You know, I would like to know how the Giants did tonight, but I was hoping for the news," I answered sarcastically. "Oh," was all she could muster as the thin film of terror began to peel away from her vision. "Travis." "He didn't move, Travis," I said a little louder. He finally broke away from his mother's back, confusion and fear still warring for control over his features. "Go look out the back window if our deck is clear. I want you to make sure the back gate is locked." Now, before you go getting all out of sorts at me, our backyard is about as big as most people's master bathrooms. The kid would be perfectly safe as long as the gate was still closed and our yard hadn't yet been breached. But still, Travis looked at me with pleading eyes, not believing that his own father would put him back in harm's way. "Oh, for fuck's sake, I'll do it," I sighed disgustedly. The relaxation on his face was clearly perceptible. I should take it easy on the kid. He was shaken up, and I was going to need his help before this was all over with. I peered out the back through our vulnerable French doors. We hadn't been able to afford security bars for them yet. "Oh crap," I muttered. I could see the gate was open. "Nothing to it but to do it right. If I die in a towel, I'm gonna be pissed, though." I was able to tell in less than a heartbeat that our postage stamp-sized back deck didn't have any unfriendlies on it. But what I wasn't able to discover from my present vantage point was if anything, or anyone, was on the other side of the gate. It was a full picket gate and did not afford me the luxury of seeing through to the other side. I opened one of the French doors and immediately wished I hadn't. The smell was beyond putrid. It smelled like sour milk mixed with a hint of steaming broccoli, which I hate, and a healthy dose of shit all stirred in for the fun of it. The Walking Dead weren't in my backyard, but they were close. If they came through the gate now, this was going to be a short novella. My towel caught on the next to useless excuse for a lock on the door. I didn't even stop to grab it. Somehow it seemed more noble to die naked like a savage than with a terry cloth towel around my waist. I moved as quickly as I dared when it happened. I felt something warm and squishy give way under my right foot. My first thought was brains, but then the unmistakable smell of fresh dog shit wafted up to my nostrils. I had to vigorously defend against the revulsion that welled up in me. I so wanted to vomit, but I pushed on. I was 2 steps away from the gate when I heard the telltale shuffling. Did the smell of the shit draw them, or were they already close? I threw myself against the gate, quashing down my rising panic, frantically trying to drive the lock home. You know, when you see this crap in the movies, you're always like, oh, come on, just lock the gate. How effing hard can it be? Well, I'll tell you, when your heart is going like a trip hammer and your arms are shaking like you're on ground zero on the San Andreas fault during the big one, it's unbelievably hard. I felt an impact as something or somebody pushed against the gate from the other side. It wasn't a concerted effort, which was a good thing. I might have abandoned ship and headed screaming for the house. It was one good push that sent the gate about 6 inches my way. I pushed back so hard that I almost pushed the gate through the backstop, which obviously would have caused its own set of problems. I was able to drive the bolt home, but I didn't hang around long to revel in my victory. "Talbot, get in here," my wife bawled. "Man," I said to myself, "doesn't she realize I almost died out here?" Yeah, I was being a little melodramatic, but I think I had an appropriate excuse. I was about to ask her what. When she pointed to the TV, the picture was horrible. I knew I shouldn't have switched from cable to satellite. Why was I getting lost in the details when the situation was so serious? Maybe it was my way of coping, who knows? I tried to minor in psychology in college, but couldn't stand it. The newscaster looked like she had been dragged out of bed to do the report. She probably had been, by all accounts, it appears, the threat. Oh, for God's sakes, lady, call it like it is. A spade is a spade already, is overwhelming our ground troops. Estimates have it that nearly a third of our country is already in enemy hands and spreading fast. Do not let one of the infected scratch or bite you. In a matter of hours, the virus will kill and then reanimate you. If you or someone you know becomes infected, the only way to stop them is to destroy the brain. Do not approach them. Do not try to reason with them. The worst is yet to come, she continued. It also seems the pathogen is airborne. My heart skipped. Even if someone were to die of means other than direct contact with the infected, they also will become reanimated within a few hours of their death. What does that mean? My wife asked. I knew she knew the answer, but she was dealing with her shock in the only manner she knew how: denial. It means we're in a lot of trouble, I answered solemnly. What the hell is that smell? She snapped, as she also snapped out of her stupor. She was looking directly at the source of the stink. I wanted to blame it on the zombies, but I had Henry's crap halfway up my ankle. Henry was our English bulldog, and I loved him to death. Before this, I would have even said his shit didn't stink, but I can now tell you that is a lie. Gotta love English bullies. The world was going to hell in a hurry, and he hadn't even left the comfort of his dog bed yet to see what was happening. My son Travis still seemed fogged over, so I wanted to give him something to do to keep his mind and body occupied. "Travis, go load the guns," I said. "Which ones?" he countered. My heart leaped when I realized he was rebounding. "All of them," was my reply. Just as quickly as my feeling of elation rose, the spirit of dread brought me crashing back. "Where's Justin?" I asked my wife. Justin is my middle child. He's 19 and had recently moved home after a brief stint living with his sister up in the town of Breckenridge. He's a good kid with a huge heart. He doesn't always prioritize his life correctly, but then again, how many teenagers do? I needed him here not only because he's our kid and I wanted to make sure he was safe, but he's a hell of a shot, and I needed the third man of our fire team present and accounted for, preparing like I had been for the aforementioned zombie invasion entailed taking my 2 boys to the shooting range as often as possible. I made sure that they were well versed in the ins and outs of handling firearms correctly, no matter the caliber. They could shoot everything from my illegal, fully automatic M16 to my small cannon, my 30-06 to the various .22 caliber rifles and pistols I owned. I needed my flank men. My wife's face dropped. The fear in her eyes made her forget the rancid excrement I was leaving on her carpet. The thump against the front door steeled her resolve. She moved back from the abyss she was heading toward. "He's at work," she answered with a sob. Work was Walmart, and it was exactly 7 miles from our house. I knew because on most days I drove his ass to and from. He didn't have his license yet. Refer back to the part about his prioritizing skills. "Travis, how's it coming with the guns?" I hollered up the stairs. "Almost done, Dad," came his reply. The front door shuttered again, but it wasn't going to give any time soon. I slipped the deadbolt in place anyway. "I'm going to get some clothes on." I grabbed my wife's shoulders and swung her towards me, so she was staring at me. "We're going to get him," I added reassuringly. She nodded in agreement and muttered the same words she said on our wedding day as part of her vows. "Uh-huh." Anna held her firm. "Get some food together." She looked at me questioningly. "We're gonna get Justin and then I hope come back home, but I want to be prepared. Go get the boxes of MREs." The military had developed these meals ready to eat. They taste like dirt, but all the caloric intake one needs to fend off the undead. Or does the word undead refer to vampires? Okay, so the zombies would be the living dead. Is that better? "Han, you've got to come back from Tracyville." We sometimes joked when my wife had a blonde moment, or just lapsed out of our reality into her own made-up one. Life came back into her eyes, and just like that, she was back. She had a mission, saving one of her offspring. Don't ever get between a mother and her young. "I'm going to get some clothes on, and then we're going." "Okay?" I questioned. I was a little worried about her, but I didn't need to be. She was back, and nothing was going to deter her unless, of course, the damn lights went out. The TV announcer was now telling us we should stay in our homes. "No screaming eagle shit," I was about to tell her, when she was cut off in mid-sentence as the electricity failed. Tracy latched on to me. The sudden quiet was broken only by the occasional thumping on our front door. "Those Girl Scouts are persistent," kept flashing across my brain plate. "Hey, nobody said I didn't go to Mikeyville occasionally, Dad." Travis half moaned from upstairs. I snapped back. "If not for me, then for him. I'm here, bud. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get some candles and a flashlight." I'd been meaning to get that circuit breaker fixed, but I wouldn't be going to Home Depot tonight. Could you hurry?" he asked. I could hear the panic welling up in him. There's something to be said about being a survivalist. Most people think we're nuts. Hell, I think that, and I'm one of them. We're always preparing for what we think is an eventuality, doomsday, the end of the world, invasions from another planet, when the odds say the worst that might happen is an errant tornado. But one thing about always preparing for the worst is that, well, we're always prepared. Isn't that the Boy Scout motto? I thought to myself. I hauled myself back from Mikeyville again and turned back to my troops. "Travis, next to the left-hand side of the gun safe, on the wall near the floor, you should see a small light. That's a flashlight. Grab it, and I'll be right up. I want to get your mother some light, too." "Got it," he answered triumphantly. I could hear the tremor in his voice relax as I saw the beam of light cut a swath down the staircase. I padded upstairs with my own candle. Tracy went to the basement to grab the grub. On the bed, Travis had all the weapons laid out, locked and loaded. There was the M16, then my elephant killer, the 30-06. "Oh, stop your PETA protests. I already told you I don't hunt." I continued my visual inventory: 2 shotguns, a .22 caliber rifle and a pistol, my .357 Magnum, my 9mm Glock, and my 17 caliber lever action rifle. I had over 1,000 rounds for each weapon, and all I could think to myself was, I should have bought more. Survivalism is addictive. You can never have too much ammo. The front door thumped again. "Bitch," I said as I grabbed the .357 off the bed. I ran downstairs and peeked through the spy hole, thankful that there was a full moon tonight. Although was that the reason the dead were walking around? I didn't know. All I could see was the douchebag that was still licking my peephole, and that still sounded a little disturbing, even to me. I held the Magnum up to the eye slot and pulled the trigger. The explosion was deafening in our quiet home. I looked through the now gaping hole in my front door. Sir Lick-a-Lot was dead for the second time around, and he was not going to be getting back up any time soon. He lay on his side on my front porch. The back of his head was just gone. The bullet had entered his mouth and had torn away most of his teeth and that god-awful tongue. There was some blood and a little gristle hanging out the back of his melon, but that was it. His compadres did not even take note of his passing, but the noise sure got their attention. I hastily opened the front door and kicked Sir Lick's foot out of the way so I could shut the security door. Even though the glass pane was gone, the door would still afford some much-needed protection against the zombies' unwelcome advances. The noise of the gun might have the natives restless, but the sight of fresh meat stirred them into a frenzy. The shuffling turned into an ambling, and the ambling turned into a slow trot. Maybe more like a power walk. Okay, they weren't going to break any land speed records, but this wasn't the slow shuffle the visionary George R. Romero envisioned in his documentaries. I had just kicked the zombies dead, undead, re-dead, foot out of the way and shut the door, much more easily engaging the lock this time around, when the first of my uninvited guests slammed up against the metal casing. The bars were intact, but that did nothing to stop the impact of the foul odor that he gave off. I slammed the front door shut, and only then realized I had just killed my first zombie, and I was buck naked. Chapter 2. Journal entry. 2. On hearing the shot, Travis had run halfway down the stairs, 12 gauge at the ready. Bless his heart. "Everything all right, Dad?" "Everything's cool. Finish packing up," came my measured response. Tracy yelled from the bottom of the cellar stairs, "What's going on?" I don't know why I didn't tell her the truth. "Accidental discharge," I answered. "Be careful, that's what you said the night Nicole was conceived, and look how that turned out," she said plainly. "Are you kidding me?" I thought. "How does she remember these things?" "Yeah, we were young when Nicole was born, and I might have been a little overeager in bed, but I'm sure I didn't say accidental discharge. It was probably more like, I was still a little shaken from the killing. Sure, it was a zombie, but at one time he was a normal air-breathing, hamburger-munching individual. I tried my best not to think of the person he had been, but more of the monster he had become. There would be time later to ruminate. Now, however, was the time for action, and Justin needed our help. I went upstairs. Travis had begun to bring the weapons and the ammo boxes downstairs. The fear was wiped off his face now that he had a purpose and protection. I grabbed the first shirt I got my hands on. It was an old Widespread Panic concert t-shirt, one of my favorites. I no sooner pulled it over my head and I froze. The feeling of the collar scraping and tugging against the dirt and dried soap on my neckline made me want to jump out of my skin. It was akin to someone dragging their fingernails down a chalkboard with a megaphone for amplification. I almost couldn't move. I was a heartbeat and a half from saying, "Fuck it," and pulling the t-shirt off and hopping in the shower real quick, but I knew every second counted getting to Justin. "Damn," I bellowed as I pulled my arms through the sleeves, wincing every time the fabric scraped against me. If I had known what kind of shape Justin was in already, I would have just taken the shower. As I was coming down the stairs, Tracy looked up, holding her cell phone to her ear. "I can't get a hold of Nicole, the line is just busy," she stated. Nicole was our oldest child and by far and away my favorite daughter, and our only daughter. She now lived in the city of Lakewood, having lost her job in Breckenridge, with a man I hoped would eventually become part of the family. Brendan Van Hutchinson. Our family was quirky, and he fit in just right. I was hoping that my wife would have been able to get through to Nicole. It would have been one less worry on my head. From where we lived, Lakewood was about 18 miles away. I had no illusions that getting to Walmart was going to be easy. Getting to Lakewood seemed a logistical nightmare. "Hon, they live on the 3rd floor and Brendan has a pistol and a shotgun. Their place is much more defendable than ours," I said. Not sure whether I was trying to make her or myself feel better. She nodded in agreement, but it didn't seem to make her feel any better. The crowd at the front of our house had swelled to about 50. I wasn't going to sit at the window and get an accurate count. I would love to have a kegger with this many people. I'd make a fortune, even. I had to marvel sometimes at how my brain makes some of its connections. "Dad, the car's packed," Travis made known. "You got the food too?" I asked. He just looked at me in outraged disgust like any normal teenager would. "All right," I answered. "I was just making sure." Henry had finally managed to pull himself off his bed. All the activity had aroused his curiosity level, which usually isn't all that high unless it involves a meaty bone treat. Our townhome came with an enclosed 2-car garage. However, it was a detached garage, which was no big deal, considering that it was on the far end of our backyard, which put it exactly 10 feet away. There were still some moderate shuffling signs beyond the gate, but it was nothing like the wholesale special going on in the front. I was tempted to climb on the gate and take a peek over, but I couldn't see the upside to it. Henry had followed me out, and he took a moment to sniff at his freshly disturbed pile. He then started sniffing my crap-covered foot. He was able to put 2 and 2 together pretty quickly. He snorted at me as if to say, "Dad, how could you mess with my masterpiece?" I slammed my fist up against the circuit breaker mounted to the wall of the garage. I think I hadn't fixed this yet, because I always felt like Fonzie from Happy Days turning on the jukebox. Power surged back on. Had I been more vigilant, I would have noticed that the entire complex had been in the dark, and the lights coming on had more to do with Jed, who you'll meet later, than with my smooth moves. I went back in the house to shut the non-essentials off, including the now static-laced television, and headed back to the garage. I picked Henry up and placed him in the rear of my wife's Jeep Liberty with the ammo. He wasn't happy about sharing his bed. He snorted one more time before he laid down. My wife came out last, remembering to bring the 8-pack of Powerade we had in the fridge. She stopped short at the garage door. "Why are we taking my car?" she asked with a slight edge of attitude. "It'll fit more stuff," I lied. "Well, I mean, not really. Her car is bigger than my Jeep Wrangler." But that wasn't the only reason. I loved my car. I'd had it for a little over 10 years, and it was almost as cherry as the day it had rolled off the line. And I'd be damned if some brain-eating dead zombies were going to get their gooey parts all over it. I hadn't convinced her with my half-truth. She still stood glaring at me from the doorway. "Plus, hon, mine is a stick. There's no way I can shoot and shift gears at the same time." Now, that was an out-and-out lie. I can't tell you how many four-wheel drive excursions I've gone on with my rifle hanging out the window. There were plenty of dead road signs to attest to my accuracy. I know she would have argued some more and eventually won, but the time it would have taken to shift everything over was precious moments more that it was going to take to get to Justin. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll remember this." And I knew she would. She remembered stuff from when we were dating. If we were in the heat of a battle and she felt like she was in danger of losing, she would reach way back in time and pull one of those wonderful nuggets, sarcasm, out from nowhere and hurl it at me. I mean, at that point, all you can do is just stare dumbfounded and say, "Really? You're bringing that up now? How on God's green earth could I have known your aunt was a lesbian?" And just like that, the tides of the battle would have shifted. I might not hear about the car until we were in a retirement home. But you can bet that if they were going to give me the better model wheelchair, she was going to use this as ammunition to nix that. She moved to push the garage door opener when I half lunged to her. "Please don't do that," I pleaded. "Oh, right," she answered. "God, it must be so awesome to just forget sometimes." But I wasn't going to say anything. I was already in hot water about the car. She got into the shotgun seat, although Travis was already in the passenger seat behind her with the window rolled down and the shotgun hanging out. So I guess technically he was in the shotgun seat. I started the car before I hit the garage remote. Tracy rolled her window down and I couldn't hold my tongue. "Really?" I asked as I looked at her. "What?" she replied. "It's stuffy in here and you stink. Come back." I motioned dramatically. "Please come back from wherever you've gone. Both of you need to roll up your windows at least until we get moving." I got another fine out of Tracy, and Travis seemed a little pissed that I was taking his fun away. The garage door rattled open. I couldn't see anything right away because of the disparity between the brightness in the garage and the gloom that was our back alleyway, but the thud that hit our rear end as I backed out was obvious. I was a breath away from opening my door and seeing what I had hit when my neighbor smeared up against my window. It's a good thing I had Henry's shit on my foot. It masked what I'd let go of in my pants. My neighbor from across the alleyway was a decent person in a bulldykish way. Don't get me wrong. I liked her immensely. I just always felt like she was sizing me up for an arm wrestling competition, and I would have put my money on her. She owned a Ford pickup truck and wore more plaid and wife-beater t-shirts than your average trailer park resident. She sported a mullet, which hadn't been seen in these parts since 1984. She also owned more tools than I did, and I ran a handyman business on the side. You get the general picture. The thing that pressed up against my car was no longer Joe. She left a trail of pus and guts all across my side of the car, and slimy green pustules burst from her cheek. I swore a maggot crawled out, but by then I had had enough. I hit the accelerator hard enough to almost put my car through her garage door on the opposite side of the causeway. The thing that I had initially hit dragged itself over to my tool shelves and began to pull itself up. I wanted to get out of the car and kill those two, but more zombies began to pile into both ends of the alleyway. I had no wish to see how many I could run over before the car stalled, so I hit the remote and watched the garage door begin its slow descent. Only then realizing that when we got home we were going to have 2 zombies in our garage to welcome us back. Great! Sarcasm again! Chapter 3. Journal Entry 3. I was able to get out of the alley before the majority of the zombies could begin to block us in. I winced when I sideswiped one. Not because I had hit something, but because I knew from the force of the impact I had just put a dent in my wife's car. I didn't even look over towards her, but the right side of my face was melting from the glare that was directed at it. There were fewer cars on the road than I would have expected for 8 o'clock on a Thursday night, but that was more than made up for by the sheer number of zombies. Most were just milling about looking for something, or should I say somebody to eat. Every few hundred feet or so there would be a cluster of 10 or so tearing something apart. You and I both know what they were tearing apart, but luckily my brain had enough protective competence to mask over that small, insignificant fact. "Oh, Jesus!" my wife muttered as we passed a small cluster, just ravaging some poor soul. I can tell you right now, these variants on the traditional zombies weren't just interested in the brains of their victims. I saw one of the zombies look up from his meal with what appeared to be a thigh muscle hanging out of its putrid maw. "I think I'm going to be sick," Tracy continued. "Then roll down your window, Travis. You too. If anything gets too close, just shoot. Just make sure it's dead first," I suggested. Travis looked at me questioningly. "You know what I mean?" I clarified. "Just don't kill something that's still alive." Yeah, I made about as much sense as a Yankees fan visiting Fenway Park. Most of the cars that were on the road weren't moving. They had been abandoned. I had to keep my speed down to avoid the cars, the zombies, and the occasional victim-to-be. "Shouldn't we help them?" my wife asked, as she pulled her head back into the car, already looking better now that she'd emptied her stomach. I motioned that she had a little something on the side of her face. She lifted her hand to remove the offending detritus. Other side," I explained. She missed again. I wiped my face again to show her where it was. "Forget the damn puke," she yelled. "Shouldn't we try to help?" "No," I mumbled. "What? Speak up. I can't hear your altruism," she retorted acerbically. "Listen, if we stop, we become vulnerable and we don't know if the person we would be helping is infected." "We can't take that chance. We have to look out for us," I argued. I'm not sure if my claim was good enough. Was that how I felt, or was I just trying to cover up my cowardice? Yeah, I was scared out of my mind that first day. Is it that easy for you to pass judgment? We're mostly in a standoff with the zombies now. But back in the beginning, when panic reigned supreme, the only thing that mattered to me was me and my family. God, I just hope not in that order. I probably would have gotten another sarcasm-laden fine from my wife, if not for the thunder that tore through the car. Travis had decapitated a zombie that was approaching our right side while I had slowed to avoid a nasty 5 or 6 car pileup. I don't think that he had nearly the feelings of dread I had when I had killed the zombie at our front door. To him, this was not so far removed from playing Left 4 Dead on his Xbox 360. "Got one, Dad!" he yelled triumphantly, a gleam in his eye. I muttered my congratulations, but all I could think of was some old phrase I had come across in one of my English classes. "Take heed your actions, lest ye become like the enemy ye seek to destroy." I didn't have much time to reflect on my misgivings as I turned into the Walmart parking lot. It was worse than my worst fears of how this was going to play out. Cars were strewn across the parking lot. It looked like the longest happy hour in history had just finished, and the patrons were all trying to get home at the same time. What was worse than the cars were the couple of hundred zombies strolling across the parking lot. I did a quick drive by the front of the store, and I could tell that an almost equal number were inside meandering about. Well, I bet tripe was going to be scarce. This did not bode well for Justin. I was in a quandary. I just didn't know what to do. I had to look for him, even if he had become one of those things. But I didn't even know how or where to begin. It's not like I could ask one of the zombies if they had seen a zombie that matched the description of my son. Luckily, Travis solved my problem with one simple question. "Dad, why aren't the zombies attacking us?" Travis asked. I wasn't traveling much more than 5 miles an hour, fast enough to keep any of them from catching us, but not fast enough to stop one from coming towards us. It was then that we took notice of a large congregation of zombies merely standing, all of them facing towards the store with their faces, or what remained of them, all upturned. They almost looked like they were worshiping. But what do zombies worship? Is there a god of the tasty brain? Is their Eucharist a tiny slice of dried brain matter? I know, it's sacrilegious, but that's what I was thinking at the time. Even the remnants of the zombies that weren't already together in this impromptu meeting seemed to be heading in that direction. Some of the zombies that were recent accident victims from the carnage in the parking lot were dragging what remained of their former host body to the flock. Every once in a while, I even noticed 1 or 2 of the zombies convulsing as if they were receiving his or its word. "What in the foo is going on here?" I asked, nobody in particular. I had not so long ago promised my kids that I was going to do all in my power to cut the vulgarity out of my everyday vocabulary. As you can tell, I still have lapses, but I think I deserved a pass on this one. "Hey, Dad," I heard, barely. Somebody had shouted the words, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out where the voice was coming from. "Hey, Dad," I heard a little louder as we approached the large throng of zombies. As I made sure to skirt around the unholy gathering, I noticed activity on top of the Walmart. "Holy shit!" I yelled as I slammed on the brakes. "What is it?" Tracy asked with alarm in her eyes. Travis was looking around hungrily for something to shoot, thinking that we were about to come under attack. "Look on the roof," I said incredulously. Tracy leaned over my lap. "It's Justin," she said with elation. I was also happy, but the gears in my head were still turning. How are we going to get him down from there? At least we now knew what had the zombies so enthralled. Justin and a couple of his coworkers had escaped to the roof before it was too late. One of them had grabbed a couple of pellet guns, and from the looks of all the empty beer cans on the ground, somebody had the presence of mind to grab some cases of Keystone Light. So let's make sure we're clear on this. Obviously, the people that managed to get to the roof knew their lives were in danger. They had the presence of mind to climb to a safe haven and even to arm themselves as best they could. So far, so good. But then one of the group decided that they might need some beverages to stave off thirst. Still good, that person, fearing for his life, went to the beer section, which again is admirable. Everyone knows beer is the nectar of the gods. But then he grabs Keystone Light. Are you kidding me? I'd rather eat the can than drink those contents. My curiosity was now satisfied. The convulsions some of the zombies were experiencing were caused by pellet impacts. It wasn't enough to kill them by a long shot, but I will testify to this day that it definitely had the effect of pissing them off. Zombies, by definition, are murderous, but I'm telling you they now had a murderous intent to them. Did they want to exact revenge? Were they even still capable of such a sophisticated mindset of all the zombie movies I'd seen and all the zombie books I had read? Only a small percentage dealt with zombies that had feelings. I did not want the zombies in my nightmare to have feelings. Feelings always complicated things. I'm a guy, guys don't want to deal with feelings. I got as far away from the multitude as I could while still hoping that Justin would be able to hear me. Go to the other side of the store. I yelled for all I was worth. Justin just shrugged his shoulders, clearly not being able to understand me. Go to the other side of the store, I screamed, my throat burning from the strain. He shrugged again, helplessly. I made over-exaggerated motions for him to move to his right. He answered with an over-exaggerated nod, the light bulb clearly going off over his head as he began to move off. A fair percentage of the gathered zombies also peeled off, heading in the same direction. Justin noticed this quirk, too. He slowly walked back to his coworkers, and the zombies returned to the fold. I watched him hand his pellet gun off to a fat bear of a kid. The pellet gun looked no bigger than a butterfinger in his hands, and I bet he wished it were the candy bar instead. Then Justin grabbed a beer and walked back towards the center of the roof and out of the line of sight of his devoted followers. Why aren't they coming after us? Tracy asked, more surprised than anything. I'd been asking myself that same question. Sure, some of the zombies looked our way occasionally, especially the ones that were closest, but they couldn't have cared less if I got on my knees and poured a one on the top of my head, at least I think. I'm not willing to truth-check that statement. I thought carefully before I answered. I think they're pissed off. That was the only thing that seemed to make sense. Before Tracy could ask for clarification, I continued. I mean, look at them, pointing towards the zombies. Obviously, the people on the roof are potential food for them, but hell, we're a lot closer. I think that pellet gun is irritating them to no end. Can they be mad? Do they even have emotions? Tracy asked. Han, you've known about the zombies for 30 seconds longer than I have. It's just a theory. Maybe they just can't smell us over the exhaust of the car. Let's just keep the windows rolled up in the meantime. This time no one argued. I drove around to the side of the building where I had motioned Justin to meet us. He was peering over the edge when we pulled up. I rolled down the window. Justin, is there a way down? I yelled. Almost instantly, 2 zombies began to shuffle our way in life. They most likely were twins, albeit not like the kind you see in the Double Mint commercials. Both were more than 200 pounds, wearing midriff shirts that showed off their expanding muffin tops, whereas the sister on the left was wearing purple spandex. Her twin on the right was adorned in the much classier Daisy Duke shorts. In life, this would have been a vision hopefully never to behold, but now, with their purple-mottled flesh and fresh pus oozing out of every orifice, I nearly gagged. You have to love Walmart customers. I don't know if it was the noise or the smell of a meal that had them coming my way. My guess was the promise of food. These 2 didn't ever look like they passed up a chance at something to eat. Yeah, Through the sprinkler room, but that's on the far side of the store, Justin answered. Travis, keep an eye on the double-fat twins over there, I said nervously. I tore my glance from the approaching horrors. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. You won't be able to get out the front? If you went back downstairs, could you go out an emergency exit? I yelled. No, those things are in the stairwell leading up here. We can hear them banging against the door, was his reply. Any ladders up there? I asked. No, but there's a ladder section over by household goods, he answered helpfully. Or so at least he thought. Yeah, that's not going to work so much, I replied, remembering the 100 or so zombies still shopping for blue light specials. We were at an impasse. Dad, Justin yelled. Travis appended the point by blasting a round through the Mossberg. Muffin Top One in the spandex went down in a heap, most of her belly liquefied by the impact of the pellets. Her sister screeched. I'm not even sure that's the right adjective. It was an inhuman sound, something only dead, taut, rigor mortis-induced vocal cords could produce. Travis almost dropped the shotgun out the window. Tracy and I could only stare in frightened bewilderment. But what came next stunned me even more. Daisy Duke's girl didn't help her fallen sister up, but she waited until the other one got up of her own accord. The wound was fatal, but fatality only applies to the living. I could see what I had at first thought were maggots roiling around in and about her guts, but at an inch or so long these weren't any ordinary maggots. They were worms of some sort, and I could tell from looking at the size of Spandex Girl, these weren't tapeworms. Those things had to be the cause of whatever was going on here, but I wasn't a biologist. I stepped out of the Jeep with my M16 and emptied a magazine into the two women. Most of my shots didn't even hit the desired target, but I only needed one round in each of their heads for the job to be done. At 15 shots a zombie, we wouldn't make it through the night. I turned the selector lever on the M16 from automatic to single. My hands looked like I suffered from a severe case of palsy. Dad? Justin yelled again. I couldn't tear my eyes off the two women I'd shot. Their fat was still jiggling from their impact with the ground. Or was it the worms? I turned and puked. There wasn't much to it. I hadn't had a chance to eat dinner. Yeah, I answered Justin as I stood back up, dragging my sleeve across my mouth. The metallic, acidic taste in my mouth did little to contain the storm brewing in my stomach. There's a ladder in the docking bay, Justin responded eagerly. Thank God I had something else to think about than this macabre scene behind me. Is it going to be tall enough? I asked, looking into the car to see how everyone else was doing. Travis had pulled the shotgun into the car and rolled the window back up, but he still couldn't stop from looking at the carnage a mere 10 feet from the car. Tracy had lit up a cigarette. Where she found it, I have no clue. She had quit almost 6 months ago. I didn't think now was the time to berate her for the infraction. If she had another one, I would have taken it right there and then, and I had never smoked. Justin shrugged in response to my question. They use it for maintenance around the building. It should be, he replied without much conviction. It wasn't the definitive answer I was looking for, but it was what I had. All right, you follow us on the roof and keep a lookout. Justin pulled back from the edge in response. I got back in the car, handing the empty magazine to Travis. Could you please hand me a loaded magazine and reload this one? I asked him, my hand a little more under control. Now I only looked like I had Jell-O for a wrist. I know he was only trying to help, but when Travis said, Dad, you should take it easy on the ammo, I almost snapped. I'd probably still be there chewing him a new one if I had ever gotten started. I put the Jeep in gear, mumbled something to the effect of smart-ass kid, and left it at that. Tracy was hot boxing her cigarette. If there was a Guinness record for downing a smoke, she was sure challenging that mark. I drove the Jeep to the west side of the building and around to the back. When I got to the rear of the building, I was relieved and apprehensive at the same time. Relieved because there were no zombies around, but apprehensive for a couple of reasons. The first reason being that the dock was bathed in darkness. I couldn't see more than 2 feet into the store. I don't think zombies have the ability to lay a trap, but if they did, this was the perfect setup. My other concern was the overturned semi. It looked as if it had been strategically placed to entirely block off the other entrance into the docks. That meant that by car, at least, there was only one way in and one way out. It was a narrow entrance, maybe 12 feet across. A 6-foot-high retaining wall ran along the parking lot directly opposite the building. Running on foot was always a choice, but I'd witnessed firsthand the success rate of those on the ground. Chapter 4. Journal entry. 4. Tracy, you stay in the car, I said as I got out. Yeah, that won't be a problem, she answered, dark circles forming under her eyes. If I had a chance to get to a mirror, I could probably witness the same thing happening to me. My life had only been turned upside down for less than an hour, and I already felt like my soul was wrung out. Okay, I responded, but I meant more in the driver's seat with the car running. Was that degree of explanation needed? I don't know, but I didn't want to leave anything to chance. Travis, you're going to have to come with me, I let him know. He didn't seem thrilled with the prospect at all, but he knew what he had to do. His mother, however, let me know how she felt. You can't, she yelled. Travis rushed to my defense. Mom, Dad needs my help. He can do it on his own, she retorted. You're my baby, hon, I started. You shut up, she spat fiercely. Travis is my baby, he's my flesh and blood, and who am I yelled back. You're just some guy I met, she shrilled. I physically felt like someone had swung a hammer at my stomach and connected. The feeling was that intense, I was dumbfounded. I staggered back as if the blow had been physical and not metaphorical. Right now, running into the midst of the zombies seemed like a viable proposition. Tracy watched my eyes hollow out. I'm sorry, she cried. She knew she had gone too far. I turned and headed to the darkness of the truck bay. It mirrored my feelings. Exactly. Travis got out the car. Tracy motioned to him, but thought better of making any more comments. I heard the car door shut softly behind me. My backup was on the way. I hopped up onto the loading dock and turned to lend Travis a hand up. I turned on my small flashlight attached to my rifle, back to the whole survivalist aspect. It couldn't penetrate more than 20 or so feet into the murkiness, but except for the occasional upturned box, it seemed we were alone. That was a vast relief because I knew if that shotgun went off, Tracy would be up here in a flash, and our only means of a hasty escape would be unmanned. Shit, the dock was huge. I should have found out in what general direction I should be heading towards. I wanted to go outside and ask Justin, but the thought of yelling back and forth and thus ringing the dinner bell for some unwelcome guests kept me inside. There was that, and I also had the sinking feeling that time was running out. Time felt oppressive. Each second that ticked off added weight to the unseen burden I was carrying. Dad, sweep the light back to the right. I thought I saw a glint, Travis said. I slowly panned the flashlight to the right. I did catch a flash of light. Unfortunately, it wasn't the glint of an aluminum ladder. It was a watch, and even from this distance I could tell it was expensive. Oh, why couldn't this be a natural disaster? I moaned to myself. I was surrounded by flat-screen TVs and Xbox 360s and some dead dude's Rolex. That brought me back quick. Attached to the watch was a three-quarter Eaton employee of the store, probably a manager by the looks of the watch. As we stepped closer, we could clearly see the small girl child that was chewing through his head. Well, at least he won't be coming back, I thought irrelevantly. The light struck her in the face, and she looked up immediately. Malevolence creased her young features, almost as if to say, I'll deal with you two after I'm finished here, and then she turned back to the task at hand. Travis and I stopped, and he raised the Mossberg. I pushed my hand down on the barrel and shook my head no. First off, she wasn't attacking us, and I didn't want the noise to bring any others. And second, the thought of killing a child, even a child that had nothing of humanity left in her, just didn't sit right. That look, it was predatory. She knew what she was doing, and she was enjoying it. God help us. God help us all. We moved further down the bay, always aware of what was happening to our right, but the steady slurping of blood and the crunch of bone and cartilage stayed constant. We reached the far end of the bay before we came up on the ladder. It was a big ladder, but I didn't think it was going to telescope out to the top of the roof, which I figured to be about 35 feet. All right, Trav, I'm going to grab the ladder. You're going to have to cover us, I said as I slung my M16 over my shoulder. The ladder made a loud clanging noise as I pulled it off its hooks. The sound nearly made me drop it. My nerves were on edge and my senses were firing on all cylinders. Travis was tense, and his senses appeared heightened, but he didn't seem any worse for the wear. We slowly made our way back towards the open bay we had come in through. When we were near where I thought the little girl was, I strained my ears to hear the telltale signs of a zombie eating. It was not a delicate affair. Nothing. I heard nothing. A cold chill, no scratch that, an Arctic blast crept down my spine. I knew she was closing in, and somehow she was avoiding Travis's sweeps with the flashlight, and then I felt her cold touch against the back part of my leg. I tried to scream. I'm not proud of that, but what came out was more like a strangled gurgle. There was no way I was going to be able to drop the ladder and turn around quick enough to defend myself. I waited for the pain of gnashing teeth clamping down on my calf. I looked up to Travis, hoping that he had heard my gurgle for help. Maybe he already had a bead on her, and I could be saved the fate of being dessert for some undead tweenie, but the gods were not aligned with me. Travis wasn't even looking my way. He had the light and the shotgun pointed off to our left, where the little monster was now chewing her way through what was left of the manager's spinal column. I chanced to look behind me. What I saw would have blanched my face bone white, if not for the fact that blood was now flowing into my face. Relief and embarrassment commingled as I pulled the ladder's guide wire back up and wrapped it around one of the rungs. "Dad, you all right back there?" Travis asked as his gun never wavered off the scene he was looking at. Ugh, I started off brightly. Yep, I wanted to add more, but a large chunk of self-loathing was stuck in my throat. We were close to exiting when Tracy hit the horn. It wasn't a long blast, but it scared the crap out of me. This time I dropped the ladder, which rattled Travis, his gun fired, taking out a piece of meat still left on Mr. Department Manager, who would never get the chance to realize his dream of mediocrity in middle management. Some of the shots peppered the little girl in the face. The pellets sank into the soft flesh of her face. Her left cheek sloughed off from the assault, exposing tiny baby teeth stained red and encrusted with the gore of her meal. She rose to meet this new threat, and the sight left a lasting mark on me that still haunts most of my nights. In her right hand she dragged what appeared to be her dolly, a remnant from her past life. Did she just not have the mental capacity to let go of the dregs from her previous existence? Was there somewhere deep down in the netherlands of her pillaged soul some last holdout? I wanted to know Travis didn't. He blew her head off. Her small body, adorned in possibly her favorite blue dress, stood for perhaps a heartbeat longer before she crumpled to the floor atop her last meal, still clutching the doll for all intents and purposes. If you took the blood away, it looked like a happy embrace between a father and his daughter. I launched something from my stomach. What it was, I'll never know, because I was empty. It wouldn't have surprised me in the least if I had hacked up a kidney. Travis looked a little green around the gills, but he wasn't suffering the effects nearly as bad as I was. I stood back up, grabbed the ladder, and headed out into the night. There was nothing more in there I ever wanted to see again. I stepped down from the loading bay. The night seemed blindingly bright after the darkness we had just left, both literally and figuratively. Travis motioned with his gun to indicate what Tracy had beeped her horn about. Coming around the corner was a lone zombie. He was still 100 yards away and didn't seem like a huge threat at the moment, but I was getting the sneaky suspicion this was not going to end well. Tracy was gesturing wildly in the car. "I know, we see it too," I stage whispered to her. It amazed me that I was already starting to call them its instead of thems. It seemed such an impersonal word to describe what was once a human, but it was much easier this way. I was extending the ladder out and preparing to stand it up when I heard a voice from above. No, unfortunately, it wasn't that voice from above. "Dad," Justin said a little more loudly than I would have hoped. I looked up to acknowledge him. "We're about to have some company," he finished. "Yeah, we saw it," I replied as I struggled to get the ladder in position. "Yeah, no," came his cryptic reply. "I mean, there's about a dozen of them heading this way." A sweat broke out on my forehead, and it was only partially because of the exertion. "How much time?" I grunted. The ladder was in place, and it was a good 10 feet short from the top. "A couple of minutes at the most," he riposted. "Oh, great. This just gets better and better," was my response. Things just were not going as planned. And then I full out laughed. Maybe I was close to the edge, I don't know, but it was a laugh I could have lost myself in. Who the hell plans for this? I finished with my semi-hysterical outbreak, thankful for the relief it spawned. "Dad, you all right?" Justin asked. "I'm as good as I'm going to get," I retorted. "Get somebody, preferably 2 people, to come and help you." He looked at me quizzically. "They are going to have to lower you over the edge, and you're going to have to drop to the ladder." No foo, he started. I mean, no way. That's gotta be a 20-foot drop to the ladder. I'll never make it. It's 12 feet max, I told him. You'll be fine. I don't know about this, he hedged. Justin, we don't have time to argue. You either get on the ladder within the next minute or so, or we have to leave. I forced the issue. I could see Justin mentally began to weigh his choices. I wasn't prepared to let him prioritize. Justin, I started, so I know you have beer and a pellet gun, plus you have a safe haven. I could see him nodding. He was thinking the same thing. Then I started with the negatives. How much food do you have? I asked. Food was his response. Yeah, you know the stuff you put in your mouth, chew and swallow, I answered. I was being on the dickish side, but I didn't have time for diplomacy. The first zombie was within 20 yards, and his teammates were now rounding the bend. Well, Tommy has a box of ring-dings, and Bill has a power bar or two, and he reasoned. Are you kidding me? I screamed in my brain. Calm down, breathe, count to 10. Scratch that. Better make it 5. 1, 2, 3. Get some help now, I demanded. That food won't last the night. As for your safe haven, do you have any blankets, or tents, or stoves, or anything that will keep you warm? He just kept looking at me like I was nuts. Justin, you guys won't make it 2 nights up there. If you don't die of the elements, you'll die of dehydration in at most 4 days. We have beer, he said triumphantly. How long is your 30-pack going to last you? Through the night, maybe? I finished cynically. Dad, I've got to think about this. That's a huge drop, he responded. Okay, fine, I'll give you until... I pulled up my sleeve to look at my non-existent watch. Now, get your ass down here. He still hesitated. If for a second I thought I could bridge the gap from the ladder to the roof, I would have done it, just so I could grab him by the ear and get him. Oh, shit, Justin moaned as he moved to align himself with the ladder and begin down. Get your friends to help you, I yelled up. He was finally doing what I wanted him to do, just not in the manner in which I wanted it done. Isn't that about typical for teenagers? I'm too late for that, Dad, he added as his legs swung over the edge. They just broke through the door. I didn't need any more clarification than that. Give me a second while I secure the ladder. Justin let go of the roof, just as I was attempting to secure the ladder's footholds. Somewhere in my semi-panicked mode, I heard distant screams, and then it sounded like the world was blowing up. Justin fell and entirely missed the first 2 rungs. The ladder clanged and swayed violently as he caught himself on the 3rd rung, his feet swinging wildly. He almost lost his tentative grip on the ladder when the Mossberg let go with a 3-round burst, which was impressive considering it was a pump-action shotgun. The closest zombie lay in a heap. What was left of him wouldn't feed a runway model. His backup, however, had swelled to around 20. The first group was about 60 yards away, and the second group had just come around the corner. We were about to have one humdinger of a get-together. Justin was halfway down the ladder when I swung my attention back to him. I looked past him to notice the fat kid with the Butterfinger gun peering cautiously over the edge. I wanted to get Justin down and just plain haul ass out of here, but I couldn't do it. Wait till Justin gets off the ladder, then swing your legs down. We'll hold it steady, I yelled. Justin looked up to see who I was talking to. Tommy, Justin yelled. You can do it. They're up here, Justin. They just killed Bill. I guess that means we won't have to come into work tomorrow, Tommy said. His eyes had that hollowed-out look I was growing to know so well. Justin had finally hit terra firma. Justin, you've got 30 seconds to convince your fat friend to get his ass down here or we're leaving, I whispered harshly. Tracy beeped the horn again. I turned viciously. Do you think that's helping? I barked. She wanted out, and so did I. But I wasn't leaving the big kid unless I had to, although I think we had passed that point a minute ago. Tommy, Justin called. Come on, man. There's no time to figure it out. They're up there. Let's go. Bill's distant screams finally subsided, and I don't think it was because he got away. That steeled Tommy's resolve, he began to swing his huge bulk over the edge, still gripping the pellet gun. Images of the little girl clutching her doll welled up inside me. Let go of the pellet gun, Tommy, I snapped. More for me than him in all likelihood. It isn't going to do you any good down here, and you're going to need both hands to hold on to the ladder. I didn't think anybody but the Man of Steel himself was going to be able to stop that bulk once it got in motion. The more I began to think it through, the less I liked the idea. The odds were good that Justin and I were about to become human pancakes, sandwiched under the enormous bulk of Tommy. I was about to grab Justin and have him abandon his post. No sense in both of us dying in this vain attempt when the ladder vibrated slightly. I looked up. Tommy had grabbed the first rung and was beginning his descent. Holy crap was all I could mutter. My amazement was short-lived, however. The zombies that broke through the door on the roof were looking over the edge. I wanted to shout at them triumphantly that they had lost. "No more dinner for you, nya nya nya," when the first of them simply walked off the roof, followed by a second and a third, and then a half dozen. The snapping of multiple bones ricocheted off the Walmart wall, sounding like small arms fire. It was deafening. It was sickening. Tommy made it down the ladder, and the three of us just stared at the horror that was unfolding in front of us. Most of the zombies had landed on legs that were now shattered beyond any use. Some had ended in a swan dive, never to rise again. The ones with the shattered legs and spinal columns started to pull themselves along with their arms or use their chins on the ground in a vain attempt to move. Whatever locomotion was available to them, they used to try to get to us. It was like watching The Terminator. Sadly, we were the Sarah Connors in this remake. Tracy's horn blared again. Travis had finished reloading and was firing again. Our reverie broken, we ran for the car. "Get in!" I yelled, as if anyone needed the instruction. Tracy scooted over so I could drive. Tommy's enormous bulk ended up on the hump seat in the back. He looked like a huge bowling ball, and my boys unhappily looked like two bowling pins pushed up against the windows. "Sorry," Tommy said, as he tried his best to reduce the crushing effect of his immensity. We were staring down 30 or so advancing zombies and had 15 or so, mostly disabled zombies to our rear. Tommy extended his ring-ding glazed hand to me. "I'm Tommy," he said with a beaming smile, mostly white teeth except for the chocolate stuck up on his gum line. I sent my hand back. This wasn't the time, but it was a conditioned response, and besides, I didn't see any reason to dispense with civility. "I'm Dad. I mean, Mr. Tal. Oh, forget it. You can just call me Mike," I said, Mr. "Oh, what's that smell?" Tommy said as he still gripped my hand. I pulled back and grunted. "Dad stepped in Henry crap." Travis smiled. "Great, just great," I mumbled as I put the car in gear and gunned the engine. "I know Jeeps are tough, but how many bodies can I hit before I do irreparable damage? I'm sure the Chrysler Corporation never planned for this. I did my best to go around the edges of the oncoming horde, but with only 12 feet of width, I only had so many options." Tracy ducked down under the dash as best she could. I could tell she was glaring at me in response to the damage I was about to inflict on her car. She'd have to wait. I could only deal with one deadly problem at a time. Justin yelled, "Look out, Dad! I think you're going to hit them. I honestly wanted to stop the car and thank Captain Obvious. If he hadn't forewarned me, I might just have gone and hit the zombies without ever realizing I was going to." The impact was more jarring than I think any of us were prepared for. I didn't know a human body would have that much effect on a 2-ton SUV. I guess it was because it was dead weight. And yes, even in my head, I got the rim shot sound effect. By the time I'd plowed through the 4th or 5th zombie, it looked like we had gone through a car wash designed by Stephen King. Pieces of bone, flesh, and congealed blood littered the hood and the windshield. At some point in this zombie smash-up derby, I had the wherewithal to turn on the windshield wipers and the washers. Even I was impressed with myself until Tracy let the wind out of my sails. I saw her hand pulling back into the relative safety under the dashboard. I was feeling good that we would make it out of the parking lot, but I didn't think Tracy's car was going to make it much further than that. The radiator was shot and steam was pouring out of the front of the car. I could hear the serpentine belt whining as it was being shredded against some foreign object. The car was bucking wildly like we were on an unbroken horse. It felt like either the engine or the transmission was about to drop onto the ground. In all likelihood, it was going to be both. But even at the blistering 15-amp heiapra that I was making, I was still putting distance between ourselves and the pack that followed. The car made it halfway home before it just plain died. Chapter 5. Journal Entry. 5. Any semblance of a chance I thought I had of getting to Nicole's had vanished after the damage from the 2nd or 3rd zombie hit, and with the addition of Tommy to our load, I didn't know how we would have fit her and Brendan in the car, but still, my heart sank. Sure, I'd saved one of my kids, but one was still out there, and to top it off, I wasn't completely sure about the saving part. We were a good 1.5 miles away from Sanctuary, and there were still a bunch of zombies on the loose. I tried the ignition a couple of times with no success. I would have kept at it if it weren't for the fact that the sound would be attracting some undesirables, and we had to leave. We could hear sirens and some small arms fire off in the distance, even some small explosions, homemade bombs, I mused. I should have thought of that. I got out of the car quickly, motioning everyone else to do the same. I opened the trunk to a yawning and stretching Henry. "Damn it," I said in frustration. We had more guns, food, and ammo than we were going to be able to carry. Add that to the fact I would have to lug Henry because he couldn't walk more than 200 yards before he would begin panting like a sex offender at a cheerleader convention. I know to everyone else he's just a dog, and right now it's survival of the fittest. But I would no sooner leave him to die than I would one of my kids. Tommy had finally gotten his immeasurable bulk out of the car to look in the trunk. "What's the matter, Mr. T?" he asked with a huge grin, the smile broadening when he noticed the boxes labeled MREs. I wanted to yell at him, but he just seemed so damn happy. So instead, I answered him dejectedly. "Well, Tommy, we just have too much stuff to carry, plus the dog, and I have to figure out what to leave behind." Leaving most of the ammo seemed the logical thing to do. It was by far the heaviest. No food meant starvation. We could leave the 2.5-gallon water jug, too. I figured we'd still be able to get water through the pipes at least for a little while longer. So it was Henry, the firearms, whatever ammo we could carry in our pockets, and the MREs. "Did you take the slings off the rifles, Mr. T?" Tommy said, his infectious grin never leaving his face. I should have known how strong the kid was just by the way he caught his bulk on the ladder. I shook my head in disbelief as we walked away from the car. He had fashioned a couple of crude carrying devices with the slings. He had the 3 boxes of MREs strapped to his back. Off to his sides he hefted the 4 cases of ammo, and in his arms lay a slumbering Henry. He probably could have carried me too and not even have lost a step. It would have been a beautiful fall night. The crispness in the air always hearkened me back to my youth and the start of school. But the smell, the fetid odor of the dead and the living dead blended together to create one humongous wave of putrid stink. It pervaded everything. Only Tommy seemed to be immune as he walked on, seemingly unencumbered by the undead bouquet. The first mile or so went by unremarkably. We heard things, mostly screams in the distance, but never anything too close. Things got radically difficult once we had about a half-mile to go. I was asking Tommy for the 10th time if he wanted some help. He was telling me for the 10th time that he was fine, but he stopped short, and the smile melted from his face. I followed his line of sight, and if I had been smiling, I would have stopped too. It didn't look like an ambush. It looked more like a convergence. The problem being, we were the attraction upon which they were converging. We were almost entirely surrounded. The only breaks in the zombie lines were caused by either natural occurrences like the fast-running stream on our left or the large block wall that surrounded the Isuzu dealership parking lot on our right. Otherwise, this looked like a textbook besieging. We were outnumbered easily, 50-1. "Good thing they didn't know how to shoot. There's no way they pulled this off without some communication," I said out loud just to hear my thoughts manifest themselves. "Mr. T, do you want me to put Henry down so I can shoot?" Tommy asked. "Not yet, Tommy. We're not going to stay and fight. Justin, I want you on my right side, a step or two back, Travis. I want you on my left, the same step or two behind me. Tracy, Tommy, you two stay close in behind us." Again with the superfluous directions. Both of them were already close enough to tell if I was wearing boxers or briefs. "Okay, boys, we're not going to worry too much about what's coming behind and to the sides of us. We're going to concentrate our shots to the front and slightly to our left and right." "Understood?" I asked, looking both of them in the eyes to make sure we were on the same page and to gauge their readiness. They were both scared, but they knew what had to be done. When the zombies were within 50 yards, I gave the signal. The signal involved me shooting. The front line of the zombies crumpled under a withering fire. Acrid smoke filled the air. Heads burst, limbs were blown apart. A river of thickening blood flowed in our direction, and hair fluttered down. But still, they came, fearless, relentless, but most disturbing of all, quietly. There was no battle cry, no gallant speeches, just the slow, steady, mindless march of the zombies. Kill or be killed, we fired on. The barrel of my M16 shone a dull red. I knew I was moments away from making a deadly-looking paperweight. We were making headway, but it was much too slow. Our frontal assault was nearly complete, but to our sides and rear the zombies had halved their distance, some even closer than that. Our break towards freedom was close, but not close enough. I slung my M16 over my shoulder, the barrel grazing my cheek on the way. The smell of my burning flesh seemed to excite our opposition more. I pulled out my 9mm Glock and began to shoot zombies that had closed to within 50 feet. I motioned for the boys to keep shooting to the front. We had to have dropped half of them, most of those fatally. But the survivors still pressed in. I then noticed something strange. Some of the zombies started to leave the fray. It was in 1s and 2s at first, and then it was in 5s and 10s. And just like that, we found ourselves alone in the road. The tattered remnants of what attacked us were now heading for new quarry. I watched as 2 men emerged from a small copse of trees about 100 yards to our right. They started running for all they were worth towards a nearby golf course. The zombies in pursuit, not hot pursuit, mind you, but definitely trailing them. Sweat was pouring off my body, sweating to the zombies. It could be the next big workout fad. Maybe I'll run it by Richard Simmons. One of these days I was going to get a psych eval. "Dad, what just happened?" Travis asked. Justin was hopped up on beer and adrenaline. "We're just too badassed for them," he cheered just a little too loudly. I thought about it for a second before I answered. I think Justin has it mostly right. We weren't worth the losses, and they found an easier food source and went for it. But that still raised a lot more troubling questions than it answered. I would have to dwell on it eventually, but for right now, I wanted to get out of this killing zone. There were several questions I wanted answered. Who was going to answer them was a different question all on its own. How had the zombies pulled off a coordinated attack? That the attack was coordinated, I had no doubt. We had been completely surrounded. And why, when they were so close to taking us, did they stop? Because if they were scared, they never once betrayed their emotions. I looked like hell and I smelled worse. If I kept this up, the zombies would think I was one of their own. The remaining distance to the house was covered in a subdued silence. Even the gregarious Tommy was quiet. We knew how close we had come to feeling death's cold embrace. Henry slept on in Tommy's arms. As we approached our townhome complex, I had the boys once again spread out into flanking positions. Our complex was roughly 10 square acres. It housed over 300 units and was surrounded by an 8-foot-high stone and cement wall. There were 4 entrances, 2 on the northern side and 2 on the southern. The security of the complex was part of the reason we had moved here. The other was monetary. We couldn't afford anything better. The 2 northern entrance points had large card-activated chain-link fence gates. The 2 southern-facing gates had nothing. That made no sense to me. Did the designers just hope that a criminal, upon seeing the northern gates, wouldn't try another avenue to gain entry? Although the residents would be up a creek if said criminal came this way first. I'd like to have said they were getting ready to install the gates, but I'd lived here for almost 2 years, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair of a construction crew. A large RV had been toppled on its side, completely covering the first entrance. It was placed with entirely too much precision to have been an accident. There wasn't a gap on either side. This passageway was closed. We would have to walk another 200 yards to the next opening. Hope surged. It appeared that a defense had been mounted at the Little Turtle housing community. As we got closer to the next entrance, I saw a school bus. This one still on its wheels. The passenger side of the school bus covered most of the entrance. The only parts that were vulnerable to entry were towards the front end and underneath the bus itself. This would have been unsettling if we were dealing with a conventional enemy, but that bulk was going to stop 99% of the zombies that attacked it. Smart bastard, whoever thought of that, I thought admiringly. "Stop right there," a voice shouted at us. "I'm not in the mood for this crap," I yelled in response. The cocking, clicking, and other sounds of multiple firearms being made ready got me in the mood in a hurry. "What about now?" I heard the dry voice from within the bus ask. The boys were confused. Sure, they had fought valiantly against the zombies, but once again we were outnumbered and this time outgunned. "Justin, Travis," I said as I turned slowly. "Put your weapons on the ground, slowly." I did the same. "What business do you have here?" the raspy voice asked again. I knew that voice. Jed. "Jed, is that you?" Jed was a member on the board of directors for our HOA. I hate HOAs. Never before have I had so many people interested in my personal business. Jed had once written me up for putting my trash out at 5:30 at night when the bylaws said we couldn't put the trash out until 6 p.m. I couldn't even fathom how he caught me. He lived clear on the opposite side of the complex. I hated that man, but right now I wanted to kiss him. "Yeah, it's Jed. Who might you be?" came the terse reply. "It's Mike Talbot, Unit 103. Still no acknowledgement. "You remember we had that heated discussion about my trash going out early." Heated discussion didn't even begin to describe how this event went down. I had called him every filthy name I could think of, and I was a former Marine, so, I had a deep arsenal. I was eventually thrown out of the meeting, and not of my own accord. I was bodily removed. It's not one of my prouder moments in life, and I eventually sucked up my pride and went to his house to apologize. He had blanched when I showed up at his door, probably thinking I was going for round two. We weren't exactly friends. After my mitigation, but the hostility was gone, or at least buried under a few layers of civility. He grunted. That was his acknowledgement. So maybe a few of those layers had been removed during this first night of death? "Are any of your lot bitten?" he asked. "No," was all I could reply. "Byron, move the bus," Jed commanded. "Thank you, Jed. Relief washed over me." My legs had nearly given out. Again, he grunted, but he loved this. He loved being in control right now. That was fine with me. I could almost guarantee that he was the one who had orchestrated this defense. As we were making our way through the small opening, I looked up to meet his eyes. Jed said offhandedly, "Your daughter and her fiancé are here." My wife and I both let out a cry of relief. A big shit-eating grin came across my face. "Open that door," I told Jed, pointing to the emergency hatch at the back of the bus. He looked at me questioningly. "I'm going to come up there and give you a big kiss." I started pulling on the handle. Jed was throwing his weight into the other side, thwarting my attempted entry. "Get your queer ass out of here, Talbot," Jed bellowed. "I ain't having no pasty-assed man kiss me. I let go of the emergency handle." "Fine, Jed, have it your way," I said as I was heading away. I noticed a small smile curve his lips. It was gone as quick as it had come. "Talbot," he yelled to my back. I turned to you, having second thoughts about that kiss. "The offer still stands," I answered coquettishly. "Be at the clubhouse tomorrow at 7 a.m. and clean yourself up. Ya smell like shit," he voiced. I waved. "Thank you, Jed," came my solemn reply. Chapter 6. Journal entry. 6. Our weary band of travelers headed for the front door. Sir Lick-a-Lot and the rest of his merry gang were nowhere to be seen. Must have been one hell of a firefight, I thought. My greeting for Nicole was brief and intense. I think I would have sobbed with relief if I wasn't so exhausted. She gave her mother a huge hug and then bounded to me for the same. We embraced for a second before she pulled away. Nose crinkled in disgust. "I know I smell like crap. I know," I said before she could beat me to the punch. I wanted to go soak in a hot shower in the worst way. It almost hurt. But once Nicole got to talking, not much was going to divert her. We briefly recounted the highlights of our Walmart rescue. I completely skipped over the little girl, trying my best to hide her in a remote fold in the darkest corners of my brain. It was my turn now to ask how Nicole and Brendan got here. I settled in and made myself comfortable. Even on a regular night, Nicole would give me every detail of their journey, down to the minutia of what color vest the cashier was wearing at the gas station. I nodded to Brendan. He nodded in return. She had most likely already recounted the entire trip for him, and he had been there. He sat down heavily on the love seat. Stress that had been etched on his face was only just now beginning to ease. So luckily she began. "We were already on our way over. We wanted to get some of the boxes we have piled in your basement out to our new place," Travis interrupted from the kitchen. I could hear him open the refrigerator and then close it quickly, obviously not having found what he was looking for. "I'm going to get drinks. Does anybody want anything?" he yelled from the kitchen. Everyone had a request, even Tommy. "Do you have any Yoo-hoo?" he asked. I shook my head. "We'll get some tomorrow if we can," I answered as I saw the disappointment on his face. "Pepsi will be fine." Tommy's head was bowed. "Coke all right?" Travis asked. "I guess that'll have to do," came Tommy's reply. I heard the back door and then the screen open and shut. I was listening to Nicole's account when I abruptly jumped off the couch like my ass was on fire. My foot caught the edge of the coffee table as I went down screaming. Screaming not from the pain, but for what laid in wait. My man fridge was located in the garage. At one time it had mostly been stocked with beer, but it had become a lot easier to just put all of our beverages in there. Coke, juice, extra milk, whatever. Tracy's face froze as she saw the sheer look of terror flit across my features. "What's the matter?" she shrieked. I scrambled to gain purchase. I distantly heard Tommy. "Coke's fine, Mr. T," he bawled, reacting to my dread. I was in a nightmare. I couldn't move fast enough. The ground was sucking me down. Gravity became a fiend. I weighed too much to move effectively. My feet were slipping and sliding on the area rug, but I finally gained purchase. Unfortunately, once I hit wood, I had too much thrust and slammed into the wall as I turned left into the hallway. I heard more than felt the snap of impact as I dislocated my shoulder. The pain was blinding. The pain was clarifying. I was soaked in sweat running down the small hallway that connected the living room to the kitchen. By now, everyone in the house was close on my heels, trying to discover my intentions. I made it to the kitchen. Now I had to make a hard left through the family room so I could finally make it out the back door. The gore on the soles of my sneakers made it nearly impossible to get traction on the linoleum. I moaned, a deep and mournful sound. Travis was half in the house holding the screen door open with his left hand, seeing my whole comedy of errors. "Holy shit, Dad, you all right?" "No swearing," Tracy scolded him. And now I did sob, some from the pain, but mostly in relief at the sight of my son. "Zombies in the garage," I mustered before my tunneling vision rapidly began to close. "Holy shit," I said, no swearing. I heard from a million miles away. I awoke about 10 minutes later, according to Nicole. "Brendan, set your shoulder back," Nicole said. Concern crisscrossed her face. I sat up, waiting for an explosion of pain to rip through me. I was grateful for the moderate throbbing that met me instead. "Travis," was all I could manage as I tried to break through the cobwebs that spidered through my thoughts. "I'm fine, Dad," I heard from the other side of the kitchen counter. Tommy had taken up nearly my entire field of view. "You all right, Mr. T? You know you still smell bad, right?" Tommy said as he tried his best to put on a brave face. "Help me up, big guy." As I extended my hand out, he almost pulled that one out to match the left as he launched me to my feet. I swayed for a moment as my blood did its best to catch up with my movement. Tracy was at the kitchen table, head in her hands, fresh tears staining the tablecloth. "You all right, hon?" I asked as I stayed close to Tommy, using him as a balance beam, just relieved. She looked up. I knew it was more than that. Of course it was, but what was the point of pushing it? What are the chances that anybody grabbed the garage remote out of the car? I looked at everybody, including Nicole and Brendan. I was that desperate. Everyone slowly shook their heads in negation. "I'll be right back," I said as I headed to the front door. I just want to tell Jed to expect some noise. I could hear shuffling in the garage, but it was damn near impossible to ascertain their location. Who's to say that one of them wasn't right up at the door waiting for some unsuspecting person to stick their arm through? It would take me less than 2 seconds to open the door, grope wildly for the garage door wall switch, and then pull the door shut. But how long would it take a zombie in waiting to bite on my arm? I put on 3 sweaters, a heavy parka, and a set of work gloves, so unless these zombies had fangs, I should be able to do what needed to be done without becoming infected. My hope was the added bulk wouldn't burden me too much. I did not want to sacrifice speed. "Dad, do you want me to go with you?" Nicole asked as I headed out the back door. "I could cover you with a gun," she added. I looked down at her trembling hands. A palsy victim would have been appalled. No, I think I might be safer if you stayed in the house." She looked both hurt and relieved. "I love you, sweetie," I said as I pulled her close and kissed her forehead. Justin came with me, standing right outside the closed back door, rifle not aimed yet, but at the ready. Travis, Brendan, and 2 guards from the bus gate who came to help finish off this mission waited about 10 feet to the side of the garage in the alleyway. I walked over to the garage entrance and took a couple of heavy breaths in preparation, listening one last time to see if I could make out the zombies' respective locations in the garage. I glanced over to the kitchen window. Tracy and Nicole were looking out. Watching Tommy's bulk in the background was unmistakable. The tension of this moment was lost on him as I watched him playing with one of Travis's old toys. I looked again and crossed the yard, passing Justin. Before he could ask the question that was on his mind, I walked back in the house. Nicole and Tracy both stared at me in confusion. I walked over to Tommy. "Hey, buddy, what you got there?" I asked. "A spaceship," he said with a sparkle in his eyes. "Where'd you get that spaceship?" I asked. He seemed to like this new game. "It was on the floor of Mrs. T's car," he answered. "It must have been flung off the visor with all the impacts the car had been through." "Do you think I can borrow your spaceship for a minute?" I asked. "Yeah, no problem. I figure it's yours anyway. I found it in your car," he answered. "Thanks, buddy." I grabbed the garage remote and headed out the back gate to get rid of our unwanted guests. The 6 of us were lined up in a row. We knew they weren't going to come out sprinting, but we were all poised as if that was exactly what was going to happen. This didn't feel right. All the zombies we had killed so far had been a kill or be killed scenario, and we hadn't known any of them. This just seemed like cold-blooded murder. I don't think a court in the land would convict me of killing a dead person, though. This was much more personal. Jo had been my neighbor. I had drank beers with her and talked sports, and yeah, even women. It had been a little strange to talk to a woman about what they found attractive in another woman. I was staring down the gun sights of my M16, about to kill someone that I considered more than an acquaintance. God damn it, I considered her a friend. That inconvenient truth wasn't going to make it any easier. "Now remember," I said to everyone, "we wait until they come out of the garage before we start shooting. I didn't want anyone putting a hole in my Jeep." Everyone nodded in agreement. Killing in the heat of battle was one thing. Lying in wait and calculating death was a whole different story. The garage door rumbled up. We didn't have long to wait. Both of the zombies had been lurking by the door, whether they had heard us or more than likely smelled me. It didn't matter. They walked out the door and into a hailstorm of fire and lead. The scene was a staccato burst of fire and shadow. The strobe light effect disoriented me. It made everything appear as if it was happening in slow motion. Joa's right arm was literally blown off. I watched in fascinated horror as the bits of bone and tendons flew in an arc. The wild flashing light highlighting their ascent and then rapid descent. And yet she still came forward. Merle, as I was to later learn his name, didn't make it a foot out of the garage before Justin had put a .306 round through his belfry. Merle's head swelled to twice its normal size, trying to make accommodations for the bullet. When his noggin blew, it looked like someone had placed an M80 in a watermelon. That was the simile I held on to. It allowed me to sleep at night, and still Jo kept coming. Travis seemed to have the stomach for this killing. His shotgun was slowly dissecting her, but the final blow hadn't landed yet. I hadn't even turned my safety off yet, and still she came. I flinched every time the shotgun roared. Brendan walked up to Jo, a mere arm's length away, and shot her dead on, no pun intended. The .380 round, thankfully, wasn't as blisteringly strong as Justin's round, so we were all spared the sight of Jo's brain bucket scattering across the alley. Her head lashed back violently, and her neck snapped loud enough to rival the Mossberg. She crumbled to a heap no more than 5 feet away from me. "I'm sorry, Jo," I said to her collapsed form. The 2 men from the gate produced some body bags and made short work of disposing of the bodies. I didn't stick around to compliment their efficiency. I walked into the garage solemnly too distressed to even comment on the birdshot that peppered my passenger side quarter panel. This night just wouldn't end. It was 10:30 p.m. and I still hadn't had a shower. Chapter 7, December 9th, 6:45 a.m. Journal entry 7. I woke up with a start. I had to pry myself off the bed. It wasn't just that I was still bone-weary, which I was. I was stuck to the comforter I had plopped down onto the previous night, where I had immediately fallen asleep. I didn't even want to linger on what was keeping me so affixed to the quilt. I was trying to convince myself that I had fallen into a vat of cotton candy. That illusion, however tenuous, was broken when a bit of bone fell out of my hair. My eyes were adjusting to the vestiges of light that were seeping in from and around the drawn shades. Tracy was not here. I sat up with a start. What was going on then? It hit me. The putrid stink of death. They had made it past Jed's barriers and were now in the house. My gun was right next to me. I jumped up and out of the bed, anxious to see who, if anybody, could be saved. Fear gripped my chest in a vice. I could let air escape, but I didn't have the capacity to let any in. I was on the verge of panicking. All that I held sacred in this world was in trouble, and my worthless ass had been sleeping. I could hear no sounds of disarray, but that did little to stem the rising tide of trepidation that threatened to dash me against the rocks of sanity. The living dead don't make much noise. I heard crunching. Bile involuntarily rose in my throat. I would choke on vomit long before I was able to help anyone. I flew down the stairs, turning the corner of the landing in one deft move. Henry greeted my heaving body bone in his grinning mouth, short stubby tail wagging a mile a minute. "Well, hey there, sleepyhead, my beautiful wife," said from the kitchen as she sipped on a cup of coffee. Dark rings circled her eyes, but I don't think I had ever beheld such a sight. I laid the rifle down, approaching my wife for a hug and kiss of reassurance. "Oh, hell no," she said as her eyes lit up in alarm. I stopped dead in my tracks. What was amiss? "There's no way you're hugging me. Smelling like that," she laughed. "Your stench is what made me wake up this early. Go take a shower. And if you can at least get to the point where you smell better than Henry, I'll think about kissing you." Henry looked up to my wife with a hurt expression as if to say, "Don't compare me to that guy, he stinks," and then went back to the delightful chore of chewing on his steak bone. Relief poured, no gushed, through my system. A wave of euphoria momentarily made me lightheaded. Thankfully, I was already halfway back up the stairs. What the hell was going on with me? I was having feelings. I had sobbed, and now I was swooning. A couple more days of this crap, and I was going to need some Tampax. I took a brief but intensely hot shower, hoping that I would be rewarded with a renewed and cleansed soul to go with my clean body. When I emerged from the steam and swept my hand over the mirror to wipe away the condensation, I noted that I looked a whole lot better than I felt. Last night's ordeal had aged me beyond my years. I looked to all concerned to be 43. I, however, felt to be about 63. No more time for reflection. I walked out of the steamy bathroom into the relative coolness of our bedroom. The reddish glow to my skin lit the way. I dressed quickly, delighting in the feel of my t-shirt not sticking to my neck, back, or arms. I wanted to revel in the cleanliness a little longer, but I was already running late for the town hall meeting. I grabbed my jacket from the hook at the bottom of the stairs and was about to head out. Tracy yelled from the kitchen, "Do you want some breakfast before you go?" "No time," I shouted as I turned back to get my rifle. It wouldn't do to go anywhere without it anymore. The old American Express ads moved into my hemisphere of thought. "Don't leave home without it." "Thanks, Carl Malden," I murmured to myself. "I made scones," Tracy teased. I stopped short, lucky to not twist an ankle with the forces I used to turn around. "What kind?" I asked, hoping beyond hope. "Not the cranberry almond. Not the cranberry almond. Not the cranberry almond." My fingers crossed like a third grader's blueberry with glaze, I asked, my voice tremulous. She nodded. "Yes," I pumped my fist in the air. "I might be able to spare a minute or two," I said as I closed the front door. "I thought so," she answered as she poured a glass of milk. The meeting was being held in the complex's clubhouse. It was a sturdy-looking structure, an A-frame that would probably look much more at home at some alpine setting than here in Aurora, Colorado. I showed up to the meeting 20 minutes late. "Nice of you to show, Talbot," Jed said from the dais at the front of the committee room. Everyone present turned to see. I got a little detained," I answered sheepishly. "What is that on your mustache?" Jed said, straining to get a better look. "Is that blueberry?" he asked incredulously. I licked it away furiously before he could confirm his suspicions. "Where is everybody?" I asked, trying to change the subject, only realizing too late that I had just made matters worse. The room was usually standing room only, and that was if we were only going to discuss the mailbox placement. This seemed infinitely more important, and there were dozens of available chairs. Jed let the blueberries go. His shoulders slumped. "This is all that's left," he answered. I sat down with a thump into one of the many vacancies. "Oh, dear God," I muttered. Jed was a crotchety old fart, but his community had been turned asunder, and he was having a difficult time coming to grips with it. This was the fastidious man who scolded children for sledding on the snow-covered hills, fearing that they might tear up the grass underneath. And now his assembly was reduced in one night to a third of the mass it had been. It had been a shock to him, but the tough old badger was going to make sure the rest of us made it through the turmoil. I was impressed considering he was prior Army. I wouldn't have thought he had the intestinal fortitude for this, but he had already gone far above any of my expectations. While everyone had been running around like chickens without heads, he had the northern gates shut, guarded and appropriated an RV from the Millers, who were here and still glowering. It also somehow got hold of a bus to close off the last gate, all the while assembling a team to go house to house, not garage to garage, to dispatch the enemy. I was amazed, and that offer of a kiss was still valid if he ever decided he wanted it. I had done everything humanly possible to save my family. Jed had thought on a much broader scale. The first part of the meeting had been a sounding of the bell ceremony for the little turtle fallen. I was thankful I had missed that. I had no wish to hear the names of the dead. They were just about to get to the meat of the meeting, sarcasm intended, when I showed up. Jed continued. I know it's going to be difficult to guard so much area. There was no reason for him to verbalize the reason. There were so few of us now. We have to keep 2 people at each of the fenced gates at all times, and I'll take ideas on how to shore those up. They were never designed to stop a determined pedestrian. No need to worry about the southwest gate. The RV isn't going anywhere. Old Man Miller got up to protest. You didn't say anything about turning it over on its side when you borrowed it, Jed? Gerald Miller sneered. That was mine and the Mrs. Vacation Home, he yelled, as loud as his oxygen tank-fueled lungs would allow. Jed looked like he was about to blow a gasket. That was the same look that got me going and thrown out of the town meeting a few months earlier. Jerry, where exactly are you and the missus planning on going to vacation now? Jed stated, placing the emphasis on now. Well, we could have used it to escape to Florida, Jerry said dejectedly. Oh yeah, Jed stated sarcastically. They didn't hand out any flu shots in the retirement capital of the world. I had missed the news broadcasts that were still operational. They had decisive evidence that the flu vaccination was the culprit, and not voodoo mysticism, as many of the more superstitious types me had reckoned. At this point, though, what's the difference? A zombie's a zombie. I don't care how it got to the point of wanting to eat my brains. I just wanted to make sure that didn't happen. Jerry didn't make any more interjections. He pouted as best he could with an oxygen tube coming out of his nose. Okay, now that matter is closed, Jed said as he looked straight at Jerry. I'd like at least 4 people at the bus gate. I'm worried about the clearance. The zombies that showed up last night showed no inkling that they even noticed there was a way in under the bus. I'd say let's flip the bus too, Jerry loudly harumphed. But I want it mobile, in case we need to get it out of the way quickly. Plus, we're going to have cars coming and going all the time, Jed added with a stern glance in Jerry's direction. One of the residents, an older lady with white hair that I always saw walking her corgi, asked, "Why don't we just seal it up and be done with it?" I thought she answered haughtily for one that lived so close to the fringes of lower-class society. Maybe her rich husband took off with a young floozy and only left her with that ankle-biting little pecker Welsh corgi. Need to. Jed had brought me back from my little inward detour. Get supplies and food, and we might need it if we have to leave in a large group in a hurry, he continued. Now, I know nobody is going to like this part. I want to assemble teams of 5 to scour all the unoccupied townhomes. This is going to be a lot of work, but we need to figure out where we are at. So grab all the food, gas, weapons, ammo, batteries, whatever you think we can use. Bring it here to the other smaller conference room, and we'll go from there. Also look for a couple of larger stepladders. I want to use those as guard towers. I stood up to ask a question. Jed didn't look happy about it. The floor recognizes Michael Talbot, Jed said, wiping his hand over his brow. Jed, fellow survivors, I started. Some winced at that. Maybe because they hadn't thought of it that way, or maybe they just didn't want to. I've got a couple of questions. We figured that Talbot or you wouldn't have gotten up, Jed sarcastically stated. I was going to take back my offer to kiss him if he kept this up. What's our stance on interlopers? Jed had thought of everything but this issue. I continued. What are we going to do with? I thought for a second. The word still didn't sound right when it came out of my mouth. Refugees. This wasn't Grenada, Jed thought for a second. He didn't want to come to a snap decision. I guess that's unavoidable, Jed stated to no one in particular. On one hand, it will ease up the load of responsibilities and burdens we will have to bear. Miss Whitehair with the canine ankle biter spoke out. Responsibilities, burdens, guard duty? I want no part of that, she said frostily. Wrong answer, I thought. Without missing a beat, Jed said. Mrs. Deneau, when will you be leaving then? Her face lost more color than her hair. Even her dog looked like he had been pistol-whipped. She didn't respond in any fashion. I took that to be she was agreeing to Jed's will back to the refugees, Jed said. I could tell that even he was having difficulty with that word. Eventually, it will become more and more problematic to house and feed them. We'd be all right for the first 100 or two until it began to tax our resources. But if we start taking people in, we can't get to a point and then start turning them away. I mean, we could, but I don't want to be that person that turns a family away because we're out of space. If we open the doors for one, we open it for all. We may get to the point where we will run out of empty homes, and we'll have to open our own houses, too. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Dino interjected. I will not open my doors to any strangers, especially if they're not the right color. Mr. Hernandez stood up, angry as all get out. Even Tommy would have been able to tell where this was going. Sit down, Don, Jed said sympathetically to Mr. Hernandez. Is it really worth arguing with her? Mrs. Dino glowered. This wasn't one of those touchy-feely moments like in the movies, where Mrs. Dino reluctantly saw the errors of her ways and eventually accepted a black family into her home as they overcome all obstacles set in their way. She lived as a racist bigot bitch, and she would probably die as a racist bigot bitch. C'est la vie. Mrs. Dino was happy Don hadn't said anything. She liked it a lot better when they stayed quiet and mowed the lawns. I sucked in my breath as I watched Mr. Hernandez do his best to control the rage that was threatening to boil over. Jed didn't like Mrs. Dino any more than anyone else at the meeting. He was probably wondering if she had become this difficult before or after her husband left her. Tension mounted. The pressure was palpable. That was, of course, until the nightmare began again, where someone had dug out an old World War II hoodoo siren. I don't know. All I know is when the siren went off, I got to taste my scone a second time, and believe me, it wasn't better this go around. Most everyone got up unsure of what we should do next. Eyes invariably shifted to Jed. Just hold off until the siren stops, and then we should hear some directions, he stated. Just how many air raid sirens had this man lived through? The siren cut off as if it was placed underwater. Then we heard faintly at first, and then with more vigor as the message passed on from sentry to sentry. Zombies at the gate! Zombies at the gate! You idiots! Jed mumbled. Which gate? As if in answer to his question, northwest and northeast gate, all hands. Jerry, Mrs. Dino, and a few of the older folks didn't move. Hell, I thought darkly, most of them already look like the Walking Dead without the walking part. I wanted to pull Jed aside and tell him that we had already been infiltrated, but I somehow didn't think he'd find the humor in it. I grabbed Jed's arm. Do you want me to go get the boys? It would delay my arrival by 10 minutes, but I'd be bringing more firepower with me. How many rounds you have for that fancy gun of yours? He asked, looking down at my M16. 4 full clips, so 120 rounds, I said as I began to shuffle my feet. Adrenaline had started to surge. I needed to direct this energy, and quickly. Ants in your pants, Talbot? Jed mused. When was the last time I'd heard that? When I was 10. Go to the gate and see how bad the threat is. They'll either come running when they hear the shots or I'll have a runner sent. I was halfway out the door when I turned. Thanks, Jed, I told him. For what? Came his grizzled reply. For a chance I finished before dashing out the door. I ran as fast as I could to the northern end of the complex. I knew this wasn't the proper approach. My slamming heart was going to make it difficult to steady my gun. There was no need for the rush. There were no more than 20 of them, and half of them had been cut down before I got there. I saved my rounds. Well, at least the question of what to do with refugees was answered. The zombies had been chasing a small family, a mother, father, and 2 kids that didn't look much past 2 years old. As we let them pass the barriers, relief was imprinted on the father's face. Fear and worry had corroded the mother's features. At one time she had been a very attractive lady, but the events of the past night had gnarled everything about her. I felt sorry for her, and would have liked to have comforted her. But I was having a difficult time stretching the boundaries of my altruism. I only wanted to get home to my own family. I wasn't sure how much time I had left with my family, and I didn't want to squander one precious moment. Chapter 8. Journal entry. 8. The next few days went by without too many problems. Our numbers swelled by a whopping 21 souls. We had hastily erected a 6-foot-high cinder block wall with mortar over the northeast gate. Some had argued to do the same on the other fenced gate, but Jed had argued back, and rightfully so. If we needed to leave in a hurry, we would need a way to get out. Personally, I didn't think it was going to matter by that point, but I didn't want to argue about it. We strengthened the northwest gate by placing 2 minivans against it. They were parallel to the gate and parked rear hatch to rear hatch. They were close enough to the fence to scratch the paint, but the previous owners weren't around to complain. The bus gate was the most difficult of all to bulwark. Obviously, we wanted to make it impregnable to the zombies, but also mobile enough so that we could leave in an instant. It was our first new resident that came up with the idea. Alex Carbonara, a medium-sized man in his 30s, had been a carpenter in his previous life and was used to finding ways to work around problems. We had mostly left him off the revolving guard duty because his wife had yet to snap out of her catatonic state. There was no way he could safely leave his children at his new home with a non-responsive spouse. So it was in this free time that he had first pondered and then drew the design for his movable wall. It was a 6.5 foot high by 20 foot long wall built on wheels and placed on a track. It was ingenious. He placed studs every 10 inches as opposed to the standard 18 for added strength, covered with drywall and with small wheels attached to the bottom. With some muscle power, the gate could be retracted to either let someone in or out, as the case might be. We were as fearful of gangs or desperate mobs as we were of the zombies. Normal humans would have an easy time breaching any of our defenses, so as much as we wanted to cut down on the number of sentries, we just didn't dare. Every 100 yards or so, we had either a tall step ladder or a small sliding ladder set up against the wall. These were manned 24/7. I spent nearly 6 hours a day on guard duty. I didn't mind so much at the gates. The camaraderie heralded me back to my days in the Marines Corps. The time on the ladders, however, was excruciating. When I got off the ladder at the end of my shift, my feet and legs throbbed in pain for almost as long as I had been on it. When the opportunity to go on a supply run came, I jumped at it. A chance meeting with zombies seemed much better than the known pain of the ladders, modern society's newest form of torture. Thank God for Alex. He had already come up with a design for small gun towers to take the place of the ladders. The raid was set up specifically to search for food and batteries, and that type of stuff. But when Alex came to us with his list of building materials, we promised to make sure to leave room in the van. Who knew what invaluable contraption he was going to come up with next? 6 of us went out in that van. Between all the guns and ammo we carried, I didn't know how we were going to fit any food in here. Me, Justin, Travis, Brendan, Alex. He left his kids with Jed and his wife, and a slightly built man that barely looked like he could hold up his rifle. Spindler was his name. He said he had been a principal once upon a time in a town called Walpole or something like that. I didn't like him much, but as long as he helped and didn't become a liability, he was fine with me. Tracy and Nicole were not thrilled that we were heading out, but I assured them everything would be fine. We hadn't seen more than a dozen or so zombies in the last 2 days. "Mike, you've seen the news," Tracy pleaded. And I had. That was all that was on. There were 2 television stations left, and it was all news all the time. It was horrendous. There was nothing else to report on except for zombies. Even the commentators seemed bored with the subject. Another mass killing in Ohio. Yawn, big stretch. The newscaster would state, film at 11, stretch. Obviously, the yawn and the stretch are figurative, but that was the implied tone. What wasn't implied, however, was that no matter how seemingly easy we had it at the moment, the worst of it wasn't over. The zombies were still out there, and wherever they went, havoc, death, and destruction followed. "Trace," I consoled, "Lowe's and Safeway are less than a half mile from here. We'll be loaded up and back within the hour." It ended up being a lot longer than an hour, and incredibly more dangerous than I had said or figured. And like every Star Trek away team, we ended up losing a crew member. We left by the minivan exit. It was on the side closest to our destination. Across from the gate on the other side of the road was a Jehovah's Witness Freedom Hall. I was wondering how many of the devout followers that went to this church were lucky enough to get one of the coveted 144,000 spots in the Promised Land this last week. When I reined in my cynicism, I noticed someone standing at the far edge of the church parking lot. My heart beat a little faster. Why was somebody just standing there? Something didn't seem right. I told Alex, who was driving, to go into the church lot. He was not happy about any detours. He was thinking that Jed was most likely as good a babysitter as his near-comatose wife. But when I pointed out what I was looking at, he readily agreed. We were within 25 yards, and still she didn't run away or amble towards us. We could tell it was a woman from the slight build and long hair, but beyond that, we had no clue. "Alex, get about 20 feet away and let's see what's going on," I said. "This doesn't feel right, Mike," Alex said, echoing what we were all thinking. As we got closer, I could tell that in life this woman had been downright beautiful. Even in death, there was a certain majesty to her. Her long raven black hair hid the majority of sores on her face, but her uncovered arms showed the ravages of the disease she was carrying. I could see her arms rippling even though it didn't move a muscle. Justin had lined up his shot. "Dad, do you want me to kill it?" he asked. I knew deep down in my subconscious she was dangerous, as any beautiful woman was, and she felt worse, much worse. But I couldn't find it in my humanity to kill if we weren't in danger. She made no threatening move whatsoever, her eyes watching us warily, and that shook me because I knew there was more than some rudimentary intelligence going on. We sat there and just stared. "Dad?" Justin asked again. He wanted this standoff done. "Put the gun down." "Alex, get us the fuck out of here," I said, never tearing my eyes from her. I heard Spindler gasp, so I know he saw what I did. The zombie woman nodded once, as in thank you for not killing her. I shuddered, but nobody else in the van was the wiser. Looking back just a few short weeks later, I wish I had let Justin shoot her. When I got my composure back, I was able to rationalize the nod as stress-induced or just perception problems. I knew better, though. I'd wished Spindler hadn't seen it, too. It would have made it a lot easier to brush this away if there hadn't been a corroborating witness. "Alex, drive behind the Lowe's store," I said with a quaver in my voice. Luckily, everyone else was too busy scanning the area to notice the octave change. "Mike, you heard Jed? We need to get food first and then worry about the wood for the turrets," Alex bemoaned. "Yeah, Jed would say that. The old geezer hasn't done one shift on those god-awful things. I can barely sleep because of the pain in my legs." Alex opened his mouth to say something, but I cut him off. "Come on, Alex, I know what I'm doing. How much food do you think we're going to fit in here anyway? Go to the back of the store. I can almost guarantee they'll have a big rig there. We'll fill it with all the supplies and food we'd need for a year." "Mike, I don't know how to drive a rig," Alex pleaded. "No sweat," I said as I put on my best bullshitting smile. I drove one back in my Marine Corps days. He eyed me a little dubiously. If he had stared at me a little longer, I would have cracked and just forgotten the whole damn plan. My whole half hour of driving a big rig had started as a dare from a fellow Marine friend of mine. We had been drinking all night at the base watering hole and had just started walking home to the barracks. We had passed the armory and a giant camouflaged truck sat in the parking lot. "Betcha can't drive us home in that?" My drinking buddy Chuck Blaylock dared "can," so I blustered as I began to squeeze my way through the locked gate. "What the fuck are you doing?" Chuck asked, almost as if he had already forgotten what he had dared me about. He had, unfortunately. My short-term memory wasn't as bad. I got up into the cab and turned over the ignition, which allowed the glow plugs to warm up. There was no need for keys like all military vehicles. There was no such thing as keys. It would do no good if in the heat of battle the driver was killed or blown apart and the keys disappeared with him. You get my point, right? So within half a minute of getting through the gate, the truck roared to life. I lurched the truck forward. "Crap, there's a bunch of gears," I mumbled. I was paying more attention to the shift box than I was the gate. I barely looked up as I crashed through it. The truck stalled. Chuck hopped into the cab from the passenger side. "'Bout time," he said, and then he started snoring softly. The barracks was only 2 streets over, but I was so inebriated I had lost all sense of direction. When the 8 trailing military police Hummers had pulled us over, I was 10 miles from home, had destroyed 3 cars and 1 guard shack. All in all, not a great ending to a great night. At my court-martial, the officer in charge of the proceedings, Colonel Lorette, went easy on me. First off, because the truck I was driving hadn't blown half the state away. Unbeknownst to us, the truck was packed with C4 explosive. I could have served life in prison at Leavenworth for that alone. When it was all said and done, I had lost 2 stripes, demoted from sergeant to lance corporal, 3 months' pay and 1 year of confinement to the barracks. Chuck lost a stripe just for getting in the cab. They also sent him to another duty station, Okinawa, Japan, so we couldn't be together to cause any more havoc. I was going to miss Chuck to no end, but this beat a life sentence at Leavenworth, and because of the hard labor, a life sentence at Leavenworth equated to 7 years. So long story short, technically I had driven a big rig even if I had no recollection of it. As it was, there were 3 trucks parked at Lowe's. 2 were still mostly full, and the third looked as if it had just finished offloading. That was going to be the one we wanted. We fanned out on the loading bay, thankful that this one was lit up like a spring day. The light was welcome, the sights, however, weren't. There had been a brief but intense fight here. Some zombies had re-died, and so had a bunch of truckers and dock crew. They had fought with tire irons, chains, and even a floor tile stripper. Gore littered the floor. The only thing alive in here was the incessant buzzing of the flies. Curiously, the flies, which I thought of as one of the nastiest creatures on the planet next to cockroaches, wanted nothing to do with the zombies. They covered the remains of the humans, but not a one elite on any of the zombies. Even flying cockroaches knew better. I was thankful that it was early December and not a hot, sweltering day in August. The smell was already fetid. I couldn't begin to imagine what the smell would be like heated up to 98 degrees. I would have liked to have pulled the bodies out of the bay and onto the parking lot, but I didn't see the point. There were bound to be a lot more bodies in the store itself, and stopping to dispose of all of them would just be eating into precious time. I left Spindler to guard our rear echelon while the rest of us went forward to check out the store. When I swung open the large swinging doors, I soon discovered the inside was much more malodorous than the airy bay. I motioned for the small party to retreat. Confusion and fear crossed their features. I calmed my tumbling stomach by pulling in great breaths of the air I had previously thought was fetid. "We're going to need Vicks or something like that to put under our noses," I said, when I felt like I could finally speak without bits of discharge intermingling with my words. We hunted for a couple of minutes, never finding the coveted Vicks. Travis discovered some cologne in one of the metal desks that lined every bay. We made some makeshift bandanas and soaked them in the cologne, so we went back to the swinging doors looking like the best-smelling bandits this side of the Mississippi. The redolence of Eau de Death will haunt my olfactory nerves for the rest of my days. The one good thing about the swinging doors, besides being able to prop them open and get air, was that it had allowed the zombies to escape. In the long run, that may have been bad, but for right now it was a welcome blessing. We did, however, do a thorough search of the entire store before we began our supply run, just in case there were undead lurkers still roaming about. I had the unenviable task of finding the keys to the big rig. My biggest fear was that the drivers were all zombified and had just walked off keys, and all the dock workers were all dressed the same: blue jeans, light-colored shirts, and blue smocks. All I needed to do was find some fat men with jackets on. It's stereotypical, but I was in a hurry. After a few minutes of looking, I was rewarded, or more likely punished. I had found my quarry. There were 2 men on the loading bay that fit the description. I was looking for the one that was a little less decomposed than the other. I flipped the first guy over. The left side of his face had been removed. Jagged strips of flesh were all that remained. His left eye had been chewed in half like a bad Entenmann's chocolate. Something had bitten into it and decided they didn't like the flavor and had left it for someone else. My stomach wasn't going to be right for a week after this. "Stop looking at his face," I silently screamed at myself. This was much worse than the impersonality of passing an accident on the side of the road. This was high-def death brought to you in 1080 DPI. What is wrong with you? Does that mean I'm in trouble when I refer to myself in the third person? Isn't that some form of psychosis? I think I was trying to stall with myself. I'm a borderline germaphobe. I didn't want to have to touch what was left of this person. There's no telling what diseases he was carrying. If I had been someone else, I would have punched them and told them to get moving. This internal dialogue was not getting my family or me out of danger any quicker. That thought got me moving, but when I plunged my hand into his pocket, I was compensated with the liquefaction of Jared's. I had to name him something. It somehow seemed easier than fat dead guy, fat tissue. I pulled my hand out only to find it attached to a 2-foot-long, sinewy, snot-like substance. All the Clorox wipes in Lowe's weren't ever going to make me feel clean again. I did, however, have the luck of the Irish on my side. Clutched in my disgusting disease-riddled paw were keys, and hopefully not to some stupid little Hyundai out front. I stiffly walked into the store and found the cleaning supplies. I felt like I was on autopilot. I was moving, but no one was steering the ship. I dumped a bottle of Pine Sol on my arm. It smelled horrible. It burned my skin. It was bliss. When I had emptied the bottle, I wiped off most of the gunk with cleanup towels, just a fancy name for paper towels. I then dug into the disinfectant wipes that promised to kill 99.9% of all germs and even some viruses. I could only hope that zombieism wasn't in that 0.1%. I began to come back from the obsessive-compulsive abyss. I didn't want to be that guy, the one that sits in a corner continuously rubbing at his now bleeding flesh with a small mountain of used wipes at his feet. It was close, but I felt like I had passed the worst of it. I went out to the truck that we were going to be using and tested the keys. They worked, which was a damn good thing, because I'm not sure if I could have stuck my hand into any more glistening, decaying flesh again today. I walked back past Spindler, my face just a few shades lighter green than it had been. "Wimp," he laughed. I think he thought he was being funny. If I wasn't concentrating so hard on not puking, I would have responded. I didn't even shake my head in disapproval. The vertigo would have been too much. We were nearly completed at Lowe's. I was on my last haul dragging a pallet mover loaded with wood, nails, caulking, and some other odds and ends when I saw Spindler toss his cigarette out the bay. His hands were shaking as he went to pick up his rifle. "Useless," I muttered. "Who the hell stands on guard duty against a deadly enemy and puts his rifle down?" I would remember next time to bring someone else. I heard the engine long before the useless Spindler gave the warning. I stopped pulling on the pallet jack and started racing over to the open bay, unslinging my gun on the way to assess the new threat. Spindler started to slide away. I knew it. I knew he'd be useless in a fight. "Get your ass over here," I said quietly, but laced with menace. "Or I'll shoot you myself," he sneered, but grudgingly did as I ordered. I could tell from the self-serving calculation on his face that he was trying to gauge which threat was worse, me or the incoming vehicle. The Ford F-350 slowed to a stop about 25 feet from us. I couldn't see into the windows because of the way the sun was shining. Why the hell were visions of Snoopy and the Red Baron racing through my head? The seconds ticked by. I could hear Spindler sweating. The drops were cascading to the floor. It wasn't going to be long now, no matter how much he feared me, before he went running into the sunset. "Why did you come on this raid?" I asked, not meaning to say anything out loud. Spindler jumped at my words. "It's my van," was his response. I looked at him, but when I realized he wasn't going to continue, I prodded him further. So, he licked his lips nervously before he continued. "I had a Cadillac once. I loved that car. It caught fire." His choppy delivery was grating on my nerves. Again, he didn't elaborate. This time, I didn't care. I was saved from more conversation when the passenger side door of the truck opened. My rifle wasn't at the ready, but my grip intensified. Spindler began to bring his to the ready position. The foot that was stepping out stopped suddenly. I grabbed Spindler's barrel and shoved it towards the ground. He got the message, but that didn't mean he was happy with it. The cowboy boot-covered foot once again began its descent to the pavement. The largest man I had ever seen in my life stepped out of that truck, not as in Fat Man from the Monty Python movie, The Life of Brian, but rather of the Arnold Schwarzenegger variety from The Terminator. He would have looked intimidating even if he hadn't been carrying a Gatling gun. A Gatling gun? Who gets a Gatling gun? My brain asked in overdrive. It had to have weighed a couple 100 pounds plus all the ammo, and he hefted it as if it were no more than a paintball marker. If he opened fire, we'd be dead before we could think about it. While we were mesmerized by the gun, his friend stepped out of the crew cab door. He was a good-sized individual also. But compared with his steroid-induced partner, he looked like Pee Wee Herman. He carried a more traditional weapon, if you can consider a saw a traditional weapon. A saw is a light machine gun, but at 65 pounds, it's still no slouch to carry around. We were outgunned and nearly cut down when Spindler dropped his rifle. Lucky for us, our two rivals weren't prone to panic. They both tensed, but neither fired. The bigger man laughed. It was a mean laugh, though. His watchful eyes never left mine. Obviously, he was sizing up the only threat left to him. "That's my store," he said matter-of-factly. Why I let my smart-ass mouth rumble sometimes, I don't even know. My mother always said it was going to get me in trouble. Do you mean literally or figuratively? I wanted to laugh when I saw him thinking about my words. He hadn't a clue as to what I had just asked him. Both," he said, realizing he may have just said something stupid. I was laughing inside, but I knew if I gave a hint of that internal merriment away, he would step over my blown-out brains to get into the store. "Any chance we can share, big guy?" I asked, but I fathomed the sheer bulk of this guy let him get whatever he wanted. "The name is Durgan," he bellowed. "Not Big Guy. What the hell is his hang-up? Okay, Big Durgan. Is that a first or a last name, I wondered? There's plenty of store here for the both of us." "You don't get it, puny man. This is my store." The veins in his forehead threatened to burst as he yelled. "Damn it, where's a good zombie when you need one?" It was then that I noticed the woman zombie we had seen at the church. She was standing a couple of 100 yards behind the men in the truck, seemingly watching this melodrama play out. I didn't have time to waste worrying about her now. I had bigger fish to fry at the moment. I heard liquid pattering to the ground next to me. What I thought was more sweat from Spindler turned out to be piss plunging from his bladder. "See, your little friend agrees with me," Durgan said, laughing his fake laugh again. "You have until the count of 3 to leave before I make you look like?" He turned to his friend and I heard him mumble, "What's that cheese with all the holes in it?" "Swiss," came the stage whisper reply. "Now I know why the brain-eating zombies left these 2 idiots alone before I make you look like Swiss cheese," Durgan shouted triumphantly. "I knew I had to act fast. We needed these supplies and we needed this truck." But my time was running short. I was not convinced that Durgan could count as high as 3, 1, he screamed. Who the hell was he yelling at? We were 20 feet away. Spindler took off like a shot out the bay and away from Durgan. "Pussy," I sputtered. 2. Durgan yelled even louder. "Fight or flight, fight or flight. Flight or—" I stared in amazement as I watched steroid freak number 2 try to brush away a speck on his shirt. The laser dot didn't move, and then a second one joined the first. Durgan also had 2 on him, but was slower to realize it. Durgan number 2 groused. No response. "Durgan," he bawled. Durgan turned a little. "What? Can't you see I'm a little busy right now?" he growled. "Look at my chest, man," number 2 nearly cried. "Look at yours." Both men were painted with 2 laser sniping dots on their chests. I wasn't sure where the help was coming from because none of our small party had laser scopes, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I seized on the opportunity. "I'm not gonna give you until 3, big guy," I said condescendingly. He sneered in reaction to my words. "Put the guns down now or you're dead," I warned softly. Number 2 reacted quicker than Spindler had. He was already halfway back in the truck. "Now!" I yelled. Durgan hitched his hand toward the trigger slightly, a murderous intent in his eyes. Finally, he seemed to realize he wasn't going to win this Mexican standoff. "This isn't over," he bellowed in ferocity. So this is what a pissed-off bear looked like. He never did put the gun down, but I wasn't going to push my luck as they both got back into the truck. "Debbie, drive!" I heard him yell even with the windows closed. It must have been deafening in that enclosed space. I was thankful they had left. I had no desire to detain them. I let out a sigh of relief as I walked back into the bay to see who my allies were. Alex and Justin were as tense as I was, and were just now shouldering their weapons. It was the mischievous grin of Travis, however, that had me laughing like a crazy man. In each of his hands he carried 2 laser-leveling devices. "Thanks for that," I said as I went over and clapped Travis on his back. "No problem," he answered, but I could see the pride in his eyes. "Where's Spindler?" Alex asked. "He took off at the first sign of trouble," was my response. "Spineless, worthless piece of S." Alex kept saying, but he was out of earshot as he was moving away to gather the last bit of his haul. "All right, guys," I said to Travis and Justin. "Let's finish up here. I can't imagine Durgan has many friends he could bring back with him, but I don't want to find out." "Right?" Justin was in complete agreement. Travis nodded, still grinning. He placed the leveling devices in his pockets and went to help Alex and Brendan pull the load into the truck. Finally, we were ready to head for home. I pulled myself up into the cab of the big rig. Alex drove the van up alongside me. Travis was sitting with him and Justin was with me. "Are we going to look for Spindler?" Alex asked, looking up at me. My first response wanted to be "fuck no." But that didn't seem very humanitarian of me. Instead, I came out with, "He knows where we're going. If he has balls enough to come back, he'll meet us there. I guess we'll never see him again then." Alex laughed. Little bandajo. I was starting to stress out a little. Driving an 18-wheeler had seemed a whole lot easier when I was drunk. Staring at all the knobs and switches and 12-gear stick shift seemed terrifying at the moment. I couldn't tell everyone they had just wasted 2 hours of their time for nothing. Sweat broke out on my forehead. Justin calmly looked over at me. "You don't know how to drive this thing, do you?" Captain Obvious strikes again. I ground the living shit out of first gear. It smelled like it did when I would blow up my toy models with firecrackers when I was 12. There's nothing like the smell of burned plastic in the morning. I was paraphrasing from Apocalypse Now. Okay, so I wasn't doing the movie any justice, but it was helping to calm my nerves. My brain works in mysterious ways. "Just ask my wife, she'll tell you." The truck lurched forward 5 feet and stalled. I did the same routine 3 more times. I didn't have a true reference point, but I figured this was what it felt like when those crazy cowboys hopped on one of those mechanical bucking Broncos. I was hopping around that seat like I had eaten 5 cans of Mexican jumping beans. Justin was having a blast. I wasn't having nearly as much fun. I had only just gotten my stomach completely under control about 15 minutes previously. Alex waited about 50 feet ahead of us. I wanted to wave him forward, my fear being that I might not be able to stop this behemoth once I got it going. On my 4th attempt, I was finally able to get the truck into second. That probably had more to do with the fact that I had burned the first gear completely out rather than any newly attained skill. Thank God Safeway was only 500 yards away. As it was, it took me all of 10 minutes to get there. As there was no way I was going to back this thing into the rear dock, I pulled up to the front doors and did what I did best. I stalled it. "Well, that was something special to behold," Alex said as he got out of the van, smiling. Sweat was pouring off me in sheets. Justin had broken a land speed record for car sickness. He puked as soon as he could scramble out of the cab. "Not so funny now, is it?" I asked. "Travis is riding home with you," Justin answered between heaves. "Okay, guys, you know the drill," I started. "Justin, you stay out here and keep watch. Blast the truck horn if you need us. Alex, Trav, you stay with me while we check this store out." Chapter 9. Journal Entry 9. Justin was wiping his face and getting ready to climb up on the truck hood to get a better vantage point as we entered the store. The smell was antiseptic. I was in heaven for a second. "Don't move," came the voice from above. Someone was using the store's PA system. "We stopped moving. We don't want any trouble," came the anxious voice. I don't know why he was so panicky. We were the ones being drawn down on, or so I thought. Who could possibly live in this day and age and not arm themselves? I should have known some pacifist would survive Armageddon. "We don't want any trouble either," I responded, not knowing where to direct my voice, so I found myself talking to the nearest speaker in the ceiling. "We just want to get some food and get back home." "Home," the disembodied voice said with a whimsical lilt. "Yeah, we live at the Little Turtle Complex, and I began and didn't get a chance to finish." "Little Turtle," came the excited reply. "My aunt lived there." "That's great. I was beginning to feel like we could connect." Yeah, Jane Deneau," he added eagerly. My hopes sank. If the nephew was a tenth like the aunt, we were dead where we stood. I'm not sure from what vantage point I was being watched, but he must have seen my face fall at the mention of his aunt. "Oh, you must know her," he said. "I know she's an uber bitch, but she's all the family I have now. If you put the guns down, we can talk." I replied. "We're not having the best day today. I would feel much more comfortable if we held on to them. I will send these other 2 back outside, and I will re-sling my gun. That's the best I can offer." "That'll have to do," was his curt reply. When Travis and Alex had gone back out and my weapon was back on my shoulder, a little man no more than 5'5" tall came out from behind the customer service desk. He wore Coke bottle glasses, had a receding hairline that had probably earned him the nickname Fivehead. I'll explain, it's like forehead, only his is so big it's a 5 head, so it's not the funniest joke in the world, and it is at the expense of another, but you got to admit, it's still humorous. He had on penny loafers, khaki pants, a shirt and a tie, and a Safeway smock that had his name. Store manager Thad adhered to it. "How you doing, Thad?" as I extended my hand out. How did you know?" He quickly realized his mistake and blushed as he looked down at his name tag. "I couldn't believe this guy was still alive. A field mouse would most likely send him shrieking into the night. Bad example. That would probably send me shrieking into the night, too." "How many of you are there, Thad?" I asked, as he finally closed the distance between us and took my proffered hand. 4. He winced. I may have gripped his hand a little too tightly. I was still a bundle of nerves. "May I say something, sir?" he began. Mike, I answered. Mike, he asked. Yeah, Mike Talbot's my name. Mike, please don't take this wrong. He looked a little embarrassed at what he was about to say, and he didn't want to offend me, but he held true to his convictions. You really do smell bad, he finished. I noted he had a distinctive, not oft-used English accent buried in there somewhere. Yeah, I get that a lot, I said, as I put my non-offending arm around him. He visibly relaxed. I told him about why we were here, and about the little turtle complex, and that all of them were welcome. There was still plenty of room to be had. Thad called out to the rest of his cohorts, who turned out to be 2 of his coworkers and 1 customer. From behind the aisle with the canned fruit came a woman in her late 50s. Sores covered most of her arms, and she had some on her face. I gripped my rifle a little tighter, thinking she might be one of the undead. When that didn't appear to be the case, I wondered how she could possibly be developing a case of scurvy in a grocery store. She nodded in my general direction and headed back down the aisle, picking at a sore at the bridge of her nose. Thad whispered to me. She's been doing that since this whole mess started. A sore no sooner closes up and she picks it open. I shuddered in revulsion. The germaphobe in me was going to make sure that she wasn't in the same vehicle as me when we headed back. From right behind me, where he had been waiting behind the shopping carts, came a giant of a man carrying a tire iron. I would have thought it was Durgan, but this man was a soft chocolate color. He unnerved me to the core. Give me a zombie any day. Sure glad I didn't have to use this, he said, as he smacked the iron into his open palm. Alex and Travis rushed in thinking it was a gunshot. It was that loud. Oh, yeah, me too, I said, honestly. That big fellow's name is O'Henry, but we all call him Big Tiny. Because Thad stated. I get it, I said, looking straight into Big Tiny's sternum. BT. For short, the big man said as he walked a little way past us to get a water out of one of the end cap coolers. I noticed he had a small smirk on his face, as if happy that his size had visibly flustered me like it did. The last to show herself was the lone customer in the store when Thad had prudently locked the doors from the horrible nightmare that raged all around in the parking lot. Her name was Beth, and she was in her late 30s, early 40s, shoulder-length auburn hair, green hazel eyes, and a heart-shaped face. She was attractive, but there was something else about her. I had an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. I knew her somehow, but I had never laid eyes on her before, at least not in this lifetime. Anyway, there was no time to solve mysteries. With 4 extra hands, the loading of the truck went exceedingly smooth. I made sure that we also did a thorough raid on the pharmaceuticals. You never knew when you were going to need a Percocet or 2, penicillin. The truck was stuffed as full as it could get, but the grocery store was still brimming with supplies. I would have liked to go unload this shipment and come back, but it was already beginning to darken, and I had not the least desire to be out here any longer. We could come back tomorrow, zombies willing. I climbed back into the truck. Thad was in the process of getting in on the other side. When I stared ahead through the windshield, I felt like I had been punched in the gut. Standing not more than 100 feet away was the zombie woman, and she was holding something. I was having a difficult time discerning what it was when she held it above her head. Oh, Christ! I opened my door and evacuated my guts. Thad had just adjusted himself in the seat before he had looked. Oh, dear Father in heaven. More power to Thad. He didn't get nauseous. But then again, he didn't know the person that head used to belong to. Dad! Travis yelled. That zombie has Spindler! I jumped down off the truck. I wanted to run up to her and scream, What are you doing? And why are you following us? My gaze kept returning to the head and her upstretched arm, eyes rolled up so only the whites showed, tongue lolling out like a dog on a hot summer's day. Ragged flesh around the neck showed the numerous bite marks it had taken to separate the head from the body. There was at least 6 inches of blindingly white spine that hung down past the ropes of skin and vein. She dropped the head, and even from this distance we heard the sound, mostly because I think all of us were holding our breaths. The skull cracked with an audible pop, and as luck would have it, Spindler's head, of course, rolled to a stop upside down, looking at us. I looked back up to her face, my mouth hanging open like a giant Venus flytrap. She nodded once and turned to walk back through the alleyway. I shouted at her, What does that mean? Not expecting any reply. Is that what you're going to do to us? And then it dawned on me. Is that your brand of payback for us not killing you? She had been watching the exchange with Durgan. She had seen Spindler turn tail and run. I was scared all the way down to my meat and potatoes. This involved a much higher brain activity than must-eat brains. She was displaying signs of justice, albeit a Thailand version, but a form of justice all the same. It took all of my control not to run to her and demand an answer. She had helped of that, I was sure. Spindler was a spineless little piece of shit, but he wouldn't blindly run into a lone zombie. No. He was cornered, or more likely, I thought, herded into a trap. The little pecker left me in the lurch, and I had fully intended on busting his nose when I saw him back at Little Turtle. But I never would have wished on him what had happened. Big Tiny started to walk towards the end of the store to the alleyway that buttressed between the grocery store and a bar. "BT, I wouldn't do that," I told him. "I know you wouldn't," he said condescendingly. "Go ahead, but I'm sure she has friends." "Lots of friends," I said, as nonchalantly as possible. His step faltered a beat, but he kept steadily onwards. Without turning back, he asked, "How many friends do you think she has?" A minute quaver in his voice. "At least a dozen or so." "How many do you think you could kill with that tire iron before they overtake you?" I challenged. His pace slowed, but he didn't want to let up now that he was committed. I had to find him an out so he could save face, especially in front of the women. "BT, I'm sure you could take out the zombies, but it's getting dark and I want to get this truck home and unloaded before midnight." I temporized. Even from 70 feet, I could see the relaxation in his shoulders. "Yeah, you're right, man. I'm tired. Stupid zombies." He chucked his tire iron and turned to come back. The bar clanged and slid to the foot of the alleyway, not more than 5 feet away from the woman zombie and a couple hundred of her closest friends. Evil oozed from the mouth of that darkness, and I was happy to be leaving. As powerful as the déjà vu had been upon seeing Beth, so too was the feeling that we had just averted a major disaster. It would have been easier to use the whole parking lot to turn the truck around, but I didn't want to be anywhere near the alleyway in case I stalled, which was a viable possibility. The truck ride home wasn't nearly as stomach-turning as my previous attempt. Either I was getting better or I was too distracted to care, although Thad was looking a little green, but that could have been from our encounter moments before. I waited by the bus gate, waiting for them to open it. "Any zombies with you?" Jed's familiar voice rang out. "Open this gate, old man, before I ram this truck through that stupid bus," I responded. Jed waved the bus to move, and the sliding wall retracted. Smiling a little, the old bastard was having a great time busting my balls. "Great! Just what I needed!" And then the more I thought about it, I think he was right. But I wasn't going to let him know. "Damn it!" I stalled the truck halfway through the entrance. "Nice driving, Tex," Jed shouted. "Shut up, you old fart," I yelled, fresh sweat busting out on my forehead. "Should I just put up a neon sign that says, 'Open'?" he yelled back. Now he was laughing, and I was so flustered I flooded the damn engine. The guards were looking up and down the street. They were nervous. We hadn't had this large a breach since the night it all went down. I was finally able to get it started, and all the way in, the bus almost slammed into my rear end in their haste to get the gate closed. I pulled the rig up to the clubhouse for the offloading, and I hopped down. Jed bustled over, beaming at our haul, including the 4 newcomers. However, he was a little put off when he noticed our returning party was one fewer than the departing one. "Spindler?" he asked. I shook my head subtly. There must have been something to the look in my eye because he didn't press the issue. I had other things on my mind to contend with, the strange zombie woman being at the forefront. I would wait for tonight to speculate on that, though. I quickly gave Jed an account of our run-in with Durgan and then waved one of the Little Turtle women over Joanne Orifice. She was the unofficial official welcome wagon. "Hey, Joanne, we've got 4 newbies," I began. 3, Thad stated firmly. I looked his way. My eyebrows arched up as if to say, "Really?" "Look," he said. "She might not be the nicest person in the world, but she's family, and she's all I've got left. Don't worry. I know where she lives." He headed off into the twilight. From zombies to Mrs. Deneau, I was weighing the choices. 3, then, I finished. Joanne moved closer towards our small group. "Oh, me God!" She stopped short. "What is that smell?" I'm leaving, I said. This was preferable to an explanation, but before I left, I had to ask one question. "Beth, have we ever met before?" She said, "No, half a beat too quick." "Great. Now I would spend half the night in a fruitless attempt to try to figure out where I knew her from. Joanne smiled and the two women began to talk animatedly. When BT stepped from behind the tractor trailer, Joanne looked up with a worrisome expression across her face. I laughed a little. "Don't worry, he's harmless," I yelled back as I added extra speed to my step to get the hell out of there. I could hear Big Tiny growl behind me. Chapter 10, Journal Entry 10. I opened the front door to our home. Tommy was waiting by the door. "Hey, Tommy, how you doing, bud?" I said, smiling at him. It was impossible not to, with his giant grin to match. "Hey, Mr. T, how you doing, everything?" "Go all right?" he asked expectantly. I had no wish to recap the horrific events of the day with Tommy, and he didn't need to know either way. This was all just small talk anyway. I knew what he was fishing for. "Yeah, not so bad, bud," I said as I pulled off my small rucksack. I thought for a second he was going to start dancing on his tippy toes. That alone would have made the trip worthwhile. "Hey, Tommy, I found these while we were getting ready to leave," I said, nonchalantly, as I tossed him a yoo-hoo and a Butterfinger. In all reality, it was the first two items I had sought out. "Thanks, Mr. T," he said, as he wrapped his arms around me. It was a hug of the innocent, something that was going to be sorely missed in this brave new reality. "Please call me Mike, Tommy," I pleaded. "Okay, Mr. T," he answered as he took a bite of his Butterfinger right next to my ear. The noise was loud enough to startle Henry, who had been sleeping on the couch. The same couch I wasn't allowed on if I even looked dirty. I waited for Tommy to finish his yoo-hoo, which he was gleefully slugging away on, before I asked him a question that had been bothering me the better part of the day. "Tommy," I said. He looked up. "Do you have family?" The merriment in his eyes clouded over in distress with the swiftness of a storm at 14,000 feet. I was sorry I had asked. If I had known the pain I was going to put the boy through, I would have left it alone. "My parents are dead, Mr. T," he said solemnly. With the finality and certainty with which he had answered, I was wrongly under the impression that it had happened years ago in some tragic fashion, like a car accident or a building fire. I didn't press. I had all the answer I wanted, even though it wasn't the right one. But Tommy continued, "I sent a message and I haven't heard anything back." I stared hard at him for a second, straining to bring my thoughts back in focus, and then I let out a small whoosh through my teeth. "Tommy, that's all right," I said happily. "Cell phones are not working. They probably just didn't get your message." I felt hopeful. I couldn't stand the thought of this big, happy-go-lucky kid being depressed. That would be like the sun wearing a veil. Tommy stared at me like I was going nuts. "I don't have a cell phone, Mr. T." I kept losing them, so Mom said to save my money. I had a dozen questions I wanted to ask him, but Tommy fixed all of his attention on his Butterfinger, as if to say in a passive-aggressive manner that he was done discussing the matter. When I saw the sunshine come back into his eyes, I let it go. I walked into the kitchen, shaking my head a bit, trying to get a grasp on the conversation Tommy and I had just had. I chalked up our miscommunication on intellectual lack. Mine, not his. I figured while I was heading this way, I might as well get a kiss from Tracy. "Get out of here," she begged. "I could smell you coming. You're going to make the food spoil." And then she flicked a noodle at me. "Yeah, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye," I said dejectedly as I turned around to head upstairs and take a shower. I took a shower hot enough to melt skin. Well, maybe only on a wax figurine, but it was still plenty hot. I told off and changed into some clothes that weren't going to need to be destroyed. I caught the aroma of dinner cooking, and it smelled heavenly. But the pull of my bed was stronger. You know how people say that they were asleep before they hit the pillow? I never believed a word of it, at least until tonight when it happened to me. Right behind sleep came the nightmares. I dreamed of my daughter, not Nicole, of course it was the woman in the field. She was wearing the tattered blue dress from the little girl at Walmart. She was running to greet me. I had been away but couldn't remember where I'd been. As she approached, her mouth began to grow disproportionately to her size, and lined in the gigantic maw were razor-sharp teeth. She kept getting closer. I wanted to scream, but it was frozen in my throat. Spindler walked up beside me and asked, "Do you want me to cut her head off?" I was shocked. He was holding a sword. I was nodding yes, but mouthing, "No, she's my daughter. Wimp," he said as he walked away, twirling the blade in the air. I couldn't peel my eyes away as I watched the blade twist faster and faster, catching and reflecting the sunlight. Weren't we just inside? The blade had ascended as far as it was going to go and began its long, graceful descent. I shouted to Spindler, "Get out of the way!" I distracted him long enough for the blade to do its work. I watched his head roll on the floor, trying to ascertain how so sharp of an instrument could leave such a jagged edge. I looked up at my daughter, who was not my daughter. She was right in front of me. Her breath was noxious as she stood eye to eye with me. Although I knew she was at least a half-foot shorter than I was, her arms reached out to grab my hands. I was frozen. I accepted her cold embrace. "Do you want to play?" Nothing was frozen this time. I awoke screaming, but my distress was covered up by the sound of small arms fire. Justin was halfway up the stairs when I got to the bedroom doorway. "You get your brother and keep watch on the house," I said to Justin. "And tell Brendan to get his boots on. Me and him are going out to see what's going on." Justin was about to say something, and I had a gist of what it was going to be. "No." I shook my head. "You and Travis have had enough excitement for the day, and I need to know your mom, sister, and Tommy are safe." That soothed him, but it didn't appease him. Rifle fire was still chattering away. Something was even more amiss than you would normally derive from gunfire at night. Nobody had sounded the alarm. Jed was going to have someone's ass for this lack of discipline. Then I heard a sound that was almost as nightmarish as the nightmare I had just woken from. It was undeniably the sound of a machine gun. Something that none of us besides me had access to in this complex, and I was holding mine. "Shit!" I yelled. "Everyone but Brendan upstairs? It's a raid! If anyone comes in this house without announcing themselves, you shoot first. You got that, boys? I'll lock up on the way out. No one is getting in without making a lot of noise." Quasi-intelligent zombies were one issue to deal with. Determined humans with weapons were another. The burp-ip-pee-pee of the machine guns went off again. I could hear screaming and the sounds of confusion coming from the direction of the clubhouse. Well, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to tell where to look for stuff to raid with that giant semi sitting out there. And then it hit me. I knew without a shadow of a doubt Durgan and his merry band of insane idiots were behind this. The machine gun I was hearing must be that menacing-looking Gatling gun Durgan had been toting. Obviously, it wasn't for show as I had hoped. Brendan and I were halfway to the clubhouse when we came across our first victim. I didn't know him well, but he was at all the meetings, usually in the back. I think his name was Bob or Hank, Ted maybe. Oh, who gives a crap? His neck looked like it was cut with a machete. Whoever had done this was incredibly strong and had been trying to sneak in silently. "Damn, Durgan, I'm going to blow his head off," I thought viciously. As we crept in closer, we could hear the moans of the wounded, some crying out for their moms. I knew from my previous combat tours that those would be the ones that wouldn't make it through the night. Durgan's Gatling gun lit up the sky like a Christmas tree on roids. It was impossible not to find him. He was about 40 feet away from me and looking in the other direction, so when I stepped out from behind my tree, I didn't expect him to wheel on me with such precision. I watched in hyper-slow motion as the barrels began their circular route. Bullets began to blaze, first into the grass next to the tree I had been hiding behind, and then into the tree Brendan was cuddling like it was his long-lost lover. I heard the discernible sound of the tree snapping. It was coming down, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember how big it was, and if it would crush me should it hit me. The only thing that saved me was my Marine Corps training. The moment I stepped from behind that tree, I had started firing. My bullets found their mark a moment before Durgan's had. It wasn't a headshot, but it was just as effective. I had sheared his right leg off right above the knee. Blood gushed from the wound as he went down hard. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Is there any chance I could get a CAT scan in this post-apocalyptic world? Focus. My introspection and celebration were short-lived as I felt the buzz of hot lead incredibly close to my head. Brendan began to pop off rounds with his .380, but with an effective range of about 25 feet. Odds were we were in more trouble than our opposition. My clip was empty, and I wasn't even sure of much more than our assailant's general direction. I pulled Brendan down behind the small fallen pine tree. The branches wouldn't do much to stop a bullet, but it kept our positions concealed. "Brendan, I only brought one magazine and it's gone," I told him. The look on his face was a Kodak moment. Dejectedly, he turned to me and said, "Yeah, I popped off about 5 or 6 rounds. I've only got about 4 rounds left myself." We could hear more screaming. Most of it was coming from the clubhouse, but the majority of it was coming from Durgan himself. The language he was using was making me blush. I wanted to take Brendan and back away so we could first off get out of harm's way, and secondly to go get more ammo, and preferably a better gun for him. I looked up just high enough to see over the trunk and was welcomed by an angry assault of hornets. Well, more like MK-46 7.62 rounds, but you get the general idea. One of Durgan's flunkies had us pinned. I tried not to let my apprehension show in my voice. I think moving out of here isn't going to be an option, I told Brendan. I kinda figured, he replied cynically. We were pinned, low on ammo, and the damn cavalry was nowhere in sight. Where the hell is Jed? I asked of no one in particular. Oh no, Brendan said, as I watched his face fall. What's the matter? I asked. Unless the zombies were taking this opportune time to attack, I couldn't understand what had him in such a funk. I then followed his line of sight. Oh no, you have got to be kidding me, I yelled. I think I said something that more resembled Durgan's vernacular than my own, but it got lost in the translation. Coming towards us was Tommy. He was advancing as stealthily as a 250-pound hulking kid can. Needless to say, he sounded like a bull in a china shop during an earthquake with cowbells strapped to its back. Am I making myself clear enough? Is that a bow and arrow? I asked incredulously. I knew what it was. It just wasn't registering. We had been vacationing in Estes Park. Oh man, had to have been 10 years ago, back when Justin was the ripe old age of 9. We had gone into a sporting goods store and Justin had fallen in love with a kid's bow and arrow set. It was the type with the practice arrow tips. It was a safe toy, unless of course you played William Tell. When we got back to the cabin and Tracy saw what I had bought him, she ripped me a new one. It sucked that I had to wipe 2 holes for a couple of weeks, but Justin was stoked. Was that too graphic? Sorry. Anyway, back to my backfill story. Like any kid, he played with it for a good 2 weeks before he became sick of it. I think there were 2 arrows left that weren't either broken or lost. I had put it up in the garage almost a decade ago and hadn't thought about it since. How Tommy found it and why he was coming to help us was a different story. I so desperately wanted to yell out to him to stop and go home. But I didn't want to bring undue attention to him either. But how the hell they didn't see him coming was beyond my comprehension. I was already mourning his passing in my head. I was going to miss the kid. He was like a ray of sunshine in an otherwise dark and desolate world. He got to within 10 feet of our location. I was frantically gesturing for him to come and hide with us. I even rose a little to get him when the angry hornets came back. He just looked over at us and was smiling. Butterfinger mess spread all over his face. He then pulled the drawstring back so far on that little bow I thought it was going to snap in half. He let go. The arrow flew. I knew without a doubt in my mind that arrow was going to hit home. It was divine intervention, pure and simple. I heard the telltale thud of impact. Whoever that arrow had hit hadn't even had time to cry out in surprise. "Hey, Mr. T," Tommy yelled, waving happily. "Do you think they have any Twinkies in there?" He gestured toward the clubhouse. I stood up slowly, still half crouching and waiting for someone else to pepper my location. When no one did I turn back to Tommy, I didn't know whether to kick his ass or kiss it. I know he wouldn't have understood either gesture, so I just held out my arms wide. He rushed forward for the offered hug and nearly toppled me over, which would have completed the mission the raiders had attempted. I so wanted to yell at him, but that huge grin and the fact that he had saved our lives, well, that factored into my decision not to. "Yeah, there's Twinkies. Come on." I put my arm around him and led him past the worst of the carnage so we could rummage through the food. Little Turtle residents were now scrambling in the aftermath to help the wounded or offer solace to the dying. I wasn't a medic or a priest, so I stayed with Tommy while the whirlwind of activity swirled around me. Jed came in a few minutes later to assess the situation. "Good work, Talbot," he said as he slapped me on the back. "I heard what you did. Most of these snot-nosed hard asses," he sneered as he said that, "were running in the other direction. I'm glad you've got some mettle in you. We wouldn't have made it through the night, much less anything further." I slightly nodded my head in acknowledgement, but then pointed to Tommy, who was gleefully stuffing 2 Twinkies in his face simultaneously. Crumbs littered the floor at his feet. "He's the real hero, Jed. He took out a machine gunner with a bow and arrow. Holy cow," Jed whooped. He shook Tommy's hand and was a little taken aback by the stickiness of the creme-filled Twinkie center that cemented the shake. "You're a hero, boy," Jed finished as he wiped his hand on his pants. "Thank you," Tommy said, spitting blonde orts, smiling with his teeth all sugar-coated and gummed up. "Let's get you home, Tommy. I'm sure Mrs. T is worried about you," I said. "You've toof," he finished. "Yeah, probably a little worried about me too," I concluded. She had called out to us while we were leaving. "Emergency meeting in about an hour. I'd like to get this area cleaned up a little first." I waved over my back, letting him know I had heard. I wouldn't be sleeping much tonight anyway. Tracy almost ripped the front door from its hinges when we came back up the walkway. Brendan had already come home to tell them where Tommy was and that we were all right. "Are you crazy? What were you thinking? Are you hurt? Why didn't you just get your yoo-hoo? Where did you find that damned bow and arrow?" She was rapid-firing questions so fast I couldn't even keep up. Tommy's eyes at first furrowed and then began to water. It was safe to assume he wasn't liking Tracy berating him. "Don't worry, kid," I said as an aside. "She'll peter out in a minute." It was funny watching this waif of a woman tongue-lash a person more than twice her size. The glistening in Tommy's eyes broke Tracy's anguish. She immediately rushed forward, giving Tommy a big hug, getting swallowed up in his arms. "What, no hug for me?" I asked dejectedly. She pulled away from Tommy and directed the full force of her assault at me. "How could you? You're a grown man. You should have known better. What were you thinking? Oh, that's right. You weren't thinking at all, were you?" I was backpedaling as fast as I could to avoid the finger of doom she kept thrusting at me. Tommy's words of encouragement did little to help me. "Don't worry, Mr. T. She'll peter out in a minute," he yelled as he began to dig into his pockets for another sugary snack. When Tracy finally looked like she wasn't going to thrust her finger through my sternum, I pulled Justin aside. "Justin, how do you know Tommy?" I asked. There were questions that needed answering. Whether Justin was going to be able to answer them was a different story. "He's just the retard." He saw the scowl forming on my face, so he amended his words. "He's just the door greeter, and I mean you already know he's a little slow." "Yeah, I figured that part out, but there's something more to him too," I said. Now it was Justin's turn to look perplexed. "Good, now I wouldn't be alone. Did you go and get him when the zombies started attacking the Walmart?" I asked. "Even if I had thought to, I didn't, Dad." My section gardening is at the complete other end of the building. We barely made it as it was, and to be honest, I don't think I've ever said more than hi to him. Although he gives me a damn sticker every time he sees me. He loves those stickers, Justin said with a smile. "And come to think of it, Dad, Tommy was already on the roof when we got there. He's the one that unlocked it for us." "Would he have access to the roof?" I asked. Justin looked at me incredulously. "Dad, I'm not even sure if he knew there was a roof." There was more than meets the eye when it came to Tommy, and hopefully I'd have enough time to figure it out. I had a few minutes before Jed's emergency gathering, and I just wanted to ask Tommy a thing or two. Tommy was in the midst of quaffing down some M&Ms. I didn't even remember liberating those from the store. "Hey, Tommy, can I talk to you for a minute?" I asked. He looked up and a bunch of the M&Ms rolled to the floor. Tommy looked like he was having an internal battle with himself whether he should pick them up. Henry took care of the matter before it began to weigh too heavily on him. He pulled his gaze off Henry. Maybe just a little miffed, the dog had eaten his candy. But then Tommy gave Henry a big kiss on the forehead as an offering of apology for having had a bad thought. Henry in return licked his face, which Tommy delighted in, but personally I think the lick had more to do with the smattering of Twinkie all over Tommy's face. "Tommy," I said again, hoping to reel back his attention. "Hey, Mr. T," Tommy answered. "Oh, right. Yeah, you can talk to me for a minute?" I figured no sense in beating around the bush, so I asked him straight out. "Tommy, how did you get on the Walmart roof the other night?" He was thinking hard. I almost believed I could hear the wheels creaking in his noggin. And then when he came out with the answer, it was like it was no big deal, something he had been dealing with his entire life. The voice told me. Goosebumps ran up and down my arms. "The voice?" I asked, hoping for some elaboration. "Yeah, the voice, the one that tells you to do things," he explained, digging into his bag of candy, thrilled when he pulled out a blue M&M. The way he said it gave me the impression that he thought everyone had a guiding voice. "Did you hear this same voice earlier tonight when you came to help me and Brendan?" "Oh yeah, I was going to get my yoo-hoo," and I stopped with the refrigerator door open. "Are you mad because I left the door open? I forgot about it once before." The voice told me where to look for the bow and then the arrows and that I had to come help you quick, 'cause you were in a lot of trouble. My mouth must have been hanging open because he just kept going. So you're not mad about the fridge door being open? I snapped back to reality. The door? No, I'm not mad about the door. You saved my life, and Brendan's too. I don't care if a few popsicles melt. Tommy's expression became one of alarm. Not the popsicles, he said as he started to rise. I believe to go shut the fridge door. I grabbed his arm. Don't worry, Tommy. The popsicles are in the freezer, I said, doing my best to calm his nerves. His face relaxed. Oh, okay, I only left the fridge door open, he finished, back to the voices. I started realizing he was once again paying at least some attention to me as he dug around in the bag looking for some more blue M&M's voice. He muttered. Huh, came my reply. You said voices? There's only one. Don't you know that? He said, but not in a condescending way. Well, I do now, I told him. Tommy just looked at me funny. I absolutely was intrigued. My need-to-know meter was through the roof at this point. Does the voice sound like God? I asked conspiratorially. No, he answered, as he shook his head, his eyebrows creased as if to say I was nuts. Jesus, he shook his head again. The Archangel Michael. Who? He asked, a look of disfavor crossing his face as he pulled a green one out of the bag. Well, if that wasn't the voice, then there was no real reason to explain who Michael was. Tommy, who does the voice belong to? I asked. Tommy leaned in real close and whispered in my ear, making sure no one else heard. I sat back in my chair hard when he told me. I was searching his face for any signs of deception or amusement. I found neither. The voice Tommy heard in his head belonged to Ryan Seacrest. Oh, that's rich, I thought to myself. I had just moments earlier been locked in a life-or-death gun battle, and I now found myself on the verge of laughing hysterically. I knew the voice wasn't actually Ryan Seacrest's, but that didn't stop Tommy from believing in it wholesale. Something was going on. I couldn't wait to see what Ryan had in store for Tommy next, as long as it didn't get the kid hurt. I gave him a big hug, which he reciprocated in spades, and went to get something to eat before the meeting, shaking my head and muttering Ryan fucking Seacrest all the way to the kitchen. Chapter 11. Journal Entry 11. The mood at the meeting was, in a word, depressed. We had lost 8 of our small community, and none of them were Mrs. Deneau. I thought sourly. There had been 5 raiders, 4 were killed, 1 wounded, and subsequently captured. You guessed it! My old pal Durgan had lived. Okay, Jed began. So now the question is, what do we do with the prisoner? Kill him! Shoot him! Put him outside the gates! Came an assortment of angry replies from the group. Jed was trying his best to restore order, but the crowd mob wanted nothing to do with it. 8 of their own had been killed, and they wanted good old-fashioned Western justice. Talbot, this is the second run-in you've had with this guy. What's your opinion? Jed opted to turn the discussion over to me. Thanks so much, Jed, for dumping this mess on me, I thought sourly as I stood up. Jed, Durgan is dangerous and probably insane, but there isn't anywhere here that we could lock him up. Even if we did, we would have to spread our already thin resources to guard him. I'm also not much for cold-blooded murder, so I guess I haven't solved anything. I sat down dejectedly. Jed scowled at me as if to say thanks for nothing. I shrugged. I wasn't getting paid the big bucks to make the difficult decisions. Well then, we're just going to have to set up a court system. I know that man killed our friends and neighbors, but I will not condone a lynch mob. What gives you the right? He killed my best friend. More than one resident yelled their agreement with Don Griffin, the man that had shouted out, We know the outcome of the trial already. Let's just skip the formalities. The yells of agreement were louder and contained more voices. It appeared to me that Jed was quickly losing ground and his tenuous hold on power. I don't know why I stood again. Part of me thinks it's because my whole life I've bucked the system. Society says go right, I go left. I've always been a rebel, even if only in my mind. Listen, I shouted. I waited a few seconds for the murmurs to die down. You know, Jed and I don't always see eye to eye. That received some laughs, most people remembering an easier life when the biggest problem was the correct time to put out the trash. But he's right. This time, I emphasized. I would like nothing more than to kill Durgan, but not like this, not in cold blood, Mr. Griffin, I asked. Could you even now, as mad as you are, walk up to that man and kill him? I didn't want him to have enough time to ponder the question. He was still pissed, so I hastened on. Of course you can't. You're not a murderer. I know it's cliché, but do you want to step down to the level of that man? I spat out the last word. It tasted funny on my tongue, even as I was saying it. Jed's right, I said with less vehemence. We have to hold on to our civility, or we just become a pack of rabid dogs. The crowd wasn't overly enthused with my speech, but the dissension had died down, and I think if put to a vote, even Don Griffin would acquiesce. Jed thanked me with a slight nod. All right, we will meet tomorrow to discuss who will preside over the trial, who will defend the accused, who will prosecute, and who will sit on the jury. There was still some grumbling in the audience, but it didn't look like Jed was going to have his power usurped tonight. Jed continued. Okay, now we have the more pressing concern of having to figure out how to defend against invaders. I honestly thought that zombies would be our only threat. For that, I take full responsibility. I had the misconceived notion that any survivors would be thrilled at the prospect of joining our small society, not destroying it. If 5 armed men can cause this much destruction, we have to come up with another plan. How about putting their severed heads on pikes outside the gates? Griffin griped. Apparently he wasn't quite done. Jed did the best thing he could. He ignored the comment. Listen, folks, I made a mistake, Jed said dejectedly. We are going to have to be more vigilant, and more vigilance means more guards. That did not sit well with the natives. We already spend most of our day doing guard duty. What's the sense of living if all we're doing is defending against dying? Said one of the gentlemen I had seen around the complex walking his basset hound during better times. There were other irritable words, but basset hound man had pretty much hit the nail on the head. Jed put his hands up in a placating manner before he began. This is just temporary. I've already been talking to Alex, and he has come up with plans for guard towers. And thanks to Talbot, we now have the equipment and supplies to build them. They will be about 15 feet tall with a retractable ladder, armor plating, and lights. Because of their height, the guards on duty will be able to cover a wider range. This will mean less guards in the foreseeable future. We have also had ideas about heightening the wall, but materials are going to be a factor. So if anyone can think of something, I'm all ears. I stood up again. I didn't get the same reproachable look from Jed I had received the first time. I think I know what we can do, although I'm not all that thrilled about it. There's a National Guard armory about 7 miles from here. Their entire enclosure is surrounded by Dannert wire. We could cut it down and place it here. It will be close, but I think there will be enough. For those of you who don't know what Dannert wire is, picture it as beefed-up barbed wire. This stuff is nasty. It literally has razors positioned on it every few inches. The team that was going to have to retrieve this stuff was most likely going to need blood infusions when the task was completed. Like a dumbass, I had volunteered. Why didn't I listen to my drill instructor from boot camp? He told us flat out, don't ever volunteer for anything. If you're picked, you go, but don't ever volunteer your worthless lives. Words to live by. Nice going, Talbot. All right, now that we know I'm going, we're going to need a few more people, some to guard and most to help haul this stuff. Clearly, these people had never been to boot camp because I got more than enough volunteers without any serious cajoling. A couple of things. Bring the heaviest gauge clothing you can. This stuff will slice through denim like a shark through water. I'm not kidding. Next, does anyone know how to drive a truck? Thank God someone answered, because just thinking about driving that behemoth again made my stomach turn. Excellent, excellent, Jed continued. Tomorrow is going to be a very busy day. Alex will ask for volunteers to help build and erect 8 towers, 3 towers each on the west and east sides and 1 on each of the gated sides. We've got the folks going with Talbot. We'll need 10 or so people for food distribution. And on a more lugubrious note, the guy next to me asked what in the hell lugubrious meant. I had no clue. I was in remedial English in high school, so I just shrugged. We will need a burial detail for those of our family and friends that have fallen. I tuned back in to Jed's instructions. Don Griffin immediately shot his hand up. I'll go, he said sullenly. He was my friend. The remainder of folks already not on one of the other work details raised their hands also. All right, folks, let's let this night be done. Jed finished. Chairs squeaked. Backs popped. Soft sighs emanated from the crowd as the meeting came to an end. I walked up to Jed. He wasn't a spring chicken when this carnival ride began. He was looking every bit of his age and then some. You been getting any sleep, Jed? I opened with. He rubbed his eyes in response. Jed, you can't do it all. You can't be mayor and sheriff and a soldier. That's too much. I empathized. What, because of my age? He shot back. He softened when he saw the look of semi-shock on my face. I'm sorry, Talbot. You've been an unexpected ally during this crisis. You're right. I'm tired. I'm dead tired. No pun intended, he said as he pointed a bony finger at me. I'm afraid. I moved in to comfort him. He shrugged me away. Not for me, you pansy. I always knew you Marines were a fruity lot. I laughed, and so did he. The expression looked more natural on him than the scowl I had always thought was permanently fixed to his face. Now, if you're not going to get all soft on me, I'd like to continue. I'll try to keep my hands to myself, I assured him. I'm afraid for our little community we've got here. The TV reports say that humanity is on the brink of extinction. Oh, you know how the news exaggerates, I cut in, trying to lighten the mood. He wasn't having any of it. He continued joylessly. There are other holdouts out there, and eventually we'll find a way to get in touch with them. But right now we have to stay alive. And if it isn't against those soulless zombies, we also have to be on guard against humanity's worst offenders. So maybe the zombies don't have any clue what they're doing. On an aside, I wanted to interject a differing opinion, but wisely or not, I kept it to myself. But that animal Durgan, he is the epitome of evil. I saw him. He was laughing while he was killing folks. Laughing! Talbot! He almost screamed. It almost doesn't seem worth it. If that's what we're trying to save, let the damn zombies have the place. Holy crap, I didn't think I'd ever hear Jed getting ready to throw in the towel. He must be a lot more tired than he looked. Jed, I'd be inclined to agree with you, I said slowly. He looked at me with his head slightly tilted as if to say, Bah, you'd never agree with me, I pushed on. There have been days, even before all this atrocity came raining down, that I wanted to just give up. But there are more important things in this world than just me. I trudge on because of my family and because of my friends, and most of all, I paused for dramatic effect. Because of you. I raced in real quick and gave him a kiss on the cheek. See you tomorrow, Jed, I yelled as I raced out of the meeting hall. Something clattered close to my heels. Fucking fruit, Jed said softly, smiling as he wiped his cheek. Chapter 12, December 13th. Journal entry. I woke up early, dressed, and got out of the house as quickly as I could. I had made up my mind last night. I wasn't bringing the boys, but I hadn't told them yet. This was going to bite me in the ass. I could already feel the teeth marks. The added stress of having to look out for their welfare weighed heavily on me, and I was looking forward to not having that burden. Yeah, they were better under pressure than me, at least for this situation, and their aim was nearly equal to mine. The idea of zombies being real had not completely set into my reality. Justin and Travis, however, had not only grasped the implications of this corporeality, they were easily sliding into this new lifestyle. I take no small measure of responsibility for their transitional ease. My psychoses had to have spilled over. I'd been preparing for some form of Armageddon for the better part of 3 decades. And the other factor has to be the video games that are rife with otherworldly monsters, including but not limited to zombies. They'd been prepared and partially desensitized. I trusted them implicitly. I just couldn't handle the apprehensiveness of looking out for them. Besides, truth be told, if anything ever happened to one of the kids, Tracy would kill me. And I'm not talking that ha-ha figurative shit either. So I left the house early, my breath leaving vapor trails behind. I carried enough ammo to almost be a hindrance, but it was a comforting weight all the same. Looking back on this day, I wish I had volunteered for the grave-digging party. That would have been a clam bake, comparatively. The truck was already idling with the heat going, for which I was thankful. I was beginning to feel the bite of the cold through my thin gloves. I wasn't going to wear anything heavier that might hinder my access to the trigger. I walked up to the 4 people that were huddled by the front grille of the truck. I rightfully assumed they were the wire-gathering team. I didn't know any of them, even though I'd seen them around the complex in one fashion or another. There was Jen, the feminine partner, in the pairing with Joe, the neighbor we had slaughtered coming out of my garage. That nightmare still ranked in the top 3. She wasn't nearly as outgoing as her former lover, and I had never said more than pleasantries to her. I always thought it was a waste that she was a lesbian. Come to think of it, maybe that's why she avoided me. Maybe she had been able to pick up on my lascivious thoughts. She wasn't looking so good these days, though. The deliberation she was giving the mourning process had aged her considerably. Her elfish features had diminished, if I'm being honest. It's not so much that her looks weren't still there. It was more like her soul was hanging by a thread. The light behind her eyes had dulled, leaving nothing more than 2 dimmed irises. The blackness that threatened to envelope them was not more than a heartbeat away. Next was Carl, who nodded to me. He was an older guy, mid-50s maybe, always in his garage working on his motorcycle with the door open, whether it was 95 or -5 degrees out. He was quick with a wave and a smile. Come to think of it, I've probably waved to this guy a couple of 100 times in the months I've lived here, and never once have I said, "Hello, strange." He had 2 pearl-handled revolvers holstered to his belt. He looked like he knew how to use them, but I would have hoped that he was carrying more firepower. Oh well, his call. Next was Ben. He was older than Carl. He was probably pushing 65 or 70. Great. I was now dreading my decision to not bring the boys. I'd seen Ben around a few times. I don't think he went out too much. He was always walking his golden retriever who looked older than him. I'm not sure which one of them went slower. Neither one was in any great rush to get anywhere. I'm no Carl Lewis, but if we had to run for it, I'm not sure Ben, or Carl for that matter, could outpace the zombies. Last but not least, okay, by sizing him up, maybe he was least, was someone's nephew. He muttered something about an uncle or maybe elephant trunk, but I wasn't able to pick it up and I wasn't concerned enough to get clarification. His name was Tipper. I know what kind of name is that. Tipper looked like a cokehead. He twitched more than Tom Arnold when Roseanne was yelling at him. I didn't trust any of them, even though this was my idea. I now didn't want to go. I was more than half tempted to turn around until Ben started to speak. Got the truck all warmed up for us? He drawled. Everyone in our small party turned and deferred to me. I just wanted to go home and eat one of Tommy's Pop-Tarts. Let's get going, I said instead. I inadvertently shivered, whether from the cold or someone walking over my grave. I wasn't sure, but it seemed more the latter. The truck rumbled by Don Griffin's small burial detail. They were headed out the northern gate, shovels in hand and a small cat backhoe trailing with a cart in tow. It wasn't until I actually saw the cart that the impact of what Don was doing hit. I hadn't thought about where the bodies would be buried, although it seemed logical that they shouldn't be interred in the complex. There was a small field across the street, well within the protective firing zone of the guards. Still, I didn't think it was wise to leave without weapons. I mean, who would go and bury the burial team if something happened to them? We swung out and away from the group, heading first east and then north. It would, in a normal world, be about a 15-minute drive with traffic and lights, though we now had neither of those to contend with. We had switched them out for zombies and bandits. A shitty exchange rate, if you ask me. The drive was relatively uneventful, if not almost downright enjoyable. Ben knew how to handle the truck. Now, if I could just get Tipper to shut up, I might be able to think, "Hey, Mike," I winced. Tipper kept going. "Do you think we'll get to kill some zombies, huh?" "I want to kill me some zombies. I was pretty messed up the night it went down. I mean, I slept through the whole thing." He grinned sheepishly. "My friends call me Mike," I said, lacing as much menace as I could through each word. "Hey, Mike, so how come there aren't any more zombies around, huh? Where do you think they all went? Do you think they died? Or do you think they went somewhere else like Seattle, huh?" Tipper kept at this pace for most of the ride until mercifully Jen spoke. "Oh, shut up, you little twit," she yelled. "Decent people stop between questions so the person they are talking to has an opportunity to answer?" "Huh?" Tipper said, tilting his head like a dog. "But then I guess there's nothing to worry about, is there?" she continued mockingly. Tipper finally shut up. Maybe he was coming down, now that I knew I had less of a chance of being interrupted. I figured I might as well pass the time talking. I looked longingly over at Carl, who was fast asleep, and wished I were too. "I've been wondering the same thing. I mean, if these are traditional zombies?" Jen arched an eyebrow. "I know, what the hell is a traditional zombie?" I snorted. "Sorry, if these zombies are like the ones in stories, then they are not going to die without a little assistance from us." As I hefted up my rifle to show as an exclamation point, Jen's grip tightened on her own. Tipper had his back towards us, attempting to hide his habit. The telltale sniffing gave him away, that and his acerbic personality. Jen shook her head in disgust. "I would have been amused if we weren't heading to a potential hot zone, more like a lukewarm zone," I said, as I stepped off the truck and into the parking lot of what used to be Rocky Mountain National Guard Armory 17. "Huh?" Jen asked quizzically as she shouldered on by. Nothing, and let me know if I'm in your way," I said cheekily. "I will," she responded without turning around. Someone's sense of humor had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, I thought to myself. Carl was rousing himself out of sleep, buttoning his pants back up and putting his jacket on before he stepped out. Ben was busy securing the truck. "Okay," I thought. 3 out of 4 accounted for. Then I had a slight panic attack. "Where's Twitchy?" I said louder than I meant to. In the cold, still air of the morning, it sounded like a shout. Jen turned. "Who?" she asked. "Twitch. I mean Tipper," I clarified. The reply was quick and forthcoming, but not the one I wanted. "Look, Arg! Oh, fuck, get it off!" Tipper screamed. Jen and I both turned in horror. Carl was just coming down off the truck and gaped along with us. Tipper had walked up to the front door of the armory, which looked like it had been blasted off its hinges with a tank. Who knows, maybe it had been. But what was captivating our attention was the zombie attached to Tipper's head. Blood was streaming down the side of his face as he howled in a combination of terror and pain, the two of them staggering from side to side in a macabre dance. I brought my rifle up, but I knew at this distance and their commingled movement I could not get a clean shot off. I never would have guessed if I hadn't seen it myself. But Carl was moving with all the speed and agility of a man half his age, unholstering his pistol as he went. Within moments he was within safe firing distance of Tipper and his new dance partner. The zombie paid no attention to Carl as the pistol was neatly placed against its head. If I thought my voice was loud, the Colt .45 shattered any of those illusions. The open entryway to the armory amplified the effect. The noise was deafening, but not to Tipper. His right ear went down with the zombie. Tipper was clutching at the gaping bloody hole where his ear used to be, screaming for all he was worth. "Shut him up," Ben was saying frantically. "He'll have half the zombie population here in a minute." "Yeah, as opposed to that small cannon fire," I said sarcastically. Jen was walking over to Tipper to try and console him, but Tipper was having none of it. He kept pushing her away. She had finally had enough. "Either let me see the damn wound, or I'm going to have Carl finish you off." Jen yelled. Carl was busy wiping the gore off his gun and didn't notice that he had been involved in Jen's plan, but it was effective enough to shut Tipper up. He was sniffling and close to blubbering. I wanted to call him a baby and tell him to shut up, but when Jen finally calmed him down enough so she could examine the wound, I didn't say anything. I was too busy holding my bile down. The zombie had bitten the ear clean off, but the ear had not come off without collateral damage. It had stayed mostly attached to his face when the zombie went down. The force had torn half of Tipper's cheek off. So not only was there the exposed ear hole, but also the muscles that lined the side of his face. He looked worse than the poor bastard lying on the ground. Torn tissue sprayed blood as he swung his head from side to side in obvious agony. I thought the best thing we could do for him was to shoot him and put him out of our misery. "I mean his misery, Ben!" Jen yelled. "Are there any rags in the truck?" I didn't see the point, and I let my opinion be known. "Move away, Jen," I motioned with my rifle. "Are you crazy?" she spat back. "What good is a bandage?" I said dismally. "He'll be one of them in a few hours. You coward!" she screamed. "I can stop the bleeding and I have some aspirin. And then?" I said, lowering my rifle. "I just didn't have the stomach for it." Tipper was doing his best to hide his tall, wiry frame behind Jen's petiteness, his misery forgotten for a moment under this much bigger threat. Ben was watching the standoff when for the second time that day I thought my eardrums were going to burst. Jen stood stock still as blood and gore from Tipper's demolished head sprayed all over her. "What the fuck did you just do?" She was screaming at me. I was looking down at my rifle. "I didn't do a damn thing, did I?" Carl was walking into the armory. He would have been one of them soon enough. I did what I had to do, and he offered no further explanation. Jen still had not moved, at least not in a lateral direction. Even from this distance, I could see her shivering, from either fear or rage. Ben hopped back up into the truck looking for a rag, but now for a different reason than before. He came down from the cab with a roll of paper towels. I grabbed his arm lightly before he passed by. Ben, after you get her cleaned up, could you stay out here on guard duty?" He nodded sternly. I think Ben was doing his best to not let the situation affect him. If so, he was doing better than I was. I hastily passed Jen, who was too intent on the gore running down her face to pay me any attention. I wanted to catch up with Carl before something else happened. The blown-apart doors were only the beginning of the destruction to the armory. The inside looked as if an F5 tornado had swept through. Maybe that isn't right. It was more like an F3. There was still some stuff lying around. Rows upon rows of empty racks that at one time contained M16s were now empty. As I walked to the left, I discovered even more foreboding news. The heavy stuff was gone too. You could see where there had been a few 50 caliber machine guns, about 10 saws, light machine guns, and 2 rocket launchers that were now missing. Just wonderful. There was a band of somebodies out there more heavily armed than an average battalion. Getting razor wire seemed like less of a priority. Whoever had all this stuff wasn't going to be stopped by any glorified chicken wire. "Hey, Talbot," Carl beckoned. "Could you come over here and help me with these?" I walked over to the armory repair station. Carl was rounding up about a dozen or so M16s in various states of disrepair. I looked at him questioningly. "We should be able to get at least a couple of these working, with all these parts," he answered me without even looking up. Seemed like a worthwhile venture to me. I shouldered my weapon and grabbed a handful of rifles. There was loose ammo all over the place. Whoever had been here before us must have been in a hurry. Maybe they were leaving town. That would be awesome. They had spent enough time to clean out every working weapon and the vast majority of ammo, but it appeared as if some of the cartons had fallen and spilled out on the floor. They hadn't warranted those bullets important enough to pick up. There had to have been at least a few thousand rounds on the ground alone. God, how many did they take with them? As I walked out into the brightness, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Ben was just finishing getting most of the viscous material off Jen. They both looked more than a little green-tinged. "Jen, when you're done here, could you go into the armory and start grabbing all the ammunition that's on the floor?" I asked. "I'm not a psych major. I didn't know if I should approach her in a caring tone or a conciliatory one or any other damn method. I needed a job done, and that's how I went about it." "No," came her monosyllabic reply. I stopped short, one of the rifles threatening to fall out of my arms. She started back up again. "I'm not going in there and I'm not staying out here. I'm getting back in the truck and lying down." I wanted to throttle her. We were all a little thrown off by what had just happened, but we had a mission to think about. That's what you get when you take civilians on a military endeavor. "Jen, we have more to think about here than what just happened to Tipper. He messed up by running ahead and trying to be a hero. We have to get the remainder of this ammo and wire for the people back home," I almost pleaded. We were already one person short if Jen flaked out now. "We'd be out here for hours longer than I'd expected." She turned to look at me, and fire flashed across her eyes. It was more likely sunlight reflecting off her sky-blue irises, but the affect was staggering nonetheless. "See, that's where you're wrong, Talbot. I don't have anyone at home. There's nothing for me there. I lost everything. I don't care whether we all live or die. I just don't care." "Then what the hell did you come out here for?" I yelled back. She flinched a little, but nothing worth writing home about. "Revenge? I thought I could exact some sort of payback for what they did to Joe and to me, but I know that's useless now. They just don't care." "No, it's even worse than that. They just don't know. They are mindless, one-track mind, killing and eating machines. They're almost as bad as men," she shouted. Wow, I guess there isn't going to be any hetero-conversion there. Men and zombies were near enough equals in her mind. I didn't want anything more to do with Jen. She was a pulse away from going into shock, and I had enough problems. I didn't bother answering her as I headed for the back of the truck. A few seconds later, I heard the cab door shut as I exited the rear of the trailer. I hurried over to Ben. "You have the keys?" I asked him apprehensively. "Oh, you betcha," he replied. "Any chance you could pick up the stray ammo?" I pleaded. "I'd love to, Talbot, but I've got a bad back. I couldn't bend over to save my life," he replied. "Wonderful," I said scornfully. Ben looked a little taken aback. I had no desire to stroke his bruised feelings. "Keep guard, then." Carl had made a stack of rifles that he wanted to take with us. I guess I was the muscle. Carl had at least understood the necessity to grab all the strewn ammo and was down on his hands and knees, pushing a large ammunition container in front of him as he filled it. Damn, that thing was going to be heavy when he was done. I had grabbed another stack of weaponry when I heard Ben's shrill cry. I rushed out into the blinding light. Ben was pointing and trying to speak, but I couldn't make it out yet. He was about as useless as Tipper, and as we all know, Tipper was dead. Zombies, Ben finally vocalized. My sight was finally catching up. I saw a small contingent angling our way. The noise or the smell of meat must have garnered their attention. Didn't matter which at this point. Jen sat up in the truck and locked the doors. "What have I got myself into?" Ben was shaking so bad I thought his pants were going to fall off. Carl had followed me out when we heard Ben scream. Thank God for Carl. Of all the people here, he was going to be my only true ally. He assessed the situation in a crack. "Talbot, why don't you shut the gate?" "I'm going to finish gathering the bullets," he said, and then turned and walked back into the armory. "I love that guy," I said out loud. There were 6 zombies heading towards us. If I crawled backwards on my back to the gate, I would still have had plenty of time to roll the gate closed. But zombies were zombies, and they still scared the bejesus out of me. I jogged over to the gate and closed it. Then I wrapped the remnants of the remaining chain around the fence, just in case that by some grace of the devil they were able to figure out how to roll it back from where it came. We were effectively down 3 out of the 5 people we had started with, but I wasn't going home empty-handed. I went back into the tractor trailer and grabbed the small ladder that we had placed in there so I could start the job. I cautiously approached the fence. The zombies didn't seem discernibly closer. I climbed the ladder and fished out the wire cutters that I had in my jacket. This was not going to be an easy task considering the thinness of the gloves I had put on for protection or lack thereof. That and the fact that my goggles kept fogging up were making this a difficult venture. I had learned over the years that it is infinitely better to wear protection no matter how cumbersome, rather than find ways to staunch the flow of blood from one's body. Over the years as a handyman, a do-it-yourselfer, and a general klutz, I had racked up more emergency room time than Tim the Tool Man Taylor. Please tell me, you know who he was? Let's see, where do I start? I have broken a rib from installing an attic fan. I nearly cut off my index finger with a compound miter saw installing flooring. Put a drill bit through my thumb, bruised my eyeball throwing a bunch of trash away at the dump when the errant cord from a toaster hit me. Cut a vein in my hand and sliced my head open while changing a light bulb. Sliced my leg open with a box cutter, you guessed it, while cutting a box. There are at least a dozen more instances over the years. I'm just listing the lowlights. So these days, most of the time I like to err on the side of caution. If there is some sort of safety gear for the task at hand, I want it. I'll take fogging up goggles over loss of sight any day. I was busy wiping said goggles for the 3rd time and had already cut loose almost 50 feet of wire when I felt the impact of the first zombie hitting the fence. My ladder shuddered and my heart skipped a beat or two. I'd almost forgotten about the persistent little buggers. Now Hector was looking up at me, arms outstretched, mouth agape. He was a heavy-set Mexican man, small mustache, big belly. I'm not being racist. His name was Hector, it said as much on his name tag. That, and he used to work at Tire Discount, and he smelled as if he hadn't showered after 5 shifts at the physically demanding job. Flies were buzzing around him, but notably not on him. The flies seemed to be attracted to the sweet smell of decaying meat that emanated from his mouth, but they were not enticed enough to get any closer. The oddest fact that struck me was not that a zombie was less than 5 feet from me. It was that flies were still around in early December. I wanted to put a round in Hector's bloated melon, if for nothing more than to get his putrid-smelling ass away from me. But I had no inclination to see if the noise would attract more of his kind or anybody else's kind for that matter. So I kept cutting with the wire clippers, stepping down from my ladder to shift it over every 5 feet and climbing back up. And always Hector followed like a lovelorn puppy. Hector's friends had stayed at the gate to try their luck with Ben, who had only moved enough to get a better look at the zombies that wanted to eat him. For all intents and purposes, it looked like a world-class staring competition. On and on it went like this, for another couple of 100 yards, Mr. Shuffles keeping consistent pace with my wire removal. My goggles had fogged for the umpteenth time, so this time I took my gloves off to get a better wipe down of the insistent miasma. After completing my job to a satisfactory level, I put my goggles back on and then began to pull my gloves on. The cold was having an adverse affect on me, and I lost my grip on the second glove. As I reached over to try to grab the falling glove, I compounded my troubles. The wire cutters that I had stowed in my jacket's breast pocket also fell as I leaned away from the ladder at an angle, and both items hit the ground and bounced. Tumbling under the fence, they ended up at Hector's feet. I swear, if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Any chance you could hand those back to me? I asked Hector. He only replied with a soft moan. Yeah, I didn't think so. I climbed down the ladder. His eyes never broke contact with mine. The glove and the cutters were less than 6 inches away on the other side of the fence. I could easily reach under and grab them, but if I somehow got hung up, Hector would get his mid-morning snack after all. Noise be damned! I was going to shoot him! I'd learned enough painful lessons over the years to not tempt fate. I began to unsling my rifle when Hector did something I was not expecting. He bent and recovered the glove and the cutters. With some motor skill difficulty, he brought the glove to his nose and sniffed. Maybe he still smelled meat on them. He took a bite, ripping right through the thumb. He chewed for a moment and swallowed, then realized to his disappointment that it wasn't his desired nourishment. He dropped the glove. The wire cutters became Hector's next fascination. He started turning them over and over in his hands. He handled them like a newborn wearing mittens might. But I couldn't help thinking that this tool was somehow stirring some long-forgotten memory in what used to pass as a human mind. His bluish-purple hands finally got the tool into a potentially usable fashion. He then began to thrust the cutters at the fence. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing was real or not. Was he trying to cut the fence? My mind whirled as the implications started setting in. Hey, Carl, could you come here for a minute? I yelled over my shoulder. I was afraid that if I looked away for more than a fraction of a second, Hector would miraculously figure out how to use the cutters and make his way through the fence before I could turn back around. Talbot, I'm a little busy, Carl shouted back. Seems there were more rounds than I had expected. Carl had been busy picking them up and loading them into the trailer. Yeah, still, you might want to see this, I said determinedly, still not taking my eyes off Hector. At one point, the cutters made contact with the fence, but Hector did not have the dexterity to close the pliers to do any damage. He moaned at that point, and I would have sworn it was because of frustration. Carl was walking over, wiping the sweat from his brow with a bandana. Lost your pliers? He said matter-of-factly. You know, you and my son, Captain Obvious, have a lot in common, I said dryly. Just shoot the bastard and get them back, he said as he began to turn around. Yeah, I figured out that part all on my own, Dad, I said dryly. Look at what he's doing. Carl got closer. Well, I'll be damned, he's trying to cut the fence. Well, ain't that a kick in the pants? Shoot him and get your pliers back. Still right about that, but don't you find that just a little freaking scary? I asked him. What? Look at him. He can't even make the damn things close. He's not getting in here anytime soon, Carl pointed out. It's not whether he can operate the cutters. It's that he is trying at all. It's like he's remembering a lost skill or trying to attain a new one, I answered. So what? Carl asked impatiently. So what? I retorted sharply. If they have the ability to learn, the statement was left verbally unanswered, but literally answered as we both turned to look when we heard the telltale twang of a chain link being cut. Hector appeared to be attempting to smile, but his rigor mortis locked lips would not upturn no matter how hard he tried. What was not difficult to see was the light of accomplishment in his dead flat black eyes. Well, doesn't that beat all? Carl said as he approached Hector. For the third time today, I thought I was going to go deaf as Carl's magnum went off. Any excitement that Hector felt was short-lived as his head exploded. It happened so fast he never even dropped the cutters. Brain matter showered down, hitting the hard ground. It sounded like the beginning of a sleet storm. An eye lazily rolled on the ground, finally coming to rest and perpetually looking to the heavens. Carl was halfway back to the truck when Hector's body finally slumped and partially rested up against the fence. I was beginning to feel a lot like Ben. I was having a hard time moving. A couple of the gate zombies started heading my way. It would be a minute or two before they got here, but still I rushed to pry my pliers out of the cold, dead hands of Hector. It would be ironic if he had one of those old NRA bumper stickers, although I didn't think it applied to hand tools. Was this the first sign of shock? How the hell would I know? I'm the one asking myself the questions. My lost glove was within retrieval distance, but it was covered in quickly freezing visceral. I was going to have to take my chances with frostbite and the Dannert wire. The germaphobe in me couldn't stomach the thought of putting that glove on again. I shakily climbed back on the ladder and began anew. Carl had forced Ben back into action. Ben was using zip ties to bundle up the wire on the ground. This would make it easier to put into the truck and then to install once we got back to Little Turtle. Jen had yet to come out of the truck. Hell, as far as I knew, she hadn't even peeked over the dashboard. Carl relieved me after he finished loading the rest of the ammo and any salvageable gun parts he could get his hands on. I was thankful for the opportunity to rest. My ungloved hand was frozen, but what was worse were the multiple cuts on my hand. The pain was irksome. Sure, but the frenzy it caused in the zombies, that was worse. Every time one of the fat globules of hemoglobin splashed to the frozen tundra, the zombies would fall to the ground and tear up divots of sod to eat my offering. It was more than a little disturbing. "Get your hand warmed up and then get rid of those things," Carl said with no more compunction than if he had asked me to take out the trash. "What about the noise?" I asked with some dread. Killing zombies to save my ass was one thing. Killing them like that made my blood run cold. "What about it? Use your little pea shooter," he said, pointing to my M16. "It's a lot quieter than my Colts are, and we've been here for over an hour, and we still only have 5 of the original 6 here." I saw his point. It's just that I didn't want to. "Besides," he continued, "we now have way more ammunition in your caliber than we do in mine." Again, I understood his damn point. I grabbed the keys from Ben and headed for the truck. Jen looked pissed that I was invading her space as I climbed into the cab to turn on the heater. I couldn't have cared less. Those that didn't pull their own weight were chattel and didn't deserve my consideration. "Are we leaving now?" Jen asked, hopefully. I merely revved the engine a little more, hoping the heat would kick on sooner rather than later. "Are we leaving?" she asked again. This time she leaned over, grabbed the gear shift, and shoved it into gear. The truck lurched forward and stalled. I was thrown forward and almost broke my damn nose on the steering column as I was already leaning forward, trying to garner some heat. Both Carl and Ben were looking up at me, puzzlement on their features. I shrugged an over-exaggerated sorry gesture. I hissed at Jen. "You touch that shift box again, and I'll break your fucking wrist." She pulled back as if I had slapped her. "If you're so concerned about getting out of here quicker, maybe you should be helping instead of hiding." Defiance was on her face, but defeat was in her features. She wanted to lash out, but she didn't have the intrepidity to go through with it. She settled back into her uneasy crouch. This time, however, she sat with her back to me. My hands began to defreeze by small degrees. The pins and needles effect gave way to nails and tacks, and then finally to spikes and stakes. The pain was more intense than I was expecting. I must have been close to frostbite. As the torture began to subside, I looked around the cab. I knew I had seen a pair of work gloves. They were cheaply made and would do little to stop the bite of the razor wire, but I hoped that it would at least keep some of the bitter sting of the cold away. I stayed a few minutes longer than I needed to, gathering my reserves to go deal with our unwanted transients. "Damn it," I said as I shut off the truck. Jen jumped a bit, but didn't turn around. My feet had no sooner hit the ground when I heard the telltale sound of the lock being engaged. "Useless," I said a little louder than I needed to. I was having a difficult time empathizing with her. Here we were in the fight of our lives, and she had just given up. The side of me that didn't want to kill, not even zombies, spoke up. "How would you feel if Tracy had become a zombie? Don't even think it," my internal dialogue continued. "Or one of your kids? I'm telling you, shut up. Well, damn you, I'd probably want to curl up into a ball and die." My masculine side finally iterated, My feminine side mocked, "You can still kiss my ass." I aimed my rifle and fired off 5 rounds, killing all of our non-human visitors. My feminine side had been stilled. The ensuing quiet was only briefly interrupted by the twang of wire cutters severing through wire holders. Carl hadn't so much as turned to look as I had mowed down the noxious audience. My breathing had quickened as if from heavy exertion. Sweat formed and quickly began to freeze on my brow. I had yet to put the rifle down, gravity finally taking over, and pushed the barrel towards the ground. Ben, noticing my distress, came over. "You all right, Talbot?" he asked with concern. It took a moment for me to acknowledge his presence. I turned towards him, my pupils dilated, my face as pale as the breath I exhaled. "I could get real philosophical with that question, Ben." And that was my only answer to his inquiry as I went to the ladder to see if Carl needed any assistance. Ben scratched his head and began zip-tying the coils again. Not much was said as the 3 of us worked. I know at least for me I was thankful for the lack of speech. It was much nicer to be lost in the hard work. Carl and I switched off on climbing the ladder. My legs were burning from the strain of going up and down, and I would have said something, but Carl didn't so much as utter a heavy sigh, and the guy was 20 years my senior. There was no way I was going to let him know I was hurting. Between my shifts on top, I would help Ben coil and then pull the coil into the truck. We had a system, and it was going well. I was thinking at this point we wouldn't have to spend the night. The remainder of the day was eerily quiet. No more zombies, no other people, and not even any animals. I could understand why there were no people. Either they were zombies dead or fled. The animals had most likely taken off too. Please don't let there be zombie rabbits. But if the animals had fled because of the zombies, where were they? And as if my questions materialized into reality, I smelled them first. At first I had thought Carl had let one rip. But unless he had eaten rotten fish tacos the previous night, it couldn't be him. I must have turned a shade of green because Carl finally broke his vow of silence. "What's the matter, Talbot? You look like something's disagreeing with you? It's not all this hard work, is it?" he asked, laughing a little at his own humor. I didn't have to answer him. I watched as his face took on the same hue as mine. Oh, sweet Jesus. He magically produced a bandana, as only people of his generation can, and began to tie it around his face to block at least some of the odor. Ben had at this point just emerged from the back of the trailer. "Oh, geez, what is that smell?" he yelled. "Talbot, we've got 50 more yards of wire to go," Carl began. "Do we cut and run, so to speak, or stay and finish? But from that stench, we're not dealing with some onesie and twosie lost zombies. That smells like the mother lode." "Cut it," I said as I made the executive decision. "All this wire does no good if we can't get it there." I was wondering why there were no animals around here. My last words fell to the ground without an ear to pick them up. Carl had already ascended the ladder to this time cut the wire itself and not the holders. "Look out below!" Carl yelled a moment too late. The razor wire sliced past my face at an alarming rate. A couple inches more to the right, and my facial features would have been neatly severed from their resting place. I looked up at Carl, more in shock than anything. He shrugged a bit and said, "It didn't get you, did it? Quit your belly aching?" I didn't know which was worse, the close call or the smell. I wanted to give Carl a little what for, but speaking meant that I would have to suck in more of the foul stench-laden air. I flipped him the finger, and he laughed. So much for making a statement. The armory sat on a lot by itself and afforded luxurious views on all sides. The closest homes were across Buckley Avenue, and a small greenway lay between the street and the houses. All in all, it was about 500 yards away, and it was from there the zombies began to spill forth. At first only a few ambled out, then half a dozen, and almost within a blink of an eye there were hundreds. They stood in the greenway, some swaying like abhorrent stalks of corn. Their numbers swelled. Standing room became a premium commodity as their numbers increased, and still they didn't move. We lost precious time as the three of us just stood in awe, wondering what kind of manifestation we were witnessing. Of course, it was at this point that Jen decided to peek her head over the dashboard. The détente was broken by her shrill screams. Like the prince's kiss to Sleeping Beauty, the noise got the zombies moving, and in turn, so did we. We had about 150 yards of wire that still needed to be loaded into the truck, and I was a moment away from having to cut it loose when the zombies made it to the sidewalk. Again, they stopped. "What are they doing? Are they afraid of traffic?" I said aloud. "Maybe they're looking for a crosswalk?" Carl snorted. Of us all, he looked the least nonplussed, as if this were just some normal, ordinary occurrence. We kept loading the wire, and I kept a wary eye on the zombies, waiting for any indication they would make their move. It didn't happen. Ben asked me what they were doing as we closed up the rear of the trailer. I wanted to scream at him. How the hell would I know? Do I look like a fucking zombie expert, you dumb, hillbilly, illiterate turd? Instead, civility got the better of me, and I shrugged. "Hell if I know," I told him instead. Jan's cacophonous voice assaulted all of our ears as soon as we entered the cab. She was somewhere between sobbing and screaming her desire to vacate the premises as soon as possible. "Oh, for the love of God, girl, shut up," Carl said evenly. His words had the desired effect. She shut up almost immediately, although she switched to an almost as bothersome half-hiccup, half-hushed sob. I think the screaming was better. This was the sound of the defeated. The truck started on the very first turnover attempt. I was figuring that was good news. At least it wasn't going to be like those low-budget horror slasher flicks where the heroine either can't start her car or trips over a non-existent tree root. Thank God for small favors. The truck roared to life, but we weren't moving. Please don't tell me the transmission isn't working, I gave voice to my concern. Carl and Ben both turned to me in unison as if on some unseen telepathic command. What? I asked. Fear began to mount. A few more seconds of this, and I might end up on the floor mat with Jen. I don't to this day know how they did it, but Ben and Carl, as if it was choreographed, simultaneously looked out the windshield at the same time. I followed the path of their gaze. Realization dawned. The gate? You want me to open the gate? Go through the damn thing, I half yelled. Jen bawled a little louder. Ben spoke up verbally this time instead of any more unnatural synchronized motions. I don't want to take the chance of puncturing the radiator or a tire or having the damn fence hang up underneath sides. They're all across the street. I looked at Carl for some sympathy, but didn't find any. That's what you get for being younger, he quipped. Son of a bitch, I said as I opened the door and jumped down. Jen immediately reached up and locked the door. I heard Carl mumble something to her as he undid the latch. The zombies weren't moving forward, but every set of eyes turned to me as I walked towards the gate. I was deeply unnerved. I once had illusions of being a rock star, but if this was what it felt like to have all eyes on you, then fame could find a different resting spot. There was jostling in the back as some of the zombies in the rear were trying to gain a better vantage point to see what was on the menu. Not one of them stepped into the street. It was, if they were made of wood, and the street flowed with lava. I could have most likely recited the Gettysburg Address, done a little dance, possibly a crossword puzzle or two, and even relieved my aching bladder before the fastest of the zombies could cover the distance to the gate. I swung open the gate and spun back toward the truck. I walked quickly, proud that I hadn't broken out into a panicked run, but it was close. I hopped back up into the cab, thankful the door wasn't locked, and still nothing stirred, not even a mouse. As the truck swung onto Buckley Avenue, the zombies' heads turned in harmony. As we passed, they began to step out onto the street. For the first quarter mile of our trip, zombies began piling out of every imaginable nook and cranny. There had to have been thousands of them as they ganged up behind us. It looked like the beginning of the world's slowest marathon. Ben laughed as he said, "The dead sons of bitches aren't going to catch us." "Yeah, at least for another 7 miles, came my pensive reply. Ben's smile dropped off his face. Even the stoic Carl looked like he had eaten something that didn't sit well. Jen, however, was clueless. "What? What's in 7 miles?" came her quavering question. "Home," I answered as I looked in the side mirrors. "Oh, God!" Jen groaned. Except for the occasional gear grind, the remainder of the journey home was unremarkable. Each of us, in his or her own way, was contemplating the reality which had just been driven home, no pun intended. "Ben, stop," I said. No response. "Ben, stop this truck," I yelled a little louder. How Ben was even concentrating on driving, I don't know. He was so far down deep in thought. Carl nudged him. "What?" Ben asked, sounding a little irritable. "Talbot wants you to stop the truck," Carl said, for which I was grateful. I might have yelled it a little louder than was considered polite if I had to ask for a third time. Ben shrugged. "Fine," he muttered, "but I ain't turning her off." "Fine, fine," I said, over the rumble of the engine. "What if we don't go back?" Ben and Carl looked at me, both with expressions of confusion on their face. I didn't bother to check Jen. I knew she still had her face buried in her hands. "We saw those zombies," I went on to explain. "They're following us to see where we're going. If we don't go home, they can't get to our loved ones." Jen sobbed in response. "Now hold on, Talbot. I only saw a bunch of zombies milling about in a street. You can't for sure say they were following us," Ben said in reply. Carl forged on, "And even if they were following us," and I said, "If, what makes you think they can track us to our home? They're stupid, brain-dead flesh eaters," he yelled. It was the most expression I'd seen out of him all day. He might be trying his best to not look riled, but this development was getting under his feathers. "You saw Hector and the pliers? They're not completely brain-dead," I said evenly. Carl's face smoldered. Ben was looking from Carl to me in an attempt to garner some much-needed information. "Who's Hector, and what does a pair of pliers got to do with anything?" Ben asked. Carl began anew, but not in response to Ben. That still doesn't make them Einstein wannabes, or Davy Crockett trail tracker wannabes for that matter. Carl was going to take some serious persuading. Listen, Carl. I directed my dialogue towards him. Where Carl led, Ben would follow. There's something different about these zombies. Carl arched his eyebrow. Different how, and what exactly does a zombie act like? I spent the next 15 minutes relating everything I knew about zombies, learned from movies, books, and comics. Sure, it was an imperfect argument. How could I possibly make an informed judgment about our fact-based reality when I was using fiction-based perceptions? The only hard facts I could give them were my observations of that woman zombie, the one that had killed Spindler. None of them had been there. My explanations fell on deaf ears. Carl was of the mind to give me the benefit of the doubt, but I hadn't given him anything solid enough to leave what was left of his family and friends behind. Without Carl, my words fell on the deaf ears of Ben. Jen was no one's ally. I'm sorry, Mike, Carl said. The zombies them I believe in. Hector was just an aberration, some legacy memory. The girl, I think she was a specter of an imagination in overdrive. I was pissed. Carl, I'll admit, I'm more scared than I've ever been in my whole life, and I went to war, but I'm not a hysterical person. I did not imagine that girl showing me Spindler's head and nodding. I'm sure she was repaying a favor. That shows intelligence. You're pretty sure, Mike, but you're not absolutely sure. He fired back. Of course I'm not absolutely sure. How the hell could I be? They're zombies. Anger filled my voice. Maybe they are following us, and maybe they're not. I'm not about to give up the rest of my life on a hunch. And I'd rather be with my family, if this is the end, than traveling the highways waiting for this truck to run out of gas. Are you so ready to leave your family behind? He finished. Those words stung. If it meant they'd be safe, I said, although without much conviction. Odds are, Talbot, some group of flesh-eaters are going to find our little haven sooner or later. I'd rather be there to help defend than up by the Nebraska border, Carl finished with a softer tone. I had nothing left to say. He was right, and now I felt crummy for arguing against him. We good now? Ben asked. When Carl nodded in agreement, Ben put the truck back in gear. The small heave forward brought forth another small sob from Jen. I could not help feeling like we were the pea-eyed pipers of death as we rolled towards home. Instead of leading rats away, we were leading the zombies to their promised land. This was a funeral procession. Of that I had no doubt, whatever Carl thought. The truck had no sooner pulled into the complex when I hopped off. It was still rolling. I headed out to find Jed. It didn't take me long. He didn't usually wander too far off from the clubhouse. I was relieved to see the old fart. Welcome back, Talbot, Jed said. I could tell he had some sort of jest to say, but when he saw the look of consternation on my face, he held his tongue. We've got to call an emergency meeting, Jed. My voice was forced from the adrenaline. Now hold on, Talbot. It's getting late and folks have been working hard all day, and that's not even including the ones that buried their kin, neighbors, or friends. They need time to mourn, Jed finished. I'm not trying to be an ass or an alarmist, but if we don't have a meeting and real soon, we might be burying a lot more people. I don't necessarily want the whole population, just essential personnel, I said. That got Jed going. He wasn't thrilled about it, but he would have an assembly together within the hour. Thanks, Jed, and make sure Alex is one of those essentials, I told him. I'll try Talbot, but he looked exhausted, Jed added resignedly. These are the stories that happened after I left to go to the armory. You don't even want to know how pissed off I got when I found out. Chapter 13. Justin woke as soon as he heard the front door open. He had always been a light sleeper, and now, with the way things were, it had only gotten worse. He came upstairs and watched as his father walked off towards the clubhouse in the pre-dawn quiet. He thought about following him, but first off, it wasn't much above 5 degrees out, and he was in shorts and a tank top, and second, if his father wanted him along, he would have come and gotten him. Justin's dad was a former Marine, a strong disciplinarian, and an anal compulsive man. If he wanted something done, he was not afraid to tell any of his kids to get it done and get it done now. Knowing his dad like he did, Justin always thought it was funny how his father always deferred to his mother. Dad was the boss of the kids, and Mom was the boss of Dad. That was the hierarchy. For the most part, Mike Talbot had mellowed with age, but when something got him riled, all hell broke loose, and it would take all of Tracy's calm demeanor to put the genie back in the bottle. Justin turned back towards the kitchen to get a bottle of water when he noticed his father's BlackBerry lying on the table next to the sofa. Back in the normal days, his dad had the BlackBerry almost surgically attached to his hip. To see the phone was to see the man. Nowadays, the phone was not much better than a paperweight. Cell service was sketchy at best. It wasn't even worth carrying it. That was why Justin was puzzled when he saw a red light blinking, the telltale sign of a message waiting. This was intriguing to Justin. Sure, they still had electricity thanks to a network of generators, but TV was for the most part non-existent except for some news, and they weren't broadcasting anything new. Telephones and cell phones were rapidly becoming instruments of the past. Justin was tempted to wake his mother and see if she would listen to the message. But if it was a spectral collection call and he woke her for that, there would be hell to pay. He decided to wait a few minutes for his dad to return, when it didn't look like that was going to happen right away. He figured he'd get some clothes on and track him down. Justin no sooner came up from the basement wearing more respectable, seasonable clothing when he heard and then saw the tractor-trailer head out the front gate. Without actually seeing his dad, he knew for a fact his father was on that truck. "Damn it," he muttered. This meant it was going to be the better part of the day before he found out what the message was, or from whom. What if it's Pops, he thought. Pops was his grandfather from back east. Nobody had heard from any of the East Coast Talbots since the zombie plague had begun. All the kids loved Pops, where Dad was hard and angular. Pops was soft and easygoing. Not one of the kids could ever remember Pops raising his voice, unless, of course, it was to tell everyone that dinner was ready. Only Mike knew differently. Pops Talbot had also been a Marine. If anything, Mike at this age was infinitely calmer than his father had been. Mike remembered the days in his youth. If he had been caught doing any one of the myriad of things his father considered inappropriate, his hands would be bleeding from the task of digging holes and then filling them back in. The kids thought Pops was a saint, and Mike had no wish to smash their illusions. He loved the old man more than the man code would allow him to say, but the fact remained. He knew another side of the old man the kids didn't. Justin had never messed with his father's phone, first because of the privacy issue. Mike had striven to drive that into all of his offspring. Trust is a sacred institution, and once it is shattered, it is nearly impossible to put back together with the same integrity again. And second, because Mike probably would have been able to tell Justin was trying to listen to his messages by the way Justin would have had to position himself with his ear next to his dad's hip pocket. Mike also knew kids were curious by nature. If given the chance, they would find all sorts of new and unusual ways to get into trouble. His goal had always been to remove as many opportunities as possible, and, well, the rest will follow. Justin didn't think it would be a big breach of trust if he just checked the call log, and if it was Pops, he could have his mom breach the code. Fumbling with the phone, Justin had a frozen moment of guilt and almost put the phone down, but his inquisitive mind wanted to know what he saw disappointed him more than he thought possible. Something had been lost in the electronic netherworlds because the BlackBerry screen only showed, or 7425. Oh, that's crap, he thought. He had finally built up enough pluck to even look at the screen, and his reward was gibberish. Justin didn't hesitate long. In for a dime, in for a dollar, so he pressed the voicemail button. Garble, static, can't, static, want. Garble fell, dial tone. End of message. To save message, press 7. To delete, press 9. Without even thinking, Justin pressed 9. Message deleted, came the officious voice. There are no new messages. Justin broke out into a cold sweat when he realized what he had just done. Oh crap, the old man's going to have my ass for this. He was half tempted to erase the call log and further hide his evidence of tampering, but he couldn't do it. The message may have been incomprehensible, but the voice was not. It was his Uncle Paul, not by blood ties, but maybe by something even stronger. His dad had known Uncle Paul for almost 30 years. They had grown up together in a small suburb outside of Boston. They had done everything together from playing football and baseball on the city and school teams to exploring an old Indian burial ground aptly named Indian Hill. So when Paul's family moved away in their sophomore year of high school, they had vowed to remain friends forever. But things for teens happen at a different pace than the rest of the world. There are girls and Friday nights and football and countless other distractions to keep them occupied. Sometimes the two friends would go for months at a time without communicating. always able to pick up the easy flow of conversation as if only hours had passed. So it was almost not even a surprise when the two realized that, unbeknownst to the other, they had both applied for the same college, the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. For 4 years they did not so much attend the school as they did frequent it. The two were much more interested in the social aspects of college rather than any educational benefits. When Paul went on the 5-year degree program, the two parted ways again. Mike, under some heavy lobbying from his then-girlfriend, Lori, moved to Colorado. After a few months of the we-are-so-grown-up and in love phase, Lori and Mike's relationship soured by degrees until finally they broke up. The breakup affected Mike more than he had known. Booze was becoming more and more of a crutch to get through the lonely nights. After one intense drinking session and a 3 a.m. call to his friend, Paul flew out to Colorado. It had been 18 months since they had seen each other, but it might as well have been 18 minutes. The deal was sealed. Mike packed up everything and drove back east to live with his friend Paul, who now lived in New Hampshire. Mike knew without a shadow of a doubt that Paul had saved his life by flying out to Colorado, just as surely as Mike had saved Paul's by pulling him out of a burning car some years before. Living with Paul had begun Mike's healing, but still the booze beckoned. 5 years with the love of his life suddenly over was not easily forgotten. Mike knew he had to make a radical change, so when he came home one night and told Paul he had enlisted in the Marines, Paul nodded in understanding but internally was conflicted. If anything, the two of them were peaceniks or at worst apathetics. So again the brothers from a different mother went their separate ways. For 5 years Mike lived in dirt and battled foreign enemies. Whenever he could, he would contact his friend Paul, just so he could be reminded there was a world still out there where being shot at every day was not the norm. If anything, this separation strengthened their bond. It was during the Marines Corps days that Mike met, married, and began a family with Tracy. Paul had also married and moved back to Massachusetts. So when Mike told Paul that he was bringing his family back to Massachusetts once his current tour was over, Paul had nearly giggled with glee, or at least as much as was acceptable by the man code. Mike was 2 months away from his discharge from the Marines when he received a disappointing call from Paul. Paul's marriage had acidified. The breakup was imminent. Paul decided he needed the comfort of his family, who had in the meantime moved to North Carolina. Mike was understandably disheartened. So for a couple of years, Mike toiled at the family business in downtown Boston while Paul attempted what Humpty Dumpty had tried many years before. He began to put the pieces of his life back together. The two miscreants were able to get together a couple of times during this period and subsequently just tore the living crap out of their livers, reveling in the good old days. It was after one of those lost weekends that Tracy announced to Mike that her father was terminally ill and she was moving back to her home state of Colorado with or without him. Flashback to the part about who's the boss. The house was on the market the next day. Within a week, the U-Haul was packed and the Talbots were heading out west. Mike and Paul kept in more communication than they had during their previous hiatuses, so Mike knew almost right away when Paul became serious with his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Erin. Erin was good people. She saw some excellent qualities in Paul and knew this was the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Paul, after already going through a nasty divorce, was not in so much of a rush. Erin, however, was skilled and patient in the ways of the heart. She didn't push Paul, but she was wily enough to keep him on the hook. For 3 years they played this game of cat and mouse. Paul always thinking he was a word away from being able to break up, and Erin believing she was a word away from getting his commitment. When Erin got the call one July evening that her mother had been rushed to a hospital for life-threatening injuries sustained in an auto collision, she knew her place was with her family. They just so happened to live in Colorado. Paul knew the score. He either went with Erin and climbed a bunch of notches up the commitment ladder, or he walked away from a potentially beautiful union. This was not an easy decision for him. His first instinct had been to call Mike, who had been thrilled at the possibility that his lifelong friend might once again be within spitting distance. Mike did his best to temper the excitement in his voice during the phone conversation, but when they hung up, he almost cackled with glee. See man code. In Paul's mind, he wasn't sure if he was ready for this. Being that close to Mike, while not the deciding factor, was certainly a contributing one. Bars beware. The dynamic duo was once again about to be reunited. Paul and Erin finally made the ultimate leap. got hitched, and moved into their own house. Mike and Paul didn't get to see each other as often as they would hope, living only 9.98 miles away from each other. But they more than made up for it when they did. Justin knew his dad loved Paul and Aaron, and that, not knowing what had happened to his friends, was weighing heavily upon him. Justin also knew the only thing keeping his dad from going to get Paul or find out his fate was him. Well, not just him, all the kids. Mike would not sacrifice the safety of his kids, not even for his brother Paul. Justin decided there and then that if his father wouldn't go get Paul because of the kids, then the kids were going to have to do it themselves. Justin went downstairs and not very carefully shook his younger brother to alertness. Travis came up from the depths of sleep quicker than Justin had expected. He was barely able to avoid the bat as it swung dangerously close to his rib cage. Mike had given everyone in the family a firearm to protect themselves if needed, but they were all expressly forbidden from having the firearm within arm's length from where they slept. It was in the first 7 seconds of being awakened that a person was not in complete control of their faculties, and Mike did not want any fatal accidents. Having other less lethal weapons at the ready was not discouraged. Mike had warned the family to wake somebody, including himself, from a safe distance. Justin, in his haste and excitement, had forgotten this rule and had almost paid dearly for it. "What the hell, Travis? You almost crushed my ribs," Justin yelled, in the grips of an adrenaline rush from his decision and partly from the added stimulation of having avoided the bat. "Huh?" Travis asked as he sat up, rubbing the torpidity from his eyes. "We're going to get Paul," Justin said, barely able to hide the enthusiasm in his voice. "Huh?" Travis responded. Apparently the lingering effects of his siesta had not been shaken off. "Paul called," Justin said. "That got Travis's attention. Uncle Paul called?" he asked excitedly. Uncle Paul had always been a favorite of Travis because he was Paul's godson, something Paul would never let him forget. "How?" "The phones don't even work." "I don't know how. He left a message on Dad's cell," Justin answered. "When does Dad want to leave?" Travis asked as he got out of bed and began to dress for the undertaking. "Dad doesn't know," Justin said as he involuntarily lowered his eyes in guilt. Travis stopped midway through putting his three-way tactical sling on as comprehension dawned on his face. "I don't know which will make Dad more pissed, the fact that you checked his phone or that you want to leave the complex," Travis told his brother. Justin sagged in resignation. "So when do we leave?" Travis asked nonchalantly as he began to place spare shells in his multitude of pockets. Justin whooped with glee and then caught himself and lowered his voice. "I want to leave now, but I want to get Brendan in on this." "Can't," Travis said. "You wake Brendan. He wakes Nicole. Nicole gets Mom. We go nowhere." "Shit, I hate it when you're right," Justin said. "But I wanted Brendan to drive his truck. If we take Dad's Jeep on top of everything else, he'd probably just shoot us without ever asking questions." "He won't shoot me," Travis said, beaming. "I won't be driving." Justin let a sickly smile ghost across his lips. Taking the Jeep was by far the worst offense of the many offenses he was about to commit. Tommy came in a minute later, a trail of Kit Kat crumbs marking his passage. "What are you guys doing?" he asked, spraying peanut buttery goodness everywhere. "Kit Kats," Travis asked. "We have Kit Kats?" "Weef did," Tommy said, spreading his chocolatey smile. "Hey, Tommy," Justin said, concern laced his thoughts. It would not be easy getting out of the house quietly with Tommy asking all sorts of questions. "Did you just get up to get a snack?" He was hoping that Tommy was merely getting a little bite before going back to sleep. Tommy was famous for sleeping in, so much so that all of his shifts at Walmart started no earlier than 1 p.m. For him to be up before the sunrise was an anomaly. "Well, I was sleeping good, right?" Tommy started. "I was dreaming about working at Walmart before the deadheads came. You remember the time, Justin, when they were moving that huge pallet of Halloween candy and it tipped over?" Justin didn't remember. That incident happened 6 months before he had started, but he nodded anyway. His being there wasn't relevant to the story. "I was happy no one was hurt, but I was so happy the candy got all smooshed. Joey, the manager, said I could have all that I could carry. Ended up I could carry a lot." Tommy was smiling at his remembrance. "Didn't Joe get in trouble for that?" Justin asked. "Something about having to return the damaged goods for inventory control?" Tommy's smile faded a bit at the memory of his friend getting in trouble, but slowly spread again as he said, "Yeah, but I sure could carry a lot." "That's a good dream, Tommy," Justin said, trying to hurry Tommy along and hopefully back to bed. Tommy wasn't having any of it. Justin would be more likely able to push over a non-sleeping cow than Tommy. Tommy began anew. Justin sighed. "Hey, Travis, why do you have your gun on?" Tommy asked. Alarm increased in the boys, and just like that, Tommy moved on, not waiting for a response. "So what I was telling you was not a dream, 'cause dreams are made up, and all of that stuff happened. I wish I had some more smashed mallow cups." Tommy's eyebrows furrowed, but then Ryan Seacrest comes over while I'm carrying all my goodies away. He keeps following me, saying I dropped a Kit Kat, and I'm like, "Thanks, Ryan, but there weren't any Kit Kats on the pallet." He keeps following me and telling me about the Kit Kat. He starts pulling on my arm, and I start to drop stuff, so I was kinda getting a little upset. Tommy paused for dramatic effect. Justin's attention was piqued now. He had heard the conversation Tommy and his father had regarding Tommy's inner voice. Justin tore away from his inner dialogue as Tommy started up again. "So now I have to pay attention, because if I don't, he'll make me drop everything. Joey said I can only have what I can carry and I don't want to miss out, so I turn, and Ryan tells me that there's a Kit Kat in the basement for me." "Wait, did he say that, or that I should go eat a Kit Kat in the basement? Why would he tell me to eat a Kit Kat in the basement? Wait, okay, so I got the Kit Kat upstairs and then I came down here, but I started eating it upstairs. Do you think that'll make Ryan mad?" Tommy looked ultra concerned that he might be irking his spirit guide, aka the host of the now defunct American Idol. "I don't think he'll be mad, Tommy," Travis said earnestly. "So I ate most of my Kit Kat down in the basement," Tommy said loudly, possibly trying to appease his spirit guide. "And then here were you guys awake? Do you want to play Monopoly?" he asked hopefully. "No, Tommy, we can't play Monopoly right now," Justin answered. "Oh, is it because you're going to get Paul?" Tommy asked as he licked some errant chocolate off his candy wrapper. Justin swallowed loudly, his mouth having gone instantly dry. Travis's mouth hung slackly. "Did you hear us talking?" Travis asked. Justin just shook his head. He knew better. "No, that's spying," my mom said. "That's not polite. Sides, I couldn't hear you guys talking anyway. Don't you know how crunchy-sounding Kit Kats are in your head? Tommy, are you going to go back to bed?" Justin asked, hopefully, already aware of the response. "Can't," said Tommy, matter-of-factly. "Ryan says I have to go with you." Quarter-inch goosebumps embossed up the entire length of Justin's spine. "Are you going to tell Mrs. T?" Justin asked. Tommy looked up to the ceiling, as if trying to remember some missing facts. "Oh no, Ryan didn't say anything about her, but we should bring Oleko's boyfriend." Tommy had become enamored with Nicole. He became flustered every time he thought of her. Because of this, he could not remember her name. She was known as Oleko most of the time, but sometimes she was Nickel, Coley, Colon, Coldstone, and even once as Dime. No one was sure where that one originated from. Most likely Tommy had been thinking of Nickel, and Dime seemed like the next natural progression. Tommy never mentioned Brendan by name. Everyone but Tommy noticed the slight. Something or someone was intervening in the boys' plans. Whether it was divine was yet to be determined. Brendan was out of bed making an early morning bathroom delivery. Justin crept up the stairs, doing his best to avoid all the spots on the stairs that creaked. This was not an easy task. Tracy had been goading Mike for years to repair some of the worst offenders. Some of the creaks were as loud as a pistol shot, especially in the middle of the night. But Mike had staunchly held his ground. He had always thought of the creaks as his own alarm system. He had argued intensely that no intruder would ever be able to sneak up into the bedroom unsuspectingly. Tracy couldn't even begin to fathom the depths of Mike's survivalism and paranoia, although, as he would tell you, it's either one or the other, and he preferred to call it survivalism. Then he would add that if someone could get past the security bars, Henry, and the stair alarm system without garnering any attention, then they deserved to take some stuff. So, maybe using Henry in the equation wasn't a great example, but still. Justin crossed from one side of the steps to the other, at one point climbing over one step completely to avoid a particularly nasty groan. He appeared to be playing some advanced three-dimensional version of hopscotch. He stopped at the top landing, directly facing his parents' bedroom. There were 4 hotspots on the landing. The problem, however, was that not all were active at the same time. It was like playing Russian roulette with floorboards. There was no rhyme or reason to it. Justin had his suspicions that his dad somehow had the floor rigged. It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Justin's right foot came down tentatively. Nothing. He sighed in relief. Next, he strategically placed his left foot as close to the banister as possible. More times than not, this was a safe bet, but not today. Cray-ack! Justin froze. Only the sweat on his forehead had the audacity to move. Nothing stirred, not even Henry. After a 30-second pause in which Justin expected his mother to come bursting out of her bedroom, nothing happened. He took a quick left, which marked his first successful completion down the gauntlet. The next part was going to be equally difficult. On the left of the hallway was his dad's office, which was now Brendan and Nicole's room. Directly across from it was the bathroom. Justin noticed the light on underneath the bathroom door. If it was his sister, the jig was up before it ever got going. She would not be persuaded to not tell their mother. For the second time in 2 minutes, Justin found himself frozen. This time, however, it was with indecision. He needed to think of a valid reason for his being in the hallway at this time of the day. If his sister came out of the bathroom, somehow asking her if she wanted to play Monopoly at 6:30 in the morning didn't seem like a viable option. He then had the idea of getting Brendan awake, convinced and out of the bedroom before his sister returned. Not an acceptable alternative. She would surely go looking for Brendan if she came back, and he wasn't in bed. They'd never get out in time, unless of course she had fallen asleep on the john. Justin laughed a little at that picture. He couldn't for the life of him imagine his prim and proper sister falling asleep on the toilet. It was the smell that got Justin moving for a fearful second. He thought that a zombie had broken in. When he realized that it only smelled like something had died, and had not actually died, he sprang into motion. Without even looking, Justin quietly shut the office bedroom door. His sister was lactose intolerant, and even if she had downed a whole cheesecake, she was incapable of producing the noxious gas that oozed from beneath the closed bathroom door. Justin was now dead smack in the center of the hallway, between the bathroom and the bedroom. He didn't want to move for fear that Brendan would get back into the bedroom before Justin could intercept him. He was beginning to get woozy, trying to hold his breath. Just when he began to lose his peripheral vision, Justin heard the toilet flush and the sink go on. He exhaled in bliss, only to be rewarded on the inhale with the full blast of pestiferous tang of Brendan's refuse. As the door was opened, Brendan was momentarily stunned by the appearance of Justin at the doorway, but quickly recovered. "You might want to use a different bathroom," Brendan said quietly, with a hint of a smile across his lips. Justin was trying his best to breathe through his mouth, but the mere thought that he was now tasting the essence of Brendan's offal did little to quell the queasiness that was building up in his stomach. "Gotta talk to you," Justin rushed out on exhale and pointed down the stairs. If Brendan in any way delayed, Justin would have to go downstairs without him. Justin had promised himself that he would not take another gulp of air anywhere in the vicinity of the death zone. Brendan nodded and followed Justin down. The floorboards had not had sufficient time to reset, and both boys were able to make it all the way down without so much as a minor crackle. Justin took a few long pulls of fresh air, hoping to evacuate all the poison from his lungs. He felt almost immediately better. "What were you eating, a rotten rhino?" Justin asked when he had sufficiently cleaned out his airways. "Did you like that? I was working on that just for you. As a matter of fact, I was going to come down and get you so you could get a whiff." Brendan laughed. A greasy smile split Justin's lips. "Thanks, man. I appreciate that," he said sarcastically. "What's up?" Brendan asked more seriously. He could tell Justin had something to ask him, but was hesitant to come out with it. "All right, if I ask you something, you have to promise, if you say no, that you won't tell Nicole," Justin said tentatively. Brendan had to think about this for a moment. If she were to somehow find out that he had important information and had withheld it from her, that would not end well. Nicole was all of 4'11", but she was a veritable spitfire. Mountains would quake in the wake of her voluminous voice. What she lacked in size, she more than made up in vocals. And to top it off, she was quick to anger, and so very slow to mellow. Those were not great ingredients if one were to perpetrate a lie. Brendan had learned the hard way. "Justin, I don't know if I could do that," Brendan said in all seriousness. "You know how your sister gets?" Justin nodded in reluctant agreement. Of course he did. He'd had 19 years of personal experience. Justin was secretly attempting to find a workaround to this dilemma. "How about this?" Justin started. "What if I ask you something, but you don't tell her until she wakes up?" "Again, that depends," Brendan answered. "If it's important, she'll be pissed that I didn't wake her to tell her." "Damn it," Justin muttered. "What's going on?" Brendan asked, curiosity starting to get the better of him. "Damn it," Justin said for the second time. "Here goes nothing. I want to take Travis, Tommy, and hopefully you to go get Paul, your dad's best friend. Does your dad know?" "Of course not, or we wouldn't be doing this whole covert conversation in the living room," Brendan said, as he nervously wiped his forehead, even though sweat had not yet begun to form, although it would soon. "What makes you think they'll even let us out of the gate? My dad just left on the semi." "I think," Justin thought to himself, "I'll tell the guys at the gate that he wanted us to follow, and hopefully they won't ask where, 'cause I have no clue," he finished his inner dialogue. Brendan turned to walk back upstairs. Justin became anxious, fearful. Brendan had made up his mind and not in the appropriate direction. "I'm going to get my stuff," Brendan explained as he now began to play the advanced hopscotch game. Justin was excited and worried at the same time. He ran downstairs to get the others and get out of the house before he changed his mind. This undertaking was of his design, and if anything went wrong, it would be his responsibility. This was a little bit more unnerving than making sure the shelves were correctly stocked for the frenetic holiday shoppers at Walmart. The boys had decided to take Brendan's Explorer after some initial resistance. Brendan's truck had the habit of breaking down at the most inopportune times, but this fact still seemed like a better alternative than facing Mike Talbot if something should happen to his beloved Jeep. With nothing closing in and no elevated terror level, Brendan's truck, of course, clambered to life easily, just as the sun began to shine under an opaque sky. Brendan pulled up to the gate guard, who was putting his hand out to halt them. Although this was a useless gesture, it wasn't like Brendan could miss the 5-ton yellow bus. "Where are you boys going?" Igor Drudarsky, the guard, asked. Igor was a 50-something fat Russian man who had emigrated over from the former Soviet Union some 20 years previously. He had not lost a hint of his former accent or his profound ability to drink vast quantities of vodka. The sour stench permeated through the truck as he looked over the boys and all the weapons they carried. Tommy smiled back, greedily stuffing a blueberry Pop-Tart into his mouth. "We have Pop-Tarts?" Travis asked softly. "We've did," Tommy smiled weakly back. Justin leaned over Brendan a little and subsequently closer to the stink of Igor's breath. This morning was not working out well at all for his olfactory senses, which had just recently gotten over the assault at the bathroom. "Mike Talbot asked us to follow him with some more firepower," Justin said, with a little more conviction in his voice than he felt. "You're his boys, no?" Igor asked. "That's right," Justin answered. "He already had 4 people with him. What does he need you for?" Igor asked. "Probably just guard duty," Travis threw in hastily. Justin silently thanked his brother. Igor looked at all of them skeptically. "They left over 15 minutes ago. You know how to get to the armory?"
"Yes?"
"Oh, yeah," Justin responded, perhaps a little too eagerly. Igor pulled his head out from the driver's side window, not convinced he was receiving the truth, but his main function was to keep people out, not in. He waved the bus driver to pull forward and out of the way. "Be safe, da," Igor yelled out. Brendan waved in response. The bus driver closed the gate, not waiting for Igor's hand signal. "Which way do I go when I get to Havana?" Brendan asked Justin. Right," Justin told him, taking just a fraction of a second longer than appropriate to give the answer. "You know the way, right?" Brendan asked doubtfully. Most of the way, Justin," said meekly. Justin Brendan bellowed. "You're going to get us all screwed. This is going to be an all-risk and no-reward venture. Your sister's going to kill me, not including what Mike's going to do when he realizes I let you talk me into this harebrained scheme." "It's not like we can ask somebody for directions." "Hello, Mr. Zombie. Have you eaten anyone lately named Paul Genner?" "No." "Then can you tell us how we might get there before you?" "What? You can't talk." Brendan was working himself up into a frenzy. He pulled into a now out-of-commission gas station so he could turn around. "What are you doing?" Justin screamed in panic. "We're going back before we get in any deeper over our heads," Brendan shot back. Tommy had finished getting the final few crumbs out of his Pop-Tart bag when he spoke up. "I know the way." Brendan and Justin turned to look at Tommy. There was not a hint on his features that he was speaking anything but the truth. Brendan sighed and got back on the road, heading in the general direction of Paul's house. Travis was busy looking in Tommy's knapsack for a wayward Pop-Tart. The quartet passed 3 cars on their way. All 3 were packed with people and provisions. All the people in those cars looked haunted, harried, and in a rush. Not one of them so much as addressed the boys' presence with even a nod. "They sure seem in a hurry," Travis said, putting into words what everyone was thinking. Well, maybe not Tommy. He had somehow pulled out another Pop-Tart from the bag. Travis had previously checked. Travis added for Tommy's ears only, "Do you have a secret panel in there or something?" Tommy just smiled. Strawberry goo plastered to his teeth. "Need any help with that?" Travis asked. Tommy broke off half. Travis couldn't have been any happier than if he had won a shopping spree at GameStop. "You're gonna need it," Tommy said cryptically. Travis almost immediately lost all pleasure in the Pop-Tart. Tommy led them unerringly to their destination. When they were about to make their final left turn onto Paul's Street, Tommy told them they might want to park here. Brendan didn't question him at all as he pulled the car over and shut the engine off in the hopes of not attracting any undue attention. "Probably didn't want to do that just yet," Tommy said. When he didn't clarify, nobody asked for any further information, not knowing exactly what they would be trying to clarify. As Brendan opened the door, the telltale redolence of the dead blasted through the car like an Arctic breeze through a windbreaker. What little flavor Travis's Pop-Tart had maintained had now embittered. The next few minutes were spent securing weaponry and stashing all extra ammo into as many free pockets as possible, while still being able to move under the weight. All 4's boys slowly walked the 25 yards to the corner of Paul's Street. The smell was intensifying. What was more disturbing was the incessant sounds of the dead. There was no talking, only the loitering shuffle. There was no laughter, only the constant sound of bodies maneuvering for position. There was no human sound, so to speak. There were the plaintive sounds only the dead can make. Brendan peeked his head around the last privacy fence that marked the delineation between safety and demise. The other 3 waited expectantly a few feet behind. Paul lived at the end of a cul-de-sac, no more than 100 yards long. What Brendan saw almost made him turn tail and run. It looked as if the world's most successful block party was raging. There had to have been at least 300 lost souls wandering around. Most looked as if they had a purpose. Some, however, looked lost and were somehow relieved to be among their own. Brendan, of course, wouldn't swear to that. It was just a feeling he had perceived. He pulled his head back before any of those errant demons had a chance to spot him. I'm not so sure about this, guys," Brendan said in hushed tones. "There have to be at least a couple hundred zombies. Most of them are clustered around one house. So we might be able to sneak by, but I wouldn't want to bet our lives on it," which, of course, they would be. Justin asked, "Are they focused on the last house on the right, by any chance?" "How did you?" Brendan knew the answer before he finished. "That's Paul's right." "Of course," Travis threw in sarcastically. As if on cue, the 3 boys looked to Tommy to see if he had any insight into their situation, but he merely smiled back. Their contemplation was interrupted by the sporadic firing of a small-caliber pistol coming from the cul-de-sac. Travis ran up to the fence to hazard a look. Justin and Brendan followed. What they saw both lifted their spirits and simultaneously weighed heavy on their hearts. At the apex of the house was the distinctive outline of Paul's wife, Erin. It appeared that she had knocked out the attic vent and was taking some ill-aimed shots at some of her besiegers. The boys were happy she was alive, but saddened at the thought of the impossibility of a rescue attempt. So, obviously, a frontal assault is out of the question. Brendan stated the obvious. Travis spoke up. "Let's go through the backyards on this side of the street and see if we can spot a way in from that vantage point." "It's not really the way we want to go," Justin said nervously. "You know what I mean?" Travis answered. "That's going to put us about 10 feet away from the nearest zombie," Brendan said. "Will they be able to smell us from that distance?" "My dad asked the same thing when we went to get Justin. I think they can, but if they are focused on something, it takes a lot to get their attention away from the first thing," Travis said optimistically. "Let's hope your dad's right," Brendan added. The brothers nodded in unison. Tommy was busy pulling wayward gobs of Pop-Tart off his shirt and popping them into his mouth. "All right, let's fall back to the rear of these houses," Brendan said, taking charge. He didn't like the position at all. The boys moved away from the zombie infestation to traverse behind the houses, Once they got to the house directly across from Paul's, they quickly climbed over the 6-foot privacy fence. Brendan had thought that they might have to leave Tommy behind because of the fence, but he was surprisingly agile and seemed to have the least amount of problem getting over. "Must be all the sugar," Brendan mumbled mirthfully to himself. The boys moved to the front yard, still under concealment of the fence. The smell was unbearable. Even Tommy, who seemed immune to it, stopped eating. "What's Paul's backyard like?" Brendan asked Travis. "It's heavily sloped down and away from the house, but it won't do us any good," Travis answered. Brendan cautiously looked over the fence. From his vantage point, he could tell that the fence that led to Paul's backyard had been destroyed, most likely from the press of dead flesh against it. The fence hadn't stood a chance. Yeah, it's as likely as not to have as many deaders in the back as in the front. Over the preternatural quiet that enshrouded the neighborhood, it was easy to hear Erin shout to Paul that she had seen someone over at the Hendersons' house. Paul crowded Erin out of the small opening to take a look. Brendan had quickly jumped down before any zombies could see him, but apparently zombies suffered the same affliction that troubled dogs. They couldn't follow a pointed finger, and that was exactly what Erin was doing. "I don't see anything," Paul said. "He was right over there by the fence. You must have scared him away," Erin answered. "Yeah, I'm sure it had nothing to do with the meat bags below," Paul responded sardonically. Travis climbed up the fence when he realized the zombies weren't turning to investigate Erin's claims. "See, there he is again," Erin said excitedly. "Wait, that's not the same person, Travis," Paul said softly, then a little louder. "Travis, is that you? Wait, don't answer, just nod." Travis nodded.
"Is your dad here?"
Paul asked as hope surged in him. If anyone could get his wife and him out of this jam, it would be Mike. The guy had a penchant for getting out of tight jams. The Marine Corps had only added to that legacy when Travis shook his head. "No," Paul was dismayed. "How many of you are there?" Travis held up 4 fingers. Paul couldn't imagine that Mike would send his boys alone to get him. He prayed that Mike hadn't died trying to save him. "Where's your dad?" Paul asked. Travis shrugged his shoulders. There was only so much the boy could answer with body movements, but the fact that he didn't look too upset told Paul volumes. "Any ideas?" Paul asked. Travis again shook his head. "No, I've got an idea," Brendan said from below. Travis held up 1 finger and mouthed, "Wait one." Paul was left to ponder what this meant as Travis ducked back down off the fence. "You 3 wait here. When the coast is clear, get Paul and Erin and get back to the car," Brendan said as he began to move back towards where they had come from. "Any chance you could be more specific?" Travis asked to Brendan's back, but he was already out of earshot of Travis's whisper. A few moments later, Travis got his answer. Brendan thought valor was highly overrated as he hesitantly walked out into the middle of the junction between Wheelspoke Avenue and Lacey Street. Couldn't it have been something a little more noble like OK Corral Place and Okinawa Way, he muttered to himself. At first, not one zombie took notice of the interloper. Brendan had aspirations that maybe he was somehow invisible to them. However, when he cleared his throat as if he wanted to reap attention in a loud auction house, he was rewarded beyond his wildest dreams. A zombie no more than 20 yards away turned to look at this newest nutrient food bag. The lone zombie started its hunt. Brendan felt like a fox about to be released, although his body was moments away from bolting. His mind was holding steady. Pulling one whole zombie away from the fray was not the distraction Brendan was looking for. He aimed his gun in on the unaccompanied zombie and neatly removed the mass of its head from the rest of its offending body with a loud explosion. Most of the zombies were so tightly packed in around Paul's house that turning around was an industrious undertaking. It was only after a fair portion of the zombie crowd had peeled off to pursue this new quarry that the rest were able to swing into a position where they could see what the fuss was all about. In the rudimentary works that passed as thoughts in the zombies, the dinner bell had been sounded. Meat for me would have been the vocalization of their thoughts if that were a possibility. "Hey zombies, dinner time!" Brendan yelled in encouragement as he punctuated his point with some well-aimed shots. A few zombies went down. A couple even stayed down, but it was the typical drop in the bucket. Brendan did not immediately turn and run as more and more zombies took note of his presence and began to come at him. He laid down shots almost on top of each other. If Travis hadn't known better, he would have thought Brendan had somehow obtained a fully automatic weapon with that rapid rate of fire. Brendan was holding his ground as best he could, only falling back a step or two when he should have been running as if hell itself were chasing him. In a few more seconds, his window of escape would close, but he was trying to get most, if not all, the zombies to come his way. Travis had knocked out a note hole in the fence and was just about to lay down some suppressive fire to help him, when Brendan finally understood he could not hold his ground anymore. "That wasn't much of a plan," Travis said to Tommy. Tommy nodded in agreement. Justin looked through the hole and noted that although it wasn't much of a plan, it had worked to near perfection. Travis and Justin could count on both their hands the remaining zombies. Of those that were left, Erin was doing her best to dispatch most of them. But unless the zombies' brains had somehow migrated to their feet, she wasn't doing much good. Most of the zombies that were left would now have a pronounceable limp, but they wouldn't be able to collect disability insurance anytime soon. Travis, Justin, and Tommy walked through the front gate, the Mossberg and the Winchester blazing hellfire. If the zombies were capable of any other thoughts besides meat, they would have known to leave this place of re-death, so they could salvage what remained of their ravaged bodies in order to attack at another time. The last zombie had fallen long before Travis and Justin stopped firing. It took Tommy's gentle hands on their shoulders and a couple of words to get their attention. They had been deep in the grip of battle fever. "I found another Pop-Tart," Tommy said as he flashed the foil bag in front of Travis' eyes. Justin turned to Tommy. "Were you whistling?" Tommy grinned. "Yeah, it was the theme from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly." Justin laughed, but the killing fog had not cleared from Travis' eyes. It took a giant bear hug from his godfather that threatened to cut off his oxygen supply to do the trick. Erin came out next. She was busy reloading her pistol. "Holy shit, boys, it's great to see you." As Paul pulled Justin into the growing mass hug, Tommy stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, casually kicking his left foot into the ground. He looked like a puppy in a pet store window. "I don't know who you are, kid, but get your ass over here," Paul said with a beaming smile, doing his best to stretch his arms across the three of them. Erin completed the circle on the far side. "My name's Tommy," Tommy said happily with his face buried in Justin's back. "Boys, I'd love to stay like this a while longer, but I want to get the hell out of here," Paul said as he disentangled himself from the conglomeration. "So what's the plan?" Justin and Travis merely looked at one another. Paul sensed their uneasiness. Travis spoke first. "Well, you, kinda know as much of the plan as we do?" "Oh, crap, we've got to get back in the house then," Paul said apprehensively. "Paul, we can't." "We've only got enough supplies for a day or two at most," Erin reminded him. Paul's stress level was as stretched as high as it could be. Justin spoke before it snapped. "Our truck is at the end of the street. Brendan should be back in a couple of minutes. As soon as he gets here, we'll head back home." Paul and Erin looked longingly back at their home, confident in the fact they would never see it again. "All right, let's get going," Paul said as he wrapped his arm around his wife. A few moments later, everyone was huddled around the car. Tommy was the sole occupant. The rest stayed outside in an uneasy silence. It seemed more prudent to be able to leave in a moment's notice rather than be imprisoned in the SUV. Only Tommy felt otherwise. "Maybe we should get your car, Uncle Paul," Justin said. The waiting was plainly beginning to unnerve him. "Not such a good idea," Paul answered. "I coasted home on fumes the night before this all happened. I would have gone to your place before we got surrounded if I had thought to fill the damn tank. I just figured I'd have all the time in the world to do it." Just as Paul was done rebuking himself, a single shot rang out. It sounded distant. Everyone swung in the general direction of the sound. "That was Brendan." Justin surged toward the noise. "The captain is back," Tommy yelled from the back seat. Paul looked questioningly before Justin answered sheepishly. "Captain Obvious, you get it?" "Oh," Paul forced a strained smile. He appreciated the humor, just not under the present circumstances. Another solo shot rang out. This one was definitely closer, but still no sign of Brendan. Justin was about to speak, but Paul saved him the trouble. "Yeah, it does sound closer." Time slowed to match the shuffle of a zombie. The group fervently waited for something, anything to happen. They were rewarded a few moments later with the compensation of a rapid 3-round burst. "Shit, that was close," Travis said as he jumped a bit. "You swear?" was all Paul could think to ask. Travis grinned like he had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "Not in front of Dad." When we get to your place, I'll make sure I leave that part out, Paul said. Brendan came sprinting around from the main street, still about 200 yards away, but even from this distance they could tell he was drenched in sweat and laboring hard to keep up the pace. 3 seconds later, they could see the reason zombies were within spitting distance of his back. If he turned to shoot, he'd never get the shot off. The boys flipped off their safeties, but at this distance, there wasn't much they could do. Brendan was slowly pulling ahead of those closest to him, but zombies began spilling out of the yards along his path facing him. They were trying to encircle him. "Paul, I'd like to get out of here now," Erin said stridently as the whites of her eyes began to expand in terror. Travis and Justin didn't want to shoot the zombies between them and Brendan for fear they might hit Brendan. There was still room for Brendan to maneuver around, but it was getting marginally narrower by the second. When Brendan was within 100 yards, the circle noosed shut. The time for inactivity was over. Tommy began to whistle his favorite Clint Eastwood theme again. Travis and Justin concentrated their fire to the left. Their theory was that they could open a hole without hitting their sister's fiancé. It was working, but more due to the fact that the forward-facing zombies had now taken notice of the new piles of warm meat directly behind them. The circle in front of Brendan broke down as those closest began to come towards their new prize. It was going to be a mad dash for who got to the car first. The cloudy day was lit up by the expended rounds. The smell of gunpowder would linger long after the battle was over. Brendan was now zigzagging around zombies. Some were still interested in him, and once or twice they got a hand on him. Most were disregarding him and were now focused on the main course instead of the entree. Paul opened the back door, weighing the myriad of possibilities laid out in front of him. "Hey, Tommy, you might want to get out of there," Paul said, feeling the possibility of escape was rapidly diminishing. "I'm good," Tommy said, matter-of-factly, blithely ignorant of what was going on around him. Travis looked over his shoulder as he began to reload for the 4th time and saw Paul talking to Tommy. "What'd he say, Uncle Paul?" Travis screamed over the roar of Justin's shots. Paul pulled his head from the inside the car door. "He says he's good," Paul answered, although he looked thoroughly perplexed. Travis knew Tommy's abilities and didn't doubt him in the least as he yelled back to Paul, "Get Aaron and get into the car," Travis shouted as he drove his Bolt home. Paul slowly shook his head in response. "I think we should get back to the house." Aaron began turning in that direction. She wasn't going to need to be told twice. Travis put the rifle up to his shoulder and fired a shot at a zombie 10 feet away. "Get!" He fired again. "In!" He fired again. "Fuck! Ing!" He fired his last shot. "Car!" He screamed as he fished more slugs out of his pants. Paul was in shock, but had the wherewithal to grab his wife and usher her into the car. "You sound more and more like your dad," Paul said, dismayed, as he pulled the door shut. "Want a Snickers?" Tommy asked. The car jumped. A zombie had run into the rear in an attempt to get to the boys. Brendan had dropped his pistol as he covered the last few yards, desperately trying to get his keys out of his pocket without slowing down. It was going to be close, but the destructive fire of Justin and Travis had cleared a rapidly shrinking gap. "Get in, brother," Justin told Travis. Travis usually was not one to do as his brother told, but this seemed like a foolish time to keep up that tradition. He hopped in and scooted over to the middle of the front bench seat. Seconds later, Justin slid in, pulling the door closed as the closest of the zombies smeared his decomposing hand on the passenger window. Aaron screamed in terror. "Ah, just like old times," Travis said sarcastically. Justin sometimes wondered how deep the depths of resolve went in his younger brother. Brendan crossed in front of the car. For one heart-stopping beat, all of his attention was on the set of keys that he fumbled in his hands. At one point, he lost control of them. Everyone held their breaths as Brendan made a desperate bid to swipe them out of midair, and in a play worthy of a top 10 mention on ESPN's Sports Center, he made contact and snatched life from the jaws of death. A moment later, Brendan plowed into the driver's seat, nearly snapping the key in the ignition with the brute force with which he drove it home. His chest heaving for air, Brendan turned the key, but nothing happened. "Told you about that," Tommy said from the back seat. Brendan had some choice expletives, but kept them to himself. The energy to issue them forth was more than he had right now. His heart was a trip hammer as he began to fumble with the shift selector. More to himself than anyone else in the car, he said. "Sometimes the shifter doesn't go into park and the car won't start. Probably a good time to put it in park, don't you think?" Travis asked. Brendan glared in his direction, but his girlfriend's little brother for once wasn't being sarcastic. Travis was looking out the windshield at the growing number of zombies. Fear creased his face. The sound of Justin's window exploding inwards masked the sound of the engine catching. So much so that Brendan was in danger of stripping out the starter as he held the key too far over for too long. A zombie reached in and clawed at Justin's face. Travis, having realized what Brendan hadn't, slammed the car into gear. Brendan turned from the invading zombie as the car shot forward and threatened to stall. Brendan quickly realized what was happening and tried to put his foot through the floor. The car sagged at the overrush of gas, hesitated, sputtered, and then shot out of the crush of zombies like a cat in a tub. A few unlucky zombies found out firsthand what it felt like to have 3 tons of Detroit steel run over your body, although they didn't seem to mind that, only that the meat was getting away. The zombie in Justin's window had its arm wrapped around the seatbelt. It tried for a few feet to keep up, but then it allowed itself to be dragged, its concentration fully fixated on the food within reach. Its arms swung wildly within the car as it tried to pull its body up and closer so its gnashing teeth could do their job. The fador of its moldering breath rivaled even that of its undead flesh. Justin screamed in surprise as a hand closed around his cheek, trying to seek purchase or perhaps just trying to pull a bit off for a snack. Paul, reaching over Tommy, was desperately attempting to unravel the seatbelt from the zombie. Justin was flailing around like a drowning victim. Aaron moved into Paul's vacated spot and placed one hand on Justin, trying to calm him down. He didn't, at least until her other hand passed in front of his eyes, the one with the gun. Paul pulled back as Aaron lined up her shot. Everyone in the car was a little hesitant after her not-so-successful display of shooting skills earlier. This bullet, though, hit home, dead center in the zombie's forehead. Its head whipped back and then forward from the backlash, but it looked more like he was questioning why. As his slumped body fell from the car like a discarded McDonald's bag, the zombies retreated quickly from view. It took a few moments for Justin's overloaded senses to regain equilibrium from the deafening shot and the acrid blast of smoke that had inundated his nose. But when his senses did clear, the outcome was less than satisfactory. As the ringing began to subside within his ears, Justin bowed his head to try to regain the precious breaths he had lost. At first he was uncertain what he was looking at as large crimson droplets splashed on his blue jean-covered thigh. It was when he attempted to wipe his cheek clean that true terror infiltrated his heart. His fingers were covered in blood, his own. "Oh, Jesus, no!" Justin wailed. Paul looked out the back window, thinking the zombies were somehow keeping up with the speeding getaway car. Justin buried his head in his hands. Travis made an attempt to discover what was the matter with his brother, but was shrugged off. Brendan slowed and then finally let the truck come to a rest with the engine idling to discover the problem. Justin was too far lost in his own thoughts to do more than show the offending blood to the rest of the occupants. "Were you bitten?" Travis asked. Justin shook his head. "No, that's good then, right?" Travis asked, hoping someone would answer in the affirmative. In most zombie movies, you have to be bitten to be infected. Nobody knew the answer. How could they? This wasn't a movie, and zombies weren't supposed to be real, right? Even Tommy looked concerned. Travis hoped it was because he was out of Snickers bars. Nobody said anything. As Brendan accelerated the truck, nobody knew what to say anyway. Travis put his arm around Justin. It was a rare display of brotherly love. Justin was at first inclined to shrug it off, but when he realized Travis was not going to relinquish his spot, Justin acquiesced. As Brendan was racing closer to Little Turtle, he voiced his thoughts. "They're not going to let Justin in through the gate with that wound." Travis instantly got upset. "We can't leave him outside." Justin didn't say anything. He had already resigned himself to his fate. "I'm not saying we should leave him outside, Travis," Brendan said with a bit of attitude in his voice. Justin and Brendan had become friends since Brendan had started dating his sister. He was offended that Travis would think he would abandon his friend this quickly. "We could say he cut himself on the broken glass," Travis said hesitantly. "Justin," Brendan said softly. Justin didn't respond. "Justin," he said with a little more force. Brendan pulled over again. "Justin, look at me." Justin reluctantly turned his head to face him. Brendan inwardly winced when he saw the wound. A 3-inch-long slab of flesh had been raggedly pulled from Justin's cheek, and blood flowed freely from the laceration. If Brendan hadn't first-hand witnessed the attack, he would have assumed the wound to be caused by a bite. The notched pieces of sinew looked angry with swelling. Justin's eyes appeared to be sunken from the rapidly expanding swell from the damage. What was worse was the look of defeat in those same eyes. Brendan couldn't help but think that his friend was already turning better to leave him out here than take the possibility of him injuring someone else. Brendan definitely did not want to be the person that had to put a bullet between his eyes. All these thoughts raced through Brendan's mind, each one trying their best to gain a foothold and sway a decision in their favor. His lack of ability to think clearly under the circumstances may just have saved Justin's life. Brendan at last spoke. "Yeah, there's no way the guards will mistake that for any type of cut." He swung his head to the back. "Hey, Tommy, want to sit up front?" Tommy was not his normal jovial self, and that, as much as anything, contributed to the downward spiral of morale in the truck. Erin had buried her head in Paul's shoulder and was crying softly. Tommy looked like he wanted to join her. Travis did not understand Brendan's motive to move Tommy and wanted to make sure he was 100% clear on where he was going with this. Brendan saw the look of confusion on Travis's face and clarified. "I want Tommy to sit up front and for Justin to pretend he's asleep in the back. That's the only chance we've got of getting him back through the gate." Brendan elaborated. "I'd just as soon hide him in the trunk if I had one, but that isn't an alternative." "What if he turns?" Travis asked. "I'll take care of it," Brendan answered brusquely. "I'm his brother. I should be the one to do it," Travis said pointedly. Justin began to open the passenger door as he spoke. "If it comes to it, I'll do it myself." Tommy was busy coming around from the rear driver's side around the front of the truck as he met Justin. He gave Justin a huge hug which seemed to elevate Justin's spirits ever so slightly. "That's not the hug of death, is it, Tommy?" Justin asked. "I've never hugged anyone to death," Tommy said seriously as he wiped a tear away from his cheek. Justin's eyes were red-rimmed and enshrouded in blackness. He looked like a trick-or-treater halfway made into his costume. Paul switched seats with Erin while they waited for Justin to get back in the truck, placing himself between Justin and his wife. Within minutes, the truck was about ready to make the final turn onto Evans Avenue. "Everyone ready?" Brendan asked as he exhaled loudly. Paul stiffened slightly as Justin laid his head on his shoulder. Justin noticed the rebuff, but he couldn't blame his uncle. He was sure he'd do the same thing if the circumstances were reversed. As they pulled up to the gate, Brendan put on his best award-winning smile. It failed miserably. "Boy, you look like you just had your balls stomped on by a golf player," the guard said. "Ain't that right, Igor?" the guard said, clearly amused with his pun. Igor nodded and answered, "Da!" But Igor wasn't paying so much attention to his partner. Igor's head was inside Brendan's truck looking around. "There's much blood in here," Igor said, clearly not looking for an explanation, yet merely stating a fact. "Weren't you boys going to help your father?" Igor asked. Now he was clearly looking for answers. Nobody spoke at first until Paul began to brainstorm. "They were, sir, but when they came across my wife and I in trouble, that Mike fellow rescued us and then told these fine young men to take us home." Igor was not convinced. "What happened to the window?" he asked brusquely as he brushed shattered glass off the sill. Travis spoke a little too soon and a little too loudly. "That was my fault, sir. I shot at a zombie not realizing the window was still closed." Travis smiled weakly. "The glass is on the inside of the truck," Igor said, looking piercingly at Travis. Travis's smile weakened further. "What is wrong with the other boy?" Igor asked, pointing to the rear seat. "I'm fine," Tommy beamed. "Duh, not you," Igor answered firmly. Tommy frowned. This time it was Brendan's turn to think quickly. "Sir, I'm just trying to get him home so he can sleep it off. We broke into Mr. Talbot's vodka last night and drank way too much." Igor laughed, not convinced again that he was receiving even half of the truth, but he laughed anyway at the thought of two young Americans trying to tame Russian water. "Duh, he does look a little green around the gills. Get him home and get him well," Igor said, his gaze boring directly into Brendan's eyes. "Yes, sir," Brendan answered as he drove into the complex. Justin's sleeping act moved into the realm of reality as he had to have help to be removed from the truck. His steps were sluggish and weak. Paul supported one side as Travis supported the other. Brendan hustled up through the back gate to make sure the way was clear so they could get Justin into the house unimpeded. That didn't look like it was going to happen, at least not easily. No sooner had Brendan opened the back gate than he was met by his girlfriend. The dangerous look of fire was in her eyes and her posture. A litany of lavish profanity was about to be issued forth until she caught sight of her brother being almost dragged into the yard. She didn't even acknowledge her uncle's presence, as all of her attention was focused on the ghostly image of her brother's face. "Oh my God!" Nicole shrieked as she pushed by Brendan to wipe some of the sweat off of Justin's feverish brow. She quickly pulled her hand away. "He's burning up!" She turned back to face Brendan. "What did you do to him?" Paul spoke up. "Now's not the time for accusations, Nicole. We need to get your brother into the house and get some antibiotics into him." "Uncle Paul?" Nicole asked as she turned back and finally noticed him. "Get your mother, Nicole," Paul said with force. "Thank you," Brendan muttered under his breath. "Don't worry, kid. I did it for all of us. I've known Nicole long enough to realize Shrill was rapidly approaching," Paul said as they brought Justin through the back door. The boys laid Justin down on Henry's favorite couch. Henry wouldn't mind. He was sleeping soundly upstairs on Mike's side of the bed. Tracy came downstairs awkwardly, holding a rifle. It looked as much out of place in her hands as a cat holding an umbrella. But if there was trouble, she wanted to be ready. She stopped short when she saw Paul and Aaron, trying her best to assimilate this new information as quickly as possible. However, as soon as she saw Justin lying on the couch, the rest was forgotten. In the meantime, Travis was going through the kitchen cabinets looking for any half-empty antibiotic bottles. Nicole and Tracy were famous for not finishing their medications. Within moments, his effort was rewarded. "Got him," he said triumphantly. Tracy barely acknowledged his words as she pressed her hand to Justin's forehead. "What's wrong with him?" Tracy exclaimed. "He's so hot." She turned her glare on Travis and Brendan. "Tell me right now what happened." Justin's face was sallow and taking on hues of yellow and green. Brendan was hesitant to let his rifle down, feeling that he might need to use it at any moment. But how could he possibly tell Mrs. Talbot to get out of the way so he would have a clean shot? "Nicole, go fill the tub with cold water, Travis. Get all the ice and put it in the tub and find me some antibiotics," Tracy yelled. Travis ran over and handed her the bottle of erythromycin, then headed back to the freezer, grabbed the ice, and went to catch up with his sister. Anything to get away from the scene that was unfolding in front of him. Justin had a difficult time swallowing the pills. His mother handed him. His tonsils had swelled to the point where they were almost making contact with each other. Mike came back 4 hours later to find 7 people, including the dog, crowded into the master bathroom. The bathroom was spacious for one, but was never designed for that many people. Mike took little note of his best friend and wife when he was able to muster past the throng and see what everyone had their attention focused on. Justin was lying in the tub, alternating between violent, convulsive shivers and panting from the heat. His body was throwing off. He groaned in despair and fell to his knees next to his son. Tracy's chapter 14. "Mom!" Nicole yelled from the bottom of the stairs. "Everyone's gone." Tracy was irritated. Last night was the first night in almost a week she had slept clean through, between the nightmares and Mike's thrashing about. Sleep had been as elusive as an eel in jello. A couple of more hours of blessed sleep and she might almost feel human again. Best not to joke about that, she thought. Everyone, she asked in alarm as she sat up in bed, head swimming in lightheadedness. She had not been taking her vitamins as religiously as she had before the infection. Depression sometimes weighed heavily on her mind. What was the point of vitamins? They wouldn't protect against zombies. Guns, one of the things she loathed most in life, were now her only clear salvation. She had turned a blind eye when Mike had begun his slow, methodical collection of guns. She had her own vices. Why should she deny him his? He didn't smoke, he didn't use drugs, he didn't run around with other women. He was a good man. Maybe a card or two shy of a standard deck, but you could always draw in the missing cards on the jokers. Guns. She had worried a lot when he brought the boys shooting, but he was careful and respectful of the power and devastation these devices could inflict. The boys were taught in this manner also. What at first had seemed unnecessary was now paramount to their survival. Civilization and all of its trappings were gone. Darwinism was back. The infirm would die. The strong would survive. "Everyone," she asked again, much more softly as she reined in her errant thoughts. Nicole was now in the bedroom. "Even Tommy. she answered. Are you sure they're not out on a work detail or getting food or just walking the dog? Tracy asked. The last question was answered when a loud snort came from the general vicinity of Tracy's feet. Henry, how do you get up on this bed, and without me knowing? Tracy said as she reached down and patted his snout. Henry obediently rolled over onto his back, expecting and receiving a tummy rub. Mom, I went down to the clubhouse, and then I went to the gate. They all left. Dad went to the armory, and supposedly the boys went to help him, but the guard thought they were full of shit. All right, give me a minute, Tracy said as she pulled the covers the rest of the way off, partially covering Henry. He didn't stir, apparently happy with his new covering. What about the guns? Tracy asked as she headed into the bathroom to put on pants. What about them? Nicole asked, not having any idea where this conversation was heading. We're going to need some, Tracy yelled from the bathroom. Why? What for? Nicole asked, alarm rising in her voice. We're going to look for the boys, Tracy said matter-of-factly, grabbing her sweater off the idly sitting exercise bike. People don't cover their exercise equipment with clothing because it is an easy coat rack. They do it because it hides their guilt. Guilt for having spent so much money on a piece of equipment that now did what any 49-cent hanger could do. The guilt of not having lived up to one's own expectations, more like promises to oneself. Exercise equipment sent more people to therapists than any dysfunctional mother could hope to achieve. When we get back, Nicole, remind me to throw out this elliptical. Nicole stared at her mother, believing that she had finally gone over the edge. The stress of the last few days had been great on everyone, and obviously her mother had enough. Tracy opened Mike's gun safe to find the cash had been nearly exhausted. All that remained was a .22 caliber pistol and rifle. Not that she had any clue as to what type of guns they were. How do we know if these are loaded? Tracy asked Nicole as she picked up the pistol gingerly. Nicole ducked. Definitely not by pointing it at me. Oh yeah, sorry, Tracy answered sheepishly. Are you sure this is such a good idea, Mom? My boys are out there. I'm going to find them. Nicole sighed and walked over to her mother to grab the rifle out of the safe. She proceeded to pretend to know how to load it as she placed it on the bed. Nicole spent the next few anxious minutes under the watchful eye of her mother looking for the non-existent magazine. Well, not knowing that .22 rifles are barrel-fed, not wanting to appear ignorant, Nicole picked the weapon back up. All loaded, she announced proudly. I didn't see you put any bullets in it, Tracy said, but she honestly had no clue. What about this? Tracy asked, handing over the pistol. Nicole had watched her boyfriend and her father shoot at least half a dozen times, and they always pulled back on something on the top. So when she finally found the mechanism on the pistol that pulled back and then slammed home when her grip faltered, she proudly announced the pistol was also loaded. It wasn't at this point Nicole didn't think they were headed out the gate and was hoping that her armory skills wouldn't be put to the test. Mom, we have no idea where they went, and they have at least a 15-minute head start, Nicole began pleading. Her mother might be stressed out to the max, but Nicole was, to put it bluntly, scared shitless at 4'11", and maybe 90 pounds after a Thanksgiving dinner. Nicole's biggest defense had been a Marine dad that some thought might be unstable. Nicole had tortured many a potential threat with the words, "My dad knows where you live." For some reason Mike could not fathom. All of Nicole's friends and potential enemies were deathly afraid of him, and he had not so much as said boo to any of them. This had all been a device of Nicole. She had made sure that everyone knew of a particular incident in Canada involving her father, several Mounties, and a politician. Nicole couldn't have been any safer if everyone thought her father was Tony Soprano. When her brothers had gotten older, they became a second layer of defense, and to top that off was Brendan. If all else failed, she had a mouth that belied her diminutive size. To hear her scream, one would think they were being besieged by a platoon of howler monkeys. Her dad, who had multiple drill instructors scream at him and shrug it off, shied away from his daughter when her ever-widening pie hole began to vibrate. But shorn of her bodyguards and with an impotent voice, zombies wouldn't care about screams. It would be more like the sound of a dinner bell to them. She would become what she truly was. Daddy's little princess. Strip away the abrasiveness of her attitude and there was just a scared young woman. I could use some cigarettes too, her mother announced. Let's go, Nicole agreed immediately. Addiction is a powerful motivator. Screw the zombies. Henry looked up from his chair, watching the two women leave. He realized nobody was home and hoped that somebody would be home soon to put out his second breakfast. Tracy and Nicole walked out to the garage. It was when they entered that Nicole noticed the obvious. "Yes, you guessed it, Princess Obvious. You're going to take Dad's car?" she asked tremulously. "Well, he did trash my car," Tracy answered, but not with much verve. A few months back, Mike and Tracy had been at the grocery store picking out some Starbucks coffee. Mike was in heaven smelling the wonderful aromas of the different beans and spices. "You know," he began, "if God told me I had to give up either beer or coffee, I honestly don't know what I'd do." Tracy had thought the dilemma was easily solved. "Beer," Mike looked at her. "All right then, God says coffee or cigarettes." Tracy now saw the point. After they had filled up the back seat of Mike's Jeep and were heading out of the parking lot, Tracy had asked him, "If God said this Jeep or me, how hard of a decision would that be for you?" Mike's answer came swiftly. "Oh, hon, that wouldn't be hard." But he hadn't elaborated, and she more than half believed his non-verbalized implication. "Any better ideas?" Tracy asked. "Well, we do need cigarettes." Nicole smiled sickly. More than once in her rebellious youth she had wanted to borrow her father's Jeep when she had snuck out of the house. But she was unruly, not insane. The Jeep had stayed safely tucked away in the garage. Nicole cautiously climbed up into the passenger seat, half expecting some form of theft deterrent to activate. No matter how much she adjusted the seat and her posture, she could not get comfortable. Guilt was a difficult suit to wear. Her mother didn't seem to be wearing it any better than her. The Jeep started loudly in the confined space. If not for the seatbelts strapped across their laps, they both might have jumped out. Tracy slowly placed the car in reverse. Mom, you might want to open the garage door." "Oh yeah, right." Tracy smiled weakly. This expedition was getting off to a memorable start. Cigarettes or no? Nicole wasn't sure about the wisdom of this crusade. The door rumbled open. Tracy jerkily popped the clutch, stalling the Jeep. "Oops," she commented. "Great." Nicole muttered under her breath. The next 3 attempts at reverse didn't go much better. Then there was first gear to contend with. Tracy rolled up to the main gate, hopeful they would open it before she lost momentum and had to mess with first gear again. Igor waved them to a halt. "Damn it," Tracy and Nicole muttered at the same time, and both for the same reason. Nicole had nearly got her nose broken on the dashboard as the Jeep bucked like a pissed-off bronco. "Vat's the matter vit, you Talbots? You not like it here?" Igor asked. "Igor, do you know where the boys went?" Tracy asked concernedly. "They say to help their da, but I could tell they was full of it," he answered helpfully. She wanted to yell at him for letting them go, but his job was who to let in, not out. "They be all right, Mrs. Talbot." They were armed for bear, he finished when he saw the look of apprehension on her face. "You two should stay here and wait for them to return. It's too dangerous to go out there." "Did you give the boys the same speech?" Tracy lashed back. Igor stepped back and motioned for the bus to move. He'd learned a lot of things since he had moved to the States. Women were not subservient like in Russia, and it was best not to stir a hornet's nest with a short stick. "Have a nice day." And he walked back towards the bus to get some heat. Tracy stalled the Jeep twice more at the mouth of the gate. The bus driver seemed on the verge of panic. He was gesturing wildly for Tracy to get out of the entranceway. "What the hell is he so worried about?" Tracy asked hotly. Driving, or actually stalling Mike's Jeep was getting her flustered. "There isn't a zombie for miles." She was wrong, very, very wrong, but they were definitely out of the line of sight. "Keep your damn shorts on," Tracy yelled as she successfully ground through first and out of the way of the bus. "God, Mike always makes it look so easy. Mom, are you sure we should be out here?" Nicole couldn't put her finger on it, but something didn't seem right. Her foreboding grew as Little Turtle diminished in the rear-view mirror. Tracy was too busy concentrating on shifting gears to notice anything. It was possible her difficulties with the clutch were stemming more from her subconscious than her foot-to-pedal interaction. "Huh, got it," Tracy said triumphantly as she pulled away from the intersection of Havana and Evans with nary a rattle. Now, as she surveyed her surroundings in earnest, she had to agree with Nicole. Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea. She had endangered her daughter and herself, and for what, she hadn't a clue which way her boys had gone. Driving around without a purpose was tantamount to suicide. Sure, they were armed, but neither one of them had shot more than a half-dozen bullets, and none of those rounds had impacted with the desired targets. Tracy felt exhausted from the stress of this brave new world, her husband gallivanting all over the place, and now her boys were God knows where. Tracy's head slumped over the steering wheel as she looked over at her daughter. "Nicole, I don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. Mike will kill us if he finds out about this, and not only because we took his Jeep." Nicole had never seen her mom so defeated. She had to think of something fast, or her mother might just shut down completely. Nicole had lost her license to drive last year. Not that any patrolman would be stopping to check, but the fact remained that she could barely control an automatic transmission. A clutch was out of the question. The sense of foreboding that she was feeling had not diminished in the least. She had no wish to walk back to the complex. "I sure could use a smoke," Nicole said, looking out the corner of her eye, hoping for some reaction besides despair from her mother. Tracy picked her head up, anguish clearly visible on her taut features. There was also something else resolve. She was a little bit more than pissed at herself that she should be able to pull out of her funk over a cigarette, but old habits don't die easily. They can be suppressed or even forgotten for a while, but they can and will always rear their ugly heads at the most inopportune times. This, however, was an opportune time. Tracy wasn't sure if she was mad or grateful that Nicole knew which buttons to push with such precise precision, but after all, she had been practicing for the last 11 years. Tracy put the truck in gear. "Sounds good to me. Contracting lung cancer is the least of my problems." Nicole would have laughed if the thought wasn't so macabre. Somehow at this point, lung cancer was the safer alternative. How the hell did that happen? They drove in silence for only a minute or so as Tracy pulled into the nearest service station a half-mile away. There were a couple of cars in the bays, but they were unattended. Tracy did a lazy figure-8 through the parking lot, looking for anything that might make this visit not worth their while. Besides spilled gas, there were no imminent threats. The lights inside the convenience store were out, and the opaque glass masked everything. Tracy parked in front of the store, the Jeep idling quietly. She and Nicole peered intently into the gloom, looking for any movement. "Keep the car running. I'll run in and grab a bunch of packs," Nicole said as she began to open the door. "Wait a minute. I'm not letting you go in there," Tracy yelled louder than she meant to. "Mom, I'll be fine. I'm just going to run in and run out." "No, if anyone should go in, it should be me. I've already got 2 kids, God knows where. You stay here and I'll run in," Tracy said, convinced this was the correct maneuver. "If anything happens to me, you just take off," she said as she began to open her door. "Mom," Nicole yelled. Tracy slammed her door shut, convinced Nicole had seen something. She looked wildly around for the threat. "Mom, I can't drive a stick. If something happens to you, I'll have to run. Have you seen me run? Shit, you scared me," Tracy said. As Nicole's words settled in, she realized the dilemma they were in. No matter which approach she took, she would be placing her daughter in danger. "Let's go in together," Nicole interjected before the paralysis of fear took her mother over again. Nicotine was a powerful drug. It had the power to overwhelm judgment. Tracy nodded weakly. They both opened their doors and stepped out. The cold air was redolent with the scent of spilled gasoline. The noxious fumes made breathing difficult, but also had the benefit or disadvantage of masking the scent of death. They hurried to the entrance to get away from the overpoweringly strong smell. Had their sense of smell not been burned out by the gas, it would have been assaulted by the now all too familiar stink of death. It would be 3 breaths too late before they realized their error. "God, I wish there were some lights on," Nicole said, a slight tremor in her voice. Tracy had been first in and was silently glad that was the case. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom inside the store, she could make out a pair of scrubs-clad legs sticking out from behind the counter. Those legs were not made for walking anymore. There was also a congealed pool of blood coming from the aisle closest to them. Tracy had no need whatsoever to see what had caused it. Sometimes ignorance really is bliss. Tracy shot her hand out and grabbed Nicole's arm, steering her away from the offending aisle. "Shh, did you hear that?" Tracy stopped and listened intently. Panic welled in them both, and Nicole hadn't even heard a sound. They both stood stock still as the seconds ticked by. Nicole's arm began to throb where her mother gripped it like a vice. "Mom, let go," Nicole said in hushed tones. "There's nothing here." A small scratching sound emanated from behind the cold drinks. "It's probably just the refrigerator kicking on," Nicole said, more to convince herself than anything. Tracy pointed to the unlit lights overhead. Nicole looked up and swallowed hard. "Yup, no power, I knew that." "Shh," Tracy more motioned than vocalized. Nicole was not one to let a word go unspoken and was about to ask another question when the sound repeated itself. It was rhythmic and faint. There was no menace implied from the sound. All the same, Tracy was in no mood to hang around. Tracy spun to face her daughter. "Let's just grab a bunch of smokes and some sodas for the boys and get the hell out of here." "I'm with you on that. This place gives me the creeps and it's starting to smell worse than outside. Mom, any particular brand you want me to get?" "Yeah, all you can carry." "I've got a feeling it's going to be a long time before Winston-Salem starts pumping more of these out, unless they start to market a brand for zombies." "Hey, you're already dead. Why not smoke?" She tried for a feeble joke. "That's funny in a sick way," Nicole said with a stiff smile. "Even if we don't smoke them, we'll be able to trade with them. In a couple of days, they might as well be sticks of gold." Nicole's eyes sparkled. "Gold, huh? You know what I mean?" "I know exactly what you mean," Nicole said as she went over and grabbed one of the two half-size shopping carts. "Good call," Tracy said as she grabbed the lone remaining cart. Both women were so busy shopping, neither noticed when the door to the freezer section opened. In the shadows, a lone figure stared out at them lustfully. The image of meat, not the actual word, crossed what rudimentary intelligence the beast possessed. Forward it moved, always forward, always hungry, always in pursuit of its next meal. Life was easy, it would have thought, if it had enough cognitive power to be self-aware. That was not the case, though. Nicole had finished filling her cart and had gone out to the Jeep to fill it with her first load of booty. She couldn't have been any happier if she had just found Davy Jones' locker. Her previous dread was long forgotten as she re-entered the store. She stopped in her tracks, her smile frozen on her face as she watched in horror. An undead nightmare stalked her unwitting mother. "Mom!" Nicole shrieked. Tracy dropped the case of Pepsi. Cans shot out in all directions. As they ruptured, sticky liquid arced through the air. Tracy was about to yell at her daughter for scaring her, but when she looked up and saw the sheer terror on her daughter's face, she knew something was terribly wrong. Nicole was pointing wildly, her finger thrusting like a woodpecker. Words stuttered in her mouth. "Z, Tracy got the point. There weren't too many words that started with Z that could instill so much panic. Unless, of course, a murderous zebra was loose in Denver, and she was in the way of some succulent wild grass. Tracy spun around to face the threat. Her foot slipped on the newly spilled Pepsi. Her left leg shot out wildly as she plummeted to the ground. The expression on the zombie's face changed from happiness to confusion as it wondered where its meal had gone. It was a beat or two before its eyes tracked down and locked back on its prey. Tracy had landed hard on her ass. The fall had not been broken in the least by the tiled floor. Tracy began to backpedal as the zombie once again began its forward progress. Nicole couldn't get it out of her head that she wasn't watching a scary movie on cable. Her mind was searching for an escape. Tracy had pushed back as far as she could, her back colliding with the fridge doors. Her feet sought a purchase that still eluded her on the slick floor. Tracy looked up at her one-showed pursuer. Shapely legs gave way to a slender waistline and then to what could only be described as porn star breasts. Tracy could barely see around that mounding cleavage to the face mostly hidden beyond. What Tracy saw pissed her off to no end. "Allison?" Tracy asked indignantly. Allison thing slowed her pursuit, not stopping but definitely slowing, as if walking and processing this question were using up most of her operating system. "Allison Pittman?" Tracy asked again. The slender face that stared back at her looked confused. The long auburn hair that framed the green eyes was a little bedraggled, but for the most part this might be the best-looking zombie in the history of the genre, Tracy mused. "I would have hoped that your face got eaten, bitch," Tracy yelled as she was finally able to get her feet back under her with the help of the door handle behind her. "Mom, what's going on?" Nicole moaned. The Allison thing had stopped, almost as if she had had a fatal operating error. "This thing," Tracy yelled, "is the bitch that almost split up my marriage?" She glared venomously at the curvaceous corpse. Right before Mike was laid off from his job, he and Tracy had been having some marital difficulties, as most couples will during a marriage. These problems were exacerbated by the beauty of one conniving, manipulating bitch named Allison Pittman. Allison had become the shoulder which Mike had leaned on. She listened intently, always saying the right thing, stroking his ego whenever it needed to be done. She was the perfect seductress. At first, Mike hadn't noticed the subtle shift. They had been friends for almost 3 years, and in that time they had told each other a myriad of private things. Mike could see that Allison was one of the prettiest women he had ever laid eyes on. He was happily married, and even if he wasn't, he had talked to Allison long enough to know that her idea of a good time was to devour some poor man's soul. Then when he was just a dried-up husk of himself, she would discard him like so much used trash. She was a modern-day succubus. Still, she seemed to value their friendship. But when Allison had seen an opportunity, a chink in the marital armor of the Talbots, she did all in her powers to tear open an irreparable wound. It was like a disease with her. She was an unhappy person and wanted everyone else to wallow in her emotional mire, even as she loathed herself for her actions. She reveled in the thought of betting Mike and then throwing it in the face of that bitch wife of his. Mike had finally come to his senses and seen the ruse for what it was. It was almost disastrously too late, but the light of recognition had dawned on him when he was at Allison's apartment. She had asked him if he would help her move some furniture from one room to the other. He had happily obliged after all. That's what friends were for, even if his higher psyche smelled a rat. When he arrived, there was a chilled bottle of wine on the table. Mike could see the shimmering candlelight emanating from Allison's bedroom down the hallway. But the coup de grace was the sheer negligee she was wearing. Mike had always known that she was a stunning-looking woman, but this vision that greeted him at the door made him weak at the knees. Mike's mouth dropped open as panic welled up. He was at a crossroads in his life. Straight ahead lay his wife and kids. Sure, there was some cracked pavement and a pothole or two, but it was a scenic, satisfying journey. All Mike could see if he took a hard ride in his life with Allison was an under-construction sign. Large orange traffic cones and glaring lit-up warning signs that foretold of dangerous curves and hidden bumps that lined the street. That road could be fun for a mile or two. However, Mike was certain that it would end like so many roads he had seen while you'd go down so many years before, with a huge sign in the middle of the road that told the driver the end was near. That would be punctuated, of course, by a huge boulder lying just beyond it. All of this knowledge was too late for the coyote because he had rocket skates on, but Mike had something that Wile E didn't. Foreknowledge. Mike took one more look inside her apartment. Then one long lingering look at the woman that stood before him. Later, he would tell himself it was because he had wanted to be absolutely sure what Allison's intentions were. Then, without a word, he had turned and walked away. He knew if he had said something, anything, she would have had the perfect riposte and he would have caved. He would have stayed in the apartment and his life would have been irrevocably changed forever, and not for the better. Mike, Allison had asked to his back, "What are you doing?" She had never been on this side of rejection and was not taking to the learning experience too kindly. "You're turning this down," she yelled as she flaunted her body. Even without the condescending tone, Mike knew not to turn around. To do so might have turned him to salt like Lot's wife of Sodom and Gomorrah fame. Or worse yet, have him question what the hell he was doing. "Go back to your wife," she yelled, her tremulous voice reaching volumes that brought out her neighbors. "The better to play out this drama?" "What are you, a fag?" she spat. Mike's face burned as he realized he now had an audience to this spectacle. Relief flooded through him as he finally reached his car door, but was quickly diminished as he realized he would have to turn around to get in. Even from this distance, Allison's beauty was unrivaled. The sheer hatred that etched her features only confirmed to Mike the wisdom of his decision. Mike's dick, however, was unstirred by the power of higher reasoning and screamed its own words of hate and discontent at him. "Definitely not a fag," Mike said to himself as he made some adjustments to himself, started the Jeep, and got the hell out of Dodge. Allison's eyes burned holes into the back of Mike's head as he made his hasty retreat. Her apartment shook from the force she had applied to her door as she slammed it home. It was from that point forward that she had begun to formulate a plan to get Mike dismissed from his job. She had hoped for a scandal of epic proportions and was disappointed when she was only able to manage a job discontinuance. She had felt nothing close to remorse when she came to his office that final morning. Only something akin to a fulfilling satisfaction last day. She had laughed from his office door. a smug smile on her face. Mike was fairly certain of Allison's hand in this, but had no desire to give her any more satisfaction than she was already deriving from it. "Yeah, it's time for a change. I've got some prospects back east that I'm looking forward to checking out. It was all a lie." Mike was deeply scared about losing his job, but to see her smirk come off her face for just a fraction of a second made it all seem worthwhile. Mike continued to load his last box with his belongings. Allison was irate as she pushed off from his door frame, revenge unfulfilled. She stalked off, looking for her next victim. Mike had told Tracy everything about that day except the part about his traitorous penis. The liabilities of that disclosure far outweighed the benefits. Tracy had on more than one occasion wanted to confront Allison and let her know what she thought of her. Unlike Mike, Tracy was completely convinced that Allison had engineered Mike's employment demise and had since wanted to exact revenge. Now the demon spawn stood before her in all her deadly regal beauty. "How does a zombie look so fucking good?" Tracy asked as she finally got to her feet. "Mom?" Nicole was still bewildered, but finally took her mother's words to heart and looked at the monster in front of them. Except for some unkempt hair and a grayish sheen to her skin tone, the zombie was a knockout. For a second or two, Nicole wasn't sure if they were being confronted by a monster or just a starving civilian. All pretense of a peaceful outcome was shattered as the Allison thing re-engaged her one-track mind. Her mouth opened wide, revealing bits and chunks of her last conquest. Like the door of an ancient mausoleum creaking open, the stench of death issued forward. Nicole brought her pistol up to bear, her hand shaking wildly as she pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Nicole waited impatiently for the terse spring of the recoil and the acrid smell of gunpowder. All that happened was her hand shook wildly from side to side, and the acidic smell of decay flooded her senses. "Shit!" Nicole yelled as she pulled the trigger again and again, but still nothing happened. Not even the satisfactory slamming of the firing pin hitting home. Tracy had not been stationary during this brief interlude. She had also brought her rifle to bear. The Allison thing was so close that her mouth closed around the barrel of the rifle. "Gonna be tough to miss from this distance," Tracy thought with a certain sense of satisfaction. "This ought to take care of that shit-eating grin, bitch," Tracy yelled, just as she pulled the trigger. Yes, Allison thing's grin did expand, but not because of any hot lead injection. Tracy realized the gun wasn't loaded. It was more useless than Viagra at a Promise Keepers convention. Allison thing was held at bay as the muzzle of the weapon pressed against the back of her throat. Tracy wanted to scream in rage and frustration, in revenge unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Nicole picked up the closest object that she could find. Tracy reeled as the flying box of condoms narrowly missed, hitting the side of her head. "Really? That's the best that you could do?" Tracy shouted. "Sorry, Mom. What are we going to do?" Nicole shrieked, hysteria rising dangerously close to the surface. "Go behind the register and see if there's a bat or a crowbar or something to hit her over the head with," Tracy said as she struggled with the Allison thing. The zombie still hadn't figured out that, to get to the meat, it would have to dislodge from the bitter metal stick. The barrel was coming dangerously close to pushing through the back of her slender neck. "There's only a cane," Nicole shouted from the register station. "That'll have to do. Hurry. I don't know how much longer I can hold her back." Tracy was struggling under the relentless assault. The Allison thing would never stop. Tracy knew that even as her arms ached with the strain of holding the undead bitch away from her. Tracy was proud as her daughter conquered her rising tide of fear and approached the zombie, cane upraised. Nicole swung with all her might. But between the mass of the cane and the lack of muscle Nicole possessed, the blow did little more than irritate her mother's assailant. Again, she raised the cane and struck. The zombie finally noticed that she was being attacked. It backed up, dislodging itself from the gun, and turned her full attention on the small morsel of meat to her side. Succulent was its vacant thought. "Mom," Nicole wailed as she dropped the cane and backed away. Tracy's arms were burning from the exertion of holding the zombie at bay. As the Allison thing came loose, Tracy's arms fell. The rifle in reality weighed only 7 pounds, but right now it might as well have been 70. She caught her breath as the zombie turned all of its attention to her daughter. Nicole was moving backwards, her eyes wild with fear. The look of sheer terror on her face got her mother moving. "First my husband, then me, and now you want my daughter?" Tracy screamed. She turned the rifle around so she was holding the barrel. "Well, you can't have any of us, bitch," Tracy said, as she swung the beefy end of the stock with a strength and aim even Babe Ruth would have been proud of. With contact came that disgusting sound that only a collapsing skull can make. Some compare it to the sound of a watermelon exploding after a 3-story drop. In reality, this isn't even close. It is a much more visceral concussion. The sound assails the senses with the ire of a screeching cat in the dead of night. It is as repellent as a horde of spiders crawling on your head, or getting your sternum poked, or watching people chew with their mouths open. You get the point. It is a sound that is not meant for human ears. The stock of the rifle nearly stuck in the caved-in cranium of the Allison thing. As Tracy pulled the gun back, she was greeted with an audible pop as the suction between bone, blood, and wood separated. Allison Thing's head hung at an awkward angle. Her body stopped in mid-stride. It attempted to swivel its head to see its attacker, but the bones in her delicate neck were in no better shape than her mashed-in melon. Tracy heaved a cry of satisfaction and relief as the Allison Thing collapsed to the floor. Some violent twitching from her extremities kept Nicole and Tracy engrossed for a few long, macabre moments. Tracy had more expletives she wanted to shout at her downed adversary, but was fearful if she opened her mouth. Only the contents of her roiling stomach would issue forth. Finally, the Allison Thing lay still. Tracy grabbed Nicole's arm and pulled her through the exit. Not a word was said on the ride home, or ever again on the matter. Mike would learn of the cigarettes eventually, but when he questioned his wife, the stern look on her face kept him from pressing the matter. He didn't see any reason to pry any further. Women were a complete and utter mystery to him, but he knew enough about when to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 15, Journal Entry 13. It was not difficult to see the source of Justin's fever. The scarlet wound on his cheek screamed for attention. The sight of 1,000 ravenous zombies could not compete with the fright one sick boy placed into me. If Paul hadn't been sitting on the toilet, I would have used it for some dry heave practice. It was then I finally really noticed my lifelong friend. "Paul?" I asked. I had to blink and rub my eyes. How cliché is that? "Hey, buddy," Paul said, his voice strained. He was feeling extremely guilty for his part in this progressing drama. Paul and Mike had talked occasionally, usually in drunken stupors, about what they should do in the event of a disaster. Now, in Paul's defense, most of these scenarios involved terrorist attacks, not zombie infestations. But after much debate and loud, obnoxious rants, it was agreed upon that Mike's house was easier to defend and had more supplies, including armament. At the first sign of trouble, Paul was supposed to get his ass over to Mike's, but he had let indecision rule, and that had threatened the lives of his nephews. He knew Mike would have a hard time ever forgiving him this transgression. I was torn between figuring out why and how Paul was here and the health and welfare of my son. Paul saw my distress and eased at least one burden. "We'll talk later. It's a long story," he said as he waved me away to the front of the crowd huddled around the bathtub. Tracy didn't look up from Justin as she sought out my hand for comfort. Words didn't seem necessary. I could see the jagged groove of flesh missing from Justin's right cheek. His face had swollen to almost double its proportion. If it had been caused by a bee stung, it would have been hilarious. As much as his cheek stuck out, his eyes had sunken in. He looked more like a caricature of himself than the real article. Red lines of infection radiated out from the unsightly wound. I would have already thought he was a zombie if not for the next few moments. Justin's eyes gained a measure of focus as they found mine. His next words were strained and choked as he tried to force air over his tortured tonsils. "I'm sorry, Dad," he cried. I took a big intake of air as I sobbed. My heart wanted to leap out of my chest. Paul stifled his own keening. Tracy didn't hold anything back as she let loose as only a grieving mother can. Her sobs racked her body. She released my hand in order to cover her face with both of hers. In the back of my mind, I heard Tommy speak, but I wasn't cognizant of any particular word he spoke. "He didn't get bit," Tommy said. I wanted to lash out. I wanted to smash things. I wanted to swear to the heavens for this hell thrust upon me. But what would it accomplish? It wouldn't make my son any better. It wouldn't restore order to the universe. I didn't know what had happened, but from the hangdog expressions on Travis and Brendan, it wasn't a difficult puzzle to put together. Paul, being Paul, had procrastinated his departure from his house until his window of opportunity had closed. My boys had somehow got the half-assed idea to go and save their uncle. I loved Paul with all my heart, but never would I have sacrificed one of my kids for him. I wanted to lay into Paul and scream, "How dare you?" But the guilt that he had already placed on his own shoulders was more than I could ever hope to achieve. And again, to what end? My son was infected with the deadly virus, and berating Paul would do nothing, absolutely nothing to save Justin. I felt hopeless. No, scratch that, for the first time in my life I felt impotent. Okay, the second there was that one time in college when Paul and I had bought some incredible Sensimillion herb, and for some reason I couldn't achieve the full vigor of manhood with my girlfriend. But this was worse. Much, much worse. I stroked Tracy's hair as tenderly as I could. She bristled from the contact. I told her I had a quick meeting at the clubhouse and I would be back soon. She never so much as looked up at me. I can't say I could blame her. I looked at the crowd in the bathroom and demanded, "Keep his fever down. And Travis, come get me right away if he gets worse. And whatever you do, don't anyone let word of this get out. They'll put him down like a mad dog." I ignored Tracy's flinch at my words. They were nothing but the truth. I hesitated for a moment, then knelt next to my waxen-faced son and tenderly kissed him on the brow. As I turned and left the room, my shoulders shook as I tried to restrain my own heart-wrenching sobs. 10 minutes later, there were 6 people, including myself, present at the impromptu clubhouse meeting. Alex, who looked like he had no sooner hit the pillow when he got the call. Jed and Tim Tinkle. No, I did not make the name up. He was head of the news security department. He was a good-looking guy, about 6'2", 185 pounds, in great shape. He had blue eyes that were striking next to his prematurely silver hair. He had the look of someone who has had to constantly defend himself, and with that name he probably did. I had my doubts about Tinkle. He looked like he had a short fuse. Next, there was Wilbur Heathrow, an older, heavy-set guy, with wide-spaced eyes on a narrow face that gave him the look of a salamander. He was head of the guards. I don't know what went on while I was gone, but it looked like there were a whole lot of new posts. Maybe the titles made these people feel more self-important, or more likely made them feel like they were in control of the situation. It was my personal belief it did neither. Why did we need a head of security and a guard warden? It was the same thing, like saying tomato, what's the difference? Whatever. If it made people feel all warm and fuzzy inside, then why not? And to round out the 6, Carl had showed up. When it looked like all the movers and shakers were present, I pulled away from Jed and asked for everybody to be seated. Tim Tinkle remained standing. "Gentlemen," I began, "I'm sorry to have taken you away from whatever you may have been doing." I looked at Alex especially, knowing he was way short on sleep. He gave me a slight nod. "De nada," he said, acknowledging my apology. "We've got some problems," I stated. "Why are you wasting our time with the obvious, Michael?" Tinkle intoned self-importantly. Why was this guy starting already? And I hated being called Michael. It always reminded me when I was young and in trouble. Okay, I looked questioningly at Tinkle. What I wanted to finish saying, "Are you implying that I interrupted you?" "The mighty Michael Talbot," Tinkle sneered. T.I., Tim, I'm not sure what's going on here." "I'm just trying to pass on some information I think is vital to our safety and security," I put forth, doing my best to rein in my anger at this idiot. "Are you saying I'm not doing my job right?" Tinkle yammered, taking a step forward and thrusting his finger at me. "What the hell, man? I didn't even know there was such a job until Jed told me 5 minutes ago. Listen, I'm not trying to get into a pissing contest with you." Oops, wrong adjective. He blew like Vesuvius. "What does that crack mean, Talbot? You making fun of me? You got a problem with me? I'm gonna kick your ass into Tuesday," which I thought was kind of hilarious, considering it was Tuesday, unless of course he meant next Tuesday, and then it would suck. He was approaching fast veins, sticking out of all sorts of unnatural places. "Tim, please." Jed stood up, trying to thwart the hostility. Tim pushed him aside. Luckily, Carl was able to grab him before Jed hit the deck. Tim swung with a roundhouse that a zombie would have been able to dodge. I dropped low and struck with all of my force into his solar plexus. The wind couldn't get out of his sails fast enough. I felt the force of the super exhaled air as it traveled with velocity over my head. I was thankful he hadn't eaten any jalapenos for dinner. It might have melted my hair. He immediately doubled over, trying his best to gasp for the elusive air. I was a millisecond away from finishing him off with an uppercut when Jed finally righted himself. "Enough, you shitheads!" he yelled. I felt like I was 5. I pointed at Tinkle. "He started it," I blustered. Tinkle couldn't talk yet, but he had the presence of mind to point at me and shake his head. "I don't care," Jed raged on. "I didn't know the old coot had that much fire in him." "Tinkle, sit your ass down. Talbot, continue." Tim did as he was told. By small degrees, he was able to retain more air, but luckily the firestorm had died down. "Okay," I stated again. "Where was I before I was so rude?" Jed pointed a finger at me. Right, I think we're in for a bit of a mess, Mike," Alex said exasperatedly. "You know that I came here because you had something important for us, but if you woke me for that, I'll be the next one up there taking a swing?" "All right, sorry." I held my hands up. "I was just thrown off track for a sec. We've all been wondering where the zombies are. Why aren't they attacking? Are they dying? Did they move on? Now, I'm not saying this is fact. These are just my observations. I think these zombies are a little more advanced than we give them credit for." Everyone stirred a bit, except for Carl. Wilbur spoke up. "This is ridiculous. They're brain dead, flesh-eating parasites. They have all the brain power of Tim over there." Everyone laughed, even Tim. I related the story about when we had gone to get Justin and how the zombies had just up and left us for easier prey. "Listen, I know it's just conjecture. I have as much knowledge about this as you guys, but I think the zombies know we're here." "That's preposterous," Wilbur yelled out. "They're not even self-aware. Since when do predators have to be self-aware? Does a wolf know it exists?" I shot back. Wilbur withered a bit. "I thought about this the entire way home from the armory after our encounter with the zombies. The news of the sighting of so many zombies had seemingly beat us back to Little Turtle. I think the zombies have exhausted the easier food supply." Wilbur was like a pit bull. He just wouldn't give up. He must hang around a lot with Tinkle. Those are our family and friends that you so casually call food. He clearly wanted to continue with his scathing diatribe, but the only place this was heading was another confrontation resulting in a punch to the abdomen, and I'd probably lose my fist in his massive midsection. "Wilbur," I said solemnly as I carefully interrupted his harangue, "I'm not trying to make light of the situation. I'm calling it like I'm seeing it. Those people the zombies have hunted down were the infirm or slow or those caught unawares. I think that the reason we have been so relatively safe is because we are a much tougher prey." Wilbur was about to unseat his great mass again. "Hold on, Wilbur. Just let me finish. Lions go after gazelles and zebra and only occasionally water buffalo, and even then only the smaller ones. But if desperate enough and hungry enough, they will attack a full-grown elephant." I watched it on the Discovery Channel. "I'm willing to bet the pickings have gotten real slim outside these walls, and we're the next available source of food." Wilbur finally got his bulk up. His chair sagged in relief. "Oh, come on, are we really going to listen to this?" he said, addressing the rest of the gathering. "He's telling us zombies are smart and that they know we're here. He's drawing parallels between them and Wild Kingdom, for goodness sake. Why are we wasting our time with this, or him for that matter? He's just pissed. He's not in charge, and this makes him feel more important. I felt defeated. I have no desire to be in charge of this three-ring circus." "So you say," Wilbur said fiercely. I ignored his barb and continued. "I was only trying to make sure we were prepared for what's coming, Jed. I'm going to pack my family up and get going. Those of you that want to are more than welcome to come along." "Good riddance, Talbot. We don't need your kind here anyway," Wilbur snorted. Tinkle nodded, agreeing. Alex looked away. "I'd like to come, Mike, but it feels safe here." "I understand, Alex. You have to look out for your family. Good luck, my friend," I said honestly. "Now hold on," Carl said, standing up. I didn't know what his relationship to Wilbur was, but Wilbur immediately deferred to the older man. It was later that I learned Wilbur was Carl's son-in-law, and Carl couldn't stand him. Wish I had known that then. Now, I'm not in total agreement with Talbot. Great, I thought. Jump on the Beat Talbot bandwagon. But those zombies were acting peculiar, and I've also been thinking a bit on what I witnessed. I won't stand here and pretend to know what's going on, but if those things are coming and in the vast numbers that showed at the armory, we're in a world of hurt now. I have no intention of leaving, and I don't think Talbot should either. Wilbur was not pleased. But I do think we should rouse the populace, such as it is, and begin to buttress up some of our weaker points. Thanks, Carl, I said earnestly. I didn't do it for you, Carl answered. I still love you, man, I said, smiling. Jed finally spoke up. You better be careful, Carl. He seems to like older men. Wilbur did not like being thwarted this close to the goal line, but he respectfully kept quiet the remainder of the meeting. With a newfound vigor and hope, I pushed on. Alex, you're the engineer. How much stress can those walls take? Alex looked confused. I don't think I'm understanding the question, Mike. More than likely the wall would stop a regular-sized car traveling no more than 30 or 40 miles per hour. A full tractor trailer, however, would probably punch right through. No, I'm talking much smaller. Like zombie-sized, I said. I don't think the zombies possess superhuman strength. If that's what you mean, Alex said. I'm sorry, Alex, I need to be clearer. I have 100 things running around in my head, and they're all fighting to come out at the same time. I'm talking about thousands of zombies all pressing up against the wall. Could it hold? Oh crap, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, it's only cinder block and cement. There isn't any rebar in it at all. There are stanchions every 20 feet. Those would hold because they're anchored. But no, if you put it that way, the walls are extremely vulnerable. The zombies could push over entire sections with that much force. Wilbur's fat face recoiled. It shouldn't have made me happy, but it did. Jed spoke. Well, if the walls are not safe, then none of the gates are either. I reckon they could push that RV out of the way a whole hell of a lot easier than taking out the wall. Now you're seeing my point, I said triumphantly. I could almost see the gears in Alex's head churning. He quickly started reciting his grocery list of desired items to begin the fortification. Jed wanted to talk a little more after the meeting broke up. I so wanted to. The thought of idly chit-chatting small talk about zombies seemed unbelievably more desirable than returning to the horrendous reality that awaited me at home. A father's responsibility is to his family in times of need, and I would not break that cycle. The cold air did little to invigorate me as I slowly marched home. Justin was out of the tub and laid out on the futon in my office. Again, it was a crowded venue. He looked worse, huddled under the blankets. The best word I could use to describe him was diminished. Tracy was still diligently at his side. Everyone out, I choked. Everyone seemed to be lost a little too deep in their own thoughts to even recognize that someone had spoke aloud. I spoke a little louder. Everyone out, now. I punctuated my command by slamming my hand against the wall. That got their attention. Paul placed his hands on Erin's shoulders and helped her up. They were immediately followed out by Brendan, Travis, and Tommy. Only Tracy and Nicole remained. Nicole was wrapped up in her mother's arms. I'm not leaving him, Tracy said matter-of-factly, never looking up at me. You just want to shoot him, she said again in that assured tone. I shook inside. Tracy, I said, as I tried to wrap my arms around her, but she angrily shrugged me away. You can't shoot him, she pleaded, this time looking me directly in the eyes. My heart crashed to the floor and was immediately stepped on by a hippo. I couldn't answer her. What words could possibly justify my actions in the next few minutes? Nicole, please get your mother to bed, I asked. And for the first time in Nicole's life, she did something I asked of her without putting up an argument. This was not when I wanted this new trend to start. I needed something or somebody to help me off this insane tilt-a-whirl. I could hear Tracy's sobs retreating in the hallway as I shut and locked the door to my office. Justin was blissfully ignorant of all the mad happenings going on around him. I pulled my Glock 9mm out of my shoulder harness. Tears immediately welled up in my eyes. I wanted to get this over in the worst way, even more so than when I was 11 and had to do an oral book report in front of my class. In those days, I had crippling stage fright and would dread for weeks the coming of the fated day. That was nothing in comparison. What could a few moments more with my son harm, as I sat down in my office chair 5 feet away? I sat and stared at his puffed face the entire night and into early dawn. I was playing back in my head all the fun and not-so-fun times we as the Talbot family had enjoyed and endured through the years. As the sun began its slow, fateful journey across the horizon, I was no closer to the final judgment than I had been when I kicked everyone out. I had long ago put the Glock on my desk, fearing I might accidentally shoot myself in the leg if I were to fall asleep and then jerk awake. As tired as I was, though, sleep had eluded me. Justin opened his eyes and looked over at me. Did he see his father or a tasty early morning treat? His face looked less swollen, but his eyes appeared to be even further sunken. How was that possible? His mouth opened, long lines of filament thin spittle spread from roof to floor of his mouth. Without taking my eyes off him, I reached out blindly to the Glock I had laid down hours earlier. Oh God, why hadn't I done this when his eyes were closed? He still so much looked like the son I had taught to throw a baseball so many years previous. Tears filled my eyes as my hand closed around the cold, indifferent composite material of my Glock 26. His features became distorted in my glistened visage. That was for the best, I thought. I could tell he was sitting up. My hand shook. Some sort of noise emanated from him. It was more something I would expect to hear from a frog on a marshy wetland on a hot summer night. Nothing human could make that sound. My heart caught in my throat. I was fearful of passing out from lack of oxygen. I wanted to turn the gun on myself rather than ever take the life of one of my own, and I would have deserved it. I had fundamentally failed. A father's primary mission after procreation is protection. I had failed. The price for failure should be death. But if I killed myself, I left this task to someone else while also putting everyone else at risk. I would only be compounding my errors on top of my cowardice. I was still in the midst of berating myself when Justin managed to croak out some words. "I'm so hungry I could eat." My mind went into overdrive as I begged the gods that he wouldn't finish that sentence with brains. "Mom's meatloaf?" he concluded, and then I rushed over and hugged him for all he was worth. Not even a desperate zombie would be prepared to eat Tracy's meatloaf. I wailed in his arms. I should have been the one comforting him, but I found solace in his embrace. Tracy must have at some point in the night wandered back into the hallway because she flew into the room like a mom on a mission. How had she gotten through the lock? When she saw that her son was still alive and not chewing on his father's face, she joined in the embrace. I still had the Glock in my hand. When I finally put it down, it felt dirty. I couldn't get rid of it quick enough. Within moments, the room was once again filled to the brim, only this was a much more merry occasion. We probably could have restocked our water supply with the faucet works going on. I was wrung out when I finally disengaged myself from the fray. My face was puffed out like I had been stung by a hive of pissed-off bees. Although that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if a bee stings you, then by nature he's pissed off, right? Like I said, I was wrung out. I left the array of family and friends tending to Justin's needs. I staggered to my room and fell face first onto my pillow. I won't lie and say I fell asleep before I made contact. I was, however, unconscious before I was able to register the pain of drilling my nose into my ultra-thin pillow. Chapter 16. Journal entry 14. I woke about 10 hours later, more so because of the overwhelming thirst that had even permeated my dreams than from the loud, incessant snoring next to me. Now, don't get me wrong. After 20-something years of marriage, this wouldn't be the first time Tracy had sawed a log, but it was usually few and far between and usually related to a cold or allergy. This sounded like Paul Bunyan was going for the world record in tree felling. I reached out my hand to gently shake her when I was mildly surprised to make contact with fur. I couldn't figure out which amazed me more, the fact that a 65-pound dog that didn't stand more than a foot tall could somehow jump onto my king-size bed, or that the impact of his landing hadn't woken me up. Henry sneezed in my face for my effort, not the ideal way to be awoken, and I let him know as I pinched his face gently. Henry again sneezed, but I was already on the move. He bounded down off the bed next to me as I groped for the doorknob, doing my best not to wake Tracy. Henry's stub of a tail began to rapidly sway at the offer of a cookie. That is, if he stayed awake long enough to get downstairs with me to retrieve it. The house was quiet, not the preternatural quiet before a loud escalating disruption, but one of peace. It made for a nice change. Henry silently padded alongside me as I went down the stairs and to the kitchen, him for his cookie, me for a drink of water. Henry seemed nonplussed as I turned the kitchen light on to find Paul at the table working on what appeared to be his 7th or 8th beer. He startled the hell out of me. Henry was upset about how long it was taking to get his proffered biscuit. Paul looked like shit, but what was much more disturbing was how fast he was going through my rapidly diminishing beer supply. Paul offered me one of my own beers. "What the hell? It's mostly water," I thought as I said my thanks and sat down at the table with him. Henry barked indignantly. "Oops, I got up and got him his cookie. He was asleep before he finished it." Half the biscuit fell to the floor as his head drooped and his body followed suit. "Too tired to eat, Henry?" I laughed. "That's a new low even for you." Paul took no notice. I sat back down with him. "Dude, I'm so sorry," he half sobbed. I wanted to simultaneously kick his ass, hug him, tell him everything was all right, and tell him he was an idiot. If I could have somehow pulled all that off, I would have. Instead, I kept quiet, taking a long pull from my beer. He wasn't finished talking, and I wasn't finished listening. Man, I knew something was going on when I stopped for gas on the way home from work. I was just about to start pumping my gas when I saw what I thought was a homeless guy heading my way. All I could think was that this guy was effed up. I mean, he was staggering, and even from 20 feet away, he reeked. I was like, hurry up and accept my credit card already. I didn't want the guy to come up and ask for change. If his breath was anything like his body odor, I would have puked. So the guy is still stumbling my way, and the pump finally authorizes my card, but I said screw it and hopped into my car to get away from him. I didn't even care if the next guy to get gas used my card. That's how spooked this guy had me. I was so happy to be done with him. I figured as soon as I shut my door, he would veer off and go bother someone else, but he didn't. He walked straight into my door. I was about to get out and give him a tongue lashing, but I couldn't get out of the car. This hobo bum, 120 pounds, soaking wet, scared the crap out of me. Something wasn't right about him. He never asked for change. He just kept looking me in the eye. His mouth was moving, but no words were coming out, and his skin. I couldn't tell if it was from the twilight or the crappy lighting at the gas station, but his skin looked blue and streaked with veins. His eyes looked like every capillary in them had burst at the same time. I couldn't get my keys in the ignition fast enough. When I finally sped away, he started walking the way I had gone, like he was going to follow me. I was still shaking when I got to the house. Erin was in the shower, and I had time to collect my nerves and get some liquid courage, cognac, in me. By the time Erin had got out of the bathroom, dried off, and changed, it all seemed like a bad nightmare that was rapidly diminishing from my memory. You know, we don't have a TV in the house. I so wanted to stop him there and ask him how in the hell that was possible. Hadn't he ever heard of ESPN? How do you not have a TV in this day and age? That's like a Stone Age man not having a cave. It's just not natural. But again, this didn't seem the appropriate time to interject. So we didn't get any news reports. We were just sitting in the living room talking about the day and listening to one of my CDs when I heard this thud. I knew that thud. It wasn't at the front door, it was at the living room window. So I'm figuring it's some bird that smashed into the window, but how stupid does the bird have to be to smash into a shade-drawn window? I guess that's why they call people bird-brained. He strained a small laugh through his teeth. It wasn't a bird, though. I finished for him. The memory was traumatic for him, and he was having difficulty relating it. No, he choked out. It was the guy thing from the gas station, and he was holding what was left of Rebel. Rebel was Paul and Erin's beagle, about as mellow a dog as ever lived, quick to wag a tail and give a lick. I felt bad for his loss. I could hear Erin screaming behind me as she was looking at the same thing I was. At first I wasn't sure what he was holding. It was just a jumble of fur, splintered bone and blood. It could have been anything, I guess, he sobbed. After a few minutes he continued. I had just let him out. He was adamant about going outside. I thought he really had to pee, so I let him out. Even with Erin screaming, and the horror of what that thing was holding began to dawn on me. I was still with it enough to notice there were about 6 or 7 more things rummaging around in my yard. My blood was boiling. I wanted to go out and start swinging a bat at these people to get out of my yard, and then gas station guy took a big sinewy bite out of Rebel's back. He was eating Reb like he was a corn on the cob. Paul stopped and sobbed for a moment, then gathered himself together to finish his story. Dude, I fucking heard him crunching Reb's spine. He pulled strands of fluid away from Reb's back. My blood froze. I pulled the shade so hard I ripped it off its moorings. Gas station guy was looking right at me. Erin had gone to get her gun. She came running back into the living room, waving the thing wildly around like the thing was on fire and she was trying to put it out. I turned to grab her gun hand before she put a bullet in my ass. She was sobbing about how she had to save Rebel. That train had already left the station minutes earlier. Dude, I couldn't think of what to do. I was shaking like a leaf in a gale. I turned off all the lights on the main floor and half-dragged Erin upstairs. I was able to finally let her arm go when I realized in her haste she hadn't even put a clip in the damn thing. So for about half an hour we're up on our bed in the dark just holding each other. Every couple of minutes I start thinking to myself that we need to get out of here. We need to go be with Mike. At this point, he looked up at me and gave me an anemic smile. But dude, every time I thought of leaving, My next thought was of opening the door to the gas station man. Staying at the house seemed like a much better and much easier thing to do, he admitted reluctantly. After a while, the thudding on the house got more and more frequent. It was to the point where the house was vibrating from the impacts. By the time the glass started breaking downstairs, it was way too late to leave. I grabbed Aaron and pulled the attic stairs down, and that's where we've been since I called. That was news to me. You called? Yeah, I didn't think I got through. I must have tried a couple of 100 times. I was on my last bar of battery when it finally rang on your side. When? I asked incredulously. Damn, must have been yesterday morning, he answered. When I went to the armory, I finished more to myself than him. When I saw the boys across the street, I thought the cavalry had shown up. When I realized you weren't with them, I wanted them to leave. I really did. But I also wanted to live. I wanted to be able to protect Aaron. You know how that is, right? Trying to protect a loved one, I mean, he said as he looked up at me from his beer. I nodded in agreement. I know that feeling all too well. And I also knew how it felt to feel as if you had failed. I couldn't blame my friend for wanting to get help. I was pissed my kids thought it would be a good idea to go and get him, though. He stood up and swayed back a bit. He was looking for a hug, which I was all too willing to give. I told him I loved him and that he should go sleep it off. Not so much because he was drunk, but because I wanted him to stop drinking my damn beers. All felt absolved as he stumbled to the couch. A small smile spread across his lips as he pulled the blanket up to his chin and fell into a relaxed sleep, uninterrupted by the interminable pounding of dead flesh against his abode. I finished my beer and another 3 as I pondered what would happen when the zombies did break through our defenses. That they would break through was never in doubt as far as I was concerned. How I was going to be prepared for it was another matter. I had no desire to be trapped in my unfinished attic waiting to starve or freeze to death while a bunch of pussmongers roamed freely through my house. I had a couple of ideas I wanted to immediately implement, but the loud, boisterous snoring of Henry reminded me that perhaps now wasn't the time to be doing home alterations. There was one thing I could do, though, as I went back upstairs and grabbed my jacket, flashlight, crowbar, and rifle. It was kind of nice falling asleep, fully dressed. It made getting ready a lot quicker proposition. The cold nearly snapped me out of my mild inebriation. What it actually did, though, was a much more pleasant sensation of awakening me fully while letting me keep my burgeoning buzz. Maybe there was an angle I could exploit here if the world ever returned to normal. Drink Arctic Blast beer, be fully awake when you say something inappropriate. I could have a guy give a wide-eyed thumbs up as he grins to the camera after having received a slap from an attractive young lady. Arctic Blast, when you need to know when you've said something stupid. Remember every offending remark, every hilarious antic, every I love you man? So maybe the world wasn't ready for Arctic Blast beer. A cold detonation with every twist top. Chapter 17. Journal entry 15. I knew where I wanted to go, I just didn't know if it'd be worth it. It seemed like a considerable amount of preparation to walk a measly 15 feet. Almost directly straight out from my front door in the middle of my lawn was a storm drain. I know what you're thinking. Oh, how convenient. Well, it wasn't when I was throwing the football around with my boys. I had once had to go to my doctor because I had hyperextended my knee on the damn thing. Who puts a storm drain on a lawn? I had never opened it or seen it opened in the time that I lived here. After some serious prying, I was finally able to force the frost to yield its prize. The cover came up with a loud bang. I had a momentary glimmer of guilt and even stopped to look around and see if anyone had noticed my transgression. There would be no 911 call tonight. The top thudded to the side, the sound deadened by the frost in the air. I took out my flashlight and shone around in the hole for all the good it was going to do. If I had looked closer on the day that I tripped, I would have realized it wasn't a storm drain. I guess I just always assumed. But we know about that idiom. It was an electrical conduit. That made much more sense being in the front lawn. The problem was that it was no more than 24 inches around, and most of that space was taken up with, wait for it, wait, yep, you guessed it, electrical cabling? All right, so much for exit strategy, plan A. The more I looked down that hole, the more trapped I felt. We weren't so much holding the zombies out as we were keeping ourselves in. Hell, we were like cattle, all penned up awaiting our slaughter. I could not escape the truth of that phrase. If I had not let the stupid higher reasoning overrule my gut feelings, I would have packed everyone up and left that night. Oh, how I wish that was how it had played out. I went back into the house, grabbed another beer, and sat with Paul in the living room. He didn't say much as he was still asleep. I sat in the dark. I was in a brooding mood. Complacency meant death. My mind was feverishly coming up with and summarily dismissing possible escape plans. I had some viable ideas for defense, and I would employ those later in the morning, but I could not for the life of me come up with a foolproof plan for evacuation when the time came. Tracy awoke me some hours later. I had fallen asleep in the chair, still clutching my half-drunken beer. I hadn't spilled any, but I still hadn't finished it, and with the thing now being body temperature warm and my mouth tasting like burnt cheese, that wasn't going to happen. Party foul be damned. Paul was in the kitchen getting a glass of water as I walked in and dumped the remains of my beer into the sink. "I see nothing's changed since college," Paul said with a small laugh. "I wasn't awake enough to catch the barb." Paul moved on. "So what's the plan for today?" he asked. "Ass," I said to him. I had finally caught his meaning. Now it was his turn to be lost. "Don't get me wrong, buddy. I'm always up for a good time, but I'm not sure this is the right time," he answered. At first, I didn't garner his meaning. It was going to be a long day if we were always one sentence apart in our communications. I stopped for a second and thought about restarting the whole conversation. It just didn't seem like the prudent thing to do. I started on a whole new subject instead. "Well, Alex is going to be using about every able-bodied person he can find to begin setting up defenses." Paul looked perplexed, so I explained everything that had happened the previous day with the assembly of zombies. Paul didn't look overly concerned, but he was a master of disguising his true feelings. That's why I never played poker with him. I had every intention of bringing Paul, the boys, and myself to go help Alex. But first I was going to need a few hours to take care of some things at the house. My wife blanched at a few of my suggestions and made me alter a few of the more, altering ideas. First things first, I had Travis go scrounge me up a couple of ladders. I would have sent Justin too, except that he was still extremely weak from his ordeal. I needed a couple of ladders, lightweight and strong. 2 of the longest that he could find should suit my purposes just fine. I grabbed some food supplies and extra water and placed them in my Jeep. I then got Brendan to follow me in his truck outside the complex. When we came back 10 minutes later on foot, the guard looked like he wanted to ask us what we were doing, but he just shook his head and let us in. The next thing I did couldn't have been a bigger waste of a half hour of my life unless I had watched What Not to Wear on HGTV. I reinforced the gate in my backyard to the point where a charging rhino couldn't have busted through. I didn't nearly get the return on investment that I had hoped for. I'd like to think that I noticed a hole in my defenses, but at this point I was much too busy patting myself on the back. The next thing I did had my wife ranting throughout the house that I had completely lost my mind. I don't know. I thought it was one of the coolest ideas I had come up with. I was under the complete false sense of security that my house was now impregnable. Yeah, right, but that is the ultimate beauty of being paranoid. I mean, prepared, there's always something more you can do. Tracy was pissed that I was about to devalue our home. I honestly couldn't understand where she was coming from. First off, I didn't think we would be retiring here, and second, really resale value? Who's going to buy? I don't think there's a zombie family down the street looking for an extra bedroom. I could be wrong, as I usually am with Tracy, but I didn't think so. So I went ahead with my plan, and in the midst of it, I think Tracy went to the clubhouse to see if there was any rum for her Coke. I went halfway down the basement steps, and looking up, I cut away most of the drywall above my head, exposing the stairs that led to the second story. I then went back up the basement stairs, and then onto the second floor risers. I cut away the carpet and pad. It was old anyway, at least that's what I told Tracy as I tried to calm her. With a 5-pound hammer and crowbar, I removed 4 treads and 4 risers, effectively leaving a 4-foot by 3-foot wide gaping wound in the middle of the stairs. All the noise had brought Nicole out from her shower prematurely. Her face had a look of bewilderment on it as she looked down at me and then at what remained of the stairs. "Does Mom know?" she asked with concern in her eyes. "You know she's going to kill you," she answered when I didn't respond immediately. Nicole was privy to some of my more insane or inane ideas. Mostly her mom was able to get me to rein in the horses before they roamed too far away from the stable, but not always. There was that one time in Canada when the Royal Mounted Police were involved. It almost became an international incident. But that's ancient history. I was never charged. "I know what I'm doing," I answered huffily. a little ticked that she had the audacity to rain on my parade. Now that I looked at my handiwork, I realized that I did sort of forget that this was still a functioning household. I couldn't expect everyone to have to jump over this gap. If someone woke in the middle of the night and forgot, they'd find themselves in the basement in a heartbeat. I went and snagged my circular saw and proceeded to flatten out the stringers. Those are the supports that hold the tread and the risers. They go up and across in the same fashion as the stairs. They are basically the frame and the stairs are the shelving. So I just took the saw and cut off 4 triangles on each side, effectively making the stringers flat. The next thing I needed, I didn't have. I sent Travis out on his second scavenging trip. I hoped to hell Tracy was having a difficult time finding some rum. If she came home now with this giant perforation on her stairs, my only hope was going to be getting on the other side of the hole and hoping she wouldn't be able to bridge the gap. Thank God the boy beat his mother home. I would have taken him for ice cream if I had the time and there was any ice cream anywhere. He didn't find exactly what I requested, but under such a short gun, beggars couldn't be choosers. What he brought was a piece of countertop from one of the abandoned units. It was about 6 feet by 201.5 feet. I trimmed a foot off the bottom, then turned it over, so the Formica top was now on the bottom. Then I attached 4 2.5-inch lengths of 2-inch by 2-inch wood slats onto the counter bottom, so there would be some sort of foothold. Obviously, this would never pass a home inspection, but I honestly didn't think that was my biggest concern. To finish off my wonderful contraption, I anchored 2 large eye hooks on either side of the end of the countertop that would be facing the top of the stairs. I then anchored 2 equally large eye hooks at the top of the stairs, one as close to the wall as possible and the other as close to the railing as possible. The next thing was to tie it off. I needed to run rope from the new stairs to the eye hooks at the top. I would like to say I knew how to tie these fancy quick-release knots that would take a mere snap of the fingers to release, but that wasn't the case. After my 4th granny knot on each side, I figured prudence was the best course of action for the day. I got my 5th and last eye hook and made sure that I found a stud in the wall as I anchored it. I then took a length of rope and tied a utility knife to the eye hook. So if needed, one would only need to get the knife and cut both ends of the rope, releasing the faux stairs. Now that I was almost done, there was only one thing left to do: try the stairs. The stairs seemed a lot sturdier in theory. "Hey, Trav!" I yelled. Travis came up from the basement where he and Tommy had been wrestling with Henry, who had gotten a whiff of Tommy's secret stash of Pop-Tarts and was hell-bent on getting away with his prize. "Yeah, Dad?" Travis asked as he appeared at the bottom of the stairs. "He's young. If anything happens, he'd heal faster." "Oh, shit," I mumbled to myself. Guilt got the better of me. "I want you to stand there and get help if anything happens to me." Travis looked at me like I was nuts until I pointed at my makeshift stair sled. This wouldn't be the first emergency room visit Travis had to make with his father. Travis even had the presence of mind to step off the landing and into the foyer in case I went tobogganing. I white-knuckled the handrail as I placed my first foot down on the makeshift tread. Not so bad. It was when I placed my second foot onto the stairs that the swaying began. With the combination of being secured only by rope and 3 inches of play on each side, I had successfully made the first in-home carnival ride. Travis laughed as my face turned the same shade as my knuckles. This was going to take some serious getting used to. Nicole had come to the top of the stairs just in time to view the festivities. "Do you remember Canada?" she asked straight-faced, and again turned her back to finish whatever she had been doing. Her point was made. Tracy hadn't talked to me for over a month after that. This might even rival that momentous mark. As I reached the bottom rung of my contraption, it slid over to the right. I had a death grip on the handrail. To the right, I had a 6-inch wide clear-as-day view of the basement stairs, and they loomed ominously from this vantage point. This wasn't going to work. If someone had to walk up or down the stairs carrying anything that required the use of one hand, this stairway was going to become a major spillway. I thought long and hard as I pondered my fall below. Should I just put the thing back together? At that point, I just might have. The problem, however, was that I had cut the stringer, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out a way to put that back together again. At least not correctly. Humpty Dumpty had nothing on me. There had to be a way to stabilize this moving nightmare. The whole point of this trapdoor was that it was a quick-release mechanism. I designed it. Okay, so design might be a little strong to keep unfriendlies downstairs if the need ever arose. This was not going to be worth it, though, if everybody alive was nursing broken bones. I ended up attaching wood to both sides, and after some serious pep talking to myself, I braved another walk on the wild slide. Most of the play was gone, so the swaying was kept to a minimum. At one point, I even let go of the handrail. I was feeling a little saucy still. I didn't want anybody on this thing unless they were completely aware of their surroundings. My next bold move was to place duct tape over both light switches, the one at the foot and the head of the stairs, to keep them on 24/7. This also wasn't going to win me any brownie points with the wife, but at least I'd be able to see her coming when she went to push me down the stairs. I got Travis and quickly departed the scene of my crime. It would be for the best if I wasn't there when Tracy decided to kill me. Work around the wall was frenetic, to say the least. Whatever Jed and Alex had told the workforce to incite them had done its job all too well. Alex had decided that it would be wise to begin the project on the shorter gate sides, his reasoning being that the zombies would look for the natural openings. He had split up his workforce into 2 equal parts and sent them on their tasks. He was constantly driving from end to end to supervise the progress. The idea was simple enough to implement and ingenious in its design. The problem was materials. Ideally 1-inch thick metal plating, roughly 4 feet by 8 feet, attached to the wall, braced with train-track thick metal support beams welded to another footer plate with 1-foot spikes driven into the ground, was the optimum setup. The strengthening pylons were spaced 8 feet apart from each other. Alex had only enough of the metal plating and supports to alternate with the less strong wooden supports, and only on the sides with the gates. Long walls that were on the west and east sides were all going to be supported by 1-inch thick plywood and 4x4s, still a formidable defense, but not nearly as imposing looking as its metal cousins. Propping the RV was proving difficult. If even a modicum of pressure was applied, the roof began to buckle. This troubled Alex, but with time short and work to be done, this was a problem he would have to work out later. The biggest concerns Alex fought with all day were the gates. They were by nature the weakest points of defense, but because of pressure from the residents, his hands were tied on how well he could bolster them. Because whatever he put up to stop the zombies had to be able to be moved in a hurry in case of a mass exodus. What people weren't understanding was that by that point there would be no mass exodus. Just like the song says, nobody gets out of here alive. It was like the Roach Motel in theory. If the zombies get in, the people don't get out. But folks wanted to hold on to that hope, even as asinine as it was. They were putting themselves in more danger by being so pig-headed. That was why I was working so hard on my exit strategy. Chapter 18, Journal Entry 16. I found Alex up in the southeast corner. I had only known this man for a few days, and I already considered him one of my closest friends. Funny how that happens. I've known some acquaintances my entire adult life, and I wouldn't go to their weddings unless there was an open bar. Alex and his family had made such an impression on me, he was rapidly climbing up the charts to those few who I would take a bullet for. Dramatic, I know, but Marines think of these kinds of things. "Hey, Alex, how's it going?" I asked as I clapped my hand on his shoulder. He turned to look, a scowl on his face. "Could be better, Talbot. I could have more laborers, more material, and some engineers. Other than that, just peachy." Then his demeanor changed. A grin split his broad face. "Heard about your home decorating." I was floored. I know news travels fast, especially within a closed community, but this is nuts. Then I discovered my culprit. Tommy meekly waved as he hefted the 200-pound plating into place as if it weighed nothing more than its wooden counterpart. Alex saw who I was looking at. "I wish I had 50 of him. The kid is strong as an ox." I smiled back at Tommy as he held the plating in position with one hand while with the other he fiddled around in his pocket until he was rewarded with a Three Musketeers bar. "And he works for minimum wage," Alex laughed. "Alex," I started in a serious tone, "that's part of the reason I came to find you." I spent the next few minutes telling him about my exit plan if everything went south. I also, to no avail, tried to get him to move closer to my house. "I can't move," he bemoaned. "My wife finally feels safe. She has just stopped screaming in her sleep, and she has some new friends that live around us. I know that they also provide a constant source of well-being for her. Mi amigo. I'm not even sure if what you have told me will work, although it's a start. Ladders, you say? Sounds about as safe as your sledding stairs. Do you think these will work? I asked, pointing to the supports for a while. He answered solemnly. That's reassuring, I answered caustically. He shrugged. What can I tell you? The walls should be fine once the stanchions are up. It's the gates that are going to be the problem. Short of putting up a wall, I don't know. He shrugged again with the truth of what he left unsaid. That's all the more reason you should either move in with me or at least next to me, I told him. Alex was no martyr. He had no desire to go down with the ship. His family meant everything to him. When it finally dawned on him that he was embarking on a doomed endeavor, he wanted to rethink his choices. I will talk to Marta tonight. His sickly smile did not produce much confidence. I placed my hand again on his shoulder. Alex, you have to do more than talk to her. You have to convince her. His skin tone wasn't recuperating. Listen, her friends are welcome to move too. We're only talking about 1/10 of a mile away at most. This isn't a coast-to-coast thing. My arguing wasn't winning him over. He saw the logic in what he needed to do. It was just convincing his better half about this. His wife had always been ruled by the heart and not the head. All right, I'll back off for now. Just tell me where you need me and Travis to work. Alex's shoulders slouched a bit in relaxation. He would talk to his wife, just not at the moment. The day was cold, the work was hard. It was uneventful except for the occasional hammer hit to thumb, and no, they weren't all mine. I only did it twice. I was barely able to contain my tears the second time. The support beams had been completed on the 2 shorter gated sides, and we had finished a good third of the east wall without anything too exceptional happening, and just like that it changed. The alarm arose from the north gate. People began shouting. I hadn't heard any shooting yet, so I figured things were still somewhat all right. Like every other looky-loo, I left what I was doing mid-swing. Probably a good thing. I think I was lined up for a 3rd hit on my throbbing appendage, and this time the tears would have spilled. This would have been considerable entertainment for Travis. I'm sure he thinks I don't have tear ducts. The makers of the Hallmark commercials would be happy to know that I do, but I'm not telling anyone. There was a group of 60 or 70 people at the gate by the time I got there. That was a good quarter of our population. I would have figured everyone would have been here, but then it was nice to realize the gate guards and the tower guards hadn't left their posts. Plus, there were still a considerable number of folks who were just plain traumatized. Some so much so that they didn't even come out to get food, it had to be delivered. I meandered my way up to the front trying to figure out what was going on. There were no zombies or human invaders that I could see. I was wondering if someone had inadvertently hit the alarm. It wouldn't be the first time. Luckily, this hadn't yet fallen under the boy who cried wolf syndrome yet. I had made it up to the front of the crowd and curled my fingers around the chain links. My fingers tightened as I saw what had aroused the natives. Standing in the field across from our little community was what I can only describe as the harbinger of doom. It was the symbol of everything that was wrong with the world right now. It was death incarnate. It was the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, all rolled into one package. It was the woman zombie that had killed Spindler. At one time she was some daddy's little girl, all pigtails and Sunday dresses, all sugar and spice and everything nice, all Barbie and Ken Playhouse. Now she was the crux of all that was evil. She stood in that field 200 yards away, and still the closeness of her chilled my heart. Her tattered clothes swayed in a non-existent breeze as if she created her own tempest of atrocity. The crowd, which had been loud and alarmed, grew as quiet as I had. The pall of impending doom disquieted us all. The only sounds were of clothes rustling together, as each person tried their best to gain a better vantage. Some had seen enough. They peeled away, possibly to tell others that the boogeyman was real and he was a she. The guard at the gate had half raised his weapon to take a shot, but seemed to have frozen mid-decision. He looked like he wanted to leave with some of the others. I couldn't say I blamed him. When the zombie pointed at us, my breath caught in my lungs. I felt as if a frozen ice pick had been thrust into my chest. Cold blood radiated out from that phantom piercing. I had the distinct feeling she was pointing at me, but wouldn't all humans look the same to a zombie? I mean, I don't think I could tell one cow from another. They all taste delicious to me. I'm not saying that we were cattle, but to a zombie we are. Right? I found myself slowly moving back and to the right, almost subconsciously. Sure, I had a history with that thing, but that didn't mean I wanted a future. I mean, at least with her, it, whatever. Even from this distance, her outstretched arm, with her straight as an arrow index finger, followed my slow retreat. Unfucking fortunately, this did not go unnoticed. The damn guard, who should have immediately shot that abomination, visually followed the line of sight of the zombie's finger. "Talbot," he turned and looked at me. "She's pointing at you, I think." I stopped, frozen for a moment, hoping that she would drop that accusatory pointer. She didn't. The guard grabbed my arm and pulled me back to the fore. I was sweating and shivering at the same time. It was not a pleasant sensation. "That's a zombie, isn't it?" he asked. I hadn't found my voice yet. It was locked away somewhere in shock and awe. But how could it be for Chrysox she's pointing? Ain't no zombie can point, right? But I can smell her from here, and the way she moves, she ain't human. I don't know who he was talking to. I hadn't even acknowledged his existence yet. My concentration was centered on her. My attention became so focused, I don't know if it was a trick of the light or she was magic. To this day, I still haven't figured it out. The only way I can describe what happened next was as if my consciousness was pulled to within a few feet of her. Her pointing became a gesture of "come here," something which I could tell was a difficult maneuver for her considering the rigor that had to have set in. That finger being able to curl and unfurl made her grimace in concentration. She mouthed the word "come." I was thankful that this was only my consciousness and not my true presence. I could see her breath, and it had nothing to do with the cold. Every impulse screamed at me to flee, but I was even more compelled to go. "Open the gate," I told the guard. The voice didn't sound like my own. It was distant and small. So much so, he looked at me to see if I had even spoken. Or maybe he had heard me, but thought I was out of my gourd. "Open the gate," I said with a little more force, but still this wasn't much above a whisper. At least I knew he had heard me because he responded, "No way, man." Awesome, I thought. I guess I don't have to go and meet my waking nightmare. I wanted to kiss the guard even though he wasn't my type. "Dad, where are you going?" Travis asked in alarm. I could no more respond to him than I could control my motor skills. Why was I climbing over the fence? What is wrong with me? 2 decades of smoking pot did this to me. I should have listened more carefully to those reefer madness movies. They seemed much more relevant at this moment. Why wasn't this asshole guard trying to pull me off the fence? Dick Wad. Fortuitously or unfortuitously, the razor wire had not been in enough supply to cover the fenced gates. This was made up for with more armed personnel, but that fact was not going to stop my ascent. I literally sat on the fence for a moment, semi-safe haven of normalcy on one side, crazy, disastrous, immoral face of all that is unholy on the other. "I'm going to get Mom," Travis yelled. Hoping that this inherent threat would awaken me from this possession, it didn't. If it wasn't for the cold protrusions of the top threatening to pierce my favorite unmentionables, I might have stayed there for a significant amount of time. I climbed down. As I began to walk away, the guard thrust a small Smith & Wesson .38 caliber pistol through the gate. "Take this," he pleaded. "I don't think it would do any good." I answered him. My eyes locked on to his, still hoping that he would find a way to stop me. Damn legs of betrayal, I had never been so let down by a body part, except for that one time in college. Whole different story. I slowly trudged my way to her. She had finally dropped her arm. The smile that formed on her face made every hair on my body stand on end. I looked like I had been struck by lightning. Fear didn't creep up on me. It ran rampant through my soul. She was not of this earth, at least not from above ground. My limbs did not move of their own volition. How could they? What would make me go willingly toward a zombie? My mind raced in circles while my legs plodded on. To the non-discerning eye, I most likely had the gait of a zombie. Zombies in the night exchanging eyeballs. Zombies in the night sung to the tune of Frank Sinatra's Strangers in the Night. I mean, no disrespect to Frankie. It was just what was going through my mind. The ravages of the disease had not been good to her. As I approached, I could see all sorts of parasites had taken up residency. There was a caravan of maggots that trailed from her ripped-open left cheek to the top of her semi-scalped head. The cold did little to prevent the waft of her presence. Her dark eyes were almost invisible, sunken into the black flesh that surrounded them. What I could see did not bode well for Mercy. The depths in those eyes only led to one place, and it was a lot colder than where I was now. This was insane. Why was I doing this? Was I hypnotized? Was I curious? Did I have a death wish? I used every fiber of my being to make my steps stop their imminent treachery. It was not any easy process. The zombie girl's smile faltered. That more than anything made my sphincter slam shut. "Hey, listen, I'm about as proud to write that as you're happy to read it." What had previously seemed just the cold reptilian stare of predator to prey turned sinister. The fathoms of hell peered into my spirit. It was a good thing my ass puckered up because I might have rivaled her stink again. I'm not proud of this. I could stop my forward progress. The ability to turn around, however, was still being an elusive SOB. The zombie girl watched intently as I tried to impose my will on my own body. Her arm came back up. The pointing finger was back, but it was not directed at me. This time it was pointed towards the mountains. What the hell does that mean? Her arm slowly tracked over to me and then back towards the mountains. What? Me? I asked, being the brilliant conversationalist that I am. You want me to go to the mountains? And then it happened. The soulless sound of the dead, a ghostly whispered keening issued forth from the fissure in her face. Go! It hissed out. It was more an exhalation of air escaping from a tightly sealed crypt than anything resembling speech. You want me to go? Go where? Away? I asked in rapid succession. I think I asked so many questions because I didn't want to hear the rasp of her response. Pulling of dry fingernails down a new chalkboard was infinitely more appealing than to hear one more utterance from this abomination. Can I get my family? And still her arm pointed westward. Can I get my friends? Come on, even I knew this wasn't going to fly. She wasn't here for prime real estate. She was here for prime beef. For some reason I couldn't even begin to fathom. I was being given a free pass. Who knows, maybe she thought I'd be too stringy. No, more like gamey. Without a shadow of a doubt, I knew this was a one-time offer, and it was for me only. If I turned and walked back to the complex, all deals were off. Why me? I begged. Her silence only confounded my bewilderment. I can't. The thin wisp of what some may construe as a smile vanished. As her arm came back down, I could feel the reneging of the offer. She approached slowly. I was going from freedom to food. My brain screamed for flight. The fight portion was non-existent. This was no battle of wills. I was helpless. Like a fear-frozen marmot, I waited for the screaming eagle to descend and sink its claws deep into my flesh. I did not even have enough control to close my eyes. I watched in increasing horror as she approached. Death would not be swift. My bladder burned to be released. I was denied even that last suffrage of indignity. A fly crawled into her nose. She paid it no more intent than the lice that swung freely from her dirty matted hair. A beetle plowed its way through a small hole in her neck, holding a small nugget of meat, a trophy garnered from who knows where. The only thing still working was my olfactory sensors. This had to have been done on purpose. Gorge tried in vain to roar up and out of my stomach. The fetid odor was so palpable. I could see it. I could taste it. Like Campbell's soup, it was so thick I could eat it with a fork. Yeah, she hadn't cut off my sense of sarcasm, either. Thin strips of flesh, which used to be lips parted, revealing black cracked teeth from which strings of meat hung in decaying strands. Her charcoal gray tongue flicked over them, attempting to pull away some of the tastier morsels. She stood toe-to-toe with me, not 6 inches from my face. Sweat coursed down my body. I shook from impotence, and then that stilled. I wouldn't die fighting, but at least I'd be standing. Small consolation. It's like winning a participation trophy in Little League Baseball. Who gives a shit? What would it feel like to have your face ripped open? Would she still my pain centers? Doubtful. I couldn't tell much from her near-frozen features, but still I sensed that she was taking some form of perverse satisfaction from these events. She moved in closer. I would have offered her a mint if I had one. My eyes still were not allowed to close. My vision of her blurred as she moved in even closer. A fly landed on my eyeball. It was singularly up to this point in my life the most disgusting thing that had ever happened to me. Then my zombie girl topped it. She kissed me. My innards roiled in protest. My guts churned like a washing machine on spin cycle. If I wasn't allowed output through my intake or outlet valves, this was going to blow a hole through my midsection, a la Ripley's Alien. The kiss was not so surprisingly, very cold, but very surprisingly tender. It was literally the kiss of death from the dead. It doesn't get much more ironic than that, does it? A Brillo pad wrapped around coarse grit sandpaper, applied at 190 revolutions per minute under skin scalding hot water, would never allow me to feel clean again. I was tainted. For fuck's sake, a zombie is kissing me. Didn't she get my bio? I'm a card-carrying germaphobe, As she slowly pulled away, a dark, viscous fluid kept us tenuously connected. The fly finally descended from my eye to land on the small bridge. Her tongue shot out, incredibly long, and pulled the fly into her canines. I swear I could hear the small crunching of its delicate exoskeleton. The spin cycle was in full throttle. A whoosh of haunted air escaped her lips. She was laughing. She had known exactly what she had done, and she found humor in her dark actions. She pulled back another foot and let loose her controls. I fell to the ground, afflicted with crippling cramps. I rolled into a protective fetal position, hugging my midsection. Mount Vesuvius erupted. Hot refuse steamed on the cold ground. The whoosh of air which accompanied her amusement persisted. Glad I could be her entertainment. For long minutes I alternated between evacuating my stomach and pulling in long, cold drags of air. How long this happened, I'm not sure. Pain lessened minutely. Small fractions of degrees is the best way I can explain it. Each breath was better than the previous, but only in infinitesimally small measures. It might have been minutes or days. All reference to time was lost, although my cheek touching the ground was rapidly becoming cold and my refused refuse was not steaming anymore. "Mike?" I heard a tenuously thin voice try to break through the paralyzing grip of insanity that was beginning to blanket my mind. "Mike?" There it was again, a disassociated voice speaking an incoherent word. "Grab his legs. I'll get his head." I felt myself being lifted, and then mercifully blackness sheathed my capacity for thought. I was floating in a white void, but I was not afraid. I was free. Free from burden, free from sin, free from responsibility, and then I think I puked again. Not because I could feel the sensation, but because I heard the disgust from one of the people carrying me. I found it funny the same way an insane person finds humor in slinging shit at walls. How different was this from that? I was close to the edge. Maybe I had even taken that first perilous step over and gravity had finally worked its magic. I was being pulled down into the abyss. There wasn't a drug invented that would raise this sinking ship. I spiraled down. Whiteness faded to black. Cognitive thought became an illusion. Mike's Return 12/17, Chapter 19. Tracy's journal entry. Hi, reader, this is Tracy. Mike's journal has not been touched in 3 days since he has finally come back to us. I now have the strength and will to fill in the events as they have been unfolding since that thing did whatever it was she had done to Mike. That fateful morning, Justin had finally arisen and seemed to be getting better. After the initial bliss had passed, the stress of everything came back twofold. I went out to the garage to try and calm my shattered nerves. Mike had caught me smoking once or twice, but I don't think it made a connection with him. He looked like he was trying to assimilate his own set of nightmares. At this point, I went to the clubhouse to get some rum. It was that or suck down another pack of smokes to make my quaking hand stop its palsied movements. I ended up running into a bunch of other wives sitting near the fire drinking some Chablis. The talk was animated, and at first I was reluctant to join in, but I found the conversing and the wine to be calming influences. Hours passed as we talked of all sorts of things, and thankfully none of them involved team sports. My head was swimming in a sea of bliss when I heard a huge commotion from outside the clubhouse. There were 3 men in the back of a pickup truck applying ministrations to some poor soul laid down in the truck bed. I stood up as my glass shattered to the floor. "Mike," I screamed. "How? I knew I don't know that. I knew it was him was unquestionable." I darted for the front doors. The women stared at my retreating back. "Talk about drama queen," I heard one of them say. "I think it was Cindy. She was a heavy-set, dirty blonde. I hope she was a smoker. I was going to make sure she paid double the going price." "Bitch!" I thought viciously. They kept talking, but I was already through the doors and into the howling wind. All that mattered now was what had happened to Mike. As I expected, the truck pulled up to our front door. The 3 men jumped down. One of them undid the tailgate, and the other 2 pulled the prone form of my husband from the bed. I nearly collapsed right there, and then, as I saw the pallor of his skin, I honestly thought he was dead. The cold air burned in my lungs as I struggled to keep black dots from growing in my vision. As I got closer, though, my initial fear was relieved as I saw his mouth moving. It was, however, replaced with a different sense of dread. Mike was uttering the Lord's Prayer, which in itself would be scary considering he hadn't been to church in over 30 years. No, the real problem was that he was saying it backwards in Latin. My soul was scared. What's he saying? one of his bearers asked. I don't know, he must have hit his head hard when he collapsed. It's just gibberish, answered the second man. But I could tell he knew this wasn't gibberish. There was a cadence and a tone to the words that made them sound unholy, and just because he didn't know that didn't mean he couldn't feel it. They wanted to unload this package as fast as they could. Mike had the greasy feel of evil all over him. What happened to him? I screamed as I opened the front door. The men rushed past me, quickly depositing their load onto the couch. Both absently wiped their hands on their jackets, as if they were wiping off some foul contaminant. They were both backing out of the house as they answered. I got the gist of the story before their eagerness to be done with this foul deed was completed. I asked if he had been bitten, but his mere presence within the compound answered that question outright. I could find nothing physically wrong with him except for some tar-like substance adhered to his lips. Vaseline, warm water, soap, and a face towel finally removed the sticky substance, but I couldn't help but feel that he had been poisoned. By whom or for what reason I didn't know. What kind of poison can make you speak in a language you've never spoken before? The only reason I recognized it was because of the 6 years I had spent in Catholic school. I had never told Mike about my time there, and I had never let him know I could speak and read Latin. What was the point? It's a dead language, or the language of the dead. My thoughts reared up in one of those aha moments. Some color had returned to his features, but that was more the flush of the fever setting in than anything healthy. For 3 days, Mike ran to the edge of death and then slowly retreated. Each brush to the proximity of the other side seemed to drain more and more energy from him. The kids and I held constant vigil, each of us at one point or another saying our goodbyes. Tommy remained silent throughout the entire ordeal. Apparently, even Ryan Seacrest didn't know the outcome. Thankfully, Mike never broke out into prayer again. I honestly don't think I could have taken it. As close as Mike was to death was as close as I was to insanity. Our kids were inches away from being orphans. Where Mike would be leaving physically, I would be leaving mentally. 3 times during those 3 days, Mike's fever spiked to 105 degrees, and each time it broke, he shouted a word. It wasn't until later that I thought to put it all together, and even then I could make no sense of it, at least not until much later. She is death, Mike shouted the word death, and sat up just as the first shot was fired in the fight for Little Turtle. His gaze crossed over the room as he tried to orient himself to his surroundings. How different a normal living room must look like compared with the gates of oblivion. Recognition didn't dawn on his features until his eyes rested on mine. It was long moments before the glaze peeled away from his visage. "Tracy?" he asked tentatively. My chest heaved. A sob involuntarily forced its way through my lips. "Tracy?" he asked again. He was still a C, and I had not yet thrown him a lifeline. My throat was clenched closed with emotion. I managed to choke out the words that it was indeed me. I saw a beacon of hope shoot through the fog of the war Mike was battling through. I watched in fascination as Mike clawed and inched his way back from the brink, degree by degree. I hugged him fiercely. I kissed him tenderly. I willed him forward, talking softly in his ear, yelling when I thought he might be slipping. Hand over hand, he pulled forward as seemingly eons passed by. Invisibly summoned, all the kids came to bear witness to the unnatural scene unfolding before them. Mike shattered through the veil like a drowning man might come through a thin skein of ice from the depths of a winter lake. A ghost of cold breath issued forward from him, even though the house was at 70 degrees. His lungs were expanding and contracting with the force equivalent to a man who had just completed a 1,500-meter sprint in world record time. Sweat seeped into and dampened the covers he was wearing. His teeth chattered for a few seconds. I thought the force would crack them. And then it was over. His eyes fixated on my own, and he looked into the depths of my soul. It was Mike, thank God, and it wasn't. I couldn't put my finger on it. He had either lost or gained something in the internal war that had raged in him for 3 days. The pain of war cannot exceed the woe of aftermath. Just ask Led Zeppelin. Thank you. He uttered, and he kissed me softly on the lips. He stood up with not the slightest sign of vertigo or ill effects from his sickness. "Boys, get your guns," and that was it. He went upstairs to get dressed. It would be a long time before we talked about what happened. He was reluctant to revisit it, that much was for sure. Even still, there were more pressing things happening, and we did not find much time to sit down and idly chat about anything. Survival is an all-consuming event within its own right. Chapter 20. The Slaughter Begins. Journal Entry 17. Eventually, I will tell you what happened while I traveled the netherworlds, but that all hinges on what happens in the foreseeable future. I had come out from under my unnatural hibernation in remarkably good shape. There were no ill effects that I knew about. They would manifest later. I had lost weight and I was as thirsty as I had ever been, but after downing 3 huge glasses of water, I felt right as rain, even more so. Now I know this sounds weird, but power is the word that comes foremost in my mind. Maybe healthy would be a better descriptive, but not as accurate or as powerful. I just don't know, and I really don't have the time to dwell on it. As I dressed, I peered out the window, appalled at what my vision took in. That alone should have frozen my bowels. Thousands upon thousands of zombies were shuffling their way to our haven. Gunshots that had moments before been sporadic and spread out were now continuous and unrelenting. Hundreds of zombies fell. It didn't matter. It was like burning ants with a magnifying glass. Kill one, there's 1,000 more to take its place. It seemed more a waste of bullets. Most of the shot zombies were still moving. Headshots were for trained marksmen, and most of these folks were anything but. If they were used to shooting at all, it was at center mast on a 500-pound elk, a much easier shot than the 20-pound melon of a human head. Even if they were zombies, it was still unimaginably tough for these people to get over the aversion of shooting a human form. At least if they made a shot to the body, it would be less noticeable and therefore more palatable. The only thing we had going for us was that once the shot zombie hit the deck, he was likely to become ground beef from the hordes that would pass over the unlucky soul. I had made my decision. I would stay and fight until it was a lost cause. Regarding the outcome to Little Turtle, I already knew the answer. What remained to be seen was if I could get my loved ones out of this mess intact. I was duty-bound, and worse, honor-bound to help the residents as best I could. I would not desert them. Justin had managed to get out of his bed, although it had cost him nearly his entire reservoir of energy. I caught him as he was putting on his socks. "Where are you planning on going?" I asked him sternly. He looked up. I involuntarily stepped back. His features were starkly outlined from the darkness that rimmed his eyes. His skin was pulled tight in some places and slack in others. "The effect was disconcerting to help," he answered, taking a break after putting his right sock on. "The only thing you'd be able to help with is getting us in trouble." I didn't mean to be so callous. It just came out. If it came down to a foot race with a zombie, and Justin's smart money went on the undead. Justin's eyes welled up with hurt and rejection. "I just want to help, Dad. I want to make sure Mom and Nicole are going to be all right." "That's what I want too, Justin. But I'm also concerned about you, Travis, Brendan, Tommy, and everyone else. You get the point, right?" "I'm not sure you could shoot a gun without falling over." I hadn't appeased him at all. He still appeared dejected. "Justin, if you can carry this ammo can, which I was holding, I'll think about letting you come." I wasn't going to anyway, but I figured I'd give him a chance. He eyed the can speculatively full of ammo. They can top 50 pounds. He was having difficulty with an 8-ounce sock. "Dad," he said with true remorse. I felt his pain. "Justin, you need to stay here with Paul and defend the fort." His eyes closed in defeat. I crossed the room and grabbed his chin, forcing his eyes to mine. "You've seen Paul shoot, right?" I asked him. He perked a little at that. "If everything goes to hell, Justin, I'm going to need you here with all of your strength for your mom, for Nicole." He knew he was being manipulated, but he didn't feel useless anymore. He had a purpose. "Okay, Dad," he said as he laid his body back down. "I'll go defend the house as soon as I get up." "Good idea," I told him with a small laugh as I tousled his hair. His head still felt warm, not the dizzyingly burning heat it was before, but I didn't think he was out of the woods completely. Paul was waiting in the hallway as I quietly exited the room and shut the door. "How's he doing?" Paul asked. "I wish we had more medicine and a highly skilled doctor," I said to him. Paul's features furrowed in shame. "Dude, I only have so much energy to pick people up. Listen, I don't think he's going to turn into a zombie, but he's got an infection of some sort. Who knows what kind of germs the undead carry? I'm sure they don't use Purell." "Listen, bud, I told you before, I'm not blaming you for what happened, so get over it." Paul looked even more hurt at those words. "But now it's time for payback," I told him. He looked at me, trying to ascertain my meaning. "If something happens to me, whether today, tomorrow, or any other day for that matter, you," and I emphasized you, "are to take control of this family. Because that's what we are now. It's not just you and Aaron anymore. He looked at me, absorbing all that I was telling him. I could tell from the time it took him to process this information that he hadn't thought of it like this yet. Paul had always had an unnaturally high fear of commitment. He still sometimes wondered how Aaron was able to get him to marry her. She'd probably had to resort to blackmail. "Paul," I said, trying to shake him out of whatever thought loop he was in, "do you understand what I'm saying to you?" He nodded ever so slightly. I wasn't overly thrilled with his response. "Paul, you are the last line of defense here," I told him. Paul weakly motioned towards Justin's door. "Dude, I'm not sure he has enough strength to get out of bed if he needs to piss. If push comes to shove, though, he will get up and do what he can when the time comes." What I left unsaid was that I didn't have that same faith in Paul. I think he got the underlying current of my meaning. He looked hurt when he spoke. "You know I'd do anything for you, Mike? And the kids, and Tracy?" he added hastily. I eased up. "That's all I needed to know, Paul. We'll be back." Travis and Brendan were waiting impatiently by the door, rifles and ammunition cans by their sides. Tommy was on the couch doing a crossword puzzle. Not a lick of concern creased his features. "Hey, Mr. T," Tommy said from his seated position, looking up at me with a big smile across his face. "God, I loved that kid. He knew what was going on and was in a great mood despite it. It was infectious." I smiled back. "Yeah, what's up, Tommy? What's a 4-letter word for 7 days?" At first I didn't grasp the question, and then I noticed the puzzle book in his lap. My dim-wadded bulb finally flickered on. "Week, Tommy? It's a week," I answered, happy to be able to help him. His expression changed dramatically. He became extremely solemn when he replied. I would have almost thought he was a different person as he intoned, "Exactly. I know my face ashened. I could feel the blood running out of it. Tommy had just told us how long we had. I opened the door and headed out before anyone could see my betraying visage. We had enough to be worried about." I was hoping that nobody else hearing Tommy's words had come to the same realization. If they did, nobody said anything. Brandon, Travis, and I went to find the best vantage point to begin our beleaguered defense. Before we climbed the guard tower, I got them into a small group huddle. "Listen to me, boys." It was difficult to be heard over the cacophony of battle. I shouted again. "Boys, we do not separate. Do you understand?" I looked at each one in turn to get my confirmation nod. "If you need to take a piss or get something to eat or just take a rest, you go home and you go with each other. Do you understand again?" I looked for and received the confirmation nod. My words were having the desired effect. I wasn't sure that they were getting the seriousness of the situation we were about to become engaged in. Fear rimmed their eyes as much as their male bravado tried to suppress it. Scared was good, though. Scared kept people, soldiers, alive. It was fucking heroics that got good people killed. I made it abundantly clear I didn't want any heroes. "Once these walls are breached," I started. Brendan's eyes snapped to mine. "Breached?" he asked incredulously. "Dad?" Travis asked. My heart dropped. His fear was palpable. They both looked like they wanted to bolt for home right now. Trust me, I wanted to join them. "Holy shit, Mike," Brendan said. He looked back towards the house. I knew what he was thinking. He wanted to get Nicole and get the hell out of Dodge while the getting was good. I grabbed his arm to focus his attention back on me. "Brendan, you've seen what's on the other side of that wall, right?" He nodded. "How far do you think you'd get?" He still wasn't convinced. "There's nowhere to go yet." He looked back at me, all of his hope fixated on that one small word. "Yet." "Now listen," I said to them both. "I have a plan for when," and I stressed when. "This wall is breached, but it depends on all of us making it back to the house. Once the zombies are in the compound, it's going to be everyone for themselves, as hard as it might be. I don't give a shit what else is happening. When I tell you to get your asses back to the house, you'll do just that. Don't stop for anything or anybody. You two are my responsibility. If one of you decides to take matters into his own hands, I will have to go and find you. Now, if something happens to one of you and to me, all of my plans go down the shitter." This is when I drove my point home. Now, if I'm gone, you've sealed Mom's, Nicole's, Justin's, and Tommy's fate. Not to mention Henry. When I say home, we all go. For the moment, the boys crowded so close to me we looked like some humanoid form of octopi. That was just fine with me. We climbed up the nearest tower. It was 40 yards from the house. Even at a slow trot, we should be able to make it home in under 10 seconds. That was little solace as I turned my gaze away from my home and into the crevice of psychosis. "Glad you could make it," Alex said as he clapped my shoulder. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," I replied. Alex looked at me, trying to decide if I were serious or not. I let him keep wondering as I shouldered my rifle. 4 hours later, my shoulder throbbed, my back ached. My trigger finger was having muscle spasms, and still they plodded on. This wasn't a battle in the traditional sense. We shot firearms. They caught lead. There was no battle cry, no call to arms, no rallying, no retreating, no strategy, just onward, relentless, implacable, obdurate, pitiless forward momentum. Those that fell weren't heroically pulled up and treated in the rear echelons. They didn't cry out in vain. They didn't scream for their mothers, or a nonpartisan God, Buddha, or hairy fucking Krishna. They fell like cordwood, hundreds upon hundreds of men, women, and children. I couldn't convince myself, no matter how much I tried to shoot a child. I knew instinctually that they weren't human, and if given the chance they would eat me alive. But I could not bring myself to shoot anything under 4 feet tall. I made sure to always keep my aiming point higher than that. My nightmares were going to have nightmares already. I was not going to compound it any further. So far, the merciless gunfire had kept the zombies from reaching the walls, but that was going to change real soon. It had been a stalemate so far, our lead for their bodies. It had been light out, we had been well rested and still stocked with plenty of ammunition. All the pros in our corner were as rapidly retreating as the sun over the Rockies. Every able-bodied person with a gun had been manning these walls, and we had done little more than delay the inevitable. With darkness came fatigue and hunger and hell, probably even shock and trauma. As people peeled away from their posts, the zombies gained precious inches. I had finally been able to stretch out my trigger finger, although I was now suspecting it might always include a perceptible hook. Travis was leaning against the far side of the railing, his head drooping ever so slightly, and his eyes following suit. Brendan wasn't faring much better. When I had first been exposed to combat in Afghanistan, I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep for a week. The rampaging fear and adrenaline rush commingled into one hell of a toxic stimulant. But it came at an extreme price to your system. The crash was a near catatonic state. I could sleep for almost 48 hours straight after a firefight. I knew what was coming. The boys would have to learn the hard way. "Brendan, take Travis and head back to the house," I told him. He may have wanted to argue, but he was already riding down the other side of the adrenaline slope. He clapped Travis on the shoulder and motioned towards the house. Travis looked back at me and I nodded my approval. "I'll be there soon," I assured him. The 15 or so people that had started the day on this platform were now whittled down to 3, myself, Alex, and a third guy I didn't remember ever seeing before. "Someday, huh?" Alex said as he slid down to sit next to me. "I've had better," I answered in a serious tone. Again, Alex just looked at me, trying to ascertain my true meaning. "I'm sorry," I laughed. "It's my New England sarcasm coming out in full force." Folks that don't come from that region have a difficult time truly understanding what is being said to them. Many will find it an abrasive form of communication. It is, without a doubt, an acquired mode of information dissemination. Alex appreciated my honesty. "So how do you think it went?" he asked. "About how I expected," I told him. He kept looking for more, so I elaborated. It was much easier talking now that most of the gunfire had fell off to some sporadic shots. "You can do the math as well as I can, Alex. This is a lesson in futility. We'll be out of ammo in a few days a week at most. Then, I don't know. The food might hold out for a month, and then what? We can't go anywhere. What about the truck? Couldn't we fill it with as many people as possible and just run the smelly bastards over?" Alex asked with a glimmer of hope. "You gonna pick who stays and who goes?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "We could do a lottery or something." "Yeah, that'll go over well. You better hope all the ammo is gone before you make that little proposition. Besides, it won't work." Alex looked to me to question the validity of my statement. I obliged. "The truck will make it through the first few waves, and then the bodies will start to mount. You'll end up high centering on them, and that's if the radiator isn't damaged from the excessive hits." He wasn't done letting go of his idea. "What was the harm? We only had time on our hands now. What if we fixed it with a plow?" He was piquing my interest. I could attach a grill that would protect the engine housing, and we could put a skirt around the entire thing so no bodies would fit under it. The more he talked, the more convinced I became that his idea had some merit. The problem was that we had close to 300 residents here, and this wasn't going to be an alternative for about 250 of them. But some was better than none. I started to head down the ladder. "Where you going?" Alex asked. "I'm going to talk to Jed and let him figure out how to choose who stays and who goes, and then I'm going home to get my finger massaged." Alex laughed. "Yeah, your finger," he said with air quotes. "Is that more of your New England sarcasm?" I don't know if we were going to have enough time together for him to realize when I was kidding or not, but I honestly meant my finger. Let him think what he wants. Sex might not be the furthest thing from my mind, but I could almost guarantee it wasn't even on Tracy's radar screen. Finding Jed was not all that difficult. He had pretty much set up residence in the clubhouse since the beginning. He was sipping some hot coffee over by the fireplace. He had the look of a man who wasn't going to warm up anytime soon. He was a tough old bird. He probably only beat me here by a few minutes. He smiled a little when he saw me enter. He winced a bit as he raised his arm up to motion me over. "Your shoulder hurting too?" I asked him. Why the hell I thought buying a 12-gauge shotgun was a good idea. I'll never know my arm's stiffer than a sailor's dick at a Village People reunion tour, he guffawed. "What is it with all the sexual references?" I asked. Jed ignored me. "So what do you want, Talbot?" Jed asked. "Am I that easy to read?" I asked, in surprise on my face. "Just don't ever cheat on your wife. She'd be able to tell before you got out of your car." "Yeah, I don't play cards either, just for that reason." Jed arched an eyebrow at me, furiously rubbing his hands together for the meager generation of heat it created. "Okay, Alex has an idea that I think might work. So at this point, is it and or but?" he asked. "Wow. It is a good thing I didn't mess around with Allison," I said with introspect. "But wonderful, I was hoping for some but. This isn't another sexual reference, is it?" "Look at me, Talbot. When do you think is the last time I had sex?" Damn, even a hard-on for that matter? There was another visual I was now going to be laden with until my dying days. "Thanks," I muttered. "Go on," he signaled with his hands, clearly getting a little irritated. "But," I said hastily, trying my best to erase an unabolishable image, "it'll work for about 50 or so people." What little light had been in Jed's eyes quickly extinguished. I outlined Alex's plan, and Jed nodded in agreement to most or offered some better alternatives. "Women and children, right?" Jed asked, "even if it was a statement?" "Without a doubt. What about Tracy and Nicole?" "Oh, I want them to go, but they won't." "Can't you make them?" he asked, seriously. "That's funny, Jed. How long were you married?" He nodded in acceptance of my unwritten truth. "Women ruled the roost. Men were merely figureheads. Yes, dear, was the accepted vernacular in any successful union." Chapter 21. Next day, 12/18's journal entry. 18 different day, same zombies. See how I substituted zombie for shit, 'cause that's what it smelled like. One giant pile of fresh, maggoty dog shit. If this were summer, the sky would be thick with flies. It would be nearly impossible to breathe without swallowing some of the offending little beasts. Because of the fever, intake of air was a nauseating task. Appetites had dropped off the charts last night. I had grossly underestimated how long our food supply would last. It might be indefinite. Nobody could work up any desire for food. Sometime during the night, the zombies had made it all the way up to the gates of Babylon. Single-digit amounts of feet kept us separated. Being this close and seeing the devastation the disease caused on these people was excruciating. Skin tone ranged from fax paper white to plum purple and everything between. There were your ashen grays and your burnt siennas. The thing that they had in common was that none of the pallors were healthy-looking. Strips of torn skin hung like rags on more than most. Knees and hands were bloodied. Congealed gore splattered the masses like an all-you-can-eat. Lobster fest gone bad for all the broken bones and shredded skin and clouded visages. There was no suffering. There was no self-pity or loathing or hate for that matter. There was only determination and hunger, wanton hunger. It was from this insanely close distance the morning's firing squads commenced. The stench began to liquefy in the air as the bullets tore through the rotting corpses. I know I have gone on and on about the stench of the zombies, but unless you have lived through it, you can't truly assess how disruptive the smell was. Just think when you've watched a movie about some snowbound people in, say, Antarctica. So you're watching, and these suffering fools' teeth are chattering, and they have frozen snot coming out of their noses, and they can't feel their fingers or their toes. I mean, they are just miserable, and you, the viewer, are sitting there trying to experience what they are feeling, and you're like, boy, that sure looks cold as you munch your buttered popcorn. That doesn't really grasp the full effect for you. Until one day you get some tickets to a football game, and it's in Green Bay in December. You're outside for a maximum of 3 hours in the warmest gear created by mankind, and you're still freezing your ass off. It takes a thermonuclear reaction to get the circulation back in your feet and hands, and that is just a taste of what those poor souls lost in the Antarctica are going through. So now back to my problem. If you, the reader, really want to know what was going on in Little Turtle, go feed your dog or your neighbor's dog some chili, slathered in hot sauce, and maybe throw in some chocolate cake. Okay, wait for it. Wait! Now about a half hour later, your dog's innards are pretty much going to rupture, so make sure he's outside. Now, while this steaming pile of shit is still warm and faded, place it in a plastic shopping bag. Don't tie it up. Now place the carrying handles one on each ear and inhale deeply. You must walk around with this bag draped across your face continually. Is this starting to punch through now every time the dog crap begins to harden up and lose some of its edge? Go grab yourself another refreshing pile of fresh dog offal. While you are breathing deeply of this savory concoction, try to eat some enchiladas or maybe some lasagna. Oh hell, just try to sleep with that thing affixed to your face. Yeah, not quite as much fun anymore. So that, my dear reader, is why I'm going off the deep end to explain the stink. It's all-pervading. There is no relief. No giant bottle of Febreze. There wasn't even a prevailing wind that could help relieve us. We were surrounded by the never-ending miasma of decomposition. By noon that day of death layered upon death, I noticed something strange. The zombies were getting taller. I jumped down from my tower and ran for the clubhouse. I voiced my concern to Jed after taking a few deep breaths, which I instantly regretted. Jed, you have to call a ceasefire? I finally spit out. If it's about the bullets, Talbot, I already feel your concern, but we've got at least a week's worth, Jed replied. I was still breathing heavily from my run over. I had been reluctant to take deep breaths, and it was only partly because I had let my cardio routine lapse in the last few months. So I rushed out my words without explanation. I pretty much got the response I deserved. The zombies are getting taller. Next breath, I finished with, Jed, booze is tougher to get than a fresh T-bone. So I know you haven't been drinking some of that wacky tobacco then? Jed asked with a raised eyebrow. As much as it pained me, time was of the essence. 2 gulps of unsavory air, a brief respite, and I started over again. Jed, that wall out there is 8 feet tall. Jed nodded in agreement, looking a little perplexed with why I felt the need to run in here and let him know that. I elaborated. Jed, the zombies standing at the wall are sternum high with the top. Huh. The dawn of recognition had not lit yet. We've been shooting so many, Jed finished. Oh shit. The live zombies are standing on the bodies of those that have fallen another couple of hours, Jed, and they'll just start falling in. And once that happens, we won't be able to stop them. What then, Talbot? We can't wait them out. They aren't just going to leave. I could only shrug. I don't know, Jed, but we have to deal with this more immediate issue. We can think of something else later. Jed gave me a look that said he believed that as much as I did. It's over then, he said as he made his way over to the emergency PA system that had been rigged all around the complex. Ceasefire, he yelled. It was midway through his 3rd call before the shots began to trail off. There were still 1 or 2 distant shots, as if those persons' trigger fingers were having a difficult time relaxing. Jed laid it out over the speaker. The Little Turtle Complex's bubble had just been burst. Whether anyone thought we could shoot our way out of this mess was irrelevant. They had all just been notified that this course of action would lead to our demise. Inaction meant the same thing, but there was a lot less satisfaction in it. Normally, quiet means peace. This, however, was the quiet of the dead. It was disturbing, to say the least. As I walked home, the feeling of being in a fishbowl gave me the skeevies, almost all the way across the wall. The zombies were peering in at us. I didn't want to look at them. I could feel hundreds of sets of eyes on me, and it wasn't because I was the Pope, more like a leg of lamb. Hands in pockets, head bowed, I entered the house. Tracy was peering out the window at the wall. She shivered involuntarily. "What now, Mike?" she asked without looking away from the scene she was fixated on. Again, with the shrugging, I was getting real sick of being asked questions I had no answer for. It was like being in 12th grade all over again. But at least then I was usually stoned and I didn't care. Now was the time I had to have answers. Our lives depended on it. My shrug, at least, had a desired effect. Tracy pulled back from the window to look at me. Okay, so maybe not so desired. I felt like an albino under the withering gaze of an Arizona sun. My cheeks flushed. You don't know? She asked. It sounded accusatory to me, but it was intoned with defeat. I walked over to her and wrapped her up in a big hug, and then I lied. We'll get out of here. And she believed it about as much as I did. Preternatural silence was occasionally disrupted by the staccato sound of gunfire. Apparently there were still a few diehards on the walls that weren't willing to give up so easily. I was going stir-crazy sitting in the house. I couldn't find anything to do that even remotely kept my mind from thoughts of zombies. Crossword puzzles. Zombies, model building, zombies, reading, zombies. This sucks, I said as I stood up from the couch. No one argued. We had been sitting in near silence for over an hour. I'm going to see how Alex is doing with the truck. This was not a source of easement either. When I told Tracy about the idea, her eyes had lit up like Christmas trees. It had warmed my heart to see the new life that had been breathed into her, even if it was only short-lived. She was a smart person, and she could see that I wasn't nearly as enthusiastic about the plan as I should be. What's wrong? Don't you think the truck can get through? She had asked. I'm having my doubts, but if the timing is right, it'll have a good shot. She searched my face for the answer she was seeking. Shit! I must have had the words emblazoned on my cheeks. You're not going, she stated flatly. My eyes told the truth. It's women and children, and even then we won't be able to get them all out. Fuck that, she screamed at me. I stepped back. At 5'2" and 110 pounds, she scared the shit out of me like no drill instructor double her size could. Her vehemence was unmatched. Well, I'm not going, she yelled as she circled the room like a tiger waiting to pounce on its prey. And I was the one feeling like the goat. What if the truck gets stuck? What then? Mr. Badass Marine? You'll be delivering canned goods to the zombies. All they'll need is a can opener and a fine Chianti and they can have a huge smorgasbord. I put my hands up in a placating manner. I might as well have tossed the whole can of gasoline on the fire. Calm down, I begged. Oops, wrong tact. The spitting volcano erupted, Vesuvius incarnate. She pushed past my arms and punched me full force in the stomach. Whoa, I hadn't been expecting that. I bowed over from the force of the blow. The wind knocked right out of me. Good thing she didn't follow up with an uppercut. That would have been real embarrassing. I was busy gasping for air as she retreated. It looked more like she was circling for another opening. Finally, being able to come up to a near stand, I was ready to answer her. Her pacing hadn't slowed. I was choosing my words carefully. There aren't many alternatives, Tracy, I pleaded. If some of us can get away, that makes it worth it. She huffed. To what end? Came her question. Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? Better to stand here and fight until the end. But they'll live to fight another day. We can't be the only holdouts. I hoped that was true. Or truly, what was the point? A truckload of women and children wasn't going to repopulate the planet? I'm not going, she stated. Her pacing stopped as she stood in front of me, daring me to disagree with her. I thanked God she wasn't leaving and cursed the fates at the same time. She was forsaking the best chance of escape. I had to press further, regardless of the threat to my stomach. What about Nicole? Are you answering for her too? I asked. Tracy lurched forward. I at first thought it meant the start of round 2 and prepared for my defense. It turned out it was more of a swoon. I was reluctant to put my guard down as I stepped forward to keep her upright. She pushed me away. We live as a family, she gulped, and we'll die as a family. She spun and left the room. 10 minutes later, still standing there, I couldn't tell if my stomach was more upset by her punch or her words. Chapter 22, Journal Entry. 19 Alex was busy welding the front plow into place. I stood back and watched uneasy in the feeling that the greenish-yellow arc of light was burning my image into the brains of the hundreds of zombies that were watching. I had turned around and was looking back at the drooling masses when Alex clapped me on the shoulder. You get used to it, he said. Just pretend you're a famous celebrity and they are your adoring fans. That didn't help. Most fans don't want to eat their object of adoration, I said as I turned back around. Alex laughed. A few minutes later, he asked, "What do you think?" as he grabbed the plow. "Looks impressive," I said, as I finally wrested my vision away from my adoring fans. "Once I get the skirt on, I'm going to put some handholds on top of the trailer for some gunman." I was still staring at the plow. "Talbot, you all right?" "Tracy and Nicole aren't going," I told him. He nodded in solace. His wife and child were getting on the truck. Hispanic families were different from American. The males still had the final say, so when Alex had exercised his right, because the truck had been his idea, his wife and child were exempt from the selection process. They had earned a ride. "Are you going too, Alex?" I asked. His eyes fell. He had said that I was eligible for the same exemption as my wife and kids, but I couldn't find it in myself to take the place of some other woman or kid. What kind of man would I be? His eyes met mine. "I'm going to put my name in for one of the gunners on top. If God deems it, I will go with my Marta." He kissed his hand and made the holy sign of the Trinity on his chest. "How much longer?" I asked, pointing to the truck. Alex seemed happy to move on from the subject we had reluctantly broached. "Tomorrow, at the latest. I'm working on a couple of ideas for the skirt. I want to make sure it doesn't cause the truck to hang up on anything." We didn't touch that with a 10-foot stick, but as Alex's eyes briefly met mine, the point was made. He was entrusting his wife and child to this design. I jumped when a shot rang out no more than 100 yards from our location. Alex had turned back to his task at hand. I was going to ask him if he needed any help, but this felt more like my cue to leave. I contemplated going into the clubhouse and talking to Jed, but the likelihood that he of all people would do anything to elevate my present mood was unlikely. I loved the old man, but he was a crotchety son of a bitch. Then again, so was I. I mean the part about being a son of a bitch, not crotchety. "Ha! I could elevate my own damn mood," I said sourly, as I began a slow walk around the perimeter of Little Turtle. I received the occasional greeting from some of the sentries, but for the most part, I was left alone. It was when I reached the far side of the complex that I felt a difference. I couldn't at first tell what it was, but the change was thick in the air. I looked around trying to figure it out. It was an absence that was causing the difference, an absence of prying eyes. There were no zombies watching my every move. No zombies debating on which part of me might be stringy, which part succulent. My spirit nearly soared. It felt like a reprieve, a last-minute call from the governor. Even the air smelled a little sweeter, marginally. On this side of the complex, the wall was built on top of a small rise, maybe 6 feet or so. The other side of the wall had the same drop-off, so that would explain a lot. There would have to be a lot more zombies killed on this side before their vision would peek over the top, but it was more than that, I hoped. The air was less heavy here, that's the best I can explain it, but I wasn't convinced. You don't grow up on the East Coast and not hold on to a certain measure of cynicism. I climbed up onto the nearest guard tower, startling the guard to no end. Not realizing how close I had just succumbed to friendly fire, the view was worth the chance. There were some zombies milling about, but not anything near the volumes on the other 3 sides. I couldn't believe my eyes. "How long has it been like this?" I asked the portly guard. He was still recovering from his scare. "Must have been National Guard," I mused. "They started moving away around 10, he answered. So about the time they started to see over the wall on the other side. I stated more to myself than him. He half smiled and shrugged. He had no clue. "They've just been leaving in streams pretty much since," he said. "Kind of like he was looking for some praise. Friggin' idiot." "So you're telling me the zombies have been vacating this area for the past 3 hours and you didn't feel the need to tell anyone?" I yelled at him. He backed away. Fritzy said, he stammered. "I was pissed. A potential escape route was staring us in the face and this fat fuck couldn't get up off his ass to let anyone know." I was closing in on the guard for what I hadn't decided yet, but as he pulled back and covered his face with his hands, I knew it was time to ease off a bit. "What about Fritzy?" I barked. He. Great. I'm in the middle of a war and the only person with relevant information is a stuttering fool." "The gods must be crazy." I backed away some more. His speech impediment greatly improved. He swallowed loudly. He said he would let Jed know. I hadn't gone in to talk to Jed, but this wasn't a secret. Jed would have kept to himself. He sure as hell didn't know. "Where's this Fritzy guy staying?" I got the information I was looking for with a little more yammering and headed off. I was fearful if I stayed any longer I might do something that Guard would regret. Why, I went looking for Fritzy, I couldn't say. I would have been better off minding my own damn business. As it was, I was thoroughly pissed off and I was looking for a punching bag to vent on. I went to his front door and rang the bell. Well, to be honest, I pushed the button and I didn't hear the familiar ding-dong accompaniment. I banged my fist against the door hard enough to make the frame rattle. No luck, this stupid puke was probably passed out in front of his defunct TV with half a bottle of Jack in his lap. I tried the lock. No luck. Most people in this neighborhood had always kept their doors locked, and nothing that was happening now had made the place any safer. His two front windows had the shades drawn. "Leave!" my senses screamed. I paid them no heed. I walked around the back of his building. His gate was unhitched. "Leave!" that pesky voice said again. I'm not psychic in any capacity, so I most likely had these feelings of foreboding after the fact when I could sit down and write about it. But it would be nice to think I had a higher consciousness that was looking out for me, much more comforting that way. I walked into his small, unadorned backyard, minimalism at its best. He had one bleached-out patio chair and an umbrella that hadn't stopped anything much smaller than a basketball in a couple of years, laid out on his concrete slab of a backyard. In the far corner stood a small bundle of bricks and 2 bags of cement from a project that didn't look like it would ever get completed. The cement in the bags had gotten wet and was set. He basically now had 200-pound paperweights. My back ached just with the thought of moving those things. I was stalling. There was something wrong here, and still I plodded on. His back sliding doors were also covered with long brown vertical shades. I pressed my face to the glass, but was not rewarded for my effort. The murk from within was not yielding any secrets. I knocked, but not nearly as loudly as I had at the front. I convinced myself that I was afraid of breaking the glass, but it was more than that. I felt like an intruder. I was now on his property uninvited, but why should that matter? I tried the door. It was locked. Whew, good thing, I thought. My mind was saying, get the fuck out, while my hands were popping the sliding door out of its tracks. I had pulled my gloves off, and with the friction from my hands, I pushed up on the glass, and as it came out of the bottom groove, I then wrapped one of my hands around the side and pulled it towards me. The waft of warm, stink-filled air that hit my face nearly made me drop the door. It smelled like he was cooking a zombie, or maybe it was just broccoli. I couldn't tell. Both of those smells skeeved me out. I pushed past the greasy shades and was greeted with the low, deep growl of a large animal. I froze out from the gloom of the hallway, approached a mid-sized bear. Its throat rumbled a warning, or maybe that was its stomach. What's worse, getting eaten by a zombie or a bear? Not much of a choice. Pretty much like deciding if getting stabbed or shot is better. They both suck. I was halfway in and out of the shades and was afraid the movement to reach and grab my rifle would cause the big animal to attack. I eased my hand back to my belt. I had the foresight to strap on my 9mm, but I wasn't feeling all that lucky. It would take 3 or 4 well-aimed rounds with that caliber to take down a bear, and I had maybe 1 or 2 max before this thing would be on me. Well, at least I knew what the stink was. This bear must have eaten Fritzy. The next question, however, was a little unsettling. What the hell was a bear doing in here in the first place? My hand had finally reached upon the pistol, and the bear must have realized I was up to no good, at least for him. He charged full tilt, 2 shots my ass. I had barely got the pistol out of the holster when the creature slammed into my legs. I fell over, my hand slamming into a foot mat. I was tangled up in the shades and rolled around, finally pulling them free from their moorings. The rail gave me a glancing blow across the top of my head. That was the least of my worries. I was kicking my legs like a marathoner in the hopes that Smokey the bear wouldn't be able to find purchase. Sometime during the fray, I had lost the pistol. The rifle might have been in a safe for all the good it was going to do me. The bear would be digesting me by then. I was moving like an epileptic on crack, shitloads of movement with no purpose, but still no bone-crunching rending. I paused for a moment, my trip-hammer heart making that a difficult process. I sat up, expecting to be face-to-face with the beast. Nothing. Did I imagine it? I looked around my immediate vicinity. No. The thing had hit my legs hard enough to bruise them. A bruise was infinitely better than what I had been expecting. I sat up fully now. Curiosity now, beginning to overtake the ebbing fear. It wasn't a bear, it was Bear. Over by the gate was the biggest Rottweiler I had ever seen. Bear had been a resident of Little Turtle for at least as long as I had lived here. I had seen him around the complex on numerous occasions. His previous owner must have met an untimely demise. How he ended up at Fritzy's house, I wasn't sure. Bear wasn't paying any attention to me in the least. All of his focus was at the back gate. As I stood up and slowly approached him, I could tell he was shaking, but not from the cold. When he heard me coming, he swiveled his massive head. His large eyes were rimmed with white, and his mouth was pulled back in a perpetual grin. But there was no happiness here. This dog wanted out. Bear looked balefully at me, pleading for me to open the gate. I still wasn't convinced that this wasn't a bear, or maybe at least a hybrid of bear and dog. He was easily 180 pounds, maybe more. I cautiously moved closer, doing my best to convey my harmless intentions to the animal. "Hey, good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you, right? They say animals can sense fear. If so, we were both in trouble." My teeth were chattering, and Bear's tail was wedged between his legs. "What's the matter, boy? Is it the zombies?" Well, that doesn't make any sense. Now, does it? He would have been better off staying in the house. I dared a glimpse back to try to ascertain what in that now harshly uninviting house had scared this brute to his core. His head lowered imperceptibly as I inched closer. My hand was inches from its massive skull. One bite and he could have half my arm. I undid the latch and he pushed the gate open with his nose. Bear looked back once as if to say thanks or "Are you coming?" Either way, he didn't wait long to find out. He galloped off, long strings of saliva dragging on the ground, doing little to stop his momentum. I should have left. I wanted to leave. I also wanted my Glock back. I had paid a lot for the gun, and I loved it. Stupid gun. I walked back to the door. Even with the shades off, the place seemed darker than it should, almost as if there were anti-lights in there. Some device designed to remove light and replace it with darkness. That's crazy talk. Are you hearing yourself? Yeah. And you're also having dialogue with yourself. True, but still anti-lights. That sounds like something out of a scary movie. Yeah, well, so do zombies. I stopped in my tracks. I hate it when I'm right. "I just have to get my gun," I said aloud, maybe to make it sound more convincing. I wouldn't have to go in more than a foot or two. I stuck my head back in the blackness, fearful that if I went in too far, I would be sucked into a portal of the damned, forever lost in a land of the insane. How close to right I was, I could not have known. I felt around the tangled fallen shades, convinced that I would find my prize momentarily and be able to get out of there unscathed. That is, of course, unless someone was videotaping my escape from the shades. All dignity had been lost at that point. I was on all fours padding around the floor, not liking how vulnerable I was feeling. Nothing. I even pulled the shades out the door to make sure the gun wasn't hung up in the slat somehow, and I had missed it. "Damn it," I muttered, as I stood up and took my first full step across the threshold. I didn't feel the rush of teleportation, but that didn't make me feel any better. I took another step and then another into the gloom. The smell worsened. I wasn't going to be caught off guard again. I brought my rifle to the ready. Another step, still no Glock. I was halfway across the living room when I spotted a reflective glint of metal. It was partly down the hallway where my new dearly departed friend had first showed himself. I could not even begin to understand how it could have made that distance. I was feeling like a baited rabbit being led to slaughter, but I couldn't help myself. I inched forward. I was smart enough to see the design of the trap, but not smart enough to get out before it was sprung. If the design for this model townhome held true, then the gun was positioned directly in front of a small bathroom, easily big enough to hide 4 or 5 zombies. Sweat beaded up on my brow. My hands were getting clammy. My exhausted heart once again began its furious beating. I stopped, waiting for some small scuffling sound or a cough or a sneeze. But near as I can tell, zombies don't sneeze or cough or lay traps for that matter. Something sinister was happening. I knew without any doubt. If I didn't hurry this along, I was going to need to use that bathroom before I went ahead and wet myself. No noise issued from the impossibly blacker entrance to the bathroom. I was leaning forward, stretching my arm as far as it would go, wishing I would become one of my favorite childhood toys, Stretch Armstrong. If I remember correctly, it didn't end well for him either. Green goo everywhere. I shuddered. I had my left arm straight out in front of me, my right arm gripping the rifle like a vice, and my head swiveling like a top between the entryway and the floor. When I looked away, I felt my neck was dangerously exposed. Not that it mattered to these zombies. They would just as soon chew into my smelly feet. That was not a comforting thought. My hand scraped against the edge of the gun barrel. Heartbeat after heartbeat, I desperately tried to grip the gun. I turned my head to better locate my quarry, and all hell broke loose. A loud sound came from the bathroom. I pushed myself off to the left, falling over and hitting the far wall. Hands gripped around my neck. The rifle was useless, the barrel sticking out farther than my assailant. I pulled the trigger anyway, hoping the noise would scare it away. Nothing. The safety was on. My fingers frantically scrambled for the selector lever. The grip around my neck was making starbursts in my eyes. "I'm sick of passing out," I screamed. My hand came off my useless weapon at the same time the pressure on my carotid artery loosened. I reached my hands up to my neck and felt nothing except the nylon of my rifle sling. In my panic, I had cinched it tight. The noise whooshed again from the bathroom. This time my rationality took over and I knew the sound for what it was. The toilet bowl was leaky and would periodically have to refill itself. What is wrong with me? I could make a whole America's Funniest Home Fuck-Ups episode. I laughed a little to ease my inner tension. A few more jolts to the heart like this, and I was bound to spring a leak somewhere. I sat on the floor and readjusted my rifle. With pistol in right hand, I placed my left on the floor to assist in my ascent. It was then that I felt the slow, heavy vibrations emanating up through the floor. I have to be a sadist. Why? I didn't think I had had enough. I'll never know I knew the sound for what it was. Club music. I had a neighbor that loved that techno crap. He played it morning, noon, and night until I had a long talk with him. It was actually a short talk, but it was a long barrel. I told him I was going skeet shooting, but that my wife was sleeping, and if he could keep it down, I'd appreciate it. His head nodded at all the right times, but his eyes never left the steely black barrel. Never did have to go over there again. In fact, he moved out the next month. Hope it wasn't anything I said. What do I care if there's some other yahoo in this world that likes techno music? I need to get out of here. I knew all about the Make My Day law. I voted for it. So far, I had broken into his house, damaged his property, and let his dog go. I'm sure he wasn't going to invite me into his party. I opened the door to the basement. All of my senses were assaulted. Now I knew why there was no light on the main floor. Everything he owned was in the basement. Light flooded like a supernova. The music, if you want to call it that, was eardrum-shatteringly loud. In the worst of my heavy metal-loving days, I had never turned Iron Maiden on half as loud, and to top it off, I had found the origins of the stench that pervaded this abode. Every cell in my body protested forward motion, and yet into the light I went. I checked and rechecked that I had a bullet in the chamber, and the safety was off, even though I knew Glocks don't have an external safety. I instinctively knew I was going to need bullets again with the psychic crap. I had no clue, but this felt wrong, and for good or bad, I was going to find out. The basement was finished. For that I was thankful. It meant that my descent down would go unnoticed. Otherwise, there would be that time of exposure where only my legs would be visible from below as I went down the stairs. Then, like a cheap horror flick, there would always be the potential of a hand coming up through the openings in the stairs to grab my ankles. This should have made me feel better, but it didn't. My eyes were having a difficult time adjusting from soul-sucking black to radiant dawn white. I found myself excessively squinting. Then I began to ponder why there wasn't some form of squinting for ears, the better to shield me from the crap coming over his speaker system. As I neared the bottom step, I saw tiny moving reflections of light somehow brighter than the ambient lighting. I had seen this before. It was from a disco ball, well out of the frying pan and into the fire. I stepped onto the landing at the bottom of the stairs and then cautiously peered into the main room of the basement. At one time, this was a playroom for kids. Video games, board games, and a rocking horse were carefully stacked in the far corner of the room, but that was not the case anymore. It was a playroom all right, but one with far more sinister games, and only the highly deranged played in here anymore. Attached to the floor with 5 large chains was a naked female zombie. There was 1 chain on each wrist, 1 around its neck and 1 each wrapped around its knees. These were then bolted to the floor with large screws. It was chained in the classic doggy position, but the situation was about to get stranger. On the opposite side of the room, a man came out of a bathroom, fully dressed in a form-fitting cat costume, face makeup and all. He had yet to notice me. So intent was he on his impending conquest. He walked around the zombie, alternating between stroking her and slapping her. She moved her head as best she could to get at him, but he had placed the chains with strategic precision. I didn't think this was the first time he'd used this setup. After his third or fourth time around, he stopped behind her. I didn't need to be the amazing Kreskin to figure out what was going to happen next. I fired a round into the ceiling. That got his attention. He spun around almost as fast as the animal he was portraying. He was preparing to pounce on his intruder, but the cold black muzzle of a 9mm made him reconsider. He walked over to his stereo system and lowered it somewhat. I tracked him all the way, expecting a ruse. He turned to face me, nervously licking his lips. I wouldn't have thought it strange if he began to lick the backs of his hands next. This was one twisted person. "Want some?" he said invitingly, pointing to the zombie. At first I was too astounded to even consider his request. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" "What? I'm just having a little fun. I'm not breaking any laws," he smiled. "How about rape, false imprisonment, assault, fucking necrophilia? I'm sure there were half a dozen others, but I made my point. She's a fucking zombie. Shithead," he yelled. "There's that too. You have to immediately let someone know when a zombie gets in. What if she had bit you? Not a problem." His grin widened as he went back over to the zombie. He grabbed her head and bent it further back than seemed naturally possible. Her mouth was snapping, trying to get a hold of one or any of his fingers that were cradling her head. She had no teeth. They weren't just broken out with the butt of a gun or a hammer. They were gone. How? I mouthed. I was feeling sicker by the second. "I knocked her out," he said proudly. He saw my incredulous look. "Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to do it either. I tried ether first. That almost ended badly for me. Then I just whacked the hell out of the back of her head with a crowbar." I wanted to ask why he had ether, but I already knew the answer. As soon as I got my little pretty all chained up, I took out all her teeth with a pair of pliers. The sick shit was smiling, realizing the effect this was having on me. It's a good thing I got them all out too. There's been a couple of times when we've really been going at it that I kind of lose control and she'll get a hold of a forearm or something. She tries like hell to break the surface. "She's a wild one, all right," he said, as he affectionately stroked her hair. All the while she kept trying to bite that hand. So we come back to the original question, want some? I was revolted. My mouth hung open, and I had let my gun hand fall to my side. Catman Fritzy, sick fuck, saw his opening. He sprang like a coiled snake. He was fast, almost unnaturally so, but he had to cover 10 feet. All I had to do was raise my hand. I fired 2 rounds into his stomach just as his hands brushed up against mine. That contact repulsed me. I shuddered from the feel as his hands slid away from mine. The bullets had punched through, gut shot. I should have felt sorry for him. There was no more painful way to die. The zombie started pulling frenetically against her restraints. The smell of his spilling innards was driving her crazy. "Your suffering is over," I said, as I walked up to her and placed the muzzle of the barrel directly on her forehead. Her head snapped back as I delivered a round deep into her gray matter. Fritzy was laughing. It was a blood-filled sound, but it was a laugh nonetheless. "Oh, you liked her, huh?" he said, laughing. "She was so good." He was fighting through the pain, trying to hold his insides in place. That cold pussy. She was so special. The others always lost the will to live after a little while, but she was already dead. He laughed again, and blood spilled from his mouth. I had to get out of here. My head was starting to spin from the smell of the zombie, the discharges, and the insanity issuing forward from Fritzy. The music, the lights. It was all too much. Vertigo was making my head swim. I fought to find a wall to lean against. My breath was coming out in raggedy gasps, and still he laughed. I had my head and shoulder leaning against the wall as I pushed to the stairs and potential freedom from this house of horrors. Panic began to well up in Fritzy as he realized I was heading out. "You're gonna get help, right?" he pleaded. "You can't leave me like this," he cried. Now the idiot was seeing the light. I don't know if he was repenting or fearful his secret would be exposed. "Fuck you," he shouted, spittle and blood flying forward. "Talbot," he yelled. I stopped halfway on the landing, thankful that I had got this far. Yeah, I know who you are, the mighty Talbot. I'm only sad I never got a chance to get a hold of your lovely wife, or maybe your doe. I shot him in the head. Gouts of bile dispensed forth from my overworked stomach, so much for not leaving any DNA evidence. I staggered up and out of the house. The sun still shone brightly, the weather still felt cold, but I felt so different. This was another stain on my soul. I hope they have some version of soul tide when you die. I walked through the gate and out onto the back alleyway, my thoughts running rampant. I was trying in vain to steer them anywhere but back to that denizen of death. But like trying not to think of a pink elephant, you get the point. I'm not exactly sure when Bear fell in next to me, probably the moment I left the small carport at the back of Fritzy's house. All I knew was that my hand on his back was the most comforting feeling I had felt in a long time. After the nightmare we'd both been through, I think we were going to be codependent on each other for a while. Chapter 23. Journal entry. Tracy didn't say a word when I walked in, my face sheet white, my Glock still out, and my hand shaking. But she about had a coronary when my new friend padded in behind me. Tommy came running from the couch. "Beer!" He yelled happily as he threw his arms around the dog. I don't know if he knew the dog. Yelled out what he thought it was, or was expecting it a la Ryan Seacrest. When the dog started licking Tommy's face, Tracy visibly relaxed. I walked upstairs, put my gun away, burned my hands clean under scalding water, and laid down on my bed, boots and all. The knock on the door came a lot sooner than I had expected. I got up from the bed and stood at the top of the stairs as Tracy answered the door. "Hi, Jed. Want some coffee?" I heard her ask. "Is Mike here, Tracy?" Jed asked. "Jed, what's going on? You look upset, and why are these two guards with you?" I told them it wasn't necessary, but they insisted, Jed answered. "Who insisted? What's going on, Jed?" Tracy's pitch began to elevate. I walked down the stairs. "Jed," I said as I nodded. He nodded in reply. He had it coming. "Maybe so, Mike, but that wasn't your call." "Who had what coming?" "Mike, what is this all about?" Tracy was nervous. The situation was becoming volatile. "Mike, can you step outside?" Jed asked. I had never seen him so downtrodden. The guards tensed for action. Bear had padded up beside me and was bristling. A low menacing growl issued from him. One of the guards began to move his hands towards his sidearm. He was nervous. Couldn't say I blamed him. I laid my hand on Bear's neck. "It's all right, boy." The growling stopped, but the menacing posture didn't. I brushed by Tracy, giving her arm a small squeeze. "I'll be back," I said to her. I opened the door and was facing my small escort party. "Turn around, please," one of the guards demanded. "I was going to protest. I have a thing about authority, but Tracy was rattled enough. I didn't figure she needed to see me get beat down, too." I felt the cold steel of the handcuffs close around my wrists. Not for the first time, but it was the worst time. "Where are you taking him, Jed?" Tracy nearly sobbed. "The holding cell down at the clubhouse." From his demeanor, Jed must have witnessed firsthand the scene at Fritz's house. I could tell he fundamentally agreed with my handling of the situation. But laws were laws. The walk to the clubhouse was silent. I waited until I was in my cell and the guards had gone before I talked with Jed. "He was a piece of shit, Jed. I know Talbot. I went over there. But you killed him. You broke into his house and killed the man." "But he had kidnapped and was raping." I stopped. What did it matter what he was doing to a zombie? If it had been a human girl, I would be paraded around as a hero. "How bad is it, Jed?" Jed's head bowed. "A council was being set up to deal with Durgan, and now they'll be hearing your case too." "Talbot, they're talking about capital punishment." My head snapped up. I wanted to scream to the heavens. "Oh, that's fair. My life for that piece of shit." I saw his setup. This wasn't the first time. "No, it wasn't," Jed solemnly answered. "We checked out the whole basement. He had a trophy room full of pictures and other things." Jed shuddered. "Of all his other victims. They weren't all zombies, right?" I grasped. "Not by a long shot." Jed looked a little green around the gills. "But that's not going to help me?" I asked, downcast. Jed just shook his head. "I'll be back in a little bit with some food." "Don't sweat it. It'll be a long time before I'm ready to eat again." "Me too," Jed said as he retreated out of the holding area. "Welcome to Shangri-La," Durgan said as he sat up on his makeshift bed, then stood up with the assistance of a crutch. "Oh, this day just keeps getting better and better," I answered sarcastically. When I turned around, I was face to belly button with one of the biggest men I had ever seen in my life. Even with only one leg, he outweighed me by 100 pounds, easily. "It looks like I'm going to make good on that promise I made." His voice boomed from above. "What's that? Not wearing white after Labor Day?" "No, you little fuck. Killing you." Did he think it was necessary to clarify himself? I saw no choice. My Marine Corps training clicked on. I pivoted sideways and struck out with my right foot as hard as was humanly possible, and was rewarded with the audible pop of Durgan's only knee being crushed backward. He fell in a heap. The only thing worse than Fritz thumping techno music were the shrieking wails of Durgan in blind blistering pain. The expletives he issued forth, while colorful, are too long and complicated for this narrative. Suffice it to say, he left nothing to the imagination. He even had the audacity to include my grandmother in some of the more long-winded diatribes. If Durgan was going to kill me now, he was going to have to start at my ankles. I hopped up onto the now empty bunk and watched detachedly as a medical team came in and took him away. I rolled over and immediately went to sleep. It had been a long day, and I was bushed. Who ordered the Molotov cocktails? Nobody knows. This is a small fact that will be forever lost in the annals of human history, should there be any humans to bear witness. Was it the result of some bored guards, or the initiative of a defense tribunal? It doesn't matter. The result would have been the same, no matter who pulled the trigger. It was common knowledge the brain of the infected had to be destroyed in order to stop the zombie. What was not known was what effect fire would have. Could a zombie be cooked to the point where they would be inoperative? Somebody decided to find out. The result was disastrous. The first cocktail was served 3 hours after I was incarcerated. The guard had the presence of mind to realize that a bottle lofted into the air would have great difficulty finding open ground upon which to shatter and spread its fuel. At one time in his life, the guard had been a pitcher and a AAA prospect for a minor league team. A drinking problem had nipped any chances of a pro career in the bud. He called upon all his skills to deliver an old Budweiser bottle at 93 miles per hour into the unsuspecting skull of a zombie. Ironically, had it been measured, it would have been discovered the zombie was 60 feet 6 inches away. The zombie fell hard, its skull crushed beyond repair. But it had held together long enough to shatter the bottle and let the accelerant spread to 7 or 8 of his best zombie friends. The effect was immediate. The zombies burned quietly, the crackling of skin and hair reminiscent of a cold winter night, and reading a good book curled up on the couch by the roaring hearth. Because of the crowded conditions, the fire rapidly spread among the besiegers. But the desired outcome of disbursement was not what happened. Again, maybe history would have the luxury of discerning the truth, but the immediate was not concerned with the future. Instead of tucking tail and running away, the milling zombies coalesced and began pushing into the barrier that kept them away from their desired prize. The guards could only watch on with increasing alarm as the first couple of rows of zombies were quite literally pressed into non-existence from the pressures being exerted on them. Zombies were erupting like eggs left too long in a microwave. Sheets of viscous bodily fluids flew high in the air. Nearby personnel were covered in the gore. More than one lost their respective lunches. Between the crushing force of the zombies and the retaining wall, something had to give. Reinforcement 2x4s creaked and groaned under the added pressure, and cracks began to manifest near knotholes. Boards began to pop with the sound as loud as rifle shots. First one and then a cacophony of explosions. Guns fired wildly, trying to stem the tide of the onslaught. But like trying to bail water out of a sinking ship with a thimble, it was too late. Many, realizing the end was near, took off for their homes. Some stood in shock, watching as hairline fissures began to form in the seemingly indestructible wall before them. Some of the residents rallied together. The air trembled with the cumulative shots being fired. The effect was like one continuous clap of thunder. Chapter 24. Journal entry 21. I had been dreaming a particularly vivid dream before I was so rudely interrupted. The sound of booming thunder had cut through all semblances of sleep. I had no sooner come to full consciousness when the klaxon of alarm erupted. All hell was breaking loose, although at the time I had no idea how close to reality I was. I was trying my best to look out the window and find the source of the clamor. But the angle wasn't right. unless the problem was in the pool. I wasn't going to find out much information this way. "Talbot, get your ass over here." Jed was yelling from the locked door, fumbling frantically with the keys, trying to find the right one. Flashbacks of every horror movie I had ever seen ran through my mind. You know the part where the person that is about to die fumbles with his or her keys, giving the monster in the flick the needed time to catch up with and dispatch the lowest paid actor in the movie. As I neared the door, I could see the tremors in Jed's hands, and this wasn't the advancing age palsy either. This was the full-blown San Andreas type. "Jed, take a deep breath. Breathe for a sec," I said to him, trying to instill a calm in him that I wasn't even feeling, and I wasn't even sure what was going on. Jed looked up at me, and my heart sank. His face couldn't even be considered ashen. Transparent was a better descriptive. I could see every blue vein perfectly etched in his features. "Jed, what's going on?" I asked in alarm. "The end, Talbot, the end," he answered sadly. I had never seen him so resigned. I wasn't so sure now that I wanted him to open that door. Maybe I could just ride it out right here. That was an option I didn't have the luxury of exploring. The lock rattled open, and Jed jerked the door open. "Get home, Talbot," Jed said without much inflection. Jed might not be a zombie, but he was dying inside. "What about the trial?" I had to ask. I didn't want attempted escape added to my offenses. "I don't think there'll be enough people left in a couple of hours to worry about that," Jed said, his shoulders slumping even further. "Oh shit, Jed, it's that bad?" I asked as I felt my heart drop. "The wall has been breached in at least a dozen places." "If you don't get out of here and home now, you'll spend your last time on Earth with him," Jed said as he pointed to the far corner of the rec room/converted cell where a drugged Durgan was recovering from the ad hoc surgery done on his shattered knee. Sometime while I had been sleeping, Durgan had been wheeled in on a gurney. It was clear that he was not getting anywhere soon under his own volition. It was also clear, to me at least, that I couldn't leave him. Yes, he was a murdering scumbag who had personally threatened to kill me and would have carried out his plan if given the opportunity. But even then, I couldn't just leave him. I looked longingly over Jed's shoulder and the way out and back towards Durgan and the Christian-like thing to do. Who was I kidding? I wasn't even a practicing worshiper. I was more like a pretend worshiper. I couldn't even do what the vast majority of other pretenders did and go to church on Christmas Eve. Despite all that, I still went back to get Durgan. He jerked awake as I disengaged the foot brake on his gurney. His murderous black eyes quickly lost their post-operative haze and locked onto mine. "What the fuck are you doing?" he mumbled. Even half asleep, he was an asshole. "Getting you out of here, the zombies have gotten into the complex," I hastily explained. A small smile curved across his lips. He was pulling out of his stupor by leaps and bounds. I was halfway across the room pushing the gurney when Durgan spoke. "You know, I'll kill you the first chance I get right. We've already been through this. Why don't you give it a rest?" That seemed to piss him off to no end. Durgan's body had been reduced to a shell of its previous self, but this was something that his mind had not yet grasped. He was a bully in the truest nature of the word and was always used to getting what he wanted, how he wanted it, when he wanted it. Physical intimidation wasn't just a means to an end for him. It was a lifestyle. So what issued forth next was pretty much par for the course for him. "And then when I'm done with you, I'll kill everyone you're close to," he said as he croaked out a laugh, his throat unnaturally dry from the anesthesia. I didn't even respond. I took my hands off the gurney, walked past Durgan and out the door. "Wait, where are you going?" Durgan yelled. "I was kidding. You can't leave me here. Wait." He screamed in fear for maybe the first time in his life. "You're an idiot," Jed said to Durgan as he pulled the door shut and locked it. "Old man, you can't leave me here." "Son, if I were so inclined to help you, which I'm not, I don't have the strength to push what's left of you out of here. Your best chance of survival just walk through this door. And to be honest, I'm glad you opened that big mouth of yours, because if you hadn't, and Talbot had tried to save your worthless life, he might have lost his in the effort. There would have been no justice in that." Jed walked away, not feeling bad in the least as Durgan's insults faded away into blubbering incoherence. "Fuck me," was all I could think to say as I walked out of the clubhouse. Zombies were everywhere. Some of the townhomes were on fire. I would later learn it was from the zombies that had been firebombed. The few residents of Little Turtle that weren't hunkered up in their homes were running for their lives, most without much success. Ravenous zombies were making short work of their unlucky catches. More than one victim would be busy looking over his or her shoulder at their pursuer, only to run headlong into the loving arms of another zombie. I stared in fascinated horror as I watched what was once a guard, I could only tell by the uniform, literally have his face peeled off. The zombie had grabbed a piece of the guard's chin in its teeth and pulled straight up. By some sheer witless luck, his entire face had come off as neatly as a banana peel. The muscles underneath contorted into a scream but were cut short as another zombie ripped out his Adam's apple. The ragged hole in the man's neck leached off what would have been an ear-splitting shriek. Blood flowed freely from the faceless man's eyes. My mind was in denial. It looked more like special effects in a low-budget movie. I could not recognize what was happening as truth. This was an impossibility. People don't get their faces ripped off. This wasn't Silence of the Lambs. The guard's eyes locked on mine, which brought me back to the here and now. I would later convince myself that in that state, the man was not capable of higher cerebral thought. He had to be in shock. But in that moment, I was sure that he knew who he was. What was happening and what was about to transpire? The moment was broken when another zombie stepped between our line of sight and honed in on its after-dinner parfait, me. "Run," my mind screamed. I obliged. I had to pull out all of my high school football running back moves. At 43 years old, I was lucky not to pull anything else. For every zombie I dodged, 2 took its place. I figured at this geometric rate I would have to get by 64,000 of them by the time I got to my front door. This was not going to be easy to my right. The remnants of the wall were being pushed over as the main body of zombies fought to get their fair share of fresh meat. None of them wanted to be late for the party. I was 25 or so yards from the front of my house when I realized I would never have enough time to knock and convince who was ever on the other side to open the door before I was swarmed over. And my moments of having enough maneuverability were rapidly diminishing. "Mom," I heard a familiar voice yelling. "Dad's coming?" Justin had been watching the front of the house and Travis had been watching the back just in case something like this happened. Within seconds, gunfire erupted from the upstairs windows as Justin, Travis, and Brendan opened fire, widening a hole for me that I could have driven a truck through. I would have liked to have sauntered up to the front door like I was John Wayne, but I was scared shitless. Tracy had opened the front door and the security door and was yelling at me to hurry up. "Are you kidding me?" I yelled back with what breath I had left. "What makes you think I need any incentive?" Paul had stepped onto the front stoop and was covering my entrance. I dove through the front door like the hounds of hell were on my heels. The move was unnecessary. There wasn't a zombie within 15 feet of me. I stood up, dusted myself off, and tried to act as nonchalant as possible. Tracy calmly locked the security door, not having any of the jitters she had experienced the last time she faced zombies in her yard. The front door slammed shut just as the boys finished their barrage from above. In the ensuing quiet, I heard the roar of the semi as the engine turned over. Someone was making a run for it. I silently wished them good luck and was despondent that I wouldn't have the chance to get my family on that rig. "Dude, it's good to see you," Paul said enthusiastically. "You and me both, brother," I said as I hugged him. The boys made their way noisily down the stairs to greet me. "Thank you, boys," I said as I grabbed Tracy and gave her a hug. She uncharacteristically hugged me back. "Did you escape?" Travis asked. I disengaged from Tracy, happy to be home. "No, Jed let me out." I caught them up quickly about what I had been doing, although there wasn't much to say. I had been sleeping for most of it. Travis told me about the Molotov cocktails. "Yeah, that didn't work out so well," I said. Tracy looked at me quizzically. That must be why some of the townhomes are on fire. Now her expression turned to one of alarm. "Boys, go back upstairs. Make sure that no burning zombies get within 50 feet of our row of houses." Tommy came up from the basement. "Hey, Mrs. T, all the water is upstairs now." He grinned one of his signature smiles and waved enthusiastically at me. "Hey, Mr. T," and then followed the other boys upstairs. "Well, that wasn't much a greeting," I mused. "He knew you were coming," Tracy said matter-of-factly. "He's the reason I had the boys at the windows looking for you. I don't know if I would have thought to do that. I was pretty much in panic mode, Ryan." I asked, wondering if it had been Tommy's spiritual guide that wrapped itself in the guise of TV celebrity Ryan Seacrest. "No," Tracy said, shaking her head. "Bear." I looked at her confused. She shrugged. "Don't look at me," Tommy said. Bear could smell you coming. I knew I reeked a little bit, but there was no way that dog could pick my mellow funk out over all the odoriferous odors that were pervading our atmosphere at the moment. I was going to let sleeping dogs lie, so to speak, with Tommy. There was a good chance I'd never understand what was happening. All I knew was the big lovable kid was a godsend to have around. "What now, Talbot?" Tracy asked me. She was starting to get that look of defeatism that I had last seen Jed wearing. "It's not over yet, hon," I countered to her gloomy outlook. "We're all safe. We have enough food and water to last 3 months or so." I hoped that was enough to raise her attitude. She gave a dispirited nod of the head. Apparently not. And then, "You saw them, Mike? They won't leave. They have all the time in the world." "I have a plan," I said. That noticeably improved her outlook. Unfortunately, that was lie, not an out-and-out lie, more like a stretching of the truth. I had the outline of a plan, more of a plan per se. And it wasn't so much a plan as an unformulated idea. In reality, it was a last-ditch effort which I put our odds of pulling off at a 1 in 3 chance, and by 3 I mean 99. "I don't believe you," Tracy said, but she hugged me fiercely. "But I love you for that lie. That was a first. I had never had a woman ever thank me for lying to her. Chalk one up for the good guys. It snowed that night. If not for our locale, I would have called it a nor'easter like back home in Boston. The snow thankfully blanketed out the few remaining zombies who were still human Roman candles, and it also had the added benefit of muffling the screams of the few remaining little turtle inhabitants. There were still some holdouts yelling out of their windows looking for anyone else that might be alive, but I didn't see the advantage in yelling back to them. They couldn't get to us, and we couldn't get to them. All they could possibly do was bring further attention to us. Once the fire danger had ebbed, I had everyone in the house help with covering the doors and windows with plastic. Mostly it was trash bags, but I also had some of that shrink-wrap film that is supposed to help with energy costs. The power had stopped about an hour after the zombies had broke through. I wanted to be able to preserve as much heat in our house as possible. And I also was hoping the plastic would keep the smell of us away from the zombies. Did it work? I don't know. That had mixed results. They weren't rushing the house, but they weren't leaving either. My thought was that they still had the memory of us being here. I know it sounds crazy, but these also weren't the mindless zombies we'd watched in the movies either. They had rudimentary skills. We spent most of the next day in my office, which had been converted into Nicole and Brendan's sleeping quarters. The window had been covered with a green trash bag and no light seeped in. This also had the added benefit of not letting any light seep out. So between me, Tracy, Nicole, Brendan, Justin, Travis, Tommy, Paul, Aaron, Henry, Bear, and half a dozen candles. The room was toasty and downright stinky. Henry was ripping farts like there was no tomorrow. Maybe he knew something we didn't. Even Bear was doing his best to keep his nose under the covers and away from the odoriferousness that emanated from Henry. Henry seemed blissfully ignorant of the whole affair as he slumbered through our protests. A couple of times I was fearful the natural gas would blaze and we'd have a blue fireball spiraling through the room. I was considering sleep. There wasn't much else to do when Aaron started to talk. "Do you think they can starve?" she asked out loud to nobody in particular and anyone who might be willing to answer. I had been thinking about this but hadn't had enough time to just sit and contemplate until now, at least. Nearly everyone in the room had been either dozing or in the process of doing so. But when I answered, Aaron's eyes began to open. I had a captive audience. What can I say? "I think now this is just my opinion," I clarified. Aaron nodded. "I think they are alive. They are not the living dead like we think they are. Whatever has these people acting the way they are, whether it's a virus or a germ, a parasite or a damn alien, they are alive. I haven't seen any zombies that look like they clawed their way up through a grave. And judging by the stains in most of the zombies' pants, they still have their digestive processes going on." Nobody, and I mean nobody, wanted clarification on what was being digested. That was to remain unspoken. "Dad, what about the wounds some of them have?" Nicole asked. "I mean, I've seen some of them with their chests blown open and half their faces missing." She shuddered. "I'm not going to BS you, Nicole. I don't have all the answers, but the human brain is a powerful thing. Somehow it is rerouting all function up to it. I mean, how it can keep circulating blood with a damaged heart, or keep someone from bleeding out with a blown-off leg. No clue. It might be that these zombies are using way more brain function than we can even understand." This comment got me more than one upraised eyebrow. Okay, tough room. I'm obviously not saying smarter, except for maybe Paul. That got some laughs, which I was happy for. Those had been scarce. Paul flipped me the finger. I guess this brings me back to Aaron's original question. Can they starve? Yeah, I think they can. I finished the rest of my thought quickly before anyone could have their hopes raised too high. But I also think it would take months for them to show any ill effects. I thought they could go for years, but I had already run over everyone's hopes. I didn't see the need to back up and finish the job. Dad, we don't have that much food. Nicole had only said out loud what was on everyone's mind. The zombies should be gone long before our food is gone, I said confidently, hoping it was true. What I was leaving unsaid was much more potent than what I had said before. The zombies left, they would have to completely deplete their food source now. This wasn't some wild grass in the savannah. These were our neighbors and friends. It was not a bright moment in the Talbot household. I feigned sleep so I could turn my head. I didn't want anyone to see my face as I wept silently. For those I would never see again, for my mom and dad, my 3 brothers and sister, for the friends I loved, and even the ones I had fallen out of touch with, hoping one day to reconnect. Hell, if given the time, I'd weep for the barista who made my coffee every morning. I was so tired of this shit. My stress level was through the roof. I couldn't even conceive of how I was going to keep everyone in this room safe. But the responsibility rested on my shoulders. I had fallen asleep sometime during my moments of doubt and shame. As I stirred awake, I had not a clue what time it was. Someone had blown out the majority of candles and the room was nearly coal black. I surveyed the jumbles and bunches of bodies that lay in every conceivable position. My gaze came to rest on 2 eyes that shone with a light of their own. I thought that possibly I hadn't fully awakened and I was in the midst of lucid dreaming, but Henry's flatulence erased any of that notion, unless of course I had received the special ability to smell in my dreams now. The eyes bore into mine, searching through my mind. They found that worm of doubt that was wriggling around dementedly, and like a boot to a cockroach, squashed it out. Tommy laid his head back down. I was released from my trance. I wanted to thank him for what he'd done, but I wasn't sure if he even knew. I had always been a spiritual person and believed in the yin and the yang. There must always be a balance in the world. Love balances out hate. Peace balances out war. And in my mind, Tommy balanced out the zombies. Had he been this gifted before this shitstorm began raining down on us? Probably not. Thank God for Walmart and their affirmative action hiring processes. I disengaged myself from my sleeping bag, doing my best not to disturb the 4 or 5 people that were between me and the exit. This was worse than having a window seat on a jumbo jet. After stepping on a few body parts and receiving some rather colorful protests, I made it to the door and to my ultimate goal of the bathroom. There were times, especially recently, where I missed my youth. My carefree days in my late teens and early 20s, when the world was maybe not my oyster, but definitely was my playground, when I didn't yet know the next girl I was going to kiss. Responsibilities were someone else's concerns. Then I would come back to the life and love I shared with my wife and kids, the unconditional love I felt for all of them, even Stinky Henry. And I remembered that getting older was not necessarily a bad thing. I'm telling you this because I just want to give you a glimpse of how my brain works. I wasn't really reminiscing on the past so much as reveling in the present. My actual happy thought came from the fact that I was not a couple of years older with an enlarged prostate. All I could keep thinking was how much of a pain in the ass it would be to have to get out of that room 4 or 5 times a night to piss. Yeah, welcome to my world. Chapter 25. Print journal entry 22. The air temperature in the hallway dropped a good 20 degrees. I had almost forgotten why I was even out here when my bladder gave me a refresher. I finished my business and was reluctant to head back into the sauna. Between Tommy and the chilled air, I was feeling invigorated. Maybe not enough to go on an early morning jog, but enough to do a circuit around the house. I had made it downstairs and into relative safety, or so I had thought. I let one rip that Henry would be proud of, then laughed to myself. God, I've been holding that beauty for 2 hours. Hey, Dad, busted, damn it. Hey, Trav, I said. My first inclination was to go on the offensive, ask him why he was down here. It would have all been a ruse to hide my embarrassment at getting nailed. What was the point? The smell alone should be punishment enough. I was quick to leave the room, so was Travis. I went to the fridge and poured a glass of milk. I wanted to go through the perishables before they went bad. Want some? I asked Travis before I put it away. He shook his head. No. That was, of course, until he saw my secret stash of white fudge-covered Oreos. We sat in silence for a few moments, relishing in the moment. Cold milk and Oreos. Father and son, it could have been a commercial except for maybe the darkness and the threat of being eaten alive. Yeah, Nabisco probably wouldn't be knocking on our door anytime soon. I sat back, my stomach content, hands on my belly. Travis looked over at me in alarm. "You're not going to rip again, are you?" he asked, genuine concern across his face. I laughed. I couldn't help myself. The last time I had been that busted, my mother had walked in on me just after the newest National Geographic had arrived. There was no such thing as the internet back then. I was 13. Stop being judgmental. "No, I'm good now," I said, patting my belly. "I'd been working on that one for a while. Should be good to go now, although I think I blew a hole in the back of my pants." Travis laughed. It was good to see him do that. Dad. I stopped smiling. I knew there was something on his mind, but I was going to let him get to it when he was good and ready. He continued, "I miss school. Stop giving me that look. I don't miss geometry. I miss my friends. I might even miss a teacher or two." I knew how he felt. He missed the routine of a normal life, something that I didn't think we would ever find again. I couldn't assure him that his friends would be all right or that things would eventually return to normal. Those would be empty promises, and he'd know it for what it was. I could promise him that we'd be okay. I would pass on the hope that Tommy had given to me. I reached over and hugged my youngest son for all I was worth. As I released him, I spoke in his ear. "If you tell your mother what I did down here, I will disown you." "Yeah, if I'd known you were going to do that, I wouldn't have helped you make the house airtight," he said, as he pointed to the plastic covering the kitchen window. Some early morning light was diffused through the opaque bag, but most of the ambient lighting came through the upper right-hand corner where the bag had become detached. It was something about that little patch of light that warmed my heart. The dawning of a new day. It just felt good. New hope and all that. Believe me when I say Tommy was the only one blessed in this house with the gift of foresight. If I had known how the rest of this day was going to turn out, I wouldn't have gotten up to take that damn leak. "Hey, Bear," I heard Travis say behind me. Sometime while I was zoning out, the giant dog had made its way downstairs. Travis was busy giving the big guy an ear scratch as Bear happily finished off an Oreo that he had given him. No sooner had Bear finished the Oreo than he pivoted his head towards me. The train-like rumbling that emanated from his throat would have evacuated my bladder had I not taken care of that earlier. "Whoa, Bear," I said as I put my hands up. If he had turned, I was screwed. I hadn't even thought to take a gun with me, and my son was right next to him. "Take it easy, boy." The hair on Bear's back was standing straight up. His posture changed as he went from happy-go-lucky to on the verge of attack, and he was looking at me, trying to erase any signs of fear from my voice. Not wanting to give the dog any ammunition, so to speak, I spoke to Travis. "Get up and out of here as slowly as you can. When you get to the stairs, haul ass and get help and guns." I wasn't thrilled about alerting the zombies to our presence with gunfire, but that couldn't be helped at the moment. That prospect was a whole lot more appealing than having to fight off a miniature grizzly bear. Who was going to win the fight was a foregone conclusion. How long I was going to last was open to debate. "Bear's not going to hurt you, Dad," Travis said without much conviction in his voice. "Yeah, he's going to kill me," I thought sourly. "Get out of here, Trav," I said through gritted teeth. I wanted my son out of harm's way, and I didn't want him to see me get ripped apart either. Bear didn't so much as blink when Travis loudly squealed his chair as he pushed away from the table. "That's a good boy, Bear." His uncropped tail didn't move. It was pointed straight back. The slight curve gave it the appearance of a furry sword. Everything about this dog pointed to menace. Its lips pulled back to reveal inch-long canines. Drool flowed from its maw. Hair bristled. Its haunches coiled low, ready to pounce. I needed my son to get out of here before my legs gave way. They were shaking that much. Travis had made it to the entryway in the kitchen and glanced back once to look at me. I hoped it wasn't the last time he saw me alive. As Travis rounded the corner, I heard him run up the stairs. I was guesstimating that help was 10 or 15 seconds away. Bear was positioned to strike. Now, I moved slightly to my left, hoping to get within range of the knife stand. Either the damn dog had extrasensory powers and knew what I was about to do, or my number had finally come up. He lunged. I pushed over all the way to the left, my hand grasping wildly for anything that could be used for defense. My hand gripped tightly on a dish towel. My brain had no true higher function. I was on the lowest plane of thought, survival. I whipped that towel out in front of me, ready to deliver one hell of a bullwhip crack. I braced for an impact that never came. Bear had jumped up and put his large forepaws on the counter by the kitchen sink, his gaze riveted to the kitchen window. I was praising any deity that would listen for sparing my life. Help was bounding down the stairs. I looked to my hands and my ineffectual weapon and dropped it lest I got caught with it. Justin was first around the corner, 357, waving wildly, his fever-racked body barely able to hold the weapon. "Hold on!" I said, putting my hands up as I stood up and stepped in front of Bear. I was as much in danger from that wildly swinging muzzle as Bear was. Justin looked confused. He had been sleeping soundly when the call for help had come. He wasn't even clear about where the help was to be directed. He was moving quickly from the sleeping world into the waking one, but not at a speed quick enough to avert a potential disaster. "Justin," I yelled. "It's all right, put the gun down." He wasn't convinced. "You sure?" "No," I answered. "I mean, in the immediate, yes, but something is going on." I moved slowly away from my blocking position of Bear's back. He still had not moved, his gaze fixated on the window, his muzzle pulled back in a wicked snarl. I knew what I had to do. I just didn't want to look through that window. It was an omen of bad things to come, a window into the unfathomable, a gaping wound in the fabric of humanity. Use whatever adjectives you want. It was all of those things. I climbed onto the kitchen counter. Bear managed a sidelong glance at me as I brushed past his enormously large teeth. The big bad wolf had nothing on this dog. I took a deep breath as I began to move closer to the gap caused by the bad tape job. I became enraged for a moment at who had put this bag up and their shoddy workmanship. I wanted to get down off this counter and give it to whoever had not been able to tape a bag up correctly, as if this was the cause of all our ills, as if this small hole had manifested whatever demons were lying in wait outside. But I knew that was ridiculous. It was just a stalling tactic. I didn't want to see what had to be out there. It was Fritzy, and he was going to exact his own revenge. I moved closer to the triangular-shaped opening, convinced that a cold, flat black eye would be staring back at me. Or it could be even worse than Fritzy. The zombie girl was standing alone in my backyard, signaling me to open the back door, and she wanted me to one by one send out my family and friends. She wanted me to watch as each person I loved and cherished in this world was torn asunder. She would laugh as she tore each of their throats open, drinking greedily of their lives. I shook, and Bear whined. "What is it, Mike?" Tracy asked, as she came up to the counter and began absently stroking Bear's raised mane. I shook my head, trying to clear away the malignant thoughts. I don't know. I didn't want to tell her what I imagined was out there, or that I hadn't built up enough courage to look, and in her typical pragmatic way, she said, "Well, don't you think you should find out?" I wanted to yell, "Why don't you fucking climb up here and find out for yourself?" Because I think it's either the fucking crazy guy I murdered yesterday coming back to take me with him into the seventh circle of hell, or it's my zombie girlfriend come to give everyone I love the kiss of death. But instead of the histrionics, I merely answered with, "Yes, dear." It seemed more appropriate for the 4th, 5th, 10th time. I took a calming deep breath. Whoever tells you that works wonders is full of crap. It did nothing but more fully oxygenate my overactive imagination, like putting gasoline on a tire fire. By now, the entire population of the house was in the kitchen, armed to the gills, and all eyes were on me. I put my right eye to the hole. What I saw perplexed the hell out of me. I saw nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. There was the grill, the bench swing, Henry's sunbathing couch, a snow shovel leaning up against the garage. I guess what I meant to say was there was nothing out of the ordinary. I pulled more of the bag down so I could survey the ground. The snow was as fresh as when it had fallen. There were no foreboding footsteps leading up to the back door, no drops of blood from a vengeful specter. The gate had not been opened, or it would have left the telltale signs in the snow. There was no valid reason as to why Bear had behaved the way he had. I was about to re-adhere the bag when I noticed a bit of snow falling. That doesn't mean too much in the middle of winter in Colorado, but the day was sunny, with not a cloud in the sky. The snow had fallen off the fence that separated my yard from techno neighbors. Something had bumped up against it, and in turn had knocked off some of the snow that had accumulated on the pickets and supports. I still had no reason to be overly alarmed, but Bear had already set the precedent. No sooner had the unsettled snow landed softly in my yard than the fence came crashing down into my grill, knocking it over. The noise was phenomenally loud. I hopped off the counter, not taking my eyes off the developing scene in the backyard. "Mike, what the hell is going on?" Tracy asked. She couldn't see what was happening from her vantage point. Zombies," I said flatly. "Zombies were pouring into my yard through the busted fence. I was half tempted to go out there and yell at them for messing up my grill. I loved that thing. The Charbroil Master Smoker, I had paid good money for that when I was still earning a decent paycheck, and to see it just get trampled like that pissed me off. Mike, are the back doors locked?" Paul asked. My eyes went to the back door. That was the weak link in all of this. I swore at myself for having not gotten around to fixing that. I just always assumed the gate would hold, and technically it did. It was the freaking fence that had let me down. "Mike?" Paul asked again. "Yeah, they're locked, but they wouldn't hold back a determined woodchuck if he wanted to get in," I answered. It was time for action, not reflection. "All right, everybody, grab whatever you can out of the fridge and under the cupboards and head upstairs." Luckily, not everyone gets as lost in their thoughts like I do. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Nobody stopped for more than a second or two to realize just how close the zombies were. Bear and I went into the living area to keep an eye on the back door and to also get out of the way while the kitchen was quickly emptied of food. Everyone stopped when the first body impacted with the door, their heads jerking up, their backs ramrod stiff. It looked like a pack of meerkats when a threat is detected. I flipped off my safety. Bear got into his pouncing pose that I had just recently learned. "No, Bear," I admonished him. "You go with the boys." I was happy when he didn't abandon his post, but I still didn't want him here. "Tommy," I yelled without pulling my eyes away from the creaking door. "Yef?" he asked, standing up from under the cupboards. I had to look. His arms were full of boxes of Pop-Tarts, and to lighten his load, he was halfway through one. "Take Bear and yourself and go upstairs," I told him. His face fell a little as he began to put down the Pop-Tart boxes. "And the Pop-Tarts too," I told him. His strawberry-laced teeth smiled brightly. "Come on, Bear," he said. Bear looked once at me, back at the door, and headed upstairs with Tommy. The whole door frame shook from the next hit. "Tracy, how much longer?" I asked, backing a step or two away from the doors. "Couple of minutes at the most. I'm boxing up the rest of it and waiting for some help to get it upstairs." "Don't have a couple of minutes. Carry what you can now and get going." "But," she started Han, "we won't live or die if the ramen doesn't make it up." On the other hand, I motioned towards the door. I received a withering look worthy of a much larger offense. I took it in stride. Zombies at the door trumped pissed-off wife. Tracy had left the kitchen, and I was planning on being right behind her. I had no sooner entered the kitchen when the French doors gave. Typical French, must have been the same makers as the Maginot line. Strategically ineffective. The doors crashed into the wall with enough force to break the drywall. Honest to God, my first thought was how much drywall repair mud did I have in the basement, again, with the resale value. Zombies were coming through like holiday shoppers on Black Friday at a Best Buy with 50-inch plasma televisions on sale. It was pandemonium. More were getting crushed than making any forward progress. I didn't help matters as the world's worst doorman. I opened fire. The 4.357 that I had snagged from Justin earlier was deafening in the crowded space. 4 out of my 5 shots were kills. The 5th did more drywall damage. Damn it. No bullets. No time. I was out of the kitchen, down the hallway, and making the turn to go upstairs. When I caught a glimpse of light brown, I halted in my tracks, 1 foot on the landing, 1 on the back hallway. Tracy was looking down from the top of the stairs. "What are you doing, Talbot?" she screamed. "It's Henry," I shouted back up. Tracy loved Henry, no doubt about it. She loved him like any good dog owner should, but that's the difference between us. To her, Henry is a warm, lovable cuter than all get out. Dog to me, though, Henry was my 4th kid. Well, 5th now. I'm counting Tommy, too. I couldn't leave him behind. No bullets. Check. Zombies coming down the hallway, check. Henry under the coffee table, check. Crappy checklist. All in all, I tucked the gun in my waistband, thankful there were no more rounds in it. I'm not the smallest endowed man in the world, but I still didn't feel like I had enough to spare. I ran to the coffee table and dove down. The first of the zombies had made it to the end of the hallway and was now turning into my living room. I know up to this point I have labeled Henry as this big fat mushbag, to be honest. He is lazy, and he does have a lot of extra skin, which makes him look fat, but he is 65 pounds of pure stubborn muscle. If he doesn't want to do something, that's pretty much the end of the discussion. I tried to pull him out from under the table. He dug his paws in. Wonderful! I had lost enough battles with him trying to trim his nails or give him a bath. It was time the home team won. I booted over the coffee table. Henry was momentarily surprised as his cover was exposed. I picked him up and threw him over my shoulder like a sack of flour. I was going to need a good chiropractor after this. Too late. 3 zombies were closing in. The room was only 12 by 15 and it had furniture. There weren't a lot of options for evasion. I'd like to say there was a face-off, but the zombies take that stuff way too literally. I had to try to get out while there was still the possibility of success. I stiff-armed the first one and was about to duck under the second one's outstretched arms when the Benelli shotgun made its triumphant roar. It was the hump and thud afterwards that had me confused. The zombie I had previously stiff-armed was crumpled in a corner. It was still moving, but having a difficult time standing back up with a ruined spine, which I could see because the 12-gauge had ripped a hole through its side. More zombies were making their way into the living room, and I was only halfway across. I was waiting for the Benelli to speak up again. I looked over to the landing and saw Nicole in the process of getting back up. The shotgun had literally put her on her ass. Really? Was all I could think to myself. Nicole with a shotgun was akin to a 6-year-old with a lighter and gasoline. No good could come from it. I watched in fascinated horror as Nicole this time propped her back up against the wall. I wanted to shout, "Don't do it," to her, but it was too late. The shotgun reverberated, and the only noise that could possibly be louder was Nicole's screams of pain as she dropped the shotgun with her now battered shoulder. It was over. I had 5 or 6 zombies between me and the stairs, and a few were now peeling off towards Nicole. I had barred windows to my right and a knee-high wall to my left, but that room was now home to at least 20 of the foul creatures. Henry was panting like he had walked 100 yards, which for him was a lot of exercise, I thought. At one point I was bleeding, but it was Henry's drool running down my back, not a pleasant sensation. Through the crowd I saw Nicole get physically wrenched from her spot. Pretty sure it was Paul or maybe Brendan. Didn't matter. The only thing that registered was that my baby girl was safe. Then out of the gloom from the stairs came the familiar sound of the M16. Rounds were flying wildly. More than once I felt the heat of a shot pass by my head. I dropped down to a crouch, duck, walking my way towards freedom. Justin with the M16 was almost as scary as Nicole with the shotgun. The noise did have one bonus. The zombies forgot about me and were converging on Justin. The problem, however, was that they were going exactly where I needed to be. Justin had gone through the 30-round magazine in as much time as it took to pull the trigger that many times. Of his 30 shots, maybe 5 had been kills, and that was more from blind luck. Nice going, Rambo. But unlike Rambo, he didn't have an unlimited ammo supply. He was one and done. "Dad, I'm out," Justin said with a whisper because of his flagging reserves. "Yeah, I figured that when the shots went from 60 to 0 in faster time than a pitcher of beer last at a bowling tournament. I didn't want to answer him. The zombies were fixated on him, and I saw no reason to alter that. I had made my way near the front and was only 1 row away from getting there. Justin had headed back upstairs. I hoped he would make it all the way before I made my try for freedom. There would be no further cavalry charges. This was on me, and me alone. I muscled my way past the lead 2 zombies. I don't know if they were more pissed off that another zombie was trying to cut in front of them or surprised to see food. The 2 zombies head-butted each other in their excitement to get to me. No real damage was sustained, but it bought me a few valuable seconds. I made it up the first third of the stairs and was looking at a quandary. Do I dare to attempt my zombie trap laden down with a squirming Henry on my shoulder? Nope. I pulled Henry off my shoulder and with my adrenaline-fueled muscles I looked up at Tracy's anxious face and heaved him at her. She went over like a bowling pin. Any other time and I would have been howling with laughter. The gambit had cost me time. I felt first one and then two hands circle my left ankle. I figured I had about 2 seconds until the ensuing bite. I grabbed onto the handrail for all I was worth and was simultaneously trying to pull myself away and kicking out blindly with my right foot, occasionally being rewarded with a nose-crunching connection. "Come on, Mike!" Paul shouted urgently. He was leaning over the banister with his outstretched hand. There was a good 18 inches of distance between our connection. "Dad, behind you!" Nicole screamed in pure panic. Now was not the time for sarcasm, but really. Tracy had recovered from her bowling accident and had my Ka bar knife out. She looked me in the eyes as she placed the sharp edge against my pinion ropes. A swift pull of the knife would send me and the zombies plunging into the basement. She was going to give me the benefit of the doubt, but only if it was soon. My foot lashed out again and suddenly I was free. I felt fingernails tear as they tried in vain to re-obtain purchase on my pants. I was one step above the trap when Tracy cut the ropes. Vertigo, adrenaline, and fear made me sway. Paul quickly grabbed my shoulder, preventing me from joining the two zombies that had made the Nestia plunge. The zombies weren't dead, not even seriously injured as they looked back up at the hole from where they had come. But they weren't upstairs, and obviously that was the most important part. "Holy crap, that was close!" I said as I regained my composure and got to the top of the stairs. "For Christ's sake, Mike, it's only a dog! You risked your life and your kids for a damn dog!" she yelled. My triumph was short-lived as I sat down on the top stoop and realized how close to disaster this situation had come. As any good ally should, Henry came over and licked my face. Inwardly, I smiled. It had all been worth it. Chapter 26, Journal Entry 23. The constant thudding of zombies falling into my trap was unnerving. We were all on edge. The only thing that broke the monotony of the thud was the bubble-wrapping snap of the occasional limb being broken. A guard had to be posted, but I made sure everyone was clear on the use of bullets only when necessary. I had seen what the rampant discharge of bullets had done at the wall. Before we knew it, our stair hole would be filled with zombies and the dead would bridge the gap to us. As it was, the fallen zombies were having a hard enough time clearing out of the way before their brethren fell on them. I relieved Erin after only an hour into her 2-hour shift just to get out of my office. The mood was not good. What I thought the zombies were going to do to change that was beyond me. Henry had come with me. He hadn't left my side since his rescue. I'm sure he knew just how close he had been to becoming a meal, and I'm not sure. But I think that he was getting a bad feeling from Tracy. If I had saved him from the zombies, then I would surely save him from the mad boss woman. Little did he know. It was comical to watch the exultation on the zombies' faces as they thought they were nearing their prize, and then the shock as they fell through the stairs. With nothing else to do, I kept track of a couple of the zombies as they made their circuitous route from falling to recovery, to climbing back up the basement stairs, to attempting the second flight of stairs once more. One was in his early 30s, wearing what was at one time a nice Armani suit and now wouldn't fetch $1.50 at Savers. He wore one wing-tipped shoe, a red argyle sock, and his other foot was bare. His tie was off and the first 2 top buttons of his shirt were undone. The guy had probably been unwinding at Hooters after a hard day at work when he had ceased to care about stocks and bonds or accounting or selling insurance. No, the suit was too nice for that. He was probably a lawyer when he checked out from the human race. He seemed one of the more determined of the bunch to get at me and registered the biggest surprise when he fell short of his goal. I dubbed him Go-Getter Gilbert. He was averaging 8 minutes from fall to recovery to fall. Another zombie I had been keeping an eye on, Dumpy Dorothy, was maybe in her late 40s, early 50s. She was dressed in an undersized moo-moo pink slippers, and in what remained of her hair were curlers. She was taking noticeably longer to make the circuitous route. She was right around 22 minutes. Maybe she was stopping to snack or check out the new book of the day by Oprah. Gilbert was making his 6th trip, almost lapping Dorothy again when he changed his routine. He stood at the bottom of the landing, looked up at me, looked at the hole, all the while being jostled by zombies who were passing him up. I was intrigued. I stood up to get a better view of him. He followed me with his eyes. The dim light of intelligence was unnerving. "Fuck this," I muttered. I shouldered my rifle and took aim, but suddenly he was gone. Nothing else stopped. The zombies kept climbing. The zombies kept falling, but Gilbert never came back. He had unnerved me. I wasn't expecting him to come back with a homemade ladder, but he had recognized the futility of this avenue. My sincerest hope was that he had gone on in search of easier prey and not a way around my defenses. Dumpy Dorothy had made one more trip around, this time with a noticeable limp before my shift was over. I was thankful to get back to the office. The inside of the house was easily as cold as the outside, given the back doors were not even attached anymore. The office wasn't a whole bunch warmer. My thoughts of us holding out for 3 months or so seemed overly optimistic at this point. Nobody was talking. Even the ever-jovial Tommy was pressed into the corner of the room, face towards the wall with Bear in his arms. I could tell that his chest was heaving, and I thought he might be crying. I left him alone. If he wanted to be consoled, he wouldn't have been facing away. I grabbed a book off my bookshelf that I had been reading before this mess had started. It was called After Twilight. I laughed out loud. That got me some annoyed looks from those around me. It was a zombie book. I hummed the book across the room, the noise blending in with the latest pitfall victim. I was stewing, wallowing in my own self-pity, I guess, when Nicole called out to me. "Hey, Dad, you should probably come see this," she said. I was in your bathroom and I was coming out and I noticed something strange. Stranger than zombies in our house? I wanted to shout. It's not her fault. Talbot, relax. It was go see what was strange or stay here and be miserable. I got up, Coley grabbed my hand, something she hadn't done since she was 12, and went from being Daddy's little girl to some hormone-infused alien. That made me even more concerned. She led me into the bedroom. So far, so good. On the left was our king-size bed. On the right was a dresser with a 25 television. The dresser and the TV were against the wall we shared with dearly departed techno guy. She led me around to the other side of the TV and then just pointed in the gloom. I still didn't see anything. She pulled the shades open and peeled back the plastic covering. I saw a dark, blackish-red stain about the size of a bowling ball, about 3 feet up on the wall. Even as I was watching, it was expanding. Unease descended on me like a heavy rain. I didn't know what it meant or what it was, but that it wasn't good was clear enough to me. I kept looking at the expanding stain. "Everyone up!" I yelled. I didn't hear any signs of sound other than our tripping guests. I said, "Everyone up!" I bellowed this part like I hadn't bellowed since I had been in the Marine Corps. This time I heard the satisfactory sound of shifting people, live people, that is. "What is it?" Tracy asked from the doorway, wiping the sleep from her eyes. Bear and Tommy were behind her. Tommy was clearly trying to rub the tears out of his eyes fruitlessly, I might add. It looked like he had been pouring it on. "I'm not sure," I answered Tracy, keeping my eyes on Tommy. He knew something, and he wasn't telling. That couldn't be good by any stretch of the imagination. His eyes trailed to the stain, even though from his vantage point he couldn't see it. "The attic," I said. "What?" came Tracy's reply. "Get everyone in the attic," my concern raising my voice. Nobody was moving with the speed I felt the moment warranted. There were moans and groans of protest about being uprooted. Paul had managed to get the stepladder out of the hall closet that was used primarily for getting into the attic. When he had put the ladder in place and pushed the hatch open, he was greeted with a blast of super-cold infused air. "Mike, are you sure about this?" Paul shouted from the hallway. "The attic makes the rest of the house seem like the Bahamas." As if in reply, a loud cracking noise ensued from the bedroom. A 2x4 had just been broken. The drywall on my side bulged dangerously outward. The zombies were using the only tactic they knew, overwhelming by sheer numbers. There must have been dozens of zombies on the other side of this wall just pressing with all their weight. The liquid on my wall was the seepage of the zombies that were being pressed hard enough to be juiced like an orange, a blood orange. I backed away when the wall finally went. It wasn't going to be subtle. It would be like someone had opened the floodgates. "Paul, there had better be 3 people up there already," I shouted. I jumped when I realized he was behind me. "What's going on?" he asked. "I heard the crack. It's the wall. Get everyone up in the attic." He looked at me for a moment longer. His cold-addled brain was working overtime to grasp the situation. A white dust-covered hand broke through. Paul didn't need any more evidence. He was off like a shot. I could hear the commotion behind me as Tracy. Paul and Aaron were debating the merits of what should go up in the attic. "No time, guys," I shouted, as I fired my first round into the forehead of the interloper. It did little to stop the tidal surge of zombies as the 1-foot gap in the wall quickly became 3 feet. The dresser and the TV came crashing down. Never did like that TV. Bought it on Craigslist for $100. Should have talked them down to $50. Oh well, now I could get a flat screen. You think I'm kidding, right? My mind was having such an unbelievably difficult time reasoning with the fact that zombies were busting through my bedroom wall, it became much easier to regale in the mundane. Thankfully, though, my reflexes weren't hampered by the same problems. My Marine Corps honed combat skills were in full effect. Aim, breathe, squeeze, reacquire, target, aim, breath, squeeze, reacquire. Between shots, I was inching my way backwards, yielding as little ground as possible, but the sheer press of numbers had me constantly moving. "Paul, I need an update," I yelled as I dropped a zombie no further than 2 feet away. "All the kids are up. Tracy's getting water," was the reply. I had been pushed out of the bedroom and was 2 feet away from the top of the stairs. I lost valuable time as I reloaded the M16. My first shot struck the ground as a zombie batted the barrel away in an attempt to get to me. I collapsed my tactical stock, making the M16 much more easy to wield in the increasingly tight space. "Tracy, you're about to make orphans. Get up there now!" I shredded my throat, trying to get my point across. I backed up some more, making short work of the zombie that had the audacity to block my shot. But the ground given was my last. The heel of my right foot rested on nothing. I was at the edge of the stairs. There would be no further retreat, zombies in front, zombies behind, and many bullets to shoot before I died. "Bear, come on," Paul yelled from the ladder. "Mike, everyone's up except for Bear, me and you." I heard Bear come up beside me. His menacing bulk and deep growl made for a welcome ally. I moved to my left to get to the ladder before all means of retreat were cut off. Too late in my haste to watch my precarious footing, a zombie had ensnared himself in my sling. I would have given him the damn thing if I wasn't so tangled myself. I couldn't even bring it up to shoot. So this is how it ends. I had always expected something a little more dignified, but in those last few seconds, the revelation hit me. What could be more dignified than dying in defense of one's own family and friends? Bear felt the same way. He launched himself at my assailant, bringing all 3 of us down into a twister game gone bad pile. The barrel of my gun was all that kept the zombie from tearing into my face. I kept it between us like a fat guy would keep a box of Twinkies between him and a personal trainer. Bear was ripping and rending the zombie from the back, pulling his head further and further away from me. I pushed up with the gun to give the massive dog some help. I began to squirm out from the pile when Bear placed his colossal jaws around the zombie's head and crushed it easier than I would have been able to crush a Coke can with my hands. The zombie's eyes flew out, striking me in the chest. Diseased gray-black brain matter leaked out of its mouth and nose. I was already in overdrive to get out from under him. I now found another gear. I had finally freed myself when I felt another hand on my shoulder. I couldn't catch a break. I jerked my arm, trying to break free. "It's me, dude," Paul said reassuringly. "Come on, man, let's go." I was at the foot of the ladder. Bear was the only thing that stood between us and death. Paul pulled me up to my feet. "Bear, come on," I yelled raggedly. I knew it was futile, and somehow so did Bear. If he retreated now, most likely all 3 of us would die. There was more going on here than just a zombie attack. What it was, I hoped to live long enough to find out. Tommy poked his head through the opening. "Bye, Bear," he sobbed, his tears striking me in the face. Bear turned around and looked at Tommy and then me. I will swear to this day that he was smiling as he gave me a slight nod of his head, and then this thought was implanted into my head. "Don't make me die for nothing." Paul must have received the same broadcast. He jumped up and grabbed the lip of the opening and hauled himself up, turning around and thrusting his hand down to help. Didn't need it. With all the adrenaline I had flowing, I could have jumped from the first floor and made it. I closed the lid, not wanting to see Bear's final stand. Tommy had pushed as far away from all of us as he could. Grieving in his own way, Bear never whined, yelped, or barked. For that I'm thankful. That would have been too much. No matter the consequences, I would have descended into the maelstrom to help. Chapter 27. Journal entry 24. The loud crack from below, which I could only conceive of as Bear's demise, was immediately followed by a debilitating piercing through my skull. I rolled onto my side, hands thrust up to cover my ears, as if that was going to do anything. That gesture was about as useful as giving the finger to a blind man. The feeling was tantamount to drinking the world's largest Slurpee in world record time on the hottest day of summer. It was a brain freeze delivered on a heated ice pick. White flashes arched across my vision. It was long, tense moments before I realized that I hadn't had a stroke and that I wasn't blind. As the effects agonizingly wore away, I slowly sat up, rubbing my temples and looking around. Everyone in our small group was in some state of recuperation from this attack. What was that? Brendan said, holding his hand to his forehead, trying to find the entry hole the ice pick had made. As the last shadows of the electrical storm in my brain petered out, I shifted my gaze to Tommy. He wore a grim expression on his face, but it wasn't from pain, at least not the same pain that had afflicted the rest of us. A few ideas about what could have caused this were bantered around, including the change in temperature, but I knew the answer. Well, not exactly. I knew who had caused it, I just didn't know why. A few hours later, our small band of survivors were huddled in the center of the attic, trying in vain to conserve our body heat. It was quiet, except for the constant chattering of teeth and floorboards creaking below us. This was to be our final resting place, and shrouded in pink R16 fiberglass. It seemed fitting, given the circumstances. The only thing I hated more than fiberglass was sticking forks in my eyes. You get the point? I was slipping in and out of sleep. The soft light of dawn began to trickle in through the eaves. The tinny sound of jingle bells heralded in the new day. I must be slipping into a coma, I mused. Well, what better place than the North Pole? What is that? Travis gabbled. I had been under the impression the noise was only in my head. I was too fogged out from the cold to realize that it was external. I lured myself back from the abyss, my hands shaking as I reached into my pocket. It was my BlackBerry. I had set the alarm after Thanksgiving to alert me to get up and make Christmas breakfast. Everyone get up, I said, shaking those who didn't stir. If I had been that close to perpetual sleep, then so were the rest. I kept shaking them. Get up! It's Christmas! I don't know why I felt so jubilant. The last Christmas miracle I had heard of happened 2,010 years ago. Everyone had finally stirred and was looking at me with mixed results. Some irked that I had awoken them, others thankful, but all were wondering why I wore that idiotic grin. Tommy was still mourning bear, but apparently my grin was infectious because he began to don one himself. What's going on here, Talbot? Paul asked. Yeah, Aaron piped in. Do you know something we don't? She asked as she breathed warm air into her cold hands. Her movements were restricted from the bear hug she was enclosed in from Paul. Nothing's going on, I intoned, much to the chagrin of the crowd. It's just that it's Christmas. We're alive. For how long? Tracy threw in. I ignored the comment. I could go for some bacon, Travis said. Oh yeah, and some of those cream cheese stuffed rolls Mom makes, Nicole added. I could go for a beer, Justin said, pulling his head off the floor. I looked at him sternly, but secretly that sounded good. Lord knows that we were living in a refrigerator. We should get the benefit of its contents. We passed a good portion of the day relating some of our fondest Christmas stories, even some of the worst, which elicited a lot of laughs. Tommy heard the noise first and pointed over to the eaves. I was about to ask him what he was pointing at, and then the rest of us started picking it up. Faint at first. Does that sound like bells to anyone? I asked, incredulously. Yeah, it's Santa, Tracy said sarcastically. She was having the toughest time throwing off her cloak of pessimism. That's not bells, Brendan said. I lived long enough up in the mountains to tell that sound. It's chains, tire chains, he clarified excitedly. The tire chain sound was immediately followed by the incessantly strong thrum of a large diesel engine and then a blaring horn. Whoever it was wasn't trying to hide their presence. Everyone cover your ears, I said as I grabbed the Benelli. It took 3 ear-blasting shots from which I would lose a fair measure of hearing before sunlight streamed in from above. The hole was big enough for me to fit my head through, even with my inflated ego. I could see the giant semi heading up here from the direction of the clubhouse. It was slow going as it pushed zombies away with its giant plow. The truck body herked and jerked, whether from the contact with the zombies or an inexperienced driver I couldn't tell. I didn't care how Santa got here, just as long as he was on the way. What is it? Came the consensus questions from the attic. It's Alec's beautiful modified truck, I shouted down triumphantly. Is it coming here? Tracy asked hopefully. I had just assumed it was, but there was no real reason to believe that. It was time to give it one. "All right, everyone, cover your ears again." 2 more blasts later, and I had managed to get half my body through the hole. I felt like a cork in a wine bottle. Paul had come up behind me. "Ever hear of Atkins, fat boy?" he asked sarcastically. "Wonderful! Everyone needs a smart ass. Now push me through," I said sourly. Paul and Brendan each grabbed one of my legs and pushed. I popped out like a Mentos in Diet Coke. For one fateful second, I thought I was going to tumble off the roof and into the gaggle of zombies below. Paul poked his head through just in time to see me come to a stop, a mere foot away from the edge of the roof. The 6 inches of snow more than likely saved my life. If I had hit a clean roof, I would have bounced once and gone over the edge. "Whew, that was close," Paul said, color coming back to his features. I gingerly crawled back up to the hole. "You're telling me?" The horn blared again and the lights flashed on. No need to worry about being seen. The truck ambled up onto the lawn and stopped directly in front of our house. The window rolled down a few inches because of the way the light reflected off the glass. I still couldn't make out who it was. "Hey, gringo!" Alex shouted. "I knew your white ass was too tough for the zombies to eat." "Good to see you, my friend," I said in vast relief. I felt like I had been holding it together fairly well, but the safety of my kids had my stress meter pegged. I finally felt like I could let the meter drop a notch or two. Although we were still far from safety, at least now we had an option. "What are you doing here? I heard you pulling out when this thing started." "Damnedest thing," Alex shouted. "I got this piercing pain in my head, and then a message. I figured it was an angel telling me to save your gringo ass. I just want you to know when you get down here and into the truck, don't expect a welcome wagon from my wife. She hasn't spoken to me since I turned this thing around." Tommy had stuck his head through the makeshift exit hole, smiling, strawberry Pop-Tart smeared across his face. "How, Tommy?" I said too softly for even my own ears to pick up. He was still smiling. I don't know if I was asking how he summoned help or how he found a Pop-Tart. "Happy Christmas, Mr. T," Tommy waved. He was chagrined as a piece of his prized possession flung off his hand and into the snow. Again, I had enough questions to flood Wikipedia for a month, but Alex's next words brought my attention back around. "How many of you are there?" Alex asked, as tactfully as he could. "9, my friend. 9, I said, jubilantly. "And you?" I asked, hopefully. I received the universal thumbs-up sign, and 13 more. "I have handholds on the top. Can you jump down?" Alex asked. The truck trailer came up to just about the level of the second floor. Hanging down from the gutters, provided they held, would make the drop about 2 feet from shoe to roof. I couldn't get the image of bouncing off the truck like rice on a drum out of my head. Vertigo had set in. I plopped on my butt. It seemed a safer bet than pitching over head first. Ladders would have been perfect right about now. Unfortunately, they were safely stowed away in the master bedroom. "I'll go first," Paul said. He inched down to the edge of the roof and then placed his right foot on the gutter and planted it. This allowed him to turn his body over. He slid feet first on his stomach, ever closer to the edge. I had a momentary irrational fear that I would never see him again. He was now just hands and a face. Kilroy with a beard. Then came the solid thud of contact. "I'm good, bud. Start sending everyone else, and have them bring the rope," Paul shouted. My vertigo had eased, but I was not yet ready to stand. Justin came through first, swaying to a beat, almost matching my dizziness. Brendan passed Henry to him, nearly toppling him over. I scrambled to help Justin sit down on the roof in a controlled manner. Brendan apologized for his lack of foresight. Travis was next, bringing some rope, followed by Tommy. "Okay, that's enough for now," I said, through my circling haze, my fear being that if everyone was on the roof and someone lost their balance, it would look like a bowling alley, and a strike would not be good right now. "Justin, get yourself onto the truck. I'll hand the rope down, you two get secured, and then I'll send Tommy and then Henry." I wanted Justin tied to something. His ashen features were not inspiring comfort. Alex was watching over our egress off the roof and onto the truck with apprehension. Zombies had encircled the truck and were making a concerted effort to get into the rear where the survivors were. His wife Marta was sitting next to him and was gazing up at the roof, impatience radiating from her. It was when she spotted someone familiar that all other feelings were erased. "Tommy!" she shouted. "Hi, Aunt Marta!" Tommy waved enthusiastically. "Want a Pop-Tart?" I don't know whose jaw dropped more, mine, Marta's, or Alex. I just wished I had 5 full minutes to think this out, but our zombie hosts were not being overly gracious. If we didn't leave now, we might never get out. Within 15 minutes, we were all secured onto the top of the semi, the only close call coming when I tossed Henry down. He did not appreciate the gesture whatsoever and was squirming like a 5-year-old in a dentist's chair when Paul and Brendan caught him. Paul's left foot briefly hovered in midair. The only thing keeping him from becoming gravy train for the zombies was the 1/2-inch mountaineer rope around his waist. "See, Talbot," Paul yelled. "This is just one more reason I hate dogs." I looked longingly back at the house I knew without a shadow of a doubt I would never see again. It wasn't my dream home, but it was home. We had shared a lot of laughter and love here. The past was laid to rest. Good memories tucked in with bad. From the known to the unknown we would travel. Only God knew the outcome, and he was on hiatus. So ends the first journal in the Zombie Fallout series. Look soon for excerpts from the second journal and the further alternate realities of Michael Talbot Epilogue, The Canadian Incident. Just a moment's preface on this, I'm going to include the actual story as reported in the Denver Post, page 23. By the way, who reads that far into the newspaper? I'm going to follow it up with what really happened. Local man accused of smuggling booze, Feb 23, 2000, as reported by Ari Emanuel. In what can only be described as an international incident harkening back to the days of moonshine runners and gun-toting mobsters. Local man Michael Talbot was arrested early Sunday morning on the Canadian-Vermont border. Michael, who was traveling with his wife and 3 small children, apparently used as cover, was pulled over by the Border Patrol on the Canadian side for a routine inspection before entering back into the United States. Eyewitness Captain McIntosh of the Royal Mounted Police had this to say, so I motioned the accused to pull over so we could check his vehicle for any undeclared and illegal substances. We periodically choose cars at random to look for contraband. I noticed straight away the accused was extremely agitated and was becoming more hostile by the moment. When Mr. Talbot refused to get out of the car, I had 2 of my deputies assist him. At this point, Mr. Talbot became belligerent and punched one of the deputies in the nose. Next thing I know, he has PM Leonard in a chokehold. The captain is referring to Prime Minister Charles C. Leonard III, who was returning from New York City after attending a conference to improve trade relations between our 2 proud nations. The Prime Minister had stopped into the barracks on the Canadian side to see how his troops were holding up in the harsh weather the region had been experiencing recently. Somehow in the confusion, Mr. Talbot had obtained one of my deputy's tasers and repeatedly pressed it into the PM's side, I guess to keep him from getting away. Eventually, some concerned citizens tackled Mr. Talbot from the back. The PM only suffered some minor injuries, including a broken nose. Mr. Talbot was detained and his car searched. We found a trailer full of beer and a bag of marijuana. Mr. Talbot is being charged with smuggling, possession of drugs, kidnapping, resisting arrest, and assault. All of these penalties combined could mean a term of 25 years to life in our prison colonies. This incident sparked anger and outrage all across Canada as residents wanted to shut all borders to their rude and hostile southern neighbors. After further questioning and removal of the evidence, Michael Talbot's family was free to return to Colorado, where they will await a trial date for their head of household, who will remain in Canadian custody indefinitely. Now for the true version. Oh, and by the way, the retraction the Denver Post said they were going to print got bumped for a JCPenney ad. Women's shoes, I think. Way more important than my exoneration. They lost my subscription forever, and the internet is much more up to date than that aging newspaper. Okay, calm down, Talbot. I'll start from the beginning. Ever been in the car with 3 small children? If so, enough said. If not, just wait your turn, it's coming. So the ride from Montreal to the border is somewhere in the hour-and-a-half range, and the kids in the back seat are going at it like there's a championship trophy on the line. We're still a couple of hours' drive away from this awesome little bed and breakfast in Vermont where I had made reservations. We were on a family vacation that included stops in North Dakota. Don't ask relatives on her side. I wouldn't have stopped there if the car was on fire. Montreal, Vermont, and then on to New Orleans before heading home. Tracy and I thought it would be a great experience to have the kids see the country by car ride, dumbasses that we were. So we were approaching the Canadian border, and there is a line easily a quarter-mile long. The CRMP weren't randomly checking cars like their illustrious captain said. They were checking every last one of them. I swear to this day it was a ploy for us to spend our money at their crappy little gift store before we hit the good old US of A. Yeah, couldn't wait to buy a stupid stuffed moose that costs $22 and is made in China to put on my knick-knack shelf. So we're sitting in the car for another hour and a half. Easy. The kids have ratcheted up their squabbling to new and unusual heights. I'm a half-inch, or if you use the Canadian conversion, 1.25 centimeters away from blowing my stack. I had turned over my right shoulder to tell the kids for the 476th time to shut up. Okay, be quiet for you, non-capital punishment types. Suddenly, Captain Custard comes knocking on my window with a flashlight. It was 10 OK in the morning. The sun was out, for fuck's sake. What? I yelled at him as I rolled the window down. Farkin' Yankees? Think they own the world. Step out of the car, he shouted back. Being from Boston, I take serious offense to anyone accusing me of being a Yankee. Now, deep down, I know he didn't mean it in the sports sense, but I was already irked to my limit, and I let my mouth slip. Go fark yourself, I said back, borrowing his accent. He wasn't amused. He motioned over to two deputies who came over and pulled me out through the window. They mashed my shoulder, and then more importantly my junk, into the car door, and then unceremoniously deposited me on the ground. They laughed as they saw the damage the frozen dirty slush water did to my expensive jacket. I was indignant. Without even thinking, I grabbed 2 handfuls of this dirty slush water and heaved it into the face of the unsuspecting deputy on the left. He also was not amused. I scrambled to get up as I saw him reaching for his taser. I had been hit with one of those once, on a dare in college, and I was not going to let it happen again. I had regained my feet and was heading for the only cover I could think of, the crappy little gift store. I could hear the deputy behind me wrestling with his taser and ordering me to halt. I had just passed some man who I was able to notice even in this awkward moment had on a more expensive jacket than I did. I would have liked to ask him where he had gotten it, but it didn't seem prudent given the circumstances. I had no sooner passed by this man when out of the corner of my eye he started to collapse. I could see the 2 taser leads hanging out from the front of his jacket, maybe just a little higher than his stomach. I knew that shot was meant for me and felt guilty this man had taken one for me. I stopped and got behind him, holding him up before he had fully dropped. His body was spasming from the current being forced into him from the bad-aiming, forgetful deputy. The idiot was still holding down the discharge button even though he had the wrong person. By the time he had finally registered his error, the man in my arms was near to passing out. In the meantime, his partner, Deputy Dummer, had let fly his taser prongs. They caught the man I would later learn was the Prime Minister in the cheek, and not the round curvy kind, but the one on the side of his face. His teeth chattered from the shock. Before he fully slipped out of my arms and onto the ground, I smelled the telltale sign of a man who had unwillingly lost consciousness. His bowels released like a torrent. I almost threw up over his expensive cashmere jacket. As I gently laid the man down, realizing there was nothing more I could do for him, I stumbled over a small child exiting the bathroom and fell over. Deputy Dipshit and his partner were on me in a heartbeat. Even while I was being wrestled into handcuffs, I noticed the leggy blonde administering to the man on the ground. I would have had to be in his condition not to notice her. She was smoking hot and half his age. As for the trailer full of beer, well, that would have been some neat trick considering I didn't have a trailer. It was 3 cases of Molson Canadian. So you're saying to yourself, why bother? You can get that in the States. Well, the answer to that is yes and no. You can get Molson Canadian, but number 1, it's not as fresh. And number 2, Canada brews its beers under different regulations. It has a stronger alcohol content and it just tastes better. If you've never had beer in Canada, then that is something you should put on your bucket list. That is, if they are still making beer since the Zompocalypse. As for the bag of weed, their version of CSI, or the anal retentive squad as I like to call them, had to use tweezers and a magnifying glass to pull out this minuscule piece of a roach embedded in my carpet from who knows when. If there were 2 shreds of marijuana leaf in that thing, I would have been amazed. So the deputies couldn't back down. The idiots had twice tased their leader, and that wasn't going to look good on their permanent records. Better to fry an innocent than lose your pension. I sat in jail for over 48 hours before all charges against me were dropped. The reason? Well, you know how I had been telling you that my kids were fighting? Well, it seems they were fighting over using the video camera. Who knew? Justin caught the whole thing on tape. First, the cops overreacting and pulling me out of the car, the whole taser fiasco, and the coup de grace, the leggy blonde, who, by the way, was not the Prime Minister's wife. Everyone felt it was in everyone else's best interest if the whole case was dismissed. I, however, was still pissed about losing the 3 cases of beer. The trip was over when I got released from jail. Tracy was furious that I had put on that kind of display in front of the kids. They, on the other hand, thought it was cool. The ride back to Colorado was monotonous. The kids didn't even fight. They were too scared. Tracy was melting the car seats with the anger that exuded from her. I broke a ton of land speed records getting back home, the quicker to be out of arm's length and harm's way. It all worked out in the end, and Tracy eventually forgave me, but she never did forget. I bought Justin a Nintendo GameCube for his excellent film work. Eliza's coming in death trembles in her wake, as recorded by Mike Talbot's wife as he lay tossing and turning in a semi-state of sleep. Prologue 4, Mike's Journal. Hello, my name is Michael Talbot, and this is my journal. If you have found this, then most likely I am dead. I swore that after I left my first journal behind at my homestead in Little Turtle, I would not let the same fate befall this one. I have no way of knowing what the world has turned out like. While I was alive, we were at war, a war where 85% of the combatants didn't know that fact. They simply felt a need to eat, and we simply felt a need not to be eaten. The story of me, my family, and my friends are in these pages. It is as true an account of what happened to the Talbots as can be written by one that has lived through it. Is some of it biased? Probably. Is some of it subjective? Definitely. In a perfect world, I'm hoping that I left this book behind in some haste to evacuate an area, but more than likely I have fallen. I have been so tired, maybe now I can finally rest. Chapter 1, Journal Entry 1. Zombie bodies exploded under the crushing weight of the tractor trailer. Splintered bones rained down all around us. The occasional eyeball struck the side of the trailer with a hollow thudding. The noise was sickening from atop. I could only imagine what it sounded like inside. Noxious gases issued forth from burst beings. Some unlucky few that got stuck in the plow works were slowly eroded away like the world's largest eraser on the biggest mistake in mankind, which actually wasn't so far from the truth. The truck was an island that floated along a sea of death and decay. I had never felt more afraid for my family since this whole thing started. The constant jostling as we hit and subsequently ran over zombies made holding on for dear life take on a whole new meaning. For some friggin' reason, I had not had the foresight to rope my English bulldog Henry to the truck. I now had one arm wrapped around Henry like he was an expensive Saks Fifth Avenue package, and I was in Central Park at night. My other hand was gripped onto a handle secured to the top of the truck with 2 entirely way too small screws. Again, if you read my first journal, you'll know I would no sooner let go of Henry than I would one of my natural born. For those of you that say he's only a dog, you must be cat lovers and just don't know any better. I won't hold it against you. Luckily, Henry wasn't squirming, or this would be a short novella punctuated by my untimely demise. The screws were puckering up the top of the truck. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that they were going to give under the strain I was placing on them. My last few moments on Earth were going to be the loud, audible pop as the screws tore loose and then my ungraceful swan dive off the top of this trailer and into the waiting arms of an adoring crowd of brain and flesh eaters. Thankfully, Alex was a much better craftsman than I gave him credit for, because I'm still alive to write this journal. Alex is a man that I've only known a few weeks, but I consider him a true friend, especially since he saved my family's collective ass today, Christmas Day. Alex was one of the newest residents of Little Turtle after the Deaders came. He set up or engineered most of the defenses we used in our now shattered community. If not for the stalwart supports he had added to our walls, I would have never made it out of my cell and to my house in time that last fateful day. With that thought, I had a pang of remorse as I remembered Jed. At one time, we had been bitter enemies in a much simpler world when what time you put your trash out actually carried meaning. I hadn't seen Jed since the day the walls came down, literally. He had let me out of my cell as I was awaiting my trial for murder. Sure, I had killed a perverted piece of shit and the world was a better place for it, but it was still murder. Why I had killed him is not something I'm going to revisit, especially on this, the most sacred of days. If you really want to know, you're going to have to go back to Little Turtle on the Denver-Aurora line in Colorado. I left my journal in my old office before we made our narrow escape to the attic. I'm sure the zombies will be gone in a few days. There'll be nothing left there to eat. The jostling of the truck slowly decreased as we moved further and further away from the kill zone. I could almost hear the collective sighs of relief, but more likely it was the great intake of air as everyone felt it was finally safe to breathe deeply. Not because of our temporary reprieve from fear, but because of the improvement of the air quality. The dead have no clue about personal hygiene. Saying zombies smelled bad was akin to saying lepers had a mild case of acne. Exactly 1.1 miles from my previous home, the truck pulled to a halt. I let go of Henry with my left arm. I was going to need that hand to pry my right fingers from the handle. It seems I had frozen it in place. Again, I didn't think to grab cold weather gear as zombies were pouring into my bedroom. Yeah, you sit there in your bomb shelter and judge me all you want for not being properly prepared, but I've got a leg up on 80% of the rest of the world. I'm still alive, or at least not one of the living dead, and that's pretty damn good in my book. There were no zombies in sight, but I knew that could change at any moment as I helped my wife Tracy down from the top. She seemed a little perturbed that I had gotten Henry safely to turf before turning my attention to her. You know how it is? Man's best friend and all that, and I think he had to take a piss, and I'd known him long enough to know he'd go anywhere and on anyone once the need was there. Brendan, my daughter's fiancé, helped Nicole down. They were still in that new love phase when chivalry ruled that would die as soon as he ripped his first big fart in front of her. But for now, it was all still tea and roses. My best friend Paul had a lead from the far side of the truck. I could hear his wife Erin grousing about trying to rub the circulation back into her arms. My son Travis had scrambled off the truck and was patrolling our perimeter. Bless his heart. My other son, Justin, who was still suffering the ill effects from his zombie scratch, was helped down by Tommy into Paul's waiting arms. Justin was both relieved and embarrassed. Relieved that he had made it off the truck in one piece, and embarrassed that he needed the help in the first place. The biggest enigma, both literally and figuratively, Tommy, was the last person off the roof. I used to think I had saved the kid's ass back at Walmart so many days ago, but now I think he was meant to save us. In his previous life, he had been a Walmart greeter, all stickers and smiles. What his so-called normal mind lacked was more than made up for by the infectious grin and overwhelming heart that the kid possessed. But that was not everything about Tommy, not by a long shot. Don't get me wrong, I loved the kid for those reasons, but there was something way above my pay grade going on with this kid. For starters, he has a spirit guide that by Tommy's account sounds and looks like Ryan Seacrest. There's that. And then there's things he knows that he just can't know about. And then there's this fucking truck. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled Alex showed up when he did, but it wasn't by coincidence. Alex's wife Marta is related to Tommy on his mother's side. Somehow he was able to hone in on that connection and summon them for help. I almost always had to shake my head at the dichotomy that was Tommy. I laughed as I saw the savior of the human race jump down from the small ladder and land with a thud on the ground. He looked at me, smiling, with a huge glob of peanut butter on the tip of his nose. This did not go unnoticed by Travis as he rounded the corner of the truck on his circuitous patrol route. Travis stopped his motion, now staring straight at the offending heap of gooey goodness on Tommy's nose. "What?" Tommy asked, clearly wondering why he was now the center of Travis's attention. Travis kept staring. Finally, Tommy's eyes tracked down to the tip of his nose. All he could do was sheepishly smile and shrug his shoulders. "What was it?" Travis asked, a small measure of wonderment and envy in his tone. Tommy looked like he was having an inner debate with himself whether to come clean or just deny the whole thing. Of course, his good side won out. "Snickers," he said hesitantly. "We have peanut butter Snickers? They don't even make those anymore," Travis said pleadingly, looking to me. I just shrugged my shoulders in reply to Travis' imploring look. At this point, I wouldn't doubt that Tommy went to an alternate universe where they still make peanut butter Snickers and just snagged himself a few. Okay, well, actually, I don't believe that, because knowing Tommy, he would have paid for them. "Weef did," Tommy said as he wiped the peanut butter off his nose with the tip of one sticky finger and popped the near dime-sized morsel lovingly into his mouth. Any doubt to the authenticity of Tommy's food choice was immediately set asunder. as I pulled a slightly worse for wear peanut butter Snickers wrapper out of Henry's mouth. I was heavily tempted to see where that candy bar had been made, but if I turned the wrapper over and it said something to the effect of proudly produced in the United States of Colombia, I would be wasting more precious minutes than I had trying to puzzle this piece out. The world had gone to hell, and there was no handbasket, but I still couldn't find it in myself to litter. I put the Henry-slimed wrapper in my pocket. The germaphobe in me shuddered as I pulled my goo-covered hand out of my jeans pocket. "Fucking gross," I said to no one in particular. My diatribe was cut short as I looked over lovingly at my Jeep. A week or so previously, Brendan and I had stowed our cars about a mile outside the gates of Little Turtle. His was a huge Ford Explorer, and mine was a Jeep Wrangler. They were both loaded with camping gear, ammo, food, and water. So much so that fitting us all in was going to look like a Ringling Brothers event. Alex was going to wait until both SUVs started before he placed the big rig in gear. Some of the passengers in the back of the truck were loudly protesting that they had stopped so close to the now-defunct Little Turtle housing community. I didn't begrudge them that. I was still amazed that they had let the truck turn around at all. I watched as Tommy disengaged himself from his aunt's arms. "Are you sure, Tommy?" Marta looked up at him questioningly. I hadn't heard the entire conversation, but I got the general gist. Marta wanted her nephew to go in the truck with them. Marta had finally pulled herself out of the shell, shocked near catatonic state the zombies had placed her in. She did not want to jeopardize the progress she had fought for, and losing any more family would be unacceptable. I completely understood her distress when Tommy answered her. "No, Auntie, I can't," Tommy said sadly. "But why, Tommy? You're all that's left of my family," she pleaded. I knew this struck a truly tender chord with the kid, and I was more than half tempted to tell her to leave him alone, when I realized how in the wrong I would be. They were family, after all. I was the outsider in all this. Hell, I'd only known the kid for 3 weeks or so. Chapter 2, Journal Entry 2, I would later ask Alex how he hadn't recognized Tommy as his nephew when he was part of his work crew, and he answered me, "Never met him, Mike." It seemed for a few moments that he was going to be content with that answer. As God is my witness, I wanted to pry so badly, but discretion got the better of me. I was going to leave it at that. Alex, it seems, had delayed his answer for fear of how I might react. "I did some time when I was 18, Alex said with his face pointed down, embarrassment strangling his words. My mouth may have dropped a little, but he couldn't see it from his vantage point. Marta's family hated me and disowned her because she married a convict. He looked up at me, a nervous smile playing across his lips. He continued, "Her parents are or were," he corrected himself, "strict Catholics, which actually makes no sense because of all religions. Don't they preach forgiveness?" He looked like he was getting ready to blow a gasket. This was apparently a sore spot for him. Alex," I said as I put my hand on his shoulder. I wanted to tell him we had bigger fish to fry at this point, but he quickly realized that small little tidbit himself. "I know, Mike. I know. Her parents and the majority of her family are probably gone, but they caused my Marta so much pain. Her parents never ever came to see our kids. For Christ's sakes, Mike, 12 years ago I did time for boosting some cars." Phew, I was so happy he didn't say rape or child molestation or something heinous like that, because no matter how much I liked him now, I would never have been able to look at him the same way. There are some transgressions in life you just don't get over, and that was in the top 5. It didn't matter to them that while I was in jail, I got my degree, and then when I got out, I got my master's. None of that mattered to them. I was always going to be that convict that corrupted their daughter. Hell, I hadn't even met her when I got in trouble. To hear them talk, you would have thought I had her out there watching for cops while I was popping ignitions. I had just started at an engineering firm after getting my degree. She was the HR generalist. We dated. We fell in love. At my first dinner meeting her folks, I told them about my past just to make sure everything was out in the open so that there would be no surprises down the road. Her father flipped out. He kicked me out of the house and forbade his daughter to ever see me again. So the first thing we did was elope. At that point, her parents disowned her. She was upset, but she didn't truly think it would be a lifelong ban. Shortly after our baby was born, they would come around. The uptight bastards never even called to congratulate her on the birth of our first child. A little piece of my Marta died the day she realized her parents were fully done with her, After Vera, our second, was born, she slipped even deeper into her self-imposed depot of despair. When the zombies came clawing at our house, she went over the edge. I at first thought she had become one of them. I shuddered. Alex continued. She was slowly pulling herself back out of her depression, but when Tommy did whatever he did, sending a signal, lighting a beacon, whatever, that was the first time in the 7 years I've known her that she has been completely free and clear of the shackles that her parents put on her. Yeah, I know Tommy can have that effect on people, I said without really thinking. Alex just looked at me like I was loco. I didn't clarify my words, thus leaving him thoroughly confused. So when she told me to turn the truck around, I didn't hesitate. I would have driven to hell on 2 flats to see that spark of life back in her eyes. Shit! Alex, you kinda did, I said. He nodded in agreement. So back to your original question. She had told me all about her family, her sisters and brothers and nieces and nephews, but she didn't have any pictures of them. The day we eloped, her parents threw everything in her room out. She was forbidden from going and getting any of her belongings, and her siblings were told if they so much as mentioned her name, the same fate would befall them. So for all intents and purposes, she was an orphan. Now that I think about it, I caught Tommy looking at me a lot while we were working. Do you think he knew who I was? Maybe he had a picture or something? Oh, I'm sure he knew who you were, and no, nothing quite as mundane as a picture, I answered. Again, Alex looked at me, hoping that I would elaborate. Ever been on Idle? I asked casually. Mike, what did I tell you about drinking tequila? Can't stand the stuff. Wish I had some. Good night, Alex. One more thing, Mike, Alex asked. I turned to face him. How did he tell Marta to come back? Oh, shit, Alex, you might as well ask me how the universe was created, or which came first, the chicken or the egg, or even better, what is a woman thinking at any given moment? Those I could give you some sort of informed bullshit answer. I don't have a foggy clue in Hades what is going on with Tommy. All I know is that whatever it is, it's powerful and it has a purpose. Beyond that, I shrugged my shoulders. Chapter 3, Journal Entry. 3, Tommy's next words jolted me to a stop, as effective as a 2-inch thick chain around my neck. I have to stay with Mr. Tianti. He's going to need me to save him. Eliza wants him dead, and I have to make sure that doesn't happen. I had an inkling who Eliza might be. I hoped I was wrong. The mere vocalization of her name sent worms of fear crawling across my spine, which is not a sensation I would wish on anyone. I know it is naive of me, but I had hoped that by leaving Little Turtle behind, we were leaving the worst of this new world behind too. Apparently that wasn't to be the case. Sweat had broken out across my brow, and I wasn't attempting anything more difficult than standing erect. A cold breeze turned the moisture on my forehead into tiny daggers that laced across my head like an angry bee's nest to a honey bear's sensitive nose. Marta tisked Tommy. Tommy, how could you possibly know who needs help? And who's Eliza? Tommy, I'm your aunt. I've known you seemingly forever. Your mom would want me to watch out for you. That was kind of funny, her saying that. There's this little waif of a woman saying she's going to look out for this 250-pound hulking bear of a kid. But Tommy brought that out in you. It was almost instinctual that you wanted to go out of your way to make sure he was happy and safe. Was it because he was so-called slow? I doubt it. The kid definitely had some vulnerability, but on the flip side of that, his powers might be limitless. Tommy blushed as his aunt spoke about his diapers, almost as if he remembered the occasion. That was a long time ago, Auntie, and I would have changed them myself if I could have reached. I snorted a laugh. I did my best to stifle it. Marta glared over at me. Damn it. Like I needed another woman mad at me, I quickly replaced my mirth with a Fortress of Solitude face. What is that exactly? Tough to say. Kind of stoic, definitely not a shit-eating grin type of thing. It doesn't often work, but it's better than my normal cheesy smile that tends to get me in trouble. It's all right, Auntie. We'll be in the Jeep right behind you, Tommy continued. I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess, yeah, we would be. There was no need or sense to split up, at least not yet. I had grand illusions of making it back east at some point to try and ascertain the status of my family. And as long as Alex was headed in that general direction, then I was all for safety in numbers. This seemed to placate Marta somewhat, but her glare beamed back over in my general direction as if this was all my fault. I did what any hapless man would do under the circumstances. I shrugged my shoulders and walked away. Marta may have continued her relentless objection on Tommy, but just at that opportune moment, Her baby squealed in consternation. Tommy looked relieved and pleased with himself. I think he gave baby Vera a psychic tickle, the better to help him out of his predicament. Marta said the standard fine and stomped away. Well, stomping may be a little over the top, more like padded away heavily. Tommy caught me looking at him and quickly let the look of satisfaction run away from his features. Your secret's safe with me, kid. Come on, I told him. As he caught up, I put my arm around his shoulder. After a brief conversation with Paul, we, and by we I mean he, determined it would be best if he and his wife rode in the truck for a while. Yeah, big sacrifice. Heated trailer loaded with sleeping bags and plenty of legroom. I was a little pissed, to say the least, maybe more envious too. I wanted to stretch out and get some sleep. After the frigid conditions of the past few nights, it was going to take a lot of warmth and rest to take out the chill that had settled deep in my bones. Little did I know at the time that the chill I felt had less to do with the weather and more to do with my condition. Well, time, as they say, is the great narrator. All things are laid out before her, whether you want them to be or not. Chapter 4, Journal Entry 4, with no general plan in my mind except to put as much distance between us and our previous home as possible. We headed north on Interstate 25 and then east on Interstate 70. We'd be relatively safe for a while. East of Denver would bring us into the plains of Colorado and then into Kansas. During the heyday of humanity, this was not a densely populated area, so the corollary, see, I did learn something in the 6th grade that I could use later in life, was that the likelihood of coming across a great brood of zombies would be slight. That was the thought anyway. Getting out of Denver proper was a nightmare. It looked like any natural or unnatural disaster movie you've ever seen in your life. Cars and trucks, motorcycles and scooters. Hell, I'd seen a rickshaw a few miles back, were abandoned everywhere. It looked more like the world's largest used car lot than a highway of any sort. That is, of course, if you took away the bullet casings that littered the ground like so many metallic insects, or the blood-splattered remains of the zombies that were merely trying to garner a meal, or, hey, even the thousands of humans that had become, for lack of a better word, spam. Do you get the reference? Meat in a can? I know it's gross, but that was the only way I could think of it, of them without blowing chunks. It looked like an all-you-can-eat buffet had opened up right next to a fat camp with a damaged fence. Everything and everyone had been torn apart. The battle had been savage and quick, with non-infected people clearly on the losing side. This I garnered by the sheer number of cars stuck on the roadway. If people had won, they would not have hung around. At some points, I would drive ahead of the truck, scouting out potential routes. Other times, Alex would need to lead just to push some slag out of the way. For 8 excruciating hours, we navigated through the worst rush-hour traffic known to man. By the time we reached a small town called Bennett, about 30 miles east of Denver, I was wiped. Tracy had volunteered on more than one occasion to take over the driving, but I couldn't get over the sneaking suspicion that she had an ulterior motive. I could see her sideswiping a sign just for a small measure of payback for what I had done to her car. Most likely it was my deep-seated paranoia rearing its ugly head, but then again, maybe not. I was paranoid. How the hell would I know? Not once on our 8-hour trek did we spot a living person. Zombies, though, that was a different story. There weren't many of them that we saw, but each and every one turned and walked towards us as if drawn like a fine metal filament to a powerful magnet. We stopped at Bennett to stretch our legs, top off our tanks, and possibly tried to choke down a power bar or two. My brain was completely against the idea of eating anything after witnessing the destruction a few miles back, but my stomach wasn't listening. Travis, Tommy, and Henry, for that matter, had been sleeping for most of the morning. I was thankful for that small favor, although what I was shielding them from, I don't know. They had already seen everything we had passed in spades and then some. Bennett looked surprisingly untouched, as if the tidal wave of shit that had hit the rest of the state had completely missed this small oasis. At least that was how it looked. How it felt was a completely different story. Alex hopped off the big rig, rubbing his arms for warmth, but more likely to ward off the evil that emanated from every corner of this burg. This place doesn't feel right, Mike. I wanted to agree with him and tell him this felt like we had just stepped into the door of the biggest surprise party ever given, and we were still waiting for the shout of surprise to come. An expectation hung in the air. It was palpable. It was overbearing. It was just plain creepy. But even after all those emotions were churning in my head, there was only one thing I wanted to know. When the hell did you learn how to drive that truck? Alex stared long and hard at me, like I'd lost my marbles, and now he was wondering why he had decided to hitch his cart to mine. Listen, I know this place feels like a tomb, Alex. My nerves are taut, and I can feel my spinal fluid quivering. I want to get some gas and get the hell out of here. I was just curious. You're nuts, Mike, I'll give you that. I feel like I can barely breathe because of the weight of this place, and you want to talk banalities. Hey, I take offense to that. At least I didn't bring up the weather. You would have given enough time. Yeah, you're probably right, I sighed. That still doesn't change the fact that when I met you, you didn't know how to drive the damn thing. Fine, you crazy gringo. I'll stand in this damn ghost town just a little longer so that I can explain to you that I had Carl give me a few lessons while I was securing the plow. I had him do that because I was afraid the wall was going to give exactly like it happened, all of a sudden, and without warning, and I was afraid that Carl would be nowhere in sight and we would be stuck on this giant paperweight with nobody to drive it. Now, was that so hard? I asked as I ripped the wrapper off of a granola bar. Alex, I started, and from my tone he knew I was going in a more serious direction. Where are you planning on going? Alex wasn't dumb. He caught my meaning of using you, and not we. He looked deep in thought. There was a conflict roiling within him. Sure, we were fast friends, but Alex had stronger bonds elsewhere, as did I. I'm thinking Florida, he answered, almost apologetically, as if I held any sway over his decision-making. I might still have family there. Any chance you'd be going that way? I shook my head slowly. Even if I did, I wouldn't go, Florida, the sunburned state. He smiled at my crappy joke. I loved him even more. I have to go home, meaning the Northeast, if... I swallowed hard. If my family is still alive, I want to be with them. Alex nodded solemnly. I agree, he said softly. And on top of that, Tracy wants to go and get her mom. Her mom? Where is she at? Yeah, her 79-year-old widowed mother that lives on an old farm by herself in North Dakota. Mike, come on, man. Why are you going to go on a fool's errand? We both know what you're likely to find. You tell her that. Alex, and I'll give you $50 and a case of beef jerky. Write to me and let me know how the weather is, Alex said as he walked away to see if he could find a switch to power on the pumps or a hose of some sort to get gas out of the ground tanks. Yeah, real nice, I shouted to him. I was halfway through my power bar when the back of the tractor trailer hatch opened. I almost choked on the piece in my mouth when I saw who was getting out of the back. How long are we staying in this little shithole? The voice bellowed from the second largest man I had ever seen in my life, next to that crazy bastard Durgan, who was now so much zombie chow, something O'Henry, a.k.a. Big Tiny, a.k.a. BT. We had picked up the guy while we were making a food run to the local Safeway store. He'd been trying to get into a pissing contest with me ever since. He was looking right at me while he asked the question. He continued in a menacing tone. You gonna answer, or what? I did, the only prudent thing I could think of. I turned and walked away. I'm talking to you, Talbot, he yelled. Yeah, I figured as much, I said over my shoulder. I just don't feel like listening. I'm not thinking that was the right answer. I heard, or more like felt, the ground shake as he hopped off the back of the trailer. The train was coming. I had about 10 seconds until contact. Luckily, I was saved, sort of. Dad, Travis yelled, and this wasn't a warning about BT coming up behind me. Travis was on my right side behind the gas pumps. From his vantage point, he couldn't see the little melodrama that was playing out. When I turned to go and see what was causing that distressed tone in my son's voice, BT sheered off too. Whether to intercept my current course or to sate his own curiosity, I wasn't sure. I trotted up to Trav's side a couple of seconds before BT. The big man gave me the once-over before following Travis's pointing finger. About 200 yards away was a man, and he was coming at full sprint. You think it's a survivor? BT asked. I could tell there was a little more than a tremor of fear in his voice. Well, it was good to know the guy was afraid of something. 150 yards and the runner's pace hadn't slowed down. What was more worrisome was that he didn't wave or try to gain our attention in any sort of fashion. The skeevies I was feeling were felt by all of us. Something wasn't quite right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Man, his clothes look like shit, BT said in hushed tones. I nodded in agreement, but that wasn't enough to convince me something was amiss. Washing clothes was on the low end of the survival spectrum. BT continued his muttered comments to me. That ain't no zombie, is it, Talbot? It's running way too fast. 100 yards away, and it was clearly fixated on us. Still, no friendly wave, no gesture of peace, nothing but determination were etched in his itch-ashen features. My mind was made up. "BT, tell everyone to get back to the truck and ready to leave." He didn't move, so I stumped on his foot. I thought he was going to punch me on the top of the head. "BT," I yelled, "get everyone back in the truck." I could tell he was still debating about the punch. "Now, fucker!" I gave it my best Marine bellow. He jumped. "I was most likely going to pay for this later, but it still felt like the right thing to do," BT kept looking over his shoulder as he ran back towards the tractor trailer. Most of the survivors were outside the truck lounging, smoking cigarettes, getting some fresh air, eating, and even some of the baser necessities, pissing and crapping in the nearest bushes. But when a giant black man is screaming at the top of his lungs in a post-apocalyptic world that you need to get your skinny asses back on the truck to save yourselves, you tend to listen. 25 feet away. I waited until I was 100% sure, and still I wasn't. It didn't seem like a zombie. But if he was human once, he no longer suffered from that affliction. Not anymore. "Now, Dad?" Travis asked, with a note of trepidation in his voice. "Aw, shit." I just wasn't convinced. I couldn't even begin to wrap my mind around this new development. The guy was within spitting distance, sure, Olympic-class spitting distance, but you get the point when it became clear that Travis had made up his mind. The Mossberg bellowed a triumphant roar. The 12-gauge slug caught the man square in the chest. The effect was devastating. I watched in fascinated slow motion as his chest cavity became fully exposed and blood rained rampant as his full-speed sprint was halted in mid-stride. The 1,500 feet per second slug struck with enough force to blow the man back 4 feet. I hoped for both mine and Travis's sanity that when we checked the body there would be some telltale sign of humanity lost. The smoke from the shotgun barrel had barely begun to dissipate when we obtained our definitive answer. Mr. Speedy Sneakers, the name seemed appropriate at the time, started to arise without so much as a grunt or a groan or a dude. "Why the hell did you shoot me?" At this point, you really didn't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that the rules to our deadly game had just been altered drastically, and we hadn't received the revisions. Travis looked over at me, apprehension contorting his features. I understood his fear. This guy just looked too normal. Sure, his clothes looked like shit, but we don't go around shooting people because they wear crappy clothes. If that was the case, we would have eradicated bums and high-fashion models years ago. His countenance was pale, but more in a sickly way than a deathly one. Hell, Justin, who was still suffering the ill effects of his zombie scratch, had worse color than this guy. As I was lost in thought, my enigma sat up, ignoring the silver dollar-sized hole in his chest. He was trying in vain to get his feet up under him. The brain is a powerful tool, but apparently it has its limitations. This poor bastard's spinal column was shattered into at least a half-dozen pieces. No amount of function rerouting was going to get him back up on his feet. Travis and I watched in horror as our mystery guest rolled himself over and began to military crawl his way over towards us. A few more seconds of our indecision and Speedy Sneakers was going to make it to his final destination, our tasty flesh. Travis flinched as I put my hand out to his shoulder. "Go back to the Jeep," I said to him. He didn't need any persuading. Travis had no sooner turned the corner than I put a well-aimed shot through Speedy's forehead. He slumped over to the left in an assemblage of monster parts that uncannily resembled a human. I walked slowly back to the big rig, doing my best to reincorporate the bile that was threatening to make its grand exit. I fully expected to see nobody. By that, I meant nobody outside the truck. However, Alex was by the back door of the truck looking around. "What are you doing, man?" I asked. Maybe with a little more harshness than I meant, but I hadn't fully recovered from my zombie-human hybrid encounter yet. "We're Light 4, he answered gruffly. He hadn't even witnessed the event, and he was in more of a mood to leave than I was. I looked longingly over towards the Jeep and the Explorer, where Travis was getting a much-needed hug from his mother. Paul and Brendan were securing some stuff on top of the Ford, and Aaron was getting some water for Justin, who was shakily smoking a cigarette. Tommy was not visible, at least not at first, and then I saw him in the back seat of the Jeep. Even from this distance, I could tell he was in a rush to get going. He didn't say anything. Words would have been superfluous. "Shit," I answered as I turned back towards Alex. "Who's missing?" Chapter 5. Journal Entry 5. As April and Cash walked into the abandoned house, the smell of dust and Old Spice filled the air. The only sound to break the silence was the squeaking of the not-so-oiled hinges and the hitched breathing of Cash. Cash was asthmatic, and high-stress environments like the one he found himself in now tended to exacerbate the problem. "Come on, April, we should get back to the truck," Cash semi-begged, trying his best not to sound desperate. "What's your rush, Cash? Can't wait to huddle up with BT?" she retorted snidely. Cash's cheeks burned from the jibe. He couldn't understand why he had left the relative safety of the truck. It was when he looked back towards the curvaceous brunette, 2 years his senior, that he divined the answer. "Traitorous penis?" he muttered. "What did you say?" April asked as she entered the defunct kitchen. At 21, April knew enough to know that she had an effect on men and could generally get what she wanted just by batting her lashes or using her patented pouty lips. Normally, she went for guys that could help her actualize her higher standard of living. Cash, however, was dirt poor, acne-riddled, and wheezed entirely too much. In short, he was someone she wouldn't date if he was the last man on Earth. But since that was rapidly becoming the case, she thought she might have to rethink her strategy. She had physical needs, too. When the door had finally rolled up on that stuffy trailer, she made up some lame excuse to go and stretch her legs, with just 2 words. "Come on!" She had gotten Cash to follow her. She loved the power her looks granted her. Loud crashes emanated from the kitchen as April ransacked the place looking for something good to eat. Cabinets clattered. Bottles smashed. Each loud jolt made Cash's heart skip a beat. Maybe you shouldn't be so loud, April," Cash said cautiously, not sure whether he was more afraid of zombies hearing them or pissing April off. After all, they hadn't seen any zombies yet, and he had a feeling he was this close to getting laid. God. "All these people have is Cheerios and popcorn," April shouted. "You should find me something I can eat." Cash looked longingly back at the front door before he turned and went into the kitchen. In a week, a family of rabid raccoons couldn't have done the damage April had accomplished in 5 minutes. Cash numbly stared at the destruction of the small kitchen. April, catching his gaping stare, responded in her usual vulgar style. She was so self-assured of her beauty that she knew it didn't matter how she acted. "What? It's not like the people that used to live here are going to give a shit." She laughed as she smashed a pickle jar against the far side wall. The sour smell of vinegar permeated everything. April's laugh became a little shriller. Cash was petrified. Cash was mesmerized. Cash was standing at attention, or at least part of him was. April focused her eyes on Cash. "Do me?" she said hungrily. Cash's jaw dropped. April laughed at his reaction. "What are you, a virgin or something?" Cash's face reddened. "Oh my God, you are," she laughed again. Cash's face burned from the chafing she was giving him. He turned dejectedly back towards the front door. "Well, let's take care of that, lover," she continued greedily. Cash was not a Mensa member, but you didn't need a high IQ to figure this puzzle out. Cash fumbled with his belt, his fingers suddenly losing all dexterity. Just as he got the clasp undone, he heard the shotgun roar in the distance. We should go," he said hastily. What are you French now?" Her eyes never left his. "But the gun?" "Probably just target practice," she answered. Cash knew better. Target practice didn't mean using something that was in diminishing supply, while also alerting anything nearby to your presence. He strained his ears to listen for any signs of trouble. "I'm getting bored, April," drawled as she sat on the table. Her skirt hiked up, and Cash could see that she wasn't wearing any panties. As the blood rushed out of Cash's brain and towards his groin, his higher reasoning flew out the window. He unzipped his pants and in one deft movement pushed his pants and underwear down. It was at this point that he realized his mistake. At 10 feet away from his conquest, he would have to duck walk over to her, which was obviously not the sexiest move ever. As he began his waddling approach, a lone shot from the AR-15 rang out. It was too late. Cash's lower brain was committed, and its quarry was within striking distance. Cash finished his awkward shuffle over to the table, and like a heat-seeking missile to a raging volcano, he struck home. "Oh my God!" April screamed. Cash was inwardly pleased with himself that he was eliciting this reaction from such a beautiful woman. "Get off me!" she screamed as she pounded on his chest. Cash was dejected, confused, and hurt. "Get the fuck off me!" as she placed her foot on his chest and pushed him back. Cash fell into something, Or more correctly, someone. He turned, simultaneously trying to say his apologies while pulling up his pants. "Sir, I'm so sorry," he stammered. We thought this place was abandoned. We didn't mean any harm. We were just looking for some food, although even a blind man would have known that wasn't the case." "We'll clean up the place, right, April?" Cash looked back towards April. She had got off the table and was slowly working her way towards the back door. "April, wait." But April was having none of it. Her full attention was on this new man's face, and she was clearly terror-stricken. Cash had finally gotten his pants up into a serviceable fashion when he was able to look up at the homeowner's face. Two horrifying facts struck him at once. The stench was hideous. Even the intense smell of the vinegar could not hide it. It wasn't quite the unmistakable stench of death, but it was damn close and making a case of its own for top dog. The face of the farmer, for the most part, looked hale. There was a slight pallor, but nothing a day or two in the sun wouldn't cure. The sun, however, would not be able to fix those two flat black orbs. A shark showed more humanity in its eyes. April reached behind her, feeling for the door handle. All the while, never taking her eyes off the man, everything happened in an instant. Cold air blew in from the back door. April lunged out at a full tilt by the time she got down the 3 back stairs. Her screaming seemed to enrage the occupant of the house. The man reached out and grabbed a hold of Cash's jacket. Cash didn't think twice as he shucked his coat off and headed for the same egress April had used a moment before. Cash was down the stairs and barely away from the house when the first asthmatic asphyxiation struck. "Calm down, Cash," he thought to himself. "Just breathe. You got away, he can't catch you. Breathe." Cash was halfway through his calming technique when the zombie appeared at the top of the small porch. "Okay, that was a little fast," Cash thought, "but I've been here for a few seconds trying to catch my breath." The zombie leaped over the 3 stairs, landed on the ground, and stopped, looking intently at Cash. He was now no more than 20 feet away. "Oh no," Cash wheezed. Chapter 6, Journal Entry 6. It was impossible not to hear the girl's screams. Her shrieks pierced the air like a chorus of harpies. "I take it she's one of the missing people?" I asked Alex. He nodded, stress imprinted on his face. "Yeah, April was with that pimply kid. What the hell was his name? Moolah? Dinero? Cash? Yeah, that's it." "Not sure that matters right now, buddy," I said as I peered through my sights, looking for what was causing that much distress in the girl. April was no more than 25 yards away, and still I saw no sign of trouble. Was it just some contrived drama for our viewing pleasure? Possible, but I hadn't seen acting that good since my daughter was caught sneaking out of the house, and she tried to blame it on sleepwalking. If I hadn't been watching her the whole time and caught pieces of her conversation over her cell phone, I almost would have given her the benefit of the doubt. Well, not really. I might be a guy, but I'm not that stupid. Anyway, suffice to say it was an Oscar-worthy performance nonetheless. April never stopped shrieking as she hurtled up into the back of the truck. "1 down, 3 to go, Alex," I said. "I guess I'm going to have to go see what's going on." "Why?" he asked. "You have your family to look out for, Mike." "I know," I said earnestly. "It just seems like the right thing to do." By now, a small crowd was at the back of the truck looking expectantly in the direction from whence April had come. "I'll go with you, Talbot," BT said. His deep bass voice startled me out of my thoughts. Any animosity between us seemed to have been swept completely away with that small gesture. Well, I guess it wasn't that small a gesture. He was putting his life on the line. "I appreciate that, BT. I really do. But I think our second wayward chickadee is returning to the roost. Look," I said, pointing. Cash swung around the corner of a row of houses at full speed. Even from this distance, I could tell his pants were doing their damnedest to fall. Cash was struggling with one hand to hold his pants up, and with the other he was doing a motion that only someone with experience might be able to pick up on. He was taking mighty puffs from an inhaler. I turned to Alex and BT. "I think this is more a case of a date gone bad." I breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get me wrong. I understood the severity of the potential crime, and Cash would be dealt with accordingly, but it still beat the hell out of the alternative. "I don't think so, Mike," BT said warningly as he pointed with his finger. For the life of me, I did not want to follow the direction that offending digit indicated into the cold gates of hell it led. Not 10 feet away from Cash was one of the new breed, fast and hungry. The kid was easily a couple of 100 feet away from us, and he was directly in my line of sight to the zombie. Between holding his pants up and the constant hits on his inhaler, he was losing more ground than the French in World War II. Like Icarus to the sun I flew, the outcome was a foregone conclusion, and still I ran towards him, motioning him to drop down so I could take a shot. He was too panicked to understand my gestures. At the time the kid's pants fell and brought him down in a gangly mash of elbows and knees, the zombie had pounced on him. It was all over, except for the screaming. As the zombie took its first rending bite of meat, what was once that young man's pride and joy hung in bloody shreds from its mouth. The high-pitched keening that issued from Cash was heart-tearing. Every guy that witnessed the event winced in sympathy and subconsciously placed their hands over their own privates just to make sure their own house was in order. The first bullet should have been for Cash, just to put him out of his misery. 5 shots later, my trembling hands were able to put a kill shot into the zombie's head. I started to run over to the kid. What I was going to be able to do for him was beyond me. His all-out wails had become more of a struggling wheeze. Blood vacated his body in gushes. I got down on my haunches by the kid's head. I couldn't look at the damage done. The chord it struck was entirely too fundamental to my existence. Cash's hand grabbed mine. His fevered, pain-addled eyes looked up at me beseechingly. "Don't let me die," he begged. I wanted to answer him and tell him everything was going to be okay, but I wasn't the actor. My daughter was. My voice would betray me. My posture would belie me. My cadence would divulge the truth. I barely registered the staccato burst of firearms, but the angry hiss of displaced air as bullets passed dangerously close to my head got my attention. I looked back to BT, who was firing what looked like a bazooka from this angle. I guess our earlier spat wasn't completed yet, but this seemed a little extreme, even for him. Then I looked past him and saw that Alex was gesticulating crazily. Everyone else seemed to be yelling incoherent strings of words and pointing towards me, but every once in a while I picked up the word run. I looked behind me before my heart began to start the trip hammer routine. I thought for one short millisecond my heart might just stop from the shock. 20, maybe 30 zombies were running full bore towards me. I was seconds away from sharing the same fate as Cash. Hopefully not in the same manner, though. I grabbed the kid's shoulder, meaning to put him in a fireman's carry, but the opaque glaze of his eyes let me know the futility of the maneuver. "Run, you stupid shit," I heard BT yell over the roar of his rifle. A zombie dropped no more than 10 feet from me. More rifles took up the covering of my hasty retreat. Within 3 strides, I was at full speed, and still some of the zombies kept pace. I made it back to the firing line without any undue incidents. The tattered remnants of the ones that were still pursuing me were quickly dispatched. "Well, that sucked," I said as I stood up and surveyed the scene laid out before us. "Thanks, BT, I owe you one." "What is going on, Talbot?" BT asked. He looked more shaken than I did, and I was the one that had been chased. "No time, BT," I pointed. A larger contingent of speeders were heading our way. I already had enough excitement for the day. "Let's go, Mike. We can take them," Brendan said. "There's still 2 more of our own out there. We have to go get them." I understood the hero mentality. I truly did. But they were a lost cause. If they weren't already dead, they soon would be. To what end, Brendan? We risk ourselves, our loved ones, and we waste bullets. There is no honor in casually throwing away one's life in a hollow attempt at bravery. They're gone. I was all for the eradication of this plague, but this was akin to trying to put out a 7-alarm blaze with a super soaker. "Mike, what if it was one of your kids?" Brendan asked brazenly. "Don't you fucking dare, Brendan!" I screamed. He backed up. He was bigger than me, but I was definitely crazier, and in case you didn't know, crazy out-trumps size every time. I have done everything I possibly can to keep everyone around me safe. If you're so fucking ready to die, go find them yourself. I'll wait, but only for as long as I can still make a safe retreat. Brendan's shoulders sagged as he looked back at Nicole, who was witnessing the entire event. There was a look of unbridled shock on her face. I watched as the inner demons in Brendan wrestled for control. On one side was the overwhelming need to protect Nicole, and on the other was the need to help someone in need. Not so easy now, huh? I taunted. "Fuck you, Mike," he answered dejectedly. I swung the Jeep past Alex's big rig. Brendan was following closely. I was watching in my rearview mirror as some of the faster zombies, who looked mostly like high school kids, smashed headlong into the truck. I had no desire to see how many hits my Jeep could take. I flooded the engine with high-octane gas, and I was rewarded with the desired result. I was putting this particular circle of hell behind us. Alex was finally getting the tractor-trailer up to a speed where even the track team couldn't keep up. I had to look over my shoulder to get the full brunt of what my rearview mirror was trying to convey. I should have left it alone. Half the population of what had once been Bennett, Colorado, was in one form or another in pursuit of our small caravan. Speeders bowled over their slower cousins, the deaders. So it looked like Manners hadn't made the crossover into death.
"I don't think we should go back there, Mr. T," Tommy said. "Is Cash going to be all right?" I couldn't fathom how to even begin to answer that question, because first off, Cash was dead. He had bled out after having his genitals savagely ripped from his body. Was he going to turn into a zombie? Odds were against it. When I'd last seen Cash, I had seen a small dog pile of the living dead making short work of his remains. Would he get to pass through St. Peter's Gate? If I were so inclined to believe in that path, I'd probably say yes. But then what God would allow this situation to be unfolding on its present course? Oh yeah, God can't have direct involvement. How heretical of me. Wouldn't want some omnipotent being that basically can control all of creation to lend a helping hand. God helps those who help themselves, you know. Okay, enough deity bashing. I had been under the false impression that once we got out of Denver, we would have put the worst of it behind us. Silly me, the fun was just beginning. Chapter 7, Justin slept on in the back seat of Brendan's truck, barely acknowledging the quick, jerky maneuvering as Brendan evaded first one and then another speeder that had raced out from a gas station at the outskirts of town. His dark dreams were bothered only by the incessant buzzing that pervaded every aspect of the tortured vista his fevered mind had drummed up. A brigade of zombies had stormed mankind's last holdout. As they overwhelmed the humans' piss-poor defenses, the zombies planted a flag that consisted of an unnaturally large femur for a pole and a flag which, when unfurled, looked entirely too much like a weathered flap of human skin. Justin smiled in his sleep, the final victory of zombie kind resonating strongly in the deep recesses of his mind. "Justin!" Justin jolted awake at the sound of his name being spoken out loud. "What?" Justin answered groggily. Nicole looked back, her features looking paler than should be right even in the dead of winter. "Huh?" she answered back. "What do you want?" Justin said, annoyed. "I was sleeping." "Nobody said anything," Brendan chimed in before his fiancée and his friend got into it. He'd known them long enough to realize it didn't take much more than a cross-eyed look to get them at each other's throat, and right now he just couldn't take it. This new development of fast zombies was fucking with his head, and there was no room, at least not right now, for any more bullshit. Tommy stared through the back window of the speeding Jeep and directly into the windshield of Brendan's trailing Ford. "Oh no," he muttered solemnly. He turned back around, his hands visibly twitching. The tick went completely unnoticed by the rest of the occupants in the car. The horror of Bennett was still fresh, and everybody was doing their best to assimilate the new information in the best manner available to them. "Fine," Justin said, as he laid his head back down. "Justin?" Again with his name being called out, even though the voice was loud this time, somehow Justin knew enough not to wake up. A warm breeze flitted through Justin's hair. The sun, as large as a ripe cantaloupe, blazed high overhead. Justin spun in a slow circle, surrounded by chest-high golden wheat which swayed all around in a gentle current of air. Curiously, the growth flowed in a different direction from the prevailing breeze. Even Justin's shadow stretched in the same direction as the wheat, though the sun was at high noon. Something inside him knew enough that to stay here was dangerous, but leaving might be worse. In the hazy mist of distance, Justin saw something coming. It shimmered in the sun, much like a mirage. Even as he watched it. No, her come closer. The wind at his back picked up in a vain attempt to try to slow her progress. Wheat arched further back in a futile attempt to get away. If the stalks could have miraculously grown legs, it would have been the biggest crop exodus since the Great Dust Bowl of the 20s. Justin had legs, and his shadow was showing him the way he should be going. His higher psyche just couldn't get the transmission in gear, for all the revving the engine was doing. Justin looked down at his feet, wondering why they were betraying him so. When he looked up, death was inches from his face.
That feeling was quickly replaced by euphoric feelings of love and devotion. The girl, no. The woman that stood before him was the epitome of beauty, grace, black, bottomless cruelty, and grandeur. Wait, go back one, Justin thought. But as soon as the doubt crept into his mind, it was washed away in the glory that was Eliza. Eliza! His mind screamed in triumphant joy. Where are you going, my love? Eliza asked, without moving her mouth. Her soft angelic hand caressed his cheek. How are you talking in my head? Justin answered. The sound of the loud crack was quickly followed by the sensation of pain in his cheek. She had moved so fast he hadn't even seen her hand strike. Justin's heart seized for the briefest of seconds as Eliza let her true visage show. Soft, smooth skin faded into sallow, pale cheeks. Her sky-blue eyes transformed into twin black pools of death and destruction. Her soft hand that a moment before had stroked his cheek was now a gnarled, calcified, hideous claw of bone. In an instant, she once again became the object of a cold, ethereal beauty. Justin couldn't hope to keep up with the transformations. His mind could not make sense of the events as they unfolded before him. I asked you a question, Justin, Eliza smiled. Justin could tell it was not a gesture that came easily or willingly. A cobra would have had an easier time pulling that off. Justin was scared, and with good reason. I don't know, he stammered. The smile never left her as she struck again. The blow burned on the side of his face. I think you're lying to me, Justin. But we'll talk more, Justin shivered. Eliza looked over her right shoulder and then was gone. Justin, wake up! Tommy shook his friend a little harder than he meant to. Justin's head bounced off of the car window. What the fu? Oh, hey, Tommy, what's going on? Did we stop? What happened to your face, Justin? Tommy asked. Justin sat up and looked at his right cheek in the rear-view mirror. Angry red welts the size and shape of a slender woman's fingers were clearly outlined. Shit, hell if I know, Justin said as he gingerly pressed along the edges of the contusion. Justin had never been so scared about a nightmare in his life. I think you're lying to me, Justin, Tommy said with a sad disappointment in his eyes. Tommy stepped out of the car and headed back to the Jeep. I've heard that before, Justin said as he wrapped the blanket tighter around himself. Chapter 8, Journal Entry 7. We had traveled 50 miles east of Bennett. I thought my bladder was going to burst. I was looking for any excuse to pull over and relieve myself. So when Tommy said he needed to talk to Justin, I was all for it. I flashed my high beams until Alex acknowledged me with a quick toot of his horn. The big rig stopped in the middle of the road. There really was no reason to pull over onto the shoulder. The beauty of being this far east of Denver is that the landscape is much like Kansas, flat and unremarkable. We'd be able to see zombies for miles, unless, of course, they were hiding in snowdrifts or scrub brush. Great, I thought to myself. I'm not even going to be able to enjoy this piss. I'll be so busy looking for the damn things, I'll probably end up pissing on myself. That was number 33 on my list of hang-ups. But who's counting? Obviously I am, I answered myself. Alex looked around nervously as he stepped down off the truck. What's up, Mike? Dude, I just need to take a quick leak. And rip some major ass. I didn't tell him that part, I yelled back. After the events of the last few weeks, I did not want to stray too far from the relative safety of the cars, but I was still holding on to the vestiges of decency. That and I wanted everyone to be far enough away from my backblast. 20-something years of married life, and I had never willingly ripped a fart in front of Tracy. Sure, I've let go of my share in my sleep. I've even woken myself up with a few that were air-splittingly loud. Whether or not I woke Tracy as well, I don't know. She never let on. I found the best middle ground available. I walked over to a small cattle fence 10 feet from the edge of the road. I could tell by the way the gas was heating the rear of my pants. This one was going to be a stinker. I just hoped it wouldn't leave a vapor trail in the frigid air. I was thankful to all the gods that still walked across the land that this wasn't a call to nature that involved the other end. There wasn't so much as a stop sign to hide that action. At least I could use my body to shield the majority of this most basic of necessities. Wonderful, I heard from the back of the truck as the door rolled up. I'm stuck in that truck for God knows how long, and that's what I have to witness when I finally get out. Oh no! My head exploded. Civilization, and possibly humanity itself, is hanging on by a thread, and that's what survives? Mrs. Deneau was gently lowered from the rear of the truck by BT and her nephew Thad, the manager from Safeway. I almost lost grip of my manhood as it tried in vain to pull up into my body, the better to protect itself from the soul-sucking bitch that was walking on the snow-swept roadway. I finished, yanking my zipper up. I nearly severed what my priest had circumcised 44 years ago. All right, enough with the surprises, I thought to myself as I walked back towards the rear of the truck to see who else would be popping out of the back like a rabbit from a magician's hat. My purpose was mostly to gauge our strength, but partly to see what other malcontents might make themselves known. I looked into the murky interior, hoping that Jed had somehow managed to get aboard. Unless he was cowering behind the nearly catatonic April, this wasn't going to be the case. In this new reality, I would more likely expect to see Fritzy, the zombie catsuit-wearing rapist I had killed, than my unexpected ally Jed. Close to April, pushed against the back of the truck, was Little Turtle's guest greeter Joanne, and she was clutching on to a small group of children. 3, I thought, but I wasn't completely sure. I wasn't even sure if they were hers. Not that it mattered, though. It seemed like a pretty symbiotic relationship. They clutched each other so tightly I thought it might take acetone to release them. Bad analogy, I know. I was going with the whole superglue thing. Anyway, there would be no immediate help from that small scrum. Next was Igor, the Russian gate guard. He was sleeping comfortably against the left side of the truck with what appeared to be a bottle of vodka held firmly in his left hand. That was a welcome surprise. He was a little older and a little overweight, but I thought I'd be able to trust him in a fight. Provided, of course, that he stayed awake, and then my eyes widened. "Hi, neighbor. Happy to see me?" Jen asked.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Besides Alex and his recovering wife, we had 5 small kids, a waifish woman that was holding on to 2 of the kids not in Joanne's clutches, one Uber-bitch's nephew that looked like he would be more comfortable counting zombies than killing them. Joanne and April that had checked out and most likely needed an intravenous dose of Xanax, a giant black man that I was more than convinced wanted to break me in half, a drunk Russian, and then the kicker, my lesbian neighbor Jen. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't like lesbians. Hell, I want to be one. It's just that Jen had pretty much told me that she no longer had the will to live. And to top it off, proved she was useless in a fight, having cowered in the truck on the day we had made a stop at the local National Guard armory. Paul pressed on my shoulder as he jumped from the back. "Thanks, man," he said. "Yeah, anytime I can be of help," I answered, never taking my eyes off Jen. "Well, are you going to help a lady down, or are you just going to keep staring at me?" Jen asked, as she held her hand out to me. "Why are you in the truck?" I asked. It came out before I could stop it. It sure as hell wasn't the politically correct thing to say, but man, I really wanted to know. She pulled her hand back as if it had been stung. "Listen, Mike, I know how you feel about me," she started. "Jen, if you had any idea of how I felt about you, you'd be over there huddling with the others." I wanted to say it out loud. My inner demons screamed to say it. My immature side cried to say it. My socially conscious, higher civility reasoning, stupid jerk other side had a different thought on the matter and forced me to keep my mouth shut. She continued, "I want revenge, Mike. Jen, we've had this conversation before." Her eyes teared up a bit. Friggin' women. They always know which damn buttons of mine to push. Maybe I should stop wearing mine on my sleeve. If I put them under my jacket, they'd be a little tougher to get to. I pursed my lips and shook my head. She seemed to take that as an acknowledgement that it was okay to continue uninterrupted. When we got back that day, I sat in my Aunt Joe's bedroom. Most of the time, it was with a .32 caliber pushed to my temple. I involuntarily blew out air. Jen choked up for a moment and then went on. "I just wanted it to be over, the pain, the hopelessness, everything. I mean, what was the point, right?" I found myself nodding with her. I awoke the next morning with the gun still pressed against my head. "Holy crap, you were a muscle spasm away from, well, you know," I said in disbelief. She smiled wanly. "I dreamt about Joe that night. Her eyes got that faraway look. I dreamt about her love of life." No matter how shitty things got for her, she appreciated and looked forward to the small things in life. A cup of hot cocoa, a trip to IKEA, a new bottle of patchouli, a game of softball. "Oh God, I miss her," she sobbed. I looked away for a few seconds, letting her collect herself. She seemed grateful for the gesture. "Whew, sorry I had to get that out. Joe would have wanted me to live, to love, to embrace everything, not wallow in despair. If she knew that I had wanted to kill myself, she would have kicked my ass. By the way, I would have paid to see that. Sorry, just a side note. When I finally realized why my skull ached that morning, I pulled the gun away from my head and tossed it across the room. When it knocked over the hat I had put over the picture of me and her on our union day, I knew then and there that Jo was still with me and I wouldn't let her, or for that matter, you down again. That remained to be seen. I didn't say it. I'm an immature dick, not a monster. I helped Jen down and handed her a power bar. I turned as I heard Brendan's truck door open. Justin stepped out into the severely lit day, embracing his blanket like only Linus could. God, he looks so pale, Jen said, almost like he's sorry. She looked over to me. We were both thinking it, though. Justin's head swiveled to the left and then up and over to his right and down again, almost like he was watching a monster serve that became an ace in a tennis match. What's he doing? Jen asked. I watched as a fly circled around and around Justin's head, terror mounted. Well, my Marine Corps buddies were going to love this. Big badass, afraid of a fly. What was going to be next? Was I going to be scared of the French? I watched as the fly did 2 more circuitous routes around his head and then landed on the very tip of his nose. Justin only stared down at it, never once unwrapping his hands from under the blanket to brush the thing away. My skin crawled with unseen many-legged bugs of varying size and color. Okay, everyone. I think it's about time to go, I shouted, never taking my eyes off the offending fly. Oh, don't be a bother, Talbot. We just stopped, Mrs. Deno said as she puffed on a cigarette. These idiots, she said as she swept her hand to encompass pretty much everyone. Won't let me smoke in the back of the truck? Some gibberish about secondhand smoke? Fuck, stay, I don't give a shit. Finish your cigarette, finish a carton, hell, go pull some grass, dry it out, and smoke it. I'm leaving, I answered in a yell. Mrs. Deno looked like she wanted to add fuel to the fire, but this wasn't a scene at Walmart where she could bitch someone out and basically get whatever her cold, shriveled little heart wanted. Something in the look of my eyes must have told her that I truly would leave her there without a second thought. She ground out the remainder of her smoke under her shoe. BT came up to the rear of the truck. Who made you boss? His voice boomed. You know what, BT? I said as I tried to make myself as tall and intimidating as possible. Not an easy trick to pull off when I was pretty much looking him in the sternum. No, what? He asked. Rhetorical, BT. Rhetorical. Nobody made me boss. In fact, I don't want to be boss at all. That would actually make this entire fuckfest a lot easier if I didn't have to worry about any of my decisions getting people killed. I would like nothing more than to lie in the back of that truck and help Igor polish off whatever liquor he has stowed away. So, my giant friend, feel free to take the reins of this carnival ride and do with it what you may. I'm just too tired to deal with it. Oh, I'm just busting your balls, Talbot, he said as he basically just stepped up into the back of the truck. You're just crazy enough to get us out of this. And then he laughed. I didn't know whether to be relieved or petrified. Alex had just finished up with his wife, Marta, changing the baby's diaper. Hey, Mike, what's up? Not to be a pain in the ass, but driving this truck is a bitch. I wouldn't mind taking a few minutes for the blood in my kidneys to start circulating again. I didn't even need to turn around when I pointed behind me. Alex's face fell. What is it, Alex? I asked. He tore his gaze from over my left shoulder and back to me. What do you mean, Mike? You just pointed it out to me. Is it bad? Are you messing with me, Mike? Alex said with a frown. I shook my head in the negative. It's a speeder. How far away? I asked, although I could almost approximate its distance as the minute tickle in my brain began to expand. Alex looked back over my shoulder. Maybe a quarter of a mile. What's going on, Q8? How could that thing possibly know that we're here? We're in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure, Alex, but look at Justin. Alex slowly pivoted his head, reluctant to look. The day was almost already a total disaster, and it wasn't half completed. He's just standing there. He looks pale, but no worse than he was earlier. Look closer, Alex. What's he looking at? Is that a fly on his nose? So, what's a fly doing out here, Alex, in the dead of winter? It could have been in the truck, Mike, he said, but I could tell that the words didn't even ring true in his own head. Alex made the sign of the Holy Trinity on his chest. Marta, finish up. We're leaving. The zombie crossing the snow-covered field wasn't going to get to us any time soon, but it was disconcerting to be the prey as a predator closed in. I'm sure there isn't a gazelle in the world that feels comfortable with a lion in the general vicinity. the fly finally a leap from Justin's face as he turned to look at our approaching company. Color rose in his cheeks, but because he was scared or enraptured was difficult to say. Tracy helped Justin back into Brendan's car and then looked over to me. She was worried, as was I, but for differing reasons. She was concerned with his physical well-being. I was more concerned with what was going on inside his head. I was beginning to wonder if Justin was a zombie GPS, our own portable Harmon, rhymes with Garmin, or better yet, how about a Zom-Zom? Wonderful. Death all around, and I'm making plays on product names. By the time we pulled away, I was able to make out facial features on our would-be assailant. He looked none too pleased we were making a hasty retreat in the distance. I could see more of his kind begin the fruitless journey across the frozen tundra in search of a meal. For 1 second, I thought if Justin were to stay here, would they stop pursuing? I said I thought about it. This isn't the Bible. I can't get in trouble for contemplating. Eventually, we were going to have to stop and fight, but the middle of a highway didn't seem like the wisest place to make our last stand. Chapter 9, Journal Entry 8, the next 2 hours of driving did little to abate my feelings of dread. In fact, it did more to intensify it. I was trying to go over the events of the day to find some sort of alternate explanation for what was going on. First off, sprinting zombies were not on my agenda. Our survivability odds had just been greatly reduced. Any mode of transportation that didn't include wheels was tantamount to suicide. These new zombies could run full tilt, probably forever. In my heyday, I could sprint for a max of maybe a quarter mile. Now, hell, maybe 100 yards before some significant body part failed. I shivered thinking back to our escape from Walmart. If we had encountered speeders then, well, I guess it would have been all over by now and I wouldn't have to be fixating on the damn issue at hand. The main problem right now was the sun. Well, the sun and its gradual decline. We were going to have to stop sooner rather than later, and with our own shining lighthouse transmitting our whereabouts, I couldn't fathom where we would find sanctuary. I'm not above sleeping in a car, but with 3 other people. It was not going to be a comfortable affair. We could all sleep in the truck bed, but if something happened, we would have to abandon the Jeep and the Explorer, which was not an option. We could find a defensible house, but images of the old Dawn of the Dead movie flickered through my brain plate, hands coming through windows and all that stuff. Come to think of it, that didn't turn out to be such a good idea either. This was not looking good for the home team. Let's see, we were outnumbered probably thousands to 1. They don't need sleep, and they have just harnessed a second gear. Yep, not good at all. I was thinking about the myriad ways of our demise when I nearly finished the job myself. Alex had been slowing down for near on a half-mile trying to gain my attention to pull alongside. My thoughts were elsewhere when I almost slammed into his tailgate, his brake lights as large as saucers in my field of vision. 2 other cars on the road and you almost crash into one of them, my wife stated. I knew I shouldn't have let you drive my Jeep. I was pissed and had to bite back a sardonic reply, mostly because she was right. Not about smashing up her Jeep, but the part about almost making us roadkill. I had read once in one of those bathroom readers. Okay, don't go getting all highbrow on me. One of my past life's small pleasures was to sit on the throne and, while passing time and other things, gain some useless knowledge. And one of those little nuggets, get the pun, was the fact that back in Oklahoma in 1899, there were 2 cars in the whole state, and they had an accident with each other. They say history repeats itself. Well, there's proof positive, almost Talbot. My wife said with some force, Alex wants something. I pulled my hand across my face, hoping to pull off the growing fog in my head. It didn't work. I pulled up alongside the semi, a low-throbbing apprehension coursing through my body. What's up, Alex? I yelled over the sound of our engines. I'm getting tired, Mike, Alex yelled back. The words were superfluous. He looked exhausted, and he had 2 small kids up in the cab with him. Young children could make you tired if you were just lying in bed, and this was far from that peaceful scenario. Getting? I asked sarcastically. Something got lost in translation, or he was just too tired to grab onto the barb. He just shrugged. Any ideas? He asked. I've been thinking the same thing, Alex. Alex had been expecting me to elaborate with my plan. Unfortunately, I didn't have one. When I didn't answer right away, Alex took that as a cue. There's a small town up ahead called Vona, he offered. Now it was my turn to shrug. So what? Vona? Detroit? Fucking Paris? Where could we go without a flesh-eater joining us for company? They have a sheriff's office, he concluded. Light and hope began to not so much blaze, but at least glimmer. A sheriff's office should have holding cells and a bit more fortification than the average house. Lead on, Tonto, I yelled. Who the hell is Tonto, he retorted. Never mind. How much further? 10 minutes at the most. All right, we'll scout ahead. I accelerated past him. It would be safer to have my Jeep go in first. It was much more maneuverable and would be easier to vacate a hostile area if the need arose. 5 minutes later, I was taking the off-ramp down into Vona. Alex stayed at the top of the ramp with the engine idling. If I wasn't back in 20 minutes, the plan was for him to leave. I knew he wouldn't, but that was the plan. My guts felt like I had swallowed a salamander, as calm and collected as I could, which wasn't working very well. By the way, I turned to see if I could garner any information from my early warning detection system, Tommy. I was neither alarmed nor relieved. Hey, buddy, got any feelings? I asked as nonchalantly as possible. I got a bunch, Mr. T, he said with a small smile on his face. I waited for a second, hoping for some sort of revelation. Then it dawned on me that Tommy's feelings probably had more to do with how much he liked Pop-Tarts than with the outcome of our lives as we entered into Vona. Hey, Mr. T! Yeah, Tommy, I answered as I slowed the Jeep down to around 15 miles per hour, slow enough to look for trouble and quick enough to get away from it. What's it mean when you put your hand over your mouth, he asked. I was about to answer that it generally means to be quiet, but the universal sign for that usually only entails using your pointer finger. I'm not sure, Tommy, why. Well, Ryan has one hand over his mouth and the other hand is pointing to his throat, and he's shaking his head from side to side. My foot involuntarily slipped off the gas and onto the brake. I stalled the car. What's the matter, Mike? Tracy asked. The last time you stalled your car, we had almost hit a moose four-wheeling. This is worse. Something or someone is blocking Tommy's abilities. As if on command, we all stared out the windows, convinced that whatever was causing this was within range. But Vona in death was a lot like Vona in life, dead. Why they had a sheriff's office was beyond me. Maybe if they had a rash of cow tippings, they could lock the hooligans up. Or maybe if things got real bad and mailboxes started to get smashed, they would have somewhere to put the bad guys. Hell, we were 3/4 through the town and I hadn't seen a bar or a liquor store, so no real need to even lock up the town drunk. Wasteful government spending at its best. Tommy, can Ryan write? I asked, hoping beyond hope. It seemed like a far-fetched idea, but I was open to suggestions, maybe a small note to kind of let us know what's going on. Oh, God, Tommy moaned. I ground the starter a little bit in response to his alarm, looking around wildly for what had caused the distress in his voice. I was still on edge, but when nothing visible showed itself, I relaxed a bit. Just a bit. This was still Tommy we were talking about. What's the matter, Tommy? Travis asked. Even Henry shifted uneasily, could feel the change in atmospheric pressure in the car as we waited for Tommy to elaborate. All of Ryan's fingers are all crunched up and broken looking. Tommy murmured almost silently, a small sob escaping him. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! I said nervously. What's that mean, Mike? Tracy asked me, panic beginning to well in her chest to match mine and Tommy's. Only Travis seemed the least affected, but I noticed his knuckles turning a brighter shade of white as they gripped his shotgun. We're being hunted, I think, I answered. Tracy's tension eased a bit. Well, duh. Zombies have been after us for 3 weeks now. What's so new about that? No, this is different. This isn't just about some zombies stumbling across us and trying to eat us. We're being singled out, purposefully tracked. How? That's not even possible, she yelled back, more in defense of her sanity than in any answer to transgression on my part. Possible? You're pulling the possible card out? I asked. Okay, sorry, but how? She said in a more subdued voice. And I guess why and who? Maybe we taste better, I said. Tracy glared at me. Sorry. I held my hands up to ward off any attempted blows. Poor choice of words. You think? I was scared shitless, but I was trying my best to put on a brave face for Travis, Tommy, and Tracy, and, well, if I'm being honest, even for myself. I'm pretty sure about the who, somewhat sure about the why, and not a fucking clue as to how. I laid out my concerns about Justin and how he could potentially be guiding every nearby zombie to our location. Tracy wasn't buying it. I'm sure the majority of her reasoning had to do with plausible deniability. What mother ever wants to think her child could bring harm unto others? Tracy looked over at me like I had just spit into her Cheerios. It's a theory. I didn't say it was fact. "Come up with something else, college boy," she said, as she crossed her arms over her chest and turned to stare out of the windshield. Lesson learned. Fact number 1, never throw one of your children under the bus in front of your wife. We started slowly back on our silent trek through Vona. We were almost out of the center of town when we came upon the nondescript sheriff's office. I passed by slowly looking for any sign of problems. I was really getting sick of the calm before the storm crap. It was quiet, eerily so. The place wasn't much bigger than your average laundromat and about as appealing, but it would fit all of us easily enough. The 2 windows in the front were barred, thankfully, and the door looked heavily fortified enough. Why? I kept remembering the motto for the Roach Motel. I don't know. My brain put its usual 6 spin on it. Humans go in, but they don't come out. "Man, I just don't like the looks of this," I said out loud to no one in particular. Tracy mirrored my unease. "Then let's just go." "Yeah, but I like the idea of sleeping in the Jeep on the road even less. So it's really the lesser of 2 crappy situations that I'm contemplating. Vona it is, then?" "You sure?" my wife asked, looking around the cabin of the Jeep like all of a sudden it went from matchbox size to palatialness. As if in answer, I yawned. My non-response was the worst decision I had made thus far. I put my hand on the door handle and was prepared to head out when my wife stopped me. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Cooking an omelet," I shot back. One of these days my brain-to-mouth filter will work, but for now I'll have to just go back to what I do best, backpedal. "Oh, hell, I'm sorry, Tracy. I'm just beat. Did that get me off the hook?" I looked over cautiously. When confronted with a wild animal, in this case a female human, it is best to avoid direct eye contact and make no fast, furtive movements. I could tell by the way her hands were folded in her lap that I was in little danger of being struck, but as I slowly raised my gaze, the look of fire in her eyes confirmed my suspicions. I was still in the doghouse. "Talbot, are you going to check to see if the door is open?" The question was reasonable. My reaction was not. All of a sudden, the thought of vacating the relative safety of our rolling arsenal seemed like the worst idea ever presented. Damn her logic. I was going to suggest that I'd pull up to the front door and she could give it a quick yank, but we all know how well that would have gone over. I even began to form the arguments in my head like, "I'll stay behind the wheel and you can hop in so we can get away fast." Or, "Have you ever seen how bad you drive a stick?" Or even better, "You're smaller so they won't want to eat you as bad." Damn it! Sounds great. Can't wait. I forced through a Cheshire cat smile. I pulled onto the gravel parking lot. The crunch of small stones under my tires set a flock of ravens into flight. "Oh, pissa!" my brain slipping back into my comfortable old Boston idioms, otherwise known as cool. That doesn't seem too ominous, I thought sarcastically. "Trav, can you hand me the 357? I asked. He checked to make sure the cylinder was loaded. "You want me to come with you, Dad?" The answer was obviously yes, but I had already had this battle once with Tracy and she was not about to go 0-2. "No," I gulped out. I could feel some of the tension in Tracy drain out, grab the AR and cover my retreat if needed. I didn't want him using the shotgun. The last thing I wanted to do was pull buckshot out of my ass. I looked over to Tommy again, hoping for some divine intervention, but there was nothing. No last-minute stay of execution from the governor. He shrugged in response. I took a deep breath as I stepped out of the Jeep, the cold wind whipping across my face. I sucked in a shock of super frigid breath, my exhalation leaving a long plume. It was 5 purposeful strides to the front door of the sheriff's office. I did it in 15 small cautious ones. Be locked, be locked, be locked. The handle turned quietly. The door silently slid open. The pea soup murkiness inside the jail was broken only by ribbons of light that streamed in through the dusty windows. Dust lazily swirled about in those rays of sun. The smell was intense. I staggered back. Tracy had got into the driver's seat and Travis stepped out to get a clearer shot. I jumped when she yelled, "What is it?" Well, if they didn't know we were here, they did now. I did not turn my head away from the door to respond. "It smells like Henry after a bean burrito." It was kind of funny. I think Tracy actually turned green with the olfactory thought of that. We had only been removed from the stench for less than a day, and this was not something you quickly forgot. Death. Get in. Let's go, she said nervously. I loved the suggestion, but when I wasn't immediately attacked, I let curiosity get the better of me. Plus, being the gun nut that I am, I figured we could get all sorts of new armaments from here. Hey, pull up here and turn the lights on. Are you serious? I think we should just go, she replied. You're probably right, but come over here anyway. Travis walked alongside the Jeep, constantly scanning for problems. Tommy nervously stared through the window, but not the front. He was looking back the way we had come, whether he sensed something coming or wished we were heading back. He didn't say. Tracy pulled up closer, the headlights perfectly straddling the sides of the office door, lighting up the outside wall perfectly and the inside, well, not so much. Could you maybe back up and get one of the headlights to shine into the doorway? I asked, as nicely as possible. You didn't say that's what you wanted, she shot back. If I ever wanted to have relations with my wife again, it was abundantly clear to me that I was going to have to not say what had bubbled to the top of my brain plate. Yep, you're right. I struggled to get out in a civil tone. When did common sense not become a common virtue? I hope to God she never reads these journals. She backed up with a jerk, the Jeep stalling. Okay, this is about the time in any classic horror movie where the monster makes itself known. I jumped a measure or two when she turned the ignition over, the reverberation of the catching engine off the wall drowning out all other sound. This should be it. I tensed, a hand, a mouth, a bite. Something should be happening soon. Oops, Tracy said out the window. That was pretty much the sentiment I had when I thought I had messed my underwear. Again, these aren't proud moments. I'm not some action movie star with stand-in stunt doubles, or a character on an Xbox 360. I don't get multiple retakes or extra lives. This life is a one-shot deal. Something goes wrong and I can't hit reset. Tracy repositioned the Jeep, the one headlight cutting through the dark. The small office was mostly lit up, but I still imagined the worst lurking in the musty corners. To the right was a desk with a small wilted plant on top. Most likely the chair once seated a cheery, older, heavy-set woman. The receptionist would have known everyone and their mother in this one-car town. Beyond her desk was the door to the town sheriff's office. How did I know this? Well, the door said sheriff, making that thought fairly self-explanatory. For the life of me, I could not get the image of Andy from Mayberry out of my head. As long as Barney Fife didn't show up, everything should be fine. A half-empty gun rack stood against the left side. It looked like the sheriff hadn't been caught completely off guard. I imagined him dying in the line of duty to protect those he served. I didn't know him and never would, but he was a hero as far as I was concerned. My attention was brought back to the rear of the office. Back there were the holding cells. I could see the heavy-set metal bars, but nothing more. The light from the Jeep penetrated only that far, as if what lay beyond had decided it did not yet want to yield its hidden prize. Whatever the secret was, it was definitely the source of the stink. What kind of survivalist was I? I didn't even have a flashlight with me. Shouldn't be too big of a problem, though. I walked over to where the gun case was and grabbed one of the two remaining utility belts. The heavy weight of the club-like flashlight felt comforting in my hand. I hoped that the 4D cell batteries that powered the potential bludgeon still held juice like any smart person in my predicament. I made sure the light was pointing right in my eyes when I turned it on. Nothing like a case of temporary blindness to get your adrenaline running. I immediately pulled the light away and swung it from side to side, praying that I was in time to stop whatever was hurtling my way. The smash, as glass struck the floor, brought Travis running through the door. The loss of light, as he stepped in front of the headlight, pitched the room back into darkness. Unless our would-be assailant was a desk lamp or hiding on the ceiling where the flashlight was pointed, we were going to make it through the next couple of minutes. I wonder if John Wayne ever had these moments. You all right, Dad? What's going on? Travis asked, stepping completely into the room as he realized that he was blocking the light source. I was all right. That much was true, but how to answer the second part, that was a little trickier. Did I lie and tell him that I was fending off legions of the living dead? I still carried some semblance of pride in me. I would lose any salvageability of that woeful human trait if I told him that I had inadvertently blinded myself and then damn near shit myself as I knocked over a lamp in my haste to thwart an as yet unseen enemy. Nope, lying seemed the best course of action. Pride would stay intact. Integrity would have to take one for the team. Saw a bat. Travis looked up, completely unconvinced. He looked back over at me.
Damn, he must have got that scrutinous eye from his mother. I pointed the flashlight towards the holding cells, mostly to take the attention off of me. The sight was disturbing, to say the least, but not as bad as it could have been. Locked in the cell furthest from us was a man. He looked on the younger side. The blue tinge of death by frostbite, however, made age recognition a complicated task. He was curled up on the small cot in a fetal position, most likely trying in vain to preserve his body heat with the small airline-style blanket. Poor bastard probably got locked up the day this whole thing went down. Are we going to be able to get him out of there? Travis asked. What's taking so long? Tracy yelled from the Jeep. Just doing some housekeeping. I went back to where I had got the flashlight and grabbed the oversized key ring. I really thought they only use those in movies. I hesitated for a moment as I placed the key into the lock. What if it was a zombie playing possum? Dad? Travis asked. The implied question went unasked. I had done my job well. My paranoia had been genetically passed on, damn it. I wasn't going to go in there and be in the middle of moving him when the damn thing decided to sit up and gnaw on my femur. Go tell Mom to be ready. God forgive me for what I'm about to do. The Catholic in me would have a very difficult time letting go of the guilt I was about to heap on myself, but the survivalist part of me would get over it. Frozen brain matter sprayed against the far wall as I carefully placed a well-aimed shot through the man's head. A soft crackling noise replaced the roar of the weapon in the confined space. It was long moments before I realized it was frozen blood dropping to the floor. Add that onto my list of growing nightmare fodder. I dragged the body across the floor of the office, thankful that frozen congealed blood didn't leave a telltale sign of my sin. I unceremoniously dumped the nearly decapitated body on the far side of the building. Little did I realize then my mistake, but I might as well have been chumming for sharks. I had just laid out the number one food group for our enemy. I left the front door open in the expectation that the majority of stink would be gone by the time we got back. We headed back up the off-ramp, which I have to admit made me somewhat nervous. For so long, the laws of the road had been ingrained in me that to just drive as I pleased hadn't quite settled with me yet. Alex was anxiously standing by the truck when we pulled up. How's it looking, Mike? I wanted to pull out the standard answer of, that town is dead. But the joke was getting tired. Well, crap, Alex. My gut doesn't like it. We didn't see anything. No people, no deaders, and no speeders. The jail only has one way in. On a good note, the windows are barred and the door looks pretty sturdy. I say we go in and park the semi pretty much right up against the front door. That way if some friends come calling for dinner, we can get into the cab. What good is that going to do, Mike? We can't all fit in the cab, Alex said exasperatedly. You must be tired, my friend, I said as I clapped him on the shoulder. He didn't appreciate the gesture. Fine, I said, taking my hand off of him. Sorry, Mike, I'm wiped. Yeah, well, fucking me too. Whoa, that was an overreaction. I yelled so loud in my head I figured he had to have picked it up. No sweat, you just need to get in the cab and then back the truck up to the doors. He nodded in understanding. God, he was a good friend. I hoped I didn't screw it up. My tendency towards hot-headedness had lost me more than one potential ally in this world, and right now I could ill afford that. What about your cars? It'll suck to lose them, but it'd be even worse to die. I said it so casually, Alex actually snorted a small laugh. Okay, the sheriff's office is almost all the way through town on the right-hand side. I'll lead. Alex climbed up into his truck without another word. In just the 10 minutes it took to get Alex and come back, the sunlight had faded to a mere shadow of itself. The door still stood ajar. It waited expectantly for our return, like a hungry grizzly for a salmon. Imagination, while in survival mode, is a curse. Events were already unfolding in a fantastical manner, and to make them even more so really seemed like overkill. Yet my mind plunged on. I was wholly convinced that No-Head Fred had self-resurrected himself and was now waiting patiently for us inside. Maybe I should send Dino in first. That seemed the wisest thing. Kind of like an offering. The whole sacrificial thing and all, nobody was going to miss her. What? Like you weren't thinking that too? Chapter 10, Journal Entry 9. Within 20 minutes, we had all entered the office. A couple of large flashlights set up like candles illuminated most of the office except for the farthest cell, where, of course, my gaze kept wandering to. Jen managed to find some fuel for a small potbelly stove in the far corner.
I had missed it on my first foray, but I wasn't going to hold that against myself. The stink of death had mostly been replaced by the smell of the living on a bad day, which was most days lately. We can certainly rival our stiffer relatives in the odoriferous department. I had on more than one occasion received a dirty look from a fellow survivor as Henry let loose with some flatulence. Another 10 minutes later, we had done what humans always tend to do. We had marked out our territory. The Talbots were taking up residency in the first cell furthest away from Fred's previous abode. We were on the complete opposite side of the stove, but because of that, we were also furthest away from the door and the windows. I just couldn't shake the feeling of something wicked this way comes. Even with the bars and the storm shutters closed, the windows were still the most vulnerable part of this building. It would take a while for the heat of the stove to travel this far, if at all. But with all the bodies stuffed in this small office, that shouldn't present a problem. As the heat in the building increased, conversation conversely decreased. Exhausted refugees began to drift off to hopefully better places, even though it would be tough to come up with a nightmare worse than the one we were already living.
"Merry Christmas," I said to everyone.
I got a few mumbled Merry Christmases in return, but for the most part, the sentiment went largely unnoticed. I was asleep in minutes, even with the hushed conversations, coughing, and the flashlights burning bright. This was a feat for me. I used to be kind of a prima donna when it came to sleeping. I needed a white noise sound machine playing summer crickets before I could even begin to think of sleeping. And even then, if a mouse farted too loudly, I would wake up.
"Talbot!"
I sat straight up. "What?" I asked. No one. It was impossible to tell how long I had been asleep, but it was still nighttime. Everyone was asleep except for one guard placed at the windows, Igor, and he wasn't even looking at me. Who the hell said my name? I thought sleepily to myself. I was more than half convinced that someone had said it in their sleep, probably shouting my name while they were wringing my neck for some past transgression.
I was on a lot of people's shit list. Hell, it could have been Tracy. No, that didn't feel right.
The tone of the disembodied voice felt male. "Screw it, BT can yell at me tomorrow." I scooted back down onto my chair cushion pillow. "Talbot," it came more forcefully. I sat bolt upright. Still, the guard didn't turn my way. There was no way he hadn't heard that. Come to think of it, that shout should have awoken half of the people here. WTF. I actually thought the letters WTF instead of what the F. Well, you get the picture? Damn text age. Great. I was hearing voices in my head, and it wasn't Tommy. I looked over to the big kid. He had a worried expression on his face, but he was most assuredly asleep. "Talbot," it screamed. I jumped up. "Damn it, what?" Now Igor turned. Luckily, I wasn't loud enough to wake anyone. "Nothing. Nothing," I said to Igor. Apparently, I seemed convincing enough, or he just didn't care. He mumbled something in Russian and turned back to the window. I said, "What again?" but at a barely audible range. It was still louder than it had to be. The voice was in my head. That CAT scan seemed like a better idea with every waking moment. "I'm coming," the voice said again, and like a TV set being turned off, the signal was gone. Cold dread swept over me. I had recognized the voice. Could it be possible? How? My first instinct was to go over to the windows and see if anything was going on. I was almost out the cell door when Henry looked up at me with imploring eyes. "I knew that, look. He had to go. Come on, boy." His stumpy tail wagged in enthusiasm. It was no easy journey getting across the room, navigating through the strewn bodies, especially with Henry in tow. "Where are you going?" Igor asked as I approached the door. "The dog's got to go. I've realized that. I've been smelling him all night." "Sorry," I said, bowing my head. Exposing someone unwillingly to Henry's toxic fumes will not generally win you any friends. I began to turn the handle. "I wouldn't do that." His tone was casual. His stance was not. I was completely convinced that he would use that gun he was holding if I turned the knob any further. "This is not Vendy's. We are not open late." He was so amused with himself he couldn't help but flash his gap-toothed smile. I had no clue what he was talking about. I figured he must still be taking pulls off his stock of booze. "Igor, if you think Henry's farts can peel paint, wait until he drops a steaming hot mess for you. When everyone wakes up because of the stench, I'll tell them it's because you wouldn't let him out." The idle threat did little to yield his previous stance. Then the lights in the dimmed Talbot belfry began to illuminate. I understood the Wendy's reference now. "Oh shit, how many?" I asked, "and when?" "Da, so now you know." He smiled again. Although WTF was so funny, I don't know this time I actually thought the words out. Only a couple, and it looks like the sheriff and his deputy have come back to Vork. Been here for about 15 minutes. You haven't told anybody? I asked incredulously. Why good would it do? They are out there. Why are in here? I wanted to yell at him, but he was right. We were human and we needed rest, but this place could easily become a lobster trap. Options became extremely limited when you only had one way of egress. V can take care of them in the morning. Then everyone is awake, again with the sound logic. When did he become Socrates? Has either one of them said anything? I asked. Igor looked at me like I had found and drank his private stash. I'll take that as a no, Henry whined. You had better take him into the bathroom. I began to walk Henry over to the facilities. Igor, you'll let me know if more of them come. It wasn't so much a question as a statement. Da-da, he said absently as he waved his hand at me dismissively and turned back towards the window. When I got back from taking care of Henry's needs, I noticed that Justin was awake. You should get some sleep, bud. Tomorrow's going to be another long day, I said. I meant it in terms of driving, but my thoughts kept drifting back to our guests outside. I don't think any of us were quite ready for another battle for survival. I slept all day. I'll go to sleep if I need to, Justin answered on the snappish side. Normally this kind of insolence, especially from my kids, would send me through the roof. But he looked like crap and I felt like crap, so we basically canceled each other out. We should kill him. He's always telling us what to do. He is, isn't he? I could teach him a thing or two. That's it, one quick shot to the heart, and all your troubles would be over. Wait, wouldn't it be all of our troubles? Kill him! Who are you? I can't kill him. He's my father. Justin shivered involuntarily. Henry fell back asleep in seconds flat. Not so tough when you have as much practice as he does. I unfortunately wasn't so lucky. I was having a difficult time getting any sort of comfortable when I rolled over for the third effing time. I saw Justin looking at me. The gaze was not a comforting one. I got the distinct impression he wanted to do me bodily harm. When he realized I was looking at him, the hostility fell off his features. For a second, he looked confused, and then he rolled over as if he was embarrassed because he got caught doing something he shouldn't have. The next morning couldn't come quick enough. This night would have a hard time getting any stranger. With the sunlight came the thumping. My dream of hooking up with Wonder Woman was getting frustrating. Every time we moved, the headboard slammed up against the wall. The noise was so loud it eventually woke me up. Not only did I realize I wasn't banging Wonder Woman, I also had the uncomfortable task of readjusting my manhood, so to speak. Then to top off this glorious day, I realized the banging wasn't so much due to some heavy, amorous lovemaking, but rather some unwanted breakfast guests. And they weren't delivering, they were picking up. I sat up quickly. Igor was still at his post, but he was fast asleep. A couple of other folks started to stir, but nobody yet realized the danger we were in. I got up quickly, not thrilled with the fact that my still erect penis scraping against my zipper had caused a most unpleasant sensation. I bent over at the waist to give more room for adjustment and to attempt to minimize the imminent, immense pain that was coming. Fuck the zombies. This was going to take priority. After several deep breaths and a conscious effort not to puke, I realized the worst of my endeavor had passed. If this was the worst that the day had to offer, it might not be so bad. Later edit? Yeah, that wasn't the case. The day started off bad and got progressively worse. I began my unfolding at the waist when I was rudely interrupted by another thump at the door. Shards of brilliant sunlight shot in along the edges as the door rattled on its frame. But it didn't seem like it was going to give any time soon. I crossed over to the windows, receiving loud protests as I pulled back the storm shutters. Sunlight flooded into all the dark crevices within our makeshift motel room. The remonstrations were nothing compared with the shattering of glass as a hand shot through the barred glass and sought purchase on my t-shirt. I jumped back with an agility I hadn't attained since my high school football days. I felt a fingernail pull against my skin. I only hoped it wasn't deep enough to mar the flesh. The scar I could live with. The effects of the infection were quite another. Igor awoke in a flash. The air-rending explosion of his rifle had everyone on their feet. The zombie that had made its presence known howled in frustration as I danced out of its grasp. The rifle shot to its shoulder seemed to do little to distract it from its primary target. I watched as fresh blood poured from its wound. I wasn't sure what had me more intrigued. The fact that the blood wasn't some congealed blood-red bacon fat-looking substance, or the constant mewling of the zombie as it keened in disappointment. Without meaning to, I found myself continually backing away as the zombie tried its best to fit itself through the 6-inch space between the bars to get at me. Igor was saying something loudly in Russian. From his tone and volume, I assumed it was swearing. But who can tell a love song spoken in Russian sounds like taunts at a bar fight, as he tried to unpry a jammed bullet in his HK-47. Russian piece of shit weapon. No, I'm not kidding. That went through my head as I kept backing up while looking at the zombie and also checking my stomach for any telltale signs of red welt-ish weeping wounds. The zombie was shoulder deep through the bars and trying in vain to fit its oversized melon through when Jen came up and finished off what Igor had started. "Thank you," I stammered out, as I sent a silent prayer to the patron saint of intact flesh. I pulled my shirt up, thankful to realize that whatever saint I had prayed to had come through. Jen looked shaken a bit, but, pardon the pun, not stirred. She had a determination to her now, something she had not possessed at the armory. She wasn't there yet, but she was looking more and more like someone I would want on my team should the need arise. "What was it doing?" she asked, a worried look across her face. I couldn't blame her. Killing a speeder seemed more like taking down one of our own. Was I imagining it, or was that thing showing anger? Anger, frustration, hunger? Hell, I don't know. "Welcome to Zombies version 2.0, the new and improved model," I answered sarcastically. "Better to kill you," Justin said as he came up to witness the butchery. I couldn't help but focus on the word "you" and how Justin made sure he was making eye contact with me when he said it. My concentration was broken, however, as the sheriff and his deputy finally made their way over to the window. The slower, older zombie version 1.0s were savagely cut down as Igor finally righted his rifle and made short work of them. I guess we were actually the rude guests. After all, this was their place of work. We came in uninvited, locked them out, and then killed them when they tried to gain entry. Oh well, manners were low on my list of priorities. "Igor, do you see any more of them?" I asked tentatively. I wanted out. The more I looked at this situation, the stronger I felt the urge to leave. The constricted confines of the jail pressed in from all sides. I fucking started to swoon as I felt my equilibrium spin on its axis. And as suddenly as the static in my mind attacked, it abated and the room returned to its original dimensions. It had happened so suddenly no one even noticed my distress, except for one. Justin was looking directly at me, a small sneer spread across his thin lips. "Fuck! What is going on?" I never took my eyes off him as Igor finally answered my question. 5 or 6, maybe more. Can't see past the truck and the windows are only in the front." I understood the implied meaning, and obviously my overactive, scary movie-fed imagination pictured 1,000 or more zombies to the rear of the building just waiting patiently for the front door to open so that they could make a human meat and cheese McMuffin for breakfast. That actually sounded good. My stomach grumbled. Mind you, not the human meat part, the McMuffin part. Remember where I said the zombie hadn't broken skin when he scratched me? April ran into the center of the room, her finger wildly gesturing back to where she had come from, her fragmented thoughts trying desperately for cohesion as her mouth soundlessly opened and closed. "Spit it out," Mrs. Dino said. "You look like a fish out of water with your mouth flapping like that. It's not an attractive appearance on you." Well, it was good to see that Mrs. Dino hadn't placed that thought filter on her mouth yet. "I didn't like Dino, but I was in agreement with her on this one." A noise, April stated. And then as her brain caught up, she elaborated. "I heard some scraping on the wall by where I was sleeping." "It was probably just a mouse," Mrs. Deno said caustically. I was tempted to agree with her again. In fact, I wanted to, as opposed to accepting the alternative. The noise that we were now all hearing was suspiciously close to where I had deposited our dead jailbird. "Stupid!" I whispered, as I inwardly slapped my hand up against my forehead. "Might as well have hung up a Denny's sign. Come get your country folk buffet. I was frozen in indecision. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. We couldn't stay here. That much was certain, but going outside meant uncertainty. BT came to my rescue. Not purposefully, but still, I'll take it. Talbot?" His voice boomed in the restricted room. Let's get our gear and get the hell out of here. My engine was racing. Finally, with the nudge from BT, my transmission kicked into gear. Indecision was now in my rearview mirror and fading fast. All right, Alex, you get ready. I'm going to get a 5-man fire team ready. We're going to blow a hole into any opposition, and then you go right up into the cab. Don't go until I tell you, though. If something happens to you, I'll have to drive that effing truck, and we all know how well that will go over. Yeah, I have a weak stomach, BT said, smiling. BT, I can't imagine anything weak on you, I said, looking up at the big man. Why tempt fate, Talbot, he said, as he clapped my shoulder. I nearly fell over from the force. I don't know if he does it purposefully or he just doesn't know his own strength. Okay, I'm not that naive. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Fine. As long as he was tentatively on my side, then I could deal with it. Igor and I stood shoulder to shoulder by the doorway. BT and Brendan stood immediately behind us, and Travis took up the rear with the shotgun. It would have been wisest to put the scattergun up front, but I'd be damned if I was going to go into battle behind one of my own. Jen was at the door ready to pull it open at my command, at which point Igor and I would go out with guns blazing a la Paul Newman and Robert Redford in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. As we exited the building and became able to fan out more, BT and Brendan would join in the fray. By that time, my hope was that the battle would be over and Travis and Alex could saunter out. Jen nodded once to me. You ready? She asked. No, I thought. Then took a deep breath and nodded my head in return. The door flew open and she jumped back. Immediately I realized my mistake. I had fucked up. The morning sun blazed into my eyes. I couldn't see shit. I was more likely to shoot Igor than a zombie. Igor's rifle fired in rapid succession. I couldn't tell if he was suffering the same affliction as me and was being proactive by sending a hail of bullets downrange, or we were truly under attack. Something batted my rifle. I involuntarily pulled the trigger. The sound of shattering bone cracked over the din. I pressed outward. My only hope at this point was help from the rear. Whatever or whoever had been in front of me was now a few ounces heavier with lead poisoning. To my right, Igor's gun silenced as I sensed him go down. Oh, this isn't good. A rifle shot above my ear told me that BT had joined the skirmish. Can you see anything, BT? I screamed over the blasts. I can see enough, he yelled. Get your white ass back into the jail. He didn't wait for a response, as he literally lifted me up by my collar. My feet weren't even touching the ground as he pulled me back in. Jen and Brendan slammed the door shut, Travis placing the crossbar into place as the door was assaulted from the outside. I heard kids screaming and some sobbing, but could still see nothing. I was snowblind. Fuck, man! Fuck! BT shouted. There were dozens of them. As soon as the door opened, they came. They were waiting Talbot. Waiting. Fuck.
What about Igor? I asked. The silence in the room answered volumes. The short, intense battle had cost us dearly, and with nothing gained, the loss was felt throughout the room. April openly wept. The kids mostly hid under blankets, but these monsters were real. Blankets weren't going to save them. My sight was coming back, but I didn't like what I was seeing. The zombies knew we had only one way out and had lain in wait. It was a textbook ambush. If they had waited a few seconds more until we were all outside, they could have completely taken us. As my sight finally adjusted to the abysmal interior, they settled on Justin. He seemed the most nonplussed of us all. What do you know? I screamed at him. Tracy ran up to shield Justin from me. What are you doing, Mike? She yelled back. He knows something, I shouted, and I want to know what it is. The rest of the occupants looked at me like I had finally lost my marbles. I attempted to push past Tracy to get to Justin. BT was having none of it. Have you lost your damn mind? BT asked as he grabbed my arm. I would have shrugged him off, but I would have had an easier time taking a tire lug nut off with my fingers. You get the point, right? Fuck! I shouted as I turned away. BT let go as he realized that my offensive had petered out. You done lost your mind, Talbot. The fight's outside, BT reiterated. As if in response to BT's words, it became obvious that the zombies were realizing their opportunity at an ambush had come to an end. They were now launching an all-out offensive on the small sheriff's office. Shards of glass splashed inside as cut and bleeding arms shot through broken windows, attempting to ensnare anything that might venture close enough to them.
No matter how close or far we were to the windows, we all backed up a step. It was clear the zombies couldn't get in. It was also clear we couldn't get out. But just because they couldn't get in didn't mean we could stay. We had left the majority of our supplies, including food, in the trucks, and they were outside. The thought had been that if we had to evacuate in a hurry, we wouldn't be hampered with the added weight. Add in the fact that we now had central air conditioning installed via the broken windows. We had a multitude of ways in which we could face our demise, none of which seemed that appealing. Let's see, we could start with starvation, but that could take up to 10 days. There was always exposure. That would be quicker, probably take in the neighborhood of 3 days, or the least savory of the trio. Death by consumption, and not the kind that killed good old Doc Holliday. I went back to my cell. Calling it that seemed more apt at the moment. Paul came over to see how I was doing. "You all right, bud? You seem to have flipped there for a minute," he said. If I had installed laser beams in my eyes, he would have been severed in two. The damn zombies had upgraded. Why couldn't I? "You know, we're screwed, right?" I asked him. He nodded in agreement. "Mike, I never thought it would end like this," Paul said solemnly. I let my sarcastic side out, like, "What, Paul, in a jail cell, in a fly speck of a town surrounded by zombies?" His head bowed even lower. Now I felt like a shit. "I'm sorry, man. It just came out." He looked up at me. "Dude, no, you're right. Even with all that's been going on, I still haven't completely wrapped my head around the idea that what is happening is real. Do you know what I mean?" I nodded because I did know what he meant. In horror book after horror book, they talk about how it just seemed like a nightmare, and eventually you will wake up and that werewolf chewing your leg off isn't real. The boogeyman that comes out of your closet in the middle of the night to steal your soul is merely fiction. We're just innately not built with the capacity to wrap our heads around things with this much magnitude. We push it aside or underneath, or we choose to completely ignore rather than accept what is directly in our face. I knew this guy in high school, Jeff. He was a senior when I was a junior. He was going out with this girl, Hillary, who was arguably the hottest chick in the school, but that's neither here nor there. They were the epitome of the traditional high school sweethearts. They had known each other in grade school, and as they matured, their relationship developed. They dated the entire 4 years of their high school experience. Upon graduating, they went off to the same college so they could stay together, and during their sophomore year at college, they decided to tie the knot. They wanted it to be a large, elaborate, traditional wedding. They came back home during the Thanksgiving break to tell everyone of their momentous decision, although it would have been to no one's amazement. But this isn't Oz. Some douchebag decided to wash his car during a cold spell in the Northeast. The runoff from rinsing his car froze out on the street that night. Jeff lost control of his car and hit a UPS truck head-on. When they finally extracted his 302 horsepower engine from Hillary's lap, her inner light had long expired. For the 2 weeks Jeff spent in the hospital, he had to be constantly sedated because he would wander from room to room looking for her. I even heard that years later he would periodically call Hillary's parents and ask if she was home. How would any of us react to that set of circumstances? The zombies were like that for us. It was a difficult concept to accept as reality. I even found myself sometimes wondering when I could go home and play with the Wii again, or mow the lawn, or just sit and watch a baseball game. But that was all over, whether I wanted to believe it or not. Our new reality involved monsters of mythical proportions. Every day was a struggle to survive. That was truth. Living was now a burden to be hefted onto one's shoulders until the accumulated weight of despair broke our backs. Paul leaned in for a man hug. As I did my best to console him, my gaze was driven skyward because of his head. "Holy shit!" I exclaimed as I nearly kneed Paul in the nose as I jumped up. I ran up to the cell bars, trying my best to suppress my enthusiasm until I could make sure that the idea forming in my head could hold any water whatsoever. "What is it, Mike?" Paul asked, doing his best to wipe away the tears that had built up under his eyes before I could notice. "Man code alert. Dudes don't cry in front of other dudes. They just merely sit on their keys, bringing a tear to one's eye." Alex and BT had come over to watch and to try to figure out why I was so interested in the bars. "What's up, Talbot? You already going stir crazy?" BT asked. He laughed as he said it, probably thinking it was exactly what was happening. Alex, however, was taking more notice of what I was doing. "Hex heads, Mike," I nodded. "All the way around, Alex," I answered enthusiastically. Who's a hexhead? BT said angrily, thinking that he might be the butt of a joke he didn't understand. Personally, that was like poking a bear holding a beehive. Why would you even want to go there? No, BT, Alex said, diffusing BT's ire. The bars are mounted into the ceiling and walls with hex head screws. Who gives a shit? BT asked. Hex heads, screws, nails, magnets, fucking bubble gum. What's the difference? This means we can take them down, I answered with excitement in my voice. More people were taking notice, but I think only to witness the completion of my mental breakdown. We're going to need tools, Alex. I'll look, Mike, but I'm still not sure what taking those down is going to accomplish, Alex said. Alex, how far away do you think the cab to the truck is? Maybe 5, 6 feet, 7 at the most? Why? How long across do you think these bars are? I asked him. 8? Oh, I see where you're going, Alex answered, happiness and hope spreading across his face. What? BT asked. I don't get it. Don't worry, big man. You're going to play an integral part in all this. That is, if we can find some tools, I told him. BT didn't ask any more questions, but he did have a concerned look. Alex came back a few minutes later. Man, all I could find was a pair of channel locks under the sink. Shit, not exactly what I was looking for, but it'll have to do. You sure there wasn't a ratchet set there too? I asked, only half kidding. Yeah, Mike, I'm holding out on you. See, you'll get this sarcasm thing down eventually. Let's hope. That dampened the mood a bit, but it didn't extinguish the flame completely. It was slow, finger-cramping work, but an hour and a half later we had removed 2 cell bar assemblies. Of course, it was the very last screw that threatened to sideline the whole plan. Repeated attempts at trying to remove the stubborn nut had turned the hex head into a near-cylindrical fastener. Only BT's unbelievably strong vice-like grip was able to find purchase on the head. He didn't actually unscrew the nut. He sheared it off. Didn't matter to me how it came off as long as it did. Chapter 11, Journal Entry 10. All right, I'm going to need some help standing these things up, I told everybody. BT grabbed one set by himself. Travis, Brendan, and Alex grabbed the other. BT, you want some help with that one? I need it over here. I want to lean the 2 sections together so they form an ABT. Strained the cords in his neck stuck out like thick ropes as he manhandled the 500-pound bars into place. Holy shit, BT, what do you bench? Sheavies? The floor shook as he dropped the bars into place. I grabbed 2 sets of handcuffs and pulled a desk over to the bars so that I could reach the top. I fastened the bars together with the cuffs about a foot in on each side. On the bottom of the bars, I had attached the 2 utility belts so that the bottom didn't flare out like a cheerleader doing the splits. It was Alex that came up with the idea to duct tape the police batons to the bottom. In theory, this would keep the assembly from collapsing under the impending assault. What are you planning on doing with this thing, Talbot? BT asked. He knew the answer. I just think he wanted it spoken out loud. Have you ever been to the aquarium? I asked him. Do I look like I've been to the aquarium? I didn't know how to answer the question. I wasn't sure what the right answer was, and I had seen his kung fu grip in action and didn't want any of it near my neck. I did what any good self-preservationist would do. I ignored it. Okay, at some of the bigger aquariums, they have underwater walkways so that people can view the fish and sharks in their own habitat. So basically, we're making a zombie walkway. Is there a gift shop? Brendan asked, after a few seconds of some good-humored laughter from the group. I resumed. That was a good one, Brendan, I said, wiping a tear away from my eye. Man code note. It is acceptable to shed a tear in front of others if it is due to excessive laughter or if one sporting team wins a major event, i.e. the Red Sox in the 2004 World Series. Dad, Travis said, pointing to the windows. Do you think they know what's going on? The zombies were not completely standing idle. Their arms still futilely waved about, trying to grasp anything that might be foolish enough to wander close. And there was still that soft, high-pitched mewling that would probably make me insane long before I ever froze to death. But the arms weren't waving around quite as frantically, and the mewling had softened noticeably, and the look in some of their eyes was almost questioning, like they were trying to puzzle out this new factor. Let's thin this herd a little bit. Give them something else to think about, I answered. If this failed, there was no contingency plan. We don't have a shitload of ammo in here, Mike, Brendan said. Needlessly, I might add. I had struggled with this decision last night with how much ammo to bring in, and I had come up wanting. I don't want a sustained firefight. I just want them to remember that we're still in charge and watch out for the bars. I don't want any ricochets, I furthered. Travis, BT, and Brendan lined up for the firing squad. Everyone else had pretty much gone as far back to the rear as was physically possible. Hey, Trav, you should probably get back there too. That buckshot will bounce right off the bars. That, in part, was why I wanted him off the line. The other more significant issue was he looked entirely too eager to be a part of the killing. I was afraid for him. The look of bloodlust can overwhelm even the strongest of men, and my son had just barely joined the rank of manhood. I had seen it enough in Iraq. Once the sickness got in you, it was damn near impossible to eradicate it. Squads would go into remote villages in the mountains and just slaughter everything. Men, women, children, goats, it made no difference. If it spilled blood and could die, it was fair game. The higher echelons almost always covered these transgressions, usually with a rocket attack to wipe out any evidence. No sweat, Dad. I switched over to slugs. Travis answered with a smile. Fuck, I muttered. What good was surviving if we had to drag our souls through the mud? I might not be a holy man, but I was still afraid of what God would think when I showed up at the pearly gates dragging the dilapidated leftovers of my shredded soul. So, Michael Talbot, what have you done in your life that warrants your entrance into this, the most holy of sanctuaries? God, St. Peter or Buddha might ask. I survived, would be my meek reply. Might as well have said blue. No, no yellow. Right before I was launched into the abyss. You would have to be a fan of Monty Python and the Search for the Holy Grail to catch the reference. If you have by some chance gone this far in your life and have not witnessed one of the greatest comedies created, then odds are you're not going to find a DVD player that works now. Sorry. My meager portion of breakfast was not sitting well, and I did not want to sour it any further. I went back to the cell where Nicole and Tracy were sitting. Justin was facing away from the windows, presumably sleeping, but I don't know how with all the noise we had been making. Tommy was sitting in the corner, holding an unopened bag of Pop-Tarts. That more than the expression of woe on his face told me that he was extremely upset. I was about to ask him what was the matter when the first volley of shots exploded within the confined area. I covered my ears, as did most everyone else. Within a minute, the shooting had stopped. It would be another 15 before the choking smoke cleared. I walked over to Tommy and put my hand on his shoulder. You all right, Tommy? Tommy looked up. He's close, Mr. T, he stammered out. Is Ryan back? I asked. That would be the best thing I had heard today. No, it's someone else, he answered somberly. My ass clamped tight. I don't know why, it was an involuntary reaction to Tommy's words. Apparently my body thought it was the right thing to do, who's to say? I turned back to face the windows, and it was a sight to behold. Not a zombie in view, with renewed hope and an unclenching sphincter, I asked. Did you get 'em all? No, Mike. They left, Brendan answered. Son of a bitch. That's something new. They usually hang around for their punishment. We had all witnessed hundreds of zombies walking into sheets of lead without so much as a pause as their comrades in mouths fell. That these zombies were smart enough to realize the pointlessness of staying at the windows was foreboding. We killed a good 10 or 15 of them, Dad, Travis said, beaming. E.T. cautiously walked up to the window to better survey the damage done and to try and assess our odds of success. What's going on, BT? Can you see anything? Alex asked. Yeah, damnedest thing. They pulled back about 100 feet or so, and they are just standing there looking at me. How many? I asked. Please say 2, maybe 3. Please? 2, maybe 300? Well, that's what you get for wishing. How many times my mother told me to be more specific when I asked for something? I thought to myself in disgust. They're just kind of standing out there in a loose semicircle. Guys, I wouldn't want to bet my life on it, but they look like they're waiting for something. Or somebody, I finished. Mike, what if the zombies at the window were just a distraction? Alex asked me, a new thought furrowing his brow. It took me a quick second to get over the initial shock of how many zombies we were actually contending with. How so, Alex? I mean, we knew they couldn't get to us, and I think they knew they couldn't get to us, but they sure did keep us away from the windows, Alex stated. That sure would keep us in the dark to how many of them were out there. Or they were just stalling us, I said. These new developments were coming faster than I could recognize them. What's going on, Mike? You seem to know more than you're letting on, Alex asked. Not really, Alex. It's just a feeling I'm getting. I don't have any knowledge, but all the same. I think the quicker we get out of here, the better off we're going to be. Alex kept looking at my face hard, trying to glean some inkling to what I was feeling. There was nothing there to give him. "Brendan, can you hit the zombies from here?" "Shit, yeah, Mike, it's 100 feet. I used to shoot gophers at 100 yards back in Missouri. Take a shot every few seconds so that they don't get any crazy ideas about coming back. Apparently the thought of dying again doesn't sit well with them." "Jen, you ready for round 2 with the door?" She stomped out her cigarette and nodded grimly. "BT, how much help will you need pushing our causeway through the door?" I asked. "Seriously, Talbot?" BT answered, looking at me like I had asked him if he could cut up his steak by himself. "Fine, BT, but we're not going to have a lot of time for you to build up a head of steam and get that thing going. The fucker's got to weigh half a ton. You worry about protecting my ass? I'll get this to the truck, Alex. I want you to put on as many clothes as you can and still be able to move, including gloves. Why don't I just make a run for it? They're 100 feet away. I only have to go 6. I'm not Speedy Gonzales, but shit. A tortoise would like those odds. I've got a feeling, Alex, that as soon as we open that door, they've got a surprise waiting for us." "Yeah, this plan just gets better and better," Alex answered grimly as he grabbed a pair of sweatpants that he had been using as a pillow. "See, hang around with me for a few more weeks and you'll be able to pass as a New Englander, no problem," Alex grumbled something in Spanish. It had to be swear words and a colorful variety, too, because his wife was trying to shield her kids' ears. Alex looked like a sumo by the time he was finished. I thought it might be better to roll him to his destination. The killjoy didn't see the humor in my revelation, and he let me know in no uncertain terms. We positioned the bars by the door. BT rolled his neck in a large circle in preparation. Jen had her hand on the handle. Alex was dripping sweat as he waited tensely for the shortest sprint in human history. Brendan kept the zombie crowd at bay. Travis and I positioned ourselves on either side of the door to lay covering fire when and if needed. The plan was ready, and it looked pretty damn good on paper. If I do say so myself, too bad the paper wasn't of the toilet variety, because the plan went to shit in a hurry. "Ready?" Jen asked everyone. "No," I thought, but I nodded. The door swung open and hell came through. Actually, all hell broke loose, but poetically, the last sentence sounds way better. I might be fighting for my life, but it doesn't mean I can't go for the dramatic overtones. My hunch proved to be true, much to my chagrin. Why do my hunches always involve the negative? Couldn't I have ever had a hunch about the winning lottery numbers? I could have been waiting out the apocalypse in my gun-turreted castle somewhere in the mountains of Vale. As soon as Jen stepped clear of the door, the first of the zombies tried to gain entry. I can only figure that they were hiding against the exterior wall just in the event that we would open the door. There could be no other explanation. Travis's shotgun roared. I immediately found myself covered in a visceral mixture of bone and brain. The salty metal taste of blood drained down my throat. I would have puked if I had had enough time to really comprehend what was happening. The zombies Brendan was holding at bay broke for the opening in our defenses as soon as the first of their brethren hit the ground. The bars started their slow, arduous journey forward. A couple of things stuck out immediately. The first was the disgusting taste of raw innards as they made their way down my gullet. The second was that the bars weren't moving nearly fast enough to beat our adoring fans to the truck. The third, and possibly the most important, was the quarter-inch-high threshold that was about to become a major roadblock. BT had managed to get the bars to within a foot of the doors, and he was gaining momentum. Through it all, Travis' gun roared as he kept our attackers at bay. As soon as BT hit that threshold, those bars would stop, and then we'd be sunk. The door to the building wouldn't be able to close, and we would have actually built an awning for our guests to arrive through before they dined. All we needed was a red carpet. We were all about ambiance at Club Chez, home of the delectable jellied brain. "Pull it back," I screamed. "I can do it, Talbot," BT grunted. "Dad, I'm out," Travis yelled. "Look out!" I had turned to yell at BT, but when I looked back over towards Travis, the terror in his eyes told me all that I needed to know. My time on Earth was measured in seconds. Jen's pistol destroyed what little hearing remained in my right ear. If she had fired her shot any closer, she could have made a lead earring for me. The world around me was reduced to the bitter smell of smoke and the incessant ringing in my ears. Travis seemed to be yelling something. I couldn't hear it. BT had completely ignored my plea. Jen, I think, was still shooting her pistol, but by now all I could hear was a distant crack, like maybe somebody was slapping a baby's ass 2 rooms away. I had a second or two to decide what to do, although there was no real choice. So it was basically like when my wife would ask me to do something, she would ask because it was the civilized thing to do, but I didn't really have the choice of not doing it. Before BT completely sealed off the door, I stepped outside and through the outer edge of our makeshift A-frame. BT looked at me like I had gone insane, but to give credit to him, he didn't stop pushing. The leading edge was at the most 3 inches from the threshold by the time I got a good handhold on the bars. It was at this point I was probably the most thankful that I suffered from the affliction known as survivalism, because I was almost completely sure that the world was going to end badly, one way or the other. I had stayed in relatively decent shape over the years. I had done miles and miles of cardio and tons of weightlifting. Obviously, I'm talking cumulatively. I wouldn't be able to beat BT in an arm wrestling competition even if I used both arms and a leg. But there was an underlying strength there that might not be obvious on first notice. I bent slightly at the knees and thrust up like I was Superman trying to leap a tall building. The resulting effect wasn't nearly as cool as seeing the Man of Steel jump. Something felt like it splintered in my back. Red pain flared out, wrapping around the base of my skull. The pain was all-consuming. All my other senses were lost. The world turned scarlet as I fought against the laws of gravity. My heart pumped in overdrive. Adrenaline flooded every fiber of my being. The curtain of ruby parted slightly as I strained upward. The bars moved a fraction of an inch, or my ankles collapsed. Either way, something was giving. The bars had cleared the threshold. I might never walk erect again, but perpetually going through life dragging my knuckles like our predecessors. If you believe in that kind of thing seemed a small price to pay, my celebration was short-lived. BT had the bars moving at a good clip, but he was still a good 2 feet away from the truck when the first of our party crashers made their presence known. Through all the gun smoke, I could tell that BT wasn't alone in his efforts to move the behemoth, but it wasn't going to be enough. The zombies were going to come through the opening, and the first thing they were going to encounter was me. Well, no one said you had to stand up straight to fire a gun. There was a moment's hesitation from the lead zombies as they banged up against the bars in frustration. But these weren't your daddy's zombies. These had the ability to learn and adapt. Through the opening they flooded. I was alone and trapped in a tunnel with the enemy. My AR was firing almost on its own. Zombies fell. Bone was devastated. Blood spilled. Innards became disemboweled. Sure, my sight was still recovering from the blistering pain, and my hearing was nearly non-existent, but smell, lovely smell, was 100% intact. What a cruel, cruel world we lived in now. The smell more than anything nearly sapped my will to live. I dropped to one knee as the olfactory invasion hit me with its full force. Intestines slithered toward me with a mind of their own as the red ribbon spilled forth their contents. I wrenched the sight of a small child's fingers. One still wearing what looked like a Barbie ring came to a rest mere inches from where my face would hit the ground when I passed out. I felt the low thrum of vibration as the bars completed their journey, smacking into the side of the truck. Before I had the opportunity to fall forward, someone grabbed me from behind and dragged me back through into the office. The smell of shit that was probably forever burned into my nose decreased, but conversely, whatever had popped in my back and ankle renewed their fervor of agony. Scarlet once again threatened to overwhelm my senses, and all I could think about was that I now had an excuse to not go dancing when my wife asked me to. Go back to the part about asking. I was dragged unceremoniously a few feet further into the office. It was no big deal. The pain at this point couldn't get any worse. It was many long minutes that I took to recover from the worst of it. It receded slowly, like high tide. It kept coming in to shore, but each progressive wave just a wee bit shorter than the previous 5-6 days. "Max, I might feel decent again." "Mike! Mike!" someone said urgently as they shook my shoulder. High tide surged in with the force of a full moon. "Fuck! Stop!" I said weakly, holding up my hand. "Sorry, Mike," Alex said. I wanted to say it was nothing, but the energy exerted to tell the lie didn't seem worth the effort. "Mike, what do we do once I get to the truck and pull away?" I wanted to tell him to go to a pharmacy first and get me some Percocet. Then find a little Asian masseuse, I wouldn't even care if she was cute or not, to do some deep tissue massage on every part of my aching body. But again, that would call for a lot of effort on my flagging reserves, and with no real promise of a payout on my requests. "What was the point, Mike?" He nearly shook me again, but I think the look of wretchedness in my eyes kept him at bay. As soon as I pull away, you'll have an opening back into the office. The best laid plans, I said. I had never thought that far. I figured that once we had access to the truck, everything else would fall into place. Yeah, not so much. Once the truck was gone, we would effectively open up our restaurant for business. Rainer Kings, McFleshalls, take your pick. The devil is in the details. A few might follow the truck, but once the rest see that hole, they'll come flooding in here. Alex reiterated. BT thumped down next to me. Even in my distress, I could tell he was exhausted. Sweat droplets, the size of nickels, dotted his forehead. His shirt was soaked. He hung his head down, taking deep breaths. "You did all right, Talbot," he said with his chin touching his chest. "You too, BT," I said between clenched teeth. "You look like you broke your nuts." "I might have, BT," came my glum reply. "But I'm married, so I don't really need them." Even in his wiped-out state, I still was able to receive a healthy laugh from him. "Mike," Alex beseeched. "Right? I almost forgot." "Well, maybe not so much, not remembering as it was wishful deniability. What's up?" BT asked as he raised his head off his chest. "Once the truck leaves, we'll have an open door policy." BT looked at me for a second, digesting the new information. "I guess you didn't think this out too well," BT stated flatly, and then he did something completely unexpected. He busted out laughing. It was infectious. In between moans, I was laughing too, tears streaming out of my eyes. I won't lie, some were from the pain, but most were from the sheer Mad Hatter laugh. "What the fuck, Mike?" Alex said so seriously, I burst out with a whole new round of gut-splitting. Bad example in light of recent events. Laughter. Sorry, I said, grabbing onto my stomach to ease the spasming muscles. "Okay, I'm fine." "Sorry, Alex." Look of consternation set me off again. BT was literally prostrate on the floor, slapping his hand down on the ground because he was laughing so hard. "Okay, I'm better now," I said through a huge grin that threatened to split my face in two, though some might consider that an improvement. BT sat back up, wiping his broad forehead with his hand. "Hoo, I think I'm done." He looked over to me, and I'm pretty sure the pathetic look on my face is what set him off again. Riotous laughter exploded from BT. Even the zombies stopped moaning for a second. After several long moments, BT was able to finally string a question together. "Did you swallow some?" BT asked. "Swallow what?" I asked innocently, as the bile in my stomach churned. "Talbot, you have a piece of what looks like a liver on your chin?" I absently wiped the incriminating evidence away, while also shuddering in revulsion. "What happens if he eats a zombie? Does he become one?" Eddie asked, one of the heretofore silent children. "Ah, precocious kids, don't you just want to throw them up against a wall and see if they stick?" BT looked at me like I had the answer to Eddie's query. "How the fuck would I know?" I answered his unasked question. "You'd probably have to have an ulcer or something so that the infection could get into your bloodstream." Joanne stepped up and gave her educated guess. "Well, what of it, Talbot? You got any ulcers?" BT asked, with not a hint of his earlier merriment. "Shit, BT, even if I did. Do you think now would be the time for me to disclose that?" BT didn't know whether to shoot me or laugh his ass off again. Tracy saved the day. BT, he doesn't give a shit enough about anything besides himself to develop an ulcer. That was all it took. BT's threatening stance instantly turned back to laughter. I hoped Tracy and Joanne were right and Eddie could go fuck himself. My stomach lurched under the strain of digesting the zombies' unmentionables. I was so ready to let go again and join BT, although this trip down the rabbit hole might lead me to a rubber room. But let's reason this out. If you're out of your mind insane in a sane world, then it is like algebra. You have a negative times a positive, so that makes it a negative. So far, so good. Now, if you're an off-your-rocker lunatic in a demented, deranged world, then you have a negative times a negative, which is a positive. I think I was onto something. It was like the old adage, if you can't beat them, become as crazy as a fucking loon and enjoy the ride, or something along those lines. BT had finished up his latest laugh spell and was looking over to me while I was pondering the benefits of psychosis. "So what's the plan, Talbot, huh?" "Oh, what the hell makes you think I've got a plan?" "I've known you for 3 weeks, Talbot. I haven't seen you yet not have a plan. Whether they are good or not doesn't matter. You still always have one." "Fine, but you're not going to like it." Does it involve me getting eaten by those ugly freaks? He asked, motioning with his head over to the door. I spent the next minute laying out what I wanted to get done. It wasn't much of a plan, so it didn't require much narration. Yeah, you're right. I don't like it, BT moaned. He stood up, preparing his body for the task at hand. I looked up with an imploring expression. Really? BT asked. I just kept staring at him with what I hope were puppy dog eyes. Fine, he said, shaking his head. BT got behind me and put his forearms under my armpits. He hefted me up no harder than if I was a 10-pound bag of dog shit, which I felt like. My knees cracked like rifle shots as they flexed open. I took 3 or 4 shaky steps before my lower back finally decided to disengage its fusion from my ass. You're a sight, Mike, Alex said. That's what my wife says, I answered as I placed my fist into my lower back, hoping in vain to unloosen the sailor knot that most likely was going to be a perpetual fixture in my ever-widening list of painful areas. Don't flatter yourself, Tracy threw in for good measure. She rubbed the sore spot as best she could, but this was going to take a team of Sven's Swedish masseuses working around the clock a couple of years to fix. Dad, you all right? Nicole asked, coming up to my side and hugging me, although I think she was trying to make sure I didn't fall over. To confirm my suspicion, she whispered into my ear, You can lean on me. It's tolerable, I lied. She knew. Funny how parents want to protect their kids even when the truth is right there in front of God and everyone. Talbot, come on, man. I want to get this over with, BT said grudgingly from across the room. Alex nodded in agreement. Dad? Coley asked. The concern was etched deeply in her small features. I'm fine, I answered, doing the best I could to make my shuffling walk look like a cockneyed strut, and trying to make my scowl of a pain look like the traditional happy-go-lucky smile I generally walked around with. If the entire world's a stage, and we are merely players, I would never earn an Emmy for my performance that day. Alex, you ready? A superfluous question, but one that needed asking anyway. Poor guy was sweating profusely from the mountain of clothing that he was wearing. Well, that, and the fact that he was about to make a dash through a throng of hungry meat-eaters. He looked at me like I was fucking nuts. Ah, so my plan was working already? Lithium, here I come? In or out, BT asked. Sarcasm is going to get me killed sooner rather than later? What's that, your sex ed book? BT wasn't nearly as close to his slap-happy mood as he had been a few minutes previous. The bars. Talbot, what do you want me to do with them in? I said solemnly. I knew it 2 feet to get it out the door, 6 feet to get it back in. I'm just trying to ascertain that you are truly involved with the synergy of this colossal undertaking. It's going to be a team effort, something in which we are all going to have to pull together and think outside of fucking stop, Talbot, BT pleaded. I was a project manager before I decided to de-stress my life. Zombies I can handle. Corporate speak bullshit? Well, that's a different matter. I swore that if I ever had to listen to one more suit and tie or dog and pony conference call, I was going to go postal. Did you know that's a misnomer? For the amount of the workforce, the percentage of violence in the post office is actually below that of the national average for workplace violence. What's the percentage in sheriff's offices? I got the point and shut up. A few moments later, I stood at the door, plumes of human exhaust issuing forth from my mouth. I watched as zombies pressed into our makeshift walkway from both sides. Their arms nearly met in the middle. It was not going to be a fun walk for Alex. I shivered at the thought of all those germ-infested hands reaching out and touching someone. Hopefully not me. We're going to have to push the bars outside BT, I told him. I wish you'd make up your mind, he grumbled. We'll never be able to pull it in with all those zombies pressing in on it. Alex was standing next to me looking like a bowling ball with a sweater on. More sweat popped on his brow as he looked down the expanse of the gate. All that could be seen was a sea of arms and fingernails. As if on cue, we turned to look at the huddled form of Justin in the far corner. One didn't have to be bitten to suffer some effects from the zombies. Mike, I'm losing my taste for this quest, Alex said. If you stay low, Alex, there is a clear pathway. I said it, but I didn't believe it. It was clear now, but as soon as the zombies saw him, they would adjust to get closer. Brendan had been behind us the whole time, just waiting for some sort of instructions or plan. This sucks, he said more to himself than anyone else. The sentiment was appreciated by us all. I hear that freezing to death isn't so bad, I said resignedly. BT looked pissed. He frustratedly shot a few rounds into the growing mass of zombies. As one zombie fell, two moved in to take its place. We'd never be able to fire enough rounds to clear a wide enough hole for Alex. First off would be the fear of hitting him inadvertently. The other was that we just didn't have enough rounds to have a continuous barrage of bullets. The Roach Motel moniker looked like it was going to stick. "Fuck!" I shouted. A baby let loose a long-throated wail as if in response. "Sorry," I muttered earnestly. The office had become as quiet as a church. "Mommy, I found some sleds," one of the little kids said eagerly. "Hush now, Eddie," his mother answered him. I turned to look, if only to be distracted from what lay outside. I walked over to little Eddie, who looked suspiciously like a little old man. His mother pulled Eddie close to herself and shied away from my advancing form. "He didn't mean anything, mister." "Talbot, he was just exploring you, like little kids do," she said nervously. I promise he'll be good and quiet." "It's fine, miss. Jody Wabara. Jody, everything's fine. Do you mind if I talk to Eddie?" Sure, she said nervously. This lady looked like a cat that had had her tail stepped on one too many times. She was ready to jump at the smallest infraction. I sat down on my haunches, instantly regretting my decision to get down to Eddie's level. My knees felt like they were going to shoot straight out of my jeans like Roman candles on the 4th of July. Well, I was here now. Might as well get down to business. "What you got there, Eddie?" I asked with my nicest voice, but that was in direct contradiction to the distorted sneer I wore on my face from the blistering pain that was emanating from my knees and back. Eddie looked at me nervously, trying to ascertain my true intent. But like any 6-year-old, exuberance won out. "I found a sled. Do you mind if I take a look at it?" Eddie eyed me suspiciously like I was going to take his prized possession. I felt for him, I truly did. He had already lost almost everything he had owned, but the riot shield he was holding might be the solution to all our problems. "Sure, mister, there was a whole closet of them. Awesome. Do you think you could help me back up?" Eddie looked at me like I was crazy. "Adults are funny," he answered. I have to admit the little bugger was a lot stronger than he looked. He didn't buckle once as I placed almost all my weight on his shoulder in a concerted effort to arise like Lazarus. Lazarus was more successful. "Can you show me where the sleds are, Eddie?" He stepped back as my right knee popped like a firecracker. "Wow, that was cool. Can you do it again? I'd rather bite the head off a bat." I could tell Eddie was wondering if I was serious or not, and also when I might get around to doing just that, because that would also be awesome. A minute later, Brendan, Travis, Alex, BT, and I were standing behind a beaming Eddie who seemed very pleased with himself that he was the one that found something that we were all so excited to see. I pulled out a large dusty box from the back of the sheriff's coat closet. The box had suspiciously been ripped open from the bottom. Eddie flushed as the damaged box came into full view. I tousled his hair. "You did good, kid." He stood up straighter, pride swelling his small chest. BT finished what Eddie had started. 3 more sleds spilled onto the floor along with at least 10 gun-shaped tasers, boxes of shotgun beanbag rounds, and canisters of tear gas along with 5 gas masks. "Why in the hell does a sheriff's office in the friggin' middle of nowhere have all this gear?" Brendan asked. I shook my head. BT spoke up. "Back after 9/11, when the feds thought that a terrorist plot was being hatched everywhere, they sent these riot control packages to just about every police force in the country." "Ah, our federal tax dollars at work," Alex said sarcastically. "Yeah, this shit just might save our lives, though," I answered. Alex nodded in agreement. Travis was busy grabbing the beanbag rounds. They might not be fatal, but up close they could still do some real damage. Chapter 12. Journal Entry 11. "Ready? Why do you keep asking me that, Mike?" Alex fumed, his body heat causing a sauna in his makeshift armor. "I just want to get this over with, so I can get out of all these clothes." "Brendan, you all set?" I asked. His stance said he was all set, but his eyes belied him. BT must have picked up on Brendan's hesitancy because for the 4th time he offered to do what Brendan was about to. I looked at BT with my best expression of exasperation. "BT, we've been through this, but he's just a kid, Talbot." "Dad?" Nicole asked, her eyes expressing volumes. Her unspoken words were, why was I putting her fiancé in danger? I had fully intended on playing the role Brendan was about to embark on, but my ankles, knees, and back made a stand-in necessary. Who else, Nicole? I begged for her forgiveness. The hurt of being let down shone through clearly in her eyes. The pain of my injuries paled in comparison.
Talbot, there's got to be a better way, Tracy chimed in.
Et tu, Brutus? I said in desperation.
Mike, let's do this, Brendan said, saving me from the accusations as he hefted up 2 riot shields covering most of his front and all of his sides.
He looked like the world's largest beetle. I prayed that it would be enough. Just hit the hole hard and always keep your legs moving. Travis, the football player, threw in for good measure. Alex, you stay close in behind him.
But if he gets stuck, you have to come back, I said, the implied meaning obvious to everyone.
If Brendan couldn't break a hole through the zombies, he would be at their mercy, and that was not an attribute they possessed.
Mike, for God's sake, I can't leave him behind, Alex beseeched. There is no God, I said flatly.
Marta hastily did the sign of the Trinity on her chest in preparation to ward off the Almighty's smiting of my heresy.
Alex, the train is leaving, you coming? Brendan asked.
He turned to give my weeping daughter a long, soulful kiss. I turned away, embarrassed, and yes, I have to admit, a little pissed. She would always be my little girl, if only in my memories. But that illusion was threatened every time I had to witness these intrusions into my fantasy world. It was much easier in my own world not having to think of my little princess, doing adult things much, much easier.
Nicole's disappointment in me was clear as her gaze slid across my face before she turned to go further back into the jailhouse. Hesitant to witness firsthand the events that were about to occur, no matter how this turned out, Nicole and I had just come to a turning point in our relationship. No longer would she look to me as the man that could solve all of her problems. Another tiny death suffered. Each one amounted to a paper cut on my soul. As they stood singly, not enough to kill me, but accumulatively would fray the vestiges of my humanity.
"Stay low," I offered.
Brendan snorted twice. He was psyching himself up. The zombies pressed in on the bars, their arms swinging wildly back and forth like speed metal concert-goers on crack. Brendan backed up 10 feet to get as much speed going as was possible. Alex had a tough time keeping up encumbered in his extra clothing. The plan almost came to a screeching, devastating halt as Brendan failed to heed my last words to him. The top right edge of his shield clipped the bars as he entered into the opening. His forward momentum spun him to the right. He nearly toppled over and into the arms of the zombies. God, divine intervention, sheer blind luck, who fucking knows, but something kept him from going over. Alex had just reached the opening as Brendan's shield made first contact. Ulnus radii and humerus bones first bent unnaturally, twisted perversely, and then snapped normally. Brendan's propulsion, even with the stumbling, easily took him halfway to his destination. I tried my best to equate the snapping of bones to that of wood being chopped. It didn't work so well. More than one person in our group became sick from the explosion of noise. The forest of arms persisted, though, and I could see that Brendan's initial inertia was slowing. The danger was that once the injured zombies retreated and their healthier brethren filled in the void, any and all chance of escape would be cut off. We didn't have the ammo or safe enough shooting angles to extract them. He would literally be 4 feet away, but it might as well be 4,000. Alex, sensing that they weren't moving forward fast enough, plowed into Brendan's back, willing him forward through sheer sense of desperation and instinct. Miraculously or not, some of the last zombies on the line pulled their arms out, most likely to try and prevent any unnecessary injuries. What would a good zombie doctor charge for a house call out in the country? A chicken brain at the least, a cow brain. Max Brendan stepped onto the truck's running board, placing his shield between the truck and the cage. It was a tight fit, but Alex was able to get between Brendan and the bars to heft himself into the cab. Brendan quickly followed, dropping the shields down into the prying arms of the resurging enemy.
"Hope he's got the keys,"
BT said as he stepped up alongside me.
"Not fucking funny, BT. Not fucking funny at all."
I knew it was a joke, but the relief that flooded through me when I heard the truck engine turn over was palpable, if only to myself. Brendan gave me the thumbs-up sign. Now I knew it was our turn. Once that truck pulled away, we would have seconds to clear the cage from the door, and judging by the added weight of all the zombies that were still tangled up in it, this was not going to be easy. But is anything worthwhile in life ever easy? As my dad would say, I guess life is worthwhile. Ergo, it made sense that we should try as hard as we could to make this happen. Wouldn't it just be easier if they tied the gate to the truck and just pulled it away? Joanne asked,
Having come up to get a closer look, without turning to face her, I answered, "Easier if it worked, disastrous if it didn't." I didn't wait for her to ask the inevitable, "How so?" I kept rambling on. "If the gate doesn't come straight out, there's a good chance he'd rip the door frame right out of this building. No sense in having a door if we don't have anything to close it on. Secondly, the gate could get hung up under the truck, and if that truck gets stopped—" "I get the picture," Joanne answered. I could feel her shudder. The tiny fluctuations of displaced air rippled up my arms. I had sympathy shudders with her. That or someone had walked over my grave, which I hoped wasn't in the nearby vicinity. Somewhere in Quebec would be cool. Hell, Switzerland would be even better. I figured my odds of actually getting across seas were slim, so if my grave was there, you see where I'm going with this, right? "Yeah, me neither." Brendan was still holding his thumb up, waiting for my reply. I was not in such a rush to mess with the status quo. This status quo had us alive, and who knows what was in store once we switched over. BT, Trav, and anyone else that thinks they can get a hand in here, let's go, I said as I placed my hands onto the gate. BT and Travis were immediately to my left and right sides. There were no other takers. I nodded once to Brendan and turned to BT. "You remember we're pushing, right?" he grimaced in response. I wasn't happy. I'm into clear and concise, not vague and gray-like. The truck pulled away, and for a fleeting moment I thought that was the end of us. The weight of the zombies pushing on the bars made it nearly impossible to move. I was resigned to becoming zombie chow. Maybe if I was lucky, some zombie chef would make a nice pate out of my liver. My knee literally screamed in protest. No. I mean, I really heard it. Sure, it was in my head, but it was saying, "Dude, what are you doing? This really, really hurts us?" Or something to that effect. Whatever ligaments were still precariously attached to my patella did everything in their power to stay attached and give me some forward thrust. But if not for the superhuman strength of BT, we would have been sunk. Hell, I probably could have been pulling against the bars, and he still would have forced them through the doors. The truck was no more than 20 feet away from the gate when some of the zombies that had graduated from brain-rending and intestine-nibbling BRAIN University discovered there was a way in. The bars were moving, but by fractions of inches, or millimeters for you more European-thinking folks. Point was that time was not on our side. I couldn't decide if I should abandon my post and go on the defensive or keep pushing. BT was unaware of how close we were to our demise. His eyes were closed with the intense effort he was expending to move the behemoth gate. Zombies were in the gate, and the lead one was eyeing me like I was the last McRib sandwich for the season. 8 feet equated to about a second and a half of sweet, sweet life remaining. Explosions ripped from below my waist. For one horrifying moment, I really thought that the stress I was putting on my body had made me cut a hellacious fart. Just fucking great. My last moments on Earth were going to be punctuated with a great gas blast. And then again, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Another Monty Python reference, me being the French and the zombies being King Arthur. I fart in your general direction. You should really try and find a backup generator so you can watch this movie in whatever shelter you have deemed safe enough to wait out Armageddon. But can you really wait out Armageddon? I mean, just by its implied meaning, it is the end of the world. Yes, in the millisecond it took for the explosion to register in my ears and then for me to realize that it was not the largest release of natural gas through my ass. All of the above went through my head. Curse or blessing, or a more strange mixture of both. My mind is always approaching the speed of light. I'll let you know when I can find the on-off switch. Another explosion shattered my thoughts, or more likely coalesced the more important ones. I hastened a quick look down below me and saw something that was infinitely more scary than anything that was coming at me. A gun-toting, man-hating lesbian carrying a huge pistol was situated in the one-kneed position between my spread legs, firing off high-caliber, high-speed, genital-crushing rounds. I willed the bars forward. I wanted out of this predicament as fast as was humanly possible. "Move!" Joanne shouted from off to our right. I, for one, did not need to be told even once. I pulled Travis out of the way of the crashing door. The office shook as the door slammed home. My knees were shaking, mostly from the pain, but some of it was from Jen's shooting. "Looks like Mike just put a cork on a wine bottle," Mrs. Deneau said from off to the side of the room. "Excuse me?" my wife asked her, in as nice a tone as she could contrive. but seething beneath the surface was a fury looking for a place to be unleashed. I didn't say a word, lest that luminous ire shine my way. Mrs. Deneau took many moments to answer Tracy. She took 2 full inhales from her cigarette and answered on her second exhale, the smoke somehow punctuating her words. I said, "It looks like Mike just put a cork on a wine bottle." "I know what you said, you old bat," Tracy burned. "I was doing an imaginary fist bump with her. You go, girl." Mrs. Deneau was made of stauncher stuff than I had given her credit for, though. No one in their right mind would ever call Tracy anything but a petite woman. But with anger issuing forth from every pore in her body, she looked like she could pull the sagging gray-green skin right off of Mrs. Deneau's old bones. But yet the old bat, as Tracy so eloquently put it, didn't bat an eyelash at Tracy's harsh words. "Oh, honey," Mrs. Deneau rasped through her smoke-tortured throat. "I didn't mean anything by it. The fuck you didn't." Tracy screamed, her fingers stopping just short of puncturing Deneau's larynx. This time Deneau did step back. All the good people that died, and you survived, that above every other fucked up thing that has happened, proves to me there is no God. The entire room held its collective breath, even the babies. How the hell they knew what was going on? I don't know. I went over to Tracy and grabbed her by the waist, pulling her close to me. She sobbed softly on my shoulder.
Really? I didn't mean anything by it, Mrs. Deneau said to a room full of deaf ears.
The truck came back a few minutes later, but it felt like hours. Time stretched worse than in a Twilight Zone episode. Mrs. Deneau finally shuffled off to be with her nephew. Even he seemed reluctant to acknowledge her. Family duty, though, bound him to the task. He shrugged his shoulders at me, whether to let me know, "What can you do, she's an old cantankerous bitch," or "Don't lump me in with this old cantankerous bitch." I wasn't sure. We all turned as the familiar telltale sounds of a truck backing up impeded our individual conversations. "What's he doing?" I said, more to say something than to gain a response. "Backing up, I would imagine," Joanne said seriously. She seemed to be holding on to this small piece of hope with both hands. "We can't go through the gate," Talbot, BT, said matter-of-factly. "Why?" Joanne asked. It was hard to watch the hope sail out of her like a popped balloon. Well, let's see." I started. Thankfully, because I didn't have to do it, or not, because he was a prick about it. Justin had the ill temper to quash out whatever remnants of promise Joanne hung on as he answered in my stead. "Because the inside of the gate is full of dead zombies and the outside is full of live ones." He laughed, dark circles under his eyes lending menace to his words. "That's all I meant, Mrs." Deneau said her nephew did his best to quiet her, but yet the backup beeping persisted. "Come on," I said desperately. "Alex has to be thinking the same thing we are." "Brendan," my daughter screamed, not from terror but from concern. "What are you doing?" Almost like a well-trained platoon, all of the occupants of the room took up strategic placement with Nicole by the windows. Brendan was on the top of the truck with a rope and some sort of makeshift grappling hook. It looked like a crowbar, but it was tough to tell from all the rope that was tied around it. I saw immediately what Alex and Brendan had planned. "That's not going to work," I said to myself. "What's not going to work?" BT asked. "Watch," I answered. BT didn't seem all too pleased with my response. I don't think he was big on surprises either. Really? I hoped that what they had planned would work, but physics wasn't on their side. Brendan lowered the grappling hook down to the cage assembly after a couple of tries and some errant zombies getting in the way. Brendan was able to snag the cage. "All right, got it, Alex. Go slow," he shouted over his shoulder. As Alex placed the truck in gear, there was one long second where we all held our breaths as Brendan nearly took a header. Nicole nearly fainted. Brendan quickly righted himself and gave us all a weak smile to let us know he was okay. Alex pulled ahead slowly as Brendan let slack out of the rope. Finally, the truck had gone far enough that the true test of this experiment would come to its unfulfilling conclusion. The end of the rope was tied off to the truck's rear bumper. I didn't gauge that as being the problem area. That or the rope itself looked heavy enough to leash a T-Rex. No, the problem lay in the grappling hook assembly, without a hole to thread the rope through. No knot was going to be able to stand up to the forces applied to it. The loud twang was immediately followed by a string of curses as Brendan nearly sacrificed his ear to a valiant but doomed attempt to free us. The rope had snapped back dangerously close to Brendan's head as it slipped freely from the pry bar. The cage had rocked slightly and had tried in vain to prove me wrong. "Plan B, Alex!" Brendan yelled. "Give me a sec!" He leaned down and removed a small piece of rope that had been tied around the tubes that are used to keep the trailer's doors in place. Then he swung them completely open. We had no idea what Plan B was, but those were usually a last-ditch effort, and they were never thought out well. "Ever heard of a Plan C?" "No, you haven't, because nobody ever survives Plan B. You guys are going to want to get away from the door," Brendan yelled to us. Nearly everyone looked at him like a deer in headlights. Some backed up. I could only muster an "oh fuck" as Tracy dragged me away from the window. Alex ground the truck into reverse. When he hit the cage at 5 miles per hour, it sounded like Thor had taken his hammer to a mountaintop. Wood splintered and shattered as the bars were forced back through the office. Babies wailed, women cried. "I might have pissed myself. I wasn't stopping to check." The truck came to a sudden stop as the rear end ran into the stout walls of the sheriff's office. The bars traveled mercifully another 2 feet before they came crashing into a desk, stopping all momentum. Dust and debris were settling all around us when a small round of cheers erupted and abruptly stopped with Brendan's shouts of warning. "Get the fuck in the truck, they're going underneath." Who they were was implicitly known. Why they were going under the truck also didn't need any further explanation. Marta and her 2 kids, along with Jody and Eddie, plus Joanne and the 2 kids she was helping to take care of, were thrust to the forefront. I had watched Titanic. It's always women and children first, but apparently Thad hadn't learned the chivalry lesson. He cut off the women and the children and headed for the rear of the tractor trailer, where the open doors led into a black hole of relative safety. Thad had 1 foot on the bumper and 1 on the ground. I wanted to run up and grab the prick and beat some gallantry into him. When somebody thing beat me to it, Thad's eyes grew wide in horror as a hand shot out from under the truck and grabbed his ankle. I watched in satisfactory horror as he was pulled over, his head violently slammed into the ground as he lost balance. Could we have helped him? Maybe, but his selfish act actually turned into our salvation. Thad's body became a wedge between us and them. We could hear his muffled screams. Thankfully, it wasn't too loud. I was certain that either the 3rd or 4th bite had ripped out his Adam's apple. Marta and Joanne stood transfixed, but now was not the time for delay. I ran ahead and made sure to get both feet on the rear bumper. "Come on!" I shouted. "You don't survive this long in a zombie apocalypse without having some quick-witted decision-making." For their part, I was proud of Marta and Joanne, even as the strum of sinew snapping and splintering sounds of bone chewing issued forth from beneath the truck. They moved forward and thrust their children up into my waiting arms. Within a minute, almost all of the refugees were on aboard, save one, Mrs. Deneau. "Mrs. Deneau, we're leaving," I said as I extended my hand out to her. She looked for a moment where her nephew had disappeared and where now heads and extended hands of zombies began to appear now or never. She stepped on one of the zombies' hands as she took my proffered hand. "Twit," she said. Whether to me or to her newly dearly departed nephew, I wasn't sure. I watched in dismay as the town of Vona and my beloved Jeep faded into the distance. Alex waited until we had outpaced even the most determined zombies before he pulled over. The relief in his face as he hugged his wife and kids was immeasurable. No matter how hard I tried, though, I couldn't shake the feelings of foreboding. We had escaped this last disaster, but at a significant loss of lives and materials, and both were in very short supply. Chapter 13, Journal Entry 12. "My Jeep," I mumbled as I hung my head low. Joanne came up to put an arm around me. "Thad sacrificed himself for us," she said, not realizing the true reasons for my demeanor. I looked up, my eyes red-rimmed. "I swear I almost said, huh?" She took my silence as agreement to her sentiment. Fuck him. He got what he deserved. If she needed to assimilate what she saw in a different light to suit her needs, what right did I have to rain on her parade? "Hey, Mr. T. Ryan's back," Tommy said delightedly as he licked blueberry off his lips. I almost didn't hear him through my thoughts. I was actually in mourning for my Jeep, replaying some of the highlights I had shared with her. There were the hundreds of off-road excursions, some nearly ending in both of our demises. There were the Saturday road trips with the top off, and the time I got caught in a torrential downpour. It was miserable back then, but still it yielded me a bittersweet smile now. "Mike, "It's only a car," Tracy said, placing her hand on my cheek, ever so slightly placing pressure on it to turn my gaze away from the direction we had left behind. She knew. She knew me probably too well. "Is this how you felt when I ruined your car?" I asked hopefully, looking for an ally in my misery. No, Mike. It was a car, not a kid." "Get a grip," she answered. "Ah, my Tracy, she knew how to knock some much-needed sense into me. I'll miss that car till they lay me down to rest, but at least I now know enough not to show it." "Wait, what?" I said, turning towards Tommy, his words finally registering in my brain. "I said," Tommy answered, looking slightly exasperated, which I knew was all show, was that strawberry jam on his chin. "Ryan's back," he finished gleefully. I thought he was going to break out into a happy dance. His influence was contagious. Thoughts of my Jeep plunged to the rear of my desolated thoughts.
What's he saying, Tommy?
I asked guardedly. Ryan was a valuable asset to our existence, but the majority of his messages were of the dire warning type, not usually something you like to listen to on an empty stomach. Speaking of which, I was starving. I couldn't even remember the last time I had eaten something that did not come out of a stupid foil pack. I momentarily shifted my gaze to the long-gone boxes of MREs stored in the back of my Jeep. Oh, my poor Jeep. I shook my head. I wasn't going down that road again, not just yet. It was exceedingly difficult to not think of food as Tommy's cinnamon and syrup-laced breath washed over my olfactory receptors. "Wait, did you just have some French toast?" I asked in disbelief. He looked like he was going to give me an answer I would have a difficult time swallowing. "Never mind," I said, holding up my hand. "I don't want to know. He says we should get far away from Vona." More than some part of that message seemed to be coming directly from the messenger and not the spirit guide, but I was going to let it slide, if only this one time. Tommy's visage changed considerably as he passed on the next bit of Ryan's message. He also says that what we gain next is going to be greatly overshadowed by what we lose. Any chance he could be a little more cryptic? I said sardonically. Tommy just tilted his head at me. I was pondering those ominous words as I watched my bully, Henry, go from person to receive a much-needed scratch behind the ears or belly rub. My little socialite seemed to be spreading as much love as he received. People that I hadn't seen smile in days were openly grinning as they petted and praised the brown butt-wiggling butterball. Henry made sure that everyone got a chance to sample his wares, with the very noticeable exception of two. The first was Mrs. Dunno, that wasn't so much a surprise as she just exuded bitchiness. The second, however, rocked me to my core. Henry wanted nothing to do with Justin. The dog made a wide skirt around him. I watched as Justin seemed to casually dismiss the slight. But I caught a look on Justin's face of pure murderous intent as the dog walked on by. He slowly let his countenance fade as he realized I was looking at him. I shivered. He smiled coldly. Riding in the rear of the tractor trailer was not all it was cracked up to be. I couldn't believe that I had actually bitched when Paul had decided to ride in the truck instead of in the Jeep. That had been more of a self-imposed punishment for him than anything else. What little we had for padding did nothing to prevent teeth rattling contact with the floor and walls whenever the truck hit anything larger than a penny or deeper than a dinner plate on the roadway. After 3 weeks, okay, melodramatic. It was actually only 8 hours of kidney-crushing, liver lacerating, pancreas-punching, heart-hammering, esophagus-eschewing, should I keep going on? Brain-busting, ass-aching, riding. Alex brought the truck to a much-needed stop. Tracy openly laughed at me as I grabbed onto the small railing halfway up the trailer walls. My slow ascent was punctuated by the pops and protestations of my aching body. Tommy sheepishly grinned. "Want some help, old man?" he said, and then, as he watched my astonished expression, he threw Tracy under the bus. "Mrs. T told me to say that." He fairly wailed. Even Travis had to smile as he placed a shoulder under my arm to help me up. All of this was pretty funny, and I was happy for the relief, if only in brevity, but the hampering of my destroyed knee had brought the odds of my family's survivability down a few notches. I did not want to have to survive being dependent on others to get me through this plight. My eyes slid across the back of Mrs. Deneau as she was helped off the back of the truck. That bitch was going to be the one that danced across my grave. I could almost feel it in my bones. Alex came around the rear of the truck to see how his charges were doing. He smiled as he watched me finally gain my full longitudinal ability. "Blow me," I told him as I hobbled towards the exit. "What?" he asked innocently. "I didn't say anything." I braced myself on his shoulder as I gingerly stepped down off the truck. Alex thankfully waited until the pain that clouded my higher reasoning ability tailed off before he began to speak. "Mike, we're about an hour or so out of Kansas City, Missouri." I looked at him questioningly. "That's where I'm going to start my southerly route." My face must have visibly fallen because he hastened on. "You should be able to get some transportation in the city, and then you can catch Route 29 all the way into Fargo." My heart suddenly felt heavy. This parting was going to have all the finality of death. We would go on and give each other addresses where the other was going to be, just in case we were in the neighborhood, but even in the old realm of machinations, this was an empty promise, one made only as a courtesy. There could be no secrets across a group this small, mainly because everyone had learned to not be more than a few feet away from everybody else. So when BT came storming up, it wasn't a surprise. "What do ya? Mean we're splitting up?" he demanded. Alex took the reins. "Mike has family he wants to try and find, as do I." BT's expression turned stormy. "Whoa, listen, both of you. We all have family, and we'd love to find out what happened to them." "But now we are all family." He punctuated this by thumping his chest and spreading his arms to include all of us. "This isn't about individual quests. This is about mutual survival. We have left." His voice thundered. His words hit hard. I hoped he was wrong. "BT, this is something I have to do," I said gravely. "Talbot, how far are you going to make it on that knee?" he shouted. My hair blew back from the force of it. "BT," Alex said, stepping between the angry giant and myself, risking amputation by placing his hand on BT's chest, as BT swatted it away. "You just going to let him go, Alex?" BT seemed to deflate a little within his own skin. "Look at him, Alex. If his hand wasn't on your shoulder, he'd fall over from the pain. He's nearly crippled." The word stung, but I'd be damned if I'd take my hand from Alex and prove him right. "What do you want me to do, BT?" "He's a grown man. He can make his own decisions." "Yeah, but his decisions affect us all now," BT said, several degrees of volume lower than when he had started. The wind truly did seem to be out of his sails now, but I was leery. Gusts and gales could pop up unexpectedly. "Still here," I said. "Besides, how's he getting to where he's going? His Jeep is gone," BT continued. "We're going to get him a new car in Kansas City." "Guys, what is this? The ghost of Christmas past?" "I'm still here," I said. "Oh, just perfect. Shouldn't be any zombies in a major city. We can just stop off at the local Chevy dealer and go pick up a Geo or something." BT scowled. "I was really hoping for a GMC or something along those lines," I intoned. I hadn't been this ignored since Tracy thought I was cheating on her. All those declarations had fallen to the ground like leaves on a crisp fall day. It would be great if it had an extended cab, too. Maybe a roof rack. Oh shit, and a gun rack. It would be great if it also had different climate controls. That way, when Tracy is cold and she wants to turn the heat on to the melt setting, I won't need to take my clothes off. Alex turned around. "Mike, what the fuck are you talking about?" BT was looking at me too, like I had lost my fucking mind. BT's next words threw me for a loop. "I'm going with you, Mike." Alex turned back around. "BT, what the fuck are you talking about?" Now it was my and Alex's turn to look at BT like he had lost his damn mind. Paul decided that it was in this maelstrom that he should throw his penny and a half in. "Mike, I've been meaning to talk to you." And then it dawned on me. Paul and Aaron's families were both in North Carolina, right along the path Alex would need to take to get to Florida. I don't know why I was having such a difficult time digesting this information. Was I such a selfish person that I felt that everybody should be wrapped up in the same things I was? Shit. I hadn't spent more than 2 seconds thinking about what anybody else would want to do. I just assumed my mission was theirs. "I'm going with Mike." Jan thrust forward like we were back in gym class and she didn't want to wait to get picked last and possibly placed on a team she didn't like. "Wait, this isn't about choosing sides." I started. "I'm going with Alex," April whispered. "I don't want to be near him anymore," as she pointed towards Justin. "He gives me the creeps." "Stop," I said without much force. "This isn't about choosing sides. We're all individuals. Just because we've been thrust into this nightmare together doesn't mean we have to stay that way. "Ever seen Friday the 13th?" Tommy asked enigmatically. Nobody paid much heed to his words, except for me. The meaning was exceptionally strong. It was always the individuals that went off alone to check the circuit breakers in the basements that quickly found themselves suspended above the floor, pierced in some ungodly manner in a particularly vulnerable area. I would not let BT, Paul, Alex, or even Ryan deter me from my desired goal. I knew Tracy silently prayed that I would not stray from the predetermined course. Sure, she could make my life an even more special living hell if I were to not attempt to rescue her mom, but in the end she would have to go as I did. I don't know who was kidding whom, though. She had had my balls wrapped up in wax paper since the day we got married. On occasion she would bring them out and let me stare longingly at them, but as for who wore the pants in the family, let's just say I was President Bush to her Dick Cheney. The ride into Kansas City was a somber one. It seemed that everyone was lost in their own thoughts of these new developments. Even the outgoing Tommy was silent. His Aunt Marta had made it clear in no uncertain terms that he was supposed to go with her. There was no doubt after that conversation who had emerged the victor. Tommy sat up in the cab with Alex and myself to avoid the browbeating being administered by the defeated Marta. So much for losing graciously. But let's be fair, this wasn't about an MLB game, even if it might be the Red Sox against the Yankees. The stakes were as high as they could get, life or death. Some might argue that there were higher stakes, possibly your eternal soul if you were so inclined. But really, I had a sneaky suspicion we had already failed God's ultimate test and were already experiencing his wrath. Tommy hadn't eaten a Pop-Tart in nearly an hour. I knew he was upset. I was about to start a conversation with him when he beat me to the punch. "Hey, Mr. T, I don't think going to get Mrs. T's mom is such a good idea." It felt like ice cubes were being dragged down my spine. Alex looked over to gauge my response, a small surge of hope flaring in his eyes. "Mike, dude, just come with us. You know, the odds of one old woman surviving." The remnants of the chill still dripped down my back. I struck back with a punch I knew would close the door on this conversation. What if it was Marta asking you to get her mother? Yeah, I knew it was a low blow, but if he harangued me for much longer, I would have caved. Tommy's one-liners were more than enough ammunition to realize the folly of what I was attempting. "Not cool, Mike," Alex finished with a hurt look on his face. I nodded in assentation. "Sorry, I understand. Hey, Uncle Alex, do you want to get off at the next exit?" Tommy asked. The phrase was asked as a question, but the intent was not. Alex got off at the next exit. Within a half-mile of our exit, my horror mounted to near-epic proportions. Tommy was smiling ear to ear as Alex pulled into a used minivan car lot. "No," I cried. "There has got to be something else." Alex was nearly full-on laughing. "Oh, Bendejo, you have a growing family now. You're going to need something big enough to accommodate them all." "Oh, this sucks," I yelled. My worst nightmare in life was coming to fruition. "You did this shit on purpose," I said, pointing to Tommy. He paid me little heed as he unwrapped a s'mores Pop-Tart. Tracy was first out of the truck at the sounds of my dismay. Her concern quickly melted away to merriment as she looked around at her surroundings. Ah, so the beast has finally been tamed. I would have dropped to my knees and cried to the heavens if I thought I could get back up. Within 20 minutes, we had 2 minivans loaded with our meager supplies and passengers. Mine was a brilliant teal color with faux wood paneling, the mere sight of which brought the scant contents of my stomach churning up into my throat. Brendan didn't seem nearly as distressed as he got behind the wheel of his gray-greenish piece of minivan. Is there anything more emasculating than driving a minivan? Maybe riding bitch on a Harley while your wife drives, but that's really about it. I had thought that BT would have wanted to drive one of the vans, but he mumbled something about having lost his license. I really couldn't see him being all that concerned about getting a ticket for that infraction. No, I got the distinct impression from the way he reacted when I asked him if he wanted to drive, that he didn't know how to. I could potentially see why probably wasn't a car made that would accommodate his frame between the seat and the steering wheel. Saying our goodbyes had me rethinking my strategy all over again. Marta solemnly walked over to Tommy and reached up to cup his face in her hands. I could see her lips moving, but couldn't hear what was said. Tommy enveloped her in a gentle bear hug, then released her and stepped away. Marta turned back toward the truck, moving stiffly like an old woman. I turned to my friend, my compadre. Goodbye, Alex, I said, holding on to a stiff upper lip. Alex had no such compunction as he openly wept and moved in for a giant hug. This is fully appropriate behavior according to the man code. I looked it up. Good luck, Mike, he said as he sniffed his nose, wiped his eyes, and quickly climbed up into the cab of the truck. It was all I could do to get out, you too, before he shut the door. Erin was next. She was crying more than Alex, but she wasn't under the constraints of the man code. Mike, thank you for everything. Without you and your family, we would have never made it. I wanted to answer with, it was nothing. But my boys had risked everything to save them, and I was unsure still if Justin was ever truly coming back. She openly wept as Paul came up to me. He gave me the secret handshake we had developed long ago in our days at college. The classic handshake followed by the forearm grasp and then the finger curl clasp immediately culminating in a hug. It was a great ride, Mike. Tears welled up in my eyes. The best, Paul. And that was it. I never found out what happened to any of them as I watched them depart. I will always hold fast in my heart that they safely made it to their respective destinations and lived out the rest of their days in as much happiness as could be afforded them. Tommy cried as the big rig pulled away. His look was one of regret. I couldn't tell if it was because he was staying with me or because of what would befall the departing group. I would never ask for an answer. I didn't want to know. Any answer he gave me would be nothing I wanted to hear. We all stayed an extra minute longer, way past when the last remnants of the truck vanished over a small rise. Maybe we expected they would have a change of heart and come with us. It didn't happen. Chapter 14, Journal Entry 13. All right, I said, looking at a little map I had got off the salesman's desk. I do not want to go into the city itself, but according to the Yellow Pages, there's a sporting goods store a few miles up the road. I want to try and bolster up our arsenal, get some rounds and hopefully some dehydrated food stores or whatever we can muster. Brendan was getting antsy. Being around this many buildings with so many hiding spots had us all a little on edge. Without the comfort of the rolling tank, that unease was even more magnified. You think they're going to have anything left? I mean, everyone must have had the same idea. How much of a chance did we have to get to the store? I asked. I see your point. The plague had hit so hard and so fast, most were caught ill-prepared to deal with it. Only the truly paranoid had received even the slightest chance of survival. I laughed a little internally. Even if we as a species somehow eked out a niche of survival, we would be hard-pressed to flourish. So mistrustful would be the survivors we would never go out and seek others. In the end, we would all still die, suspicious and alone. Tracy, Tommy, Henry, Travis, Jen, and I climbed into my terrible teal machine. Brendan, Nicole, Justin, and BT hopped into the second. It was approaching dusk as we rolled up into the sporting goods store parking lot. No one had left a light on for us. The black was as pitch as it could get. As human beings, we are inherently built to fear the dark. That is why our ancestors harnessed the use of fire to chase away the demons. The night was scary enough when we just thought that there were monsters roaming around, now that the abnormal was the normal. Well, you can imagine that our imaginations were in overdrive. But really, how vivid did one's visualization need to be? Every magnificent horror was now a reality. There was nothing left to the imagination. All of this ran through my mind as I tried in utter vain to peer into the near inky obsidian that was the interior of the store. I'm going to get out and see if I can scope out the inside of the store, I said, hoping that someone would say we should wait until the morning. Nobody fucking did. Fuckers. I opened the door to the minivan, still pissed that this was my new ride. I would have slammed the door closed in frustration, but I didn't want to give anything nearby an excuse to come investigate. Well, mostly that. But partly I thought the piece of shit door might fall off too. I'd be damned if I drove around in a zombie-infested world without a door. That would be like peeling back the lid on a can of Spam in Hawaii. Except for the silent purring engines on two minivans. Sarcasm, it sounded more like some cats and a large bag of batteries had been placed in a dryer. The night was still, deathly still. Well, you knew that was coming. I got as far away from the vans as I felt was prudently wise, straining my ears to hear any errant sound. But that really is a misnomer, though. How the hell does one strain their ears? It's not like you can flex them. You can't listen any harder. I guess what I was doing was concentrating harder on listening. My wife would have been so proud. Nothing. I heard nothing, yet I wasn't relieved. The quiet was somehow more disturbing with sound. There would be something to focus on without the benefit of a seance. I was wildly free to speculate on any number of things. I placed my face up against the cool plate glass window, cupping my hands on the side of my eyes and straining my best to see something. See previous section on straining. I had about the same results, nothing. So this is where, in a low-budget movie, something slams into the glass on the other side, startling the shit out of the hero one in the audience. Don't be fooled being there in real life. I fully expected that to be the case. I was pleasantly surprised to not have to suffer that little truism. BT and Travis had both exited the minivan. I jumped a little when they opened their doors. I hoped that it wasn't too obvious that I might have released my bladder at that moment. I tried to hang on to my dignity. "Anything?" BT shouted. His booming voice reverberated off the glass. "Well, there wasn't, but there might be now," I answered peevishly. "What?" he yelled back. "Grab the tire iron," I yelled back. Travis was coming towards me as BT was rummaging in the back of the van looking for the tire iron. "Got it," BT yelled back triumphantly. "Dude, stop yelling," I screeched. "Lead by example. Breathe." "Oh, right," he yelled as he came towards me. The giant man silhouetted in the headlights, approaching me with a pistol in one hand and a tire iron in the other, was the stuff of most horror novels. I lamented that this most pedestrian theme was not the cause of all our desolation. "What are you planning on doing with this?" BT asked as he handed me the tool. I tapped the glass in response. "Oh," BT said as he backed away a pace or two. I was lining up my shot, doing my best to shield my eyes from flying glass and my ears from the fulminating noise. But again, you can't really do much there. God didn't deign that we should have ear lids, although how cool would that be? However, the boon might also be a curse. Can you imagine that as guys we could actually turn off our significant other's diatribes? The problem, though, would be not only would they suspect that we weren't listening, but with our ear flaps closed, they would also have visual proof. Okay, not one of my better ideas. "Dad," Travis said, matter-of-factly. I stopped in mid-swing, although if this was baseball, my check swing would have been called a strike as my forward momentum brought the tire iron to a gentle tapping on the window. "Door's open." "Yup, I knew that," I said, handing the tire iron back to BT. "Tracy," I yelled over my shoulder. Yeah, I know the drill," she said as she slid out of her bucket seat and into mine. After a few seconds of adjusting the seat and the steering wheel to her liking, she gave me the universal sign for A-OK, 2 thumbs up. "Aren't you going to adjust the mirrors?" I asked her. She gave me another universal sign, this one not quite so pleasant. I took a deep breath. I was pulling on all of my reserves of intestinal fortitude to go through that door. BT was behind me and Travis was bringing up the rear. I took one more long pull of the piercing air. Tommy brushed past me and "Where the hell did he come from?" BT asked incredulously. "I guess it's safe," I said, as I followed him into the black midst. I stopped less than 2 steps in from the doorway, not for fear or some innate prescience. I just couldn't see a damn thing. I had no desire to be skewered by a ski pole or walk nuts first into a dumbbell display. I could hear Tommy walking around like he had a floor plan. I was tempted to follow in his assured-sounding footfalls. BT nearly sent me sprawling as he walked into my back. "Sorry, my man. Where's the kid?" "Shit? BT. I'd be lucky if I could tell where my hand is." Both BT and myself turned to look at the same instance. Whether we thought the same thing, I'm not sure, but BT's expression of awe left little doubt. Tommy was lit up like the Archangel Michael come to seek vengeance on a wicked world. As our eyes adjusted to the radiance, it became clear that Tommy was merely holding a battery-powered Coleman lantern. I shook my head in consternation. I will swear to my dying days that for the briefest of seconds there was more to it than that. I wanted to ask BT, but I think he'd deny it. Hell, I'm not even sure what I saw, and I was there. Found some coconut roasted marshmallows, Tommy said as he stuffed another handful into his mouth. "Did you hear him open a bag?" BT asked. "I'm really trying to stop wondering what the kid does, BT. It gives me a headache." "Yeah, I hear that." Within 20 minutes, everyone was in the store in the far left corner. We had a bunch of lanterns lit. We even had a couple of tents pitched. Tommy thought that was the coolest thing since the marshmallows. We propped while BT did a half-ton of weights by the front door so it couldn't open. But the Vona Sheriff's Office was still fresh in everyone's mind. I parked one van by the front door and the second by the emergency exit in the rear. Worst case scenario, we would have to cram into one van for a while. If there was a just God in the universe, we would get to leave the terrible teal machine behind. Thankfully, we were in Missouri and not some neo-fascist state like New York. We had more guns and ammo to choose from than we would ever be able to carry. If not for the huge plate glass windows in front, I would have put my 2 cents in on why we should hunker down here until the spring. Food, while not of the high cuisine type, was plentiful. There was an unbelievable assortment of dried meats, including ostrich, which, as funny as it sounds, did not taste like chicken. It was frickin' horrible. There were dried food packets of every conceivable concoction, including Thanksgiving dinner readily available. We busted a bunch of those open and had a small feast, so to speak. It wasn't quite the Indians and the Pilgrims, but we were thankful to be alive and with each other. Unfortunately, there were no dried beer packets or an NFL game on to accompany our meal. Boys grabbed some bows and arrows and some of the clothing dummies and had a blast shooting at something that didn't necessarily want to eat you. Even Justin perked up more than I had seen out of him in a few days. It was a welcome respite. It was getting late and we were all tired. Tracy watched with curiosity as I prepared another tent a few yards away from the rest. I then made an exaggerated stretch and let everyone know I was heading off to bed. I had other things on my mind, but it didn't stop me from almost immediately falling asleep. Colors flooded my senses. I felt like I was in Candyland. I'm not making this stuff up. There was a river of chocolate lazily flowing through a rolling landscape of what looked like whipped cream. There were cliché candy cane trees and what appeared to be giant broccoli sprouts which seemed wholly out of place, but stranger still were the variety of Pop-Tart fruit, still in their leafy foil packets that hung bountifully down from their boughs. Tommy was paddling from the distant shore towards me on the world's largest Snickers bar. He would occasionally pause from his paddling duties and take a generous bite. "Hey, Mr. T!" Tommy shouted. Smatterings of chocolate nearly covered him from head to toe. Henry came bounding up, a huge white chocolate bone in his mouth. "You know, that chocolate's not really good for dogs, Tommy." "It's not real chocolate," he yelled in his best stage whisper. "It's cacao. Dogs can eat that." Tommy had stepped off his makeshift boat and approached me, all smiles and happiness. "Didn't think I could do it, Mr. T, but I did," he said proudly. "Do what, Tommy?" I asked. I figured he was referring to getting his chocolate bar across the river, and what's with the broccoli. "Get you here," he answered. "And Mom always said I should eat more greens." "Get me here." "This is a dream, Tommy. What's going on?" "Just testing a little." "You better go, Mrs. T is coming." "Wait, what?" I snapped awake as Tracy came through the front flap of the tent. "Nice place you got here." "Hi, Hon," I said groggily and somewhat disoriented. Something incredible had just happened, but it would be days later before I could put it to page. Tracy proceeded to get into the sleeping bag I had set up. Within seconds, my earlier dream forgotten, I pounced on her with all the grace of a jungle cat on Valium. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked with a trace of bewilderment. "You know," I said softly. "No, I don't," she answered. "Come on, you know," I said, trying to lead her on. "No, I do not. Wait, are you trying to fool around?" she asked incredulously. "Are you with Fan crazy?" she barked. Her voice was rising exponentially. "You've got a better chance of shitting out gold coins." I didn't think that was feasible, so apparently getting laid was out of the question. My humiliation was compounded by the riotous laughing of BT from his sleeping area a few feet away. I'm a guy, no matter how dire the situation. If we're not quite dead yet, we're thinking about sex. My face flamed as I fell asleep. No wonder I dreamt about a tanning bed. Why did they put nipples on modeling dummies? I pondered the next morning as I arose out of the tent, shifting around what the good God gave me. Fucking BT, always Johnny on the spot, was there to witness my indignation. "Got any change for a $20 gold eagle? I see you didn't get that taken care of last night." He laughed. I was about to verbally whiplash him when the next word out of his mouth saved the day. "Coffee?" I started walking over to him. "Don't get too close. We hardly know one another." He laughed again. "Fucking funny," I said, as I grabbed a mug of the steaming goodness. Donkeys, it wasn't, but it was still incredible in its own right. I sat down next to him just to fuck with him. I attempted to put my arm around him. BT shot up like a bottle rocket. "Dude," BT said disbelievingly. I feigned innocence. BT moved his smallish camping chair to the far side of our impromptu campfire. Sometime during the night, someone had found and placed a styrofoam prop fire resplendent with rocks and logs into the middle of our clearing. As BT settled his not insignificant weight into the chair, I had to ask, "How the hell is that thing supporting your weight?" "Play nice, boys," Jen said as she came from the direction of the restrooms. She handed BT a canteen heavy with water. BT drank greedily, easily consuming half of the contents. "Want some?" BT asked as he held the canteen out towards me. "No, I'm good. I'll go get my own," I answered. "Mike, just take this one, man," he said, thrusting the canteen a little closer to my face. "Don't sweat it, man. I'll go get my own. There's some right here." "Don't be difficult," BT said, his dander starting to get a little riled. "BT, I don't want it. I'll get my own," I said a little more sternly. "It's because I'm black, isn't it?" he yelled. Jen had stopped what she was doing to see how this potentially volatile situation panned out. Oh, I knew how it would end up. My teeth in BT's knuckles seemed the most likely scenario. "BT, come on, you know me better than that." "I don't know shit," he hissed, his bulk seemingly swelled in proportion to his anger. He was a second and a half from coming out of his chair. All of the boys were now a few feet away. Brendan was coming to the forefront, trying his best to throw a wedge between me and BT. I didn't think he would even qualify as a speed bump if BT got going. Tracy had taken this, the most blessed of opportunities to emerge from our tent. "BT," she said with no small amount of force. "My beef's not with you, Tracy," BT said, never taking his eyes off of me. "Is this how you want it, Mike? Your woman doing your battles for you, BT," my wife yelled. "What woman?" he shouted back. "He wouldn't take that canteen if I handed it to him," Tracy said. "Huh?" BT asked, confusion creasing his brow. "BT, Mike is a germaphobe, I swear to you, as I stand here, he would not take that canteen from me if I had just taken a drink from it." "Really?" BT asked incredulously. He then turned back to me. "I guess I owe you an apology," he said as he laughed. "Wait then, how do you two kiss? Forget it, I don't want to know." And then apparently this was the funniest thing in the world. In between swigs of the canteen, BT would break out into spontaneous laughter. "Can't kiss," he laughed. "You could get cooties. If the guy wasn't such a solid block of granite, he probably would have split his sides." He ended up laughing so hard. "No shit, Mike. You can't drink off someone else's beverage?" Jen asked. "That's funny." I forced an anemic smile. Neurosis number 22 had reared its ugly head. "How'd you have kids?" "Artificial insemination," BT said, roaring with laughter. "Immaculate conception? Wait, I know stunt double." I got up and left BT to his own devices. At this pace, it would be hours before he realized I was gone. "Holy shit, Mike. That was close," Brendan said, as we put a few feet between us and the tittering Titan. "Yeah, about that, Brendan. I appreciate the sentiment. But you've seen the propensity I have for getting into trouble." "In a hurry," he added. "In a hurry," I conceded. "The point is, Brendan, I don't want to drag anyone else down with me." He looked crestfallen. "Like I said, Brendan, I do appreciate the help. I just couldn't live with the guilt if anything happened to any one of you, especially if it was to save my ass." He looked like he was about to say something. I didn't want to give him any room for maneuverability. Besides, can you imagine how bad Nicole would make it for me? I looked at him questioningly. "I suppose you're right," Brendan acknowledged. I arched an eyebrow at him. "No, you're definitely right," he conceded. BT had, for the most part, calmed down. Tracy, I guess, wasn't ready to let me off the hook. Quite yet. "Yeah, you should see what he has to do before he gets on a toilet." "Tracy!" I shouted, more than a smidgen mortified. "Oh, that's not even the worst of it, Oh, for the love of God, Justin!" Travis and Tommy had resumed their dummy target practice. Now seemed as good a time as any to see how it was going. 2 rows of 7 dummies were lined up like advancing zombies. Errant arrows were strewn everywhere, including the ceiling. But more than a proportionate amount had struck their targets with withering precision. As we came up to the range, Tommy was drawing the bow back. He let loose an arrow that created sparks as it plunged feet well short of its intended target. "Good one, Tommy," Travis said. "That's your closest one yet." Tommy was beaming. "You think?" he asked as he handed the strawberry jelly-coated bow to Justin.
Uck,
Justin said as he pulled out a small box of baby wipes just for this occasion.
Brendan and I both looked quizzically at each other.
Brendan broke the silence first.
Mike, this is about a third of the distance when he shot that guy from Durgan's assault.
I nodded.
What words were there? And now he has a professional bow, not that piece of crap kid's toy.
I nodded again.
It was nice to know that someone else was seeing what I'd been seeing for a while.
What's up, hon? Nicole said as she wrapped her arms around Brendan.
You look a little out of sorts.
Nothing, babe, Brendan said as he leaned down to kiss her. I turned away slightly. I didn't want to make anybody else uneasy. It was just that. Well, damn it, I could not get the image of my daughter being anything other than that precious 7-year-old daddy's little girl out of my head. I know she's an adult and she has her own life now. It's just that in my reality she has chosen the realm of celibacy. It's small measures like this that allow me to sleep at night. One of these days, I know, sooner rather than later, my brain is just going to freeze up. It will be the human equivalent of the blue screen of death. Unfortunately, I have yet to discover my reboot button. Justin let loose his shot. Everyone laughed and cringed in equal measures as the arrow struck the dummy's stones. I swear, he looked right at me for half a heartbeat before he joined in the celebration with everyone else. Just then, a loud thud up by the front of the store cut the revelry short. I should have immediately taken charge and started delegating. Getting out of the store alive should have been my main objective. But I'll admit, curiosity got the better of me, so I started towards the front door. For one fleeting night since this whole shit storm started, I had felt good, safe even. But it was all an illusion, as I was about to painfully learn. Travis was first to the front. No biggie, Dad. There's only one. He didn't have to add zombie. Dad, there's more, Travis said hesitantly. Well, shit, there's always more. They're like fucking wolves, pack animals, I said testily. I was more than a little pissed that my home away from home was no longer the safe haven I had deemed it to be. Brendan and Nicole had reached the front and were standing next to Travis. Suddenly, Nicole turned and ran back to our campsite. She said nothing as she brushed past, but I saw tears on her face. What's the matter with her? I asked. I was really hoping it was the overly dramatic part of Nicole coming out. It wasn't. Mike, you're going to want to see this. Brendan swallowed hard. Am I? I asked. I was liking this less and less, and then someone punched the shit out of me. Figuratively, although literally would have been better. My old world nemesis stood less than 3 feet away from me, separated only by a flimsy pane of glass no thicker than a Coke bottle. Oh, Jed, what did they do to you? I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees, hampered somewhat by the new sport brace I had acquired, but still to the ground I went. I buried my face in my hands. Tears of true sorrow leaked through my clenched fingers. My body tensed each time Jed's head butted the glass, his mouth snapping wildly at the air, drool running viscously down the front of his tattered shirt. A broken tooth protruded at a slight angle from his top lip. Dirty hands with torn fingernails scratched at the glass. Cataract-clouded eyes stared pitilessly at me. It wasn't until I let my gaze travel lower that my resolve got steeled, or more likely my innards got liquefied. Brendan, take Justin and Travis and let's start the evacuation process like we talked about last night. Brendan had learned quickly enough to not question orders. For that I was thankful. 1 car or 2, Mike, he shot back quickly. We'll do 2, but let's make it really quick. Curiosity was killing him. I could almost sense it. There's only a couple, Mike. I know it's Jed and all, but still. I pointed to a small name tag festooned to Jed's breast pocket. Oh, fuck. Brendan turned on a dime, Travis and Justin on his heels. I stared long and hard into Jed's eyes, trying with every particle of my being to discern some small part of him that may have retained anything remotely resembling humanity. There was nothing there. He would eat me as quickly as the next without the smallest bit of remorse for what he did. I slowly removed the weights that BT had placed the night before. Each one seemed to be attached to my heart, miring it down into the depths of despair. BT came up just as I had finished pulling the last 50-pounder out of the way. Oh, I knew if I waited long enough, I wouldn't have to move those things again, BT said in way too jovial a mood for my liking. He saw that I was not enjoying his conviviality. What's up, Mike? Nicole came back crying, and then the boys said that we had to get stuff ready to go, but they said there were only a few zombies. I just pointed out through the glass door. Jed had followed me and was watching me hungrily as I cleared the doorway. It's just a Jed. Is that Jed? What the fuck is Jed doing here? Look at his name tag. What the fuck is a zombie doing with a name tag? BT asked. His features turned ashen as he focused in on the little white card. I hated name tags, and this one wasn't going to do anything to change that. Any place you ever had to go where people needed a name tag was not a place that I wanted to frequent. I don't give a shit if you're Cindy from Spokane. I didn't know you before tonight, and I have no desire to know you after. Do they use them at high school reunions, so that you recognize then laugh at the football jock who is now 50 pounds overweight and balding? Or maybe for the prom queen who pumped out 5 kids, smokes like a chimney, and now scratches her ass in public? If that's the case, then I guess they're all right. But Jed's name tag didn't give a name, only a message. Found you. Those 2 ominous words were a personal affront. Don't get me wrong, I understood that this world was now all about survival of the fittest. It was a depraved, cruel world, and getting harsher by the moment. Zombies were everywhere, and would attempt to eat us with wild abandonment. Renegade roves of thieves, muggers, pillagers, and general degenerates were also out there, and given the opportunity would take everything they could from us. But this was different. We were being hunted, purposefully sought out for extermination. My fears for my family plummeted to new depths of despair. Like life wasn't already hard enough. I had come to love Jed, but I thought no more for the bullet I put through his head than he would have had he got a hold of my flesh. "Fuck you!" I screamed into the day, hopeful that my words would find the ears of those that came after us, and they did, but not with the desired effect. The car that had delivered Jed sat idling in the shadows of an alleyway across from the sporting goods store. Cigarette smoke poured out through the slightly open window. A mirthless laugh escaped the driver's dry and cracked lips. "Soon, Talbot, so very, very soon." The car pulled out and away on the deserted roadway as Jed's body twitched one final time on the frozen pavement. Chapter 15, Journal Entry 14. Within 10 minutes, we were loaded up and on the road. My mood couldn't have been any more sour if I had just come home to realize my wife had run off with my best friend and taken the dog. Wait, scratch that. If she had taken Henry, that would have been worse. A small, grim grin bubbled to the surface with that new thought. "Mike," Tracy said, her face a lighter shade of white. "Mike," she said again when I didn't immediately respond. "Brendan's having a tough time keeping up." "Huh," I said, breaking free from my black thoughts. "Brendan, the other minivan? They can't keep up," she said, her knuckles white on the dashboard. The tachometer was buried deep in the red as the terrible teal machine was topping out at somewhere near 120 miles per hour. I couldn't be sure, because the numbers only went to 110, but the needle was pressed firmly against the upraised stop pin. Brendan's van was a distant memory in the rear-view mirror. Tracy placed her hand on my shoulder. "Mike," she said pleadingly. BT sat quietly in the back, a few more shades lighter, and he would be able to get into some of the finer country clubs in the area. A tire blowout now would most likely send us into the Guinness Book of Records for most barrel rolls. Well, as a kid, I had always wanted to get into that book of oddities, probably for something more mundane like how many pieces of bubble gum I could chew and not necessarily for being the world's largest rolling meat grinder. My foot eased off the accelerator. I had placed so much force on my right leg trying to press the gas pedal into the floorboard that I was now in the unenviable process of trying to alleviate a Charlie horse while also keeping this missile on the straight and narrow. Even with Brendan traveling at a steady 70 miles per hour, I was out of the van and massaging my offending calf before Brendan even came into sight on the horizon. "Jesus, Mike, what the hell are you doing?" Jen asked as she came out of the van. I looked over to Brendan. He looked strained. Pushing the non-aerodynamic brick down the highway at speeds he didn't feel comfortable with had made him break out in a sweat. "Sorry, man," I said to him. "It's nothing," he lied as he pulled his fingers off the steering wheel. "Dad, you don't look good," Nicole said with concern. Justin smiled from the rear seat in the van. "It doesn't matter," I said bleakly. "What doesn't matter, Mike?" Tracy asked as she came up beside me. All of this, none of this, no matter how hard we run, no matter where we go, they'll still come. There will come a time. No matter what I do, I won't be able to stop them from taking you, any of you. Mike, it's not just you, BT said tenderly. I wasn't going to add this part, but it's part of the story, and it only scratches on the outer corners of breaking the man code. He had come out and was actually giving me a hug. We're in this together. We'll look out for each other. I would no sooner let anything happen to any of your kin than I would let something happen to myself. He was big enough to be my dad when I was maybe 5 or 6 years old. The proportion was correct. I lived that lie for a few more seconds as I collected my despair and didn't so much dispose of it as try and compartmentalize it. I could tell it was surging and would soon leak from under the door of my makeshift compartment and probably out through the keyhole. But for now I had gained a measure of composure and was once again ready to face the world. For the most part. "Tracy, you want to drive?" I asked her. It was then I think everyone must have thought I had finally given up. I looked around the somber group. "What? My knee is killing me." "Uh-huh," BT said as he got back into the van. That was mostly true, but there was still a part of me that might have relished the thought of screaming off the road at $1.20 and plowing into a utility pole. I would not give my pursuers that satisfaction. Someone was going to catch a lot of lead for pushing me this hard, and maybe an arrow or two for good measure. Tracy drove well, which in itself was something of a feat. Normally, the only way she got behind the wheel with me in the car was when I was entirely too inebriated or had suffered one of my many varied injuries. Under either circumstance, I didn't give a rat's ass on how she got me to where we were going. I can't even begin to relate to you in this narrative how many times the kids had come home from somewhere where their mom had driven them and had horror stories about this and that person being cut off, semis turning over and small planes bursting into flame. I think there was even something in there about a dam bursting, but that might possibly have been an over-exaggeration. I dozed in and out of a fitful sleep, my mood fluctuating between pissed off at my lot in life and happy that I wasn't being pissed on. Basically varying degrees of suckydom. Tracy kept to a geriatric pace of 55-ish. It wasn't that the conditions merited the reduction in speed. I'm just not so sure how willing she was to get to where we were going. It's all great in the abstract. I'm going to save my mom. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you realize that you haven't heard anything in weeks from your 79-year-old mom who lives alone on a farm in North Dakota in one of the coldest winters in recorded history during an outbreak of zombieism, reality begins to make a weight of its own. Like a dying star, it creates its own mass and sucks everything, including your inner light, into it. The odds were about as great as winning the lottery that we would find Carol hale of health. "You want me to take over driving?" I asked her. Tracy turned to me. Grim determination and concern mixed in with a heavy dose of anxiety spilled out of her features. "Do you mind? I don't feel right driving without you bleeding." We both laughed. The tiny little release of endorphins was like a surge of adrenaline to my flagging spirits. 10 minutes and a bunch of potty breaks later, we were back on the road. The natural order of the universe was restored as I cruised down the highway at a more respectable 75 miles p.r.o. Any faster than that, and the terrible teal machine began to shudder and protest. How I had got this bucket to 120 was beyond my comprehension. My stomach grumbled as we passed one of those blue highway information signs. You know, the kind that tell you gas, food, and lodging are up ahead. This one had the big M logo for McDonald's on it. A quarter pounder with cheese, large fries, and a thirst-quenching Coke sounded like the best thing in the world. Oh man, I could go for a juicy quarter pounder. Aw, man, with that dripping cheese and sesame seed bun. I'd put a layer of golden French fries on top of the cheese, and I'd eat that thing in like a minute and a half. I know Henry understood what I was talking about because his head was tilted and he had a little drool coming out of his maw. I scratched his head. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? My good boy. His small tail wagged vigorously, the better to disperse the deadly gas that exuded from his keister. "Henry, you're ruining my fantasy," I said. The van swerved as I did my best to find the electric window control. I was frantic. The edges of my vision were beginning to blur as I held on tight to the only good air within breathable proximity. "Oh God, Talbot, did you run over a zombie?" BT said, sitting bolt upright from his nap. Not a pleasant way to return to the world of the awoken. "I can't breathe," he hitched. Tommy smiled as he stuffed 2 mini marshmallows up his nose. "It snowed so bad." Tracy once again saved the day as all the windows in the van simultaneously rolled down. Brendan's van swayed slightly as they passed through the toxic cloud that leaked out from our van. I'd freeze to death before I had to breathe in another piece of Henry's aerified excrement. It was another 2 or 3 miles before the last remnants of Henry's oily feculence made rolling the windows up a doable possibility. It still smelled like dirty feet and burnt Fritos, but it was passable. All thoughts of food had been wiped cleanly from my mind, but again, back to the basics. I'm a guy, if not in survival mode, and then sometimes even then, my mind has about 3 factors that contend with each other. Hunker down, ladies, because if you're reading this with your man in some safe zone, I'm about to give you all the knowledge you will ever need. If 10 thoughts were to pass through your man's mind, it would look like this. Sex, 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 food, sex, sex, football, sex, food, sleep, sex. Did you count? I really put down 11 thoughts. Yup, that's how important sex is to us. We'll only sleep if you're not offering sex or a sandwich. All that other bullshit we used to do in our regular lives, like going to work or painting the bathroom or going to the fucking art museum or seeing any chick flick, we did that so we could possibly get into your pants. Plain and simple. I don't at this point see any reason to mince words. We love sex in all its pure and depraved forms. Why this most basic of all animalistic rituals has thus far mostly eluded the feminine persuasion is beyond me. I would clean gutters in a hailstorm in my underwear at midnight if it meant I might get to have sex. I'd do all of the above, but in my regular clothes for an awesome Philly cheese steak. And that, my dear lady survivors, is all you will ever need to know about that big, dumb, hairy animal snoring next to you. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to let the cat out of the bag, but rapid procreation might be the only way we can stave off extinction.
Don't you remember what happened the last time you went to McDonald's? Tracy asked, circling back to my initial intercourse.
Doesn't seem like the right word to use here, but somehow it does. What about? Oh yeah, I answered. Chapter 16, The Cutaway. It was a brutally hot day in July when I received my layoff notice. I had immediately called Tracy to let her know that she needed to stop the order we had put in for the hot tub in the backyard. I could feel the tension and anger that she emitted right through the phone. Fine, she had answered me in the curt tone that drove me friggin' nuts. In a bad way. Everything all right? I asked, like an idiot. Everything's peachy, she had replied. Just so you know, peachy means anything but. The kids want McDonald's for dinner, and Nicole and Brendan are over. Now was not the time, but I really wanted to tell her that maybe we should start to tighten the belt up a little. The usual? I asked, abashed. What do you think? She said, and then she hung up. I would have smashed my phone against a wall if I had the income to replace it. I was screaming in my head. Fuck does she think I fired myself? Yeah, it must be all my fucking fault. It was with this attitude that I rolled on up to the McDonald's drive-thru. You kinda see where this is going? Okay, just a little backfill so you can really get a grasp of where I'm coming from. During my Marine Corps days, I worked on an airfield, and because of this, I had lost no small measure of my hearing. Couple that with a cheap-ass speaker system at any fast food drive-thru, and we were already in the midst of a communication barrier. Add to the fact that on that fateful night, Samir from the Great Republic of India had just got off a plane from his native country and had begun working the hole, as they call the place where your drive-thru order is taken. The dialogue you're about to read is after I had put my order in for the 3rd time, and Samir had botched it for the 3rd time. No, listen, I want a fucking quarter pounder with cheese and fucking extra pickles. You would like a cheeseburger with no cheese then, sir? Are you fucking with me? I was near screaming. A fucking cheeseburger without cheese is a hamburger. Where the fuck are you from? Although it would have been impossible not to tell where he was from, unless of course you have not used any customer support line in the last 5 years. I'm from Bangladesh, sir. You don't say? Listen, I want a quarter pounder with cheese and extra pickles. Okay, a large French fried with mustard then? Do you smoke crack, Babaganish? Samir, sir? What? My name is Samir, sir? And no, I have never smoked anything, sir. Oh, for the love of all that is holy. Would you like to pray, sir? I just wanted to back the car up and drive forward, running over the speaker. I couldn't stop looking at the box like it and not money was the root of all evil in the world. Sir, I have your order for 4 mint McShakes, 2 small Dr. Pepper's a cheeseburger with no cheese. 2 quarter-pounders with cheese, one with extra onions and one without buns, a girl toy chicken McNugget Happy Meal with apple slices, 2 Big McMacs and 18 supersized French fries with mustard. Not one order. Not one fucking order was right. I had nothing left. Samir had beaten me. Is that not correct, sir? When I did not answer him, he finished. That will be $52,075, sir. I was numb as I pulled my car up to the first window, groping for my wallet. The next car in the growing line pulled up to the box. Even from this distance, I could hear that I had in no way been singled out. No, not a McFlurry with bacon. I pulled up to the first window, hoping beyond hope that I would find an ally to help me through these troubling times. Pimply-faced Becca was not going to be that person. She was busy talking to, I believe, Tanya about what a jerk some guy named Spence was through her Bluetooth headset. She didn't so much as look at me when she fairly demanded the money. That's $52.55. Oh my God, he's the biggest jerk ever. Excuse me, miss? So then he says to me, did you see what Darla was wearing? And I'm like, why would I care what that biatch had on? She rethrust her hand out, seeking something I wasn't willing to entrust to her. Excuse me, miss. I asked again. I would have had an easier time getting a response from Samir. I shuddered at that thought. When Becca realized that I hadn't paid yet, she finally looked at me with that condescending teenager look that says, I know everything, and why are you still breathing? Don't you have a coffin to fill? I hate teenage girls. Is there any species more foreign on this planet? That's 52.75, she said again, this time with less veneer. Not that she was laying the nice on too heavy to begin with. Miss, I had some problems with the drive-thru. Apparently, Tanya came back with some profound insight because Becca once again completely forgot that I existed. I know, right? She replied excitedly, looking off into the distance. How could Samir all of a sudden become the good employee in all of this? At least he paid me attention, even if he had no clue. Yeah, so then I sort of... Oh, wait, Tanya, she said, turning to me again. This guy is at my window and won't leave. Yeah, I don't think he has any money. Oh, gross, Tanya. No, he's not cute. He's like 65 or something. Did you think I couldn't hear her end of the conversation? Did she care 65? And I'm kind of cute, aren't I? Why am I letting Becca make me doubt everything that I am? The human ego is very delicate, more like a thin-skinned tomato than the hardy coconut. It can be bruised easily with little more than some mishandling. Miss, I said, my order isn't right. Hold on, Tanya. Didn't you just make it at the speaker? Gad? Tanya, some of these people can be such dolts, she finished, looking straight at me. Did she think she was texting? This couldn't be happening, could it? I was on Punk'd or something. Someone must be making a YouTube video. Where's the camera? I asked in the hopes that this was some masterful prank and not the true state of the world. No, he's still here. I think he may be a tard. Are you fucking kidding me? What is your problem, bruised ego, or not? There was only so much I could take. Geez. There's no reason to get all hostile and stuff. It's not my fault you couldn't make your order right the first time. I would have peeled away, leaving a trail of rubber, but that's not really a specialty of Jeeps. I did drive away from the window, and I did entertain the thought of just leaving and trying my luck at Burger King. Odds were today, though, that I would encounter more of the same. Had I the clairvoyance to have checked my horoscope this morning, I would have known how this day was going to turn out. It read just one word, hide. If I went home now, empty-handed, Tracy would make Becca's mishandling of my ego seem like a feather's caress. Nearly every fiber of my being revolted at the thought of going into the lion's den unarmed. I parked the car, stepped out, and onto 5 or 6 ketchup packets that had been strategically placed for just this effect. Red, sticky liquid nearly made it to the knee of my tan Dockers. My expensive Italian leather shoes looking like I had just followed O.J. through a crime scene. Ronald McDonald mocked me with his feral grin, sitting on his bench, all smug and self-centered. 2 of the largest women I had ever seen in my life nearly bowled me over as I tried to gain entrance into the inner sanctum of absurdity. Twins they were, but not of the double-mint variety. One was swathed in head-to-toe spandex. Anything resembling my appetite was lost. Her sister had on a skirt that struggled for all it was worth to stay attached at the seams. The skirt barely covered massive varicose-stained thighs. It looked like the world's most detailed map had been tattooed on her, but I really had my doubts that it led to anything resembling treasure. "Oh, he looks good enough to eat," I heard one of the sisters murmur to the other. The other sister placed her hand to her mouth and tittered. She looked about as dainty as a hippo. Like I said, though, egos are fragile and tender. As easily as they can be broken, they can be propped up. Now, I wouldn't touch either one of these girls with a stick to see if they were alive, but still, at least one of them thought I was cute. Does good enough to eat equal cute? It did in my world. "Ladies," I said with my cheesiest grin as I held the door open. This time they both tittered. I felt magnanimous. I didn't have the slightest clue then that in just a few short months I was going to expend a magazine of high-caliber rounds into each corpulent sibling. It was with this much improved demeanor that I walked into the restaurant and up to the counter. My mood was only slightly diminished as I felt the tackiness of my red sauce-covered shoe as it tried to adhere itself to the less than sanitary flooring. One young harried mother was at the counter ordering. Two of her children were running around like they had just sucked down a couple of Red Bulls. Her third child was busy picking up errant French fries that had ended up on the deck. I cringed as she placed these floor prizes into her mouth. "Lexus!" the mother screamed. "Stop that! I'm ordering your supper right now!" Wait, so she wasn't upset that Lexus was eating food off of a disgusting floor, but rather that she would ruin her appetite. Lexus didn't heed her mother's words as she placed another dirt-encrusted something into her mouth. I don't think it was a French fry, but I tell myself that it was, so that I can make it through the day without dry heaving. The germaphobe in me would have had to disown this kid if she was mine. "Lexus, Mercedes, Fred, come on. I've got Happy Meals," the mother of the year yelled. All three stopped, even Lexus with what appeared to be the midsection of a cockroach halfway to her mouth. The offending insect was discarded and rapidly forgotten as Lexus screamed merrily about getting a princess toy. My earlier jollity was completely destroyed as I stepped up to the counter. A sad-faced man named Don, his name tag identified him as the shift supervisor, greeted me. I was to learn rather quickly that Don's day had pretty much paralleled my own, except for the part about losing his job, but that part would come later after I left. "Sir, how may I help you?" Don asked, doing his best to hold on to what little remained of his dignity. "I'm not proud of some of the things I have done in my life. You could count this encounter as one of them. I'm one of those people that is quick to anger and then lets slide something that should have never left my brain to begin with. Quick to react, slow to think. Unfortunately, this was something my Nicole had picked up on early in life. She would scream bloody murder, and I would come running. Justin usually became the hapless victim in this game, as I would punish him before I even knew what was going on. If my daughter wrote that story, she could probably call it The Manipulation of Michael Talbot. And then the worst part of this whole affair would be the swallowing of my pride and then admitting to my son that I was wrong. This was a shortcoming that had been a work in progress with me for years. That day I slid a long way back down the progress path. Maybe it was the way he looked so pathetic, like he had already given up, that made me act the way I did. Maybe it was a baser evolutionary thing, like the strong dominating the weak. I'm not saying I was right or trying to justify my actions. I'm just making an observation. You can be the judge if you want. But remember, I had just lost my job. My wife was pissed at me. It was 102 degrees out. Samir and his partner in crime, Becca, had conspired to make my trip to a fast food restaurant into an epic adventure worthy of any M. Night Shyamalan movie. I had ketchup halfway up my pants. My expensive shoes were ruined. A giant fat lady wanted to eat me. I had just witnessed the singular, most disgusting culinary experience in my life, and now Don the Defeated was going to champion my cause. I think not. All of this was going through my head as I formulated my reply to Don. "Fuck you!" Yep, that's how I started off. Proud. Not a chance. Don's demeanor dipped even a little farther, but I thought I caught a glimpse of something else. I think my words sparked a flame of defiance in him. "Sir?" he asked incredulously. Don's day had been shit thus far, but I was the first to cross the usually uncrossable, unseen civilized barrier. I knew in my heart of hearts that "fuck you" was as inappropriate a response as I could go with, except maybe something about his mother. But again, my emotions were ruling my higher functioning. So when I told him to go fuck yourself, I had once again taken a giant step against mankind. I'll give it to the guy, though. He wasn't quite ready to throw the towel in yet and step down into the primordial soup with me. Sir, if you could just please keep your voice down and keep the language more appropriate, I think we can resolve whatever problem you may be having. At this point, my loftier self was actually able to step away from the situation and take a more objective look at what was happening here from Don's point of view. Some ketchup-stained guy that appeared to have just smoked some bad crack comes into a family-oriented restaurant throwing profanity around like a hooker throws pussy around at a dentist convention. That Don hadn't gone screaming into the rear of the store looking for a weapon was a testament to his inner strength. Or more likely, I wasn't the first person that had come in after dealing with the dynamic duo of dipshits at the drive-thru. His words were actually having the desired effect. He had not escalated the confrontation. The more time he was giving me to reflect on my actions, the better able I was to bridle my mental state. Such as it was, I actually might have been able to salvage this encounter if Becca's pimply-faced countenance hadn't taken this inopportune time to peek out from her workstation. "Oh shit, Tonya? The half-wit came in the store. You should see his clothes. He looks like he's eaten but couldn't tell exactly where his mouth was." "I know, right?" She laughed. "He's got ketchup all down his legs. It's hilarious." "Tonya, hold on. I'm going to take a picture and send it to you." Becca began to walk out from behind her work window, her phone lining up to take my most unflattering photograph since the DMV. "Becca," Don began, "don't you have some work you could be doing?" "Oh, please," her expression dripped scorn. The sour look did little to dissuade Becca from her present course of action. I was too shocked to do anything, as Becca took not one but 3 pictures of me. I heard later that at least 2 of them ended up on the internet. Dawn and I both shared a moment of commiseration as we stared at the retreating form of the laughing Becca. "I'm sending it now, Tonya. Let me know when you get it. Get out," she shrieked. "Bobby Ricci asked you out?" The rest of the stimulating teenagese dialogue was lost to us as Dawn and I again resumed our parley. "You could start helping me by firing her." I pointed vehemently to where the demon spawn had retreated. "She's the best of the last 7 people I've had working there." Don answered me back, his tone laced with dejection. And just like that, the heat of my anger ebbed. Don was as much, if not more, of a victim in this whole affair than I was. He had been dealing with irate customers, seemingly his entire professional life. "Samir," one of the fry cooks shouted from behind us, "what the hell is a fried salad wrap with M&Ms? Don put his hands over his face. If he had access to anything sharper than a plastic butter knife, I think he would have taken the opportunity to perform harikari on himself. I wanted this encounter to be over with and get out of here before it got any more bizarre. Sometimes I maze myself with my flashes of prophecy. "Listen," I said hopefully, "I just want to get my order and get out of here." Dawn didn't respond, and I somehow took that as a good sign. "Okay," I said nervously, licking my lips. "I'd like to get 2 quarter-pounders with cheese meals, a crispy chicken sandwich meal, 2 Big Mac meals, and the 2 cheeseburger meal with extra pickles." "Oh yeah, and all of them with Coke is fine." Don still hadn't moved, not to even put my order into the not-so-idiot-proof picture-laden register. At first I was sort of impressed that he would have the ability to memorize my whole order. Still nothing was happening. "Dawn?" I asked cautiously. "You want? You want? What the fuck about what I want?" he screamed. The entire restaurant stopped and stared, even the nearly useless work staff. "You think I want to manage a bunch of zit-pocked, hormone-infused spoiled brats that would rather be at home jerking off than making an honest living? And do you think I can get any of them to wash their hands after they're in the bathroom for a half an hour doing God knows what?" I heard distant retching as one of the customers realized what they might be eating. One of the sandwich assemblers laughed out loud as he realized that he had just been called out. I noticed with disdain the nearly full box of Sani gloves next to his workstation that were going completely unused. Customers began to leave in droves as if they could sense the oncoming explosion. Why had my prophetic self picked this time to desert? Of my entire order, why he focused on this next part I'll never know. "You want some extra fucking pickles?" he yelled. I nodded dumbly, eyes wide open along with my gaping mouth. "I've got your fucking extra pickles right here." I can't express to you how relieved I was when he didn't pull his pants down and expose his male pickle to me. My respite was short-lived, though, as he picked up a 10-pound jar of pickle slices and began to hurl handfuls of the tangy sandwich slices at me. I stood dumbfounded as the rippled briny preserve slapped against my entire body. I guess I should be glad they were the sandwich slice variety as opposed to the spears. Poor joke, I know, But how much further into absurdity could I travel? I walked out of the store under a hail of fire. Slices stuck to my face, neck, and head. The sun began to instantly brown them as I dazedly strode to my car. I cannot recall the rest of the ride home. It wasn't until I walked in the back door and Tracy greeted me that the day began to come back into focus. "Where's the food?" she shot out, her initial anger at my becoming unemployed still highly evident as she began to look closer at the near comatose expression on my face, the ketchup on my pants and shoes, and the pickle slices that dripped to the floor. Her demeanor changed. "Oh, Talbot, how do you get into these messes?" I would have aimlessly argued that I had nothing to do with it. But her ensuing laughter was like the siren call to sailors of lore. I joined in with her wholeheartedly. After heavy moments of out-of-control laughter, we locked into a vinegar-infused kiss that temporarily made all of our earthly concerns melt away. For 20 beats of my heart, the entire day had been worth the payout. Chapter 17. Journal Entry 15. "You're probably right," I said, answering her original question back in the here and now, but I still looked longingly at the rapidly departing true king of hamburgers. My heavy sigh went unnoticed or ignored. Didn't really matter which. I wasn't getting any golden bronze dipped in sunlight, French fries, no matter how much I pouted. We were still hours away from Carol's, and the weakened winter sunlight was doing its best to retreat into the west ahead of the frigid night. We had some choices, none of them particularly grand. We could push on through the night and get to Carol's in the blackest part of the evening. My feelings were that entering into that nightmare during the brightest part of the day might make it minutely more palatable, so we could cross off option number 1. Number 2 consisted of pulling off to the shoulder of the road and sleeping in the car. But one look at the depleted gas tank gauge revealed that we would not be able to keep the car and subsequently the heater running for the entire night. Of the choices we were contending with, we would have to pick the one that was the least unsavory. That doesn't mean it was a good choice, just better than the rest. It's like the choice to eat chocolate-covered ants or caviar. They're both choices, but they both suck. Kind of like having to vote for either candidate in a presidential race. No matter which way you go, you're guaranteed. Taxes will increase, and the winner will blame the losing party's ineptitude for the necessity of the increase. Option 3 involved pulling off the highway, getting some much-needed gas, and finding some sort of safe haven to sleep the night away. Our luck at safe havens had been largely devoid these last few nights. I had my doubts that would turn around tonight. I pulled the van over and waited for Brendan to come up alongside. I laid out all my thoughts, hoping that someone might potentially have a better idea, or possibly dissuade me from my present course of action. I'm a control freak in the strongest sense of the phrase, but only insofar as a situation can be controlled. I've yet to come across a zombie that healed when I told it to. How long would it take to get to Mom's? Tracy asked with a strange mixture of hope and resignation. "Shit, maybe 4 hours," I said, rubbing my eyes. "I'm exhausted, though, and will still need to pull over somewhere and get gas." "What about finding a motel or something like that?" Brendan asked. "We could stay on the second floor. There's usually only 1 or 2 staircases that we would have to defend." What he omitted, probably unintentionally, is that 1 or 2 staircases meant only 1 or 2 escape routes. Our lives depended on me always keeping vigilant. But it was still a decent idea. We had to stop. That was not the issue. We might as well be as comfortable as humanly possible while we were still humans. The stress I felt everyone exuding was tangible. It had a texture, a thickness to it. When we were moving, we were safe. Every time we stopped, the danger caught up to us. Only Justin and Tommy thought stopping was a good idea. My hope was that Justin wanted to stop to give his low-grade fever a chance to dissipate. I would not dwell any longer on any wild theories that I could not prove, but could still feel in the depths of my soul. Damn it. The warring factions in me were mere children throwing stones compared to what was going on in his head. He might be the biggest threat to all of our survivals, and he was my son. My soul wept, my essence raged, but nothing changed. "Ryan says something about a lantern being on," Tommy said. His eyebrows pinched in a frown as he tried to make sense of his seer's words. You could hear a pin drop or Jen peeing a few feet away. You decide which descriptor fits. They were both accurate, if not both politically correct. However, I don't think this was going to be on any ACLU docket in the foreseeable future. "What'd I miss?" Jen asked as she came back, wiping her hands clean with some snow. BT gave her the short version. Brendan thinks we should stay at a motel, and Tommy says there's a streetlight on somewhere. She looked as confused as the rest of us, but she recovered a lot faster than any of us. She leaned her head into the minivan. "Hi, Tommy," Jen said with a smile. Tommy blushed. "What you got there?" "Triple berry Pop-Tart with peanut butter frosting," he said proudly. "Dad," Travis entreated, "you said we were out of Pop-Tarts?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Wait." Now I leaned my head into the minivan. "Did you say peanut butter frosting?" "Uh-huh," Tommy said, shifting uncomfortably as he noticed that everyone was looking at him. "Did you spread peanut butter on your Pop-Tart, Tommy?" I asked. He looked at me like I was crazy. His eyes rolled as he answered me. "We don't even have any peanut butter, Mr. T. But Pop-Tarts never made a peanut butter frosted variety, Tommy," I stated. "Oh, forget the Pop-Tarts, Talbot," Jen hushed me. "I let it go then, but I haven't forgotten about them yet, and I can guarantee when the savage vestiges of Alzheimer's are rendering my mind into brain-flavored oatmeal and I'm slinging my own shit against the walls that I'll remember triple berry Pop-Tarts with peanut butter frosting." Oh, you dear reader can be assured that after Jen got her answers, I checked that Pop-Tart out, and it was indeed the flavor he described. Not that the kid had ever lied, but maybe he got confused. He hadn't. "Okay, let me get this straight." Brendan says, "Motel," and Tommy says, "Street light is on, right?" Jen asked. Nicole clarified with lantern. "He said a lantern was on, not a street light." "Let's go. We've got a motel to find," Jen said with a huge smile on her face. Any chance you could let the rest of us know what mystery you figured out?" BT asked. "Come on in. We'll leave the light on for you," Jen beamed. "Huh?" BT asked. Tommy, around mouthfuls of an impossibly flavored snack, nodded fervently in agreement. "The old Motel 6 catchphrase," I wrapped up. "Exactly," Jen said. "Let's go. I'm freezing." Nobody needed any more persuading than that. Within 20 minutes, we came up on a viable choice for our overnight stay, even if there wasn't a Dunkin' Donuts. Beresford, South Dakota was about to become our home away from home, at least for the night. It was by far the prettiest place we had stopped thus far in our journey, with its tree-lined streets and the pond in the center of town. But pretty doesn't equate to safe. It was a given that zombies travel to where the food is. So by pure theory alone, small towns should be the first places to become devoid of the offending vermin. Like flesh-eating locusts, they plunder and pillage the local resources and move on. They don't hunker down and make roots. Can't really cultivate a human farm, can you? And then I shuddered as I thought about the Matrix. Okay, but that was about machines harvesting humans for energy. If I come across penned-up humans with zombie cowboys, my tentative grip on the fringes of sanity will be forever frayed. I shook my head, trying my best to dislodge the offending vision. Like, this shit isn't bad enough. I've got to try and drum up even more exciting scenarios. What I'd do for a nuclear bomb. A nuclear what? My wife asked. Her contortion of fear was clearly outlined. Did I say that out loud? I asked, clearly confused. When had I last let the inner thoughts of my unkempt mind out for all to see? My inner trappings were not a pretty place, and I always made a careful case to make sure that my mind was shuttered against even the most curious onlookers. Tracy had long ago learned to not try and find out what I was thinking. My sometimes candid answers, more often than not, left her confused, concerned, and just plain weirded out. Honest to God, I used to think that everybody thought the way I did, and were just as good at hiding it as I was. That, however, wasn't the case. My depths of paranoia, conspiracy, and psychosis approached, and most likely surpassed levels that should have been medicated away. But it was these same malfunctions of my mind that had kept my family thus far safe and sound. If I had really been able to realize my dream, though, we would be riding this out in style in some giant underground shelter. I envy all of you that had the resources to pull that off. Look, the light is on, Tommy said excitedly. And it was the chill of icy fingers that ran up my spine was back, and it was corpse cold. I shuddered involuntarily. Nobody but Tommy saw good in the stupid little 100-watt bulb, shining bright through the twilight. How is that light still on Talbot? BT asked in hushed tones with a note of reverence in his voice. There's a machine with Kit Kats in there. Do you have any change, Mr. T? Tommy asked hopefully. It's amazing to me that all of us had known Tommy long enough that nobody even looked halfway cross-eyed at him at his pronouncement. If Tommy had said that a convention of clowns respite with balloon animals was in there singing Billy Joel songs, we would all have believed him. Of course, I wouldn't have gone in, clowns are evil, but I still would have believed him. I pulled into the parking lot. Brendan wisely remained on the street in the event that he needed to make a quick getaway. A few more years of exposure to me, and he would be completely infected with my derangement. I was like a proud papa watching his baby take his first steps. "What are you doing, Talbot?" BT leaned into me and asked, still in that hushed tone. I wanted to let him know that zombies were more olfactory stimulated than auditory, but then I remembered that there were other demons out there that still went bump in the night. Durgan invaded my thoughts for a moment. I snuffed the thought before it could grow. My mind malignancy could not get past the thought that something was amiss here. Zombies are notorious dark dwellers, relying mostly on smell to track down their prey. Odds of zombies being around were about 10%. Next on my list were bad guys. Your average lowlife, Mad Max types. Take whatever you will and destroy the rest. Again, this is a relatively small percentage, maybe 10% also. This type, while very dangerous, doesn't lie in wait. They go out and seek to take. Okay, next came just regular folks doing their best to survive. I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but this is also a small percentage. I'll stick with the 10%. I might not be the greatest role model for this example, but I can guarantee I wouldn't be hanging a "We're open" shingle out on my front door. Next, we have our garden variety bad guy using a lure to bring in some unsuspecting slobs. This percentage was considerably higher than the others, maybe 20%. But unless you carried your own personal physician with you, inviting trouble was not always a viable advantage. It was still early enough in the apocalypse that supplies were fairly abundant. Food, clothes, and ammo were everywhere. Zombies had little use for them, and by this time outnumbered humans thousands to one. So what was in small supply and would become a high trade commodity? Women! God damn it! It always comes down to women. The bane of our existence. And our small party contained 3 of the golden ones. Okay, that 20% might go up. Now this part is something I've let very few people know. That's a lie. I've let nobody know. This I've come to learn is a huge character flaw in myself. I don't want to change it, and I recognize it for what it is. It's the inability to reach out and help those in need. I don't feel the altruistic requirement to help people. Now I'll die for my family or my friends if the demands require it. I've risked my neck for the men I've fought next to and even for people that I've been tentatively tethered to. Think cash. But I will not go out of my way to help those in need. I'm blown away by the people that used to go to Africa and try to help populations dying from starvation. My first response was always, what is their ulterior motive? Yeah, there's the cynic in me, rearing its grotesque head. Doctors and nurses could only be in it for the money. Rich people giving to charities was for tax purposes. Actors donating time to build houses, free publicity. So the thought that some people were in that motel wanting to help others was by and far the largest percentage of probability, and it was easily the most difficult for me to reconcile in my mind. I looked over my right shoulder as I backed out of the parking lot. Tommy looked like I had just run over a family of rabbits with a lawnmower. "Did I tell you about the Kit Kats, Mr. T?" Tommy lamented. "What are you doing, Talbot?" Tracy asked. She hated to see the distress in Tommy's face. "Hedging my bets," was my terse reply. "Against what?" Tracy asked. "What's going on?" She had inklings of how deep my disturbed waters ran and for the most part made sure that she didn't wade too far from shore. But since this whole undertaking had begun, she had started to indulge me more and more. I felt sadness that she would someday swim in the turmoil I was mired in daily, but that was beyond my control for now. I parked next to Brendan on the road without telling anyone my plan. I grabbed my gun and got out. "Tra!" She was already moving into the driver's seat. "Hold on, Talbot! I'm coming with you," BT said as he fumbled with his seatbelt. The material looked stretched to its capacity around his immense bulk. "Hold on, BT! I know that you're a big sweetheart," he grumbled at that. "But any poor folks in there are going to look at you and think you're a raging T-Rex?" He took no umbrage to my words. A small smile may have passed his lips. It was difficult to tell in the fading sunlight. Travis was halfway out the door. I stopped him too. "Not this time, champ." I motioned for him to get back in the car. "Talbot, let's just go," Tracy entreated. "Go where?" "I haven't given up on this place. I'm just not 100% convinced yet, I answered. How convinced are you? Tracy asked. She had not been expecting an answer, so when I came back with 50-50, she understandably didn't know whether to be troubled or thankful. I took that one calming breath that really doesn't do anything except focus you on the fact you're about to do something foolhardy or dangerous, or a combination of the two. All eyes watched me as I slowly approached the motel, halfway across the parking lot. My concern came to fruition in the form of a green laser dot painted plainly on my chest. "Dad, why'd you stop?" Travis asked. His voice rang out too loudly in the unaccountable quiet. I hesitated to turn and tell him. I slowly raised my arms in the universal gesture of "don't put a cavernous hole in my body." "Oh, fuck!" I heard from a multitude of mouths behind me. I concurred with them completely. I heard multiple car doors open or slide. The cavalry was on the way. "Make them stop, or you'll be on the ground before you hear the shot." The disembodied voice said softly for my ears only. It seemed to be coming from above and to the left of me, but I wasn't willing to bet my life on that fact. "Stop!" I said loudly. "He says that if you keep coming, he'll kill me." The sheer quantity of guns I heard being cocked behind me at least gave me the slight satisfaction in knowing that my death would be avenged tenfold. "What's your business here?" The voice came again, and now I was willing to put some more stock in the premise of his location. Odds were, though he wasn't the only one on this field of play, no chance this was a laser device from a tape measure. Those were only of the red variety. Green lasers were much more powerful and generally included only on tactical weapons. Would I feel the splintering of my chest plate as it first contorted to accept the intruding projectile and then shattered around the bullet? Would my heart burst as the bullet tore through it, like so many watermelons I had shot? And if I was somehow still alive after all that damage to myself, would I be able to register the paralysis my body suffered as my spinal column was severed in two? Would it be better to be shot with a full metal jacketed bullet that would strike small and leave a fist-sized opening in my back, or with a traditional lead round that would mushroom immediately upon impact, thus allowing it to damage more vital organs as it crushed to a stop halfway through my being? Maybe a low-velocity round that would hit somewhere center mass and tumble through my body, only to find a hasty exit through my orbital socket. It was a gruesome picture I was painting. I truly wished I wasn't the model for it. I answered my captor's question honestly. My business is to not get shot. I wasn't expecting a laugh when I answered him, but that's exactly what I received. I think that's all of our businesses. I could tell from his tone he enjoyed the response. But his prior wariness, if it had diminished at all, was only by a negligible amount. "I would feel more comfortable if you put that weapon on the ground," he said to me. I wasn't really in a negotiable place, but what the hell, and I'd feel more comfortable if I wasn't painted with a laser. It's a little unsettling. Well, that's the point, isn't it? Great, I got to deal with a realist. "Okay, you put that gun down. I'll take the laser off of you, but you do realize I'm not the only one that has a bead on you and your traveling party? I had figured I was the target. Realizing my family was an errant mosquito bite away from coming under fire was almost more than I could bear. My body shook with rage, my soul quaked with fear. I gently placed my AR on the ground. All right, I've held up my end of the agreement." The laser unwaveringly still dissected my body. I could hear what sounded like a muffled, high-intensity argument. Seemed to me someone was very adamant about not having guests. That I was waiting patiently for someone else to decide. My fate was not sitting well. I carefully eyed my rifle and got busy deciding how quick I could pick it up and at least go out in a blaze of glory. "Don't even think about it," the same voice warned me. "Too late," I said. He laughed again. "Fuckers have night vision goggles." I felt slightly envious and more than a little pissed at myself that I hadn't thought to pick some of those gems up. I'm sure Dick's Sporting Goods would have had some. Not of the military grade, but something better than my impotent human vision. Odds were we would have picked this ambush up long before I stumbled my ass across the parking lot. More hushed skirmishing ensued. I had half a mind, the crazier half to be sure, to tell them to hurry up. Holding my arms over my head like this was killing my shoulders. No reason to poke a hornet's nest, though. They don't even make honey. After what seemed like indeterminable minutes, the arguing stopped. Who won, the ones that wanted to kill us all outright, or the ones that wanted to kill just the men outright? All right, I want you to tell all those people behind you to put their weapons down and come forward with their hands up," the voice said, all business-like. I didn't need to ponder my response in the slightest. No. I'd wished I had those goggles now just to see his expression. "I don't think you understood me," he shot back, with words thankfully. "Oh, I understood you just fine. I'm just not doing what you asked." Impudence didn't seem like the right tact, but there I was, rattling off at the mouth again with reckless abandon. "We can kill you where you stand. You get that, right?"
"I get that utterly and completely, and that is why under no circumstances will I drag my family and friends into your killing zone." More hushed, arguing. "I'm putting my arms down. My shoulders are killing me," I yelled slowly. "And do not make a move for that gun." "Fine, fine," I yelled back as I dropped my outstretched hands down and began to rub blood back into my numbed arms. More hushed brawling ensued. Obviously no succinct chain of command here. Democracies didn't generally fare so well in survivalist societies, but then I remembered I was the one in the less than desirable position. A woman's voice shot out this time. I shouldn't have been surprised at all by her question, but I was. "Do you have someone named Tommy with you?" From behind her, I heard another woman's voice say softly, "That was stupid, Maggie. You should have asked them their names." I was reaching, but they had opened the door. I might as well knock it off its hinges. "Do you have a Kit Kat machine?" It would have been impossible to not hear their gasps of surprise. "I'll take that as a yes." "How could you know?" "It was delivered the day the zombies came. It never even made it out into the lobby," the same female voice asked disbelievingly. "Maggie, why don't you just invite them in?" Came the other feminine voice. It was worded as a sarcastic challenge, and Maggie knew that, but she used the words for her own devices. "Do you want to come in?" the one that must be Maggie asked. Before I could even answer, I heard Tommy shout from across the way. "Can we get some Kit Kat bars?" "Tommy, right?" Maggie asked me. "One and the same," I answered. The potential for violence had passed like an ill wind, but I still wasn't taking any chances. "I'd like to grab my rifle and shoulder it." "Oh yeah, sure, go ahead," came the male voice with not a hint of the earlier malice. We had in seconds gone from showdown at the OK Corral to Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and again it was Tommy that saved the day. He was like a cat with the whole 9 lives thing going on. No, that wasn't quite right, because cats don't generally give their lives out for others. Whatever he was, he had at the very least saved my ass. I'd buy him that damned Kit Kat machine. The danger had passed. I can't tell you how exactly I'd known, but I did. I didn't consider it gambling our lives on a hunch either. I waved Tracy and Brendan into the parking lot. They must have felt the same way I did, because neither of them hesitated, as it was Tracy almost clipped Brendan's front bumper in her haste to get in. Was Tommy broadcasting good cheer like a high-wattage radio station? There was a good chance of it, and if Tommy wasn't concerned, then none of us should be. The little motel wasn't much to look at. It was 2 stories tall and basically just a giant box. It was like any other motel you've seen 150,000 times before if you had ever traveled the highways of North America. That being said, it was in better shape than 95% of those other motels. I'd even wager that during the summer months the pool wasn't a shade of avocado green. As tired as I was, the Ritz-Carlton would not have looked much better. The man lowered a ladder down to us that I hadn't noticed before. Maybe because it was painted black, but more likely because I had a green laser dot on my chest. Those tend to transfix your attention to the detriment of all other things. Tommy had come up beside me, eyeing the ladder warily. I absently fingered the gun on my shoulder. Unease trickled in from a small black hole in the base of my skull. "What's the matter, Tommy?" I asked, as innocently sounding as possible. Tommy turned to look at me, his face a mask of seriousness. "The Kit Kats aren't up there." The unease evaporated under the light of 1,000 suns. I laughed until tears streamed from my eyes, and I'm sorry to say, as snot sluiced from my nose. Tommy handed me a wrapper from his Phantom Pop-Tarts. I started laughing harder at the prospect of wiping my nose with a piece of papery tinfoil. Catching my breath was becoming agonizingly difficult, in a good way. Nicole had got out of the car to see what was so funny. When she saw the state that I was in, she felt the need to comment, "Ew, gross, Dad. I'll get you a paper towel." I started laughing harder. I guess it was the pent-up endorphins. Under my tutelage, my daughter suffered to a degree of germophobia. She doesn't have the advanced degree like I do, but she is working on her undergrad status. I laughed at how she cringed at my condition.
Hell, if I wasn't laughing so hard, I would have been grossed out too. True to her word, within 30 seconds or so, she had brought me half a roll of paper towels. I was beginning to come down from my self-induced high. Shit, I'm a cheap date. That almost got me going again, but streamers of snot nearly a foot long kept it at bay. Tommy was watching me fascinated. He kept absently wiping his nose, maybe in the hopes that I would follow his lead.
"You, Dad, take these,"
my daughter said, thrusting the paper towels into my hand. "How's about a kiss for your dear old dad?" I made like I would go after her, and she fled like I was the world's largest oozing sore. I was moments away from bursting. My sinuses ached from the fluid I had pumped through them. I couldn't even begin to explain how happy I was when later Maggie would break out a first aid kit that contained Benadryl. I assured Tommy that we would get some Kit Kats before the night was through. But right now we should meet our hosts. That seemed to mollify him somewhat, and at least his bottom lip stopped quivering. Tommy made sure he was first up the ladder. I think he did it just so that he could get the greeting part out of the way and the eating part underway. Again, Tommy's action made me realize that this was a safe place, but it still takes more than a minute or so to get the stain of a bullet beacon off of your mind. While the event is taking place and adrenaline is surging through your veins, you have a difficult time assessing just how much danger you are in or how close you are to taking a dirt nap. It's after the fact, when you've burned through your go-go juice and the imminent danger has passed, that is when the mindfuck really starts to set in. You've never heard of a mid-traumatic stress syndrome. There's no time to become a basket case in battle, my friends that didn't react back in Iraq. Well, I buried them. But now that this last crisis had passed, my knees were weak and my breath was ragged. I couldn't get the images out of my head of my inconsolable wife and daughter as they looked down on my lifeless body. I knew the boys would soldier on. I had prepared them well. Even Tommy would be all right. He had an uncanny ability to see the world in a better light rather than the black one that covered us now. Could rose-colored glasses change the landscape that much? No, for the umpteenth time, I knew in my depths it was something much grander than I was prepared to accept or acknowledge with him. I knew Henry would feel the loss. Say what you will, but I know I'm more than just a food delivery system for him. If you never had the grand opportunity to befriend, not own, a bully, then you have truly missed out on one of life's pleasures. I have never encountered a breed of dog that possessed more of the grander human traits, love and affection, without the less savory ones, hostility and aggression. Yes, Henry would feel the loss of that, I was sure. He would not have the capacity to understand where I had gone off to. Hopefully he would think I went to live out the rest of my life on some huge hominid farm. Yes, these are all the thoughts that coursed through my head as I marshaled my reserves and ascended the ladder. Tommy was already busy making new friends when I came over the railing. The man who had moments earlier been about to give me some internal air conditioning grabbed a handful of my jacket and helped me over. Under normal circumstances, I might have been so inclined as to shrug his arm off of me, but since I was pulling energy from my stashed resources, I accepted his offer. Brendan, BT, Travis, and Jen hung back by the cars in a loose semicircle, their placement making it very difficult to be taken out quickly in an ambush. Justin had never got out of the van, and Tracy and Nicole both got into the driver's seat of their respective machines. All in all, it was a very tactical maneuver. We were becoming good at the game of staying alive. We had to. The stakes were too large. I had no sooner finished appraising our situation when the motel man spoke to me.
"Sorry about that,"
he said with a quick, mirthless smile. "Can't be too careful these days." I nodded like a bobblehead doll. I wanted to break his jaw when he saw I wasn't going to give him the standard. "It's okay. I understand that you had to point a gun at me and threaten to shred my innards into the contour of Chipotle pulled pork. I get it. It's cool. Let's be best friends. Do you mind if I break your jaw?" he continued. "Right. Well then, my name is Denmark, and the lady over there giving the big fella a hug is my wife Maggie." "Who's the one that wanted you to shoot me?" He leaned in conspiratorially. "That's Maggie's sister, Greta. She's a mean bitch, that one." I gathered that. He laughed. "I wanted to. I just wasn't there yet." Maggie disengaged from Tommy, her face beaming. Maggie asked Tommy one question before she came over to me. "Why the broccoli tree? His mom says he should eat more greens." I answered for him. Maggie came over to me with her hand outstretched. I took it only out of a courtesy I didn't feel. "Welcome, welcome," she said, pumping my arm vigorously. Her sour-faced sister looked over Maggie's shoulder. Greta's look still conveyed the feeling that Denmark should have taken the shot. One glance at Greta and I knew why she was such a mean bitch. Maggie was slightly older than Greta, maybe late 50s to Greta's mid-50s, but that was it for similarities. At one time it was easy to see that Maggie was quite the looker. Even now she bore a stately beauty that belied her years. Greta must have pissed God off something fierce because she had been whacked with the ugly stick a few dozen times. Where Maggie was tall and slender, Greta was short and rotund. Maggie's regal features were only more sharply pointed out by Greta's globbish ones. It must have been absolute hell growing up in that shadow. I pulled Denmark close after Maggie's embracing welcome and Greta's dismissive nod. "They're sisters?" Denmark nodded. "That goat's been a thorn in my side since I married her sister, but to have the one I had to accept the other. It's been a good deal, but there have been times I've thought of trying to fix Greta up with one of my friends. But not a one of my friends has ever crossed me enough to warrant that punishment. Sides. I don't think she'd ever leave her sister, and then I'd be stuck with her pissed-off new husband and a lost friend." "I see your point." I liked Denmark. The previous incident, while not completely forgotten, was beginning to be covered over with better thoughts. Thank the stars for all the weed I smoked as a kid. Having short-term memory loss could be a plus sometimes. "So what's your status here?" I asked. Denmark hesitated. Sure, I had shook his hand and his wife was completely enamored with Tommy, but we were still strangers, and as he gazed down at my traveling companions, he knew we were a small army unto ourselves. A sheer moment of trepidation crossed his face as he realized he may have just opened up his last holdout of safety to us. I watched as his emotions ran the gambit from "thank God I have some help" to "oh God, what have I done?" I could only take so much pleasure in the man's discomfort. Some small piece of me did like the fact that now he was the one to squirm, but I let the pettiness pass. "You're fine, Denmark. We're somewhat good people just trying to make our way through." He released the building tension within himself with a heavy sigh. "It's been a long time since I've been able to let my guard down." I put my hand on his shoulder. "It's just been me and the girls the last couple of weeks. We had a few guests at the time." He looked at me with doleful eyes. "Well, you know." I nodded in acknowledgement. I knew all too well. "Well, they left to go back to wherever they had come from. I can't imagine they got to where they were going, though. It was a lot more chaotic back then. For the most part now, we only see he groped for the right word. How can anybody be alive in the 21st century and not know the name for the living dead?" I was soon to learn that he was a fan of all novels, if they were of the Western variety. Not many zombies traversing down the Rio Grande back in those days. Zombies, I assisted him. "Yeah, right, those things. We had a hell of a time those first few days. Didn't sleep much. Shot my way out of more jams than I care to remember." He shuddered as he thought back. Maggie and Greta never so much as fired a gun. Sides. I didn't want her to be weighed down with those pictures in her head. Maggie, that is. I thought Greta might be good at it, seeing as how mean she is. The only thing she was good at was pointing out what else needed to be shot. I suppose that had its own benefits. "And minuses," I added. "And minuses," he said, looking at me. We tried to make a go of it from the lobby. Our place is downstairs and there's a full kitchen with food and amenities, but they kept breaking through whatever defenses we put up. I sympathized. How many seemingly unbreachable defenses had they circumvented at Little Turtle? A pang of homesickness coursed through me like bad chili. After the fourth night of no sleep, we moved to the second floor. Seemed hardly worth it at the time. It just meant those things were going to be a little more tired before they ate us. Was Maggie had the idea to get rid of the steps? First we threw some dressers and beds, mattresses, whatever it took to keep them from getting up here. Then I grabbed a toolbox that I have in the utility room up here and smashed through the concrete step. The hardest part was sawing through the metal support. Each step had figured 2 steps would be enough. I did 4 on each stairwell. Great minds think alike. I recounted to him my whole stair removal and carnival ride installation. He got a good laugh when I told him how pissed off my wife had been. We lived on crappy candy bars, Mountain Dew, and old donuts for 5 days while those things hovered around looking for food, and then they just sort of up and left. I killed whatever stragglers came by, but the worst of it seemed over. I nearly broke my leg when I tried to jump over the missing steps. I went back to our apartment and grabbed boxes of food to bring back up, and then I realized I'd never be able to jump that gap going up. Not nearly as spry as I used to be. I used to play football when I was in high school, outside tackle. He seemed to need to tell me all this. I didn't see any reason to stop him. Figuring I might be ensnared in his story for a bit, I took a moment as he sorted through his old memories to let everyone know below that it was A-OK up here and that they should park and bring all the ammo. If we were going to be in a firefight, I was going to make it as one-sided as possible. He continued as if I had never turned away. But that was a long time ago, and I would have played college ball except for a knee injury my senior year. Last damn game of the season, and we was winning 42-14. I was laughing and joking and actually making eyes with this pretty little cheerleader. Maggie, how'd you know? Just a guess. You two look like you've been together for a long while. I'm really glad I didn't shoot you. You and me both Denmark. So there, I'm making an ass out of myself, and the play goes off, and I'm not paying any attention. My own teammate blindsided me. Not his fault at all. I never moved. Saw nothing but red as I fell in pain. Maggie was the first one to me. Not sure if she felt guilty about the whole thing, but if it got her to say yes when I asked her to marry me, then it all worked out for the best. His look was still of that faraway, dreamy quality in a much happier time and place. Where was I? He looked like a coma victim, suddenly come back to awareness after a prolonged sleep. Mountain Dew and a bunch of food, I prodded. Oh, that Mountain Dew, that's the devil's brew that is never so much as sniffed the stuff before they came. Now I'm addicted to it. Damn near cost me my life. I laughed to myself. He talked about good old Mountain Dew like it was crack and you would have to go down to the seedier parts of towns and find a dealer. Did they pour it into little baggies? Did you buy it by the ounce? I let my inner thread stop as Denmark continued with his story. So first when dude, is that a word? I'd have to ask Tracy later. I realized I couldn't get back up the stairs. I grabbed this here ladder, which was vibrating slightly from Brendan's third trip up with ammo. You sure about all this ammo, Mike? He asked pleadingly. I nodded, not interrupting Denmark's story. I heard Brendan mumbling something about how just because you're my girlfriend's dad, mumble, go foo, grumble, self. The rest was lost as he moved further away and Jen came up with some food. I smiled. Sometimes command had its perks. Denmark continued his narrative. And that's how we've been getting stuff up here. That Mountain Dew, though, I couldn't get enough. Emptied the soda machine up here within a couple of days and then the one downstairs a few days after that. I thought that might be where his life had been endangered, but I was wrong. I went for about 48 hours without the stuff. I was sucking down Pepsis in hopes that they would ease the craving. It didn't work. I thought Sprite might do the trick. Didn't even come close. Maggie thought I had lost my mind when I told her I had to go down to the Piggly Wiggly to get me some more. She told me I was going to do no such thing. Greta just gave me a list of things she wanted. Maggie got so upset I figured she was finally going to give her sister the old heave-ho for that. Well, you can see that didn't happen. I lamented with him at the appropriate time. So's I grabbed old Bessie here, he said, holding up his rifle. It looked nothing like its namesake. It was a tricked-out AK-47 with a sighting laser, obviously, and a 150-round ammunition drum attached. I had no idea where he would have come across such a monstrously wonderful weapon, but I was going to ask. And as I climbed down the ladder, the missus told me that if I didn't come home safe and sound to not bother coming home at all. She was so upset I don't think she knew that she made absolutely no sense. I figured if I got in enough trouble that I couldn't get home, then I was pretty much dead. I nodded with him in agreement. So then she tells me that if I'm going anyway, I might as well you get the point. Ended up she had a list, too. Felt like a damn fool heading to the Piggly Wiggly with a rifle strapped to my back, drove my old pickup truck, which was actually a 2009 GMC Jimmy. The thing was pristine. I looked longingly at it and then back at the terrible teal machine a few times during our stay there. Got to the mart, and it was quiet. Quiet like the world was holding its breath, wondering what was going to happen next. There was nothing on those two shopping lists I felt was worth my life. Damn near turned around the second my boot crunched down on the pavement. I was going to go back and tell Maggie my knee was acting up and I couldn't walk right, much less run if and I had to. Maggie and Greta would have known I had chickened out, but Greta would have told me so to my face. That dour-faced? Is she around? No, bitch? I had one foot on the ground and one still in the truck. That damn do made me do it. I had to have it. Seemed about the only thing in this world sides my Maggie worth living for. I loved beer, and I couldn't even begin to explain how I longed to chug that nectar of the gods, but would I risk my life for it? And then I really pondered the question. Fuck. I think I would. Stupid, sure, but there's more than one person, starting with my wife, that'll tell you I'm not a rocket scientist. I used my tire iron to pry the doors open, no electricity, and all. He looked at me as he said this to see if I was judging him for his lapse in moral character. It took me a second to understand what he was asking me. My understanding? My forgiveness? We are all doing what we need to do, Denmark. Why he cared about my thoughts on the matter, I didn't know. I didn't then, and I don't now, have the power of absolution. Smell. The smell was what hit me first. I don't like to think of it much. I can still recall it. When I was 15, had a coon dog that got sprayed by a skunk. That was Chanel No. 5 in comparison. Oh, I knew that smell all too well. The zombies, not the Chanel No. 5, an SOS pad on a stick, shoved up my nose, and thoroughly whisked around would not eradicate the perpetual olfactory odor that had been burned into that unfortunate organ. Michael, I pretended it was the meat gone bad. I guess it kinda was. He laughed. Just the wrong kind. His smile disappeared as rapidly as it had come on. Regular lights were out. There were still a couple of red auxiliary lights hanging on to some small trickle of power. It did little to make the store seem more shoppable. If some little 5-year-old had come from behind a register and said boogie-de-boo, I would have pissed myself. I laughed. Denmark didn't share in my view. I get that a lot. Either my base of reference is highly skewed or everyone else's is. I figured it was everyone else. Why shine that light on myself? I propped the door open to get some light and to let some breathable air in. It helped some, but only if I stayed within 15 feet of the door. Figured my odds of everything on my lists being that close was slim to none. He laughed. I didn't. We'd cinch up sooner or later. Good story, Mike, Brendan said crabbily as he made his fourth. No, maybe 7th trip up the ladder. I wanted to respond and tell him, yeah, not bad. But I needed to remember that in the post-apocalyptical world virtually everyone was armed. Denmark wiped his face with rough hands long exposed to the ardor of hard work and cold weather. If he had cried, I pretended not to notice. And then they started to come. Mike, those things, they were my friends and my neighbors. I blew the head off my kid's Sunday school teacher. Perch the postman nearly got me. I'd never seen him move so fast when he was delivering the mail. I so wanted to laugh now. Again, not appropriate. I put 20 rounds in him, for I had the good sense the Lord gave me to let go of the trigger. I hearkened back to my magazine emptying encounter with the double-fat twins. It felt like 20 years ago. And still they came. Mike had to have been a couple dozen if'n there was one. My ammo drum came up empty just as I killed the last one. If there had been just one more, I probably would have just stood there while it did its thing. I think I was in shock. That's understandable, Denmark. Not many a man has had to go through what you've gone through. I almost thought of adding, at least that's how it used to be. Anybody alive now has had to. I didn't even go back to the truck and get the extra ammo. I grabbed a cart and a sanitary wipe, a man after my own heart, and shopped. I walked around the bodies like it was the most natural thing in the world. I did grab 3 of everything just because I never wanted to have to go back to that store again. He wiped his face again, attempting to remove the invisible stain that the encounter had placed on him. I assured him that was the way of the world. Now, it wasn't a pleasant prospect, but he had done nothing shameful or worthy of his guilt. He appreciated the words, but I don't know how effective they were. Chapter 18, Journal Entry 16. Within the hour, we were all sitting in Unit 203. Denmark had salvaged an old potbelly stove that kept the room a balmy 2 degrees below the temperature on the surface of the sun. Occasionally, I had to go outside to keep my lungs from cooking because of the superheated air. If it bothered Denmark, Maggie, or Greta in the least, they didn't let anyone know. The mood was convivial. Even Greta smiled a few times, which I think really caught Denmark by surprise. I was fairly convinced he didn't think she had the muscle memory to do such an action. Everyone had let their guard down somewhat. Maggie couldn't stop fussing over the boys. She said they reminded her of her own boys. They had not heard from Larry or Jim since the start of it all. For moments she would get lost in her thoughts and grief, and then come back around full circle, beginning with wiping Tommy's Kit Kat swathed face. Travis squirmed from her ministrations, torn between acting like the man he was rapidly and forcibly becoming, and the boy who still looked to adults for all the answers and protection. Justin feigned sleep to be left alone in my twisted brain. I feared that it was the contact with goodness that so repelled him from her. Denmark was a great storyteller and had the entire room enthralled in some story involving a canoe, a tree that ate people, and a cat that saved the world. Between the length of the day, the heat from the stove, and a now sated belly, I found myself dozing off. I was startled awake to some raucous laughter, something about the cat falling out of the canoe and into the water. I stumbled out of the room. I had the uncomfortable feeling that my liver was beginning to cook from the inside out. This must be what that poodle felt like when its master tried to dry him off in the microwave. I opened the door, and the bracing cold in my face as well as the fire behind was an invigorating sensation. "Why'd you grow up in a barn?" came Denmark's voice. I had heard the rebuke from my mother enough to know he wanted me to either go in or out and shut the door in either case. My intention was to continue on out and pull in some cold, fresh air into my lungs in hopes to store it against the stove's blistering heat. "Michael?" Denmark asked when I didn't move. Tracy turned to look due to Denmark's tone. I was a man frozen, but not by cold. "Talbot?" she queried. I could formulate no response. Finally, I turned. "Boys!" And that was all it took. Brendan and Travis grabbed their gear and followed me out onto the balcony. It was the smell that had clued me in. I couldn't see a damn thing below me. It was a new moon, and even if that wasn't the case, the thick cloud cover still would have blanketed any potential light. Between the smell and the shuffling, we once again found ourselves in the midst of the enemy. It didn't quite smell or feel like the mother lode, but we wouldn't be able to tell until the morning. "Sweet Jesus," Denmark said as he came to the railing. "Den, don't you use that kind of language?" Maggie shot from behind him. "Haven't seen a one of them in nearly a week." "I figured it was over," Denmark remarked. "I felt terrible." I knew without a shadow of a doubt we were the reason they were here. I don't know how I knew it, but I did. BT was busy moving some of the ammo cans into place. Jen was loading and then checking her loaded weapon over and over again like a looped tape. Tommy stood next to me. I was going to have to ask him how he kept doing that. "He's coming, Mr. T." He might as well have sliced through the thin skin up my spine, cutting through the small layer of connective tissues and nerves, and then pulled the bloody pieces apart to drop ice into the wound. I managed to not convulse at his words, but not by much. Tommy hugged me tight, although I didn't relish the attention. The last time Tommy hugged something this fiercely was when Bear had sacrificed himself for us. The ice on my spine turned to salt and my throat constricted. "I'm sorry, mister," Tommy wailed. I wanted to assure him everything was going to be all right, but all that kept going through my head was, "Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck." You get the point. I was collecting my thoughts when Jen asked me where she should set up. My mind was addled. Maybe take Tommy back into the room and get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day and nothing's going to happen tonight. Unless I die, I wanted to add. "Tommy's still in the room," Jen answered. "What?" I turned to look. Tommy was still seated in the far corner of the room. Maggie was busy wiping chocolate off his face. He peered up and over her shoulder when he felt I was looking at him. His expression told me the encounter had been real. "Oh, fuck!" I told myself over and over again that long night that I was still alive, but who was kidding whom? I was a dead man walking. Had Tommy cursed me with a self-fulfilling prophecy? Would I now seek out death? Or had he blessed me with the opportunity to tell the ones I loved how I felt? Now remember, I'm a former Marine raised by a former Marine. Marching into death was my business. Telling people I loved how I felt about them scared the shit out of me. "Jen, you've been doing a great job." "That gun is loaded," I told her. "Damn it. Okay, I'll get better with the next one." I could feel her confusion at my words as she answered me. "Thanks, I think." "Hey, BT, how you doing, man?" "What do you want, Talbot? Can't you see I'm busy?" BT was busy stacking ammo cans of varying calibers all around the top balcony of the motel. The Battle of Motel 6 might not become nearly as famous as the Alamo, but I would bet we would fire as many shots. "I just wanted to tell you, BT, thank you for saving my life back there in Bennett." without looking back at me as he placed another 50-pound can down. Didn't so much do it for you as I did it for myself. Now he stopped to look at me to find out my reaction. I told you before, Talbot, you have this uncanny knack for getting out of jams, and I want to be there when you do. Thanks, I think, I answered him. All the same, I wanted to make sure you knew I appreciated what you had done. You're welcome, he said as he lugged a few more ammo cans away. I was walking around like a wraith, the hustle and bustle of the living barely disturbing me. Brendan, you got a sec? Mike, I got all the ammo. Besides, I wouldn't go down there now for a 50-cal machine gun. No, take a break for a sec and walk with me. We walked to the far end of the building. The air seemed marginally cleaner here. Listen, if something were to happen to me, you need to remember who your first allegiance is to. Is this about Bennett, Mike? I got the message loud and clear. Yes and no, Brendan. There's no one that is going to protect our backs but ourselves.
Our first duty is to our family. I just need to know that you're willing to make that step no matter how much it pains you, that you will forego all others for the ultimate safety of Nicole and the rest of the family.
Mike, you're talking crazy. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure Nicole is safe. And the rest of the family. That's all I needed to know. No matter what happens tomorrow, I just wanted to tell you that it has been an honor fighting next to you. I knew men with twice the training that only fought half as well as you. I couldn't be sure, but I just about felt his chest swelling with pride. I was halfway back down the walkway when he said his thank you, followed by that was weird. I went back into Denmark's room. The only occupants were Justin and Henry. Justin was parked a mere foot and a half away from the stove. If I hadn't known better, I thought he might be trying to burn something out of himself. Shit, maybe he was? I could see him shivering as I approached. He's close, Dad. Who's close, son? I asked him. Justin looked up at me. His tortured eyes said it all. Eliza said she has a surprise for you. She says that you left somebody behind at Little Turtle that she has found to be very, very useful. My throat closed. Not because of the forewarning omen, but because of the grip this evil, oily presence had on my son. I kept flashing back to him as a wide-eyed kid who loved to fish. He had even gone so far as to fill our bathtub up once and put all our expensive fish in it. Fury had pumped through my veins when I came across the small splashes of water that led to the bathroom. The accumulation of those fish had cost me over $1,000. The door nearly came off its hinges when I barged through. Justin smiled up at me, his 2 front teeth missing, and repeated the phrase I had taught him. Catch and release, Dad. Catch and release. Like a super soaker to a match, the anger melted into laughter. I lost a few fish to the stress of the endeavor, but that seemed like a small price to pay for the parental wisdom I gained. We went camping the next weekend next to a stream. Didn't catch anything. Best time ever. How you doing, son? I asked. We both knew what I meant. Wasn't really a secret between us. Slippin' Dad. When I think about it, I can hold it off. But when I'm tired or sleeping or even in a bad mood, she starts to needle away in my head. You need to fight it with everything that you are, Justin. I wish I knew what you were fighting. It's a lot easier to take out an enemy that you can see. Justin, I need to know if you're a danger to them. Dad, we both know the answer to that. Sometimes I think it would be so much better if you just left me on the side of the road, but I'm so scared. She said she would exact her revenge personally if I left you. Can Tommy help? He shook his head in the negative. Tommy figured out some way to get around her influence, but he holds no sway over me. Every time I get within 10 feet of him, it's like someone is rabbit punching me in the kidneys. I think he feels the same way. I've seen him try and hide his grimaces. I had no answer. Cialis couldn't cure this impotence. I couldn't track down a doctor in the world that would know what to do. Shaman, maybe? I'm sure I could find a tribe of Blackfeet around here somewhere. Dad? I'll do what's right if it comes to that. I couldn't catch my breath. I wouldn't even acknowledge what he had implied. I told him I loved him as I stumbled out of the room. I nearly did a header over the railing before Tracy grabbed my arm. She had been watching my encounter with Justin. I knew that she had been keeping a close eye on us since my accusation. You all right, Talbot? You look like shit. Goes hand in hand with how I feel. What did you and Justin talk about? She asked innocently enough. I looked at her with as little facial expression as I could pull off. My muscles rippled underneath, trying in vain to not display the stark terror that bristled through them. I was asking him if he would be able to shoot tomorrow. It's a good thing you don't play poker, Talbot. You'd be living in a refrigerator box. Nothing wrong with that. It's easy to heat them. My piss-poor attempt at humor didn't bring me far from the edge of my despair. When Tracy felt I was no longer in danger of toppling over the railing, she headed into the room to see if I had upset Justin. Didn't that beat all? Travis was next on my list only because he was closest. "Hey, Trav, I started off innocently enough." His eyes glistened in what murky light was available to us. Most would have thought it tears of fear. It wasn't. I'd seen it before in Iraq. It was bloodlust. We had hours to go before we started the dance of death, and Travis was burning through adrenaline like a funny car through ethanol. "What's up, Dad?" he asked, his stare never coming off the unseen enemy below us. "You know I love you." "Right?" He nearly tore his gaze away to see what my major malfunction was, but even my seeming jaunt into femininity couldn't pull him away from the projected task at hand. "Dad," he fairly squirmed as he said it. It was good to see that under that steely-eyed mask was still the kid who I had been tossing the football around with recently. "I just want you to know, son, no matter what happens, look at me," he turned. "It's important to remember it's not about the killing." By the stare in his eyes, I could tell that he was not grasping the meaning of my words. "Trav, it's not about the killing, it's about the living. We kill so that we may live." "Dad, that's what I'm doing," he said in that perfect teenage tone that implied he was master of all he surveyed. "That's what we're all doing. It's a fine line we walk, son. I take absolutely no joy in these kills." His gaze dipped. "As soon as we take enjoyment in the killing of others, no matter what the state of them, we have already lost." "Lost what, Dad?" "Our humanity. We fight and we kill to protect ourselves and those we love because there is no stronger bond than family. When all else goes to shit, we are all that we have to rely on. Like it has." "Like it has," I agreed. "We're it. We are our last line of defense. I would die 1,000 deaths before I so much as thought one of you might get hurt. That is a heavy burden to carry. Someday, when you have a family of your own, it will be your burden to carry. We kill these monsters because we have to, not because we want to. It's a fine distinction, Travis, and I just don't want you to get lost along the way." I tousled his hair, which pissed him off. Told him I loved him and walked away before he saw the glistening in my eyes that had more to do with my inner feelings. Like any teenager, I figure he grasped about 10% of what I was shooting for. It would be many long years, which I earnestly hoped he had, of deep reflection of this day. He would come to his own conclusion. I either made my point or I did not. With my death, it would be something he would dwell on constantly. If my death kept him from losing himself in the battle, then it would be worth it. I had just finished masking the majority of my leaky ductworks when I came across Nicole. She was hovering close to Brendan without making it look too obvious. That was what she was doing. "Hey, sweetie, how's my favorite daughter?" It was an old joke between us. "Hey, Dad." Her smile put a glimmer of light in my blackened heart. Nicole was as intuitive as they come and saw no real reason to mince words. "Dad, I've seen you making your rounds. What gives? Just giving the pre-battle pep talk." "I lied badly. She didn't buy it." "Dad?" she fairly demanded. "I thought she might even stomp her foot like she used to do when she was 5 and didn't get her way. A parent's first instinct is to protect their children, and that was my first inclination." I was going to blow off Nicole's concerns and gloss it over with frivolities. She would have seen through it for sure, but it would have gotten me out from under her questioning stare. I decided to temper the truth. This time she let me get away with it. "I just don't have a good feeling about tomorrow, Coley." I hugged her fiercely. "It'll be all right, Dad," she said, halfway between a statement and a question. "I'm supposed to be the rock upon which my kids can crash their concerns against." But this rock was feeling a little spongy at the moment. Brendan saved the day. "Hey, Mike, we're all set. I'm going to turn in before the fireworks begin. You coming, Coley?" he asked. "Thanks, Brendan." My dual recognition of his work in pulling Nicole away was not lost on him. Nicole looked long and hard at me, trying her best to ascertain the underlying truth beneath my veiled words before she turned and followed her betrothed. "Good night, Dad," she called back. "I love you." I croaked out an "I love you too," thankful for the darkness in the night that hid the waterworks. I had thought I had completely escaped with my manhood unscathed, but I was wrong. "All right, Talbot, out with it." Tracy had come up behind me and had startled the hell out of me. Nothing but the truth was going to appease her, and my mind was entirely too befuddled to come up with anything even fairly convincing. Tommy hugged me, I told her. It sounded kind of pathetic when I put it that way. And what? What's the rest of it? Tommy gave you a hug. He does that all the time. He told me he was sorry. Sorry for what? Talbot, what? Aren't you telling me? One of the most lovable kids in the world gives you a hug and then apologizes. I don't see why that is making you walk around all long-faced and telling everyone what a great job they're doing and that you love them. I watched as the light of recognition came on in Tracy's awareness, and then she did something I never figured. She laughed. Oh, that's it. You think you're gonna die tomorrow. That's hilarious. But Tommy hugged me. Her laugh stopped midstream. Her index finger of doom lashed out. Listen, Talbot, I was all ears. You're not dying tomorrow or the next day for that matter, or any time soon. I won't allow it. You cannot leave me alone in this nightmare. Her index finger turned into a loose fist as she hollowly punched me in the chest, her forgotten laugh approaching a sob. I won't allow it, she screamed. I was too stunned to even reply. Work that was nearly completed started again as people scrambled to look busy before Tracy could turn her angst on them. She spun on her heels and headed back to the room. The zombies waited patiently below, rocking slowly back and forth. Chapter 19, Journal Entry 17. The morning brought sunlight, and that was the end of the good news. 200, maybe 250 zombies stirred below, and more were coming. We could see them approaching across frozen fields, from the highway and from God, if he cared knows where. Let's see, I could use pert phrases like a moth to a flame, or maybe like a lawyer to a car accident, or maybe just the truth, like a zombie to a brain buffet. We could hear some of the zombies that had broken through into the rooms below and the lobby. A large sheet of glass shattered as Tommy came up to the railing. That's the Kit Kat machine, Mr. T. Whew! Pretty glad I got them all out last night. He was grinning as he hefted up a pillowcase stuffed to the brim with the delicacies. Our encounter last night didn't seem to be on his radar at all. Was he purposefully suppressing it, or had I made too much out of it? Questions and no fucking answers. Isn't that the way of the world? BT opened fire. The bloodbath had begun. Travis had waited as long as he could. The Mossberg thundered through the air, followed shortly thereafter by the high concussion rounds of Denmark's AK-47. The smell of iron-rich blood as it poured down storm drains nearly masked the stench of the dead body parts littered the ground, blown clean off under the strain of trying to capture a high-speed lead projectile. Rotten half-digested stomach contents spilled out of lacerated intestines. Zombies were becoming mired in the detritus of body parts. More than one zombie fell over, entangled in its own bowels. The smell of shit, believe it or not, was entirely more welcome than the gangrenous odor of the dead. Denmark's rapid rate of fire and seemingly endless supply of ammunition had nearly halved the opposing force. Jen and Brendan had by now joined in to the chorus of destruction. Heads blew out their contents, bone and brain pattered down like the world's most macabre hailstorm. The parking lot became bathed in hues of reds and browns. The light snow that fell did little to hide the destruction. It, more than anything else, highlighted the contrast between its purity and the stained contents of the zombies. My grief was heavy as I shouldered my weapon and did my part to eradicate the world of what evolution had now deemed the dominant species. 3 magazines of carefully aimed shots later, I called for a ceasefire. 3 shouts later, my command was heeded. Not much stood save a smallish boy, maybe 10 years old. I turned my head away just as I saw a green laser dot clearly outlined on the boy's throat. I didn't know which hit the ground first, the boy's body or his decapitated head. Both rang hollowly in my ears. We showed them, Denmark barked. His jubilation was joined by the others. Showed them what? I bellowed in rage. Do you think they give a shit? Do you think some other zombies are gonna stumble across this and think, maybe we shouldn't fuck with those humans, they're badass. They don't care, they'll just keep coming. Our former friends, our relatives, our postman. I looked directly at Denmark and his gaze dropped. They're not gonna build a memorial for their fallen comrades. They're just gonna keep coming until there's nothing left. Well, I guess I had finished what I had started. I had completely wiped out any satisfaction we may have gained in our victory. What a fucking killjoy I turned out to be. Way to mellow our high Talbot BT threw out there. Not a sound was made, not even a stirring zombie. Nobody was sure in which direction I was going to go from BT's barb. The tension in the air was palpable. Finally, I was able to spit out, "Fucker!" And then I started laughing, joined in by the rest of the group. It seemed impossible that we would laugh amidst all the destruction below us, but stress finds its own necessary release stragglers. To prove my earlier point kept coming in only to be met with unmitigated leaden justice. A more pressing concern lodged in my head as I watched the newest interloper go down in a cacophony of bullets. Actually, a couple of concerns. Our minivans were completely encased in the shards of zombie remains. This wasn't Alex's truck. We would never be able to just drive over them or push them out of the way. The terrible teal machine would spin in place like a washing machine. Clearing out an exit for the cars wouldn't take an abnormally long amount of time, but touching and dragging the bodies out of the way was not a palatable mission. Anything less than a level 5 biohazard suit seemed to me to make the whole endeavor a nearly impossible assignment. Secondly, and just as important, while we could clear a path and be on the road in the next half hour once our ammo and food were back in the cars, what kind of ungrateful bastard guests would we be if we had just made the world's worst mess and then abruptly left? The zombies had come for the Talbot party table of 8. To leave this horrendous display of death for Denmark was incomprehensible to me. Moving the bloody, stinking mess of demolished bodies to a safe enough distance whilst also keeping a vigilant eye out for others of their kind was going to take hours. I vomited 4 times that morning. The first was as my misplaced step off the ladder landed squarely on an eyeball. The resounding pop and ooze of viscous liquid from beneath my boot propelled anything worth digesting out of my mouth and onto the rungs of the ladder. "Oh, fucking Talbot!" BT lamented as he was higher up the ladder and following me down. "Sorry about that." I wiped my mouth, my agitated stomach letting me know just how much it was displeased with this course of events. In such a confined area with that many bodies, it was absolutely impossible to not keep stepping on things. "Yeah, hold on to that thought. They are not fingers and forearms and skull plates. They are things. Oh, who am I kidding?" This looked like the world's largest blender had been filled with humans, and someone had held down the blend button for about a half second. Not nearly enough time to puree the contents, but merely chop down the bigger pieces. You thought liver smelled bad when your mom cooked it? Try stepping on one fresh out of a corpse. Vomit number 2 did nothing to mask the putrefaction around me. BT wasn't faring much better than I. If not for Jen's lead and our need to competitively keep up with her, it might have been a job that didn't get done no matter how much guilt I might feel for leaving Denmark in such a lurch. She set about the burden with a grim willpower. Denmark and Travis stood watch over us as we dragged the human odds and ends out of the parking lot. If this were a real job that demanded compensation, I don't think there would be a sum worthy. But survival has its own price, one that we couldn't pay enough to satisfy. Occasionally a shot would ring out, hampering any more visitors from coming in for an afternoon meal. As we stacked the bodies behind a close-by Dairy Queen like cordwood, we took the time to watch each other's backs. We were not under the watchful eye of our lookouts from that vantage point. The distance, I hoped, would keep the majority of stench from wafting into the motel, but more importantly was the old adage, out of sight, out of mind. Although anything less than Noah's Ark-type floodwaters was not going to wash away the gallons upon gallons of blood that had overrun everything. My third mouth breaching came as I grabbed onto some kid's jacket. He was wedged under the body of a female that suspiciously bore a family resemblance. The family that eats together stays together, whether in life, in walking death, or in absolute death. There was something about killing a family that tore something free from within me. I wanted to be out of this split femur soup. I reached under and grabbed the thing from underneath the armpits. I pulled with more exertion than the task demanded. I was rewarded with a wet tearing sound as the boy's top half came loose from the disengorged innards that spilled like night crawlers from a broken bait box. I fell over, still holding tight to the top half of the boy's remains. Luckily, my fall was broken by the ample carcass of Frita, the IHOP waitress. Her nameplate was quickly lost under my voluminous cascade of bile. I stood up quickly, a dizzying spell nearly bringing me to my knees again. Flesh saturated with bodily fluid slapped against my blood-soaked jeans. I dropped the boy to the ground. When I felt the worst of the attack had passed, I reached down and grabbed the boy's hand, not in a gesture of goodwill. It was what allowed me the greatest grip. I did not turn around as I dragged the boy to his final resting spot. Jen had somewhere acquired a snow shovel and had cleaned up what had spilled out of the boy. My burden had been getting lighter as I walked, but I would not turn to detect the reason why. One more violent stomach outburst like the previous one, and I would have left my spleen on that parking lot pavement. For the next hour I went through my duties like an automaton. Bend, lift, drag, bend, lift, drag. I had become more like our enemy than I would have ever thought possible. BT, for all his bravado, was 2 pukes ahead of me. Fine by me, he was welcome to that trophy. And winner of the 2010 Lord Upchuck's Cup goes to Big Tiny. Huge applause. I grinned madly. Nuggets of some distant forgotten meal bracketed my goatee. Pain wrenched my gut. My knee was on the verge of collapse, and my smile resembled something closer to a grimace. But still I soldiered on. Tracy, Nicole, and Brendan had spent the better part of the morning getting our belongings back into the minivans. They had just about finished by the time the death detail was down to single-figure leftovers to remove. Just then, Denmark's warning came. "Michael, you best come up here and take a look." I hobbled over to the ladder. The blood of 100 bodies was solidifying on every article of clothing I was wearing. Between my knee and the inflexibility of the frozen blood, my navigation of the ladder was haphazard at best. If this is the way I die, I'm going to be seriously pissed off.
"You say something?"
Denmark asked as he reached out to help me up and over and then abruptly thought better of his gesture. He warred within himself, the disgust of possibly touching anything that was attached to me or the common courtesy of helping me up the ladder. Courtesy won out as he reached his hand out again. "I've got it. Don't worry, Denmark." I wanted to laugh as I watched the relief on his countenance. "Dad, hurry!" Travis yelled. Denmark went to clap me on the shoulder in an act of shared camaraderie and then pulled back as not even that innocuous part of me was free from debris. Within a few moments of caked blood-cracking movement, I was standing next to my son. I saw nothing. Nicole and Tracy had packed the rest of the food into the back of the minivan. Brendan was finishing strapping something to the top of his minivan. BT and Jen were sharing a smoke that looked good, the savory tobacco smoke wisping up into the cold winter air. Even from this distance, I could tell BT's hands were shaking. Jen had to try and time her placement as she went to hand him the cigarette. "What?" I asked, perplexed. Travis's pointing finger led my vision higher up the horizon. I saw a black smudge, a stain upon the skyline. I saw a plague upon my family. Hundreds, no thousands, tens of thousands of zombies blotted out the distant boundaries of my vision as they marched forward toward us. My God. Denmark noted in a hushed voice. "Time to go, Mr. T," Tommy said as he reached to grab my hand. I pulled away before he could make contact. "Oh, Tommy, I don't think I could stand it if I passed on what I've been touching." He understood, even if he wasn't a tenth as concerned about it as I was. "We leaving now?" he begged. The scene, while not nearly as heroic, and without the accompanying foreboding music, reminded me of the movie Lord of the Rings when the orcs and cave trolls descended on Helm's Deep. I was transfixed. Stay and fight or just run. I looked to Denmark's fear-lined face, and the consternation of his wife Maggie as she looked on, and even to a lesser extent the misery that was etched on Greta's face. My mind was made up. These people had opened their home and their hearts to us. What right did I have to bring this grisly end upon them? "We're leaving, Tommy," I said. Tommy was relieved, Michael. Denmark peeled his eyes away from the abysmal vista and looked at me in rebuke. "I thought you were more of an admirable man than that." "What did you mean, admirable?" I asked. I didn't have the foggiest clue about what he was talking about. "You're just going to leave me and Maggie and Greta like this?" he asked. "Oh," I started. "Denmark, it's not like that at all." His arched eyebrow let me know exactly what he thought of that response. "First off, you're welcome to join us, although I don't see any benefits for you if you make that decision. Secondly, we're not leaving because we're afraid of a fight. We're leaving so that there won't be one." "Huh?" Now it was his turn to question my words. "Denmark, do you really think it was a coincidence that we had that assembly of zombies here this morning?" He was not following the general drift of the conversation. I was going to have to forcibly show him the way. "Denmark, we've been singled out. We're being hunted. Some lower power has decided that our time on this glorious planet must soon be concluded. Michael, I know this event has caused a lot of strain on folks, better men than you have folded under the pressure. But what makes you so special? Why would the zombies hunt you? Denmark begged. I wanted to tell him that I was merely a byproduct of the hunt, maybe a 6-point stag. The prize 12-point trophy was Tommy. Eliza wanted Tommy. I didn't know if the kid knew it for sure or not, but I wasn't going to be the one to tell him. Denmark was about to pepper me with more accusations when Maggie interceded. "It's true, Denny," she said, placing her hand on his taut shoulder. "What are you talking about, Maggie? All I see here is a coward, a man that runs from his responsibilities." "Oh, he's all bluster when he's sitting by a stove eating a home-cooked meal. Put the iron in the fire, though, and you can test the true strength of the metal." I knew his words were born from fear and desperation. They didn't even contain an iota of truth, but still they cut to the bone, if only because he believed what he said. "Look at him, Maggie. He can't even defend himself now. How much do my words hurt, Michael? Will you be able to sleep tonight while my wife and I fight for our lives?" "Probably won't be a problem for the likes of you." "Damn it, Denny, stop it!" Maggie grabbed him by the waist and turned him so that he could see the rage coursing through her body. Justin told me everything," she screamed. "What are you talking about?" The anger that mired his capacity to reason was blinding him. Since they left their home in Colorado, they have been followed. The one who calls herself Eliza has some sort of hold on the zombies. Denmark was looking at his wife, as if trying to figure out how hard it would be to get a hold of some anti-schizophrenic pills, if and there was such a thing. Justin knew they were coming. He just didn't know that they were this close. Maggie slowly closed her eyes and melted into her husband's comforting embrace. Justin silently cried behind her. "I'm so sorry, Dad. This isn't your fault, Justin. You're caught up in it just like the rest of us," I told him. It was of small solace to him, but he accepted it like a stranded wanderer in the desert. Accepts water greedily. "What is going on?" Denmark cried, the whites of his eyes threatening to become the dominant force on his strained features. "I'm trying to tell you, Denmark, that if we leave, odds are that horde out there won't even stop here," I told him. He understood the words. He was just having a difficult time reconciling the validity of them. "Denmark, I swear to you as much as you can trust a man in these dark days. Trust me now. You're welcome to come with us. Hell, with the firepower you carry, I'd be thrilled if you came with us. But that would be the worst decision of your life. I'm not going to guarantee to you that zombies aren't going to come your way eventually, but that legion out there." We all turned to look. "That's especially for us." Denmark looked to the gathering, then back to my face and back to the mob. He licked his lips, and then the next words out of his mouth nearly crippled me. "Any chance you could take Greta?" Maggie slapped the shit out of his head. "BT, Jen, come on!" I yelled down to them. "We've got to get going soon. Come on, Mike," Jen pleaded. "I'm covered in gore." I was hoping to boil some water and wash up thoroughly. "Sure you can, but come up the ladder a few rungs and then turn around." Even from this distance, I could see the confusion on her face. She did as I asked, though. It took her about half a second. "Right, I'll go grab my things," she said. "I'll give her this." Her face paled some, but she didn't go into panic mode. Rabid pack of cannibalistic disease-infested man-eaters or not, there was no way I was leaving without scraping the heavy layers of dirt, sweat, blood, excrement, and the multitude of body bits off of me. I grabbed my Ka-Bar knife and cut my clothes off of my body. The blood had congealed into body armor. I stood naked in that dark motel room looking in the full-length mirror. A month of zombies had done for me what no intense workout regimen could. Damn it. I looked good. I had the beginning signs of a six-pack on my stomach. My love handles were a thing of the past. My body looked lean and strong. Even the chunks of matter I could not identify stuck at odd angles and in strange places could not disguise how much my body had changed. I was close to the condition I had been over 20 years previously. Killing apparently had its perks. My brown eyes betrayed no mirth in that thought. I turned the shower on, waiting a few seconds before sticking my hand under the sandblast force liquid. Waiting a few seconds for the water to heat up was a conditioned response, but I was not going to receive a favorable reply. I braced for the icy needles of pain that were about to lance my body. "There isn't one of you out there that doesn't know what I'm talking about? You can psyche yourself up all you want, maybe even slap yourself a few times in the face to try and forget the torture you're about to inflict on yourself. Doesn't matter. The moment that cold water hits anything above your knees, the shock starts to set in. Catching a breath all of a sudden becomes the most difficult thing in the world. You breath in these little ragged strips of air through clenched teeth. You cross your arms over your chest as if that is going to alleviate the immense discomfort bordering on psychotic pain that you're feeling. At this point, you can't even begin to understand why you are subjugating yourself to this. A failed water heater should be the most perfect reason in the world to not go into work. This time, though, was not normal. I was already numb to pain and numb to the world. I placed my hands on the shower stall wall and bathed in the bitter water as it flayed my soul into the drain. Soap was an afterthought. I watched as the man that is Michael Talbot spread the tiny bar across his semi-exposed rib cage. Shampoo intermingled with viscera. The humanity stew clogged the drain. The Michael man did not notice as he stepped out of the ice-sharded water. Part of me that was mostly me, but not all of me, took this opportune time to reunite with the more primitive side. I gently reminded that side that he should dry his freezing ass off before he caught pneumonia. Tracy had come in with new clothes while I had been wringing out my soul. I stood once again in front of the mirror, shivering, partly from the cold, partly from the pain, and mostly from the sense of loss. My body had adapted to the harsh conditions of this new life much quicker than my mind. Once that happened, though, would I still be the man I wanted to be or just the man I needed to be? Tracy's hand seared my flesh as she touched my side. The heat from her hand flooded my senses. That mere, sheer, sensuous touch reeled me back in. My body reacted in the way it had been meant to since the beginning of evolution, or the Garden of Eden. I don't want to deny anyone their due. You look tired, Talbot, but you look a lot like you did the day we got married. I turned towards her. I was a Marine when we got married, so it only seemed right that I should be at the position of attention now. If you do not know what I'm referring to, just take a moment to reread this part and then rethink it. I'll wait. Got it. Tracy laughed. Yep, that looks a lot like it used to when we got married too, Mike. And not a chance. She threw my clothes at me and laughed harder when my boxer briefs got hung up on their own personal hanger. Get dressed. I want to get out of here before we bring any more trouble on these people. Are BT and Jen ready? I asked as my hanger drooped and dropped its load, so to speak. Mike, they've been ready for over half an hour. You were in the shower for 45 minutes. How the hell you could stand it? I'm not sure. 45 minutes? I could scarcely believe it myself. Maybe if you had got out sooner, she said tauntingly. Oh, that's fair, I yelled. Now you tell me. Maybe next time, she said wistfully as she left the room to let me get dressed. I hope there is a next time, I said to the closed door. Within 5 minutes, I was dressed and back outside. The brisk January North Dakota winter had nothing on the cold I had just endured both physically and spiritually. It almost felt balmy in retrospect. BT was at the railing smoking another cigarette. I didn't know you smoked, I commented as I put out my hand to take a drag. I don't, he replied as he handed it to me. And you? Me neither, I said as I took a big draft of the sweet leaf. I savored my long exhalation of the vapor. You know, BT, you don't have to come with us. I know that, Talbot, he said as he took his cigarette back. You know that throng out there is coming for us, right? I know that too, Talbot, he said as he handed the cigarette back to me. If we left here and you and Jen stayed behind, you'd be safe. You know that, right? That? I don't know, Talbot. Stop bogarting and give me my cigarette back. What kind of man would I be if I left you now? A live one, I answered honestly. He laughed at that and tossed his used cigarette over the railing. The cherry fizzled and smoldered out in a puddle of blood he didn't notice. I did. What do you expect me to do, Talbot? He wasn't questioning me so much as he was actually asking my opinion. I shrugged my shoulders. There's a good chance, BT, that my road leads to a giant fiery dead end. That seems better than whiling away my days with a lesbian and a shrew. I'm going to smoke another cigarette, Talbot. Weigh the consequences of my actions and then get in that fucking ugly-ass minivan of yours. My cue given, I left, saddened in the fact that I wasn't going to get another drag of his cigarette. I walked away just as Tracy was extracting herself from a hug with Maggie. You're getting better, Talbot. Huh? I saw you smoking that cigarette. Oh, shit, didn't mean for you to see that. Relax. I wasn't talking about that. I meant that 2 months ago. Hell, 2 days ago. You wouldn't have taken that cigarette from the Pope himself, even if he had blessed it and dipped it in holy water first. Huh, I hadn't even thought about it. She rose up on her tiptoes and kissed me.
You taste like an ashtray?
And with that, she walked away to descend down the ladder. I gave Jen the same opportunity of rights of refusal to leave our merry band of misfits. Her answer, while different from BT's, was eerily similar. Would it be better if I spent the rest of my days with a muscle-headed man and a shrew? Tommy was crying as he disengaged from Maggie. Are you sure, Miss Maggie, you won't take some of these? Tommy asked as he shoved his pillow full of Kit Kats at her. Oh, no, dear, they just get stuck in my teeth, and I never did have much of a sweet tooth. Tommy cocked his head to the side like she had just uttered the craziest thing in the world. Really? His earlier distress somewhat relieved, Tommy and I were the only ones of our gang left upstairs. I went over and gave Greta a perfunctory hug. I could feel her tense up as I moved in. I've gripped furniture that had more love in it. Maggie was the complete opposite. She apparently had enough love for the both of them. Her tears nearly soaked through my jacket. Maggie, let him go, Denmark chided her softly. You're going to suffocate him. I'm not going to do any such thing, she told him, but the mild rebuke seemed to work as she let me go. Thank you, Denmark. I shook the older man's hand. This has been a respite I will not soon forget. You had better not, he answered me. His lip quivered a bit, but the staunch old bastard didn't let any tears fall. Once down in the car, we all took our turns to wave. I beeped the horn as we headed north to our next destination. Tommy turned around in his seat so that he could watch the motel fade from sight. It wasn't until it was completely out of view that he spoke. They're not going to make it through the winter. Brendan nearly slammed into my rear end as I screeched to a stop. What if we stay, Tommy? I asked of him. He shook his head. They'll die quicker. Fuck. I yelled as I slammed my hands on the steering wheel. Brendan had a hard time keeping up as I slammed my gas pedal to the floor. Chapter 20, Journal Entry 18. We had been cruising down the highway for a couple of hours' distance, doing little to help me forget about the Gustavs, Denmark's family name. How many times I wanted to turn back around, only to have Tommy's words bubble to the surface. I could only pray that our visit with them was not what hastened the Gustavs' demise. The ride was passing in a moody silence. Nobody in the car was talking, and I don't think anyone would have listened, even if they had. So when Tracy offered to drive because she knew the rest of the way, I relented. She'd be hard-pressed to find anything worth hitting in this desolate, white-blanketed landscape. A few minutes later, I found myself drifting in and out of sleep, only occasionally being awakened as Tracy jerked the wheel as if she had just remembered that she was driving and might want to keep the ton-and-a-half van between the painted lines. Sleep grabbed hold, and even Tracy's quick wheel movements could not shake the veil of it from me. The one good thing about being alive during the age of the zombies was that nightmares no longer had any power. What's so scary about the boogeyman coming to get you and your legs feeling like lead? That sensation of not being able to run? The fear that pumped through your veins, the monster coming, and then blissful awareness, your mother scooping you up in her arms, kissing your sweat-dampened forehead. It was all a dream. Everything's fine, she would coo. Not my mother, mind you, but someone's mother would. My mother was too narcissistic to care about my bad dreams other than to wonder why I had the nerve to wake her up in the middle of the night when I was a child. No, these days I tended to dream in the idyllic, where a gentle breeze or a beautiful sunset would be punctuated by the appearance of a unicorn, or maybe Bambi. From these I would awaken in hell, where monsters were real, and no matter how fast and how far I ran, they were always right behind me. That was far scarier than any nightmare my mind could have ever imagined. Come to think of it, no matter how many times my legs got mired in deep grass or heavy mud or ultra-shag carpeting, the boogeyman never caught me. Not once. Would I be that lucky in real life? I was coming to alertness, in degrees between the incessant beeping of some asshole's horn and a not-so-gentle nudging. I was grudgingly letting go of my tentative grip on being figuratively dead to the world. Tracy's hand slipped off my shoulder and into my jaw. That shattered what little of my subconscious remained in dreamland. Mike, Tracy shook me again, even though I was obviously awake. Brendan is flashing his lights and beeping his horn. Got the horn part, I said as I gripped my jaw. Maybe it's your driving? Ha ha! No! I think he needs something! Then pull over. Well, that seemed simple enough. Problem solved. No, I started slowing down and he started flashing his lights faster. I think Coley was pointing to something behind us. I sat up fast. No way the zombies could be that close. I dreaded what I would see behind us. BT opened his eyes as soon as I turned around. He looked up at me, clearly seeing my anxiety. "What is it, Talbot?" BT asked without turning to look himself. "Don't know. Don't see anything yet." We both let out a sigh of relief. "Good grief, my two big bad asses," Tracy said. I puffed out some indignation, and then I saw it. It was far away, but it was distinct. "It's a truck." "No, it's two of—" "Wait, no, it's three of them." A coldness swept across me. I don't know why. Maybe some of Tommy's prescience had rubbed off on me. More than likely, it was just my super-heightened sense of paranoia. "Oh, Talbot, you got that look on you," BT lamented. "What look, BT?" Tracy asked, looking in vain in the rearview mirror to see what had my panties all up in a bunch. "Oh, that look that says trouble's coming?" "Yeah, and it's driving 3 white Ford pickup trucks. Probably F-350s by the size of them, Travis." I shook him awake. He came to full consciousness in under a handful of heartbeats. "Yeah, Dad." "Start handing out guns," I told him without ever taking my eyes off the rapidly approaching trucks. He didn't question me. He didn't hesitate. Within 30 seconds, we were all outfitted with our favorite projectile lobbers. I motioned to Brendan through the rear windshield that he should do the same as I pointed vigorously to my rifle. He held his up in response. He was of the same ilk that I was. "Do you want to drive, Mike?" Tracy asked. There were pros and cons to that question. The pros being that I could have her hide under the dashboard in some semblance of safety. The cons were my shooting would be seriously hampered, and we would have to pull over to make the change. Our pursuers, if that was what they were, would make up some valuable time. "Mike?" she asked, looking for a response to her earlier query. I was still in the midst of weighing options. Should I speed up? "God, no!" BT shouted. I inwardly laughed. Tracy's driving was suspect to begin with. Tracy driving with speed was tantamount to suicide by light pole. Tracy turned all the way around to fix her steely-eyed gaze, full bore on BT. "The road," he said meekly. "Eyes on the road." He pointed at his own as if to illustrate the point. "You gonna help me here, Talbot?" "You're on your own, man." After what seemed like an indeterminable amount of time, she finally relented. Feeling that she had made her point, she turned back to the highway. "Holy fuck," BT mumbled. "You say something, BT?" Tracy asked angrily as she adjusted the rearview mirror to look at him. When only silence ensued from the back seat, she smirked and said, "I didn't think so." We waited, not as long as we wanted, but longer still than it seemed due to the tension. Tracy was traveling at a steady 65. Our chasers must have been doing a pavement-chewing 100 miles per hour or so with the way they were gaining on us. BT and I were now completely turned around, fixated on the chasers. "Any chance they're military?" BT asked, hopefully. "Doubt it," I answered. "Fellow survivors?" he queried. "Well, they're survivors all right, but I don't think they are of the fellowship type." I knew BT was going to keep piecemealing questions together until he got to the heart of my unease. I didn't give him the chance. It's those damn white trucks, like they all had to get the same damn thing like a gang. Normal folks just trying to get through the day wouldn't give a shit about what they were driving so long as they were driving away from a shitstorm. "And look at the way they're driving. Maybe they just need some help," Tracy interjected. "Don't squash my neurotic obsessions, Han. They tend to keep us alive." The lead truck had made its way to Brendan's wake. There was no waving, no horn beeping, no headlights flashing, no daisy throwing, no American flags. "So much for needing help," I said sourly. "It was just a suggestion," Tracy said, peevishly, thinking that I was belittling her comment. I was about to foolishly reply it was my innate ability to get into trouble when no such thing existed, when I was saved by BT. "Talbot," he said, getting my attention back. The lead truck was pulling up alongside Brendan's minivan, the two trailing Fords filling in the vacant spaces, one on each side of the roadway. I saw a yellow, gap-toothed, mullet-haired man, ironically wearing a Chevy cap, lean out of the passenger side door. He was looking straight down and into the smaller vehicle. His lascivious grin was evident even from this distance. I watched as he ducked back into the truck. He held up 2 fingers and laughed. I was sort of impressed that he had the ability to count. "What's he doing?" Tracy asked, nervously looking through her rearview mirrors. "Counting," BT filled in. "Counting what?" Tracy asked. "Women," I said coldly. "Dad," Travis said, alarmed. "There are guys in the back of the truck." I had been so fixated on the cab, I hadn't looked. How the fuck I had missed them was beyond me. 3 armed men were standing attached to some sort of harness device to a roll bar in the back. What the fuck are they doing? BT asked. They're strapped into the truck so they don't fall out when they try to take us over. Take us over? What are you talking about, Mike? Tracy asked. Her fear almost ended the confrontation right there and then. She had let her foot come off the accelerator and our minivan was slowing at an alarming rate, while Brendan, who was intent on keeping an eye on the truck next to him, was inadvertently pressing down on the accelerator in a vain attempt to get out from the situation. He actually tapped our bumper before Tracy realized what was happening. Redneck number 1 thought it was the funniest thing he had ever seen. He motioned to the driver to speed up. Within seconds, our newfound guests were alongside the terrible teal machine. Redneck number 1 was even uglier up close. His pockmarked face must have made him a true charmer in high school. If not for rape, farm animals, or his sister, I was sure he would have never gotten laid. He leaned back in. My heart stilled as I watched him mouth the words, "Only one," and then he laughed. Before they sped up to get in front of us, he leaned back out and made a V sign with his fingers, his long tobacco-stained tongue flicking back and forth in the base of the sign. "Fuck you!" I yelled, leaning over Tracy's lap. He laughed and spit out some chew, then motioned for the driver to pull ahead. "Fuck, Tracy! You can't let him pull ahead of you!" "Why not? Maybe they'll just keep going," she said hopefully. "Remember that talk we had a few years back about the Easter Bunny and how he isn't real? Fuck you, Talbot. That's the Tracy I'm looking for. Do not let him pull ahead of us. Once he does, those 3 gunmen in the back have us." Tracy's foot turned to molten lead. The terrible teal machine, for all her ugliness, gave us all she had. Redneck number 1 was motioning for his driver to go faster, his expression a cross between wonder and anger. He was never going to hear me, but I said it anyway. It was more uplifting to us in the car anyway. "You picked the wrong caravan to waylay, dipshit. We're not your typical sheep." He might not have heard me, but I could tell my crazy grin had unsettled him some. He was yelling at the driver. The truck was inching forward. The cab of their truck was now even with our front grille. "Tracy, I'm trying, damn it," she screamed. The minivan whined under the strain. Brendan and the 2 chaser trucks fell behind. The tachometer was buried in the red. I could hear the hamsters in the engine caterwauling for their lives. The Ford fell back a couple of inches, or the minivan surged forward. Tough to tell at 120 miles per hour. The 3 men in the back were even with us, but seemed much more intent on holding on for dear life than firing off any rounds. We were creeping even again. Tracy was sweating bullets. Oh, nope, that was me. I was dripping all over her while I leaned over to get a better vantage point. "Talbot, get the fuck off my lap," she said in a strained voice. "Oh, right, sorry. It's gonna get loud in here real soon. You ready?" She spared a split second to look over at me. The strain of the event was beginning to wear on her. "They still haven't done anything, Mike." "Yeah, and I'm not gonna give them chance." Tommy picked this most inopportune time to talk. I watched a special on the History Channel the night before the Deaders came. BT turned to look at him. Even Tracy hazarded a glance in the rearview mirror. When Tommy spoke, and it wasn't in regards to Pop-Tarts, you definitely wanted to listen. It was about Pearl Harbor and how the Japanese had struck before they had declared war. It was something that they still regret having done. It wasn't honorable. Fuck honor, this was our lives. My decision was now not sitting well with the rest of the occupants of the car. We were all 99% sure of the intentions of the truck, but there was still that 1% chance they were just creeps. Nothing worse. Tracy had managed to stay completely even with the lead truck. The engine was in danger of throwing a rod. Redneck number 1 opened up the back window to the truck bed. The ugly fuck erased all our doubts of their purpose. Even over the howling wind, it was impossible to not hear his words. I believe in my heart it was divine intervention. We heard him at all. The physics of the speed we were traveling at and the whipping of the wind through the windows made hearing anything other than our engine screaming protests a difficult prospect. But we all heard him as clear as if we were having tea in a library. "Don't shoot the woman, kill the rest." I turned to Tommy, relatively sure he was the one that controlled the divine intervention. He nodded to me. An intense glare shone from his eyes. Pain, rage, and sorrow warred for his attention. "They're readying their weapons," Talbot, BT yelled, rivaling the explosions that were about to be issued forth. "Tracy, this is gonna suck," I said as I half-crawled over her, sticking the barrel of my AR out the window. "Just get it done," she said through clenched teeth. Travis hopped into the rear of the minivan. I jumped when he smashed out the large side glass window. Our furtive movements did not go unnoticed. One of the gunmen got so nervous, he dropped the magazine to his rifle. Like two warships of old, we broadsided each other. "Fire!" I yelled. Bullets screamed. Lead struck. Metal, plastic, rubber, and wood shattered under the assault. The noise was deafening, and the clouds of smoke were blinding. Screams of savagery and pain were muffled by the explosions. The gunman closest to us was fatally struck. He leaned forward and pitched out of the truck bed. His crudely fashioned harness had not saved him from the disgrace of being unceremoniously dragged along the side of the truck. Redneck number 1 watched as his friend bounced and skipped along on the ground. A smear of blood and bone trailed for miles. Talk about chumming for zombies. BT roared in pain as a bullet struck. I didn't have the time to look and see how bad it was. I was fumbling with a new magazine. My thinking was that if he had enough life in him to scream, then he was still breathing. Travis's shotgun ripped through the rear quarter panel of the truck. Fuel was leaking from their truck like a sieve. Our front windshield exploded outwards. Tracy yelled and swerved, and then she smashed sideways into the truck. The impact loosened the body of the hijacker. He tumbled backwards, seemingly gaining new heights as he bounced like a super ball. His springiness landed him onto the windshield of one of the trailing trucks. Our luck wasn't strong enough to hope he would take them out. They swerved sharply, but recovered quickly. We had all been watching the macabre accident. As I turned back around, I caught the gaze of Redneck number 1. We locked onto each other for a heartbeat. I could feel his malice. "Kill them all!" He screeched so loud, Tommy's special skills weren't needed. A renewed vigor of bullets whined through our shell-pocked car. The cars were going so fast, the slightest imperfection in the roadway made anything less than a pure luck shot damn near impossible. But that didn't keep Travis from pumping round after round into the shredded gas tank. I kept waiting for the Hollywood explosion, but apparently they only know how to do that in Hollywood. It never happened. Wisps of smoke emanated from the rear minivan. Brendan and Jen had joined into the fray. Sometime during our sea battle, they had pulled in behind the leading Ford and were now adding their two-scented lead. The two gunmen in the rear swung their attention to the new threat. Wrong move, motherfuckers. I took a calming breath and unloaded a full magazine into them. They danced like marionettes on springs as round after round of high-powered steel-jacketed rounds burst through their bodies. Blood arched, teeth shattered. Their paid-out bodies dropped faster than my spent bullet casings. My reverie was short-lived as Redneck number 1 had at some point pulled out a Desert Eagle 45 and was busy trying to place a hole in my forehead. The top of our steering wheel exploded into fragments of ragged materials. It was long moments after that thunderous concussion that I noticed there were no more shots being fired. The odds were beyond hope that the spectacular weapon had jammed or the idiot was too dim to keep it fully loaded. No. Finally, Travis's fuel tank shredding tactic had come to fruition. I watched as Redneck number 1 slammed his fists in frustration against his dashboard. I would have loved to hear his expletives. By the way he was going, I was convinced I would learn some new and interesting words and colorful phrases. "Talbot, I'm hit," BT said through a clamped mouth. Fucking reality. "Shit, we're BT?" He moved his hand slightly on his thigh. Blood pulsed through his fingers. "Is it bad?" he asked without looking down. "Fuck if I know." "Nah, it's only a flesh wound." "Yeah, but it's my flesh," he said, trying to joke. Tracy had completely turned around and over her shoulder to look at the wound. Sure, we weren't going the earth-shattering speed of 120 miles per hour, but at 70 we could still get into a lot of trouble real quickly. "Do you want me to stop?" she asked, her concern for BT apparent. "Can't what?" she asked incredulously. "Do you think our friends back there are going to stop? They're just transferring their stuff over and will be following us in a minute or two." Tracy looked over to BT. "He's right," BT answered. "Now, I'm no doctor and I didn't even play one on TV, but even if BT's wound wasn't fatal now, I could tell he would bleed out sooner rather than later." "Fuck that," Tracy said quietly. I was thrown against the passenger door violently as she did something physics-wise I didn't think was possible. She had U-turned a minivan at 70 miles per hour, and we didn't violently flip down the roadway. Somehow Tommy had had the foresight to grip the roof-mounted hand grip and hadn't even lost a beat as he popped what appeared to be the remainder of a Kit Kat bar into his mouth. It would have been humorous if I wasn't pinned nearly upside down by the G-forces being applied to my body. Brendan respected applied pressures even if Tracy didn't, and slowed his car down to a saner but still scary 45 miles per hour before he tried to do the same maneuver. Within a quarter mile, he was alongside our right side. He nearly shattered his voice to be heard above the whistling wind as it came in through our now-defunct windshield. "What's going on, Mike?" I wanted to give him the full story about BT's injury and the need to get him some attention, and quickly. Being succinct seemed more prudent. "We're going to finish what they started." He nodded gravely at my words. Jen had replaced Nicole in the front seat and was busy loading her extra magazines. There was a barbarous set to her features. BT was breathing laboriously through the haze of pain as Travis and Tommy fashioned a crude tourniquet on his upper thigh. "Dad, I think it broke his leg, but we got the blood stopped." "Holy shit, BT, does it hurt?" I asked stupidly. It's common knowledge that there is no greater pain on the planet than a broken femur, yet he hadn't cried out since the initial shot that caused his injury. "What do you think, Talbot?" BT winced as Tommy pulled the slip knot tighter on the tourniquet. I winced in sympathy with him. And then, like an idiot, I let my thoughts wander and wonder, is a broken leg worse pain than, say, someone gripping one of your nuts in a pair of pliers and crushing it? Oh God, I nearly vomited at my own speculation. Better not to go there at all. Within 30 seconds of cresting a small rise in the road, our quarry was in sight. The hunters had become the hunted. Redneck number 1 might be an asshole, but he wasn't a dipshit, while his traveling companions were staring at awe at us as we bore down on them. He was punching and cajoling and kicking them into action. They were nearly done with the transfer of supplies and the unceremonious disposal of their brethren when we had come upon them. If they got behind the wheels of those trucks and got them moving, this was going to become a very dangerous game of chicken. I saw Tracy hesitate. She wasn't sure if she should keep going or turn around. The odds of making another 70-mile-per-hour U-turn unscathed weighed heavily against us. She pinned the gas pedal down. I tasted tooth fragments as my head slammed back into the headrest and my teeth snapped together. Tracy used the minivan like a guided missile as she smashed the living shit out of the nearest redneck that had not been thoroughly convinced to get his ass moving. His ass was moving now. At least what was left of it. His broken body hurtled into the air like he carried his own jetpack. I prayed that I would not be able to hear the sound his body made when it crashed back to earth. What was not already broken would shatter like dry sticks under a hefty moose's hoof. I barely had time to recover as Tracy peeled the car off to the left. I'd like to say she narrowly missed the parked truck, but that would be an outright lie. The shower of sparks and the squeal of metal on metal would have made me a liar. The caustic smell of burning paint assaulted my nostrils. Sparks showered my lap, looking for fuel to grow into a larger version of itself. A loud telltale report let me know that someone's tire had burst. I could only hope it wasn't ours. I was thinking it was going to be a bitch to get AAA out here on such short notice, and then it was over. The metallic burnt smell whisked out of our car. The din of war was reduced to just wind coming, though our various new ventilation systems. Brendan had come through the far side in much better shape than us. They had decided wisely to use more conventional weapons. They had struck at least 2 and possibly 3 men. What was left of our would-be hijackers would fit comfortably in a toll booth. Tracy had tears streaming down her face as the stress finally wore her down. How the hell she could see through the stream of tears and the sheer of wind through the dispersed windshield was once again something that eluded me. "Tracy," I said softly. She looked over. "We need to go back." She didn't question my sanity. She merely acknowledged my words. BT was near to passing out as his eyes were beginning to roll up into his head. "Do you want me to drive?" She turned the car around and sped back to the trucks. That was sufficient answer for me. This time, however, there was no call to arms, as Redneck number 1 and one of his militia sprinted out into the snow-covered field, throwing their weapons to the side as they did so. "So much for comrades in arms," I said, as I pointed to the lone injured gunman that hobbled desperately to keep up with his fleeing leader. By the time we were abreast of the trucks, the 2 lead runners were nearly out of sight and didn't look like they were going to stop any time soon. The injured one had fallen over maybe 100 yards away, and seemed to be rapidly succumbing to whatever injury had taken him down. "Stop," I told Tracy. Now she did question my sanity in a rapid fire of neatly phrased expletives. I was duly impressed. "Han," I placed my hand on her shoulder. "We need to work on BT+. How far do you think we can go in this cold weather without a windshield? I'm already freezing my ass off, and I must have a couple of quarts of adrenaline running through me." She didn't think I was any saner for my response, but she did as I asked. I knew appealing to a lack of warmth would get to her. "I have the heating bills to prove it." I shivered as I went through the contents of the trucks. Not because of the cold, but because of what they contained. There were handcuffs, zip ties, duct tape, rope, a variety of knives, and what could only be described as medieval torture tools. Everything the home rapist could wish for. Jen had been more and more disgusted as we moved from cargo hold to cargo hold. There was food and medical supplies and even some oxycodone, which I knew BT would appreciate. But interlaced with this were the true purport of what these animals were up to. There were S&M magazines strewn about that would only arouse the sickest and twisted that society had to offer. Polaroids of previous victims spilled out from the glove compartment as I searched through the truck. These pictures made the magazines seem tame in comparison. The reality of how close we were to disaster struck me physically. I could see the tortured faces of my wife and daughter in these pictures of misery. These women and girls screamed in agony as every inconceivable act of depravity was forced upon them. I had not noticed Jen as she peered over my shoulder. I bumped into her as I grabbed the pictures and headed for the nearest snowbank. No one else needed to see this. She walked wordlessly away from me as I dug a hole in the snow and tossed the offending images in, covering them quickly. Fearful that the infused evil on them would seep through my gloves, I hastily wiped snow vigorously on them. 2 pistol shots pulled me away from my infected fingerwear. Jen was standing in the field over the prone body of our intended assailant. If he had had a flicker of life in him before, Jen had made sure to extinguish it. I felt no pity. I don't think that under his tutelage our demises would have been so clean, for lack of a better word. Tracy hadn't flinched at Jen's actions. I rightly assumed she must have come across her own grotesque cache of monstrous mementos. "I can't find an exit wound on BT. I'm pretty sure that bullet is lodged on his bone," she said. I turned to her. My eyes just plain felt heavy. If there were such thing as a stressometer, mine was rapidly redlining. I was pretty good at field sutures and staunching blood flow, even setting the occasional bone, but this would require full-on surgery. There was no way around it. I blanched at the prospect. Sewing torn skin was vastly different from intentionally cutting someone open and feeling around for a bullet. Rooting around in muscle and tissue, making sure to not nick any major arteries, while also ensuring that I did not cut myself on any of his bone fragments, was not something I was looking forward to. Pondering leads to hesitation, which leads to mistakes. "Brendan, hey man, come over here. You've got to help me get BT into the truck bed." "I'll help Mr. T," Tommy said as he handed a bottle of whiskey to Tracy. Tommy's helping turned into a one-man wonder show. If I hadn't been watching it with my own eyes, I would have cried bullshit, and still I almost did. Short of having an engine lift, I don't know how Tommy could do it. It wasn't with the ease he had displayed during the Walmart encounter, but still I watched in awe as Tommy hefted the burly giant out of the minivan. 20 feet later, he gently placed BT in the bed of the truck as Brendan and Travis hopped up on the back to help. "Tracy, put a couple of those smaller knives to flame," I said as I grabbed the bottle of liquor from her. "What do you need that for?" she asked. "Disinfectant," I told her. Right before I unscrewed the cap and took a long pull of the bitter, burnt gasoline derivative. "Yeah, disinfectant," she said mockingly as she went to sterilize some knives. Jen returned, seemingly no worse for the wear. She looked basically like she had just returned from taking out the garbage, and I guess in reality that was all she had really done. She grabbed the bottle from me. I felt a little ashamed as she made my rather significant drag from the bottle seem childlike in comparison. She wiped her sleeve over her mouth before she spoke. The tenor of her voice belied her true feelings to a point, but not completely. "What are you doing, Talbot? Besides drinking this rot gut?"
Oh, what I wouldn't do for a nice Pinot Noir.
She took another long pull. Could you save me some? I need it for BT." She smiled abashedly. "Sorry.
she said as she absently wiped her mouth again. For what? Huh? Why do you need this? As she shook the bottle in front of my face, not really handing it back. The bullet didn't come out. I've got to go in and get it. Have you ever done that? She queried, quickly thrusting the bottle into my hands. I guess she thought whoever possessed the bottle had to perform the surgery. I filled in potholes, Jen. Not much call for field surgery in that line of work. What about before that? She grasped. Oh yeah, sure. I left a lucrative and life-fulfilling job as a highly skilled surgeon to live the prosaic life of a road crew man. Filling holes seemed a much nobler profession. Don't go there, Talbot. Don't cover over your insecurities with sarcasm. You know what I mean? I sighed. I knew what she meant. She was asking if I had ever had the need to put any of my friends back together after some raghead had done their best to make Humpty Dumpty fall. I'm sorry, I told her. No, there was never time during the heat of battle to help, and by the time the last bullets had flown, the injured would have been medevaxed out. Some I got to visit in the hospital while they recovered. Others I watched as their bodies got loaded on a plane and sent back home. She witnessed the pain in my eyes as I pulled the Band-Aid off a wound that would not heal. I'm sorry, Mike. Me too. I took another pull of the disgusting concoction while leaning over a moaning BT who was luckily still passed out. How long he was going to remain in that status while I delved into his leg was another story altogether. I grabbed some sanity wipes from Tracy and cleaned off my hands as best I could, then drizzled whiskey over them. If it didn't kill the germs, at least it would get them drunk enough to be cooperative. Then I took a deep breath, one for me. I took another swig, and one for you, as I poured a liberal amount of the elixir into the wound. BT's eyes flared open. Fiery pain seared across his brain plate. He looked right at the source of this intrusion. What the fuck are you doing, Talbot? The gods shook under the assault of those words. It must have been the warmth of the liquor as it spread throughout my body. I felt no fear, only resolve as I explained to BT what was happening. It was tough to tell which of us was more detached as I clinically laid out my plan. I sounded scholarly as I slurred my way through the procedure. BT nodded at all the right moments. I handed him 2 oxycodones and the bottle. He didn't shun either one away or question what they were. I'm going to wait until those kick in, and then I'm going to start. I reached out to grab the bottle back. Think you've had enough. He grinned savagely, the pain distorting his features. I'd appreciate it if you got started now instead of waiting. Not sure how much longer I can keep this macho shit up, and I'll be damned if I'm going to cry in front of a woman. The last time I did that, I was 6, and my mom had just whopped me upside the head for writing on the walls with peanut butter. Don't ask, he told me just as I was about to. Tracy came over with 3 knives, one still smoldering a dull red from the heat. BT looked at the blade and then back at me. You know what you're doing, right? Wait, don't answer. I don't want to know. He finished the bottle. It clattered loudly to the ground as he threw it over the side. I placed a shirt under his head as I gently pushed his head back down. You want something to bite on? I asked him seriously. You think this is going to hurt? He laughed. He then set his eyes hard on some distant object high above our locale. I hoped for his sake it was God. The call of a lone falcon was the only sound as I plunged the knife into the bullet hole. Tears silently streamed down BT's face as I made the hole big enough so that I would be able to plunge my fingers in. You sure you don't want to wait until those pills take effect? Sweat froze on me as fast as it formed. A curt shake of his head kept me going. My respite was not to happen. BT went rigid as I submerged first one and then a second finger into his bloody laceration. The sheer size of BT's thighs meant I was going to have to go deep in my attempt to find the foreign body. Lady Luck was going to have to be on my shoulder for this. If the bullet had struck and tumbled away, I'd never find it. I had gone in as far as my 2 fingers were going to allow and not struck home yet. There was a hollow sucking sound as I pulled my fingers out of the wound. Nobody commented, but I could hear more than one disgruntled stomach recoil at the noise. I've got to make the hole bigger, BT, I apologized. Can't get much worse, he replied. I'm glad he didn't realize then that he was wrong. My hand was steadier as I made the second lengthening incision. BT didn't flinch at all when I stuck my whole hand in up to the knuckle. A potent combination of Jack Daniels, oxycodone, and shock were all taking effect. Those plus the minding, numbing cold, I concentrated hard on the fact that I was merely feeling around in some beef. Sure, it was warm, bloody steak, but it was steak nonetheless,
and that was what was going to let me keep going. If I were to dwell on the reality of the situation, BT would end up dying from infection. My hand was relatively warm compared to the rest of my body, encased as it was in the living tissue of my friend. That being the case, my fingers were not numb and were therefore able to detect when I brushed up against something that didn't have a right to be where it was. Relief was my immediate thought, relief to rid BT of the bullet, and relief to get my hand out of his thigh. I oriented the foreign material as best I could so as to not damage anything more on its way out. What I removed was not a bullet, not unless they were white, about an inch long and a quarter-inch wide. Tracy was the first to recognize what I had removed. I could tell by the sounds of her retching, although the others weren't far behind. The splintered bone fragment shone brightly in the noonday sun. I hastily tossed it before BT had the chance to see it. "Wasn't it? Was it?" BT said resignedly. I shook my head and dove my hand back in. No sense in stalling at this point. For 15 minutes, I pulled various sized pieces of bone out, most no bigger than a toothpick. 2 or maybe 3 fragments were taken out that were roughly the size of my pinky. I didn't think there was going to be any bone left to knit together when I was through. Blood coated the bottom of the truck bed. BT was drifting in and out of consciousness. My timeline for success was rapidly diminishing. Either I got the bullet or the bullet got BT. It was that simple of an equation, but one which I'm sure was never up on any algebra teacher's chalkboard. "Where's the foo? Got it?" I could tell by the mushroom shape. This wasn't another bone fragment. BT couldn't share in my elation. He had passed out, I think. Jen had earlier hopped up on the bed of the truck to help. "He's still breathing," she answered, "but it's thready." "That sounds mighty eerish," I said triumphantly, as I pulled the bullet free from its human stockade. "What can I say? I had a crush on the triage nurse Margulies on that show," she said, a smile spreading across her face as she also saw the bullet. "Now what?" "Well, I'll sew him up. We'll set and splint his leg as well as possible, and then we'll get out of Dodge." "I meant, what about internal damage from the bullet or my ministrations?" "Well, probably both," she said honestly. "Shit, Jen, I'm already 5 orders of magnitude above my pay grade. I can only sew him up and hope his body will take care of the rest. If he's lucky, he'll only have a pronounced limp when he can walk again. Worst case scenario? Are you kidding me? Do you see the blood we're sitting in? Do you see how sterile an environment I'm working in? Or better yet, my surgical skill level? Bullet looks fairly whole, but I'm not completely sure I didn't leave a piece of it in. Plus, there's no way I got every bone fragment out. But if I don't close him up soon, he'll bleed out, which may still happen depending on how many blood vessels, veins, and arteries were damaged. That he's alive up to this point is near miraculous. We're going to have to pump him full of antibiotics for the next 2 weeks and pray." "Pray?" she looked at me incredulously. "Figure of speech," I said as I turned away. Seemed like the wrong time to spurn God, but I wasn't feeling very pious at the moment. Within a half an hour, I had closed the wound. Jen and Tommy got him cleaned up and put new clothes that weren't blood-soaked on him. And then after getting him placed in the back of Brendan's minivan, I set his leg in a close approximation of the position I felt it should be in 2 axe handles, and a roll of duct tape completed my handiwork. It wasn't pretty. He was going to be eating oxys like Pez for the next month, and we had about a week's worth. Great. Another stop on the journey. Those always go so well. Another set of clothes down the drain, so to speak. The only thing salvageable on me was my shirt. The jacket had caught the brunt of arterial spray. I shivered on the side of the road as I stripped out of the stiff clothing. Tracy had come up to me with the box of baby wipes to clean up with. I couldn't have been more grateful if she had showed up with a cheeseburger right now. She started laughing at me. There I was, nearly naked in the dead of winter on the side of a highway. "Hey, that's not cool," I yelled. "It's because of the cold. It causes shrinkage, you know. It's like when you go swimming." I was now yelling to her, laughing, retreating back. "Not cool," I said angrily to myself as I washed up. I was still muttering angrily when I rejoined the rest of the caravan. "What do you think, Mike?" Brendan asked. "Most people don't have the nerve to ask that question, Brendan. At least not open-ended like that." "You really are nuts, aren't you?" He smiled. I left the question dangling. "There really isn't a way to answer it legitimately, anyway. See catch-22? Well, Carol's is still our ultimate goal for now, but we're going to need more antibiotics and more painkillers, which means another effing stop." He rolled his eyes. "My sentiments, exactly." I want to pack up the pickup truck that isn't all bloody because we're taking it, and then I want to completely disable the other. I don't think Redneck Number 1 and his dipshit driver are going to come back and claim it, but I see no reason to tempt the fates. And most of all, I want to get the hell out of here. What do you think about BT's chances? Well, a normal person would probably be dead already, so he's got that going for him. Plus, he's too mean for heaven and hell, doesn't want the competition. I didn't get the expected laugh from my flippant remark. I guess he wanted an actual answer. Doesn't he know I try to avoid those? 50-50, I just don't know how much damage he suffered. I left it at that, Mike. One more thing. Those statements are never good. When someone waits until the very end of a conversation to bring something up, it's usually because it has taken this long to build up the nerve to say it.
If you tell me my daughter is pregnant, I'm going to be pissed. What? His eyebrows knit together. No, wait, huh? No, that's not it. It's Justin. I know about the fever dreams and Eliza. I know. What are you going to do about it? He asked me. No clue. I started to walk away. That's it, he yelled. Seems to me that Justin has an open line with the enemy, and you're not going to do anything? He said heatedly. I stopped and turned. Got any ideas? I'm all ears. I meant what I said, but my words were infused with malice. Brendan could feel the taint of vileness emanate from them, but youth does not always pay heed to wisdom. Oh, I think you know what needs to be done, Mike. Aren't you always the one that preaches the sacrifice of the one for the many? I didn't hesitate 1 second from his words, though they struck me deep. Take the other truck then, I said. He physically stepped back. I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting that. I had basically told him he was welcome to leave without Nicole. I had painted him into a corner for that. I felt a measure of guilt. He was as close to family as you can be without actually being family. A fine distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. I would choose family over others 100% of the time. It was as simple as that. By now we had drawn a crowd. This was starting to become commonplace. He shook with rage. If he came at me now, I would have only 1 or 2 chances to take him down before his size. Youth and speed overwhelmed me. Travis breached around into his shotgun. Brendan turned towards him. Fear, hurt, and betrayal flitted across his features in less than the span of a second. His shoulders drooped as he walked towards the bloody Ford. The passenger side tire was blown, and Tracy had made sure when she scraped down the side of it that it would never win Best in Show. But other than that, it was mechanically sound. We'll wait until you get the tire changed, I told him. Dad? Nicole questioned. What are you talking about? I didn't answer her. Brendan, what are you doing? He didn't answer her as he reached into the cab and got the jack and tire iron. She started tugging on his arm as he began to break the lug nuts on the tire. Brendan, you can't leave us, me, she cried. Dad, fix this. He's a big boy, I said with an ice-cold edge. Talbot, Tracy chimed in. What? I yelled right back. I hadn't even got to the H in what when I knew that was the wrong answer. She didn't even have to say, really? Her arched eyebrow let me know how screwed I was, already down for a nickel. Might as well increase the Talbot national debt. You know what, Tracy? If he wants to stay with us, fine, but I'm not going over there and begging him to come. He doesn't like the way things are shaking out right now. Why don't you go see what his plans are? I'm sure you'll be just as thrilled as I was. I'm going to pack the truck. And with that, I walked away. Tracy now knew the root of the problem as she looked over to Justin, still sitting in the minivan. She shuddered as she saw the ghost of a smile play across his features. I had taken my time moving our stuff from the minivan to the truck in the hope that cooler heads would prevail, mainly Brendan's. But for as slow as I was moving, Brendan was moving that fast. Maybe he didn't want to think about what he was doing because he'd realized just how fucking stupid he was, being dumbass. I almost went over to him to start round 2, but I didn't want to burden Travis with the guilt of having to shoot him. Brendan kissed Nicole and then gently pushed her trembling body away from his as he stepped into the cab of the truck. No, Brendan, she wept. You can't leave me. My heart was breaking for my daughter. I'm sorry, I heard him yell through the closed windows. I thought Nicole might try to get in the cab and go with him. I would have physically restrained her if it got to that point. I was thankful it didn't. She stood stock still and sobbed as Brendan started the truck, did an illegal U-turn and drove off. That was it. He left. We watched for a minute until he was a dot on the horizon.
Tracy actually slid an arm across my waist and wept silently on my shoulder. I put Nicole in the truck with me. She didn't react at all as I put her seatbelt on. Her head slumped against the cool glass. "Jen, you up for driving?" I asked her. Of us all, she looked the most prepared. The Talbots as a whole had just suffered a crushing loss. This wasn't the movies. We weren't going to be all joking around in the next scene. One of our own was gone. Whether literally or figuratively didn't really matter. We weren't ever going to see him again. If he somehow survived on his own, which was doubtful, he would never know how to find us again. I was going to turn around and get him. I had made up my mind. BT changed it back. His screams pierced the day. I ran over to him, shook out a couple of oxys, and handed them to him. He swallowed them without water, the tears that leaked from his eyes causing enough lubricant to get the large pills down. Within minutes, he had passed out again, not from the pills, but from the pain. "Let's go. We've got to find a pharmacy." There was no more milling about. We had a mission to complete now. We would have enough time later to mourn. Tommy was nearly as catatonic as Nicole. He had really ratcheted up the empathy button. Tommy had a serious crush on Nicole. Everyone knew it, though. Somehow Tommy didn't know. We knew that was the funny part about it. He would get so flustered around her that he would call her everything but her real name, and Brendan was always that other guy or him. So, of all of us, the big kid had the most to, in theory, gain, though not in a millennium would he have ever conspired for this sort of outcome. He had taken on Nicole's pain, not to ease but to share. Chapter 21, Journal Entry 19. I don't want to gloss over it. It was what it was, though. We smashed into a pristine Rite Aid. We startled the zombie feed pharmacist and 2 techs even more than ourselves. We dispatched of them in the most humane way possible. It was a quick, precise, antiseptic kill. They were of the slow variety and maybe even a little slower, since they probably hadn't fed in weeks. That would be something to file and look back on later. I've always considered myself a glass-half-full type of guy, but the fact that this store was relatively untouched disturbed me. Don't get me wrong, I was absolutely ecstatic that we were getting the meds BT and Justin were going to need, along with everything from toenail fungus inhibitor to Viagra. I figured if we ever got to the point where Tracy wanted to have sex, I was going to make up for lost time. Problem was that this store being virgin territory to looters meant that there weren't enough people of the living variety around to do any looting. And to top that off, Brendan's leaving had had a crushing affect on us all. He had died to us, pure and simple, no matter what happened to him physically. Nicole was inconsolable. I picked up every antidepressant known to man. How I was going to administer them was beyond my scope, though, maybe one of each. I knew things were at an all-time low when I actually had to point out the Pop-Tart boxes to Tommy as he walked right on by them. Jen stayed with BT while we ransacked the store. She wasn't nearly as devastated as the Talbots, but it affected her too. We were already counting the number of us on 2 hands. Removing just 1 finger had a profound impact. As a viable fighting force, we were in dire straits. We were down to Travis, Jen, and me. Any opponent bigger and meaner than a Girl Scout troop. And we were going to get our asses kicked. And by asses kicked, I meant killed. I was sick of reflecting the image coming back was horrible. So when the horn sounded, it was a welcome, if at the same time ominous sound. If the world ever got back to some semblance of normality, I would never be able to drive again. The mere sound of someone beeping at me would send me into panic attacks. We all looked up like meerkats waiting for the hawk to descend. Travis was first to the door, shotgun at the ready, no matter how many zombies he killed or how long we survived. I was never going to get over the bounce in adrenaline my heart took every time he was exposed to danger. I couldn't get the picture of him as a 7-year-old out of my head, although I knew he was capable, if not more so, to get us out of any sticky situation. I could almost watch him harden to the world by the hour, whereas I felt I was heading the other way. Stop pondering. I ran to the door. Jan had stepped out of the car. She didn't seem too particularly out of sorts. She pointed to her left, somewhat out of our view. I walked past the shopping carts and looked. Zombies were coming. Travis came up beside me. "No speeders, that's good." He had ascertained a fact that took me another few long moments to realize. "Nope," I drawled out, making it look like I had known all along. He looked up at me. "No, that's not quite right." He slightly lifted his eyes to make them level with my own. "Holy shit, when did that happen?" I wondered, in amazement. I'm going to finish loading the truck, he said as he turned. A small wall of the living dead were coming our way, with what I would imagine was less than grand intentions, and he gave less than two shits. Maybe a piss and a squirt, but that was about it. He had already gone back into the store when I answered him. Okay, sounds good. Tommy came up beside me, seemingly more in character as he devoured a Hostess cupcake. One phoned? You know what, Tommy, I think actually I do. I took the offered cupcake from him and we shared a moment there eating our chocolatey snacks, watching the advancing zombies as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Like maybe it was a sunrise. I guess it was more like a sunset, and not quite so beautiful. Tommy had at some time departed. I had somehow eaten a cupcake I couldn't remember chewing, and Travis had finished loading the truck bed. You coming, Dad? Travis asked with some concern. I guess I looked like the village idiot standing there. I would imagine I had chocolate on my face and I was gazing off into the distance, dimly aware that a viable threat was approaching. Yeah, I answered as I absently dropped the cupcake wrapper clutched in my hand. I bent over and picked it back up, disposing of it in a trash barrel that would never again be emptied. What was the point? I didn't have one, and I couldn't see the reason to look for one. You all right, Talbot? My wife asked as I got behind the wheel. That noticeable. We've been married a long time, but even if I had just met you, I'd be able to tell. The zombies were still coming, and would soon be within bow and arrow range. But still, I turned to face and answered Tracy, as if I had all the time in the world. Brendan? She asked, beating me to the punch. That's definitely a big part of it. I'm not sure if I did more harm than good to BT. Chances are he'll still die, whether from infection or my ineptitude. Mike, you saved him. What happens to him next is in God's hands. You still believe, huh? I asked her. In retrospect, it was mean-spirited and wasn't going to help my bargaining power when I got to the pearly gates, provided that they actually existed. Her facial features said it all. How dare I question what she did and did not believe in? I always used to give her a hard time that she didn't believe in extraterrestrials. I would pull out the arguments of how could there not be with the billions upon billions of solar systems, and if only a billionth of those could support life. There would still be an infinitesimal amount of probable planets that were capable of harboring life. She'd have nothing to do with it. She also used to scoff at me when I would sometimes let it leak that I was preparing for Armageddon in one of the many different ways it was bound to happen, including zombies. Being right sucked if you couldn't rub the ones your loved noses in it. Maybe we'd luck out and Alpha Centauri would get their shit together and attack us. Then I could have a twofer. I laughed out loud. Something funny? Her arched eyebrow let me know that I was beginning to tread on uneven ground. Zombies to the front, Tracy to the side. I was weighing my options carefully. No, I was just thinking about aliens, I answered truthfully. What's this got to do with Mexicans, Mike? I busted out laughing. If I had waited to start the truck and get out of the Rite Aid parking lot after I got myself under control, we would have made a wonderful lunch for the zombies. At this point, I was thankful for the lack of traffic. My vision was distorted from the tears. Tracy glowered at me. I had been in a foul mood for the majority of the day. I hadn't completely pulled out from that dank place in my spirit, but I had been granted a momentary reprieve. It was those small candles of light on this unlit path we lived on now that were going to sustain us all. The drive up the highway was damn near uneventful, which in itself is a good thing. We saw an occasional bloated frozen cow or sheep. The more disturbing ones were picked to the bone. That could only mean one thing. There were some cars abandoned on the road, most likely from expired gas tanks. I pitied the fools that had got out to walk, and then I thought back to the bone frameworks previously mentioned. Nothing like a mass exodus had happened here. Sure, North Dakota wasn't known for its population explosion, but still here, Mr. T, Tommy said as he handed me a heavy brown paper bag. Normally I would tell him to wait because I had to concentrate on driving. I was pretty sure some pimply-faced teenager wasn't going to be coming in the other direction, texting his friend lying about who he had banged the night before. What you got here, Tommy? I asked as I took the bag, although from the weight of it and the feel of the glass bottle, it couldn't have been anything other than booze. I got you some, Jeff Daniels, he answered. I laughed again, thankful for the small release of endorphins. I think you mean Jack. That's what I said, he answered.
But why, Tommy? You know I can't stand the stuff. Oh, it's not for you, he answered with a smile.
Tracy turned to look him in the eye, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He knew something, and he wasn't going to spill all his beans at once. "Tommy, I'll hide your Pop-Tarts," Tracy threatened, going right for the jugular. Dancing lightly around the subject had never been at the top of her repertoire. Tommy grabbed his backpack and pushed it behind himself. "I'm serious," she added, making a mock attempt to reach around him. I watched in the rearview mirror as the sheer look of terror came over his face. It released an even bigger amount of happy juice into my veins. I didn't laugh out loud, though. If Tracy couldn't get that bag from him, she might make me try, and I had no desire to be such an abject point of fear for the kid. She resorted to less than honorable tactics. She started tickling him. Tommy's face turned a bright crimson. His laughter made everything around him shine. The minivan swayed down the highway as his bulk thrashed back and forth in a vain attempt to get away from her ministrations. All right, he croaked out in between laborious inhalations of breath. When he hesitated for a fraction more of a second, longer than Tracy was willing to tolerate, she started up again. I felt for the kid. If he had been older, I would have feared his heart wouldn't be able to take much more. "I'll tell," he squealed. Snot, tears, and chocolate goo coalesced in a pool on his shirt as he fought to regain control. On anyone else, that would have been the most disgusting sight I had seen. On Tommy, it was merely endearing. "Oh, I messed up my Star Wars shirt," Tommy said as he looked down at his belly. "Tommy!" Tracy shouted as she held her hand up high in a claw-like fashion, ready to strike and do more damage. Okay, stop, but my shirt." Tracy's hand got higher. "Your mom likes Jeff Daniels." "Jack," I said. He looked over towards me. "That's what I said." Tracy looked over at me, pissed that I was helping Tommy stall. I might be a big bad Marine, but I'm as ticklish as a puppy. If she started that crap with me, this minivan would be cartwheeling down the roadway in about 10 seconds. "We're good," I said, holding up my hands. She redirected towards Tommy, convinced that I would no longer interfere with her. She was right. Ryan said, "Your mom likes Jeff Daniels." He yelled out before Tracy could descend back on him. She sat back down hard in her seat, a look of bafflement, relief, and wonderment across her face. After long seconds of processing the information, she turned back towards Tommy. "You sure?" she asked querulously. Tommy beamed. No answer was necessary at that point. Ryan said, "My mom likes Jack Daniels?" Tracy reiterated, nearly sobbing. "Yep, Jeff Daniels." "Jack," I said, adding my penny and a half. "That's what I said," Tommy said, looking at me in the rearview mirror like I had lost my marbles. The earnest way that he was looking at me made me wonder if maybe he had said Jack and I was slowly going insane. Okay, so slowly would probably be the wrong descriptor. Something along the lines of breaking the speed of light might be more apt. My eyebrows knitted of their own volition. "Tracy, what did Tommy say?" "I needed help." "Oh, Mike," he said, "my mom was all right." Now she was full-on crying. Now whether Tommy had said Jack or Jeff was open to debate, but not once did he say Carol Yentis was okay. Sure, it was implied. Dead people don't really like anything except maybe staying dead. I'd be damned, though, if I was going to be the one that pissed on her Cheerios, rained on her parade, took a dump on her tulips, whatever. We had a glimmer of hope in a sea of somberness. The home team needed a win, and right now Tommy was pitching a gem. Tracy fairly bounced in her seat the remaining hour of our journey. I could tell she was wavering with bouts of happiness and fits of caution. It is a tough thing to open one's self to the prospect of something happening that is beyond the belief of what is expected, and then once you attain that state of inner balance, to have what you hoped for ripped from you. To get the full effect of this analogy, just for a moment, consider yourself a huge Red Sox fan, like me. And it is the magical year of the Lord 1986, and it is Game 6. The Sox are one fucking out from winning the World Series, something you never expected to see in your lifetime. You suck Babe Ruth. A dribbler, a hit dribbler is hit up the first baseline. I had literally, along with all my friends, popped that bottle of champagne. Cold liquor was bubbling all over my hand as I watched in disbelief as the ball went through Billy Buckner's legs. I had never known up to that point in life what getting a dream crushed felt like. It was something akin to running over rabbits with a lawnmower, blood, fur, and bone bits everywhere. Yep, it was pretty much like that. So I'm basically saying that I could empathize with her in a roundabout way. The rural road that led up to Carol's was for the minivan, nearly impassable. It had seen some random traffic, and if I kept the speed low enough, I could follow in the barely visible groove some other traveler had made. On 2 occasions, some gentle bumper pushing from Jen got me out of some deeper furrows. "Maybe we should let Jen go first. She can make a better trail for us, hon." Tracy's unspoken look of "not a fucking chance" shut me up. When we got to 7 Washburn Road, we were met with a sea of white. An unbroken blanket of snow lay a foot deep. It might as well have been a moat. There was no way this car was getting through it. The old Victorian-style house was set a good 200 yards off the roadway, but even from here it was impossible to not see the blotches of crimson that dotted the yard. "Talbot, is that blood?" Tracy asked. We both saw the giant dream-crushing boot hovering over us. "Where are the bodies?" "My guess is under the snow." My thoughts, however, traveled a little darker. I figured that they had got what they came for and had long since left. Tracy had started to fumble with the door lock. "What are you doing?" "I'm going up there," she said matter-of-factly. "I've got to see what happened." She gulped. "Hold on, you can't walk up there. That snow's at least a foot deep. If something or somebody is still here, you'll never be able to run for it. We'll hop in the back of Jen's truck." Within a minute, we had armed ourselves and climbed up into the back of the truck. My concern lay in my thoughts of how I was going to pick up Tracy's pieces of broken soul when she discovered her mother was gone. Oh, and gone I hoped she was. If we found her eaten body, or worse yet her as zombie, I didn't know how the Talbots would be able to muster on. The cold reddened Tracy's features, but even that couldn't compare to the red in her eyes. Tommy was busy wetting his fingertips and smoothing back an invisible cowlick, as if trying to make himself presentable. Well, of all the signs he could be portraying, that was one of the better ones. As we jostled our way up the yard, I wasn't convinced we were still on the driveway as the splashes of blood became more pronounced. But it wasn't just blood. I noticed a boot sticking up in one of the piles. In another was an outstretched hand. It sort of reminded me of a sapling struggling for light. I would have shot it if I really thought it was going to take root. One thing I could tell was there hadn't really been a battle here. Some of the bodies had been out for a lot longer than the others. There was one that, aside from a tuft of hair sticking up, I would have never known was there. The blood had been completely covered with subsequent snowfall. A few were fresh, and that could only mean one thing. There was something here worth trying to eat. My sight was brought to the fore by movement. Someone had risen out of a chair and was standing on the porch. Even from this distance, I could tell that they had one mean mother of a breech-loading shotgun at the ready. Tracy shocked me as she yelled out, "Mom!" I wanted to say something about her giving us away, but the roar of the truck engine as it struggled to cut through the snow could probably be heard for miles in this new, quiet world. Come to think of it, I was never, ever going to miss the sound of a jackhammer at 7:33 in the morning on a Saturday. The shape of the person on the porch had the general shape of someone's grandmother, but the majority of my focus was on that 10-gauge shotgun. We were close enough that if that person started to shoot slugs, we'd be able to count ourselves among the other lawn ornaments. I banged on the roof of the truck for Jen to stop. She looked out her window. "What's up, Mike?" "Stop the truck and kill the engine," I told her. "You sure that's a good idea?" she asked. "Nope," I answered truthfully. The truck engine simmered to a stop, the pinging of the heated motor the only sound to break up the muffled day. "Mom?" Tracy yelled out again. Nothing. No response. Only the steady, unwavering double barrel of a large-caliber shotgun. After a few seconds, the barrel dipped imperceptibly. "Tracy?" came the tremulous reply. That was it. Tracy was down off the bed of the truck and running at full tilt, which really wasn't all that fast when you're knee-deep in snow. I banged on the roof of the truck again. "Wagons forward!" I yelled and gestured. "Don't ask me why. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time." Tracy was pissed off when we passed her on by, and even more so when Jen nearly blocked off the entire porch entrance. As she caught up to us, her passing glance was so cold it burned my face. "Mike?" Carol asked. "Hey, Mom," I said, as I jumped down off the bed of the truck. Tracy had rushed full tilt into her mother's arms. There was some crying and sobbing and some general tear-jerking, and I think that Carol and Tracy might have also blubbered. I wasn't sure, couldn't see much through the haze of salty water. Must have sat on my keys again. I joined in the small huddle.
God, she smelled like chocolate chip cookies. How do grandmothers do that? We brought you something, I told her. It's Jeff Daniels, I said needlessly. The shape of the paper bag gave away the contents. Kind of like trying to gift wrap a bike. Why bother? Jack Daniels? Carol asked. Tommy had come down off the truck and was watching the reunion. That's what he said, with a tone that implied we all must have gone over the edge. Carol gasped as she looked at Tommy. You're the one from my dreams? Tommy looked perplexed. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Gran Y, he said. Sure you do. You're the one that likes those little flavored shingles in the foil packs? Tommy looked aghast. Pop-Tarts aren't shingles, Gran Y. I thought I was going to have to catch Carol from falling when she saw all 3 kids, safe and sound. Oh my God, I prayed for this day. I never thought that you would all make it. She was openly crying. Yeah, I was too. So sue me. Come here, she motioned to them all. Our group huddle was ungainly, but it felt so right. Oh my God, Mom, we never thought Tracy hitched me. Carol laughed. I'm too tough an old bird for them. Not sure if they even got by Big Bertha here, she said, shaking her shotgun, that they'd even want me. She shook her head. I've spent damn near my entire life on this farm. I'm as tough as the soil Daddy used to try and cull crops from. She smiled grimly for a moment, then burst into joyous laughter at the sight of her family gathered around her. I couldn't help myself. I hugged her again. I was having a heavy estrogen flow day. You smell just like cookies, I told her out loud. That's because I'm making some. Don't look so surprised, Tommy told me you were coming. Of course, I didn't believe him at first. I thought it might be the onset of advanced Alzheimer's, or maybe schizophrenia, or maybe even just plain old loneliness. But I figured, what the hell, might as well be ready. Oh, and by the way, Tommy, she said, stopping to look at him. Had we told her his name? I didn't think so, Carol continued. I didn't have any gummy bears to put in with the chocolate chips. Tommy handed her a bag of gummy bears from his pocket. Was it coincidence? Now, Tommy is usually a walking pantry to begin with, but he didn't even hesitate when he reached into one of his many hidden storage compartments. Carol took the bag as if she had been expecting this. Great, I'll put them in with the next batch. You still have power out here, Carol? I asked her. Gotta be pretty self-sufficient when you live this far in the outskirts. See any power lines, city boy? The generator is in the barn. I waited until she went back into the house before I did a complete 360 scan of the area. No poles. I did a little happy dance as I realized I was going to take a hot shower tonight. What's the matter, Talbot? BT asked as Jen and Travis helped him up the steps. Gotta pee. Except for being a few shades paler than he ought to be. The big man looked pretty good. This was turning out to be a pretty good fucking day, and I was about to eat some chocolate chip cookies. Tommy was already through the door. I could hear mock slapping as Carol was trying to shoo him away from her cookie sheet. Wait until I at least get them off the tray. You'll burn yourself one, Carol shouted at him. Tommy hovered over her like a news helicopter at a crash scene. Seeing her grandmother had reignited a spark within Nicole's eyes. The sadness was still there, but it had been layered over a little with love, and that was how people survived. They moved on. The bleeding, gaping wound slowly became infused with coagulants, and then the bleeding would trickle to a stop. The flesh would scab over and slowly begin to knot itself together, and eventually the scab would fall off, leaving fresh, shiny, puckered skin that would, in time, eventually fade to a scar. It would be something you would remember the pain of for your entire life, and you would always have the reminder, but it no longer consumed the resources of the body anymore to heal it. The smiles around the kitchen table as we devoured first that sheet and then another sheet of cookies with the surprisingly good taste of gummy bears mixed in renewed my faith. My faith in what? God, humanity, survival, just plain old cookies? I wasn't sure, but I wasn't going to question it. If I didn't have another ultimate destination in mind, I could have seen myself spending the rest of my days in this loving household. And then it struck me, why should I drag my family still another 1,500 miles across the country? And for what? There was no guarantee that any of my family survived. Carol survived, though, and if she could do it then, so could they. But she's in rural North Dakota. Not much happened here when everybody was alive. Yeah, and my family is in rural Maine. If I could Google it, I'd bet the populations were similar.
Not knowing what had happened to my family weighed heavily, but the thought of exposing my immediate family into even more danger to satisfy my curiosity was not an option. I grabbed Tracy's hand and took her into the living room. "I think we should just stay here, Trace." Her look questioned me, but I could see the excitement beyond. "Are you sure, Mike? I know how much you want to get back home." "I think maybe we are home." She hugged me fiercely, her leg crushing into my pilfered bottle of Viagra stashed in my pants pocket. "You happy to see me, Mike?" she asked with a smile. "I sure as hell could be," I answered her. She smacked me. We headed back into the kitchen, her first and then me after some slight man parts adjusting. At least the momentary estrogen flood hadn't completely emasculated me. After a bunch more laughing and eating, I went out to the porch. I would like to say that I had to loosen my belt because of the meal. These last few weeks stripped any fat reserves I had stored. I looked down the yard at the minivan, wondering how many trips it was going to take to get everything up here. I also wasn't thrilled with the prospect of leaving it down there either. It looked too much like an invitation. I heard a burst of merriment as Carol opened up the door to join me on the porch. "I can't tell you what a wonderful thing you've done here, Mike," she said. "We had to come and see if you were all right, Mom." "That's not what I'm talking about, and I think you know it." I wanted to protest. It might have rung hollow, though. I mean, bringing my daughter and my grandkids to me alive and safe. I started to speak. "Hush, I know what you're going to say, but most people didn't feel like it was what they had to do, Mike." A good number of folks turned their guns on their kin rather than stand and fight. I looked at her in bewilderment. "No, Mike, you didn't have to do anything, but you did. You know, when Tracy first married you, I wondered what the hell she saw in you. Don't hold back on my account." "Oh, I won't. To be fair, you're a looker, but I wasn't sure of your character." "Holy shit, Carol. Is this a pep talk?" "Hush, I'm not done talking yet. Can you at least bust open that bottle of Jeff?" I asked her. From somewhere deep inside the house, I heard Tommy yell, "Jack, you always seemed nuttier than a pecan pie to me." "Oh, this is just getting better and better." I took a long pull from the Daniels that she handed me. "But when Nicole was born and I saw how you were with her, I thought I might have made a mistake about you." "Great." I took another swig. "Now stop. That's not an easy thing for me to admit. You know, Tracy is my only child, and I damn near lost her in childbirth. So I only wanted what was best for her, and at the time I didn't think that was you. But I watched you with Nicole. She stripped away your East Coast sarcasm and your ill temper towards the world. You loved her like no other ever could. The father's pride that beamed in your eyes every time you held her. That alone made me realize my error. I've seen you with all your kids, Mike, and I know that you would do whatever it took to make sure that each and every one of them was safe. And for that, Mike, I'm sorry that I ever doubted you, but if you take one more swig off my bottle like the last one, I'm taking it all back." I handed her the bottle back. I had actually taken a fair hit against the contents. I felt a little bad, but it was rapidly becoming covered over with the warm, tingly feeling of a buzz. "What are you two doing out here?" Tracy asked, donning her coat. "Reminiscing," I told her. "Reminiscing, huh? How much of that paint thinner have you had, Mike?" my wife asked me. "More than he should have," Carol said, holding the bottle up. "We gots to get that minivan off the road." "Gots, huh? I don't think you should be driving anything, Mike," Tracy said. "Oh, it's not like he's going to get a DUI. Loosen up, girl," my wonderful mother-in-law said between swigs. "Mom, don't encourage him. You still got that tractor, Carol?" "Actually had it running about a month or so ago to plow the driveway. Don't really have a desire much now to go out, though. If you hadn't brought this whiskey, I might have been changing my mind soon." Chapter 22, Journal Entry 20. Now the question was, did I want to plow the driveway and let any old schmo have a direct route up, or did I want to drag the minivan and all its contents up here? If I dragged it up here and something happened where we needed to get out again, we were screwed. Plow the driveway it was then. If anybody came a-knocking, we'd deal with it at that point. Not like this was I-95 to begin with. I went back into the house and put on everything and anything that I thought would stave off the frigid cold. Whiskey Glow was only going to get me so far. And yes, I know that alcohol doesn't really warm you up. It does the opposite, in fact, by thinning your blood. It just makes you feel warmer. I had bundled up near to the point of becoming a beach ball with appendages and was 3 steps down the porch before I realized I had forgotten something. Now I know this was the safest I've felt in weeks, but still I marched back in, pretending to ignore my wife's questioning gaze, and grabbed my 9mm. The barn where the tractor was located was about 100 yards or so from the house. I encountered 6 death blotches between the house and the barn. I shook my head in marvelment of how Carol had survived. Had she slept? It wasn't like she could post a guard. She didn't have a dog anymore. Bastian had died. I think 2 summers ago, struck by the tractor. Tracy had cried for near on a week. Her father had got that coonhound the day he found out he had cancer. He often told people that on his worst days of getting chemo, it was the tail-wagging, tongue-licking Bastian that helped him get through the day. Even on his deathbed, he had told Carol that the dog had probably given them an extra half a year together. Carol loved that dog, if only for the fact that it had given her and her beloved husband extra time. It was 2 years after Everett's death that she had hired a handyman to get rid of some trash from the back acreage, something Everett had been promising for close on 15 years. It was more of an inside joke that Everett had never gotten around to it than a point of contention. When the man had come running up to the household with a broken, bloody bundle in his arms, Carol had intrinsically known what he carried. She had wept nearly as many tears for the mangy Bastian as she had for her husband. Another link to him was gone. She buried Bastian alongside her husband in the family cemetery. So I circled back to the original question. How could she sleep knowing that at that very minute a mindless, hungry predator might be closing in? I shuddered. I had reached the front door to the barn, now not nearly as prepared to enter into the gloomy interior. "They don't lie in wait, Talbot," I said out loud. It was a trick nearly everyone uses to steal their resolve. "I think it's more to let whatever monster is lurking know that we're coming in, ready or not. I just wish the monster gave the same courtesy." I clicked over the ancient light switch. 2 light bulbs lazily lit the room. You could still wear night vision goggles in here and not get any glare through them. The tractor stood dead center in the barn, and every deadly implement known to farming kind graced the walls all around me. I was sweating. I felt that it was dignity-saving to blame it on the multiple layering I was swathed in. I had reached the tractor when Justin shouted to me from the door. I realized then my mistake. Not that I was going to shoot Justin, or even that. He startled me enough to do it accidentally, but if someone of ill intent had come up on me, my multi-layered fingers couldn't fit in through the trigger guard. "You're just all sorts of a hot mess, aren't you, Talbot?" I again said out loud to myself. "I asked if you needed any help, Dad." Justin answered, thinking I hadn't heard his first query, which I hadn't. I had been whistling demons away at that time. He looked like shit, and 5 degrees below zero was going to do little to help him. "Sure." I didn't completely understand what the cause of his recent detachment to us was, but if he was going to throw a lifeline, it was my duty to reel him in. "Got a gun? What do you think?" "I'm your son, smartass." "Okay, let's just do a quick search through the stalls and the loft. This place gives me the willies." "You sure it's not me?" he asked. Half of the question was smartass reply. Half, though, was a true question. I didn't have a 50-50 answer. I let it drop. Within minutes, we discovered that the only other tenants of the barn were some pigs, chickens, goats, a dairy cow, and an extended family of field mice. I decided that if the mice were going to leave us alone, then I would follow suit. Yep, you guessed it. Mice scare the crap out of me. Yes, I've been to battle. I've killed my fellow man and monsters of myth. It's just something about that hairless tail that really shoots a spike of fear through me. I don't really want to talk about it, just add it onto the growing list of Talbotisms. The tractor cranked after the 3rd time, and a good blast of starting fluid into the carburetor. "You up for doing some plowing?" I asked Justin. He looked at me like I was pulling his leg. "You serious?" "Sure, go ahead," I told him. Those of you that thought I did this only because I didn't want to be out in the North Dakota winter only have it partially correct. Isn't this part of the reason we have kids at all? So they can do the shit jobs that we used to do, like taking out the trash, mowing the lawn, shoveling walkways. You don't really wonder why farm families used to be so huge, do you? It's not because screwing is the only thing to do. It's because there is so much work to be done. Okay, and screwing was really the only form of entertainment. I stepped back before Justin had the chance to lurch the tractor into gear. The kid really couldn't so much as drive a nail, if you catch my meaning. He definitely inherited that from his mother. I figured the tractor to be about 8 feet wide, and the doors to the barn easily double that width, and still I wondered if he would hit the frame. Would that kind of strike be enough to take the ancient structure down? And would we survive being buried by 87 tons of sharpened metal objects? Probably not. I walked out to guide him through. Not bad, I thought, as he had a good 6 inches of clearance on his left-hand side. All right, I shouted. Just make a pathway down to the minivan so we can get it back up here. Justin gave me a thumbs up. I turned to walk back to the house, and hopefully a steaming mug of cocoa. I was lost in the reverie of melted marshmallows when the warning shout came. "Look out!" came the distant shout from the house. I looked up towards the porch. Tracy was cupping her hands together for the bullhorn effect. When she realized she had caught my attention, she made an over-agitated gesture with her arm. I dove to my left, and the blade of the plow pushed air past my face. I looked up at Justin and saw he was looking off to his right and had not even noticed that he had almost made me a snow angel, so angel might be a little liberal, but it's more of an analogy. He turned back towards me as he passed. Something between "I'm sorry" and "damn" crossed his face. I stood up and brushed the snow off of me, just staring at him as he passed. I looked back up at the porch. Tommy had an expression on his face I couldn't remember ever seeing. It was rage. The glare he directed at Justin got to me more than the mice. All of a sudden, Carol's house didn't seem quite as accommodating. We were going to bring our problems with us no matter where we went. I had momentarily let myself get swayed into a false sense of security. I wouldn't let that happen again. Eliza was still out there, and apparently we were of great interest to her. Maybe not me as much, however, we were on her short list for people she wanted dead. The cocoa was good, but I was too distracted to thoroughly enjoy it. Instead of going in and staying in, I sat out on the porch and watched Justin actually do an admirable job of clearing a pathway. He only stopped once as the plow bit into the frozen corpse of a zombie, spreading frozen chunks of meat along a 20-foot swath of driveway. He hopped down off the tractor, showing the right amount of disgust as he untangled the ensnared carcass. Or was it pity? I froze twice as much on that porch as I would have if I had stayed on the tractor. I waited until Justin pulled the tractor back into the barn. This time he actually did take off a chunk of door frame. I shuddered, thinking that could have been my skull. I heard the engine rattle to an end, and then I began my long ascent out of the deck chair, convinced at this point that the fluid around my knees had completely frozen. My injured knee popped like a firecracker when I got it to full extension. Numbness from the cold kept the pain down to a dull roar. When this thing de-thawed, I was going to be whimpering like a kid at Toys R Us that didn't get the deluxe Batman figurine with a fully stocked utility belt. That sounds like it hurt. I had been too wrapped up in my own misery to hear Tracy come out, not as much as it's going to tonight. "You going down to get the van?" It was obvious what I was doing. She was fishing for something. I knew the game. I just rarely, if ever, won. "Yeah, figured I'd better get it now before either it or me freezes." "You want me to go with you?" I turned to look at her. "What's up, hon?" "What? I can't walk with my husband." "Hold on. That's not what I said. We both know you like the cold weather about as much as I like ham. Did I not tell you about that yet? I'll get to it eventually. And yes, I appreciate the company, but it's got to be closing in on 2:10 out here, and I think a wonderful cooling northerly breeze has begun to kick up. So what gives? Fine, let's walk. We were halfway down the driveway before she spoke, but I noticed her turn towards the barn before she said anything. "What's going on, Mike?" I didn't need any clarification if I had. Just her previous look to the barn would have erased all doubt of what subject we were broaching. "Mike, Justin was looking right at you as he drove that plow. Figured as much," I said. "He tried to kill you, Mike," Tracy said with force and conviction. "I would imagine." She grabbed my arm and forcibly spun me towards her. "How can you be so cavalier about this?" I saw his face. Mike, he was smiling. Fucking smiling. How I could feel any colder was beyond me, but I did. I was freezing from my core outwards. I looked back towards the barn and the source of my unnatural icebox sensation. Justin stood between the great doors looking at us both. He waved with all the enthusiasm of a dead cheerleader. Tracy saw what I was looking at and wrapped both her arms around herself in a useless tactic to hold in body heat or keep evil out. It's got something to do with that scratch he got when he went to get Paul. He got infected with something, but that's not quite right. It's more like he got possessed. Tracy gasped at that word. When she was 12, she had slept over her best friend Dawn's house. Don's father had the brilliant idea to bring his daughter and Tracy to the drive-in featuring arguably one of the scariest movies of all time, The Exorcist. Since that point forward, Tracy had always had a higher-than-ordinary fear of the devil and his minions. Hey, all of our psychoses need to start somewhere. But not completely, I added hastily. It did little to moderate her fear. Justin's still in there, and he knows something is wrong. There are times like earlier today where I felt that his old persona was closer to the surface. Now I don't know if that was an act on his part or not, but I've got to think that when he lets his concentration lapse or when he's focused on something else that whatever is inside of him can gain some measure of control. Tracy shuddered again. Come on, let's get down to the van. We stand out here too much longer, and we're going to look like we ran into Medusa. She didn't argue. Do you think the antibiotics are helping? She asked as a frozen tear descended down her cheek. I think it keeps the infection in check. I'm not sure the meds alone can cure it, though. Without them, though, whatever it is would be able to gain a bigger, if not complete, foothold. Mike, what are we going to do? We had reached the van. I fumbled with the keys, partly to stall an answer, but mostly because I couldn't feel my fingers. I struggled with my door, which seemed like it had frozen in place. I couldn't really blame it, although I looked like a dork as Tracy's opened up with a minimal effort from her. The inside of the car was little better than a meat locker. If the car didn't start, I wasn't sure we'd be able to make it back up into the house before we solidified. Heat and humidity suck as far as I'm concerned. I've voiced that opinion over and over throughout my life. My argument was that you could only get so naked to get cooler, whereas you could always put more clothes on in the winter to get warmer. But this was different. I was physically distressed at how cold I had become. My thought pattern felt addled as I nearly snapped the key in half trying to turn it the wrong way in the ignition. Tracy didn't look much better off than me. Did you say they have Philly cheesesteaks in Chicago? She asked. I had no clue what the hell she was talking about, but it distracted me enough before I sheared the key off. The engine did the slow, whirring sound of a car that has no desire to start and wants to make it abundantly clear on its stance. I held the key in place many long seconds after I should have let it go. Whir, vroom. Glacial air spewed from the heater vents as the engine caught. My breath cascaded down into my lap in frozen droplets of water. The slap of wintry-infused air slapped across Tracy's face, and she broke out of her fog. Holy shit, that's cold, she said as she placed her hands over the vent. If only I could invent an air conditioner to work that well. She didn't see the humor as I reached to shut the heater off. After some careful thrusts on the gas pedal to flood the engine with some fuel, I placed the car in gear, somewhat certain it wouldn't stall. We both held our breaths as the transmission engaged, drawing some life from the engine and nearly extinguishing it. I held one foot on the brake and one halfway down on the gas as I flooded high explosive fluid through the valves. A minute or two later, we were up by the house. Tracy got out before we stopped moving, heading straight for the house. Don't sweat it, Hon, I said to her, retreating back. I'll get the stuff out of here. I didn't even get the customary wave over her back for that. I shut the car off, grabbed what was immediately close to me, and rushed to follow. My damaged knee made forward progress an aggressively slow endeavor. There was an infinitesimally long delay as I got to the door, and there was a flood of people heading out to grab stuff out of the van. Courtesy dictated that I move to the side and let them out so they could help. I pushed myself through the throng. Courtesy be damned. I was a heartbeat and a half from frostbite, and I liked all my digits exactly where they were. Tracy hovered dangerously close to the roaring fire. I almost pushed her in as I jockeyed for position to gain some heat. Degree by degree we came back to our own. The tingling pain of blood flowing back to extremities was an actual welcome sensation. It meant life in all its glorious triumphs and disasters. I kissed Tracy long and hard there, reveling in the fact that we still endured and doubly thankful that one appendage still had the grace to feel the press of blood. Get a room, Jen said as she sat down in one of the lounge chairs next to a bookshelf. We broke our kiss. Warmth radiated down from my lips. Tracy even looked a little flushed. I was going to try that Viagra out tonight, guaranteed. I shouted yes in my head with the fist pump and all. We got all the stuff in. Some of the food is frozen solid, though. Jen finished to reiterate her point. Tommy came into the room with a Twinkie clamped in a pair of salad tongs. He pushed me over a little to the side so that his Twinkie could get some heat. "Am I in your way, Tommy?" I said with good-humored sarcasm. "A little bit, Mr. T. Could you move over a scooch?" I laughed. "Yeah, I figured it was time to get some of these clothes off anyway." "Great," Tommy said, never taking his eyes off his cold prize. "You were kind of in the way." I stood up, and like I expected, my knee let it be known about its condition. I wondered how a Percocet would interact with a Viagra. I couldn't see the sense of having a hard-on I could slam in a door and not be able to feel. I involuntarily crossed my legs at the errant thought. "You all right, Mike?" Tracy asked. "Yeah, just my knee," although it was obvious from my gesture that wasn't the cause. "Maybe you should get that checked out." Again, obviously she was talking about my knee, but when I answered I was thinking completely about something a little closer to my belt line. "Yeah, you're right. I'd definitely like to get that checked out." My lascivious leer almost gave me away as Tracy looked questioningly at me. I shuffled out of the room like someone double my age and half-hopped, half-pulled myself up the stairs to the old room Tracy and I used whenever we came to visit. Now that I thought about it, we hadn't been in years, not since Everett had died to be specific. Sure, Tracy and Carol talked almost daily, but that's not the same as basic human contact again. I marveled at how she had survived so well in such an inhospitable place all by herself. In point of fact, the reason she had survived was most likely because she was in such a place. I finally made it to my room, thankful that someone had the presence of mind to bring some of my stuff up here. There wasn't a whole hell of a lot, but I had grabbed a crapload of knee braces and ace bandages when we were in the Rite Aid, and I was going to make good use of them now. I was going to have to peel my layers of clothing off like an onion shed skin before I could do so. My knee was a sorry sight when I finally got down to it. It was black and blue and nearly double the size of its brother. I gingerly wrapped it in 2 ace bandages. The elastic knee brace I had snagged would not stretch large enough to accommodate the swelling. I knew I needed to put ice on it. But after my near-death by popsicle experience today, I couldn't even begin to imagine placing frozen water anywhere on my body. I took 2 Tylenol and was immediately thinking about taking something stronger. The pain in my knee was beginning to rage. It was as if the heat from the fire had taken this long to thaw out the half-gallon of fluid that surrounded my injured joint. If the pain in my knee was a grizzly bear, the Tylenol was like firing 2 airsoft pellets at it. I dropped onto the bed with the bag of goodies from the pharmacy as pain lanced through my leg. I greedily downed first one and then another painkiller and then another. I lay like that for at least 10 minutes. The pain never truly went away. It just became muted. When I felt I could get up without crying too much, I used the headrail to prop myself up. I was greeted instantly and not so unpleasantly with the fogged-over countenance of one under the influence of drugs, which thankfully I was. The pain in my knee was still sharp. On some level I realized that, and still I didn't care. Unbeknownst to me, I had somehow levitated down into the kitchen. Carol looked up from some delicious-smelling stew she was preparing. "Mike, you been in my jack again?" I'm pretty sure I answered with the ever-witty, "The what now?" More likely it came out as, "Duh. You know you're in your underpants, right?" she said, pointing what appeared to be an oversized spoon at me. "Tighty-whities?" I asked, hoping that wasn't the case. She cocked her head. "Just how much of my booze did you drink, Mike? Witty-tighties?" I mumbled, slivers of drool escaping from the corner of my mouth. "Maybe you should just sit down," she said, as she pulled a chair out from the kitchen table. I obeyed. Not that standing anymore was becoming much of an option. Drool landed on my blue boxer shorts. "Ah, not Frighty-mighties." "Tracy!" her mom yelled. "Yeah, Mom?" I heard the response from the living room. "You might want to get in here," her mother answered, turning back to the crock pot. Tracy came in, looked quickly over to her mom, and then to me, the source of the issue at hand. "Oh, Talbot, what are you doing?" "I'm not wearing nighty-bities," I answered gallantly. "That's a good thing, I guess." What the hell else could she say? "Come on, let's get you into the living room." "Not so sure I can get back up, hon. I think that came out nearly perfect, though my tongue felt as thick and dry as a plank." "You don't smell like booze? What's the matter?" I pointed to my knee. Just since my short jaunt down into the kitchen, my knee had grown nearly half again what I had started with, so much so that the ace bandage was nearly stretched to its capacity. "Talbot!" Tracy said, alarmed. "What the fuck?" I don't remember much about the walk out of the kitchen and onto the most comfortable couch I have ever had the pleasure of laying down on, except for a lot of finger-pointing and laughing. Most of that coming from BT, and he was more drugged up than I was. Chapter 23, Journal Entry 21. I didn't have a clue how long I slept. When I finally awoke, it wasn't to the easy, peaceful, content feeling one arises to after a deep and satisfying sleep. There was no exaggerated stretch as I alit from the bed and casually scratched my nuts. Oh, come on, that's the first thing after the body unfolding that every guy does when they get out of bed. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's an evolutionary legacy, probably to rid oneself of prehistoric mites. Anyway, back to the story. The distinctive sound of a gunshot prohibits one from the normal routine. I stood up as rapidly as my vertigo-addled brain would allow. Who knew we were in the midst of a 70-no earthquake? I braced myself against the couch until the worst of the shakes had subsided. I took no small pleasure in the fact that the pain in my knee had subsided to something I could live with, if not entirely like. I still pushed off with my right leg, though. No sense in tempting the fates. BT stirred on his resting place, but did not awaken. Had I imagined the whole thing? I heard nothing else. The only thing that gave me pause was that a single gunshot these days was rarer than a virgin Catholic schoolgirl. It was approaching dawn. I could tell by the murky light filtering through the windows. But no one was up yet, that I could tell. There was no sense of alarm, no commotion, no damn bacon cooking. Ooh, that sounded good. I had finally managed to gingerly walk my way up to the hallway that led to the front door when a fully winter weather bundled Carol came in toting her shotgun. She didn't seem particularly startled to see me standing there. You know, you're still in your underwear, right? She asked me. Reflexively, I looked down, slightly more embarrassed this time than the last. She laughed. Don't worry about it. Want some coffee? She stooped over and placed her shotgun next to the door, in a holder that seemed perfectly tailored to that specific job. She looked up to see me watching her. Did I wake you? She asked. I had a sarcastic comment all lined up, but then I thankfully remembered she was my mother-in-law and wisely thought better of unloosing my dumbass comment on the world. No, I was ready to get up anyway. Hadn't seen one in a couple of days. Was kind of hoping that was over. What you had seen? Well, let's just say there isn't much of a bear problem during the late winter season. Speaking of that, Carol, how did you know it was out there? I'd been meaning to ask. Got a little sidetracked last night. Oh, those first few days were tough. I was too scared to sleep. However, even fear will only go so far. More than once I woke up to one of those things at the door or the window. Damn near sent my ticker into overdrive. I can't tell you how many times I just wanted to shoot through the door or the window. Good thing the practical side of me took over. I don't have the materials to fix what I would have destroyed. What the hell did you do? I asked, alarmed. I opened the window up and then killed them, she said, as naturally as if she had opened a window to let an apple pie cool on the windowsill. Phoo! I started. Her watchful gaze made me pull back from my colorful phrasing. I think I would have shot the glass out. Have you felt how cold it is out there? I nodded. Not only did I get her point, but also felt it. So then what? You mean, how did I sleep and still defend the homestead? I nodded again, completely enraptured. Bacon momentarily forgotten as I followed her and her story into the kitchen. Well, I rigged an alarm. I went out about 50 or so feet from the house and set wooden stakes into the ground, every 20 feet or so in a circle around the house. Then I screwed an eye hook in each one. About waist high, she said, as she held her hand roughly at her belt line. Then I threaded rope through all of them. Then finally I brought a rope all the way up to the house and attached it to a bell. Damn thing was worse than an alarm clock. Couldn't hit snooze. If you get my meaning? My mouth must have been agape. You know, Mike, I've been on a farm most of my life. Hard work is nothing new to me. Sorry, that's just genius. Necessity. You want sugar in your coffee? Please, I said absently as I grabbed the mug from her. Where is it now? I didn't see it when we came in yesterday. After Tommy's message, I took down the part that led to the house and the barn. I didn't want you to run it over mistakenly. Just because I can do hard work doesn't mean I want to repeat it, and a good portion of what is still up is under snow. Last night, after our little talk in the kitchen, I flushed with embarrassment. Sorry about that. Don't be. I saw your knee after Tracy unwrapped it. I wasn't even sure how you were still standing. I did my best to drain it. Oh, So that's why it feels better. Thank you, and you won't mind if I don't ask how you did it." She laughed again. "No, I'll get over it." "So after you went to sleep," she emphasized sleep, "I restrung the alarm. Didn't expect to get company, but I didn't want to make any unexpected guests feel welcome." "Was there just the one then?" I asked her. She looked hard at me. "You must have been sleeping pretty heavily. There were 3. Travis and Jen took care of them all. They're still out there making sure no more are coming. I wanted to get my old bones inside and by the fire. Now that I've got help, I'm not too proud to use it." 3, and by the looks of them, they look like they've traveled a ways. I bet they had. Fucking Eliza. I was going to slit her throat personally. I momentarily thought about heading outside, but garbed like I was, my manhood would shrivel to half its size and that I could not stomach or afford. "I brought some clothes down for you. Figured you'd want to go out as soon as you got up, and the less stairs you climb right now, the better." I nodded to her, my terse thoughts elsewhere. "Mike, your knee hurting again? You look mighty upset all of a sudden." "I just think we brought a whole lot of heartache down on you, Carol. By coming here, I mean." She gently caressed my cheek. "You've done no such thing. You want bacon for breakfast? There could be a sainthood in this for you, Carol. I'll take that as a yes," she said as she turned back around. I heard Jen and Travis come inside. It would have been hard not to, as loud as they were stomping the excess snow off their boots. I had just finished pulling on my 3rd sweater and met them in the hallway. Jen's color was nearly the shade of the material she was liberally shedding in the mudroom. "Is that bacon?" Travis said happily as he headed into the kitchen. I noticed that Jen waited patiently until Travis was out of earshot before she spoke. "I won't swear it, Mike. The damage was just too great, but I'd bet money those people, zombies." She shook her head. "We're from Little Turtle. To think something bad is happening is bad enough, but to get confirmation is downright shitty." "Are you sure?" We both knew I was hoping for an alternate outcome. "Like I said, Mike, when you blow someone's head off, it's a little difficult to get a positive ID." "Well, to be fair, you didn't quite say it like that. You know what I meant?" "Yeah, I know what you meant. I just want to choose not to believe it. Are you going out to check?" "No." She studied my less-than-poker face. "You knew they'd be coming?" "Figured as much. I'd sort of hoped that maybe this was the place where we could finally stop and plant some roots. It feels so right here. Cold, sure, but the energy seems so strong. I guess maybe I thought this might be some sort of hallowed ground. Crazy, right? No, I don't think so. We all want somewhere that we don't constantly have to feel like it could be our last moments on Earth. I love this place too, but it's not the most easily defendable." "Wow, I think you may have been around me too long. My crazy is starting to rub off." "Not necessarily a bad thing, Talbot. Now let's get some of that bacon. I'm starving." Tommy was already sitting at the table, strips of bacon hanging out of both his hands, his broad smile dappled with the fried goodness. Morphing FTRT. There was one way into the kitchen, and I had been standing in the hallway that led in. I would have bet a mountain of Kit Kats that the boy had not stepped into that hallway to get past me. "How'd you get here, Tommy?" "I walked." He smiled again. I was looking for more than the literal explanation. Tommy looked down at his hand, seemingly more concerned from which hand he was going to take his next bite than answering me. Travis and Carol were not going to be of any help. They were both at the stove. Carol was showing Travis how to make an omelet, although I could tell from his posture he was more intent on eating said omelet than on learning how to make it. Maybe I would have pressed the issue. Most likely not. But the rest of the family chose that time to come in. Tommy's eyes twinkled at mine. "You got them up, didn't you, you sly dog?" I conspiringly said to him. "Bacon," he said, pushing his meat-laden fists under my nose. "Thanks, I'll get my own." He seemed immensely relieved at that answer. Breakfast was phenomenal. Farm-fresh everything. I knew processed and artificially preserved foods were a necessary evil of our society. Oh, but what we had given up when we had moved off of our family farms and into the dens of depravity, that would be cities in non-sarcasm speak. Then it all came rushing back to me, why we moved away, as I cleaned out the pens and fed the animals that had so graciously allowed us to gain sustenance from them. I enviously eyed the dairy cow. She had seemed completely at ease when I had first entered the animal enclosure. But each subsequent time that I stopped to stare longingly at her, she more and more sensed the predatory nature of my visits. Milk was grand, especially fresh milk. But a steak. Now that would be special. Hope you don't have an accident, Bessie, I said as I patted her snout. She pulled away and eyed me warily. I'm just saying, I told her. Bessie wasn't appeased much. She didn't go back to chewing her cud until I was well past her stall. It was close on lunch by the time I had finished my chores. It wasn't steak, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with the pork tenderloin chops. Carol was dishing up. I would have made sandwiches, but I ran out of flour to make bread with a few weeks ago, she said apologetically. No, Tracy told me without a word coming out of my mouth. But I started, No, Talbot, you're not going anywhere. Fine. I pouted as I sat down to my mounded plate of meat. Some barbecue sauce, maybe shredded a little man. It would make a Talbot, Tracy said. Fine. I dug in. I didn't think that after smelling animal ass for the last 4 hours, I'd be hungry. I was wrong. I parked my butt in the living room after lunch. The couch was inviting. The fire was warming. About the only thing that could have made this perfect was if ESPN were on. Carol had never had a TV as far as I knew. Was that even possible? Wasn't there a law against that or something? I shuddered at the thought. I think the only reason she ever got a phone was to stay in touch with her daughter. BT was sitting up. Why you looking all content and shit, he asked me. I almost feel like I've come home, I told him honestly. Almost, he asked. He grimaced as he shifted his position so he could look at me easier. It's not over then? What do I have a playbook on my face? Let's just say, Talbot, you have an uncanny ability to say everything without opening your mouth, Tracy said from the entryway. She came over and kissed my face, and that's what I love about you. When we leaving then? BT asked. I was hoping to give you more time to recover. I was surprised when he nodded in agreement. He must be hurting if he couldn't even manage a small semblance of male macho bravado. You tell me when, Talbot. I'll make myself ready. Justin came in at that point and sat down heavily in the large chair by the fire. We have a week. Nobody doubted his source. I just doubted the message. We leave in 3 days, BT, I said, never taking my eyes off of Justin. Justin smiled maliciously, realizing I had just caught him in his lie and absolutely not caring. 2 days, I hastily amended Justin's, and BT's faces almost mirrored each other exactly in their disappointment. Tracy's shoulders sagged as the weight of my words weighed on her. My mom won't leave, you know. I know that. You're going to have to convince her it's for the best. What's for the best? Carol asked. Is it me? I asked Tracy. Or is the timing of people showing up at the right time uncanny? Canny, Tommy filled in. So what's for the best? Carol asked again. That you come with us when we leave, I said hastily, hoping that maybe the shock value of the words would be lost in their fast delivery. It wasn't. I'll do no such thing, Carol answered adamantly. Mom? Hush, Tracy. This is my home. I'm 79 years old and I have no desire to start somewhere else. I was born in this house. God willing, I'll die in it. Mom! Tracy cried with more volume. And what's more, I don't see the point in any of you leaving. There's plenty of chickens and pigs to get us through the winter. Plus, there's Bessie. Yeah, for hamburger, I added much too quickly. For milk, Carol answered while she glared at me. Right, that's what I meant. Even though I hadn't, Mom, the zombies are coming. We have to leave, Tracy nearly begged. Then let them come, Carol answered defiantly. Carol, this isn't going to be in ones and twos. There's going to be hundreds, I added. Her countenance shifted subtly, but she recovered quickly. Then they come, she answered again, but with noticeably less vigor. At least think about it, Carol. We're leaving in 2 days. That did shake her. I watched as all those years of hard farm work suddenly caught up with her. She gripped the couch arm, much like I had earlier this morning. Tracy helped her to sit there. Was not much said the rest of that afternoon. Mostly idle talk about remember whens. The past had a much glossier shine now that the future was so tarnished. BT plunged himself into sleep, most likely in a desperate bid to accelerate his body's healing capabilities. Tommy stayed on the far end of the room from Justin, but I would occasionally catch him staring raptly at him. If Justin knew or cared that he was sometimes Tommy's center of attention, he never let on. Tracy and Carol had left after a while to most likely discuss what they were going to do. I felt it was best not to intervene. Henry was laying by the fire, which coincidentally flared up every few minutes or so, better that whatever noxious gases were spewing from him were consumed in the fire, then disseminated out into the rest of the room. Jen prowled around the house like a panther, constantly looking out the windows for party crashers. Travis had the air of many a military man I had been exposed to. He was able to pull off the duality of having heightened awareness while looking casually indifferent. I had envied those men and their facade of calm demeanor. Nicole had at some point come down from her room, eyes puffy from crying, and walked straight into my arms. She had almost instantly fallen asleep. Mourning can be, in essence, draining process. And me, besides keeping a mental note of where and what everybody else was up to, I stared at the fire. The shifting shapes, patterns, and colors helped to ease my troubled mind. Jen was right. This was not an easily defendable location. Sure, we could see the enemy coming for a quarter of a mile in nearly every direction. Then what? They would have a 360-degree angle of attack. We were vulnerable from all sides. The two largest egresses were the front door off the hallway and the back door in the kitchen. There were at least 12 windows on the lower level that were big enough for an intruder to gain entry. This was a nightmare. I knew without asking that there was no way Carol was going to let me shore up our meager defenses. I'd never be able to pull off cutting her staircase up. Tracy would kill me. The more I thought about it, the more I concluded that our best defense was to not have one. We had to get gone. I now regretted my decision to tell Justin about my amended plans. Whatever Eliza had originally planned, she was surely making her own adjustments. I could only hope that she wasn't in a position to move too quickly. I would have left that same evening if BT had been in better shape. I could leave him with Carol. That stray thought came out of left field and was quickly denounced. I shuddered to think of both Eliza and BT hunting us down. My thoughts alternated constantly that day about the silence in the house. On one side, it felt like the calm before the storm. On the other was the peace and harmony with the world that living on a farm can bring to one's soul, although I knew the falsity of that fantasy. I guess I was in a sort of self-induced trance as I watched that fire, so much so that my eyes began to itch from lack of blinking. "Miss me?" I heard a male voice say, almost as if we were using cans and string, and he was about a mile away. It was that indistinct. I didn't speak these words, but for ease of following the conversation. "I will make it appear that way." "Who are you?" I asked. I tried my best to hide the tide of unease that was rising within me. "Oh, me and you go way back." And the disembodied voice began to laugh. I had finally cracked up. I always knew this was an eventuality. Years of upbringing from a narcissistic mother, the intake of multiple drugs, including every hallucinogen known to man, Marine Corps boot camp, and a subsequent tour of duty in Afghanistan had left me vulnerable. Throw a zombie apocalypse on top of that, and what do you have? Aberration apple pie. I had finally succumbed. I had slipped over the edge. The question now was, how far was I going to fall? Was this to be a free fall into a bottomless pit, or was it going to be a slow, steady descent into insanity? If it was the slow descent, I could watch and take notes of each agonizingly hideous step down the path into Crazy Town. I was not strong enough to handle a duality within me. Hell, Tracy could barely handle one of me. What was she going to think of this new development? "You still there, shithead?" my other half asked. "Oh, great. Not only am I delusional, but my other half is a rude prick." "Wonderful, I'm talking to you," it shouted. The voice was gaining clarity, as if the person on the other end was getting stronger or closer or both. "Dad, oh no, it thinks I'm its father. Dad, you're pulling my hair." And like that, the hold over me was gone. Now, if I could just untangle the grip of Nicole's hair I had in my fist, I'd be all set. "Sorry, honey, sorry," I said as I inadvertently pulled some of her hair out. "Sorry? It's all right, Dad," she said as she sat up and rubbed her head. "Were you dreaming?" "God, I hope so," I said earnestly. Tommy was looking over at me. "Was I dreaming?" I asked him. He shrugged in return. Justin was no longer in the room. The fire flared a violent purple and then went back to its normal hues of orange and yellow. What the hell could Henry have aired out that would do that? Whatever it was, it must have been rancid. Even he couldn't take it as he stood up and walked a few feet away from the offending zone and plopped back down contentedly. BT managed to eat some dinner before he returned back into his self-induced coma. Jen could barely contain herself at the table. If I hadn't known better, I might have thought she had a serious case of crabs. She was more like an animal that could feel the change in the air way before their superior human masters could. Storm was brewing, and not of the atmospheric kind either. I was feeling loosely detached tonight, whether from my earlier encounter with my bad half, or else I was picking up on whatever wavelength Jen was. Carol, however, was whistling in merriment as she placed dish upon dish of good old country cooking on the table. I was going to say something about last meals and all, but that seemed in very poor taste, even if it was to be. What was the point in pointing it out? Tracy barely picked at her food. Apparently her mother had made it abundantly clear on what she was doing, and that involved not going with us. If we got out of here soon enough, that was the best decision she could have made. Being on the run is hard on the young and the hale, something even I wasn't feeling much of these past few days as I absently rubbed my knee. "I'm thinking of growing some jalapeno peppers this year," Carol said as she dropped off a tray of what looked like mashed sweet potatoes. "I've never grown those before. They've got so much more flavor than the bell peppers I usually grow." "Mom, are you sure?" Tracy asked. "Of course, Tracy. I bought the seeds last year for just that purpose. You know what I meant?" Carol smiled and dropped off a plate stacked with sweet half-ears of corn. I smiled too as I grabbed an ear and smeared 2 liberal pats of butter on it. Okay, so Bessie had her pluses besides being a walking T-bone. 2 days on a farm on a steady diet of meat and cream, and I could already start to feel my body filling out. In 3 months, I'd be one of those monstrosities they used to show on True TV, 500 pounds and expanding. "Carol, sit down and eat," I told her as I took another bite of wonderful fulfillment. Henry had fallen asleep under the table waiting for something to find its way onto his domain, the floor. For some reason, he had decided to use my feet as a headrest, and his drool had soaked through my socks. When he finally picked his head up, I was relieved. When he barked, I was concerned. No one moved except for Carol, who laid another plate of what looked like cranberries on the table. It was difficult for me to tell, though. All the cranberries I had ever bought were of the cylindrically shaped kind, and usually had to be sliced with a knife. It went deathly quiet, awfully quick. My glass of water, as I put it down, and it struck the top of the salt shaker, was the loudest thing in the room. Nothing, and nobody else moved. Henry stood up. I could almost feel him bristling as he growled. "That's the first time I've ever heard him growl," Jen said as she pushed her chair back, stood up and took out her .45 Desert Eagle from her shoulder holster. We all stood when the bell rang, but not the zombie alarm, the actual doorbell. "Well, I'll be," Carol said. "Who could that be?" she asked as she began to head out of the kitchen. I quickly stood and got past her. "I'll check." I grabbed my AR that was propped against the kitchen wall. Travis stood, grabbed his shotgun, and without any prompting from me, stood watch over the back door. Jen was half an inch from me as I took the safety off my gun. I slowly approached the door, figuring that at any moment it was about to crash violently inward, followed by every unfathomable, unimaginable, inexplicable horror known to man and womankind. I wished I had thought to put my shoes on before I opened the door. Scrambling for my life in traction-less socks on a highly polished wooden floor was not an optimum way of meeting my maker. I would have taken the extra 30 or so seconds to grab my shoes, but the doorbell ringing had progressed to violent door-knocking. "All right, so much for the theory of a wayward robin flying straight into the doorbell mechanism. Well, hurry up now," Carol called out from the kitchen. "Whoever's out there is probably freezing to death." "That's just fine with me," I said softly. Jen agreed. BT about made me piss my pants as he appeared on my right side at the opening to the living room. "Why you creeping around all stealth-like?" BT asked. The door shuddered. "Oh!" BT hobbled back into the living room and grabbed his new gun of a choice, a semi-automatic Browning 30.06 with a banana clip. I wouldn't have even thought they made such a thing if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I couldn't even begin to imagine repeatedly pulling the trigger on such a powerful weapon. In my present state of footwear, the recoil would send me shooting across the floor. A la risky business, BT was all seriousness when he asked me, "What the hell are you smiling about?" "You're no Rebecca De Mornay?" "Yeah, and you don't much look like Halle Berry," he retorted. "If anything happens, Talbot, you and Jen get the hell out of there. I'll cover your retreat." "Dad," Travis yelled. "I've got movement back here. Shit!" I was stuck in indecision. The opaque glass on the front door rattled under the newest assault. I could barely make out a figure standing on the other side. Would Carol be pissed if I shot first and then opened the door? Jen's Desert Eagle hung precariously over my shoulder, the breech inches from my ear. Any chance you could move that away a little? Sorry? The gun went from 2 inches away to 4 inches. Somehow I didn't think that was going to make much difference except give the drum-splitting noise a little more time to gain momentum as it slammed into my ear canal. Great! Maybe the force of the explosion by my head would drive out the evil spirit that lurked within. Carol? The muffled voice said from the other side of the doorway. You in there? Oh, for goodness sake, Carol said exasperatedly as she pushed past Jen's and my wide-eyed expressions. This isn't very neighborly behavior, you two. She berated us as she went to the front door. I reached out to stop her but could not gain enough traction to do so. Once the door was open, the assault would begin and Carol would be directly in our line of fire. Valuable seconds would be lost getting her out of the way, neutralizing the threat and getting the door secured again. The door opened. A purplish-faced man stood there dancing around on his toes. His similarly toned companion, probably his wife, was huddled behind him. Chapter 24, Journal Entry 22. Fred? Esther? What are you two doing out here? Come in! Come in! Carol motioned. Fred took one look down the hallway at the arsenal confronting him. You sure? He turned to Carol. Oh, that's my son-in-law and his friends, she answered, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Carol? I asked. It's fine, Mike. These are my neighbors from up the road, Fred and Esther Spretsons, she answered me. Where are the kids? Carol asked with concern. Jack and Jill, as I was to later learn their names, had gained entry through the back door. Travis had let them in at almost the same time as Carol had opened the front door. His explanation was that zombies didn't seem much fazed about the weather, and the 2 kids were huddling together for warmth. As for the Jack and Jill thing, don't ask me. Some parents have a weird sense of humor when it comes to naming their kids. Just ask the poor bastard whose name was Orange Jello. He'll tell you it's no bargain being named after your mom's favorite food. Well, at least it wasn't meatloaf, although that had been done before, too. Carol ushered Fred and Esther into the living room and as close to the fire as was humanly possible before becoming a s'more. It was humorous watching Fred's reaction as he tried to give BT as big a berth as was possible in that confined space. Odds were that Fred wasn't much exposed to men of BT's color, much less that imposing of a size. Travis brought in the 2 kids, twins by the look and size of them. They couldn't have been much more than 8 years old. I didn't envy them the world they were about to inherit. Henry followed closely behind, having learned that children of this age tend to drop more food than they eat. The vacancy in their eyes was not lost on me as they sat by the fire, finally realizing that they were, for the moment at least, safe. Fred was the first to break the silence. I went out to see what had the horses all in an uproar. He choked on a sob as Esther rubbed his back. They were kicking and whinnying something fierce. The last time they had been that upset, a pack of coyotes had circled the barn and were digging around the frame looking for a way in. No coyotes out in this weather, though, Carol finished for him. He looked up at her with his red-rimmed eyes. No, not coyotes. The barn door was broken open. I had my scattergun ready to shoot, and when I got to the first stall, it was full of them. They had dragged my plow horse down and were devouring him. He was still alive, his voice rising. The look of terror in his eyes is something I'll never forget. He was frothing blood and kicking. I couldn't do anything but stare at him. He sobbed a bit. Esther kept up her calming ministrations on his back. And then one of them must have noticed me because it got up. It got up fast, faster than I'd seen any of them move. If it wasn't for pieces of my horse Hank hanging out of his mouth, I might have thought he was human. Damn. He still might have been never thought to ask, but he killed my Hank, so I figured I had every right to do the same to him, no matter how hungry he was. It's all right, Fred, Carol told him calmingly. You did the right thing. He looked grateful. I was going to run for it, but he was on me so fast I barely had enough time to pull the trigger. Caught him in the side. I watched as pieces of his midsection blew against the wall. He didn't even care. He kept coming. I must have lowered the gun a bit, cause my next shot caught him square in the knee. I don't think he cared much about that shot neither, but it brought him to the floor. His friends never even looked up. Hank had finally quit kicking. I was out of bullets, and I had 3 more horses. Even if I got more ammo, I'd never be able to load it fast enough to kill them all before they got to me now. I love them horses like only a farmer can, but after God, my family comes next. Esther placed her head on Fred's shoulder. There were so many of them. I knew I'd never be able to keep them out of the house. So I loaded up the truck and was planning on heading down to my cousin's in Bismarck. That was the first thing he'd said that I hadn't agreed with. A city even of the relatively small size of Bismarck was the last place you wanted to be. We got 8 miles from the house when I realized I had drained all the gas out to keep the generator running. Carol gasped, "You walked for 5 miles in this cold? Oh, heavens! 13 miles away and they're your neighbors?" I asked incredulously. "Exactly how many of them were there, Fred?" Jen asked. Fred was busy staring vacantly into the fire. Slow seconds passed before he answered. "Must have been 7 or 8 crammed in there." He shuddered. BT had at some point slumped back down onto his couch. He looked like he was fighting a losing battle with consciousness. Logistically, the Spretsons had just fucked me. We had no room for 4 more people, no matter how you sliced it. Even if I could somehow convince myself that my family's survival was more important than theirs, Tracy would never let me. "Here we stand," I said, "or here we fall." Now that Carol's options were reduced to 1, she didn't seem so enamored with it. Jen knew immediately what was going on. "How much time you think we have to get ready?" she asked me. "I'd say until tomorrow night," I replied, looking at Justin. He nodded sadly in confirmation. "Any ideas?" she asked. "One to start with." I pointed my gun at Justin. "Give me your weapon." "Dad?" Nicole yelled. "Talbot!" Tracy joined in. Heavens to Betsy came from Esther. Can't remember the last time I heard that expletive. "I can help, Dad," Justin said earnestly. "I wish I could believe that, son. I really do. But for now, I don't. Give me the gun or I will shoot you." I said it without malice or menace, but no truer intent to my words had Justin ever encountered. Sure, there were the 1,000 times I had told him while he was growing up that if he ever did that again, he would get a whipping. Empty threats those had been, this was not one of them. I could see the workings of his mind as he tried to play out how this encounter could go down. I wasn't going to give him the chance to reason himself into an early grave. "You'll lose," I told him matter-of-factly. "Talbot, what are you doing? What are you talking about?" Tracy said, approaching from the far side of the room. I didn't take the chance to look over at her. "Do not come any closer, Tracy. If you try to get in the way, I will drop him where he stands." "Now, see here," Fred said, standing up. "Listen, Fred, I don't know who the fuck you are, and I really don't give a shit. Your showing up here has already put my family in jeopardy because I have these stupid fucking qualities called morality and honor. These words are more than likely going to get everything I care about in this shitty little world destroyed. Now sit your ass down before you give me a reason to get rid of you and all the troubles you entail." Fred complied. Tracy was inching closer, but still not a threat to thwart me yet. Justin's eyes shifted rapidly from my eyes to the barrel of the AR, to my trigger finger, which was beginning to whiten at the knuckle. I think Justin was getting messages of "go for it." He was sweating at the brow, and his eye movements were becoming more frenetic. "Justin, stop," I said calmly. "You'll lose." "But so will you, Michael Talbot." The sound came from Justin, but the words did not. "How long can you live with the guilt of killing your son?" He croaked out a harsh laugh. "What will your honor and morality do to you?" Shay laughed again. "Dad, help me," Justin cried, as he struggled to keep his wayward hand from gripping the pistol out of its holster. "Give me Tommy," Justin's voice said. "And I will give you this back," Justin said as he beat his fist against his chest, at least for a while. That grating laugh erupted again. "Give you Tommy, huh? And then what will you leave us alone? Can we get some paperwork signed to that effect? I've never been big on verbal agreements." Justin's smile faded. "How funny will you be when you're Justin folded in on himself under the assault of BT's ham-sized fist. God, I was sick of listening to her drone on. He fell back on the couch and was almost instantly asleep. Tracy rushed over to Justin's side. I went over and grabbed his gun. Tracy looked up at me. Hurt and anger were running through her, but she didn't know where to direct it. What I had done was not palatable, but it was a necessary evil. "Jen, Trav, tie him up and put him in the basement." Tracy stood up. It looked like Vesuvius was about to erupt all over again. But she had witnessed what we all had witnessed. Justin was a known threat that could not be swept under the rug anymore. "I just want him out of the way while we set up some sort of defense, Tracy." She nodded in agreement. "He's a direct pipeline to the enemy. What he sees, they see. He's my baby," she sobbed. Jen and Travis looked to me for direction. I nodded. Bring him down some blankets. One more thing. Jen stopped. I want him blindfolded. Why, Mike? Tracy asked, but the fight was out of her. The less he knows, Mom, the less she knows. Travis filled in for me. Tracy walked away, face in hands. Carol, we need to talk. I waited until Justin was secured in the basement and Jen and Travis returned. I had the beginnings of a plan, and it was pretty much a do-or-die scenario. Getting Carol on board was surprisingly easier than I had expected. We all talked there for a few hours, going over the finer points and how we would deal with what could go wrong as opposed to what needed to go right. The list of wrong was growing at a near-geometric rate. This is suicide, Mike, Jen said after we had gone over the plan for the 23rd time. Not really. I give it a solid 5 or 6% chance of success. I smiled. Bullshit. BT threw in. It's 3 or 4 at best. Carol, Fred, and Esther's faces drained of all color at our macabre humor. There's a major flaw in your plan, Mike, Jen said. I laughed. What else could I do? Only one. You know what I mean? Ass, she finished. It is a big one, I'll admit that. Not much I can do about it, though. Jen sighed in agreement. Finally, we had finished formulating our idea. I hate to say plan, that implies that you think it might actually work. Idea gives it more of an abstract feel. Tracy started to speak. I cut her off. Abso-fucking-lutely not. She, as expected, started to protest. This is not open for discussion. I didn't raise my voice, but the force I laid on those words would have given pause to most Marines. Tracy plowed on. Mike, she began again. No, I said as I held up my hand. Listen, for the 23 years we've been married, I've known all along that I'm more of a figurehead. I know it, and the kids know it. Shit, even Henry knows it. Yeah, he does, Tommy said. Thank you, I said to Tommy. No problem, he smiled. There have only been a handful of times in our long marriage where I have finally exerted an authority that is only implied. Tracy nodded in agreement. And this is going to be another one of them. We do this my way, Tracy. There are no other options, Mike, she said solemnly. What makes you think that I could ever let you stand alone? All of our married lives, we have met every challenge together. No matter the menace. I could no sooner leave you than I could the kids. But don't you get it? I told her as I cupped her face. You stand with me. You're walking away from the kids. She pulled away. You can't make me choose, she cried. I'm not letting you choose, Tracy. The decision has been made. Besides, you heard BT. There's a good 4 or 5% chance this'll work. I said 3 or 4, BT chimed in. Thanks, big man, I said sarcastically. Whatever I can do to help. Oh, and by the way, I'm staying. Fuck. I turned from Tracy to him. BT, that's not what we discussed. You gonna tell me otherwise? He asked threateningly. Fine, BT. Your funeral, Mike? You said this could work, Tracy said with desperation in her voice. It was just a figure of speech, hon. Poor choice of words, Dad, Travis chimed in. What is wrong with the peanut gallery tonight? I asked the heavens. There was no answer. Go figure. Dad, an extra gun could be useful, Travis said. No, Tracy and I yelled in unison. At least we agreed on this one thing, Chapter 25, Journal Entry 23. The next morning was industrious. Fred was becoming more of a stalwart ally than I would have been willing to give him credit for. His knowledge of how to shore up a house for an incoming storm was invaluable. This wasn't your prototypical storm, so to speak, but the theory was the same. We wanted to keep the outside elements from coming in. Travis, Jen, and I prepared more than a few surprises. Nothing that would stop them. Alas, I didn't have a nuke. This was more of a giving the finger gesture. It was right up my alley. Had I known what surprises Eliza had for me, I might not have been so inclined. Tracy and Nicole made preparations for our hopefully hasty retreat once the time came. She questioned me once on the room in the cars. If there's no room now, Mike, then how will there be when we leave? I just stared at her until she understood and walked away. To be fair, if this worked, it could be all over for all of us, not just some of us. Carol walked around her house in a daze, crying as she randomly picked up objects and set them carefully back down in the same location. She was mourning a loss she hadn't suffered yet, but I wouldn't begrudge her that. Esther, Jack, and Jill killed 6 chickens for lunch. We had fried chicken fit for a king. Reminds me of home, BT said longingly as he rubbed his belly. He had only awakened long enough to consume 2 of the chickens all by himself. After lunch, Carol and I headed out to the barn that housed the animals. "Oh, Mike!" She buried her head in my shoulder. "It's for the best, Carol, you heard Fred? Apparently they've expanded their diets." I could feel the revulsion convulse through her. We had earlier taken care of the chickens. I burped quietly, my belly content in the greasy soaking. I opened the pig pen. The giant 500-pound sow named Charlotte looked expectantly at me like it was feeding time. Her suckling saw daylight and went. I would imagine wee all the way home. Charlotte was having none of it. She had spent her entire life in this 15 by 15-foot stall while the human caregivers had constantly brought her food and water. Her rudimentary mind had come to the conclusion that she must be some sort of revered being, which in all actuality isn't too far from the truth. Problem being, though, when her end came, it wasn't going to be on a burning Viking ship. More like a burning barbecue pit with some spice rub and a keg of cold beer. Maybe the Super Bowl on TV mic, Carol asked. "You all right?" "Sorry. Thinking about something infinitely better." "Aren't we all?" she responded. I could only nod in agreement. Bessie saw me coming. Her eyes widened in fear. Couldn't say I blamed her. "How long would it take to field dress a T-bone out of her?" The chicken grumbled in my belly. "You're lucky, old girl." "Lucky?" Carol asked. "She's most likely going to freeze to death." "Oh, that," I answered guiltily. Carol opened the door to Bessie's pen. Bessie looked around in confusion. Sure, she was a cow, but she had to know on some level that when animals left this barn, they didn't come back. Had her time finally come? She looked directly at me. I must have had one of those huge cartoon clouds over my head with a hamburger in it because she took off for the door. "Good luck, girl," I said to Bessie's retreating back. "I wish we could have spent more time together," as I rubbed my belly. "Mike, don't make me take back all those good things I said about you." I put my arm around her shoulder as her tears flowed freely. "It's really over, isn't it?" she asked as she sniffed her nose. Pretty much. I had come to terms with my fate. I'm not saying I enjoyed it or was looking forward to it, but there was a breath of freedom in it all the same. Carol and I walked up to the old house. The departing cold winter sun was slowly being replaced by an even colder full moon. It looked as large as a plate as it hung low on the horizon. "At least we'll be able to see them," I said. "And that's good, how?" Jen asked rhetorically as Carol and I approached up the stairs. I don't think the zombies much cared about the psychological effect of attacking at night. This was going to be more of a timing issue for them. When they got here, they would attack pure, plain, and simple. As soon as Jen had helped Carol get back into the house, I reattached the rope alarm. No sense in getting caught with our pants down. Then I thought of Cash, and all of a sudden my analogy didn't seem quite so humorous. The sun setting in the west and the moon rising in the east were near equidistant to the horizon when I implemented the most crucial element of the plan. There was some resistance and much wailing and gnashing of the teeth, but in the end I stood firm and got nearly all that I demanded. BT smiled at me as if he realized he was the only fly in my ointment. For an hour, Jen and I idly pretended to play cards at the kitchen table. BT had long since retired to his couch. I wondered if he would stay awake long enough to see this through. The house was unnaturally quiet, however, that was more me imprinting my feelings on my surroundings. What noises should the house be making? At this point, I was even beginning to miss Henry's world-class ass attack. BT, much to my amazement, was first up when the alarm bell rang once and only once. "Any chance that could be Bessie coming home?" Jen asked. "For her sake, I hope that isn't the case. I'm starving," I told her. "Me too," BT said. "Men?" Jen said, exasperatedly. "Is someone going to answer the call?" she asked. "Women first," BT said gallantly. "I would, but I can't walk so good. I'll get it," I told her. The walk down the hallway was dreamlike. I felt like a condemned man finally going to make atonement for his transgressions. As fucked up as it sounds, I wanted to say dead man walking, but I thought my last word should be something more noble, like tell my wife I love her. I kept my stray thoughts to myself. Why now, though? Why, all of a sudden, I might have brought the thought to fruition, but the death bell rang one more grave time. "Wow, someone's hungry," BT said. "Ugh, was the loose translation from Jen. Not cool, BT, I said without ever turning back around. I might have ran and hid if I did. He laughed it off. I grabbed the handle to the door and took what I felt was going to be my last breath. I turned the knob, opened the door, and stood witness to what can only be described as an awake night terror. Hundreds, maybe thousands of zombies surrounded the house, the front line of them within a handspan of the rope alarm. The only being holding the rope was someone I knew all too well. "Hi, roomie, did you miss me?" I was more pissed than anything that I had shown weakness, but I could not stop it. The splash of vomit that issued forth from me was no more stoppable than the incessant tide. Durgan laughed at me as I slammed the door back into place. Jen turned white as a ghost when she saw my face. "Bad?" she asked. "You could say that?" The words tasted funny through all the bile. "What would you say?" BT asked, looking a lot more serious all of a sudden. Fucking horrible comes to mind. Maybe really fucking shitty. That's another set of adjectives I'd use theirs. "Enough, Mike. What's going on?" BT asked. "Let's just say that the zombie invasion has made this ground zero, and they have a leader. Eliza's really here?" Jen gulped. "Why didn't you shoot her? This could already be over," BT said. "Sorry, too busy puking," I said as I looked out the storm shutter. "And no, it's not Eliza. She sent one of her lackeys. It's Durgan, and he seems pissed." "Oh, I can't imagine why," Jen said. "First you run him off from his own store. Then you kill all his buddies while simultaneously shooting his leg off at the knee. You cave in his one remaining good knee with a leg kick, and then to top it off, you leave him locked in a cell surrounded by zombies." "See? You know what I'm saying?" I said, pointing to Jen. He started every single one of those encounters. I just ended them. And here he is again, starting more shit. I guess it's up to us to finish it. "No sense in messing with tradition," BT stated matter-of-factly. It started like a whispering wind over a graveyard and turned into a full-blown crescendo as thousands of tortured vocal cords tried to chant what I could only surmise was a war cry. "What the fuck is that?" BT asked. I could tell by his expression that it was as disconcerting to him as it was to me. The house vibrated under the assault of the low-bass range the collective moan put out. Zombies were one thing. This deadly lament was wholly something else. There was a bizarre feel to it, as the oscillation passed through my body, threatening to liquefy the contents in my bowels. Was this planned? Did they know the effect this would have on us? I peeked through one of the shutters, hoping maybe to get a shot off at Durgan. He must have assumed this too, because he was no longer in sight, choosing to lead his troops from the rear instead of the front, I suppose. Well, one good outcome from the moaning was that the zombies weren't moving. "Seems like we've got a bunch of blonde zombies," I said, pulling my face away from the glass. "Huh? What are you talking about, Mike?" Jen asked, clearly upset. "They can't moan and move at the same time," I finished. Jen rolled her eyes. BT shook his head. "Hey, they can't all be gems," I defended myself. "Yeah, but at least one or two would be nice," BT yelled over the cacophony, and as quickly as it had started, it stopped. How could the moaning have been better? Because when the zombies were moaning, they weren't moving. The alarm bell crashed to the floor in a tumble of forewarning. "This is it," I yelled louder than the situation dictated, nerves getting the better of me. "Might as well have a front row seat to the apocalypse." I opened the front door, pulling the trigger on my rifle as I did, not even waiting to acquire a target that would have been superfluous. It amazed me that they could even move forward being wedged that tightly together. Maneuverability was out of the question for them. I could only hope that as they closed in around the house, they would grind each other into oblivion as the space between them became less than non-existent. Some would surely die this way, crushed in a sea of zombie-anity. "Good." I was halfway through my first magazine when Jen stepped out beside me. She had moved on from her original pistol and was now touting her own assault weapon, an HK-17. "I've got to admit, even in the crappy predicament we were in, I was a little jealous of her gun. It was a bigger caliber than my AR's 5.56 millimeters round. It toted a much toothier 7.72 round, which had the added benefit of going in and out of one target and sometimes in and out of another. It was a pleasure to watch multiple heads snap back from the impact of her bullet. She was shredding through rows of zombies. She looked over at me from the corner of her eye, and through clenched teeth and a strained voice, she said to me, "It might be better if you started shooting and stopped watching me."
Oh yeah, sorry. It's just that if I had known how cool that gun was going to be, I would have grabbed another one. Grabbed another what? BT asked as he shouldered his way onto the porch. HK, I told him. Look what that thing is doing. Holy shit, BT said after a few seconds. Guys, come on, Jen shouted.
Right, sorry, although it didn't really matter. Our shots were more of a morale booster on our side. No amount of firepower we could muster was going to stop them. My barrel would melt before I so much as made any sort of noticeable difference. No, this was a show of defiance under insurmountable odds. We would not go like sheep to the slaughter. I scanned the zombies for any sign of Durgan. Just one shot. I just wanted one shot at his ass.
Okay, so not really his ass, but you get the point. I wanted to kill him now so that I'd also have the opportunity to kick his ass as we made our ways to our respective resting places. No such luck, though. He was out of sight, Mike Jen said, pulling up from her sights. BT was still happily triggering away his semi-automatic 3006, making short work of whatever got in its way. I hope hell's got some extra people working at the reception desk today, he yelled. Hey, that's pretty good, I told him. You like that? He yelled, still firing. One of your better, I've got to admit. Guys, Jen yelled, you two are worse than 7-year-olds. I'll take that as a compliment, I told her. BT laughed. I figured you would, BT. Stop firing. They've stopped, and they had. The zombies had paid a dear price for the 10 feet of real estate they had captured. If lives were money, they were a very rich opponent. What are they doing, Mike? BT asked me. Well, seeing as I am the eminent zombie zoologist expert, I would assume that they... Fuck you. I get it. You don't know either, he said plainly. This plan looked a lot better on paper, yeah, smelled better too, I said, pulling one of my sweaters over my nose. You tend to forget how much they stink, Jen added her own refuse to my cooled bile pile. Ew, fucking gross, she said as she spit to get out the last remaining bits of ort. I'll never be able to eat again. Might not be a lasting situation, I told her. She shrugged. We had known the odds were for shit. See, this is exactly why I never liked to gamble. Talbot came in artificially enhanced voice. You ready to give up yet? The bullhorn-infused voice shouted again. Shouting was not necessary over the shuffling zombies, but I was looking more for dramatic effect. Durgan, come out from whatever hidey hole you're in and I'll give you my answer face to face. Man to man, if I thought you were one. His laughing cut off short. I'm going to kill you for that Talbot, he shouted this time without the aid of the bullhorn. Just for that? I questioned Jen. There's so many other things he could have hung that card up on. Come on, big man, BT yelled disparagingly. I'll take you on without my gun. What makes you think I would sully my purity by tangling with the likes of you? Durgan shouted. Wow. I honestly didn't think he could become any bigger of an ass than he already was. But then he goes and surprises me and adds racism to the mix. He's really almost sort of amazing. That's a lot of hate for one person, I said to Jen and BT, making sure it was loud enough to be heard by all that were willing to listen. That must have struck a chord in Durgan somewhere. He didn't say anything else, at least not anything we heard, but the zombies started their relentless march up to the house. Jen took a controlling breath like I had taught her and brought her rifle up. Fuck, my shoulder's gonna hurt tonight, she said before she started pulling the trigger. Let's hope so, I mumbled as I brought my rifle to bear. BT had not taken the opportunity to reload during the break in action and was struggling to catch up now. Why doesn't he just send them all out, Talbot? Why this fucking game? BT asked as he nearly shoved his bullets through the bottom of his magazine. Well, he's like a little kid that just got a lollipop, and he has no idea when he might get his next one. BT looked over at me trying to figure out my bad analogy. Savoring BT, he's savoring this. He wants to be able to replay this whole thing over and over again in his pathetic, twisted little fucking racist mind, BT finished. The snow turned a rusty red as drums of blood were spilled. This ground was going to be the most fertile it had ever been next season, and there would be no one here to tend the fallow fields. I shouldered my weapon, careful not to touch the dimly glowing barrel. I reached out and grabbed BT's and Jen's shoulder. Stop for a second, I shouted. You're going to want to see this. The echoing from BT's last shot had just completed its airwave rippling when the first of my surprises struck. The loud metallic clanking was muffled by the foot of snow it was under, but the effect was not. The lead zombie crumbled face first into the snow, in what I could only imagine was extreme pain,
although stoically he didn't show it. "What the hell happened?" Jen asked as another and then another zombie fell in succession. "Bear traps," I said triumphantly. With 1,250 pounds per square inch of pressure, the device designed to incapacitate a bear would shear right through the comparatively fragile leg of a man. This tactic would normally have a demoralizing effect on the enemy, but for that you had to have a conscience and be conscious. The following rows of zombies merely stepped onto and over their ground-wriggling brethren. "Well, not exactly what I was looking for, but entertaining nonetheless." "Good one," BT said with a smile on his face. "Man, and people wonder why I'm a lesbian," Jen said as she brought her HK back up. Fun time was over. I went into the house and grabbed my Dick's Sporting Goods pilfered 30-30. The AR was going to need a few minutes to come down to a serviceable temperature. I had a good 10 seconds to think, which was 9 more than I wanted. I wished that Tracy had left while the opportunity was available. I knew she wouldn't, but still it would suck to go ahead and sacrifice ourselves for nothing. It would be cramped in the van and the truck with the 14 of them. But cramp beats dead every time. And we still come back to the original problem. If Jen, BT, and I somehow survived, how the hell would we all fit? Sure, we could sit in the back of the truck for a mile or two before we froze completely solid. But making this stand was not completely about escape. It was about creating a chance to end this thing once and for all. Eliza not showing had thrown a serious wrench into my plans. I needed to kill the bitch. Without her death, her inexplicable link to Justin would remain, and through him she had us. No, there was another way around that problem. I could sever the connection on my side. I banged my head against the wall. No, that was not an option. "You coming back to the party?" BT shouted from the porch, "Just getting a sandwich," I told him as I collected my wits, which were nearing their ends, and headed out to join the fray. Again, the zombies stopped. They were no more than 25 yards away from us. "Oh, this shit is getting old, Durgan," I yelled. "Any chance our boy is pulling an end around?" BT asked. "What?" "You know, while we're all out here going to town out front, he sends all of his boys in the back." "Oh shit, that would really not work out to our advantage." "I'll check," Jen yelled. "Already halfway down the hallway. She's fast," BT noted. "Who would have thought a lesbian would have that kind of speed? You get into a lot of trouble with that mouth of yours, don't you?" It wasn't a question from BT, it was a statement. "Now that you say it, more than you'd figure." "Oh, I doubt it," he said. "They're about the same distance away back here as they are out there," Jen shouted from the kitchen. "Do you think lesbians are more spatially aware than your normal female?" I asked BT. "I mean, they have to put their own furniture together and shit. Use a tape measure to hang shelves, that kind of thing. Do you ever think before you start spewing from the mouth?" BT asked me. "What? It's an honest question," I pleaded. "What are you two children talking about?" Jen asked as she rejoined our small fire team. "I was just wondering." "Nothing," BT said as he thumped my chest with his forearm. "I don't even want to know. If it came from you two, it must have to do with farting or something equally juvenile. Hey, don't lump me in with Talbot." They might have continued on for a few more seconds if I hadn't intervened. "Wait, something's happening." Zombies were shifting their positions, turning completely sideways when possible. "What now?" Jen asked. "It almost looks like they're moving to get out of the way," I answered her. "Getting out of the way for what?" BT asked.
They can't have cave trolls, can they?
"Holy shit, BT, are you a Lord of the Rings fan?" I asked him. "Must have seen it 10 times. "I didn't figure you for a fantasy movie type," I told him. "Yeah, that war at Isengard, oh God, no," Jen wailed. I turned from her terrified face to the yard beyond. I wished I had shoved a bayonet into my eyes instead of looking out there. BT added his own pool to the up-chuck muck. "I can't, Talbot, I can't deal with this," Jen screamed. Children from the earliest stages of walking to somewhere around 10 years of age began to spill out into the front ranks of the invading horde. Jen's gun clattered to the deck as she turned around, placing both hands over her eyes, trying in vain to suppress the image forever burned in her retinas. They were 5 feet thick before they stopped coming. Some were in pajamas, some just in diapers and nothing else. Some completely naked, and still others that looked as if they had changed into zombies mid-snowball fight. So many of them, my heart was crushing in on itself. Breathing was becoming more difficult than it was worth. My instinct was to go out and comfort each and every one of them. Their flat black eyes belied no need for alleviation of their hurts. Never again would any of them need a boo-boo healing kiss on a scraped knee. Never again would they need a kind word after a tough loss in Pee-wee baseball. Never again would they need an ice cream cone after Susie called them a doo-doo head. I dropped onto my knees from the pressure of the heartache. I just wanted to roll over and watch the stars travel on by in my last moments on Earth. Of all things, Durgan saved me. Not so much him as his personality, but it was a fine line anyway, and definitely not anything he did on purpose. But the cocksucker took my misery and despair and magically transformed it into rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. "How do you like me now, Talbot?" came his derisive voice. "How could you do this?" Jen shouted. "You're crazy! Do you hear me? You're crazy!" Durgan's laugh echoed all around us. "Those small little teeth are going to feel like puppies' teeth when they tear into you." Jen sobbed even more loudly. "BT, get her in the house," I said coldly. BT didn't look much better than Jen sounded. "What are you going to do, Talbot?" he asked as he grabbed at Jen to bring her into the house. He winced as he bent over to grab the discarded weapon. "I'd like to tell you that I was going to do what I should have done a long time ago and go and kill that bastard, but that's going to have to wait. No, I'm just going to watch your backs while you go in, and then we'll just have to start phase 2 of our plan. I mean, idea? A little earlier than expected is all. We'll meet again, Durgan," I shouted out into the night. He responded before I had a chance to close the door. "There's no room for me where you're going, Talbot." And he laughed some more. Was he that far gone that he didn't even realize what he'd just said? Are there many people that think going to hell is the epitome of a successful life? I wanted to open the door and get some clarification, but that didn't seem like a great idea. Insanity by definition is not rational, and besides, there was no sense in refreshing the image of hundreds upon hundreds of hungry zombie children in my head. BT and Jen were huddled by the fire in the living room. Jen was shivering uncontrollably. "BT, get her down into the basement. I'll take care of what needs to be done up here." He nodded at me and scooped her limp but not lifeless body into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face into his broad chest. The added weight was causing him some serious pain in his injured leg, but besides a small grimace, he never voiced concern one over it. The house was bathed in darkness. The small candles and fire in the living room could only chase so many shadows away. The diffused moonlight that filtered through the storm shutters did more to stimulate this effect than diffuse it. It was in this setting that I splashed gasoline across every treasured belonging that Carol and her family had ever owned. The propellant washed over and around picture frames, bleeding pictures into first something that resembled something from the twisted mind of Salvador Dali and finally into unendurable blotches of indefinable color. Like so many other things in this life that were now irretrievable, I had covered the house in nearly 5 gallons of the volatile fluid, upstairs and down. There was more than triple that amount laid out in various containers located strategically throughout the house. This house was going to burn like the fires of hell. My only concern was the hope that it took as many of Eliza's earth-wandering despots with it as possible. Jen's fits of shivering had nearly stilled by the time I got down there, but she had not let go of BT's neck as he sat in an old chair that had been relegated to the basement before it was to become a permanent fixture at a landfill. "She going to be all right when the time comes?" I asked BT. "I'll carry her if I have to," BT said. Jen didn't move from her spot. Her words were muffled. Her message was not, "I'll be fine when the time comes, but for now I'm staying where I'm at." That didn't seem to bother BT in the least. He was getting as much comfort from her as she was from him. The smell of gasoline had begun to settle into the basement. It did wonders to mask the stench of death. Not sure if this was an angle Glade would want to use, new gas-scented plug-ins for all your zombie stench needs. Is Grandma's rotting corpse beginning to embarrass you? Do guests avoid coming to your house because of the decomposing children? Whisk away those horrible odors with our new gas plug-ins now available in diesel and oil fragrances. Yeah, you're probably right, not much of a market for that. We didn't have long to wait as the first thump of a thwarted zombie hit the front door. The sound was not as loud as it should have been in the quiet house, mostly because the zombie that walked into the frame of the door was probably only a girl of 7. An involuntary tremor of revulsion coursed through me. It was an instinctual response. I could no more control it than the weather. The thumping began to pick up frequency and intensity as if whoever had been holding the invisible leashes had let go. Dust from the floorboards above our heads showered down upon us as the house began to vibrate under the assault. "You should get some Prel," BT said. "It might help with that bad case of dandruff you've got going on, Talbot." "Prel? Prel? How fucking old are you, BT? They don't even make Prel anymore." "Sure they do. I bought some the DA. Stop it, you two. Don't you realize what is going on?" "I did it. I don't know why, but I did it." "No, what?" That set her off. She went on and on about being in the midst of some sort of apocalypse or such. I kind of lost the train of her rant. "Stop it, you two. Just stop it," BT roared. Jen looked up from BT's chest. Her face looked like she had gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. And not the soft brain-addled Mike Tyson, but the lean, mean, ear-biting machine. The house was shaking on its foundation as the zombies closed in from all sides. I didn't even want to think about the children that were pressed up against the walls. An explosion of glass tinkled to the ground in first one and then two and then a dozen different locations. This was followed almost immediately by the crashing open of what sounded like the back door, at least by the location of the many footfalls now above our heads. The front door lasted the longest, but ultimately could not withstand the assault. Zombies had breached our meager defenses. The floorboards above us creaked and protested against the strain of so much weight. Zombies rushed in to fill every void within the house looking for tasty treats. Furniture splintered and knickknacks were ground to dust under so many feet. I waited as long as I could to allow as many as the enemy as I could into the house. It wouldn't be a fraction of the number it needed to be, but my options were rapidly becoming diminished. Someone had smelled our hiding spot and zombies began to bump up against the cellar door. It was reinforced with 2x4s that I had nailed across it, but they wouldn't hold forever, although I was more concerned at this point with the ceiling over our heads giving out first. There was a noticeable bow to it. "You two ready?" I asked as I stood up, grabbing the road flare from the cabinet next to me. Jen extracted herself from BT and did her best to gingerly help BT to stand. I noticed as he shifted his weight around, he was being especially careful not to put any weight on his injured leg. He half-hopped over to where I was and leaned against the cabinet. Jen had walked over to the bottom of the staircase, nervously looking up at the basement door as if expecting it to open. BT leaned in to make sure Jen couldn't hear, but unless she had a bionic ear, that wasn't going to be a problem. The general melee free-for-all upstairs made the simple act of thinking a difficult proposition. "I can't run, Mike." I knew he was serious. He had called me by my first name. "Figured as much. What's your idea?" He looked candidly at me. "Come on, man. You wouldn't have shuffled over here and tried to be all sneaky if you didn't have some shitty idea." Jen involuntarily jumped when the door took a particularly savage blow. BT looked nervously over at Jen before he began to speak. "I was thinking I'd stay behind and watch your backs." I took my pointer finger and thumb and grabbed my chin like I was really contemplating something deep. "Can't do it, BT." He looked incredulously at me. "What do you mean, Mike? You gonna carry me? Maybe Buck 10 Jen over there could heft me on her shoulders?" Jen looked over. "What's going on?" she asked, as she crossed her arms over her chest and rubbed her arms, possibly to wipe the chill of death from herself. "Oh, BT thinks we should leave him behind when we leave? What is he, fucking nuts?" Jen yelled. "That's what I thought, so I basically told him no." "Guys, I'm right here," BT said lamentedly. "And what did he say when you told him that?" Jen asked. "Oh, well, he got all indignant. And then he was berating me about being able to carry his extra-large ass, and that maybe you'd be able to." "Mike, I'm right here," BT shouted. "So you told him that there was no way in hell that we were leaving him behind?" she asked. "Well, we hadn't got that far, but those would have been my next words. And then he would have replied with something heroic like, 'You guys could save yourselves. If you try to help me, then we'll all die.' And I would have came back with something equally heroic like, 'Either we all get out of here alive or none of us do.'" "I get it, guys," BT said. "We knew this was a one-way trip anyway." Jen gripped herself tighter. "Wow, just got a chill. Someone must have just walked over my grave." I laughed my ass off. "We all did. That's hilarious because, and I pointed to the ceiling with the shuffling of hundreds of feet was going on. "You must be psychic," BT added. And we started laughing all over again, like the crazed doomed souls that we were. Jen's tears of joy slowly but inevitably turned to real tears. BT went over to comfort her. Now seems as good a time as any. I lit the flare and walked over to the far corner of the basement where I had previously drilled a silver dollar-sized hole through the kitchen floor and into the basement. I had drilled the hole through a cabinet in the kitchen, thus avoiding any chance the hole would be plugged by someone standing on it or by knocking over the large container of gas that was next to it. I looked at the flare for a few seconds more, letting the brilliant fire burn its final images into my memories. This fire represented the end of so many things, and hopefully the beginning of a new, safer life for my family.
I wish you were here to enjoy this with me, Eliza,
I muttered, as I thrust the flare up and through the hole. The flame flashed brilliantly as it came in contact with the gaseous vapors. I crinkled my nose as the smell of burnt arm hair wafted up. If I found this smell offensive, it was a veil of roses on a warm spring day after a brief rain shower compared to what assaulted my olfactory senses next. The smell of zombies can be topped by only one other smell, that of burning zombies. Roasting on an open pit was preferable to the cloying stink of melting decayed flesh that ran rampant through the farmhouse. There were no screams of mercy coming from upstairs, no shrieks of terror or pain, only the mindless hunt for food. There was no mass exodus from the premises. We knew this by the unrelenting assailment on the basement door. Would the door give before the floor? Or would we succumb to smoke inhalation, death by breathing in the dead? "Oh, just fucking gross. You guys ready?" I asked again. "Let's give this a shot," BT said, making sure his rifle was fully loaded. Jen didn't say anything, but thankfully she picked up her HK, popped in a new magazine, and nodded to me. We three stood for a moment, side by side, looking at the door that led to the bulkhead. Long moments passed. Realizing your death is imminent is one thing. Rushing headlong into it is completely another matter. The basement door cracked, or it may have been a floor joist. "Well, that's decided," I said as I opened the basement door that led outside and to freedom in theory anyway. The aluminum bulkhead doors were heavily dented from the sheer number of zombies standing on them trying to get into the house. "I guess the fire didn't scare them away so much," BT noted. "Yeah, it didn't work in Little Turtle. Was expecting sort of the same result here," I said. "Seems like the fire and heat might actually attract them instead of repel them, Talbot. I figured we wouldn't get out of this, but why did you volunteer?"
You have so much more to lose than either of us, BT asked, pointing to himself and Jen. I thought this was going to be a chance to give my family a fresh start. I didn't think Eliza was going to pull a no-show on me. I wanted to be there personally when she took her last, whatever she takes. It was definitively the cellar door that had shown signs of weakness previously. Zombies literally began to tumble down the stairs and onto the basement floor. BT unloaded a clip of 30-06 rounds up and through the aluminum doors. Heavy, congealed, bluish, tainted blood ran in rivulets through the holes. I wanted to jump out of my skin as what I believed to be, caustic liquid ran down my head and neck and pooled in the small of my back as we all pushed up on the doors. A couple of zombies still on the doors had the actual benefit of a small carnival ride as they slid off and into a snowdrift. Zombies were within touching distance before we opened up a large can of ass whooping. Those unlucky few that were closest to us quickly became nourishment for next year's crops. But this was more futile than trying to bail water out of an already sunken ship. A veritable sea of healthy, flesh-challenged people awaited our embrace. Jen ran back down the stairs. I figured she had panicked when in actuality she may have saved a few extra precious seconds of our time remaining. I heard the basement door slam shut below us. Jen had closed it to protect our backs. Zombies in front, zombies behind. The crackling heat of the fire to our backs was becoming increasingly difficult to tolerate. "Any ideas?" BT asked me. Because if you do, now is not the time to keep them to yourself." Only one at this point. BT didn't look at me as I spoke too, intent on firing his rifle. "Yeah, what is it?" "Keep firing until you have one round left." The implied meaning in that sentence was clear. He looked over briefly at me and lifted his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders. "Makes sense to me." And he kept on firing. Jen had shut the bulkhead doors and was standing on them looking out over the Dead Sea. "I can see them," she said excitedly. "Why haven't they left yet?" I yelled back to her. "I don't know, but at least they're safe." That was a heavy burden I could release from myself. At least they were safe. That part of the plan had worked perfectly. Carol's homestead had 2 tornado shelters, which were used more for pickling and canning jam than anything else.
One was located near the animal barn, the other was out in the field at least a good half-mile from the house, put there so that if someone was caught unawares of an impending storm, they would still be able to seek shelter. It was a well-known family secret that during Prohibition that shelter had served as a lucrative still. The plan was, with Justin knocked unconscious, we would move him to the shelter and blindfold him so that he would not have any idea that he was anywhere but where he thought he was, the basement. Eliza and her horde of smelly citizens would then converge on the house, where we would allow them to come in en masse and then lay waste to Carol's house. Once the zombies had passed the shelter on by, Tracy was supposed to get them all out of here, and we would theoretically meet up a mile or so down the road. That way, if Eliza somehow survived this holocaust, she would not know that we had also survived. The problems with the plan were numerous. First off, Eliza hadn't come to the dance. Secondly, we had way more party crashers than we had intended. And thirdly, Tracy hadn't fucking left before we died. She sees us, she's waving, Jane yelled.
"If she tries to rescue us, I'm going to shoot her myself," I cursed under my breath.
Jen jumped down off the doors as the heat from the melting house began to blister us all. We couldn't see anything except the nearest wave of zombies, which thankfully weren't children. Most of them had become roasting marshmallows in the house behind us, but we all heard what came next. BT looked up from his sights. "Is that a horn?" Chapter 26, Journal Entry 24. "Oh, fucking Tracy, what are you doing, woman?" I moaned. "Don't make me die for nothing." We were all down to the dregs of our ammo, and I had been completely serious about holding one bullet for myself, when the cannon fire erupted and I saw the familiar front grille of the white Ford pickup bracketed by two military vehicles. Trailing was your standard issue, Marine Corps Humvee. In front was a six-wheeled, lightly armored troop transport. There were waves of joy and waves of despair. Was the violence of existence worth it? Joy because help was coming. Despair because it was too far away. The .50 caliber machine gun mounted on the turret of the troop transport was shredding through zombies. Headshots weren't warranted when bodies were literally being torn in two. There's a reason why the Geneva Convention had expressly forbidden the act of shooting personnel with this type of gun. It made identifying the deceased a nearly impossible task. I was gauging the number of rounds I had with how long it was going to take the trucks to get here. It was looking like a typical Vegas wager. The house was the favorite, and we were the mark. Maybe the sight of us or my thoughts actually held sway over the caravan because they began to speed up. "That's not Tracy," BT said from his higher vantage point. "Nicole, Travis? Please tell me no," I begged Brendan. "Are you fucking kidding me, BT? Does now really seem like the time, Talbot?" As I was pondering this new information, my AR dry fired. My Glock was up next. I had 500 rounds, but only 5 clips. Once those 50 clipped rounds were gone, it was over, unless of course I could call timeout and the zombies would allow it. Then I'd be able to reload and have a fighting chance. The house behind us began to crumble. We had been able to push forward 15 feet or so away, close enough to the flame that zombies couldn't circle behind, but not far enough to be safe from an imminent collapse and probable barbecuing. "I sure wish they'd hurry," BT said with no more expression than if he was waiting for a pizza. "I'm out," Jen yelled on adrenaline-fueled lungs. I was 2 clips down, and now I would have to pick up the pace with Jen's sector of containment now flooding through. Zombies were close enough that I could see individual gore-stained teeth and black cracked fingernails clawing through the air attempting to seek purchase. Foul breath escaped through decayed airways. Zombies lit by flame began to spill out of the house behind us, somehow still able to hone in on us. 3 magazines down, and the Marines and Brendan were still 50 yards away. So fucking close. We might have all said it. I can't credit it to any one of us. The truck slowed minimally as the 50 cal shots had to be aimed more precisely lest they take us out too. The troop transport was in danger of high centering over the sheer number of zombies becoming so much roadkill. The snail-paced crawl may be saving the truck from getting stuck, but at the cost of our lives. I saw exactly when the driver of the transport weighed those 2 factors on the scale and said, "Fuck it." The bluster of the truck's engine hitting full throttle cut through the dull roar of the burning cinder block behind us. Zombies flung in the air like a giant spoiled baby was done playing with his G.I. Joes and Barbie dolls and was throwing them around in the fits of a tantrum. The armor was beginning to fold in on itself under the pressure of so many collisions. As the lead vehicle pushed past, Brendan pulled up broadside just as I had expended the last bullet in my clip. "All aboard!" Brendan yelled in his best train conductor voice. Jen almost cleared the other side of the truck bed as BT hurled her up, and in BT's leg might not be working well, but his arms were fine as he followed her immediately up and in. BT's ass had no sooner made contact with the bed and I was in his lap. "Didn't know you cared," BT said as he put me in a more respectable position. "Where's everyone else?" Brendan asked. "Safe," I shouted back. He smiled. "Okay then, please have your tickets ready to be punched," Brendan yelled through the rear-facing windows as he crushed down on the accelerator. Zombies pressed in from all sides. I grabbed a shovel and did my best to keep them at bay as the truck swayed violently from side to side. BT had found a tire iron and was making anything within striking distance rue the day it had gone over to the dark side. Jen had found an axe handle that looked like it had already been used for nefarious purposes, as the end of it was deeply stained, a suspicious brownish-red color. Jen was swinging the handle violently. When she made contact, the vibrations shot up her arms. "Be careful!" I yelled to her. Whether she would have heeded me or not, the warning was a beat too late. The zombie she had been lining up to strike had fallen when Brendan ran over its leg. Jen pitched forward, precariously balanced between relative safety and death. Death won out. I watched the resignation in her face as she fell out of the truck bed. "Jen!" I screamed. I jumped to the other side of the truck bed. My hand brushed hers as she slid away from my touch. Her other hand shot out even as the first of the zombies sunk his teeth into her back. I was able to make a tenuous grasp on her hand, dragging her along behind the truck. "Don't let me go, Mike!" she screamed. "Please!" she begged as another zombie took hold of her thigh. Teeth first, he tore a ragged piece of flesh away from her as I continually pulled her behind the truck. She was dead. We both knew it, but I was not going to let go. The blood vessels in her eyes burst as a zombie ripped through her calf muscle, long strips of meat hanging between its greedy lips. I turned to gain as much momentum as I could before I began to pull her back into the truck. Her hand went slack. The weight I dragged increased as zombies jumped on her, feasting as we went. I let go of her hand and sat back up, the sharp pain in my shoulder a reminder of what had just happened. BT was looking at me in what I could only describe as shock. He moved faster than any man his size had a right to. He grabbed me and slammed me to the floor of the truck bed. I was beginning to feel lightheaded. He must have really knocked my head against the floor. "It wasn't my fault, BT," I said through fogged vision. "I know that, you damned fool. You've been shot. Shot? Zombies don't shoot guns? You're crazy, man. It sure is getting dark quick. Not a gun. A crossbow. A crossbow. A fucking crossbow? Who shoots somebody with a crossbow? What am I, an elk? What's next? Someone gonna whip out a mace? Maybe a scimitar?" My shoulder, for lack of a better term, unraveled. Muscle, tendon, sinew, whatever, just literally began to curl like wet parchment. My biceps bulged, rivaling the Hulk as my ripped tendons rolled up into them. I noticed with a note of envy how large my muscles looked even as my vision began to blur. Guys can be vain. Just because I was dying of blood loss and shock didn't mean I couldn't appreciate how large my damaged muscles looked. Searing pain immediately made me wish I would just pass out and die and be over with this. As bone separated from tissue, I'm pretty sure I involuntarily blackened my eye as my arm flung up. That was the least of my problems, and I wouldn't have even registered the fact had not my right eye dimmed and then blacked out before my left one. "Talbot!" someone screamed. Sounded like someone I knew. Well, I must know them if they knew my name, right? "Who gives a shit?" Talbot. Again with the screaming, but it sounded further away, even as I felt arms around me. From somewhere very distant, I heard my wife. "Talbot, don't you die?" I accelerated along a black tube as light emanated from every direction. Its source I could not discern. My speed seemed to be accelerating, although I think it was all relative. It wasn't me that seemed to be moving so much as the tunnel was streaming past. I wanted to reach out and touch the wall to see if that was the case, but I was afraid of doing more damage to my injured wing. Oh, what the hell? My arm was barely attached anyway. What more could I do? I moved my right arm around, unbelievably happy with how pain-free the movement was. "Holy crap!" I muttered. He must have missed. Maybe it's the wrong arm. Having been ambidextrous my entire life, I often confused my left from my right. When I moved my left arm and again felt no pain, the light of recognition dawned. Holy shit, I'm dead. That thought wasn't nearly as dreadful as I would have imagined. Oh, I was scared to a point, maybe more concerned. All right, I was a little freaked out. My thoughts obviously centering around what is at the end of this tunnel. Do I pull a Wile E. Coyote and smash face first into a faux hole in the wall? Do I come out to a huge drop and fall eternally? Oh, that would suck. Is there a heaven? Or worse, a hell? My actions thus far in my life could probably gain my entry into either. Was my eternity going to come down to a rock, paper, scissor game between God and Satan? Wow. Sacrilege on my final journey cannot be good in the ledger books. Maybe it would be possible to hang out in this tunnel a little longer and weigh my options. Wind buffeted me back as I tried in vain to approach the walls. The speed was picking up. I knew I was nearing my final destination. No stops, no layovers. I had a momentary pang for my wife and kids. I did feel remorse that I was dying, but only because I wouldn't be there for them. I had ultimately accepted my fate. For what other choice was there? When I felt another presence nearby, it wasn't nearly as comforting as I would have expected from the Almighty. There was a great sense of anger, of sadness, of a life truly unfulfilled. It took me long moments to pull these vaporous thoughts away from my own. The intermingling almost made me believe these errant thoughts were mine. Out of the corner of my awareness, I caught movement as it at first trailed behind me by some lengths and then hastened to catch up and pass me by. "Brandon?" I shouted. So lost was he in his mortality, he took no notice of me as he shot on by. I watched in the distance as a light infinitely brighter than what I was experiencing now blazed in acceptance, in love, in its warm embrace. These euphoric feelings washed over and around me. My pang of regret paled, faded, and was washed away. Those feelings lasted long after the walls of my tunnel slowed, and then began to shift direction back into the blight, the pain, the hurt, the uncertainty, the love. He's back. Someone familiar sobbed from 100 million miles away. Epilogue Cops vs. Talbot, Talbot Soda #1. So I started early dealing with the popo. I was 16 years old when my high school thought it would be a good idea to deter drunk driving by placing a wrecked car on the front lawn of the school. For some reason, that completely eluded me. At that moment in life, I thought that was the most inconsiderate act possible. So, of course, that night, my friends and I went and bashed in any and all remaining glass on that car. By the time the cops got there, we were out of sight in the woods across the street. We watched them as they shone their lights across the wreckage of the wreck. We also saw them park inconspicuously across the street, hoping that said vandals would return. You know, I went back. It's in my nature. This time it wasn't with a tire iron. I had made a Molotov cocktail out of some gas and shampoo poured into a Coke bottle. My friends had told me I was crazy and you're not going to do it. So, of course, all that really does is incite somebody above and beyond normal stupidity into super stupidity. I was a fast kid. I played halfback for the freshman team. How fast was about to be tested. I went a little further in the woods, away from the cops, and emerged from a spot where they could not see my egress. As I walked back up the road towards the school, I tried my best to act as innocent as possible. I knew they were watching me. I could feel it. They wanted me to do something wrong just as bad as I wanted to. My first step off the relative safety of the sidewalk and onto the lawn of the school had the police on high alert. My time was short. I pulled out my trusty Bic. The first flick of flame ignited the gas-soaked rag immediately. I was momentarily stunned by the flash of fire. The cops, however, were not. Their car popped into drive and the engine revved, followed almost instantaneously by their headlights turning on. I was bathed in headlights. The iridescent blues and reds sent me hauling ass. I ran as close to the wreck as I dared, reaching back for all I was worth. I hurled the bottle at the car, hoping that I hadn't missed and have it hit anticlimactically on a tire or sail harmlessly overhead, landing on the soft grass. Neither of those things happened as the bottle smashed throat first into the rear quarter panel. The ensuing fireball probably saved my ass as the cops sheared off from their intercept course. I'll give them this, though, they recovered quickly and were once again in hot pursuit. At one point, the bumper of the cop car actually touched my ass. If I had stumbled, there wouldn't have been a thing in the world he could have done to avoid running me down like some common criminal, which I guess I was now. When I got to the end of the school grounds, I was met with an 8-foot-high chain-link fence. Now remember, I was 16 and in great shape. One jump had me 3/4 up, and my body was half over the top when the cop car fishtailed to a stop directly underneath me. The cop actually had the nuts to yell at me to stop. I told him to fuck off as I retreated into the woods. I was semi-surprised he hadn't shot me. The car was towed off the grounds the very next day. Talbot, 1. Cops, Nero. Talbot Sode number 2. At the ripe old age of 17, having not learned a damn thing from the smashed-up car in the previous story, I decided to leave a party I was at. Bad idea. I was closer to 4 sheets to the wind when I decided that I needed to go to my house and grab my marijuana paraphernalia. Must have been 10 different bowls at that party to smoke out of, but no, I had to have mine. So I got behind the wheel of my car, and luckily not 100 yards from where I started. I smashed into a curb. It blew out my right front tire. I grabbed the keys out of the car, opened the trunk, and then drunkenly scattered everything I had in my trunk on the ground around the car. I couldn't find the jack to save my life. Although looking back, not finding the jack probably did save my life and someone else's. I must have been making a hell of a racket because someone yelled out their window that I should just leave because they had called the cops. I might have mumbled something incoherently back to them, but in my addled brain all I could think was that I'd better change this tire quick before they got here. Now, I don't know if it was a slow night at the old police station or I blacked out somewhere along the line, but the boys were at the scene in what seemed like a heartbeat. "Son, you need to stop what you're doing right now," the cop said to my back. How I missed the glaring lights on the top of his car is not really all that much of a mystery. I stood up, smacking my head on the trunk lid as I did so. Stuff was littered in a semicircle around my position. There was an empty cooler, a lawn chair, a blanket or two, a bunch of clothes. Most were not mine, no clue. And the jack. I stared down at it like it had just materialized. "Son, why don't you put that stuff back in the car?" the cop said to me. By now his partner had rolled up in another squad car. I've got to admit, I was pretty impressed with myself that I hadn't said anything stupid up to this point. I just kind of bent at the waist, wobbled a bit, and put all the stuff back. "Stupid Jack," I mumbled as if that were the root of all my ills. Another squad car rolled up. "Why don't you come over here, son, so we can do a field sobriety check?" "Sounds good," I answered him. At least those were the words I intended. I think smooths-gowned came out. "Okay, son, I want you to walk heel to toe for 10 steps. And then he proceeded to show me the technique to perform this magic routine. It's kind of like when you go to a carnival and the carny working the booth where you have to stand the Coke bottle up with the ring attached to a rope on the end of a stick. Demonstrates the proper techniques. He does it like 5 times in a row. So you figure when you hand him over your $5, you've got this thing in the bag, and your girlfriend is going to be so happy, maybe, just maybe, you'll get second base under the shirt instead of over. What you don't realize is that the ring on the end of your rope is slicked with Vaseline, and you have absolutely no chance of ever winning that teddy bear or of feeling Susie's tits. So that was the same perspective I had when I went into the sobriety test. The moment I placed the heel of my left foot onto the toe of my right, I lost all sense of equilibrium. The cop had to literally catch me as the ground rose up to meet me. "That's far enough, son." His statement was followed immediately by handcuffs. I was being fingerprinted when my mother came to the station to bail me out. "What the hell is wrong with you?" were her first words to me. Mine to her, "Who are you?" I was that gone, that's no exaggeration. I didn't recognize my own mother. How far down the rabbit hole do you have to be for that to happen? I had dodged a bullet by having to take the keys out of the ignition to open the trunk. In a newer model of car, had I had a switch to open the trunk, my charge would have gone from public intoxication to DUI, Talbot, 1, Cops, 1, Talbot Sode Sode number 3. The next story isn't earth-shattering, more of another slice in the pie. I was somewhere in the 18-year-old range, and a gaggle of us had gone up to New Hampshire to go camping. It was one of those lost weekends you spend with friends, laughing, partying, having a great time, kids being kids. So now it's Sunday afternoon and we're heading back down I-95 to Massachusetts, and of course we're drinking. That's what you do as stupid kids. At least this time I wasn't driving or attempting to do so. The driver of the van I was in needed to stop and do what any beer drinker does, pee. So we pull into this rest stop for a break and someone pulls out a frisbee. We spread out in the parking lot of this rest area and just start playing some catch. Nothing that so far was going to get me on the FBI's most wanted list. So my buddy Kevin throws me this wicked long pass. I chase it down and snag it one-handed. The other hand was wrapped firmly around a Budweiser. I turned back around smiling, only to witness the 6 people I was playing with whipping what I could only imagine were full bottles of beer into the woods. I was like, WTF is going on, as I took a long pull from mine. How old are you, son? I turned bottle still to mouth. A cop in a cruiser was inches from me. 21, as I gulped down what I had just drank. Got any ID to that effect? 5 minutes later, I was handcuffed and in the cruiser, minor in possession. Talbot, 1. Cops. 2. Talbot, soda number 4. All right, so you're starting to get a recurring theme. Talbot plus alcohol, bad. It was freshman year at college. My buddy Paul and I were hanging out in the common grounds of our new school, just partying it up with some other people. We were having a good time playing frisbee. Holy shit. Now that I'm writing this down, maybe it's the frisbee that attracts the trouble, food for thought. Eventually, Campus 50 shows up. They're about as intimidating as mall cops. They tell us we need to get rid of our beer. My friends all start pouring their beers on the ground, like we had done so many times before with local cops. But see, that's not what I heard. I took the literal translation. I started pounding my beers down. I was 2 beers down, and going for my 3rd before the shocked cop could even begin to react. I just think he was so amazed that somebody wasn't complying with him, but in my defense, I feel that I was. He said, get rid of those beers. He never once said how, and that's what I told him. He was effing pissed as he slapped the bottle out of my hand and maybe a little amused. He chewed me a new one for a minute or 2, but didn't give me a ticket. So I figure that's a win for me because up until the day the zombies came, that was still a source of amusement among me and my friends. Oh, dude, you remember that time? That cop told us to get rid of our beers and you just started drinking all of yours? Of course I do. That shit's hilarious. Talbot 2. Cops 2 Talbot Soda 5. This next story once again does involve alcohol. It was my first foray into a more serious realm of difficulty, and more importantly, I now had a record. It started off innocently enough, as most things like this do. It was the summer after freshman year, and I had gone to one of my high school buddies' house for a party. He used to live in an awesome house right next to a lake. You could literally walk off his backyard and into the water. The party went as you would expect most parties to go. There was beer drinking, much raucous noise, loud music, and the occasional couple necking in discreet corners. Chris Walsh changed all this when he committed the most heinous of party fouls. He passed out first. I'm not much into what happened to him next, but if you pass out first, it's pretty much an unwritten rule you're going to get fucked with. He got the typical Sharpie treatment to the face, insert penis here, and then someone drew an actually pretty good replica of a penis next to the message. I came back later to find out that someone had busted open some makeup and applied some liberal amounts of eyeshadow and rouge. He was the ugliest hooker I had ever seen. When it became evident that these small-time measures were not going to awaken Sleeping Beauty, the ringleaders upped the ante. They wrapped him up in a blanket, walked him through a cheering crowd in the backyard, I might have been one of them, to the end of the pier, and then unceremoniously threw him in the blanket into the water. At the end of the pier, the water is somewhere in the 3-foot range, entirely too shallow to drown in under normal circumstances. But when you're passed out drunk and wrapped tightly in a blanket, the equation changes a bit. The trio that had carried Chris and then dropped him in the water had walked off the pier and were busy high-fiving themselves. A few party-goers, myself included, were beginning to become concerned when Chris didn't immediately surface spitting out lake water. This girl, Maureen, was the first into the water. Her friend Sandra was next, followed almost immediately by myself. By the time I got in the water, the party was quiet. Someone had even lowered the music to a dull whisper. Maureen had grabbed the soaked blanket and was dragging it ashore. Sandra and myself quickly aided her. Within a few seconds, we had the frantically thrashing about Chris on the shore. He looked like a butterfly trying to shake its cocoon. He wasn't having much luck. He had been moving so violently to get free that he cracked Maureen in the side of the head with his fist as she helped him. She fell to the ground with a solid thump. Chris was enraged as he stood screaming at the now cowering Maureen. Everything seemed to slow down as he picked up a fist-sized rock. He raised it high over his head and was threatening Maureen. Terror showed in the whites of her eyes. If he brought that rock down, it would be all over for her. Nobody moved. It seemed like the moment was frozen in time. I didn't think, I reacted. In the 4 steps it took me to get to him, I was going full speed. It's amazing what adrenaline can do for you. I didn't punch him. I didn't tackle him. I didn't try to swat the rock out of his hand. I just full-on slammed into him, right into his back. Maureen scrambled out of the way as the both of us toppled like cut trees in a forest. Chris had brought his hands in to brace for the fall. Unfortunately, one of them was still clutching the rock. The force of me landing on him drove his face and chin into the stone. The horrifying crack that resounded from the rock, shattering his teeth and jaw, was ear-splitting. When I got off of Chris and he rolled over, I thought he was wearing a mask. What remained of his jawline was 2 inches left of center. 7 teeth had been shattered and blood poured profusely through his nose and mouth. More than one person came up to help, only to walk away retching. I stumbled away stunned. I hadn't made it more than 3 steps before Chris' mournful wailing began. If I thought the bones breaking was bad, this was horrible. An ambulance showed up within minutes. The cops, a minute or 2 after that, they found me sitting in the living room, drinking a beer. They let me finish it before they arrested me. I was charged with attempted manslaughter. It was dropped down to assault after the police figured out that I had nothing to do with the initial near drowning. Talbot 2, Cops 3, Talbot Sode number 6. This final encounter with the police is what saved me and my family's life. When I was a kid, 19, I used to work for a small paving company. We were working in downtown Boston, and if you work on any street in Boston, you have to have a police detail for traffic. So it's high summer. It had to have been 90 degrees and 90% humidity. Crappy combination to begin with. Then you throw on top of that the 375 degrees of the material we are working with, and you have a recipe, not so much for disaster, but definitely for flaring tempers. My job that day was to operate the 10-ton street roller. As the paving spreader machine lays down roadway, it is my job to follow behind and compact the material down. Before the asphalt is rolled, it is a very soft and pliable material. So much so that a man walking across it can mar the new surface up to 2 inches deep, not to mention what a car can do to this new material. Well, our traffic detail cop decided that he was going to let crossing traffic go across the new hot top. I asked him for just 2 minutes so that I could get the roadway rolled and at least reasonably ready to withstand traffic. He didn't listen. What happens to cops that they get such an arrogant attitude about them? I know they deal daily with some of the scummiest people on the planet, but to become so jaded to the rest of us doesn't make any sense. You would think that they would want to cling to those people that are the reason they do the job in the first place. Somewhere along the way, they must have lost their people GPS. In a nutshell, he basically tells me to go fuck myself. No matter that this cop is the dick that lets the traffic cross over, I'm going to be the one blamed for letting the pavement get ruined. So I gunned the engine on the roller and was now traveling somewhere in the whopping 4 miles per hour range. I was going to try to get at least one roll through before the car started across. All the cop could see was this giant machine bearing down on him. So even though he could have made himself a sandwich and half finished it before I got to him, I was charged with intent to commit harm with a deadly weapon. Are you kidding me? A toddler could have outdistanced me, but this fat, donut-eating, cynical prick was just pissed off that I held up the traffic and went against his direct orders. The life I was living came to an abrupt halt as I stood in that courtroom. The judge had my record in front of him, and he wasn't impressed. Mr. Talbot, I have thought long and hard about what I should do with you. I kept silent. It seemed the better part of valor. You have a decent high school record, you're in college, you work, which a lot of kids your age choose not to do. But you have this streak that runs through you, Mr. Talbot, something which I feel, if it is not reined in, will lead to an untimely demise for you. I'm going to give you an option, Mr. Talbot. It might not be the easy route, in fact, I'm hoping that it isn't. But it might be just what you need. The court recommends 24 months of jail at the Dedham Correctional Facility, followed by 36 months of probation. My heart dropped. Jail. That was my option. Or, I seized oar like a drowning man seizes a life jacket. 5 years active duty in the United States Marine Corps. Which is it, Mr. Talbot? Semper Fi, Your Honor. I had hoped so. Good luck, young man. The gavel crashed down. Court is adjourned. The judge actually came down and shook my hand. I was in a mild state of shock, but it wasn't jail. Talbot, 2, cops, 4, Marine Corps, Mun,